The story begins in a sword family that dominates half of the world. The Runkendel family. A renowned sword family, whose members are born with both a strong physique and exceptional talent that has ruled over the world with overwhelming force. Combat, conquer, control. These three virtues, the law of the jungle, are everything. That's the family that Mac was born into. He is Jin Runkendel, the youngest son of the Runkendel family. In the selection ceremony where each child's future is predicted, he selected the patriarch's sword. He were the child that was destined to become the patriarch. His father commented on his choice of the sword Barasada, and he found it very interesting. He had thought that my future would only be full of success and fame as well. But he doesn't see the point. After all, he has no talent for swordsmanship. Jin was called a disgrace to the various departments and was said to fall short of the standards of his family. He was considered the worst swordsman in the family's history. Even his own brothers joked about him practicing with a wooden sword. They said he wasn't worthy of the Barada. Jin was silent, looking down. One of the brothers approached him and asked why he was silent. Then he kicked him in the stomach and ordered him to respond to his great brothers. Jin fell down, clutching his stomach. Sitting on the floor, he reached for his sword, but his brother pinned down his arm. He said there was no point in training him. Jin grumbled in pain. Then this guy, holding a notebook in his hands, asked, "What is it?" Hotly, he asked if Jin really thought that after reading the book, he would learn swordsmanship. The blonde brother, holding his wooden sword in his hand, said that Jin was nothing and was not worthy of a chance. He explained that if people like Jin are given a chance, they forget their place and cling to hope. He asked why his brother did this. Then one of them grabbed Jin by the hair and told him that he was only doing it for his own good. One of them asked if this was what his nanny taught him. But he didn't care about that. He just wanted to try harder and harder to somehow and someday earn the trust of his family. So with that spirit, he gets back up, to make himself worthy of the clan. But unfortunately, he isn't getting a Zenkai boost in this universe. Bro gets disowned by his clan, but at least they spared him for trying. Jin was reduced to a vagrant, before inevitably crossing paths with his teacher, and realizing that he too boasted talent. He had a kind of power that was forbidden in his clan, the power to wield magic. 3 years have passed since then. Jin is a busy student hard at work when suddenly he gets swallowed by the shadows. He turns to find a giant entity called Soldaret, the master of the shadows. It's a lucky day for our boy as he's been chosen by a literal god to fulfill a contract. By forming this contract, he will be able to wield the power of shadow and become immune to curses. The god of shadows is surprised when he notices that Jin had been cursed from a young age, which is why he couldn't unlock his talent. The curse called Blade's Delusion suppresses the talent of a swordsman, which is basically a death sentence for someone in the Runkendel family. The god of shadows releases him from this curse and declares that he will become a swordsman with unparalleled abilities. Jin returns to his place and instantly grabs his sword to test out the theory. When he launches his sword in a clean swing, he realizes Soldaret wasn't just capping his powers. He's gained tremendous control over his sword. The worst swordsman of the clan doubles down by using magic and further enhancing his abilities. Finally, everything he had worked so hard for was coming to fruition. Or that's what he thought. Fast forward to his gruesome state, Jin was suddenly attacked and defeated. In his final moments, he wasn't able to make use of his powers and slowly fades away into nothingness. As he's crushed underneath the rubble, Jin wonders why he was given a second chance. The world goes blank before he reopens his eyes, shocked to see his clan members again. More so, he's in the same sword sanctuary where the Balasada awaits him. Baby Jin remembers this day and realizes he's returned to his past by more than 20 years. The boy clutches his sword, earning the praise of his family. This time, he grabbed the weapon of his own will. 6 years after he chose the Balsada, the midget couldn't reach the top shelf. He's been in the Storm Castle for a while now and has to endure 3 more years before he's finally free. The boy feels caged when suddenly, one of the maids is horrified to find a dead bird in his room. Jin assesses the situation, realizing only 2 people could do something so audacious and brutal. The 2 people in question are his snickering brothers, the brats who have no regard for the poor animal. Daytona is 9 years of age, while the white hair punk is Haytona, sharing the same age. While they're laughing at the bird, Jin feels sad. These 2 clowns ended up becoming murderers in his original life. Right now they're children. But even then they killed a poor bird to scoff at their own brother. The shitty yin-yang pair has no limits. They're trying to get a reaction out of Jin, ridiculing him for not wielding the Balsada. Jin prepares to speak when Haytona reaches to attack him. When his punch is blocked, even he is stunned. because Jin isn't playing around as he launches a powerful counter in his face. He gives Haitona a thunderous beating to remember, and even though Jin is barely exerting his powers, he still beats the crap out of his brother. Finally, our boy leaves his bratty brothers with a warning to stay out of his way. Khan arrives, surprised that our boy has defeated both his brothers. Jin simply told him that they got into a fight with each other, resulting in their defeated condition. Of course, this is far from the truth. But still, Khan wants to take them to the doctor. However, Jin refuses against such an act. He takes them someplace else. Jin leaves them vulnerable to a heavy storm. It may be cruel treatment, but he believes it is necessary to teach his brothers the consequences of their actions. Khan is in no authority to question the young master's orders. Strangely, he senses an unusual, sinister aura emanating from the young master. Khan wonders if Jin deployed the use of mana. Realizing that Jin is responsible for putting his brothers out of commission, Khan deems it necessary to report to the patriarch of the clan. Back at the Storm Castle, Jin sees the snitch making his move. He knows that Khan is their guardian and reports everything to the patriarch. Jin concludes that he must have sensed the use of Shadow Force. In other words, the source of his powers after he made a contract with the god of darkness. It also implies that even in his second life, his latent powers of darkness are active, allowing him immunity against the curse he inherited in his first life. No longer subject to a curse, Jin has changed history as he will no longer be remembered as the worst swordsman. He's happy about that. His next obstacle is a confrontation with his father, the patriarch. After Khan's report, the patriarch tells the guardian knight to assemble the flag bearers. He senses the need to have a meeting with his son. With all 200 knights of the Runcandle family prepared, the legendary patriarch of the Runcandle family marches his return to the Storm Castle. Mary is surprised they were given a sudden order to assemble. Dyphus, her comrade flag-bearer, is also clueless. They were in the middle of an epic battle when it happened. Dyphus wonders if it has something to do with Jin. They can hardly piece together why it's necessary for the patriarch to see his son. Luna interrupts them both, gesturing to stay quiet. But Mary is still curious because she doesn't get all the hype behind Jin's specialty. Back at the Storm Castle, one of the maids informs Jin about the arrival of his father. The pipsqueak wonders what else the guardian knight told his father. He thinks that his father must be curious about the power that he used, since it's different from both mana and aura. The meeting is necessary to determine whether Jin's powers will benefit the clan or not. The patriarch arrives with his many knights, donning his beautiful blade. He demands both Haitona and Daytona to be summoned. After their summoning, he directly asks about their mistakes. The brothers try to act cheeky and answer that they didn't do anything. It was Jin who attacked them with a weird power like magic. But of course, they're only saying these words to trap their brother. But this level of manipulation isn't enough to persuade the patriarch, as he leaves both his sons with cold advice. Their survival in the clan will be short-lived with such a feeble mindset. He basically called them pussies, and then demanded Jin to be summoned. Jin stands before his father, Kiran Runcandel, the head of the family as well as the strongest person. So powerful, in fact, that he is classified as a divine star knight and a demigod. After reaching the heights of such power, Kiran's human emotions have been dulled. The only passion he shares is an obsession for his clan's greatness and prosperity. In his original life, Jin was treated like a nobody. He had nothing to impress his father, but in this life, the boy walks with confidence and stride, knowing that he can no longer be underestimated. He makes his entrance as the flag-bearers glance at the boy, kneeling before his father. Sieran questions why his son addressed him as the patriarch instead of his father. The boy responds that he thought it would be proper to address his father with respect. The Divine Knight proceeds to ask the same question he asked his brothers. Clenching his fist with frustration, Jin responds that their only mistake was revenge. He espouses the principles of the Runcandle clan to always take revenge, no matter the relationship. Hearing such words, Kiran commands the knights as well as the flag-bearers to leave the room. They're all shocked that Jin passed the patriarch's test. Mary is impressed by her little brother for earning a private meeting with their father. The door slams shut, as Kiran finally addresses the issue of magic. He reminds Jin that magic limits their potential for sword mastery. The patriarch directly questions the source of Jin's powers, emphasizing that punishment is due if the answer is mana. Thinking about his options, the boy thinks that he will be in deep trouble if he tells the source of his power is the god of darkness. Jin answers that he doesn't understand his abilities either, and showcases his father a glimpse of his powers. In a twist, it is revealed that Jin's powers were once wielded by the founding patriarch of their clan. Sieran immediately takes note of Shadow Force, shocked that his son could not only wield Balisada, but also the Shadow Force. He wonders if it is Jin's destiny to become the next patriarch. Interestingly, Kiran already knows about the God of Shadows. He explains that Soldaret once made a contract with Tamar, who was the first patriarch of the clan, allowing their growth. But after his death, The god of shadows never appeared to offer his powers to a Runkindel, not until Jin's birth, who now wields the shadow force. Curious, Jin asks his father an important question. He wants to know if the god of shadows is stronger than even him. Siren thinks about it for a moment and claims that he doesn't know as he has yet to fight a god. But his words are laced with confidence, because only someone who is the most powerful man in the world can say something like that. Sharon likes his question and pats his son. He's proud of the boy and questions how Jin will use his powers. The boy confesses that he will use them for the prosperity of the clan. Kieran laughs as he sees through the boy's deception. He knows that his son is brutal, as he not only beat up his brothers, but let them suffer the wrath of a storm. That kind of answer was a blunder on Jin's part, so this time, he proceeds to give an honest answer, declaring that he will use the shadow force for himself. Sieran isn't frustrated with this answer, and even praises the boy for it. He would observe him for the time to come. With that, the meeting between the father and son finally ends. Jin is left exhausted but proud of the outcome. He no longer has to worry about concealing his powers, so it's a good outcome. The same boy remembers just how invisible he felt in his original life. But things were changing for the better in his new life. That night, his elder sister Mary brought him a special gift. She cooked him a nice meal as a parting gift. Jin doesn't remember her being so nice. When he opens the box, what lies inside is a burning heart of a phoenix. It's a crazy present to give to a 7-year-old boy, but Mary is just that kind of crazy. She's a flag bearer and a 6-star knight. She bears many names, but perhaps her most notorious one is the Madwoman of the South. Basically, she's your average Hello Kitty girl but on steroids. This gift is an invitation to her brother to quickly become strong and challenge her someday. Devouring a phoenix's heart is greatly advantageous as it grants total immunity to fire and excels one's growth. Jin wonders if he can become strong enough to summon a phoenix someday on his own. The maid, Jilly, brings him the prepared soup. But before he could dig in, Jin's 2 bratty brothers are drooling over the meal. They want a bite out of it too, but aren't man enough to admit their intentions. Jin offers them a chance to eat the soup in exchange for a favor. The favor turns out to be an annoying job. Both Haytona and Daytona have to dig a hole to search for something. But these clowns are ready to risk it all for some soup. What rests underneath the ground is an incubation chamber that holds a body of a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness. After a fuckton of digging, the boys are finally done. They return in a wretched condition for their well-deserved soup. However, Jin has already finished most of it. He has left just a teaspoon's worth for them to enjoy. This dude is a savage, while his brothers are seething over his shitty tactic. Jin arrives at the site where they dug a hole for him. He's impressed by their work and thinks a simple spell should be able to penetrate what's left. Jin is glad as he can finally use his mana, shattering the hollow wall. Lo and behold, the secret library of the Runkindel clan, a place that was kept hidden from him in his original life. There's a passcode that lets you enter inside. Jin feels confident and utters his request to console Murakhan. The door opens after his chant. After dominating the world, the Runkindel clan preserved the relics of their fallen enemies. Only the flag bearers of the family are allowed to enter this area, and in his original life, he learned the phrase from Dyphus. It helped him unexpectedly in this life. But even Jin is surprised when he sees a murky figure preserved in a capsule. Seeing the man's scaly skin, he wonders if this creature isn't a human. Jin catches a sudden realization that this is the dark dragon Murakhan itself. According to the legends, the dragon was defeated by the first patriarch before falling to a deep sleep. Jin stands before the legend and tries to search for the ancient books. After locating them, he begins his research by learning the secrets of the Kungin clan. However, the words are too difficult for Jin. He wants to take the book with him, but it would risk getting caught. The boy takes out his materials, deciding to copy the content. Every day, he would study at home and copy from the library. One day, things became complicated. Someone else decided to come to the library at an unusual time. But this isn't just anyone. It's the dark dragon Murakhan who has suddenly awoken. Jin tries to remain calm as this monster is an ally of the clan. He tries to act polite with the dragon by calling him a dragon. But it goes to infuriate him as he viciously shouts at the young boy. Murakhan feels angered that he was reduced to a guardian for the Runkindels. He sulks at his current situation. The only reason he awoke from his slumber is because he sensed something from the boy. Murakhan is surprised to find remnants of shadow force lurking inside Jin. He claims that such a scent could only be produced by Soldere's contractor, so there's no mistake about it. Jin decides to test his luck and shocks him with a display of his powers. The dragon stutters before collapsing in defeat. He's disappointed to realize that the latest contractor is a pipsqueak. Murakhan is devastated to explain that he made a promise with the god of darkness, and because of that, his partner is apparently Jin. The dragon saves the explanation for another time. He decides to give the boy a proper introduction as the monster manifests into its true form. Murakami is an aide of the god of shadows, as well as the last descendant of the shadows. He made an oath a millennia ago. This gigantic beast has vowed to partner with the boy as he is Solderet's contractor. Jin introduces himself as the youngest Runkindel and greets the legendary dragon. The mountain where the storm castle stands was named after the legendary dragon, who reigned over the lands for millennia before losing a battle against the first patriarch of the Runkandel clan. It was clear that they weren't actually enemies. The contractors of gods are always assigned a guardian dragon, which is why people wondered about the disappearance of the dark dragon. They didn't know he was residing in its deep slumber. Jin wonders if he's found himself a guardian dragon upon the dragon's awakening. Thanks to his human form, he's able to chat with him and get some of his questions cleared. Jin frequented the library for months after the dragon's awakening. He wanted to know the reason Tamar and Murakami fought each other. The silly dragon doesn't recall the real reason as he forgets. More importantly, he's found an obsession with strawberry pies. Jin tells him that he prepares copies of the original books in the library. Unfortunately, he doesn't know about most of the content. Murakami is still impressed by the boy's perseverance as any other child would have given up easily. The boy explains that he's just average for a Runkandel. He has a dozen older siblings as well as amazing people like his parents. Jin has great ambition and wants to surpass them. He questions how much Tamar understood at the same age, since this guy is supposed to be the strongest man ever recorded in history. Jin was curious how close he was compared to that guy. The dark dragon told him that even someone like him couldn't have ever understood a single sentence at his tender age. Tamar didn't read books to become strong. Murakami emphasizes that the boy possesses mad talent just like the first patriarch. Jin wonders if he will compare to the flames of Tamar's powers. Murakami consoles him to train and become strong with time so that he can compare and even perhaps surpass the strengths of the founding patriarch. To entertain him, Murakami tells him about Solderet's second name. The god of shadows is also called Solderet the Infinite because his powers know no bounds. That also means that the boy's powers hold sky-high potential. To encourage him, Murakami decides to teach him a new trick, an attack called the Shadow Force Release. This skill is critical for anyone mastering the Shadow Force. It imposes a risk to its wielder, so Murakami advises the boy to master it well. Murakami instructs him to release his mana. Jin is confused, so he explains that two skills determine the release of Shadow Force. The first is mana release and the second is mana transfer. The skill requires at least 3 years of mastery, but that's a duration too long for the boy. Murakami refuses to teach him advanced techniques without the basics. Jin absolutely stumps him with a perfect mana release, which honestly looks like a Rasengan. He's also capable of using mana transfer for some reason. Murakami is shocked because he's just found himself a genius pipsqueak. With both conditions met, he's ready to show the boy the skill Shadow Force Release. Since all shadows are born out of Solderet's powers, it implies that he's the master, while Jin is the only contractor. The library is filled with dark shadows, as Murakami reveals that Jin could also become the master of the shadows. Jin is impressed seeing the might of his magic in full display. The scene cuts to the flag bearer Luna, who is nearing the completion of her mission. Estimating 4 months to be the completion target, Luna stands amidst the dead monsters while wondering what her younger brother would like as a gift. 6 months after Murakami awakened, Haytona and Daytona left the castle after turning of age. That leaves the young master, who receives a celebration cake from Jilly on his 9th birthday. The kind young master wants everyone to enjoy the cake. Khan the Snitch makes his sudden appearance, apologizing for his sudden message. Lady Luna, the boy's older sister, has come for a personal visit. Rising as the first flag bearer of the clan, an excellent knight and the eldest of all the siblings, Luna Runkindel is the strongest among the heirs. She stands different from the rest, uninterested in pursuing the path of the patriarch. Luna doesn't care about her siblings. She treated him like a nameless stranger in his original life. So now, it seems strange that this distant sister of his has come to pay him a visit. Jin wonders if something happened with the clan. He's even afraid that his sister might have discovered his secret visits to the library. Luna pats her little brother and treats him with unusual kindness, even caring for his condition. Jin states that he feels guarded by her sister. Luna thinks that her brother believes they're enemies, and that she sees him as an outsider aiming for the throne. She feels frustrated with the thought and consoles her baby brother. Luna apologizes, kneeling down to pay her little brother proper respect and a request to speak in private. Jin is stumped with such a request and meets her with a smile. When they're both alone, Luna states that she hurried home for an important matter. Since Jin's sudden rising, the rest of their siblings are keeping a strict eye on him. This means that they could act against the boy when he leaves the storm castle. The once cold and distant sister expresses her fear that Jin might lose his happiness amidst their family's trifles. She despises the traditions of the Runkandel clan. Her words make Jin realize why Luna stopped pursuing the path of the patriarch. but she failed to mention such words in his past life. Jin wonders if he wasn't worthy in his original life to hear such consolation. But it's also because his sister is worried that Jin's siblings could threaten him soon. He forms his response, refusing to step away from the fight against his brothers. Luna emphasizes that she's not advising him for her own sake. Her baby brother acknowledges the fact and even claims that he faced the threat of assassination once. Met with this surprising revelation, Luna taps into her terrifying powers, furious that someone could even attempt to hurt her brother at the Storm Castle. She tries to ask for the assassin's name, but Jin tells her that he doesn't know, and that he's fine for now. The boy is happy to learn that he has earned empathy from one of his siblings. Luna embraces Jin, apologizing for the troubles of their family tradition that come with the Run Candle clan. Embracing her like this, Jin had no idea his sister could be so kind. Luna doesn't want to stomp on his birthday celebrations and offers him an adequate gift. It's a blue pendant. She tells him to turn around. The necklace is capable of summoning Luna once after being shattered. She wants Jin to use it when he's in a sticky situation. Luna is happy for her brother's birthday, and they proceed to have a loving celebration. Unfortunately, she has to head back to her duties. She bids him farewell. Later, Jin shows up to the library with the necklace, surprising Murakami as the necklace is an invaluable treasure. This treasure once belonged to the Demon Beast King, an item that many people risked their lives for. It also grants immunity to the wearer against inferior spells, as well as enhancing one's own. Jin explains that his eldest sister gave him the pendant. What's more is that he's shocked to learn that Luna probably already sensed Murakami's energy, but she won't tell the clan because she cares about her little brother's well-being. Coming back to Luna, she knows something is up between Jin and Murakami, but she chooses to trust in his powers and support her little brother no matter what becomes of him. Jin thought that the first 10 years of his life would be slow and boring at the castle, but in this short time, he learned a lot. He received gifts and benefited from his relationships after meeting amazing people. These were the things his past self dreamt about. The day finally came when the boy turned 10 years of age. He fought against Khan in a sparring session, preparing to leave the castle. The boy's incredible strength at this age impressed the guardian knight, who realized why the patriarch remained interested in the youngest child. Jin boasted the eyes of an instructor who was trying to see if Khan was a fit as his teacher. Concluding their training for the day, Khan pays his respect to the young child. He can only train the boy until he leaves the Storm Castle. Jin is ready to meet his expectations. There came a point where Jin felt immune to flame thanks to the phoenix's heart he received from Mary. He is thrilled to find that some of his powers have started taking into effect. It's only a matter of time until he absorbs the phoenix's powers. Jin is to leave the Storm Castle the upcoming day. Jilly spots his books and is instructed to pack them for his reading session. As usual, the boy requests strawberry pie as his snack. He heads out for a walk at an unusual timing. The boy arrives at the secret library to meet Murakami. The Dark Dragon had anticipated this day to come. Jin wonders how they'll keep in contact, but the dragon isn't worried about such an insignificant problem. Even though he's weaker than his original state, Murakami explains that he can recover his strength when Jin can become stronger, as he's a guardian dragon. Murakami wants the boy to grow up just like Tamar. Jin asks an important question about the clan. Solderette once told him that the Runkendel clan shared a history of being a spellsword clan, and the first patriarch is noted as the greatest spellsword user in history. However, this history is lost in the myths as the clan only prioritizes swordsmanship in recent times. The reason they object to magic is because of a pact that was made 1,000 years in the past. While they regarded Murakami as their guardian in the past, it's clear they might hate him in recent times. It's a shame because the boy would have drowned in riches for reviving him in the previous era. Then again, it's his shitty clan, so there's a chance that it wouldn't happen. Murakami assures him that he'll track the boy no matter where he goes. As for his capsule, he's planning to keep a hallucination of himself. A hallucination so powerful that they won't be able to see through his deception. The hallucination isn't going to hold for long because of the dragon's waning powers. However, Murakami plans to maintain the hallucination for until the time he becomes an adult. He's brought Murakami a special treat for celebration. The Dark Dragon fawns over the invitation to get drunk and enjoy the party. He's even ready to become acquainted with Jilly if it means more strawberry pies. As Jin is preparing to leave for his clan's family home, he is warned how busy his life is going to get. Jilly can no longer service the boy with her delicious meals, but she's ready to serve him when the time arises. Jin is welcomed by the guardian knights Jerome and Holtz for his escort. They begin their travels. It's the end of the 18th century, as Jin finally leaves the Storm Castle to head to his family home, the Garden of Swords. They're met with heavy snowfall along the way. Unfortunately, they won't be able to use a portal under such a condition. Suddenly, the carriage comes to an abrupt stop as Jerome and Holtz warn Jin to stay inside the carriage. The carriage is under attack. but Jilly is confident in the strengths of the 7-star knights who will guard them with their might. However, they are outnumbered, fighting 20 men to 1. Jin realizes something critical and immediately tells her that they must leave as the Guardian Knights have secretly betrayed them. This means they're working with traitors or imposters, which also implies there's something wrong with the carriage. Jilly is frustrated and brings out her full power to protect Jin for the sake of the clan. The carriage explodes as they make their narrow escape. Jilly wants to take responsibility for this incident, but Jin reminds her that more important things are at stake, starting with the fact that the people attacking the knights could actually be their allies instead of enemies. Jin is surprised that they let them escape, which causes much suspicion on their intentions. The Yuta clan, as well as the sorcerers of the Mytel Kingdom, and the Black Mercenary group are all here to guarantee the boys' safety. After locating the two of them, Vice Captain Mirka explains his duty to protect Jin. As for Jerome and Holtz, they're struggling to fight such a number. This is because they are imposters who aren't even 7-star knights. As they are surrounded by the group, the devious man states that he isn't going to say a word to a Runkindel servant. Jin, being cold as always, commands one of them to be killed to make the other one talk. Jilly charges with incredible speed, severing one of the men with her sharp attacks. With him defeated, she precisely slashes both arms of the second imposter, inflicting him immeasurable pain. With both his arms severed, Jilly stands the victor of the fight and drags him before Jin. They underestimated Jilly's protective powers. Despite being a maid, she is a loyal 7-star martial artist. Whoever targeted Jin's assassination should have sent higher-level knights for the job. The limbless punk warns them that the age of Runkindels will come to an end. Surprisingly, Jin agrees with him. Because this midget is so full of himself, he cares about making a name for his own good instead of the good of the clan. The imposter blurts out his association with Zyphals, a sorcerer clan that rules a big part of the world. They're the rivals of the Runkindel clan, and they only strive to reach mastery in magic. After Timar's death, the Zyphals clan forced them to sign a pact forbidding the use of magic. That ensured all magical powers of the family were permanently sealed. The Zyphal clan became the direct enemy of the Runkindels for more than 1,000 years. This clown imposter is one of their pawns. Jin doesn't think he's useful, so he lets Jilly handle the rest. The man is begging to be killed, but Jin isn't so kind. He's reflecting on what could cause such an attack. More importantly, the boy believes a Zyphal extremist attacked them instead of the clan itself. What's more is that Jilly was fooled by their disguise. It means someone else is involved in doing such dirty work. The boy offers his gratitude to the vice captain of the knights for saving his life. He's prepared to tell his clan everything so the man could be rewarded properly. Mirka is stunned because the 10-year-old boy does not sound like a normal child. Thinking back on the boy's words, Mirka wonders if Jin really wants to achieve the goal of becoming the best. He tells his men to behave around Jin. It is time to continue their journey. When asked about the imposter, Jin states that he wants his body to be a good reminder to his allies. Unfortunately, they have to travel 2 hours by foot to reach the nearest village. Jin doesn't want Jilly to share the blame of what occurred, as even Khan, who is a 9-star knight, failed to break through their deception. Jilly is still bothered about what happened and apologizes to the young master. For the Runkindels, their nanny is single-handedly responsible for taking care of the child. Jilly was the same in his past life, but unfortunately, they gave her slack for the talentless boy she was assigned to raise. Jilly was so kind that she never blamed Jin. She was expelled from the clan the same day he was, and even on that very day she apologized for failing him. She was the only devoted person he knew in his life. Jin wants to prepare her for the future to come. This woman can't stop blaming herself. So Jin takes a frustrated twist and emphasizes that she's the only trustworthy knight for his protection. Later, Jilly thinks about the boy's scolding. She recognizes that he didn't want her to feel bad. Fortunately, she's ready to perform at her best to impress him. Arriving at the village inn, Jin thinks that it's almost certain the Transfigurator got involved. Bubar Gaston specializes in exercising an ability of dragons called transformation. He performed a greater transformation ability than even monsters, allowing many crimes to occur throughout the world. Jin thinks that with that man's involvement, things could shape up to become problematic. He remembers Bubar's chaos coming to an end when he was arrested in his previous life. The boy wonders if he should try and recruit the man in this life, even though he was nearly assassinated by one of his schemes. Jin is exhausted and ultimately crashes in his bed. Jilly puts him to rest. When Jin wakes up, he realizes that it must be his harsh training taking a toll on his body. There is an annoying cat hanging around his window. My boy suddenly realizes that this dumbass is actually Murakhan. This dude turned himself into a damn cat to follow him around the world. Murakhan gets angry and hisses at him. Jin allows him to come inside, but he's still frustrated. He turns to his human form to scold the boy, but he's so clumsy the fool crashes into his desk. Jilly instantly barges in to check on Jin and then she discovers the intruder. She's ready to kill this guy before our boy even has a chance to speak. Murakun suddenly remembers it was Jilly who baked him strawberry pies. Basically, he's just found his lottery ticket. Jin is out here dreading his life. He decides to take the honest approach with her, introducing Murakun as the guardian dragon of the clan. Jilly is utterly stumped and apologizes for attacking him. More importantly, she's curious why her nickname is Strawberry Pie all of a sudden. Jilly learns that throughout this time, Jin secretly had her bake pies for Murakun. After a long explanation of what happened, Jilly is shocked to learn that the boy has the ability to wield magic and shares a contract with the god of darkness. She's actually supportive of his talents, which is why Jin decided to tell her everything. He emphasizes that his relationship with Murakun, as well as the source of his powers, must remain a secret. At first, she trusts the guardian dragon, but after learning that he is clumsy enough to trip and fall, Jilly wonders if it's really a good idea to rely on him. They arrive at the portal, where Mirka's duty has come to completion. He is eager to explore the kind of person Jin will grow into. Mirka is curious why an excellent martial artist like Jilly left her clan to join the Run Candles. She refuses to elaborate and leaves with the boy. The staff at Mytel Portal learns that they're dealing with the high nobility of the Run Candle family. They allow them entry to first-class seats for a quick teleportation. Jilly shares her concerns for Jin's magic, as there isn't an excuse plausible to convince the Run Candle clan. The boy intends to keep the source of his powers hidden. Suddenly, he spots a noble mage of the Zyphel clan who is granted first-class seats as well. The noble shares his disgust openly, but finds himself fascinated by the cat. Murakun is a giga-chad as he slashes the pathetic noble, giving him what he deserves. The Zyphel noble is surprised that Jin is composed and quiet despite his provocative remarks. Veradine introduces himself and offers a hand to the boy. Jin remembers him. This man had gone on to become a gifted sorcerer and an incredible candidate for the next patriarch of their clan. Even though Jin also shares a talent in sorcery, his talent is next to nothing compared to Veradine. The boy is cautious of him and reminds Veradine that his men nearly pulled out their blades, and they would have been killed for that. He dishes out equal provocation as a joke, but Jin emphasizes that he wasn't just joking around. Veradine gets actual chills from the boy, but he imparts him with advice not to stir up trouble between the two major clans. Jin claims that both their fathers are people of great stature, and that they would never go into war over a children's fight. Veradine is impressed, but Jin is verbally abusing this man. He tells him to shut up for the rest of the portal ride. Veradine is almost enchanted and wants to befriend Jin, but it would complicate their clan's relationships. So instead he vows to make him his rival for the ages to come. As for Jin, he's surprised Veradine is maintaining his school even after his joke. It's almost as if the Zyphels are chaotic and messed up in their heads. Teleportation is underway. Before being teleported, Veradine expresses his excitement to meet Jin in the future, but the boy doesn't share his enthusiasm and doesn't want chances of that happening. Finally, Jin has arrived. Petrov, a second-class butler of the family, meets his grace, welcoming him to the Garden of the Swords and the home of the Runcandle family. The Garden of Swords is a sanctuary of blades for the most reputable members of the Runcandle family. To have one's weapon be marked in this garden is the height of honor for a Runcandle family member. The boy once shared the same goal, but with the weaknesses of his past life, he became naive and foolish. Now that he's equipped with a cunning nature, Jin believes he will have an easier time in the house. The boy meets his mother, Rosa Runcandle. Ciaron is alarmed by the cat he picked up on the way. The fact that he claims ownership over the animal is considered a proud quality. Jin has decided to name him Kitty Runcandle, but this kind of name is seen as offensive by his brothers, as it is an animal undeserving of their name. Ciaron asks why he did that. The boy counters that he wants to take responsibility for the cat, a creature that he claimed as his own. He wants to ensure he takes care of it, even though the Runcandle name is a heavy burden, as Jin will have to seek revenge should anyone bother his pet. The patriarch is impressed with the boy's ability to make quick enemies. His siblings aren't an exception. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't shy away from taking his enemies down. His father appreciates this kind of attitude and hopes his older siblings stay sharp and don't underestimate him. 4 years have passed since then. Jin is a 14-year-old classified as a 2-star knight. His training session is concluded with Garen, and his next training is scheduled with Luna. Jin doesn't want to share lunch with his family and prefers eating with the cats. Velop has brought him lunch. He's a commoner who is going to be expelled from the clan soon. Interestingly, he's so calm and always praises Jin's mightiness. Our boy tells him to stray away from the path of humility, as he often gets looked down upon. Jin encourages him to take some pride in his abilities, since he's also a Runcandle cadet. Velop sulks as he's got the lowest grades and his swordsmanship is trash. On the other hand, becoming a cadet of the Runcandle clan is a feat in and of itself. He might have the worst grades, but he's better than average. Jin really wonders how a meek and introverted boy like him could become a dangerous enemy in the future. What's more is that he ended up taking his own life. Velop's life might face a similar end, so Jin wants to prevent that future from occurring. This time he's hell-bent on making sure he stays in the clan. Later, the young master is assessing his current abilities. It's destined for him to reach 3-star swordsmanship in the upcoming years. But for now, he has to train with Luna, who wants him to execute the training differently than from yesterday. Luna suggests that he use his mind's eye to visualize his training. Acquiring the mind's eye is the greatest weapon for a swordsman. It's a form of high-level meditation, a skill that is only achieved by 7-star knights. Jin doesn't understand why he's being taught such a skill so early. Luna restricts the use of aura in their training, so Jin doesn't understand the purpose. He places good faith in his older sister's advice and increases his level of focus to learn the technique. The training session comes to an end. Luna thinks that Jin's focus is impossible for a knight at his level. It's only a matter of time until he unlocks even greater power. The scene cuts to a sparring session. It's an important day for Jin. If he beats all 10 cadets, then he will be able to join the intermediate class. While the young master is confident, his friend Velop is a nervous wreck. The coach instructs the cadets to spare 3 times going against different partners. Only the top 10 best fighters will face Jin. The competition begins with each cadet displaying a good level of swordsmanship. With the 10 cadets decided, the remaining fighters are left to be seated. Jin prepares to face them, and his most impressive record to date was defeating 8 fighters in a row. Jin is most worried for Mesa Milcano, the top brass of the cadets. This match will determine everything. She dashes to attack him, and Jin barely blocks, sensing that she's gotten even stronger since their previous battle. The real problem is that he has 8 more opponents to beat after defeating Mesa. She's overwhelmed by his choice of using simple moves instead of adopting complex variations. Mesa suddenly realizes that Jin is looking down on her. Offended by this treatment, she lunges to unleash more of her power. Mesa is determined to beat the young master. She lunges for a decisive strike, but Jin shatters her blade and remains the victor of the fight. Mesa is stunned that Jin was able to strike the same spot, making her sword chip and shatter. They have comparable strength and stamina, but it was his precision that crowned Jin the victor of the fight. Mesa declares that she will continue her training to impress him in their next fight. Though he's faced with 10 cadets, Jin is glad to have defeated Mesa and instills a sense of hopelessness among them. He quickly defeats the 10th cadet, fulfilling the challenge. As his reward, he will join the intermediate class next year, receiving actual training from a true run candle. Though the training session has concluded, Jin states that he wants to fight against a final cadet. He shouts Velop's name and calls him out to fight. The introverted nervous wreck refuses at first, but Jin reminds him that his time in the clan will be short-lived if he keeps up the act. Jin states his intentions to crush Velop in the fight. Fidgeting his way to the battlefield, Velop barely has the confidence to wield his weapon. He wonders if this is punishment from Jin, who claims that this should be an easy fight for Velop since he's tired after facing 10 cadets. But even then, Jin is confident that he can overpower the weakling. Without wasting another word, Jin dashes to beat the shit out of him. He's barely able to block the heavy attack. Jin is impressed by his parrying. Velop tries to hold on, but Jin isn't being kind with his attacks. He's giving him hell with his strength, stating that he could have even killed Velop with his last attack. He's given a second chance to redeem himself. Velop gets back on his feet, but something is different about him. A golden aura envelops his body as he's about to launch a deadly attack. Mesa alerts Garen that Jin's life is in danger. The young master commands everyone to keep this fight a secret. He wants Velop to use aura to heighten his abilities. Velop charges with his full strength, believing that he will defeat Jin in his weakened state. Even though Jin blocks his attack, his blade is shattered from the impact. He always knew about Velop's hidden potential, but Jin was completely unaware about his talent for casting aura. Even with his blade shattered, Jin counters with a heavy slam and catches Velop in a headlock. Finally, he lets go, surprising him with an act of mercy. Jin chooses to be honest, telling his friend that he didn't want to fight him like this. Even though he knows nothing about Velop, he wants him to become strong on top of his kind heart. Because in their clan, kindness isn't enough to survive. The young master shows a gentle side to himself, asking Velop to get along with everyone by becoming strong and protecting his beliefs. It's lunchtime. Jin decides to fetch them both a meal since it's usually Velop who brings them food. Sieran is shocked to receive a report from Khan about Jin's recent act of consideration for Velop. His father is proud of the boy's ability to care for people weaker than him. He's pumped for his son's growth and is ready to assign the boy his first mission. The first month of the year 1795 is when the boy finally turned 15. He was promoted to a 3-star knight and gained a vacation from training. The intermediate class used real swords instead of wooden blades. Each blade was handcrafted for every cadet, so some had to get their weapons made. Jin was also looking for a weapon, and more than him, Luna had been eager for this day to come. She was the one who would pick his weapon of choice, as she begged him to do so. Her baby brother trusts her choices and thinks she'll find the perfect weapon. Well, that's until she brings out what seems to be a giant sword. Even Jin is shocked. Luna states that she once used the same weapon at his age. She even came up with the design, and it's her prototype for her main weapon. Jin, however, has a difficult time accepting her choice. He declines the weapon, hurting Luna's feelings. Seeing his reaction, Luna decides to opt for a different weapon, a weapon that would suit his fighting style. Luna spent much time on his weapon of choice. Since he chose the balisada when he was an infant, she figured the bradamante would be the perfect replacement. It's the weapon of the first patriarch, a blade that comes to his liking, as it is one of the most valuable treasures of the clan. Jin wanted to obtain this weapon in the future, but he's glad Luna offered it to him for free. Both swords are excellent for the users of Shadow Force. Jin couldn't have obtained the weapon himself because of sibling rivalry. It's a heavenly gift from Luna that he obtained so easily. Luna states that he doesn't have a need to repay her in any shape or form, since she's also aware he's keeping his defenses up around her. Since she's upset, Luna instructs her brother to close his eyes for another training session. She tells him that the Runkindel siblings are always fighting against each other, but even so, she wants to remind him of her undivided love, as Luna is ready to support him no matter what. She says these things as Luna has felt immense loneliness and feelings of isolation before Jin's time. She hopes that her little brother never has to go through such feelings in his life. With that, they return to their training session. After the training, Jin excitedly shows off his new weapon to Murakhan, who doesn't think it's a great weapon for his current skill level. It's necessary for the boy to acquire some level of mastery with his Shadow Force to activate Bradamante's potential. Jin is way too weak at his current level, but he hopes to reach 3 stars in Shadow Force soon. Murakhan is offended by the boy's arrogance and emphasizes the caution one has to take just to use holy weapons of the Patriarch. Instead of 3 stars, he advises the boy to reach 5 stars instead. Jin is a defiant child who doesn't want to wait too long. He hopes to accomplish the target by next year, a claim that upsets Murakhan. To further annoy him, Jin takes his book, threatening to rip it apart. Fortunately, Jilly comes to inform the boy about Garen, who wants to meet him for a briefing of his latest mission. Jin is surprised. He learns that his first mission will begin after the end of the break. Although he is glad, he doesn't understand why it has to begin right after the break. Jilly knows that missions are tough even for the intermediate cadets. Jin is intrigued and wants to explore the matter with Garen. He enters the room to meet Garen, realizing that he is to execute a mission with 10 novice-class cadets. They will be split into groups of 2. The objective is to scout the border area of the Jian Kingdom. This kind of area is normally too dangerous for cadets of the beginner level. Jin thinks it will be tough, especially when you consider the fact that his teammates are weak as hell. The boy thinks his father has something to do with the mission conditions to be so strict. He wonders if Velop is related to the matter. Nevertheless, the boy is prepared to prove his skills to the Divine Star Knight, proving that his resolve is harder than steel. 4 days passed. They were on their mission to rescue Sember Bill of the Bill family. They took the initiative to set up camp near the border immediately, then they will commence operations. Each day, a group will be used to exchange information with their base camp. Jin is the leader and wants his allies to address him as such. Anyone injured will rest and take breaks plentifully to ensure the success of the mission. Jin learns that there aren't any werewolves in the area. He's impressed by Velop's insight, who is acting as the mediator for information. The group leader furthers the search on Area 13. Something about the mission bothers him. While it's true his father played a part in assigning the mission, everything is going comfortably smoothly. The boy wonders if his intuition had been incorrect about the mission. The land beyond Area 13 is called the Land of Halfman. It's a dangerous area well beyond the skill level of the novice cadets. Jin wants a smooth victory instead of exhausting his resources. Suddenly, Velop comes with a striking development on the situation. Jin receives the alarming news of Group 2 succumbing to an enemy attack. He immediately prepares to move, and learns from Velop that they were attacked by 3 human assailants. It's possible there are more than 3 enemies. Jin tells his subordinates to return to the base camp. He leads the charge against the enemies while reducing their intentions. There are many questions troubling Jin, but he's prepared to exact his revenge against the enemy. Traces of blood terrify Velop. He fears Mesa's group got annihilated. However, Jin thinks there is hope as there aren't any pieces of flesh around. It's possible only one assailant is attacking them. Jin comes to discover a bloodied bandage. With this discovery, he deduces that Group 2 switched tracks after sensing another threat near the vicinity. He wants Sierra to go with Eddington and David, while Jin is to pursue Group 2 with Velop. They both manage to find Group 2 fighting against their enemies, but Mesa is nowhere to be found. He commands Velop to attack the one on the left. Jin coats his weapon with shadow force, increasing its attack potency. He launches the blade, instantly killing one of the assailants. As for the second, Velop launches his attack, but Jin is quick on the draw and slashes him from behind. With that, both assailants have been defeated. Jin learns about Mesa's capture. He gives the assailant two choices, both spelling his doom. This terrifying 15-year-old is ruthless and promises to kill every person the assailant has ever known. The man doesn't want his family to face doom, so he spills information about his connection to the Kinzalo faction. They're a terrorist group who became responsible for killing the king of the Jian Kingdom in the original timeline. Under the guise of revolution, they wear a secret intention to conquer the world. Jin inquires about their intention. Unfortunately, the assailant is one of their underlings, so he doesn't have much information about their main base. He tells him about a different base that houses 20 martial artists and sorcerers. As for his final question, Jin wants to know why they kidnapped Mesa. He learns that it was their order to capture the female cadets for a political goal. After receiving this information, Jin lands the killing blow, refusing to be merciful to his enemies. 1 hour has passed since Mesa's capture. He wants his subordinates to request support after healing. Jin is prepared to tackle all 20 assailants himself. His comrades are against such a rash decision, wanting to provide them with their assistance in a dangerous mission. Jin emphasizes that it is his duty to protect the people of his clan. He believes in his strength to complete the mission, and doesn't prefer entertaining objections to his orders. Jin instructs Velop to be in charge in his absence. With that, the group leader dashes to save Mesa, hoping to reach her before it is too late. Jin has to defeat competent enemies stacked against his skill level. It's true that he's strong, but he's not strong enough to defeat all of them alone. So his plan is focused on rescuing Mesa instead of defeating his opponents in a head-on fight. Jin activates detection magic and pairs it with wind detection for even greater effect. This lets him uncover the enemy's tracks. Jin continues his rush when he is suddenly attacked by a bunch of assailants. The Runkandel young master shocks them with his ability to cast magic spells. He defeats one before getting his hand trapped by a mage. Jin slashes the assailant from behind and remains unaffected by the flames thanks to his immunity. The mage deploys the use of ice magic to beat him, but even that is rendered ineffective against this monster. Defeat is certain as the sorcerer meets his end. Jin wonders if the assailants are underestimating his faction because of their beginner-level experience. He understands the Kinzalo hierarchy and knows that Mesa won't be harmed until she reaches the officer. It's the only glimmer of hope he has to save Mesa. Jin intends to distract his enemies and casts flame magic to do the job. This will make them focused on the fire while Jin executes his next move. He comes to their base, slowly waiting for his enemies to make a mistake. Jin spots their leader who knows there is a culprit responsible for the fire. Unfortunately for him, Jin strikes him down when his men are far away. He obtains the keys and busts open the captivity room. There, he discovers a trapdoor and sees Mesa at last. She's shocked to see him in such a dangerous location. Jin frees her, but suddenly the entire structure begins shaking. Mesa begs to be left behind in case the situation gets difficult for them to escape. Jin cares less about that and focuses on saving Mesa. After coming outside, he comes to terms with a horrifying revelation. A half-man has just killed a bunch of enemies unexpectedly. This terrifying monster is none other than the white werewolf. Jin knocks Mesa unconscious so she doesn't do anything rash. The werewolf questions if Jin is responsible for the flames. Jin introduces himself as the son of the patriarch and stands to face the werewolf, who is impressed to find an underling of the Runkandel clan. Many days before the mission, Jin was trying to master his weapon, but Murakan always jumped him for being absurd. He warned him against preemptively activating the sword and overloading his body. Much to his annoyance, Jin stopped his pursuit. In the present, he is faced with his most difficult threat. Quazoidotruca is a warrior-class creature of the white werewolves race. These monsters are born with the desire to slaughter their enemies. They're formidable creatures capable of defeating 6-star knights, and they bear a special hatred for the Runkandels ever since Tamar killed their god. Jin is in a real pinch. He has no way of safely delivering Mesa with this guy on his tail. The only way out of this situation is through. The monster questions if the Runkandel will fight him head-on or choose to cower and run. Jin answers that he will fight with honor. This response triggers Quasito to burst forth for an attack. He uses his giant sledgehammer to crush Jin. Fortunately, he evades the strike, but only momentarily. Jin is overpowered by the monster's immense speed and strength. He's barely able to stand his ground, but thinks there's a chance as long as he can activate his secret weapons. Jin doesn't want to risk the use of Luna's pendant. He desires to reach the top by overcoming this difficult challenge. Lower-level magic against such an opponent is useless against the defenses of werewolves. There's also the risk that his secret powers will be discovered by other people. His only weapon in this case is the Shadow Force. Jin desires to awaken the sword or else he will lose this fight. The monster is impressed by Jin's weapon for being durable in a fight. However, Jin is still on the back foot. Clutching the sword in his hands, he tries to activate its power. Then suddenly, in a beam of light, comes the ascension of the blade that blinds the werewolf's sight. A decisive slash cuts through the air. The monster falls to his knees, having suffered a major wound to its belly. Jin declares the end of the fight, standing atop as the victor of this battle. However, the drawbacks of his sword start to overwhelm his being. Murakami warned him against this. The horrors of his past, the haunted voices inside his head begin to devour him. Murakami comes before the boy, reminding him of the price of activating the sword too early. With the shadows overwhelming his body, he encourages the boy to take his stand, or else he will lose his consciousness forever. Jin remembers to release the Shadow Force, but it's an impossible task as he is swarmed by the dark energy engulfing his body. Jin aims to achieve a level of calmness, and finally removes the pain from his body. Luckily, he didn't incur any wounds, but his body is still overflowing with the Shadow Force. With what little strength he has, he tries to get up to save Mesa. Suddenly, he senses the presence of a random man. The man tells him that he isn't associated with Kinzalo. In fact, he's Sember Bill, the man they were looking for. Jin tells him that he's supposed to rescue him on behalf of the Run Candle family. Hearing this, Sember celebrates in joy. Jin rescues Mesa and asks how Sember was captured by the Kinzalo. He explains how he found a lover. Unfortunately, she died 2 years in the past, but he was shocked when he found the same woman who deceived him, leading to his capture. Hearing this, Jin immediately realizes it's the work of the Transfigurator. Sember's capture is linked to a combined attack from Bubar and Kinzalo. Jin hopes to meet him soon to uncover his intentions. As for Sember, he's greatly indebted to Jin's contributions in this mission. He wants to help him in the future. The mission is finally complete, as Jilly congratulates Jin upon his return. But more than that, the devious little cat bites his hand. In response, Jin tosses this dude in the window. Murakami is frustrated that Jin got ahead of himself and activated the sword when he wasn't even ready. He ragdolls Solderet's last contractor for being stupid enough to risk his life. Jilly tries to intervene, but he shuts her down too. Jin counters that he didn't want to waste his pendant, especially when there are more powerful enemies waiting for them. More than that, he's curious how Murakami was able to tell about the sword's awakening. It's because Jin's growth in Shadow Force shot up by activating the sword. Shadow Force overload is no easy task. 9 out of the 11 users succumbed and crumbled. The only ones that didn't are both Murakami and Jin. Still, he fears having to go through such a terrifying level of pain. The Dark Dragon makes a request for strawberry pie while he's at it, but feels devastated when declined. Talks of Jin's victory over the White Werewolf have raised suspicion. It's clear that Jin's ability is only ranked around 3 stars, so it would be impossible to beat the werewolf. Anna theorizes that the monster he faced must have been weaker than him. However, Miu doesn't buy that explanation. The both of them turn to the Tona twins for an explanation. They wonder if Jin truly defeated the monster out of his league. There's also the part where he's now in the intermediate class, which means both Haytona and Daytona are going to eat shit. Miu and Anne find their situation hilarious. Anne glares at them, giving them a sharp warning if they were to lie. The brothers confess that they're deathly afraid of Jin. Anne is prepared to help these clowns through their slaves. The intermediate class thrives on the survival of the fittest. Only the best of the best remain from cadets of 3 stars to 5-star levels. As for both Anne and Miu, they've made a bunch of these cadets as their very own slaves. They're ready to deploy them to Haytona and Daytona to beat Jin. The perspective shifts to our boy, who has reached 4 stars in Shadow Force as a result of completing the mission. There's an imminent risk of using his full powers, so Jin wants to reach 6 stars swordsmanship within the next few years of his life. He hopes to become an exceptional swordsman before climbing to rank 7 as a master. However, the strongest swordsmen are all 8-star knights or above. In fact, there are only 100 brilliant knights of such level on a continent with a population of 2 billion. But there's even more. One class that exists beyond even 10 stars. The divine star level of the patriarch Tieron, who has achieved the strength of a demigod. That's his goal. Jin aspires to climb the heights of a divine star knight to surpass his father. But for now, his current objective is to deal with the intermediate class. The Tona twins are going to pose him much trouble aside from the rest of his siblings. The novice class was easy and supportive because they were newbies. But when it comes to the intermediate class, things are different. The only measure of strength is power and skill. Jin's objective is simple. He will dominate the intermediate class and make his mark. He is summoned to a meeting with his mother, who congratulates him with the completion of his first mission. At the same time, she learned from her butler that Jin refused to stay in the new room. The special room is designed for the people who will become the patriarch. The room has been empty, so she wants Jin to use it. However, her son declines the offer, stating that it's just a room and that he doesn't fancy spacious rooms. He's satisfied with what he has. Hearing this answer, she tells him to take his leave. Rosa is confused about the ambitions of the boy, not understanding if he is full of ambition or devoid of it. It was clear that he would have been treated with brilliant support after acquiring the room, but at the same time, Jin would become the target of his siblings. The offer was a test, and our boy aced it to his mother's expectations. Jin returns to inform the novice cadets about factions that are linked in an intermediate class. Since these fresh cadets will be considered a part of Jin's faction, they're going to face scrutiny and harassment. But their leader isn't going to sit around and watch. He hopes to conquer the intermediate class immediately. As caution, Jin advises them to stay on their guard and be always accompanied by an ally. The following day, Jed Runcandle, an experienced 8-star knight as well as the younger brother of the patriarch, offers his speech to the cadets who are promoted to the intermediate class. Jed will not be involved in any serious events and exists only to evaluate their swordsmanship. He roars his message to remind the newbies of their cold motto. Strength is the only thing that matters, so anyone weak will be discarded from the clan. Jin senses that this is an attempt to intimidate the freshmen. He spots the Tona twins, and also spots an unusual-looking warrior next to them. For some reason, he guesses that Anne and Miu are operating from behind the scenes to intimidate the newbies. Mesa observes Jin, who is walking straight towards the Tona twins. He takes out his blade and slashes the man right next to them. To everyone's utter shock, the man loses his arm as Jin hopes to emphasize to his enemies that he's the one in control, instead of the other way around. When asked for his name, the cadet introduces himself as Kazin Romero. The Tona twins try to interfere in the matter, but Jin shoots them a warning to remember. One of the brothers gives in to anger and accidentally blurts out the cadet's allegiance to his faction. This is exactly what Jin was looking for. He further provokes them by stating he had a petty reason for slashing the man's arm. War between the Runcandle siblings has already started. Jed realizes that the twins' trap worked against them. With Kazin's allegiance to their faction, Jin's act is no longer seen as a selfish mistake. Instead, it is considered the War of Ranks, a tradition of the Runcandle clan. Right this moment, Jin shouts his name loud and clear, reminding the intermediate class that he will not hesitate to cut anyone down if they prove to be hostile. But this level of defiance has pinned him against the 8-star knight. His uncle Jed is infuriated by his words. Jin states that he's contesting the decisions of Jed. Offended, the 8-star knight materializes his weapon, vowing to kill the boy if his reason lacks conviction. Jin responds that Jed is responsible for leading the immediate class. He could realize from that moment that he is perpetrating the attack. Hearing this, the powerful knight thrusts his blade against Jin's face, grazing him as a warning. The young master emphasizes that he didn't feel offended. As for why he didn't contest Jed in a head-on match, it was clear that he would lose, else he could have attacked him from the beginning. Jed reminds the boy that he's unafraid of cutting him down even if he is the son of the patriarch. Jin responds, prefacing his bravery, as though his opponent is far stronger than him. A Runcandle never backs down for his honor. Jed laughs at his words but in a way finds them pleasing enough. He acknowledges Jin's place in the Runcandle clan and reminds the young cadets of the best example of what a Runcandle is actually like. The session is at last dismissed. Jin walks away, but departs with a piece of advice for the Tona twins. He reminds them that there will come a time where they will fear him more than their older siblings. Back in his room with Murakhan, Jin tells Jilly about the War of Ranks. He's certain that Miu and Anne are secretly manipulating the strings of their conflict from behind. Jin slashed Tae Cadet, who stepped out of line. He was a man who was once part of Anne's faction, but somehow joined the twins' faction. It's impossible for them to have 5-star knights in their group, since the leaders aren't supposed to be weaker. Jilly fails to understand Anne and Miu's intentions, but the boy is glad that he's being seen as an enemy and a rival. They can abuse their power to manipulate the difficulty of his missions to ensure Jin fails. But apart from that, there's not much they can do, since Jin is capable of fending off their threats in individual operations. That's exactly what Jin is intending to do. Since he knows he will be forced to handle difficult missions, it will allow him to stack a number of wins and become stronger. He can also take Murakhan along for safety measures. Jin has a different role for Murakhan. The following day, the Tona twins and Jin share a meeting with their uncle. They are informed about the special training privileges they will receive as Runcandle pureblood heirs. The training will be difficult, but it will embody the character and motto of the Runcandle clan. The Runcandle's fighting style is deprived of standard swordsmanship. They have special moves reserved for flag bearers to learn. Since their fighting style is mostly unorthodox, it sets them apart from other clans. Jin predicts that it's because the physical abilities of the Runkindels are unique. The bloodline of these swordmasters allow them God-given talent for sword mastery. It's in their blood to be born with such special ability. Compared to that, their training will be focused on simple movements. The task is to hold a steel ball. Jin senses that there's something inside. The steel balls are called singing stones. They generate specific sounds upon each strike. Jed demonstrates by striking the steel ball, which produces a sharp clang, deafening their ears. Then, the Commander Knight strikes a second time, but there's a twist. A beautiful melodic sound is created. Each sound depends on how hard the ball is struck. The objective is to strike perfectly to release a beautiful sound with each strike. Jin realizes that this is the most effective form of training for the Runkindels. But even so, it's still too easy and simple to be called a secret training method. Jed attempts to produce the third and final sound. Jin is curious. The blade hits the stone when he suddenly realizes the effects. Jin pushes his brothers away as the steel ball explodes to oblivion. The Tona twins are shocked while Jed is impressed by the boys' sharp senses. The stones will always explode when struck with too much power. This basically means their lives are at risk in the name of training. Jed explains that all of their previous siblings experienced the same effects of the explosion. Jin wants to know how Luna was able to dodge. Jed explains that she didn't even try to dodge and succumbed to the destruction of the blast. But she was so powerful in her defenses that it didn't even hurt her. This response leaves not just Jin but also his brothers completely speechless. The power of having a cracked elder sister. Jed assigns them their mission, which is to train until they can create the beautiful sound at will. The scene cuts to Luna, who learns about Jin's recent assassination attempt. She is aware of Miyu and Anne playing around, but she also knows they're not foolish enough to attack him at the Storm's castle. What's more, their lives would be at stake if the Patriarch uncovered their plans. Luna's maid wonders if the boy lied to her sister at the time. She knows it is possible since he was so young, and they have yet to find any traces of the assassination in the past 5 years. Luna remembers him being extremely cautious of her, but remembering his face, she could tell that his words were genuine. Luna instructs her maid to keep an eye on Miyu and Anne's schemes. She wonders what Jin is up to, especially when she recalls her experience with the singing stones. The very next day, Jin is barely able to maintain his posture. It's the toughest form of training he has ever been a part of. Jed is supervising their training. Our boy was severely mistaken when he thought this training was related to their physical abilities. Instead, it is focused on increasing one's aura. Jin has to increase his aura to make up for his lack of strength. He aims to remain calm. It's not an impossible task, as the Tona twins managed to complete it in his previous life. Jed observes each sibling struggling, but only Jin shows the most amount of progress among the three. It's possible that he will overcome Luna's record for the singing stones. The training concludes with the Tona twins facing utter collapse. Jed is impressed by their endurance nonetheless. As for Jin, his dear uncle is offended that he's the youngest of the siblings because this boy is a diamond in the making. The dude is slowly becoming his nephew's #1 fan. 1 month passed. The intermediate class was finally being handed its first missions. The mission is to protect the recruits of the Minche Blacksmith Guild. Each faction is assigned their missions, until finally, it's Jin's faction's turn. This group of 10 cadets is tasked to slay an enormous number of 25 orcs, nearly double their number. It's not the easiest mission, especially when they've just joined the intermediate class. It's evident that a lot of them won't even make it past their first mission. The other factions make fun of Jin's group, just like he predicted they would. Mesa stops her comrades from arguing, demanding that they maintain their composure as Runkindels. They have no choice in the matter of choosing their missions. The only way out is to execute on them. Mesa wants to shut their haters down for good after achieving victory. Diatona ends up striking the singing stone so hard that it explodes right on him. Jin barely evades the explosion before getting struck by the blast. He doesn't want to train around these clowns because they're careless about their surroundings. The Tona twins are in the process of exploding the stones. But for Jin, something strange happened. His senses became so sharp that it felt like he could sense the object coming from a mile away. At this point, he's confident in his ability to evade the steel pellets should the singing stones ever explode. Jean wonders if this training has something to do with the mind's eye training he did with Luna. To confirm his suspicions, he decides to try again. But Jed breaks into their training session to report them about the new missions. The Tona twins are seething as it's a ceremony with the Vymonth Empire. It's not a life-threatening mission, but a draining one. Jed emphasizes the importance of attending the mission with seriousness, no matter the task. It's an event where strong warriors get to meet up, including the Runkindels. Jed wants the Tona twins to get a good scope of those people. Jin's mission is different, however. He's assigned a target mission. Jin has to kill Talaris's affectionate lover. The secret palace refers to the giant tower controlled by rulers. The current ruler is called Talaris Endorma, a woman so deadly that she doesn't show mercy to those who hurt her lovers. Jin is given the broad scope of the threat of this mission. His target is a man called Alcaro, who is effectively guarded by the agents of the secret palace. What's more, this kind of mission is usually assigned to guardian knights, prompting Haitona and Diatona's reactions. Jin is intrigued by the request. He wonders if the Chanderer family really wants to assassinate one of their own people. Jet explains that his family tried numerous times to retrieve Alcaro to preserve the family's secrets. With no options left, they pinned an assassination request over his head. Jin accepts the mission with conviction, much to Jed's shock, as it is well beyond Jin's current skill level. Jed decides to entertain his answer. He tasks the three to go out for the mission in 3 days. The Tona twins are actually worried for Jin's life, because even they understand the gravity of this mission. They advise him to state his name as a run candle, thinking it would be enough to help him. Our boy is shocked by their consideration and slices the steel ball perfectly, producing a gentle sound. Jin has already achieved mastery, and by the time he returns, the Tona twins will be forced to side with him. Even Jed believes they should make the sensible choice of following Jin, because their very lives will be at stake if they don't. The day of the mission is here. Jin will be designated in the dangerous Mahmit Lawless region. The Runkandel young master has maintained a slight disguise to mask his appearance and identity. Jin's group is supposed to slay monsters, but he doesn't know they're supposed to be facing 25 orcs. All of them are miserable about the mission, to the point they've already accepted their deaths. Jin emphasizes that he will return from this mission no matter what. Jilly finds his subordinates cute for acting worried for him. Murakhan tries to gloat about being the great dark dragon, not realizing he's reduced to being a stupid cat right now. Jin wants Jilly to enjoy the vacation while he's gone. She shares her personal concerns as Mamit is a deadly place. Jin promises his return and takes off. The Mamit region is festered with the worst criminals around. These people bask in toxicity and malice. Jin has arrived to kick their butts. They haven't seen this person before. He acts audacious like he owns the place. One of the crooks questions if he's secretly a 9-star knight. He wants the newbie to understand the order of strength. But Jin has no time for such petty banters. He stabs the man's head clean and instills a chilling sensation among the people. The criminals don't share feelings of loss for their fallen fellow. They're psychopathic people, and as advised by his teacher, Jin is trying to show them he's not to mess around with. He's grateful for his teacher's help. Jin takes the drink, unafraid of it being poisoned. He tosses the payment and eats breakfast. The bartender wonders if he's looking for someone. Jin confirms and asks for a person called Hister. Unfortunately, there's no one like her in town. Jin asks for a place to stay. The bartender recommends Moonlight Well, a safe inn where only the kings of Mamit reside. It's a luxurious inn. Since Alcaro is a rich kid, he didn't have to worry about minuscule troubles in his life. He's nothing more than a clown who can't control his lust for pleasure. Alcaro's only sticking around to try and gain the affection of the ruler, but there's no point as she's moved on to her next fascination. With only one place left to his enjoyment and safety, it's clear that Alcaro must have guards swarming around him. Jin decides to stay in the lobby to get a good view of the situation. Interestingly, he spots Alcaro immediately as he's arguing with his men. The guards don't want to leave him unattended, but Alcaro is lost in his desires. He even threatens to kill them. In response, Alcaro gets slammed by a heavy punch that knocks him out for good. They're tired of guarding this annoying clown who is mad in his obsession. Alcaro's guards are all powerful enough to cross the 6-star level. The assassination itself is easy, but making his return and fleeing safely is the difficult part. Since he can't easily poison someone in Mamit, it will be difficult. There's no chance of killing him directly because of Alcaro's men. Jin finds himself in a pinch until he discovers the perfect solution to all his worries. The following day, we catch a glimpse of Cirrus Endorma, the ruler's daughter. She learns that 6 men are guarding Alcaro strongly, a man who may as well be called a fool. Funnily enough, she's also prepared to kill him because the woman is sick and tired of his antics. As they're approaching the inn, an enormous thunderbolt strikes the establishment and pulverizes the place. The daughter of Talaris is excited, realizing there is more than what meets the eye. Circling back to Jin's grand plan, he opted to use a magic attack and increase its potency by stacking Shadow Force on top. This would help create a powerful 6-star magic spell, strong enough to assert the idea that they're being attacked by a powerful mage. No one would suspect the boy, especially when the greatest prodigy of sorcery, Veradine Zyphel, also just reached 6-star level. Jin has to ensure the attack came from outside, which is why he decided to go for a lightning-based attack. With his command over Shadow Force, he casted its release and manifested his lightning powers. The disastrous thunderbolt struck the settlement before they could even act. Their immediate suspicion alerted them to believe that this is the attack of a sorcerer. Ceres assesses the seriousness of the situation. She wants to protect her guards even if the scumbag died. But the moment they try to get close, the thunderbolt sends them flying back. They wonder if the Xiphal sorcerers are exacting revenge against the secret palace. A third thunderbolt strikes the settlement. Ceres thinks there won't be a fourth attack. She's hoping no one is massively hurt. Unfortunately, during this stunt, even Jin caught massive injuries as he endured the wrath of his own spell. Though the guards are still alive, Alcaro is nowhere to be found. Jin wants to ensure the execution while he still can. But unfortunately, Ceres catches sight of him and tries to help him. She doesn't really care about Alcaro's safety and prefers his execution anyway. Ceres also demands the capture of the sorcerer responsible for casting the spells. Jin is glad that he doesn't have to do the dirty work of killing Alcaro when she's here with a whole squad of her own. But there's bound to be trouble if she recognizes Jin's identity as a run candle. The guards come to inform Alcaro's confirmed death because of the lethal spell. Ceres gains control of the Moonlight Well as the daughter of the ruler Talaris. There are obvious objections to her declaration, as she is challenged by the crooks of Mamit. Ceres shows her domination as she cuts them down with her icicle blade. She plans to compensate for the damages if the sorcerer aims to attack the secret palace. But she's also ready to ruin their lives if the sorcerer's target was one of the criminals. Ceres claims control over the inn. Her next target is the sorcerer who attacked them. It's clear that it has to be one of the survivors who casted the spell. She's already pissed that they provoked a powerful enemy. Ceres is annoyed by Jin's sluggish pace, calling him a coward. She tends to his leg injury, something a commoner could brag about for a century. Ceres knows this goofball can't repay her anyway, so she leaves him an experience to remember. Jin waves her goodbye, but this dude locks in like crazy after she leaves. He's just completed his objective and covered his tracks at the same time. The scene jumps to the battle against the orcs. Mesa and the others have freshly taken down an orc, gaining a delusional confidence that they might overcome the challenge without any casualties. But Mesa is more serious. With 7 more targets to kill, she doesn't want her people to get sloppy. What's concerning is the odd behavior of the orcs. They usually attack in groups, but strangely, they're all alone. Mesa thinks that Jin's blessing has helped them on this mission. While they're focused on completing the mission, Murakhan is glad that he'll finally be free after this. It's actually pretty easy as to why the orcs are behaving this way. Murakhan threatened to kill them if they did otherwise. The orcs were so afraid that they never got back with each other again. Unfortunately, the cat dragon thinks he will be tasked to do more annoying quests in the future. Murakhan wants to read comic books in exchange for his service. He's glad that they're all in one piece. But then, even Murakhan senses an incredible dark energy that he previously didn't predict. This monster is stomping its way to the location of Mesa's group. Murakhan spreads a powerful shadow barrier that goes unnoticed by everyone except Velop. During this time, he enters his true form to obliterate the monster who casts its energy without his permission. The tomb giants were once brought to extinction nearly 2 millennia ago. Murakhan fails to understand the creature's reason for showing up here. He prepares a deadly beam and annihilates the creature with a column of darkness. With the monster defeated, Murakhan feels tense all over his body. He hasn't used this much power in a long while, but he's confident the Xiphals have something to do with the tomb giant's sudden appearance. These strange coincidences riddle him, but he's uninterested in informing Jin about the situation. Murakhan understands that there will come a time when Jin will face the Xiphal clan. The scene cuts to the Transfigurator, who is utterly shocked that his creation, the tomb giant, was instantly destroyed. He's frustrated at the outcome. But Bishkil is concerned about an even more pressing matter. The Shadow Dragon became responsible for destroying the creature, as if to warn them. Bishkek wants to meet with the Xiphals as soon as he can. Jed feels the weight of pride after Jin's fantastic return. It's a crushing defeat to the flag bearers responsible for assigning him an important mission. The intermediate class is dismissed as Jin catches up with his friends and learns they also succeeded in their endeavors. Most of the intermediate class knights are jealous that a pureblood run candle is armed with godly luck on his side. After all, they're hard stuck at their ranks. They make fun of Jin, who is a mere 4-star knight in their eyes. Despite his arrogance, they can't dent him because of his position as a pureblood. They're waiting for their next orders from Miu and Anne. Interestingly, Jin invites the challenge by walking right towards them, enjoyably stating that he heard every word. He taunts Kazin, who admits talking trash behind his back. Jin confirms that he doesn't boast a higher rank than the rest of them. Kazin scoffs at him, fed up with Jin, who only completed the mission because of luck. Jin makes himself clear. He fully admits that the 5-star knight might outclass Jin's rank as a 4-star knight. Instead of letting them talk, Jin wants Kazin to challenge him to a duel. He fully allows the use of aura. Kazin thinks he's going to snatch an easy victory. He lunges to attack Jin, who can sense his frustration behind every swing. At the same time, Jin has experienced battle with far stronger opponents, so he's not feeling outclassed. Kazin tries to finish the fight, boasting himself as the stronger one of the two fighters. Jin blocks the attack but gets struck by his aura. Finally, he's able to keep up with the trajectories of his attacks, all possible combinations made with a sword. Jin is perceptive of every attack coming towards him. Thankfully, his opponent is fueled by rage, blind to his senses. With a clash of their swords, Jin prepares to end the fight with conviction. He hawks at his opponent for being predictable and bearing no chances of winning. 3 critical moves follow in Kazin's attacks. Jin counters everything and prepares for the killer blow. He renders a powerful aura slash that annihilates Kazin, stealing the victory from his mouth. Jin is certain of his strength. He has improved massively and entered the domain of a 5-star knight. It was his plan to misguide his opponent into believing he was an inferior opponent to exploit openings. The Tona twins come to the scene to find themselves baffled, but Jin doesn't even think much of the fight and walks away casually. When Kazin reports to his faction leaders, they take it as a joke. They're stunned that the boy has already reached the level of a 5-star knight at his fragile age. Both Miyu and Anne are aware of Jin's hostile message to the clan. They're prepared to mobilize strict measures to cut him down on his next mission. The clan murmurs about Jin's recent strength and improvement. Only the best of the best from his clan could achieve this level at the same age. Even Jin didn't predict this level of growth. He didn't refine his sword mastery skills apart from his special training. Growth in one side of his training affects all other aspects. Improving Shadow Force helped improve aura and mana flow too. He's the only person in his clan to master all 3 powers. Jin spots a bunch of flowers he's never seen before in his room. He doesn't mind since they seem to be safe. As for his latest achievement, Jin is certain that his siblings will become even more anxious to cut him down. Joshua is one of those people. He's a candidate for the throne right after Luna gave up her pursuit to become the patriarch. Joshua is working on improving his strategic position in the clan with the help of their mother. At first, Jin wanted to conceal his skills, but he changed his mind. It's clear that the whole world will know about his accomplishments. Instead of gloating about his achievements, Jin wants his father to take notice. Siren isn't satisfied with Joshua sitting on the throne. Ahi wanted Luna, but she lacked ambition and walked away despite her incredible talents. With Luna gone, the next candidate became Joshua. All of this happened long before Gin made his accomplishments show that he is worthy of the throne. Jin is aware that his father will definitely test him with a difficult trial. What's more is that he might provide personal protection to safeguard Jin, in case he gets ambushed before the test. Thanks to his Kieran's intrigue, Jin will survive the wrath of his siblings. Knowing that a banquet will be hosted upon his father's return, Jin is expecting great things. A few days after this conversation, invitational letters from clans all over the world have come crashing in. Jin has maintained a peaceful life against the flag bearers. They don't want to risk attacking him while he's sharing the limelight. The Runkandel family reputation would be at stake in that case. Petrov suddenly comes rushing in with news of Jin's latest mission. Their mother is infuriated, disappointed by her children's actions. They were bold enough to send Jin right to his death by assigning him a mission in the Zyphal territory. Jin crashes the party with his appearance. Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo glance at their youngest brother. Their mother Rosa instantly cancels the mission, crushing both Anne and Miyu's plans. She roars at the scumbags who openly decided to plot their own brother's death. Miyu and Anne share extreme hostility, as if plotting their brother's death should be taken lightly. They're walking on eggshells. Conflicts were encouraged for the sake of competition when they grew up. They all had to face hardship while growing up during their time in the intermediate class. Rosa validates their concerns, confirming the necessity of competition. But at the same time, neither Anne or Miyu reached the achievement of a 5-star knight at a young age. Jin is literally built differently, basically. In other words, their mother does not want to lose an exceptional talent to their antics. What's more is that Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo are getting equal trouble for their involvement. They're punished by returning precious swords to the clan. Rosa even threatens to confiscate every sword in their possession if they do not oblige. Faced with so much commotion, Rosa waits for Jin's response. She wonders if he's going to be kind enough to receive the punishment, or if he will use this to his amusement. She wants to test the boy's resolve. Jin raises his voice, intending to take on the mission. Rosa is shocked that he fails to grasp the danger that comes with accepting the mission. The territory of Zyphals is terrifying, but Jin is confident of his victory. He's all for the mission he was assigned by his beloved sisters. Actually, he even sides with his sisters for helping him take on a mission within his powers. Rosa taunts him for putting on a courageous act. But the 15-year-old shares concerns for the reputation of the clan if there is a sudden change in missions. Rosa blasts his excuse, knowing that he's just being exploited through this mission. Since they can't fight directly, that's what Jin is hoping for. He knows he's no match for his sisters at present, so he wants to prove a point by completely destroying them with this mission. Rosa is still cautious and reminds him of the danger. Jin is glad to take on the fight for the condition of retrieving the swords from his brothers after his return. Both Vuigo and Ran are even ready to stop him from going on a mission so dangerous by offering him a sword now. But Jin isn't buying into their schemes, because if they were on his side from the beginning, they would have stopped Miu and Anne's schemes. Rosa accepts the boy's conditions. She fears the possibility that Jin might one day become like Luna. But now, Rosa is happy with her son's recent development. With the meeting coming to a close, Anne taunts him for boasting a lucky track record. She's even ready to send some of her own slaves to finish the job. Jin doesn't acknowledge their words and hopes to give them a slap on the face with his return. The intermediate class knights from their faction are none other than the hooligans who were taunting Jin since the first day. Kazin is one of the three. Jin shows no signs of distrust to their faces, but deep down, he knows they're waiting for the right opportunity to strike him down. The mission objective is to hijack items after infiltration. 4 relics rest in the historic sites of Kolin. It was once a thriving land that now belongs to the Xiphals. After discovering the land, they mercilessly slaughtered the natives. They only act like they respect Colin's people, but deep down, it's clear they're still facing enslavement by the sorcerers. While the Xiphals generally try to play with reason, they are extremely cruel, and Jin knows from experience in his past life. Even the sorcerers were hunting a special relic in this land, a mirror that is boasted as a top-secret relic. One journalist was able to cover the mirror in great detail by investigating and testifying from Colin's people. The mystical well of mana is so powerful that it boosts one's mana to 7 stars, allowing the Xiphals to build an unstoppable army in the future. The object has yet to be discovered in this timeline. Jin wants to ensure the same doesn't happen again. The relic rests in the 3rd warehouse guarded by the Xiphals. They will have to take caution against the sentry spells in the area. Kazin offers his undivided support, but Jin obviously knows it's a bunch of crap. Kazin's men recommend keeping an efficient approach on the journey, but Jin has different ideas. He's not in the mood to play around, so he spikes their food with a sleeping drug. Their bodies flop to the ground. Jin thinks it was obvious they were trying to kill him from the start. He advances forth to finish this mission all by himself. Our boy immediately throws hands and sharply dodges the enemy's attacks. With 2 low-class fighters down for the count, Jin inspects the ordinary-looking lock. Jin cracks it easily to find a magic circle marked on the ground. Rumors suggest that only those with specific bloodlines can transport via magic circles. However, that technicality only exists for demons or humans. Jin slices the defeated guard's hand to extract the necessary blood. He could have used his own, but that wouldn't cover his tracks. The magic circle activates after coming in contact with the blood. But suddenly, it reacted harshly, even though he used the blood of the guard. Jin turns to realize that the mob characters he just defeated are actually monsters. He falls back to inflict them with wind magic. Originally, Jin wanted to cover his mana, but he's forced to use magic against these monsters. With his blade, he stabs the demon with a sharp slash, but ultimately gets pushed back. Jin unsheathes the holy blade, which scares the ugly twins. What's more is that they're capable of regeneration at an immense speed. Jin is confident that he isn't dealing with ordinary demons since they were humans only moments ago. The Xiphal territory is filled with sorcerers, and now there is the appearance of terrifying monsters with mysterious origins. The answer is clear, that they were forged biological golems. This implies that the Xiphals are using the people of Kolin as their personal lab facility. These monsters only possess the speed and strength of a regular 4-star knight, so they're not impossible to beat. Jin narrows his focus on attacking the golem's core, as they are considered the greatest weakness. Jin thrusts this dude's head clean, but it's not enough to kill him. The monster is even more enraged than from before. Jin impales the creature's abdomen, but it's still not enough to defeat the monster. The final spot is the creature's heart. Jin defeats the golem at last, pitying the humans who were forced to become such creatures. He kills the second golem in the same manner, and with that, both creatures are subdued. The pitiable remains of the human begged for a release. Jin eased his pain by dealing the finishing blow. It's clear to him that there is an outside evil force turning innocent humans into bloodthirsty monsters. His heart is filled with anger after discovering the horrors of the Xiphals. The swordsman wonders if his sisters knew about this fact. And yet, Jin's spirit burns to complete the mission. He has no leverage against the Xiphals even if he exposes their shitty schemes. Experimentation and creation of biological golems is a taboo, so it would put incredible pressure on the clan's reputation. Jin safeguards what little evidence he has to use against the Xiphals in the future. What's more is that the sorcerers aren't jumping him to attack, implying that it's just a regular warehouse. Jin observes guarded relics. He has to overcome their spells before obtaining them. First, he wanted to try and solve each spell, but with the discovery of the biological golems, Jin takes a reckless approach by combining Shadow Force with his flame magic. He obliterates the site in the hopes of delivering a message for the Xiphals to remember. Back at the Run Candle Castle, both Anne and Miu are slapped around by their elder sister Luna. She is royally pissed that they sent him on a deadly mission. Luna questions if they're so bold as to wage a war against their youngest brother, who isn't even a flag bearer at his current level. Luna hopes they reflect on their shameful actions. Anne fights back against her sister, claiming that she shouldn't be the one to talk when she has never had an interest in ranks. Luna happily tells them the news of Jin's successful mission run. He has recovered the relics and reported its completion to their mother. That's why Luna was scolding their stupidity, as they've allowed Jin to seem even more capable than his rank. Before sending them away, Luna reminds her dear sisters that they're dealing with someone who loves to pay back double when it comes to revenge. She's literally fearing for their lives, knowing Jin could very well destroy them soon. Luna returns to her room after giving her sisters a verbal spanking of the century. Her maid shares the same concerns. If anything, Jin isn't the type to forgive and forget. He's going to become so powerful with his rate of growth that he will surpass his sisters, and probably even kill them. Luna asks for an update on the person who assigned Jin's assassination. It's clear that neither Anne nor Miu were responsible for such an atrocity. It couldn't be the Tona twins either. Luna shares her suspicions for Joshua, Daifus, and the others. They can't easily be investigated because of their rank. Luna recommends sitting back and waiting. Jin's growth is another reason she isn't too worried about him. Our boy has returned home at last. Jilly is teary-eyed because she was afraid of losing him. She loves him so much that she's ready to put down her life for him. Jin has submitted the report, making it seem like an outside force helped him this time too. More importantly, he shares his findings by presenting them with the heart of the golem. Murakhan thinks he got way too lucky. But even the Dark Dragon receives a shock to his being when he learns that they were biological golems. Murakhan fears the worst from the Zyphals, and seems confident that they're responsible for their creation. He insists on visiting the Kulin territory with Jin because he's got a bad feeling. Even though our boy is afraid of going back, he thinks it will be all right with Murakhan guarding his ass. Jin hopes to arrange an excuse to venture into the Zyphal territory again. The 3 delinquents that he knocked unconscious returned after Jin's mission, but they were soon banished from the Run Candle clan. Jin's training continued as he mastered the singing stones. Jed wants him to stop training with the cadets as he's got a meeting with the Patriarch next week. The Tona twins are stunned. It's possible for him to become a reserve flag bearer to maintain his reputation until his role is officialized in the clan. Our boy was happy to operate on his own at last. He wears a happy smile as this will allow him to become even stronger. Meanwhile, the Patriarch is traveling with his caravan when Knighton informs him that they will reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The Patriarch remarks that his youngest son, born in his later years, keeps interrupting his training. He had planned to stay secluded in the Black Sea for 10 years, but these disruptions kept happening. He asks how many times it has been now. Knighton observes that even when Jin was at the Storm Castle, he had felt the young master was exceptional, but didn't realize to what extent. He admits that what Jin accomplished at the Garden of Swords that truly surprised him. Knighton mentions Jin's fierce fighting spirit, pointing out that, despite his youth, the boy's eyes held deep regret when he first saw him at the Storm Castle. Even though Jin tried to hide it, the emotion was unmistakable. Knighton recalls that Jin provoked his siblings as soon as he arrived at the Garden of Swords. He's convinced no one taught Jin this behavior, instinctively understood the rule of crushing and breaking his opponents. He recalls that Jin seems to have a natural talent for killing his enemies. Others recognized this and tried to suppress him, throwing him into perilous situations. Yet Jin survived and came back each time. Now he is a 5-star warrior. Knighton admits he's less interested in Jin's missions at Mammoth than the Kulin ruins and more intrigued by the first mission he gave him. He recounts that Jin fought one-on-one with a White Wolf tribesman, and won. Initially, Knighton expected Jin to use his subordinates as shields to defeat the tribesman. To everyone's surprise, however, Jin managed it on his own. By doing so, he upheld the weight of his beliefs, which he had declared from the start. Knighton then asks if the Patriarch really believes Jin defeated the White Wolf tribesman by himself. The Patriarch affirms this, though he adds that, strictly speaking, Jin didn't accomplish it entirely alone. He concludes that Jin is an interesting child, remarking that he'll need to ask Jin about it when they meet again. After a while, the caravan arrives at the palace, stands at the entrance, telling him they've been waiting. The Patriarch acknowledges her, commending her for her efforts. She humbly replies that he had prepared everything himself, so she didn't have much to do. He comments that if his grown children were truly managing things on their own, he wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea. He notes that the guests they'll be receiving today will be overly focused on him, asking if this doesn't complicate matters for their children. Roser agrees and invites him inside, saying she has prepared his favorite food. He smiles and commends her, saying he looks forward to it. Inside, the patriarch notices the two swords that Jin Runkandel was carrying. He calls out to Ran and Vigo, who respond promptly. He asks if they gave the youngest the swords he had allowed them to take as gifts. Vigo explains that the youngest stole the swords from them. They agreed to let him keep the swords if he succeeded in his mission at the Akalan ruins. The patriarch places a hand on Vigo's shoulder and says, "That's good, but make sure to steal them back. The youngest is quite clever." With a smirk, he jokes that sometimes he wonders if Jin is really his son. Later, the patriarch stands with Jin near a window. He remarks that this must be Jin's first banquet. Jin agrees, and reflects that, in his past life, he had attended a couple of banquets hosted by other families, thanks to his teacher. However, this is his first time at a banquet held by the main branch. In the past, during rare occasions when banquets were held, he used to hide as if he were a criminal. Now, he stands as the guest of honor alongside his father. The patriarch mentions that their family rarely hosts banquets. He explains that they only hold banquets on occasions truly worthy of celebration, indicating that Jin's achievements are significant. Jin Runkandel thanks him for the recognition. The patriarch then asks how many guests he thinks will be in attendance. Jin guesses there will be around 1,000. The patriarch acknowledges that Jin is correct, explaining that they've been told there are about 1,000 guests at the banquet, an increase of around 200 people since they last hosted one 7 years ago. He then asks Jin if he understands what that signifies. Jin responds that it implies the Runkandel family's influence has grown over the past 7 years. While other families might occasionally host banquets with 1,000 guests, every one of the 1,000 attendees here today is distinguished in their own right. He reflects that, while the family has been growing in authority, he has spent 7 years focusing solely on his training and killing demonic beasts in the Black Sea. Despite his seclusion, the family's influence has continued to grow because he is the only Genesis Knight of this era. However, this also suggests that if he were to disappear, a majority of the people attending this banquet might turn their backs on the Runkandel family. Jin acknowledges this reality. Without his father, the Runkandel family wouldn't wield as much authority, although their family is one of the two major families alongside the Zippel family. If his father were to disappear, the military power gap between the two families would significantly widen. In such a scenario, the Zippel family would likely become the dominant power. Jin states that if he were absent and people abandoned their family, leaving them vulnerable to oppression by the Zippel family, he would disown the family. Taken aback, the patriarch asks for clarification. Jin elaborates that if the collapse of the Runkandel family were due to his absence, it would reflect the incompetence of the next patriarch. He asserts that he has no intention of meeting such a futile end under weak leadership. He then inquires about the weaknesses their family possesses. The patriarch responds by asking which specific weaknesses he is referring to. Jin nods and explains that, in exchange for returning the sword he took from his brother Vigo, he asked to see their family's commission contracts, which only flag-bearers are allowed to read. From these contracts, Jin discovered that the head of the Vera family had tricked the emperor and pocketed the empire's treasures, yet still attended the banquet without shame. The cunning Vera family had recently asked them to assassinate magicians from the Zippel family. Harold's daughter sold her family's treasures to support her gambling addiction, and requested the Runkandel family's help in recovering them, though she has yet to pay the commission fee. Jin explains that, with just a brief look at these contracts, he has uncovered numerous potential leverage points. These secret documents contain many more blade weapons that only he and his mother are permitted to access. The patriarch asks if Jin is suggesting that, even without him, the Runkandel family could be protected using the knowledge contained in these contracts. Jin responds that if a patriarch who is not a Genesis Knight were to lead the family, their survival would depend on the new patriarch's negotiation skills. The patriarch acknowledges that this is true, but points out that they aren't the only ones with such weaknesses. The Zippel family has just as many, Jin agrees, stating he is certain of that, but adds that the Zippel family could never justify employing such tactics. He questions why not Jin. Runkandel explains that portraying the role of the villain is the Runkandel family's responsibility. Nevertheless, if the next patriarch fails to wield these weapons effectively, despite having so many, Jin would disown the family without hesitation. He adds that he'd then begin preparing to seek revenge on the Zippel family, regardless of how long it takes. He chuckles, remarking on revenge, noting he understands Jin's perspective. He adds that being alive to exact revenge isn't such a bad thing. Reflecting further, He notes that the other children lack the courage to presume the Run-Candle family's downfall in front of him. Instead, they'd rather make conceited remarks or whine. However, the youngest, Jin, clearly expresses his beliefs with composure and determination. He reflects that it's a shame he had Jin in his later years. It feels like Jin possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's wild nature, and Ai's fighting spirit. He estimates 10 years, 15 at most. That's how long he'll be able to guard the seat of the patriarch. He muses that it looks like he'll be able to watch and see if the youngest will grow to flip the line of succession on its head. Changing the subject, he remarks that it seems most of their guests have arrived. "Let's start heading in," he says. Jin Run-Candle agrees, adding that there is something he wishes to discuss with Jin after the banquet ends. Jin should remain waiting until he is called for. Meanwhile, Jin Run-Candle thinks about the qualification to be a reverse flag bearer. It seems he will have to leave the family temporarily after the banquet ends, and the 4 days the banquet will last will feel quite long. Just then, Heinz arrives, calling the patriarch. The patriarch asks what it is. Heinz responds that they have guests, but these guests did not send an invitation beforehand. The patriarch wonders about the uninvited guest. Could it be the Zippel family? He informs that yes, 5 of them in total, including the second in command. Andre, Zippel, and 4 other family members have arrived. The patriarch expresses his disdain, calling Andre an impudent idiot. He instructs him to tell Andre and Zippel to scram and only allow his family in, but not to relay this himself. Instead, the servants should do it. He bows down and agrees. Jin Run-Candle reflects that while Andre's visit is discourteous, turning away the Zippel second in command at the door would dishonor him greatly. The patriarch asks if he thinks his treatment is too harsh. He responds that no, he thinks it's refreshing. He believes that the moment Andre lets his emotions get the best of him and leaves with his family, he will be ignoring the permission granted by the Run-Candle patriarch for his family to enter. Such behavior is not permissible in the Garden of Swords, and it's just as he thought. He adds that Andre will follow his command, or else he will have to return home missing both his legs. He moves forward and says that now it's about time they started the banquet. After a while, the patriarch stands on the terrace and thanks everyone for coming. He introduces himself as Siren Patriarch of the Run-Candle clan and says he can enjoy this banquet, thanks to having such a capable son in his later years. He then asks everyone to applaud his youngest son, Jin Run-Candle. The crowd claps. He explains that there are only 2 rules to follow at a Run-Candle banquet. The first rule is that if they fight while drinking, the Guardian Knights will escort them to the arena. The second rule is that the loser must surrender, and the winner must show mercy, because this is still a banquet. Jin Run-Candle reflects that this is not just any party. It's a gathering of 1,000 people who have significant influence across the continent. These people are interconnected in complex ways. He considers that if this were a typical gathering, they might engage in passive-aggressive behavior and then leave. But this is a banquet held in the Garden of Swords, where the dynamics are far more intense. He reflects that as long as they adhere to the 2 rules set by his father, they can't go as far as killing their enemies, but they're allowed to beat them severely, even gaining official dominance. The patriarch tells everyone to enjoy themselves. Jin Run-Candle considers them an eccentric clan. He advises Jin to enjoy himself and suggests that if he finds someone he fancies, he should bring them along. However, he reminds Jin that he can't challenge someone weaker unless they've insulted him and their clan. Jin Run-Candle affirms this, stating that he knows he cannot lose under any circumstance. As he moves to leave, Jin asserts that it's obvious. If he loses, he'll reclaim everything that is rightfully his, not just Bramente, but also his nanny. He bows down, expressing that he will keep that in mind. He reflects on how this is the first time he has conversed with his father like this, something unimaginable in his past life. He acknowledges that they just had a pretty convincing father-son conversation, but forming a bond or being a loving son isn't part of his plans for this life. His sole focus is surpassing his father, and that's his primary goal. Later, Gan Run-Candle joins the party, and Honor Run-Candle and Daytoner Run-Candle approach him. Daytoner Run-Candle congratulates him on reaching 5-star status and asks if it's okay for them to be with him for a bit. Jin agrees, and then inquires about their progress in Clearstone training. Honor Run-Candle mentions that it's improving, especially after switching to the weapon recommended by their uncle. Jin responds positively, silently noting that he can leave once he's satisfied with this interaction. Hona agrees, saying, "Yeah, okay." Just then, Ken arrives and introduces himself to young Master Jin, who is a member of the Ken clan Hona Runkendel, and Daytoner Runkendel also extend their greetings. Daytoner Runkendel says that he is going to leave now. Jin Runkendel wishes him good luck with his training. Daytoner thanks him. Jin Runkendel mentions to Ken that he had often heard about his heroic deeds as a child. Ken replies that Jin is making him blush. At that moment, Huger appears from behind and grabs Jin's hair, calling his name. Huger comments that he had been curious about the kid who had achieved the status of a 5-star warrior at the age of 15. Huger then remarks that Jin really does look like a kid at least 10 years younger than him. He introduces himself saying, "Nice to meet you, my name is Huger." Jin responds with a polite, "Yeah, nice to meet you too." Huger asks if Jin isn't an impressive kid and wonders if he is intentionally trying to make him seem like an idiot. Because Huger is a bit rude, he also reminds Jin that while he might be a run candle, Huger is still his senior in the world of martial arts. He adds that he is just proud of his junior and advises him not to act like an idiot. Jin calmly warns Huger of the Tuco clan, telling him to listen carefully. He states that Huger's actions just now were an insult to everyone who has shown him respect up to this point. Deepus Runkendel arrives and says that if Huger wants to bring up the whole seniority issue, he should be even more considerate. Huger asks what he means. Deepus explains that the first and second flag bearers of the Ken clan, the Dragon King Knights and the Black King mercenaries, are all senior to him. He points out that Huger should have noticed how those seniors treated Jin with respect, and that he should have accepted his mistake and apologized to them. Deepus adds that since he gave Huger a warning, he'll let this one slide. Ken intervenes, reminding Huger that his life was just saved by young Master Jin, suggesting that he should follow Jin's advice. Another man chimes in, acknowledging that Huger's big mouth was bound to get him into trouble sooner or later, and agrees that it's best to let it go without making a big deal out of it. Huger then says that if his senior has said so, he should apologize to his juniors. He asks them to forgive his misstep and requests that Jin accept his apology. Jin Runkendel responds, "Of course." Luna Runkendel joins him and remarks that he has a knack for making enemies. She adds that it would be nice if he could sometimes just act like a normal kid. He replies that he is representing the Runkendel clan today. She acknowledges his point and clinks her wine glass with his. She then asks what he would have done if Huger had challenged him to a duel, noting that Huger seems to be at least a 6-star warrior. He answers that if that had happened, he is sure the Tuco clan's patriarch and elders would have intervened. They have been keeping an eye on him for some time. Luna comments that he took them into account when assessing the situation, and jokingly asks if he learned some secret techniques for dealing with people from a noble mentor or something similar. She suggests that if there's someone who teaches such things, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep them close. As mastering the sword is the primary focus, she wonders if anything else really matters. He replies that it might be difficult for her to understand, but as the family's despised youngest child, he needs to have more than just sword skills to survive. She asks if that's true, and mentions that he seems quite talented and bright, which might explain why he was almost assassinated at Storm Castle. He wonders which sibling might have realized his potential early on. She tells him that she's attending the banquet to congratulate him, but these kinds of events aren't really her scene, and she would rather go somewhere more fun. He asks if she's already leaving. She replies that yes, he's not quite tall enough to be her dance partner. She promises that when he's older, they'll dance together, and she'll take him to a nice place. He starts dancing with her, and says that he's looking forward to it. She suggests that before she goes, she should leave a message to the others like he did earlier. He asks for her pardon. She hugs him and explains that if she does this, everyone will understand how much she values him, and people will be less likely to be rude to him now that they know she's looking out for him. She says she'll see him later. He responds, "Yes, see you later." Meanwhile, Transformer Bouvard Gaston says he's so jealous that he'd like to bump heads with Lady Luna as well. He says he has to write a poem for Lady Luna today, and that he'll be singing that poem all night. Visho Giuliano tells him to shut up. Margella. Giuliano advises Visho not to be so harsh, pointing out that this could be a significant matter for Mr. Bouvard. Because Mr. Bouvard has been keeping him distracted, she's been able to enjoy the party of fated meetings comfortably. She suggests that they should show him more respect. Transformer Bouvard. Gaston, impressed by Margella's understanding, says that as expected of Miss Margella, she gets him, and he, Bouvard, would gladly be at her service. She thanks him. Meanwhile, Jin Runkendel finds it challenging to act like the master at the event. He wonders where those damn zips are. It's slightly annoying. Does he have to personally search for them? At that moment, Cirrus Andorma approaches him and asks if the young lady could request a drink with the rising star of the Runcandle clan. Jin Runcandle asks who she is. She introduces herself as Cirrus Andorma from the Hidden Palace, saying it's an honor to meet him. He acknowledges that she's the daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace, saying that the honor is his, and then pours a drink into her glass. She points out that he's 15, which is the same age as her, and asks how he managed to achieve such martial prowess at this age, expressing her envy over the Runcandle family's blessed physique. He responds that he also considers it a blessing, but adds that the Hidden Palace is a blessed lineage as well. He can't even imagine how much the master of the Hidden Palace values her. She confirms that her father values her greatly, mentioning that unlike someone who's not the only child, she's her father's only daughter. She then asks if her comment came across as rude. Jin Runcandle assures her it wasn't, noting that it's well known he's the youngest son with many brothers. He admits he's actually envious of her, explaining that having a lot of siblings can be quite exhausting. He finds it odd that she hasn't mentioned Mammoth yet, even though he's sure she recognized him. It's hard to believe she didn't, despite him having some ashes on his face. She then says she has a question to ask him. He nods and tells her to go ahead. She asks about his injured leg. He replies that it's fine now, thanks to someone wonderful who personally applied medicine for him. He admits he doesn't even know how to repay the favor. She comments that he's more shameless than she expected, and then asks why he was at the moonlit. Well, in Mammoth, she adds that she thinks she's owed an explanation. He asks why she believes she deserves one. She explains that her subordinates failed to catch the magic terrorist, which seriously hurt her pride. It made her wonder whether the young man she let go might actually have been the culprit. He responds by questioning the notion of magic, pointing out that he's a Runcandle and asking if he really looks like a suspect. He points out that she should be familiar with his clan. She replies that she doesn't think he is the suspect, but it would raise concerns if he were on a mission for the Runcandle clan and had hired a magician because he couldn't handle it on his own. She adds that among the people who were at the inn, the only ones who could have been a target for the Runcandle clan were members of the Hidden Palace. As the captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords, she can't overlook such matters. He realizes that she's mistakenly assuming he was targeting someone from the Hidden Palace, and while she's not entirely incorrect, given that he injured some of them while attempting to kill Al-Cairo, he doesn't see how this could be used as evidence against him. He then asks if everything she mentioned isn't just speculation. She asks if he's going to deny it until the end, then declares that if that's his stance, she has her own plan. She threatens to drag him to the arena, beat the crap out of him, and spit on his detestable face. She challenges him to a duel. He responds that his father warned him not to fight against someone who appears weaker than him, but if she's so eager to fight, he has no choice but to accept. Later, Jin Runcandle arrives at the battleground where a soldier asks if he has come to a duel. He confirms that he has, then tells the soldier that everyone else can leave. Only the medics should remain, and he wants 2 decent swords. The soldier implies that he understands, and that they will seal off the arena until the duel is over. Jin Runcandle assumes that after midnight battle, enthusiasts and curious onlookers will begin to gather. Because Cirrus Andorma is the daughter of the Hidden Palace, it would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. Cirrus suggests they make a promise before starting the duel. He asks what kind of promise she proposes, that if she wins, he must tell her everything that happened in Mammoth that day without any lies. He agrees, and in return, if he wins, she must agree that they never met on that day. She remarks that he must have something to hide, then invites him to come at her. He moves to attack, but she counters with a swift strike of her sword. He quickly realizes that this is a special ability unique to the Endoral lineage, the myriad ice blades. He didn't expect her to use her secret technique so early in the duel. He also laments that as the youngest, he hasn't yet learned his clan's secret techniques, wondering what he's supposed to do now. She dismisses his complaint, saying that's not her problem, then attacks him. They both engage in combat. She observes that he really is a 5-star warrior. Initially, it seemed like he was barely managing to block her attacks, but as their fight progressed, his true skills became more apparent. However, she believes the 1-star difference can be easily overcome by performing the 3rd form of myriad ice blades. She concludes that since she's weaker and has less stamina, she can't let the fight drag on. When he attempts to counterattack after reading her patterns, she plans to switch tactics and end the duel quickly. He acknowledges that although Cirrus Andorma is a 4-star knight and can wield the myriad ice blades, her attack and defense will be inferior to his. Realizing that she's planning a decisive strike to shift the momentum, He guesses that she'll use her secret technique, but can't gauge how powerful the myriad ice blades will be. He thinks that in situations like this, he might have to use his own secret technique, one of the many he studied at Storm Castle. Among all the secret techniques, he acquired this one as the most potent. She attacks him, declaring that it's over. She uses the third form of myriad ice blades to strike at him. He blocks her attack with his sword, noticing that the ice shards contain a condensed aura, and he smirks. She sees his reaction and thinks he's laughing, but she's already unleashed Avalanche, a technique so powerful that even a prodigy who achieved 5-star status at 15 shouldn't be able to break through it. Yet she's feeling uneasy for some reason. He attacks her with his sword aimed at her eyes, forcing her to dodge and counterattack. He is taken aback by the sudden burst of her magic explosion. He wonders if he should have used something other than the Attila family's Stormblade, realizing that its destructive force is not something a 4-star like Cirrus and Dorma can handle. If she hadn't evaded it, she could have been killed or seriously injured. Yet he still attacked her. She kneels and reflects on the fact that she values her life. She fears for her safety and manages to avoid a fatal blow. He approaches her and asks if she's okay, apologizing for almost killing her. He thinks Cirrus and Dorma heard his warning, yet didn't attempt to dodge the Stormblade. However, no matter how much she values her pride and honor, Cirrus is still just a 15-year-old child and she's too young to suppress her instinct to survive. He says he would have dodged the attack if he were in her shoes, and believes she would have advised him to do the same. He suggests they leave it at that, adding that there's no need to dwell on this anymore. He wonders if this will help put her at ease. She then takes out a small medicine box, noting that he has a scratch on his face. She offers to repay him for saving her life by applying some ointment to his cut. He asks if she's not underestimating the value of her life, given that she's the only heir to the Ice Palace. She replies that this is the life she once pleaded for, so she's determined to cherish it again and assures him not to worry about her. As she prepares to leave, she says that they should consider today as the first time they've met, and that she'll see him tomorrow. The scene shifts to the following day. Jin Runkandel is drinking wine and notes that there are fewer people around than there were yesterday. He muses that people will be able to watch duels starting today. So he wonders if this means the real party is about to begin. With the smaller crowd, he hopes he'll be able to meet those Zitful folks. He reflects that all the guests from the Zitful family are between 15 and 20 years old, just like him. So it's a perfect opportunity to see how his skills in magic compare to theirs. He considers asking them a few questions about Colin, but realizes that might not be the best idea right now. He figures that once he becomes a reserve flag bearer, he'll have more free time to investigate these things. He thinks he could explore Colin with Mirren's help. Mirren's expertise should make it easy to locate the Fountain of Mana, which would prevent those Zitful idiots from producing mass-manufactured magicians. This time, he's determined to stay ahead of them. He notices Mirren sitting aside in cat form. Margella Yano plays with him and asks why there's a cat at a Runkandel banquet and where his owner is. She holds his pendant and reads the inscription, discovering his name is Butterfly. Jin Runkandel confirms that it's Butterfly Runkandel. Margella wonders if Jin gave him that name. Baradin Zippel approaches and exclaims that it's indicating that he knew he'd be able to find Jin if he followed the cat. He declares that they finally meet and expresses disbelief that Jin could forget him. Jin Runkandel asks who he is, prompting Baradin to express surprise that he would say that, right, as they meet and question how he could have forgotten him. He says he's been thinking of Jin every day and offers to jog his memory, suggesting he gets a name that starts with the letter B. Margella Iano finds him odd and invites Mirren to leave with her. Baradin Zippel asks if Jin remembers him now, to which Jin Runkandel replies, nope. Baradin gets frustrated and tries again, reminding him that they first met at the Middle Kingdom teleportation gate. Jin Runkandel still says he doesn't remember. Baradin, exasperated, grabs him by the shoulder and admits that his memory isn't as sharp as he thought it would be. He urges him to listen carefully and remember this time, stating that his name is Baron Zippel. Jin Runkandel tells Baron Zippel that if he's so insistent on pretending they don't know each other, it's because he doesn't want to reveal their connection. He asks why Baradin can't understand that and just stop bothering him, even grabbing his hand to emphasize his point. Baron Zippel, seemingly unaware of the message, asks if Jin remembers him now. Jin wonders how this dense fool could possibly become an N-star magician by the age of 30 and be named the next patriarch of the Zitful family. Baradin continues, saying that he had been searching for Jin all over the place yesterday, and even spent the past 2 hours looking for him without finding a single clue, Jin responds that although the banquet hall might be large, it's still just one banquet hall. How did he manage to wander around for 2 hours? He explains that if he had been allowed to use magic, he could have found Jin much faster. But this is Runkindel, a territory where the use of magic is forbidden. He wonders if Baron Zippel was lying or simply terrible with directions, but he figures it's probably the latter. Baron then says he's glad to see Jin and asks if it has really been 5 years since they last met. He also comments that he can't believe Jin is already a 5-star warrior, noting that he always knew Jin would achieve great things. Baron adds that he hasn't been idle either. He's already a 6-star magician, a whole level above Jin's swordsmanship. Jin finds it hard to believe that the so-called greatest prodigy of the Zippel family, Baron, is only a 6-star magician at the age of 18. If he were in Baron's position, he thinks he would have already reached the 7th star by now. He also wonders if Baron is lying about his rank for some reason. Baron Zippel notices Jin's skeptical expression and responds by saying that this expression must be the result of his intense effort in searching for him. He tells Jin he's eagerly awaiting the day when they'll be able to duel, and urges Jin to work hard and catch up. Jin believes Baron isn't concealing his rank. Regardless if it's true that Baron Zippel could only reach the level of 6 stars at the age of 18, then after Celiac Zippel, the current patriarch of the Zippel family, Baron is the next closest to mastering magic. This offers a good opportunity to objectively evaluate his potential. Jin mentions that he said this before but urges Baron to keep his mouth shut and save his breath. Baron Zippel claims he's just echoing his father's words. He believes that anyone in his position would say the same thing and questions why the Zippel family attended the banquet without an invitation. Bouvard Gaston discreetly observes their conversation. Baron reveals that he came because of him. He had been pestering his uncle André about the need to meet him. He thinks it's absurd that even as the vice-patriarch, his uncle would rush into enemy territory just to satisfy a child's tantrum. Baron mentions that he and his group happened to be vacationing in the Hur region when he heard about the banquet and thought it must be destiny. Jin questions whether that's the whole story, and Baron confirms it is Jin, then tells him to be grateful that this is a banquet, stay quiet, and leave when it's over. Baron asks if Jin isn't too cold, and reminds him that his father also showed mercy to Jin's uncle. He proposes that Jin make him a promise to one day attend a Zippel banquet, unannounced. Jin wonders aloud what might happen if he commits an act of terrorism at the banquet. Baron assures him that even if he does, he will keep his word and won't kill him. He adds that even if a fight breaks out, he won't participate in it. Jin calls him a fool for even suggesting such a thing. Baron inquires what and why. Jin explains that it's because an unpleasant individual has been casting furtive glances at him for some time. Now Jin then addresses Bouvard Gaston, excusing himself, and asks if there's something he'd like to say. Bouvard inquires when Lady Luna will visit again. Jin repeats the question in surprise. Bouvard clarifies that he's referring to Lady Luna and wonders if she won't be returning. He expresses his intention to give her a book, a collection of poems he spent the entire night writing filled with his love. He believes that once she reads it, Lady Luna will realize he's a better man than he appears. Bouvard also hints at the possibility of becoming Jin's brother-in-law in the near future. Baron, shocked by this revelation, spits out his wine. Jin remarks that it seems someone needs a lesson, referring to Bouvard as his dear guest. He tears the book. Bouvard protests, asking what Jin is doing. Jin asserts that not only did Bouvard mention his sister's name as he pleased, but he also dared to refer to him as his brother-in-law, suggesting that the Runkindel family appears pathetic in his eyes. Jin orders a soldier to escort the man to the arena. The soldier acknowledges the command, Bouvard. Gaston laughs and dismisses the idea of being a brother-in-law, addressing Jin as a young master and questioning the sudden turn of events. As 2 soldiers grab him by the head, Bouvard pleads for them to stop insisting that he simply expressed his love, which every man has the right to do. He questions how Jin could treat him this way, if he's not just a guest, emphasizing the importance of hospitality. Bouvard also wonders how Jin could ignore the fact that he expressed admiration for Jin's sister's beauty. The soldiers then forcefully bring him to the ground. Jin declares that they will proceed with a hand-to-hand fight. Bouvard wonders why Jin is acting this way. All he did was call Jin's sister pretty, so why is he being so harsh? He worries that if Jin finds out he was the one who transformed those Zipful members 5 years ago, things could get much worse. Why is Jin treating him like this? Jin Runkindel says they'll settle things with a hand-to-hand fight, removing his coat in preparation. Visho Ulano, observing from a distance, is shocked to see this, while Margella Iano, standing nearby, asks what's going on. She comments that it looks like Bouvard and Jin are engaging in a duel, and calls Bouvard a fool, suggesting they move closer to watch. Cirrus and Dorma remark that she had been trying to challenge Jin to a duel during the banquet, but now he's fighting someone else. She wonders why Jin is even bothering with someone like Bouvard. Baron Zippel notes that pestering his uncle to let him attend the banquet was a good choice. He hadn't expected to meet the heir to the Ice Palace. He extends a polite greeting, saying he's pleased to meet her. She tells him to screw off. He agrees and then announces that the focus of this banquet, the rising star of the Runkandel family, young Master Jin, will be participating in a duel. He asks who is facing young Master Jin, stating that he has never seen this man before. He wonders if the opponent is a reclusive master. Baron Zippel notes that the man came with the Ulano family's group, suggesting that despite his unremarkable appearance, he might be a highly skilled combatant. Bouvard Gaston requests that young Master Jin of the Runkandel family allow him the opportunity to formally introduce himself before the duel, asking if that's at least permissible. Jin Runkandel responds by punching Bouvard in the face, commanding him to shut up and saying he doesn't even want to know his name. Bouvard Gaston retaliates by unleashing his aura powers and attacking Jin, notices the attack and muses that Bouvard's aura level seems to be around 6 stars. Cirrus and Dorma remark that young Master Jin has chosen someone stronger than him, observing that the portly man's primary focus might be combat. Baron Zippel remarks that it would be a shame if he breaks Bouvard Gaston. Bouvard punches Jin in the face and declares that Jin dares to lay hands on him with such weak abilities, promising to make him cry on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Jin Runkandel responds by punching Bouvard repeatedly, stating that it's over. Baradon Zippel comments that Jin launched a series of attacks after getting his opponent to lower his guard. He praises Jin for his skill, saying this is exactly what he expected from him. Mariella Iano turns to Visho Ulano, expressing her confusion over young Master Jin's actions and questioning if the victor has not already been determined. She also finds it hard to believe that Jin would continue to beat someone like this after they've clearly lost the duel. Visho Ulano agrees that it's unfair for young Master Jin to pick on a weaker opponent and asks if Morella intends to just sit back and watch, especially since Jin is their friend. He adds that he's not weaker than young Master Jin. She tells him that his younger sister is disappointed in him and that she'd like him to teach young Master Jin a lesson using a more honorable approach than the one Jin is taking. He asks if she wants him to challenge young Master Jin to a fight. A blonde-haired boy comments on how fired up she seems, while a brown-haired boy suggests that Visho should listen to his sister. Visho, Ulano nods and steps forward. He calls out to young Master Jin, asking him to put down Bouvard Gaston and face him in a fair fight instead. After a while, Visho Ulano and Jin Runkandel stand in front of each other holding swords. Jin considers the duel against a 7-star knight. Whether he wins or loses this fight holds merit for him. Additionally, gaining first-hand experience against the Ulano family's swordsmanship will be a valuable learning opportunity. The previous patriarch of the Ulano family was someone even Jin's father recognized as strong. Nevertheless, Mariella is an amusing young lady willing to put her brother in a difficult position just to watch this fight. He mentions that Visho Ulano seems to hold his sister in high regard. Visho responds that it should be obvious. Jin Runkandel, who also has a sister, acknowledges that he completely understands the sentiment. Visho Ulano then says that he also cherishes his sister, so he would appreciate it if Jin would keep his servants in line from now on. He clarifies that the man Jin just beat up is not a servant, but rather a companion. He then asks if Bouvard Gaston might have made some sort of mistake. Jin Runkandel explains that Bouvard Gaston came to the banquet to assist his sister who has mobility issues, but his abilities don't align well with a Runkandel banquet's requirements. Jin further contemplates Bard's abilities, indicating that whatever happened, he believes there was no malicious intent. He asks Visho Uliano to overlook his actions. Jin Runkandel privately ponders Bouvard Gaston's real identity as the transformation sorcerer. He wonders about the relationship between Visho Uliano and Bouvard Gaston. Thinking back to his past life, he is certain there was no mention of the Uliano family having ties to Gaston when he was arrested. Jin considers, if Visho Uliano knows Bouvard is the transformation sorcerer, what does this mean? He curses inwardly, realizing he has found Bouvard, but now faces even more questions. He resolves not to get distracted, especially when facing a 7-star knight, like Visho Uliano Visho, suggests they do their best and expresses hope to learn much from Jin, as Visho attacks Jin, blocks his strike. From this single exchange, Jin deduces that Visho's strength isn't that of a full 7-star knight, and his swordsmanship is comparable to Uncle Zed's. However, the trajectory of Visho's sword is still beyond Jin's current comprehension. Observers begin to comment on the battle. Young Master Jin was quickly pushed back, remarks Baron Zippel. Another observer counters, he's holding up pretty well, isn't he? The Uliano family's swordsmanship is renowned for its cunning and unconventional style, one adds. Another agrees, anyone who's faced that tricky style would never want to again. Baradin Zippel scoffs at these comments, musing that they know nothing. He reflects that if the Uliano family's sword is like a sly snake, the Runkandel family's sword is like a charging rhinoceros, relentless, even if its horn breaks. Jin attempts to attack Visho, but Visho bends backward to avoid the strike. Jin realizes Visho might be holding back, but acknowledges he's still managing to hold his own despite being only a 5-star swordsman. As Jin begins to reach his limits, a resurgence of determination fuels him. Visho attempts another strike and Jin retreats, sensing a familiar sensation. Harnessing his sword aura, Jin remarks that it has been a good fight. Visho moves in for another attack, but Jin thrusts his sword forward, breaking Visho's blade in two. As Visho moves with his broken sword, Jin sidesteps and delivers a small cut to Visho's neck. Baradin announces, the victory belongs to Sir Visho, Uliano. Visho wonders what happened at the end as Jin collapses, losing consciousness. Someone calls for young Master Jin to be taken inside quickly, and 2 soldiers carry him to the medical room. Visho reflects on the fight, recalling how at the moment his sword broke, he felt a sharp sensation grazing his throat. He marvels at how Jin could gauge the heart sword so quickly. Visho realizes that if Jin had reacted a 1/10 of a second earlier, or Visho a 1/10 of a second later, the outcome would have been drastically different. After a while, Jin awakens in his room to find Morrison sitting on his face. Grabbing him, Jin forcefully tells him to move. Looking around, Jin asks if he fainted right after his fight with Visho. Jilly enters the room and informs him he has been asleep for 2 days. Realizing the banquet is over, Jin laments not being able to greet the guests. Jilly reassures him that he shouldn't worry. For the past 2 days, the fight between him and Visho has been the talk of the event, particularly because Jin revealed the heart sword at the end of the duel. Elsewhere, people discuss the duel. Visho could have been stabbed, comments one. It's astounding for a 5-star swordsman to reach the level of the heart sword. Another adds, this sets high expectations for Jin's future. Someone concludes. Back in the room, Jilly continues to reassure Jin, pointing out that achieving the heart sword against an 8-star knight is remarkable in itself. Jin reflects that his heart sword isn't perfect yet, but has proven its purpose. He thinks back to his sister Luna's advice to never open his eyes during practice, realizing how her unorthodox methods have helped him in unexpected ways. Although the heart sword only seems to activate in extreme situations, Jin feels it's still remarkable to have held his own against an 8-star knight, even if it wasn't entirely graceful. He reflects on the banquet's outcomes, confirming Baradin's status as a Zippel, forming a friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace, and uncovering the connection between Bouvard Gaston and Visho. Uliano Jin concludes that while the mystery of the transformation sorcerer remains, it is not something he needs to solve immediately. He should gather more information first before drawing any conclusions. Jilly places some flowers in a pot on the table in front of Jin Runkandel. He asks about the flowers, and she tells him that Cirrus from the Ice Palace left them for him. Myron jokes about whether Cirrus has taken a liking to young Master. Jilly clarifies that in Ice Palace tradition, the flowers symbolize an unending battle, not romantic affection. Jin Runkandel remarks that it seems like Cirrus wants to challenge him again. Myron comments that it's still significant to receive flowers from a girl, even if they represent a request for a duel, and asks Jilly if she agrees. She responds by saying that the Patriarch has ordered Jin to meet with him as soon as he awakens. Jin asks if his father really did so. Jilly nods, suggesting that it's time for Jin to prove his worth. Jin agrees, realizing that he might need to leave the family for a while. After a while, Jin Runkandel finds himself in a dark room asking where his father is. He sees him and hears his father say that he's right here. His father notes that it's been a while since one of his children came to visit him in such casual clothing, suggesting that Jin is preparing to live elsewhere. Jin confirms that he's planning to leave soon. He reflects that his father seems to appreciate this, and he finds it curious that since regressing, his father has become easier to understand. His father asks Jin if he knows where they are. Jin replies that they are in the mausoleum, a place where those who have done great things for the family are allowed entry by the Garden of Swords and where the family's heroes who have achieved greatness are buried. His father nods and says it's correct, adding that this ground is dedicated to the family's heroes who have protected the family for thousands of years. He then asks if Jin knows about the first patriarch Tor Runkandel and points out that he's not buried in the mausoleum. Jin Runkandel acknowledges that he knows there's no grave for Tor Runkandel, the first patriarch in the Garden of Swords or anywhere else. His father explains that the dark power Tor wielded is why the first patriarch can't be honored, and that after Tor died, the Runkandel family made a humiliating deal with the Zips, which led to them losing their ability to use magic. This also meant they couldn't pay tribute to the ancestors who could use magic. The Zips used the opportunity to unite their gods and place a curse on the Runkandel bloodline, ensuring that all Runkandels born after Tor would be unable to use magic. His father mentions that when Jin defeated the Tona brothers with his aura, he didn't question how he acquired that power, asking if Jin remembered. Jin says he does and admits he even lied, claiming he would use his power for the benefit of the family. His father remarks that it was fortunate that Jin was young then, but if the same event had occurred now, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. He then asks Jin if he has ever heard Solder's voice before. Jin Runkandel nods and acknowledges that Solder calls him a contractor. Although he hasn't heard Solder's voice in this current life, he says it's likely unfair for his siblings. He then asks whether using this power to overcome his siblings and take over the family would be acceptable. Jin then states his intention to leave and explore the world, adding that if he finds nothing more valuable than the Runkandel legacy, he will return to claim it. His father remarks that most others who sought acknowledgement left the Garden of Swords, but Jin is leaving to find an aspect of the family that deserves his recognition. He's unsure whether this is something to be proud of or a sign of arrogance. He tells Jin he'll give him 5 years. At that time, he should either earn acknowledgement or give it to the family, and then return with his answer. Jin Runkandel draws his sword and taps it against his forehead as a gesture of respect. He thanks his father for everything and promises to greet him again in 5 years. After a while, Jin Runkandel comes outside to find Jilly and Moroccan waiting for him. Gilly asks if he finished his talk with the patriarch satisfactorily. He responds that he did, and now all that's left is to depart. He notices she's holding his luggage. Gilly clarifies that the bag is hers and mentions that it's designed to block his aura, preventing him from using it. He nods, saying he's heard about this from the senior nannies. She admits it's a bit awkward not being able to use her powers suddenly, especially since her status as a nanny means her reputation relies on the success of her master. She asks him not to look so concerned, reassuring him that this is all for his sake. As the young master Jin assures her that not only during these next 5 years, but even beyond, he will continue to protect her, and he apologizes for any inconvenience this might cause. Jilly asks him not to apologize, saying it's enough for her to serve as his reserve rider, and she will regain her powers once he completes his test. He acknowledges this and tells her to hang in there, then turns to look back at the castle gate. He reflects on the 5-year period ahead, acknowledging that this marks the beginning of his journey. With determination, he sets out to explore the world and see what it has in store for him. Meanwhile, the patriarch contemplates his own situation. Despite reaching the level of demigods through his swordsmanship, he failed to break the oath sworn by his ancestors to the Zippel family. However, with Jin Runkandel's contract with Solderit and the use of shadow energy, the patriarch realizes that the youngest member of the family might be their only hope. This child might possess the strength to liberate the Runkandel family from their curse, and he is keen to see what the future holds for him. Meanwhile, Jin Runkandel is in a forest using magic to create light by igniting his hand. Gilly asks if he is sure it is all right to leave without saying goodbye to anyone, mentioning that the cadets in his faction and young Lady Luna might be disappointed by his abrupt departure. He tells her not to worry. Luna is quite free-spirited, and while it's unfortunate to leave the cadets behind, it's not like he's heading to his death. He explains that if he told them about his departure, they might have saluted him with their swords held high as he left. She acknowledges that possibility, adding that they might have gone even further to show their support. Then she asks where he plans to go now, mentioning that she's heard most of the other flag bearers chose Mammoth as their first destination. because taking down villains is the quickest way to gain fame. He considers the concept of fame and reflects that Runkandle's reserve flag bearers must build their reputation from scratch in the outside world to be recognized as full-fledged flag bearers. Additionally, they can't expect any support from the family while they're on this journey. He considers Sister Mary as an example who defeated numerous formidable individuals in the southern regions of the continent, earning the title Mad Woman of the South, or Winfrey Mary, before becoming a flag bearer. Reflecting on his siblings, he notes that apart from her, all his other siblings returned within 6 months to 2 years. However, their father has given him a total of 5 years, and there's only one reason for that. His goal is to discover all there is to know about shadow energy and then return. He announces that they will be heading to the Aran Kingdom. She clarifies if he means the nation affiliated with the Liro Magic Federation, wondering why he would head there since it's not Zippel territory. Jin Runkandle explains that when he went to the Colin ruins on a mission, he heard about a significant number of unregistered magicians causing trouble in the area. It seems they are teaming up with martial artists and causing quite a bit of trouble for the people of Aran. She agrees that it's a good idea, mentioning that she quite enjoyed dealing with bad guys when she served as a soldier on active duty. He feels his excitement growing and reflects that he never heard about this information before. He gained it in his past life. All the unregistered magicians and warriors there are puppets of a dark family called Tessing. He recalls he knows that what he's really after are the underground auctions those guys hold. He expects to find plenty of items whose true value is unknown at those auctions, including a few grimoires that he'll need to buy, as well as a ring. She points out that she doesn't think they'll be able to use the teleportation gate to enter the Aran Kingdom. According to the family's rules, she was only allowed to take 10 gold coins with her, and as a reserve flag bearer, he wasn't permitted to reveal that he was a Runkandle. Therefore, she doesn't think they'll be able to gain any other support either. He says that it will be resolved once they get to the Gene Kingdom. She asks how they plan to reach the Gene Kingdom. He responds that they can just fly, and then turns to Moran asking what he is doing and instructing him to transform. Moran questions if that's really all right. Jilly objects, saying that someone might recognize him, but Jin Runkandle assures her it's fine. They should at least try it once, although there's a risk that the family will find out. Moran jumps down from Jilly's shoulder and transforms into a dragon, warning them to hold on tight, as he'll have to fly fast to reach the Gene Kingdom by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lunar Runkandle is walking down the hallway when she sees Moroccan flying out of the window. She's shocked and says, "It can't be Jin. He's riding a dragon." Just as he becomes a reserve flag bearer, she places her hand on the window and comments, "He's something else, leaving without even saying goodbye to his sister." She wishes him a fortune in battle, her cold young brother. After a while, they arrive in the G Kingdom. Gilly feels dizzy and Murin asks if she's okay. She says her stomach is upset. Murin gets angry at Jin and complains that it's his fault for scaring Strawberry Pie, their nickname for Jilly. Jin Runkandle retorts that it isn't his fault. It's because Murin was flying erratically. Jin responds that he just told him to fly, then reassures Jilly, telling her to breathe deeply and take it slow. He helps her rest on his arm and instructs her to lean this way, soothing her with gentle words. Jin Runkandle then asks Murin if he's just in a bad mood because of what people think about black dragons. Murin says he can't help but offering to take care of Strawberry Pie while Jin goes to get the money they need. Jin warns Murin to stay put and not cause a scene. The scene shifts to the center of the G Kingdom's capital, where Spur Bill sits on a small hill gazing at the surrounding mansions. He remarks that even though a banquet was hosted in his honor, he only heard about it after it had already ended, even if it was part of his commission. Jin Runkandle saved his life and he wanted to meet him again to express his gratitude. He recalls Jin Runkandle saying, "If you ever need my help, just let me know." Spur Bill wonders when he'll have the chance to meet him again to repay his kindness. Just then, Jin Runkandle calls out to him from behind. Spur Bill responds, turning to see who it is. Jin Runkandle places his hand on Spur Bill's shoulder, asking him to calm down, saying, "It's me, Jin, the one who saved you from those Kilo guys." Spur Bill, taken aback, asks how Jin got there. Jin reminds him that he said to come to him if he needed help. "Do you remember?" Spur Bill quickly acknowledges, of course, adding that he could never forget the kindness Jin showed him. Without him, he wouldn't be here. Jin, satisfied, says, "Good, then just wait here while I get some gold and money." Spur Bill is shocked by the sudden request for money. He considers it an immutable law that reserve flag bearers must conceal their identity because they must build their reputations based on their own abilities rather than relying on their family's support. It was anticipated that young masters of Runkindel, who were only just learning to fight, would lead extremely modest lives for the first few months. He reflects that until they could accumulate funds from collecting bounties on criminals or working as mercenaries, they were compelled to live frugally. However, they are different. They eat food. After a while, Jillijin and Morin walk along the road and discuss their recent experiences. Jilly mentions that the food in the G Kingdom isn't too bad. She admits that she was prepared to starve for a few days like the other flag bearers often do. But thanks to Jin, they've had an easier start. Murin laughs and points out that yesterday Jin called it extortion, but now he's glad he did it. Jin Runkandel responds that it's not extortion. By giving them the money, Spurbill managed to pay off his debt. He remembers Spurbill handing him a large bag of money, expressing his gratitude and thanking Jin for helping him. Jin then asks Morin if he's eating too much, noting that they're about to use a teleportation gate. He warns that if Morin eats too much, he might vomit like he did last time. Morin tells him to shut up, insisting that he's a binge eater who needs to eat a lot first, even if he might throw it all up later. He points out that if it weren't for Morin, he would have had to starve for the next few days, and asks what he means by binge eater. Murin retorts that if Jin doesn't want to see him vomit, he can just ride him instead. It's Jin who wants to use the teleportation gate. Jilly agrees, saying that if it's just motion sickness, they can deal with it. Jin Runkindel says Jilly's motion sickness isn't the issue. The real problem is that their destination, the Aran Kingdom, is part of the Ludo Magic Federation, which is controlled by the Zippel family. He explains that 80% of active dragons are currently under Zip's control, so riding Morin into that territory without caution would be like declaring war. However, he adds that more than half of those dragons would likely be frightened once they heard Moran's name. Rankin, annoyed, mutters that those scoundrels are walking around with their heads held high, a sign of how much the world has changed. He reminds Jin that he's warned him about transforming in the middle of the street. He reflects that the dragons, the gods who owe those dragons, and the numerous contractors bound to those gods are currently supporting the Zippel family. He realizes that, in contrast, he is the only one in the Runkindel family who has a contract with a god. If his father weren't around, the Zippel would have already destroyed the Runkindel family. He wonders how the Zippel managed to gather so many contractors, considering that getting so many in one generation seems more than just a coincidence. After a while, Jin Runkandel finds himself standing in front of a guard who asks him to show his identification. He thinks to himself that they've arrived already, and hands over 2 cards introducing himself as Jin Grey and Jilly Python, stating that they're planning to visit the Aran Kingdom for sightseeing. After a while, Jin Runkindel sits in the waiting room with others as an announcement over the system informs all passengers that they will soon be teleported to the Aran Kingdom. The announcement warns that they may experience headaches and dizziness during teleportation, so they should remain seated comfortably. Jilly remarks that, as expected from a family-made identification card, they pass through without any issues. Jin Runkindel replies that it's no surprise. The Runkindel ID is sophisticated enough to fool even the Bement Special Affairs Division. The system thanks everyone for their patience and announces that teleportation will begin shortly. Gilly hugs Moroccan, who is in cat form, while Jin considers the Aran Kingdom to be something from his past life. Even though it's been 15 years, they teleport to the Lero Magic Federation's Aran Kingdom. Upon arrival, the system announces that they've reached their destination, welcoming them to the Ludo Magic Federation's Aran Kingdom. After a while, they step into the street. Jin Runkindel reflects that in the last year of his previous life, before he regressed, the capital of the Aran Kingdom looked much like this. Despite a 15-year time gap, the scenery hasn't changed much. The streets are filled with vendors, but next to them are homeless people with dark expressions. Jilly looks around and comments that it's a strangely gloomy place despite the nice weather. Jin thinks it's likely due to the oppressive rule of the teasers, recalling that he had heard it was particularly bad at this time. He suggests they find accommodation first, then look for their targets. Jilly agrees, nodding in acknowledgement. After a while, they stand outside a restaurant while Moran asks if they really need to stay in such a rundown place like this. She says the young master probably has a plan. He argues that he is rich, so there's no need for them to stay here. Jin Runkindel moves toward the door and asks if it's a good idea for a bunch of unregistered mages to arrive in a neighborhood like this, flaunting that they have lots of money. Moroccan retorts that just because of that, they are going to stay at a place that even orcs wouldn't stay in. Jin tells him to shut up and they enter the restaurant where they see Jet asleep on the table. Jin calls him and asks if he is the owner of this inn. Jet wakes up and greets them seeing a gigolo, a novice swordsman, and the pretty lady next to him who seems like a maid. He offers them juice and says, "Welcome to Jet's Inn. We have plenty of vacant rooms and this is our inn's special orange juice. Please have a glass and choose whichever room you like." Mirakin takes the glass while Jet thinks to himself that once they drink it, they'll wake up in the underground auction house starting a new life. Moran looks at the juice and asks if this insignificant fool is insane, then throws the juice in Jet's face. Jet is stunned and asks, "What are you doing?" Moroccan steps forward and punches him, demanding to know how he dared to try to poison them. Jet denies any wrongdoing, asking what he means by poison. Murin declares that Jet will die here today for his treachery. Jet pleads for them to wait and talk it over, but Moroccan kicks him in the face. Jin Runkandel recalls that Jet, a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality information, was someone he relied on in his previous life. The reason he, who had been exiled from the family and had no resources, managed to settle in Aaron was because of Jet's help. However, their friendship wasn't without its complications. Jet scammed him countless times under the guise of introducing him to the underground testing auction houses, taking everything from the naive him except for his clothes. Jin reflects that just thinking about it makes him angry. But in this life he plans to use Jet to his advantage. Jet insists that if they're going to treat him like this, he won't stand idly by, reminding them that despite appearances, he's a star. Moken hits him again, asking who cares. Jet quickly backtracks, saying he was wrong. It's not poison, just a sedative. Muin retorts that it's the same thing. Jin Runkandel says this should be enough and tells Mirakin to stop suggesting they listen to what Jet has to say. First, McKen is reluctant, asking why they should talk to someone who tried to drug them. Jet begs for mercy, promising to make amends for his wrongdoing. Moroccan tells him to shut up and not say another word until he's dead. Jin Runkandel informs Jet that he's going to ask him a few questions, warning that if Jet lies, he will die. But if he tells the truth, he will live. He adds that he will judge Jet's answers subjectively, based on his feelings and instincts. Jet nervously agrees. Murin says fine, they can do whatever they want. Jin Runkandel asks what Jet does for a living. Jet admits his name is Jet. He is an inn owner and informant, but he's also a scammer and a human trafficker. He claims that if they spare him, he can be very useful, because he knows everything about Aaron, and he isn't lying. Jin Runkandel suggests that Jet drugged them because he wanted to take them somewhere. Jet confirms, saying he's sorry. Jin Runkandel asks where Jet reveals that he was planning to take them to an underground Tessing auction house. Jin asks him to explain in detail. Jet elaborates that Tessing is a dark organization that operates auction houses dealing with slaves, illicit drugs, stolen goods, and even artifacts. Basically everything. Jin Runkandel thinks to himself that he has finally reached the Tessing auction house, and he agrees to heal Jet. By tonight, he knows what to do next. Jet expresses his gratitude. Nurin criticizes the idea of spending money on medical bills for someone like Jet, calling him trash. Gilly agrees, suggesting that if they spare him, Jet might just try to trick them again. Jin Runkandel argues that bringing down a dark organization with an underground auction house is worth the risk. He assures them that they can always get rid of Jet later if he betrays them. Murin reluctantly agrees. Jin Runkandel decides to trust Jet, pointing out that they needed an Aaron guide anyway, and says the first step is to find someone to treat Jet's injuries. He steps outside and thinks that pretending like this is exhausting, especially since he already knows everything. He doesn't plan on revealing to anyone that he's a regressor, so he has no choice but to keep acting this way. After a while, a gray-haired man tells him to rest as much as possible until his bones heal. Offering his services again if needed, Jin reflects that the man is part of the Lero Magic Federation and is surprised that someone they found on the street turned out to be such a skilled healer. Jet looks at his reflection in the mirror and notices his missing tooth. He curses, thinking these people are crazy. They hit him, then heal him. He's left wondering who on earth they are, an heir to a large martial arts family, someone from B's Special Affairs Division. Either way, he knows that if he betrays them, there'll be nothing left of him. Jin Runkandel says, "All right, let's get going," and indicates that they need to head to the underground auction houses. After a while, Jet takes everyone to the auction houses. The guard at the gate asks Jet why he's bringing so many people with him today, and whether they are products. Jet snaps at him, telling him to stop running his mouth and open the door. "They're my guests." The guard opens the door, and they all head inside. Jin Runkendel sees a large crowd inside. Myron comments that it's amusing to have an orchestra playing in a place operated by gangsters, noting how surprisingly quiet it is. Jet hands them face masks, explaining that even though it's known to the public that Sala is the boss of Tessing, the real boss is someone else. He advises them to wear the masks if they plan on attending the auction, as it's better to cover their faces. Jin Runkendel asks who the real boss is. Jet reveals that it's someone named Spy Han Alu, and that this place is decorated to suit his tastes. Jet says that Alu does this to hide that he's an uneducated gangster. Jin Runkendel encourages him to continue talking. Jet admits that Alu is different from the usual small fry. Not only does he have the ability to control these rough streets, but he's also a 7-star martial artist from arable lands, and there's a rumor that he has connections with the pure-blood Runkandel family from across the sea. Mirren dismisses the notion of the Runkandel family associating with low-life neighborhood gangsters, asking if Jin seriously believes they would. Jilly agrees, saying it doesn't seem likely. However, Jin Runkandel thinks otherwise, recalling one person who could be connected to both the Magic Federation and the gangster underworld, the person who placed a curse on him that prevented him from wielding a sword. If there's any connection to the Lutero Magic Federation, it's quite possible it's him. He reflects on the 9-star curse called Bladed Illusion, which has prevented him from using a sword. He doubts there's a mage in Tessing capable of such a high-ranking curse, but after spending 10 years at Storm Castle and 5 in the Garden of Swords without getting any clues, he feels compelled to investigate. It's been 15 years without answers, and even straws are worth grasping. Jin Runkandel decides that they came here with the intention of disrupting everything, so investigating Alu's identity is worth the effort. Mirren asks about the plan, suggesting that if it's something like wiping out all the gangsters on their first day in Erin, it might not be the best approach. Jilly mentions that the guards they saw on the way here seemed pretty skilled, and there were quite a few people who looked like unregistered magicians. She notes that suddenly fighting in the middle of enemy territory might not be the wisest idea. Jin Runkandel tells them not to worry, assuring them that he has a plan. Jilly asks what the plan is, and Jin responds by asking both of them to lend him their ears. Myron lightly taps his own head, remarking that sometimes he really wonders what's in Jin's head and how he even comes up with these ideas. Jilly agrees, saying it's a big shock and questioning whether it's really something a Runkandel should be doing. Jin reassures them, saying they can just run if things go wrong. Jet interrupts, announcing that they've arrived and that he deliberately got them a low-key spot. He pulls back the curtain and says, "Welcome to Tessing Underground Auction." The auctioneer announces that the next product is coming up, emphasizing that it doesn't matter where these items came from or why they're here. Their first items were things they could use however they liked for whatever purpose they desired. Slaves. A bystander comments that the slaves look to be in good condition today, pointing out one man in the back who seems capable of doing various types of work. Jin Runkandel remarks that they could have been put on sale like these slaves. Jet admits that he was reckless. Jin sees the slaves and is relieved that there are no children among them. Myron asks what they should do. Now Jin suggests they wait and mentions that sometimes useful items show up at these auctions. If something worth buying appears, he intends to acquire it. Once they have what they need, they'll start executing their plan. Jin believes that if his information is correct, the item he seeks is probably sitting in storage and he can take it once they put his plan into action. The auctioneer declares that the auction is now in full swing. Jin advises them to be patient and wait for the right moment. The scene shifts to a week later. The auctioneer calls for bids, announcing 20, then 130, and asking if anyone will bid 0. Jet tells Jin Runkandel that he's been observing for an entire week, and if he doesn't buy something today, the testings might start to get suspicious. Jin asks if it's not Jet's job to handle such matters. Jet says, "Of course, please do whatever you want." But internally he's cursing, thinking that if Jin doesn't buy something soon, he's going to get kicked out regardless of who he is. He urges Jin to purchase anything before things get too hot. The auctioneer introduces the next item, saying it's their first magic tome of the day. Matthew W.C.'s magic tome. He describes, Wok was a magician who once ruled over the world, and while they can't decipher the tone's contents, he assures the audience that it likely contains great magic. A bidder calls out 80. The auctioneer acknowledges the bid and asks if anyone will go higher. Jin Runkandel thinks that the auctioneer got the name wrong. It's not Matthew Wok, but Matthew Miak, a con artist. All of Miak's toms are under the Zip's management, so there's no chance this is the real thing. He reflects that it's been a week since he started coming to the testing auction, and it's always the same. The presenter is spewing nonsense while gullible magicians fall for it. The auctioneer moves on to the next item. Jin Runkindel notes that these amateur magicians are easily deceived. The auctioneer announces that the author of this magic tome is T. Zenim, starting the bid at 50 gold coins. Jin thinks that there are some tomes like that. While they may not be famous, they're like unscratchable lottery tickets. Everyone starts bidding. Moroccan places a hand on Jin's shoulder and suggests he should buy that tome, mentioning that if it was really written by the Zeni, he knew it's a big deal. Jin Runkindel raises his card to increase the bid. The auctioneer is surprised and asks if anyone will go higher. Someone in the crowd wonders if Jin really wants to buy it at that price. Another person speculates that he must be the son of a rich family. Jin Runkindel contemplates the magic tome recommended by a dragon, knowing there's no need to question Moren's instincts. The auctioneer announces that it was sold for 150 Moroccan, then comments on the next magic tome, questioning why it's there. The auctioneer introduces it as Suhisirk's magic tome. Moroccan asks who Hisirk is, puzzled by the obscure names. First, it's Eni. Now Hisir. Jin Runkindel raises his card and bids 200. The auctioneer announces the new bid, asking if anyone will go higher. A person in the crowd murmurs, wondering who this guy is and why he's only bidding on the weird stuff. Moroccan asks why Jin Runkindel started his bid with 200. Jin replies that he thought it would be a good idea to buy one more item, hoping to find something interesting, especially since his former master belonged to the Heiser clan. He believes he heard that the Heiser clan had collapsed hundreds of years ago, so he was surprised to find a trace of it at the auction. The auctioneer then declares the item sold for 200. Jin considers giving it as a gift if he ever meets his master again and comments, "Okay, that should do, let's get going." Moroccan notices some books and exclaims, "Jackpot! This really is the Zeni he was thinking of." He then asks, "But what's with this thing? There's a strange complicated encryption." Jin replies that naturally only he and his master can decode it. Jet, relieved that Jin finally made a purchase, comments that it would have been bad if Jin had left without buying anything today. Jin calls for Jet, and when he responds, Jin says that they need to meet Spider Handu. He asks why, but that's not possible, even if he's his customer. Jin Runkindel then says to relay the message to Alu, telling him that Baird and Zippel Full wants to see him in person. He moves quickly and thinks to himself that he's not from the Vermont Special Forces, but rather a pure-blooded Zippel. Opening the door, he muses that if he can get on the good side of the Zippel, he can leave this dump and make it big. He then instructs the messenger to inform Alu to come out, as Baird and Zippel Full is waiting for him. Several guards block his way, with one particularly large guard stepping forward to ask if he really is Baird and Zippel Full. He tells him to follow him as the boss wants to see him. However, Jin swiftly punches the guard in the face. He demands to know if he's joking. Jin then uses fire magic, questioning whether the man he's just attacked is Alu. The guard, now disoriented, clarifies that he's not Alu, but that Mr. L, the boss, had ordered him to escort Jin to a meeting along with 2 others. Just then, there's a sudden massive explosion. Jin, angered by the deceit, realizes that he has revealed his name, yet Alu sends his underlings instead of meeting him personally. He raises his voice, saying, "Let him be clear, tell him to come out and face me himself, and he better crawl on all 4s to get to me." After a moment, Alu's voice responds, before Jin confessing that he is Alu, the caretaker of Tessing. He fails to recognize the one who resides in the heavens above and begs for forgiveness. Jin thinks that if anyone else had claimed to be Baron Zippel, he would have laughed it off, but Jin is different. His aura exudes a unique energy, and the flame ball he used earlier was at least 5-star. Mana. Jin realizes that anyone capable of wielding such high-level mana at that age could only be a Zippel. The narrative then shifts to a week earlier. Jin Runkindel announces that he's going to pretend to be Baron Zippel. Mirakin responds with disbelief, asking what he means by that. Jilly comments that even if Alu recognizes someone acquainted with the Zippel family, it would likely be an elderly servant. He explains that this ambiguity means there's no way to prove he's not Baron Zippel. Jilly ponders the implications, thinking it's not just a matter of whether Jin gets exposed or not. If the Runkindel family, or worse, the Patriarch, finds doubt about this impersonation in the future, the consequences could be severe. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runkindel instructs Alu to get up, which he does. Replying affirmatively, Alu presents 2 books to Jin, asking him to examine them and inquire what he thinks they are. Alu quickly admits that they are magic texts, apologizing for having obtained them without Zippel's authorization. He explains that the 2 texts are highly prized by his family, and then asks how much money Jin has made from activities like this. Alu offers an excuse stating that he's primarily a martial artist and didn't grasp the true worth of the magic texts, which caused Jin inconvenience. He promises to do his best to retrieve them, pleading for another chance. Jin dismisses him abruptly, telling him to shut up and bring him the account book along with the customer list, emphasizing that his family will start their investigation tomorrow. Jin thinks that this will be the end for Tessing. Despite their attempts to make a name in the Aaron Kingdom, they are merely a small gang compared to the Zippel family. He recognizes that if anything in the investigation leads to Zippel's displeasure, it could spell the end for Tessing. After a while, they sit in a room and examine papers and books while Aced stands in front of them, stating that this is all that was at the auction. Jin Runkindel asks if there is more. Alu confirms that there are additional items, but they are heavily guarded and kept in the employee's residence. He requests permission to leave temporarily, promising to return with the items within 2 hours. Jin Runkindel responds by asking if Alu is planning to destroy important documents. Then he says he's going to check whether Alu is telling the truth by questioning those he has bribed. He then tells Alu to go ahead and do whatever he needs to do, but reminds him that he is still under his control. Alu apologizes and promises to return shortly. He instructs the brown-haired guard to show Sir Baron around the storage area while he is gone, which the guard acknowledges with a simple yes. Alu then whispers to the guard to ensure that Jin Runkandel is kept within the mansion until he returns, and the guard agrees. Meanwhile, Alu walks down the hallway seething at Jin Runkandel's arrogance. He mutters to himself, thinking, "Idiot, acting like he's in control of everything." He curses inwardly, frustrated with the amount of money he has spent on the Zippel, and resolves to find any way he can buy them off or regain his influence. Meanwhile, they are all searching through a library. Moroccan tells Jilly to take whatever she wants. She asks if it's really okay, and he assures her it is, remarking that there's likely nothing here that wasn't stolen. As they rummage through the books, a brown-haired guard gets hit on the head by a book, exclaiming, "Go Tom, it's all garbage." Moroccan then mentions that Alu will probably realize Jin Runkandel is a fake by the time Jin returns, asking Jin Runkandel about his plan. Jin Runkandel shrugs, responding casually that they're just grabbing what they like for free and will leave before Allah returns. He opens a box and finds a ring, thinking to himself, "Got it." Jilly, still shaken by their audacious behavior, asks if they plan to keep doing reckless things like this. Jin Runkandel takes her question as a compliment just as Jed arrives with some papers. He announces that he's found the account records for the slaves as requested, complete with birthplaces and ages. Jin Runkandel praises him, saying, "Good job," and declares that they're done here, urging everyone to leave. However, the brown-haired guard stops him, explaining that the boss will bring the accounting books soon, so they should stay in the mansion until then. In response, Jin Runkandel attacks the guard, knocking him out. Jed applauds, remarking that Jin isn't just skilled in magic, but can fight too. However, he doesn't understand why Jin is assaulting Allah's subordinates. Jin Runkandel asks if Jed has a family. Jed confirms he has a son. Jin instructs him to take his son and flee, ideally to the Bement Empire. Jed is taken aback, and Jin Runkandel advises him to hand over the accounting books and present himself as a whistleblower. That's the only way to ensure his safety. Jed refuses, insisting he'll stay by Jin's side until the end. He thinks to himself that he's worked too hard for this opportunity to let it slip away. Desperate, Jed begs Jin to allow him to serve alongside him in his great endeavors, hoping for a chance to succeed. With a hint of regret, Jin Runkandel reveals that he's not actually Baron Zippel. This revelation shocks Jed. The scene shifts to 2 hours later. Yahello returns, reporting that he heard from the Zippel hotline that Baron Zippel has long silver hair. He notices the guard knocked out on the floor, and a different guard approaches, addressing him as the boss. Yahello tells him to speak, and the guard explains that they took the information about the slaves and other customers, then fled, declaring that Tessing is finished. Yahello orders them to chase after the intruders, but the guard apologizes, saying they've already escaped. Yahello grabs the guard's face with his large hand and hurls him across the room, shouting that they must take all the remaining men to track down the frauds. He vows to skin them with his own hands. Meanwhile, Morin sits near the fire with the others and inquires if there's a reason Jin Runkandel has been lingering around. Jin responds that he doesn't believe there's anything to be gained from worrying about Allah. Instead, they need to ascertain if he's connected to the rung candles. Mirakin acknowledges this, suggesting they consider it a final farewell before departing. He notes that he gave a Luceni grimoire, and even gifted him a masterpiece which caused Allo to panic when he saw it at the auction. Mirakin wonders how Allo could have known about such an ancient item and managed to obtain it. Suddenly some guards spot them, and one of the guards alerts the others, shouting, "Over here! They're hiding over here!" He then calls for the boss. Mirakin grumbles about their noise, and Jin Runkendel suggests they go have a brief conversation. Allo notices them and declares, "I found him, he's scamming idiots." He demands to know how Jin Runkendel dares to think he could fool Al and escape. Allo vows to hang him in the market as an example and demonstrate what happens to anyone who crosses the head of Tessing Spider Hands. Jin Runkendel counters, listing the evidence he's uncovered. The registry of kidnapped slaves from Bement, the transaction ledger detailing the ancient grimoire sought by the Zippel family, and the customer registry naming all the aristocrats who turned a blind eye to Allah's operations. He throws the papers into the air, saying he's already spread this information far and wide. By tomorrow, the entire world will know about Allah's crimes. He asks if magic mail isn't convenient, suggesting that Allah's downfall is imminent. Allah hurls insults at him, threatening that his death won't be easy. He vows to skin him alive, and every time Jin passes out from the pain, Allah plans to revive him with flames. Jin Runkendel calls out to Moran, who responds reluctantly. Jin informs him that he wants a one-on-one fight with Alo. Moran sighs, saying, "What a pain." Alo, outraged, calls Jin a crazy idiot and demands to know what he thinks he can accomplish alone. He orders his subordinates not to just stand there but to attack Allah's men, launch their attack with magic crystals. Allah instructs them to leave the kid alive but to kill the rest of the group. They move to strike at Mirakin, but he quickly counters, taking them down one by one as he advances. He leaps high into the air, striking another guard with such force that the others are left in shock. Alo shouts at his men, asking why they are just standing around. A gray-haired guard explains that firing magic at this point could hit their own comrades. Allah responds by telling him to aim at the people in the back. Jin Runkendel advises Jilly to step back for a moment. The guards use fire and water magic spells to attack, but Jin creates a protective shield to defend himself and Jilly. The guards are shocked by this. Jin Runkendel remarks that things have become a bit easier thanks to his sister Luna. She comments that despite everything, he didn't even say goodbye to her before leaving. Mirakin observes that their adversaries rely on numbers because they are weak and grumbling. "What a pain! Just drop dead all at once," he mutters. Then launches an attack using light magic, leaving everyone stunned by its intensity. Alo lunges at Mirakin while one guard notices something's off and asks, "What's happening?" Another guard remarks that the boss has gone mad. They question whether he's lost his mind, concluding that it might actually save them some trouble. Mirakin reports that he has taken care of all the smaller threats, as Jin Runkendel asked, and tells him to do whatever he wants. Ella, furious and cursing, demands to know who sent them and why. Jin Runkendel dismisses the question, retorting that it doesn't matter if he tells him or not because he's going to die anyway. As Alo attacks, Jin Runkendel sidesteps, realizing how fast Alo is. Jin thinks to himself that even if Alo is lying, he still has to be cautious and can't afford to be taken down without a fight. Murin acknowledges that he's found a worthy opponent, suspecting that the rumors about Alo being a 7-star martial artist might be true. He comments that Alo seems different from Visho, his previous opponent, and this one seems eager to kill him. Mirakin tells Jin to give it his best shot and not to die. Alo expresses his disdain, remarking on Jin's arrogance and questioning how an air mage dares to step onto the front line. Jin Runkendel retorts, asking if Alo, a rookie, is looking down on him, and then moves to attack with his sword. Alo inquires about the sword and manages to block Jin's attack. He counterattacks, noting that Jin Runkendel isn't a mage after all. Jin Runkendel steps back and attempts another attack. Alo swiftly moves, attempting to strike from behind, but Jin evades just in time. Alo's attack lands on the floor, and he taunts Jin, calling it a shallow hit. Jin Runkendel realizes that Alo is fast and that he hasn't been fighting at full strength, but even so, it's already too much for him to handle. Alo comments that the fireball Jin Runkendel used at the auction house must have been an artifact. He realizes that he's in this predicament because he fell for a simple trick. The real problem, however, is the guy who single-handedly took down all of his subordinates. Alo is certain that he's even stronger than he is. He wonders why Mirakin is just standing there. Mirakin observes that Jin seems to be taking some hard blows, remarking, "Little idiot, Jilly, concerned, asks if Moroccan plans to intervene, pointing out that while it's the young master's wish to take on a 7-star martial artist, it might be a bit early for him to do so. Mirakin dismisses her concern, saying it's fine, and that the idiot needs to learn how precious life is. Jilly agrees, acknowledging the truth in his words. He then remarks that it seems she believes the kid is going to lose. On the other side, Alo lunges to attack while Jinrun Candle attempts to block him. Everyone is taken aback by the ferocity of Alo's assault. Alo charges again, declaring that this will be the end for Jin. However, Jinrun Candle smirks, using his magical fire spell, and says that in the past, when Runcandle's magic swordsmen fought, even a 2-star difference was insignificant to them. He launches a burst of fire at Alo, knocking him back. Alo, bewildered, questions whether it wasn't an artifact. Realizing that Jinrun Candle is a magic swordsman, Jin's sword lights up with magical energy as he summons lightning to attack. Alo attempts to block the attack, but his sword hits the floor. He mocks Jin, saying that standing so exposed will lead to his demise. Jinrun Candle moves forward, his hand wearing a magical ring, and commands his helmet to release. Alo is shocked, asking what is happening. Jinrun Candle then takes his sword and delivers a deep cut to Alo. As he does, a dark magical aura envelopes him. He sheathes his sword. Miran is surprised by what he sees, commenting that it must be MTA's rune. Gilly asks him to explain what MTA's rune is. Miran recounts that thousands of years ago, MTO was created for Bement, the first emperor who was a lover of a demon. During that time there was a war, and MUA was a masterpiece that could block all attacks below 7-star power. Miran expresses his curiosity about how such an artifact ended up in the hands of a gang. Jinrun Candle reflects on MUA's rune, noting that it's an artifact meant to be given to the Bement Emperor in 5 to 6 years. He recalls that during that period, the Academy and the press were in chaos because of this helmet, and he remembers precisely when, where, and on which date it was first discovered. Jin delivers a severe blow to Alo and tells him that he wants to ask him one thing before he dies. He mentions that he has heard about Alo's connections to the Runcandle family and asks if it's true. Moroccan responds that he should have asked earlier, questioning what answer he expects to receive from someone on their deathbed. Alo acknowledges this and confirms that he now knows Jinrun Candle's true identity. He admits that it was indeed true that he failed, but he clarifies that Jinrun Candle is just the youngest member of the family. Alo adds that he can't stop the other person. Moroccan asks what he means by the other person. Jinrun Candle elaborates, mentioning Spider Alo and speculating that it's probably not his real name. He explains that they need to investigate further, because having a 7-star martial artist as the boss of a gang and connections to the Runcandle family seems suspicious. Rakan remarks that it's not entirely unusual, noting that one of his ancestors, a 9-star, ran a bar. However, he insists that they need to identify the person Alo referred to, especially since he is going to lead the family. He realizes that he has failed, and he can't stop that person. If Alo had acknowledged his identity, then his failure would have likely been tied to the Blad illusion. The mention of him being the youngest and unable to stop that person indicates knowledge of the power struggle among his siblings. He considers the possible suspects, dismissing his older sister. Why? Because she left the family. Mayu. Anne and the twins are ruled out due to their youth and lack of experience. The others aren't clever or ambitious enough to engage in such underhanded schemes. He then narrows down the likely candidate, someone who is acutely aware of rank and who began manipulating events as soon as they recognized his talent. Joshua Runcandle, the next heir. Jin Runcandle concludes that no one else holds as much influence as Joshua. Whether he's jumping to conclusions or not, he intends to uncover the truth soon. The scene shifts to the next morning. A little boy with black hair stands on the street holding some newspapers and shouts that Tessing has been eliminated. After a joint investigation between the Zippel family and the Mint, the evil gang that terrorized the innocent was taken down in just one day. Jin Runcandle reads the headline and remarks that it seems like Jet did a good job. He observes that while Jet might have faced harassment from the Zippel family and Bement, it's a small price to pay compared to saving his own life. Miran comments that the criminals deserved even more suffering, but he's glad the Zippel family and Bement are taking the credit. It means Jin will get the benefits. Jin Runcandle agrees, listing the gains: a valuable ring, skilled mages, a 7-star knight, and even a victory in a real battle. Just then, Jilly arrives, addressing Jin Runcandle as Young Master. She reminds him that being a 7-star knight doesn't automatically guarantee competence and that he shouldn't become careless just because he defeated Yahello. She suggests it would be wise to be more cautious in the future. Jin Runkandel agrees, acknowledging that they have nothing on someone like Jilly, who is the real deal. He assures her he will be more careful from now on. Jin Runkandel expresses gratitude to Jet, noting that thanks to him, no one will suspect their whereabouts. He suggests they relax and head to their next destination. Moran inquires about their next destination, to which Jin Runkandel responds that Tikkun is an independent city. Gilly remarks that Tikkun is known for its 7 colors. Moroccan asks about the significance of the 7 colors. Jin Runkandel hands some coins to an old man nearby. Gilly explains that Tikkun houses a large information center, which alongside the Runkandel Zippel and Beement organizations is one of the most reliable sources of information. Moran then realizes that Jin Runkandel intends to gather information on potential adversaries, similar to how he utilized Jet, and asks if that sounds like a plan. Jin Runkandel acknowledges it as one possibility. After a while, a person announces that they are all aboard and they embark on a boat. Jin Runkandel reflects that moving forward, he needs to prioritize his memories from before his regression, while with Gilly and Moroccan ensuring they serve a proper purpose. Additionally, he considers the matters related to Vishal Uliano Warkalo and Allah's past connections to Runkandel. He realizes there are many things such as the Colin ruins and taboo magic that he needs to investigate further. For this purpose, he determines that the 7 colors in Tikkun are the most suitable place. After a while, Moroccan mentions that he has discovered what the magic or whatever it was left behind by Chenny actually is. He believes it's light magic. Jin Runkandel is surprised, saying he thought that form of magic disappeared during ancient times. Moroccan confirms that it did, explaining that Chenny was an enemy of the Zippel family back then, and the Zippel erased any traces of their adversaries from history. That's the Zippel family's typical approach. They eliminate those who become a nuisance to them. Miran adds that this is why there are no existing records, and if he can't transcend his current limitations, the Runkandel family could face a similar fate in the future. Learning about light magic could be crucial. Jin Runkandel tells him he's going to demonstrate something, emphasizing how quickly he can adapt. He suggests Moroccan look forward to it, as this might be the type of magic he needs most at this moment, and then reveals a glowing magical energy in his hand. Jin Runkandel urges Moroccan to open his eyes wide and watch carefully, remarking that it's light magic, but asking why it's black. He increases his power, laughing, then asks how it felt seeing it for just a moment, but already experiencing a sensation like his eyes are swelling. Jin Runkandel covers his face with his hand and comments that this magic can definitely be used for both offense and defense. He notes that it's called Flashbang, one of Chenny's most prized spells, and he's thrilled to have obtained it. In contrast, he mentions a certain Heiser mage. Moroccan interrupts, questioning why he is bringing up this mage. All of a sudden, Jin Runkandel pulls out a book, explaining that it's encoded in a way that even frustrates him, and he's unsure of its contents. He wonders if it will be useful. Jin Runkandel suggests leaving it aside for now. Moroccan agrees, stating that one day he'll find a skilled decipherer to tackle it. The scene shifts to a week later, in Tikkun, the independent city. Gilly is delighted as she explores the city, remarking how pretty it is. Jin Runkandel reflects on the unique characteristics of this location. A city on a small island in the southern part of the central continent, unaffiliated with either the Runkandel family or the Zippel family. Although the population is relatively low, it's a popular tourist spot with ocean views visible from almost any point in the city. Gilly comments that the entire city seems vibrant and asks if they should find a place to stay, while Moroccan jumps off her shoulder. Jin Runkandel agrees, suggesting they head toward the city center to look for accommodation. Moroccan transforms into his human form and complains that he won't choose another lousy place this time. Jin Runkandel scolds him, saying that he's told him repeatedly not to transform in the middle of the city. Moroccan reports that humans don't really pay much attention. However, Gilly notices him transforming and points excitedly, exclaiming that a cat has just turned into a person. She then shouts to others, announcing that a black cat turned into a black-haired man, asking how he did it. The group is taken aback by her reaction. She then yells, "Teacher!" After a while, Jin Runkandel tells Gilly that she saw it wrong, asking how a cat could possibly turn into a human. Gilly, eating ice cream, insists it's not her, but her friend Yuri who saw it, and she's sure a black cat turned into that man. She asks why he's lying. He responds that he's not lying and that he's not a Mr. Julia argues that he is lying and that he is in fact a Mr. Jin trying to defuse the situation, reminds her that he bought her ice cream and asks if she could pretend she saw nothing. She refuses, saying she won't lie. Jilly, standing with Murin, asks what they should do. She mentions that they thought Julia was lost, so they decided to take her to the garrison, but if rumors spread there, they might attract the Zippel full family's attention. Moroccan dismisses the worry, saying nobody will believe what a child says. Julie retorts that if Mirakan had listened to the young master, none of this would have happened in the first place. After a while, Julia points to a building and says, "It's the information center," mentioning that she doesn't like the garrison. Gilly inquires about what's wrong. Julia explains that she doesn't like it because they always harass her mom and bother her. Jilly expresses concern, suggesting that maybe it's a place that uses violence and exploits the common folk. Jin Run Candle considers that the child's mother could be a criminal for all they know and suggests they go inside and check. First, a guard notices Julia and asks if she isn't Julia, then instructs someone to bring the leader, saying, "Little Miss Julia is here." Jin Run Candle politely asks if the guard knows the child. The guard chuckles and confirms he knows her all too well, as she's their leader's daughter. Jin Run Candle asks about the leader's daughter, and Julia spots her mother, Alicia Badger. Jin reflects on the leader of the center, wondering if that's really the only role she plays. Meanwhile, Julia runs toward her mother, Alicia Badger, and hugs her. Alicia gently reprimands her, reminding her not to wander too far. Julia responds by saying that her mom doesn't play with her enough. Alicia apologizes, promising to play with her a lot after she finishes her work. Julia asks if she really meant it, pointing out that Alicia had been busy before and hadn't kept her promise. Alicia assures her she will, emphasizing that she can't just leave because of her work. Alicia Badger then notices Jin Run Candle and his companions, commenting that most people in this city know Julia, suggesting that Jin should be more cautious. She apologizes for her delayed introduction, extending her hand and introducing herself as the leader of Tikkun Garrison. Jin shakes her hand, introducing himself as Jin Gray and explaining that he's just visiting Tikkun as a tourist. She remarks that if he's a tourist, she should give him something in return and asks if there's anything he might need. He asks if she can recommend a place to stay. Julia whispers something in her ear, and Alicia Badger pulls out a pen, calling for some paper. A guard quickly brings her some paper, and she writes something down before handing it to Jin Run Candle. Alicia explains that it's a letter of recommendation with a garrison leader's seal, ensuring that wherever he goes, if he shows this, he will be treated well. She thanks him once again for finding her daughter. Jin responds that they should be the ones thanking her and then says they'll be on their way. As they turn to leave, Alicia Badger asks Julia if a cat really turned into a human. Julia confirms it, but adds that the others don't want to talk about it, so she pretends not to know. Alicia praises her, saying she did a good job, and remarks that everyone has secrets. She reflects on the transformation, noting that it's something only a dragon can do. Meanwhile, Gilly sits on the bed and remarks that the service is excellent, noting that he's only experienced this kind of treatment when he was at Hufester Mirakan lying on his own bed. Comments on how soft it is, adding that this is what a proper lodge should feel like. Jilly acknowledges the benefit of the letter of recommendation, saying that things are going smoothly in Tikkun, and remarks that they've had great luck since they arrived. She then mentions that she'd been thinking about the ice cream Julia had eaten earlier, asking if she could have some as well since it's a popular treat in Tikkun. Jin Runkendel wonders why she's asking him for permission, telling her to go ahead and order it. She leaves the room, responding that she'll be back soon. Murin comments that it's been a while since they lived in such comfort, remarking that it feels like they're on vacation. He then asks Jin how he plans to meet the 7 colors. Mirakan points out that the 7 colors won't be easy to meet. Jin Runkandel responds that he has a plan, explaining that the 7 colors is the most reputable information center in Tikkun, and at its core is a figure known as the noble sword Kashmir. He reflects that Kashmir is a renowned swordsman widely known and respected, who was even recommended to teach beginner swordsmanship to the Rung Candle family. However, that's the extent of what most people know about him. Jin recalls that in 10 years, Kashmir will reveal himself as the Emperor of Bement and will leverage the information gathered by the 7 colors. He thinks that Kashmir will acquire ruling power from Bement, the Zippel family and the Runkandel family, gaining the support needed to establish Tikkun as an independent kingdom with him as its first king. He considers Kashmir Alphen to be a meticulous person, not just skilled in swordsmanship, but also adept at concealing himself for an extended period. He speculates that he might become someone who can support him. However, the challenge lies in how he will approach him. Just then, Jilly enters the room and alerts Jin Runkandel and Morin that something is amiss. She explains that there's no one in the lodge. All the employees and guests have disappeared, and she senses that something is off. Kashmir. Alphen places a hand on her shoulder, inquiring about their well-being, and asking if it would be acceptable for him to intrude. For a moment, Jin Runkandel observes him and wonders why Kashmir Alphen is here. Morin, angered, moves to attack him. Jin Runkandel intervenes, urging him to stop and not kill him. Moroccan transforms into a shadow dragon. Then sarcastically repeats Kashmir's greeting, asking if he is well before pointing out that no, he isn't. Questioning if he is an idiot for thinking otherwise, Jin Runkandel wonders why the noble sword Kashmir is here all of a sudden. Kashmir shouldn't have any business in Aaron, especially since they just arrived in Tikkun and haven't caused any trouble. Jin then realizes that Kashmir isn't alone. 3-4. No, even more guards are with him. He thinks that at this rate they might get overwhelmed and tells Mirakin to calm down as the space is too small, and fighting here could injure Jilly. Mirakin transforms back into his human form and questions Kashmir if he even knows who he is. Kashmir asks what he's talking about. Mirin reiterates the question, asking if he knows who he is, then mutters that he is an idiot while embracing Jilly. He also expresses his frustration, asking why his language is so informal and if he disrespects everyone just because he has a sword at his waist and drags around his underlings. Jin Runkandel reflects that for once Mirakin restrained himself. Kashmir Alphen clarifies, saying that's not what he meant. Mirin responds angrily, asking what he did mean, and accuses Kashmir of barging in uninvited, demanding answers. He repeats his question, asking if he knows who he is. Kashmir admits he doesn't know Mirin, then taunts. Wondering why he speaks so informally, as if he's above everyone else just because he has a sword and a group of followers. Jin Runkandel intervenes, telling Mirakin to stop saying, "That's enough." He asks Mirakin to calm down and put away his sword, then politely addresses him, asking if he's Sir Noble Sword. Kashmir Jin Runkandel adds that he's heard a lot about his reputation and knows him well. Kashmir seems puzzled and asks how Jin Runkandel knows his name and who he is. Jin Kandel formally introduces himself, revealing his real name. Mirakin and Jilly are taken aback by this sudden disclosure. Jin suggests that they continue their conversation in a different location, offering to answer any of his questions. After a while, Kashmir Alphen sits in front of Jin Runkandel with Jilly and Moran standing behind Jin Runkandel. Thanks Kashmir for dismissing his soldiers, remarking that it suggests a level of trust Kashmir contemplates that he brought the soldiers after receiving a report about a dragon sighting, but that it turned out to be a misjudgment. Instead, it was Moran who was visibly furious, and he was sure that the intense pressure felt was not from any ordinary human, but from the dragon himself. He realizes that if he hadn't intervened, everyone in the room might have died. He also recognizes Jilly McClen, thinking he met her before his fall from grace in the Bement Palace. He recalls her military prowess during training drills, but now he can't detect any trace of her or wonders if she has any connections to the people she's with. Kashmir Alphen then asks if he really is who he claims to be, noting that it doesn't seem like he's lying, but he still has questions. Jin invites him to go ahead. Kashmir asks why Jin is traveling with a dragon, mentioning that since ancient times, dragons have been known to make contracts with magicians who have made contracts with a god, or with someone possessing a special power, typically a Zippel rather than a Runkandel Kashmir. Then inquired if Jin's family knows he's accompanied by a dragon. Jin Runkandel responds that they do not know. He warns that if this information were to leak, his family wouldn't take it lightly. He remarks that Jin is discussing a significant secret that could cost him his life, suggesting that what matters isn't merely that he's a Runkandel. He then asks Jin to explain the reason behind this alliance with a dragon. Instead of answering directly, Jin Runkandel asks why he sought to meet with the dragon. He says that since Jin shared a big secret, he'll share one in return. He mentions that his daughter Julia said she saw a cat transform into a person, which is why he came to investigate Jin. Runkandel asks if he believes the words of a child. Kashmir replies that his daughter is no ordinary child. She's a contractor with Asmiel. Jin Runkandel clarifies if he means the god of sight. Kashmir confirms this, adding that a contractor of Asmiel wouldn't misinterpret an object or event, as the god of sight grants precise vision. He notes that many powerful people would do anything to become a contractor with ASO, so he's cautious about revealing this information so easily. Mirakin, sensing something off, moves closer to Kashmir. He questions how Julia could be a contractor if there's no dragon around, pointing out that he didn't sense any dragon energy nearby. Jinrum Candle observes that a seal's dragons are known for their strong bond with their contractors, so it's unusual that they would leave a child alone, indicating something strange is happening. He says he's unsure of the full context, but it seems to revolve around that fact. Miran asks what he's referring to. Kashmir Alphan explains that Julia's guardian dragon disappeared about a year ago, possibly involving the Zipful family or the Bement Empire. Though that's just speculation, Myron responds that it doesn't make sense. No dragon is foolish enough to be kidnapped, and certainly not for a whole year. He then asks if Julia is about 5 years old. Kashmir confirms this, saying that's correct. Miran points out that if Julia really is a seal's contractor, then if the dragon isn't nearby, she could soon go insane or become disabled due to the lack of the dragon's protective presence. Kashmir is shocked to hear this. Miran elaborates, emphasizing that Aesil's contractors can see the future. However, most humans aren't aware that this ability places a significant strain on a dragon's mental state. He explains that at Julia's age, she's too young to distinguish between dreams and reality, which is why she hasn't exhibited severe symptoms yet. He explains that if she continues seeing the future without any protection as she's doing now, her vision will become uncontrollable in a year or two. Jinrum Candle asks him to elaborate, questioning if seeing the future could truly lead to disability. Kashmir responds that it relates to the principle of causality. The one who sees the future must follow what they saw if they don't. Asil's punishment begins if someone sees the future and tries to alter it. Especially in matters of life and death, they risk severe consequences. He adds that contractors who defy the principle of causality are eventually destroyed. Kashmir states that his daughter has lived in a different reality from them, due to her ability, and based on Jin's reaction, it seems he's starting to understand the gravity of the situation. Kashmir concludes that he must find her guardian dragon as quickly as possible to ensure her safety, and there's no other option. Kashmir Alphan kneels down, addressing Mirakin as a mighty dragon. He explains that although the manager didn't mention it, he's the leader of the information center, the 7 colors, and he's confident in his abilities. However, for a year he has been unable to find his daughter's guardian dragon Murin. Hearing this, remarks that he's now certain that meeting Julia upon their arrival in Tikkun wasn't just a coincidence. A seal seems to be seeking their help for his young contractor. He then asks Murakan, the mighty dragon, to intervene. Murakan dismisses the request, saying that he can't do much, even if asked. He points to Jinrum Candle, suggesting that the decision rests with him. Jinrum Candle approaches Kashmir Alpha and asking him to stand up. He acknowledges that although they don't have a deep relationship, this matter concerns the safety and well-being of a child. He suggests that they proceed rationally and join forces to search for Julia's guardian dragon. Kashmir Alphan expresses his gratitude, saying he will not forget their kindness. He thinks that even though things turned out better than expected, there's still a sense of unease. If the 7 colors couldn't locate the missing dragon, then finding it might require information from the Run Candle or Zipful families. Murakan asks if Tikkun is aligned with the Zipful family, to which Jinrum Candle responds that Tikkun is just a city unaffiliated with anyone. He seems satisfied, then asks Kashmir Alphan if his information network is truly that capable. Inquiring if they have data on dragons, Kashmir confirms they do, explaining that they know which continent each dragon inhabits. Murakan is pleased and asks for all the information on dragons in the Bement Empire. Jinrum Candle quickly advises against revealing this information, but Murakan dismisses him, stating that this approach is like a last resort. Traditionally, he adds, dragons are believed to know everything. Meanwhile, Enia approaches Miss Quickle, who is holding a newspaper, and asks her to look at it. Miss Quickle inquires if she has arrived. Enia responds that it's news about Sir Jin again, and asks if he isn't truly amazing. She remarks that he's the same age as them but is already a 5-star. Enia expresses surprise and asks if she could also become like him. She confirms, saying that as a god's contractor she can also achieve such heights. Enia questions if that's really true. She reassures her, stating that compared to the child of a family with a guardian who is a black-haired guy, she as the contractor of Ulta, the god of time, holds much more potential. She then instructs Enia to go home and not come out until she returns. Enia asks if something has happened. She responds saying, not really. It's just that something dark has appeared. After a while, Jinrum Candle is flying while sitting on Murakan, who has transformed into his dragon form. Murakan warns him that soon, Very soon he'll release his presence, and the dragons residing in Bement will come crawling out on their own. He advises Jin to hide well to avoid being seen. Jin Runcandle covers his face and acknowledges the advice, saying he's ready. Moroccan says they're starting now, and then they begin descending rapidly. The scene shifts to a flashback where Khmer Alphen hands Moroccan some papers saying, "Here it is, the list of dragons active within the Bement regions as you requested." Moroccan reviews the papers and remarks, "So they are hiding here." He starts to say something but then changes his mind, dismissing it with a casual, "Never mind, it should be fine." Jin Runcandle asks if there's any problem, but Moroccan assures him there's none. He mentions that dealing with dragons can be risky, but suggests they move on, saying they have a long way to go. As they start to leave, Khmer Alphen calls out to Moroccan, addressing him as a great dragon and asking him to wait. Moroccan tells him to drop the formality, saying he's not a cult leader, and asks him to just use his name. Khmer responds, "Sir Moroccan," thanking him and bowing, then humbly requesting that Moroccan take care of things so that he can save his beloved daughter. Moroccan tells Khmer Alphen that before he leaves, there are two important details to keep in mind. First, until the dragon returns, he needs to keep his daughter physically active throughout the day by exhausting her energy. A seal's influence will naturally weaken. He instructs him to play with her from the moment she wakes up, whether it's running around or doing anything else that makes her tired, ensuring she falls asleep easily. Khmer acknowledges the advice and promises to keep his daughter engaged and exhausted. He then asks about the second detail. Moroccan mentions ice candies, suggesting Khmer bring some over since they didn't get a chance to try any because of him. Jilly remarks that he really is a gentleman. Moroccan laughs, pointing out that she had mentioned wanting to get some ice candies earlier. Jilly clarifies that she didn't mean that. She was referring to how Moroccan tactfully provided additional information to calm him. Moroccan responds that he doesn't really care about the emotions of that kind of creature. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runcandle reflects that while Moroccan often pretends not to care about others, he's actually quite thoughtful. A trait of their black dragon. Moroccan interrupts his thoughts, announcing that it's coming, pointing to a dragon approaching from the opposite direction. He identifies the newcomers as Rabis and Unel, remarking that they were the ones he beat up the most. Rowan tells Jin to put on his helmet. Jin Runcandle comments on how much Moroccan must have gone around beating them up for them to show up so quickly upon sensing his presence. Moroccan nonchalantly explains that anyone who enters his territory gets a beating. That's just how it was back in the day. Jin Runcandle asks if he doesn't feel a sense of pride about it. Rabis calls out to Moroccan, asking why he's here. Moroccan responds by addressing Rabis as the Earth Dragon and Unel, declaring that he's awoken from a long slumber for a task that requires their assistance. Unel, seemingly apprehensive, says that the great ruler of the tall mountains and close friend of soldiers doesn't know the details of his current situation, but this isn't the ideal time. "Please avoid this area." Unel urges. Rebus points out that a young contractor is still in this region and that Unel doesn't wish for any conflict on the coast of Bement. Moroccan, undeterred, asks if they're daring to order him to retreat, declaring that there's nowhere under the heavens that Moroccan must avoid. Unel, seeming exasperated, suggests that Moroccan should just flee, explaining that everything is in chaos due to the disruptive presence he's been spreading. Moroccan asks what Rabis is talking about. Rabis explains that Quickhandle is flying over and planning to kill him. Moroccan confirms if he means the silver dragon. Quickhandle then asks what his relationship is with the guardian dragon of the time god. Moroccan reveals that Quickle is his ex. Rabis pleads with Moroccan, saying he's begging him to leave, emphasizing that their contractor is still just a child and could get hurt if caught in the crossfire. Unel warns that the other dragons don't know he has awakened yet, and if he doesn't leave now, he's going to spread the news. Moroccan tells Jin Runcandle to hold on tight, then charges toward Rabis and Unel, striking them with enough force to send them flying. Rabis, panicking, suggests they flee and curses Moroccan Jin. Runcandle asks, "What on earth is Moroccan doing?" Moroccan tells him to stay focused as more are coming, and he lunges to attack again. While the other dragons counterattack, he realizes that even if his opponents are underestimated, their ultimate skills are above 8-star level, and he's firing those repeatedly. Miss Quickle arrives, cursing at Moroccan, saying he should have died right then and there, and demands to know what he was thinking, showing up here with that audacious look on his face. Jin Runcandle asks if they really have to fight against that monster. Moroccan indicates that it looks like they do. He asks how long he dated her, Mirakin replies, 500 years, adding that it's about 5 years in human terms. Then he tells Jin to stab her with Bradamante whenever he gets the chance. He hesitates, noting that she's still his ex, and asks if stabbing her isn't too harsh. Murin dismisses his concern, pointing out that he never sticks around with those who lack class. He advises that if things get bad, Jin should pour all his power into one strike, saying that it would take that much just to land a hit on her. Miss Quickle transforms into her dragon form, declaring that it's too late to run, and that she's going to bury him at sea. Myron urges Quickle to wait and calm down, acknowledging that she despises him, but pointing out that they have more important matters to attend to before settling any personal issues. Instead of listening, she launches a magical spell at him. He dodges and begins to retreat. Quickle chases after him, attacking with increased ferocity, even attempting to bite him. Moroccan questions why she's so agitated as they start clashing with each other. She throws another magical spell at him, exclaiming in frustration, "For the love, what the hell?" At this range, Miran quickly spreads his black shadow aura to obscure her view, hoping to buy some time. Jin Run Candle observes the chaotic scene and remarks that it's fortunate he tagged along. Otherwise, if Miran had been caught by the Silver Dragon, they wouldn't have even heard about it. Moroccan assures Jin Run Candle that he won't die, adding that no matter how strong Quickle is, she can't enter this space. He acknowledges that creating an opening to calm her down won't be easy, suggesting they find a way to pacify her through conversation. However, she disperses the shadow and mocks him, saying that if he thought his shadow liberation would work, he's sadly mistaken. Mirakin is surprised and asks how she did that. She scolds him, pointing out that he doesn't realize how much weaker he has become. If he still believes he's the same as before, he's sorely mistaken. Mirakin attempts to defuse the situation, telling her to stop and reminding her of their past. He explains that he came here with a question, but she retorts that even thinking about their past makes her want to tear him into 10,000 pieces. She attacks, but Morak invites her and asks her to calm down, wondering if she's reacting this way just because they broke up. She retorts that just breaking up isn't the only reason he's getting his ass beat, then punches him in the face. Moroccan signals Jin Run Candle to act. He jumps into action, ready to attack Quickle. She is taken aback, exclaiming, "What a human!" She realizes that her outer hide is hard to pierce even with Miran's teeth, which suggests that it will be difficult for Jin Run Candle to cause any significant damage with a single strike. However, he sees a small gap and notices remnants of Miran's Shadow Kai around the area. Using the power of Shadow Kai liberation, he strikes with his sword, piercing through and stabbing her. She screams in pain as he cuts her arm and wings. Moroccan commends him, saying he has used up all his power but still did a good job. Jin Run Candle feels exhausted and wonders if he has just become a dragon slayer out of nowhere. He acknowledges Moroccan's comment, saying, "All right now, let's hope she's calmed down a little." Jin Run Candle asks if that was the end of the battle. Moroccan responds that it's far from over. Most regular dragons would die from such a blow, but she is different. Dragons that control time are not easily defeated. Jin Run Candle, concerned, asks if they might end up missing her before they even find the missing dragon. Jin Run Candle stands on Miran's hand, observing her. He asks, "Is she rewinding time?" Mirakin explains that this is why authority and magic are separate, adding that while it's a powerful ability, it consumes a lot of energy. He advises Jin not to move an inch, just in case Miss Quickle reverts to her human form. Mirakin asks if she's calmed down a bit, joking that he didn't know she still had such strong feelings for him, to the point where she went crazy. Mirakin then asks if they didn't break up on good terms. Miss Quickle is indignant, reminding him that he dumped her unilaterally, giving her no room to discuss it. She sarcastically asks if that's what he calls breaking up on good terms. Moroccan admits that she gets angry whenever he mentions the breakup, but clarifies that he didn't cheat. It was simply a case of their personalities not matching. Jin Run Candle reflects on how this is a conversation between dragons who have lived for thousands of years. Moroccan tries to shift the focus, saying he didn't come here to fight, but to ask her something. Miss Quickle tells Moran to wait. Before he continues, he asks about the human with him, wondering if he's the contractor. Moroccan dismisses the question, emphasizing that it's not what's important right now. He points out that one of their own is in grave danger. Miss Quickle is unimpressed, labeling Morrison as despicable, reminding him of the many dragons he's killed. She seems baffled by his sudden concern, questioning if he's playing games with her and asking if he realizes how many dragons died at his hands. Mirakin acknowledges her point and explains that among those dragons was her older brother's enemy, whom he killed as an act of revenge. He clarifies that he did it for someone he had no connection to, implying that it wasn't his choice to get involved. He admits it might be his fault for asking her, saying he could have asked another dragon instead. Miss Quickle takes a moment to compose herself, recognizing that whenever she sees Mirakin, she becomes emotional. She suggests that he go ahead and ask her what he wants, apologizing for what she just said. He explains that one of Asil's guardian dragons recently went missing. Miss Quickle asks if he means Tikkun Latri. Mirakin confirms, saying, "Yeah, there was a name like that." Jin Runkandel realizes they're finally getting to the heart of the matter. She remarks that it's strange because Latri was taken by Veda not long ago. Jin Runkandel recalls that Veda is a wind dragon, one of Melier, the god of wind's dependence, and the guardian dragon of the Zippel family's vice-head Andre. He begins to suspect that this could be connected to the Zippel family. She states that the Zippel mentioned they would teach Latri the dragon language magic, suggesting that they might need to relocate to avoid any traps. She proposes that they backtrack a little to bypass any danger and enter B safely. She offers to guide them to her place. A while later in a forest on the outskirts of B-Men's capital, Jin Run introduces himself to Miss Quickle, explaining that he's Solder At's contractor. She acknowledges that she already knows he's Tamer's descendant, and identifies him as the youngest son. Jin Runkandel is surprised, and asks how she knows. Miss Quickle responds that it's obvious, because he's giving off the same energy as Tamer, and mentions that the three of them used to spend a lot of time together 1,000 years ago, adding that she just guessed he was the youngest based on the guardian dragon's reaction. She takes a sip of tea, suggesting they get to the main topic. She explains that Veda took Latri about a year ago. Mirakin confirms that they lured Latri in by promising to teach dragon language magic, remarking that this doesn't sound good. She acknowledges that while it might be true, the current contractor of Asil is too young to control the authority. She asks if it would be dangerous if the guardian dragon isn't by their side. Muin agrees, saying Veda should understand that as well. She says it makes sense and questions if there's a hidden motive behind this. Mirakin picks up on her phrasing, asking if she knows something based on her comment. As expected, she explains that when Veda took Latri, she visited Bement and mentioned introducing Latri to her. However, she seemed fixated on her contractor, asking for an opportunity to meet without a clear reason. She admits that her temper might have prompted her to react aggressively, but she refrained because her contractor's identity had already been revealed. Given that many in B's upper class have close ties with the Zippel family, acting on her temper would have put her contractor in danger. Jin Runkandel remarks that it's odd how her contractor's identity was revealed, while Asil's contractor hasn't been disclosed. He suggests it's suspicious how they discovered this information and approached Latri. Mirakin agrees, noting that it's peculiar, and questions whether contractor detection magic was developed while he was asleep. She insists it's impossible. No one can detect a contractor's identity until they personally manifest their authority. Even if such magic existed, she questions how it would benefit those who possess it. Jin Runkandel outlines two potential benefits the Zippel family could gain. First, they can minimize risks and eliminate contractors outside their domain. Second, by killing the contractor, the Zippel family might secure a chance to make a contract with the god. He reflects that it's not merely a chance to make a contract. They likely have a specific method. In his past life, the contractor for Ulta, the god of time, was officially introduced at the stone statue. He recalls that 10 years from now, the contractor was a pure-blooded Zippel, leading him to believe that if they kill a contractor, they can then form a contract with that god. This realization leads him to suspect that Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped for this reason, as he hadn't heard about the Princess of Tikkun in his past life. She points out that there are various assumptions regarding Solder's contractor, indicating that it's hard to accept that the Zippel would need another. She questions why they would target other contractors if they already have so many, suggesting that Jin Runkandel might be overly suspicious because they're his enemy. He accuses her of telling lies, even though she doesn't believe him, stating that while he's unsure how it is for dragons, human greed knows no bounds. Even if they reach the peak, they're never satisfied and always crave more. He reminds her that the Zippel full family has held power for thousands of years, so it's not unusual for them to do whatever it takes to maintain it. She acknowledges that the Zippel leadership is indeed up to something, questioning why he's pretending not to know, and wondering if he's afraid of them. Mirakin interjects, asking for calm, and pointing out that everyone is aware of the Zipp's greed. While he dislikes admitting it, their skill is undeniable. He emphasizes that caution is never a bad thing and suggests she leave. Beement laughs, remarking that he's changed significantly as it's rare to see him reading the room. She agrees to have her contractor flee. First, then offers to help Moroccan is surprised, asking her what she means. She explains that she needs to confront Veda to find out the truth, pointing out that if what they say is accurate, the Zippel are likely looking for an opportunity to strike. She mentions that if she falls, they will probably come running. Miss Quick Annalie moves to leave, but places a hand on Jin Runcandle's shoulder. She remarks that she feels a sense of duty toward Tor, and seeing one of his descendants reminds her of the old days. She says that even his cockiness resembles him. She then adds that she's going to call Veda. Just then, Enya arrives, announcing her return. She sees the others and asks who they are. Miss Quick Annalie scolds her for coming outside, but then corrects herself, saying, "This is actually better." She introduces Enya as the contractor of Ulta, the god of time, and introduces Jin Runcandel as the contractor. Marin is protecting Enya is taken aback, and excitedly asks if it's really Jin Runcandel. If young Master Jin is standing right in front of her, she says. Jin Runcandel, surprised by the reaction, asks what's going on. Miss Quick Annal covers her face with her hand, explaining that she forgot to mention that Enya has a little bit of a fantasy about him. Enya enthusiastically asks Jin Runcandel for an autograph. Miss Quick Annalie asks Enya to maintain her dignity as a contractor. Enya, realizing her mistake, bows an apology, explaining that she lost her composure upon seeing Jin Runcandel in person after only having seen him in newspapers. She then introduces herself, admitting that she's a commoner, but attends the academy on a scholarship. Jin Runcandel recalls hearing that Ulta places great importance on the contractor's bloodline, wondering if Enya's talents are so exceptional that her status as a commoner didn't matter. He reassures her that there's nothing to be sorry about, acknowledging that he's unsure how to react to her enthusiastic welcome. Enya asks if she can express more excitement, but he quickly declines. Miss Quick Annalie shifts the focus, reminding Enya that she had told her not to leave the house earlier. Enya explains that it was a bit lonely at home, so she thought she might feel better by being around Miss Quick Annal. As she was thinking this, she happened to see Jin Runcandel in person, adding that it was really fortunate she came to find Miss Quick Annal. Jin Runcandel reflects on her status as a commoner and an academy scholarship student, noting that B's nobility must have bullied her extensively without realizing her importance. He finds it unsurprising, considering that's why he never associated with those academy idiots. As he puts it, those ignoble idiots. Enya asks Jin why he's here. Jin Runcandel reveals that he's here for her, explaining that there's a possibility someone is targeting her as Ulta's current contractor, and invites her to come with him. He promises to ensure her safety and extends his hand. Enya, astonished, asks if he means to take her with him and becomes visibly excited. She exclaims that her prayers to the great Ulta are finally rewarded, expressing her devotion. Miss Quantel intervenes, telling her that's enough. Enya, however, remains eager, stating that she's ready to go, chanting, "All hail Ulta, all hail the god of time." Miss Quickle abruptly knocks her unconscious, remarking that she was worried Enya might not want to go, but clearly her concern was unfounded, seeing how enthusiastic she became after Jin's invitation. It seems like she'd follow him even into the Runcandel's underground prison. Jin Runcandel is confused, questioning her mention of an underground prison, stating that their clan doesn't have anything like that. Miss Quickle responds that there's no need to act like he doesn't know, adding that there's even a dragon there. Both Jin and Morin are taken aback, asking what she means, with Mirren collapsing onto the sofa unconscious. Miss Quickle observes his condition, noting that he couldn't even stay awake for a minute. Miss Quickle explains that her offer to help Jin isn't just because of her loyalty to Timur or concern for Anya's safety. The primary reason is because of the exhausted dragon who just fell over. She says Mirren hasn't yet realized how weak he's become, and she had withheld her criticism. But it's clear he's no longer strong enough to confront Veda if they need to fight. She offers to step in. Jin Runcandel asks if Veda is really that strong. Miss Quickle confirms that while Veda is indeed powerful, the issue is Mirren's weakened state. She mentions that her attack at sea, which would have been laughable to Morin 1,000 years ago, had a significant impact considering his current condition. She suggests that they need a place to stay until Veda arrives, offering her place as a refuge. Jin asks if he could request that favor. Miss Quickle says he can, as long as he doesn't object. but cautions that he'll need to convince Miran, who's bound to complain about staying at his ex's house. Jin Runkandel reflects on the Silver Dragon, realizing she's more thoughtful than he initially believed. He agrees to the arrangement, acknowledging that he'll need to handle Morin's reaction. Miss Quickle says, "Okay then." It's about time. Jin asks what she means. She explains that in about 10 seconds, Anya will wake up, suggesting he carefully choose his words to explain the current situation to her. Jin is surprised, wondering how Anya could wake up so quickly after being knocked out, noting that even a trained martial artist wouldn't recover so rapidly. Just then, Anya awakens, calling out to Surge. Miss Quickle remarks that there's a realm beyond logic or reasoning, indicating that Anya's recovery might be part of it, then leaves the explanation to him. After a while, Anya sits across from Jin Runkandel and asks him to confirm that there's a faction targeting the contractor of Tikkun, and that their next target might be her. She then says she believes it because it comes from Sir Jin, remarking that the idea of Scheme's adventures involving dragons and Sir Jin himself sounds somewhat romantic. Jin Runkandel acknowledges her perspective, agreeing that she could see it that way. Anya comments that it's always better to be optimistic and adds that, in any case, she'll need to prepare to move to Tikkun with her family. Anya asks when she should leave. Jin Runkandel suggests the sooner the better. She responds that she can get ready by tomorrow, mentioning that her family consists of her 7-year-old brother and an old dog named Poofy Jin. Says that's manageable, urging her to start packing immediately. Miss Quickle advises her to go home and make preparations today, adding that she should leave before it gets too late. As she starts to leave, she says she'll see him tomorrow. Miss Quickle mentions that she'll need to make an excuse to the academy, suggesting that she is sick to avoid drawing suspicion. Jin agrees, noting that if they claim she's dropping out, it might provoke further inquiries. Miss Quickle concludes that now they just need to focus on dealing with Veda. Just then, a man wearing a cap calls from outside the room, asking if anyone's inside and mentioning that he's come to ask for some firewood. Miss Quickle finds this odd, pointing out that there's plenty of wood around, wondering why someone would come to ask for firewood. Jin Runkandel tells her to wait, asking if she really thinks they've come just for firewood. He then suggests that dragons might not all have such a laid-back attitude. He advises her that the person outside is likely from B's special forces, and then covers his face with a mask. Miss Quickle is taken aback, questioning why they would send special forces. Jin explains that it's probably because of Miss Anya, who has likely been monitoring this location, and now they're trying to identify the outsiders that Miss Quickle brought over. Jin Runkandel asks about the surveillance, wondering if they have the audacity to keep tabs on him. Miss Quickle opens the door and the cap-wearing man says she's inside. She quickly grabs him by the neck, demanding he state clearly if he's with Bement Special Forces. He protests, insisting he's not involved in anything like that. She asks who sent him. If he's not with the Special Forces, Raz enters the room explaining that he sent the man and asks Miss Quantel to release her grip, warning her that if she kills him, the Special Forces will come rushing in. She lets go, acknowledging that Raz is the boss, and declares that if she must kill someone, it might as well be him. She lunges toward Raz, ready to strike, saying that killing him might be the only thing that can calm her rage. Raz remains calm, asking if that would be enough to settle her anger. Miss Quantel wonders if she can blow off some steam, noting that Raz took a hit head-on and seems unaffected, indicating he's not just an ordinary member of B's Special Affairs Division. She observes his red mask, which is exclusive to the group leaders within Bement's Special Affairs Division, and the fact that he's a curved sword user. The combination of these traits leads her to conclude that he must be the Emperor's right-hand man. The leader of Group 3 in Bement's Special Affairs Division, codenamed Raz. He's also recognized as a skilled swordsman among the Runkandels. Jin Runkandel considers that Raz is undoubtedly powerful, estimating that he's at least at an 8-star level based on the strength of his energy. He's glad he covered his face with Mu's rune. Miss Quantel remarks that Raz is quite good for a human, acknowledging his strength, despite her earlier attack. Raz apologizes if he offended Miss Quantel, explaining that they had no choice but to confirm the identity of her guests, who smuggled themselves into Bement. Now that they have confirmation, he says he's leaving. Miss Quantel is not impressed, retorting that he's just saying sorry, after rudely intruding into her space, pointing out, there's a limit to how arrogant someone can be. Raz casually picks up a box, mentioning that Miss Enya left the house quickly just now. He asks if Miss Quantel doesn't find it risky for Enya to be out so late at night alone. He warns her that if she chooses to fight him here, she might have the upper hand. But that could endanger Miss Enya if something were to happen to her during that time. He asks if she still wants to continue, implying that doing so could have severe consequences. Raz concludes that if she chooses not to escalate things, he'll let it go this time. However, he cautions her that the next time she will have to stake something she treasures dearly, putting everything she's protected at risk. He advises her to prepare to lose everything because of her actions today, then bids her farewell until next time. After a while, Raz walks through the forest, instructing his guard that he's confirmed the appearance of the smugglers. He tells them to go back and find out their identity, adding that for the time being, all observations on the Silver Dragon will be paused. His guard asks if they shouldn't continue monitoring Quantel and the smugglers' movements. Raz advises against it, explaining that further provocation could lead to a worse situation, assuring them that he'll take responsibility. He orders them to withdraw. He notices a cut on his hand which makes him suspect that they're up to something. He cautions that everyone will be in danger, ordering a halt to close-range surveillance until there's any unusual activity. His guard acknowledges the command, saying he understands Section 4, Miss Quantel's frustration. Meanwhile, Miss Quantel slams her fist on the table, cursing at herself for leaving Inia in this wretched town. She acknowledges that if Jin Randall and Moroccan hadn't arrived, she can only imagine what could have happened. Jin Randall suggests they should be grateful they managed to prevent a worse outcome and proposes making Miss Inia's safety their top priority. Miss Quantel agrees, saying they need to make their move the following day. The scene shifts to the next morning, where Jin Randall and Miss Quantel are standing on a mountaintop watching ships departing from the coast. Jin remarks that he's relieved to have found a merchant ship heading to Tikkun and reassures her that he paid the captain a significant amount ensuring Inia's safe passage. He adds that Morin is acting as her escort, so she doesn't need to worry. Miss Quantel retorts that Morin's involvement concerns her. She prepares to leave, mentioning that she's going to contact Vet right away, indicating that Jin Randall will be able to meet with her once Morin returns. The scene shifts to a week later. Moroccan is standing in front of a house when Jin Randall approaches and praises him for his work. Moroccan comments that Quantel is a lot more bitter than he expected. Jin asks why he's bringing this up out of nowhere. Moroccan reveals that this house was built when he and Quickle were together in the past, adding that he understands why she's letting them stay here. Jin asks if his cold heart is warming up. Moroccan dismisses the idea, saying that reviving old feelings is difficult. However, Morin reflects that the memories from 1,000 years ago in a house just like this remind him of the good times he had with Tor and Quick. He acknowledges that despite everything they did back then, it was always fun. He feels a pang of sadness after recalling those memories. Jin Randall notices and asks if something's wrong. Moroccan dismisses it, saying it's nothing, that his head just suddenly hurt. Miss Quickle appears and mockingly says how pitiful he is, asking if he's already exhausted from a bit of flying. Moroccan snaps back, telling her to be quiet, insisting that no matter how weak he's become, he won't get tired from something so trivial. Jin Randall urges him to get it together. She informs them that Vieda's response came in and the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow night on a deserted island off the southern coast of Jin Randall asks what her plan is when she meets Veda. Miss Quickle clarifies that she'll ask about Aesel's guardian dragon Lurai, and if he acts clueless, she'll resort to force. Jin Randall finds her approach refreshing, appreciating her straightforwardness. Moroccan says that's not bad, but if it were his situation, he'd avoid getting into something tedious like this. He then realizes that since Miss Quickle doesn't have Anya with her, she can do whatever she wants, though. He quickly changes his mind, saying, "No, don't do anything rash." Moroccan adds that no matter how weak he's become, he doesn't need sympathy from his ex. She insists that it's not sympathy. This is about Ania, and the other side is serious about dragon honor. Miss Quickle adds that this means he is definitely coming alone, asking if Moroccan really believes she would lose to someone like that. She suggests he just relax. Moroccan considers that in reality, they probably won't be coming alone. If they indeed kidnapped Latry and are planning something suspicious with the contract, they will likely arrive fully prepared. She transforms into her dragon form and flies away from the area. After a while, Andre Zippel says that it's an honor to meet the Silver Dragon of Time, Quickenal, and that he's pleased to make her acquaintance. Veda acknowledges the presence of the Wing Dragon, the vice head of Zippel and Melzer's contractor. He introduces himself as Andre Zippel. Miss Quickle points out to Veda that he said he would come by himself. He responds by saying that when he received her letter, he was with Andre, and because Andre was also interested in the story about Ulta's contractor, he decided to bring him along. He hopes that she understands and doesn't mind. She says she has been quite rude recently. He responds by suggesting that if she's ready to get to the main topic of discussion, they should proceed as he has something important to talk about regarding Ing Ulta's contract. She inquires about Lat's current location. He chuckles and says that he realizes he's been misled. Of course, that's what she's been thinking about this whole time. She insists that he answer her question, reminding him that he took Latri away 1 year ago. And since then, Asil's contractor hasn't been able to find his guardian dragon. He says he's unsure what answer will satisfy her, but assures her that Latri is doing fine. She retorts asking how he dares to joke with her. He says he doesn't understand what relationship she has with Asil's contractor, but it's not advisable for her to get involved in Zip's matters. She retorts that he's truly lost his mind. Kidnapping a young dragon who doesn't understand the ways of the world is a grave crime. Jin Runcandle and Moroccan hide behind some rocks as Morin curses at Veda. Jin Runcandle comments on how arrogant he is. Veda states that he realizes this argument will lead nowhere and conjures a windstorm. He proposes that they make a deal. If she hands over the contract, he will spare her life. She scoffs at his audacity, calling him nothing more than an old lizard. He responds by attacking her, declaring that if that's her attitude, then she should prepare to die. She transforms into a dragon and swiftly moves back, countering with her own offer. If he returns Latri to her immediately, she'll ensure his demise is painless. Andre Zippel laughs as he observes that she has brushed off Veda's attacks quite effortlessly. And then he begins gathering his mana in a magical staff. He remarks that it's the first time in a long while that he can give it his all and attack with full manpower. Jin Runcandle notices this and realizes that he's witnessing a 9-star mag's mana for the first time since his rebirth. He recalls that although Andre Zippel was rejected by the Runcandle family, he is a member of the affluent Zippel family, so he wonders what Andre's true level of power might be. Andre Zippel calls out to his allies, saying it's time to regroup. The Silver Dragons of Time are ready. She recognizes the danger and tries to dodge it, but she finds herself unable to move and realizes she can't fly. Andre Zippel declares that it seems the wind has turned against her, pointing out that all the wind on this island belongs to him. He asserts that he is the king of Melgar, the god of wind, and that no one can fly without his permission, emphasizing that she has never been a match for him. Veda also hurls a spell at her. She dismisses their efforts, mocking them by asking if that's the best they can do. He tells her that she isn't good enough and that he will show her how it's truly done. She underestimated him if she thought he could only control the wind. He unleashes a raging thunder spell, shouting for her to die. Jin Runcandle urges Moroccan to help her, but Moroccan refuses, saying, "Not yet." He explains that while it's true that Quick Candle became complacent, those fools are also overconfident. As the spell strikes, Quick Candle uses her power, and Jin Runcandle senses that time has stopped. She redirects Andre Zippel's attack, sending it in a different direction. Andre Zippel is shocked, exclaiming that the power to control time, even to halt magic, is something he hasn't seen in ages. Quick Candle vows to rip his obnoxious mouth apart. Andre Zippel remarks that she got incredibly angry after just one spell and orders him to launch the next attack. However, Veda doesn't move. Andre Zippel demands that Veda hurry up and act, but Veda finds his body paralyzed, realizing that this must be the effect of time manipulation. Quick Candle seizes the opportunity to attack, grabbing Andre Zippel's tail and throwing him across the area. He crashes into a pile of rocks and screams in pain. Andre Zippel calls Veda when he roars and asks how he dares to go against him. He says to go ahead and keep rambling, and he is an insignificant, lowly lizard. He orders the Silver Dragon to stop. The Silver Dragon responds, "Shut up and just watch." It'll be his turn next, and thinks they have taken care of Veda. However, he uses too much of his authority and thinks he needs Jin Runcandle and Maureen's help to take care of the mage. Andre Zippel says he went too far. Such arrogance only befits the strong. Morin asks if that is an original stone and says no way, it should have been destroyed already. He asks how he has it while looking at the monster of Andre Zippel. He explains that he was born as the Silver Dragon of Time and lived as though he were the strongest, but he is mistaken. He says humans, dragons, and even gods in the end will all fall into the hands of the Zippel family. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon commands him to stop denying it and accept it, roaring. Morin believes it's the origin stone. When danger falls upon the world, the gods created it as a safety measure to prevent the end of the world. He thinks that in the end, the stone that holds the power of all the gods was destroyed by the gods because the stone is so powerful that it could destroy the world. Instead, he wonders why an object that should have been destroyed is in the mage's hands. He calls Quick Candle while the silver dragon asks, "What is this?" Andre Zippel laughs and says they exemplify the strength the weak should show in front of the strong. Where should the weak be in the face of the strong? The silver dragon warns to get away from Quick Candle, while Andre Zippel asks who the black dragon is, stating there are only 2 black dragons left in the world and indicating that he's looking at one, Jin Runkendel's Moren. He asks if he woke up from his 1,000-year slumber. Then that means the boy next to him is his contractor, and he says he's the youngest one, the one who left the house not too long ago, Jin Runkendel. He says he came here with plans to take Ulta's contractor, but his meal has gotten bigger. Now, to be fair, he will wake up his friend who is sleeping. He says he shouldn't have saved his energy in the first place and says, "He's sorry, old friend." While the black dragon says he thought he was really dead and abused him, saying it's been a while. The black dragon tells him to get lost. Veda says that although he has gotten weaker, his words are still as harsh. He says to go back to sleep. Miran attacks him with the black dragon. He counterattacks and says it's good. He'd have been dispirited if he were too weak. He says, "Be happy, Moroccan. You're going to be recorded as the one who killed a legend," and says, "Stop kidding yourself, you're crazy." Andre Zippel asks if they will continue fighting and says he was going to go easy on him, but now that he has seen this face, he needs to kill him. He says, "That's right, I was also here." Jin Runkendel says that having a child interfere in this won't change anything, and he attacks Jin Runkendel. Veda counterattacks and says, "No dodge, kid." Jin Runkendel grabs her chain and breaks it along with breaking her mirror. She says he hasn't contacted her even once, but it seems like he has a tough situation on his hands. Their youngest Jin Runkendel, Andre Zippel, looks at her and thinks, if she is the white whale. She replies, "I am the vice patriarch of Zippel and his wind dragon." Saying, "Good, that's about the right level to call him over for." She asks the youngest brother if he was somehow holding on for that long against those opponents. She asks if he is hurt anywhere. Jin Runkendel says that he was actually almost getting close to his limit and thanks her for coming. She asks Andre Zippel if he is going to continue to act like a mute, and says she would like him to explain what sort of business he has with his younger brother. Jin Runkendel thinks that her opponents were the vice patriarch of Zippel and the Wind Dragon, who had been resurrected using the artifact imbued with divine powers. He thinks it was an uncertain situation, even if his elder sister had come, but now he has started to feel assured. He thinks this battle is already over. Andre Zippel says they should stand back while Moroccan arrives there and grabs him. He looks at him and recognizes him as Moran, who says he's sorry because they had complete control over the wind and he hasn't been able to stop them. He says, "Anyway, I've got a good sister. If she had come even a brief moment later, we would have been done for." Jin Runkendel says they survived thanks to him and says he certainly didn't expect this. He thinks the white whale would appear, but with this one thing has become certain. Andre Zippel says he has broken their oath with Zippel and says Lunar Runkendel, his sibling, used magic, and says Zippel will not overlook this easily. She says she sees it, but doesn't worry because the truth will never reach his clan. Andre Zippel questions how she dares to act beyond her place, and his monster roars at her. She attacks him and knocks him out. She says all the Zippel she has met were all talk, and it looks like the Vice Patriarch is no different. She asks Veda if he is going to remain in his true form, and says it's better for him since there are more places to cut. Veda transforms into a human, and Andre Zippel calls him. He says he understands and holds his magical spear. He thinks that power is not magic, it's similar to authority, and also bears similarity with the energy of demons, which is why the Wind Dragon is going all out. She says it looks like he needs some time to properly use that artifact. He says seeing the absolute state of the Vice Patriarch of Zippel and the Wind Dragon relying on that crude device, he asks, does he truly think something like that could save him? Veda says she's an insignificant wench and attacks her, asking what she thinks she knows to run her mouth like that. She counterattacks, and they try to defeat each other while attacking again and again. Veda gets hurt. She says in the end this was the limit of his powers and that it looks like he doesn't have anything else to show her, so she'll end this quickly. She uses Jin Runkendel's third final strike, Meteor Shower, to attack him. Jin Runkendel says, in other words, that their clan's swordsmanship is like that of a conqueror. Destructive and relentless competition attainment and relish the mind of Runkendel is imbued within the sword as a whole. He explains that for that reason, the swords of Runkendel have no such thing as sword forms. They are designed only to kill the enemy. He mentions the existence of a secret move and a final move, while Jin Run Candle thinks about the third final move, Meteor Shower, considering it blindingly beautiful and despairingly strong. When White Whale attacks Veda, asks Andre Zippel if he is all right, and he tells her to come to her senses. Andre Zippel questions if this makes any sense, mentioning that she's not displaying the authority of a god through a contract or using an ancient artifact. He wonders how something like this could be possible with the strength of a mere human. Meanwhile, Veda says he just needs to survive. If he can survive, there's still a chance to win. With the magical Godstone, they'll be able to turn this situation around. He says even if he dies protecting him, he'd just have to bring him back to life with that. He thinks, right, it's not over yet. So long as I have this magical Godstone, I won't die. So long as I have this, I'm a god. She says she still has much more to go until she reaches her father's sword. While standing near the broken wing of Veda, she thinks, this much should be good study material and it'll provoke him as well. He thinks that if she doesn't reach her father's sword, even in the end, the youngest will learn this. While a monster appears behind her, she says, now this is hurting my pride a bit, and I'll get a bit annoyed if he acts this persistently in front of my brother. She attacks the monster. Jin Run Candle asks what that is, and Morin says it's for certain. Now that Zippel has created a source stone using factors. He asks what Morin means by a source stone, and Morin replies that it's like a weapon created for gods to keep each other in check. Thankfully it looks shoddy at the moment, however that doesn't change the fact that it's dangerous. Black Dragon says they'll escape this place and tells Myron to wait. Jin Run Candle suggests they should fight together, as he can't leave an opponent that dangerous to his Nunam alone. Black Dragon disagrees, saying his sister can fully handle that level on her own, and right now they are getting in the way. So let's fall back. He thinks about forming the contract with a Saldard and returns to meet Myron. He started out with luck and abilities incomparable to others, yet even he is now. He thinks he has to fall back without even making proper resistance. At this rate, it'll be the exact same as that time. Not again, he thinks. He can't feel the powerlessness again. He must become even stronger. He knows he is intrepid, but he's showing this kind of fighting spirit after seeing that he thinks he's so proud that he wants to bite him to death. He thinks, yes, that's enough. He does not let the fighting spirit burning on his talent go out. If he doesn't, he will become the best. And until then, this Moroccan will watch over his back. He thinks of his contractor of 1,000 years. Lunar Runkendel asks if he doesn't think that he can kill her, just because his appearance changed a bit, and if he's flailing in his own delusions, a pitiful man. He attacks her, but she blocks his attack and says, right now there are 12 gods locked inside me. He asks her what is within her, and if she does not have anything but a sword unbefitting of her size, he says to accept and surrender, here and now. Even if his father were here, no one could face him. She says, for a swordsman, a single sword is enough. She adds, if he had faced her with the magic he has spent his entire life honing and improving upon, he might have been able to witness at least half of the martial strength she has accumulated. She says she'll show him as someone sympathetic, what can't be reached with that mere crude object, and what a sword that has been honored and improved to become strong is. Veda thinks about the red aura, and how he has faced countless knights but never like this. And he will make her, the arrogant wench, realize what powerlessness is. While she uses the Mind Sword Blood Moon to attack him, Lunar Run Candle attacks Veda so hard that she thinks she's going to get caught up in this. Jin Run Candle calls her, and says to take his hand as she falls down. He thinks, today, the youngest will be the one to save him, and she tries to grab his hand. On the other side, codename Raz comes to Amir Bement, who asks if the island has completely disappeared. Codename Raz says, yes. A strange vortex has also swallowed up nearby matter, and a large amount of mana was detected around that area. Although humans also had a part to play in it, what's certain is that it was the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon's magic power. Amir B asks what he means by Wind Dragon, and he replies that the division suspected that it was Veda from the Zippel family. Before the incident, it was reported that Veda had crossed the border. It seems like the Wind Dragon has died, he says, and asks about the human mana. Did he find out who it was? He says it seems to be the contractors. Amir B asks, what do you mean by seems to be contractors? He replies, they are contractors and they're guardian dragons, and in ominous energy I think it has something to do with a thing that they are creating. Amir B asks, what about Andre Zippel? He replies they are still looking into it. Amir B says recently many things have been removed from the reports and asks if he has yet to determine who Quantel's guests were. He replies he has no excuse. Amir B says, well, there's no helping it. If you can't do it, then who can? He says to make sure he doesn't give away anything to the press. If he can't find Mia by tonight, submit a missing person report. He walks away and says, put more people from the Special Affairs Division into the Zippel territory. Make sure they are good, although they are on friendly terms. He says he's making it bigger than it should be, and that he's not very patient. He thinks he knows that very well. Coden name Raz replies, I will fulfill his expectations. His Majesty the Emperor. After a while, two people sit in a room. Sir Bashal asks for pardon, mentioning that they used a devil stone. He says, that's right, there was a large fight on the coast of Bint with the Silver and Wind Dragon, and as a result an island disappeared. He continues, in place of the island there is a vortex, so I'm certain that a devil stone broke. Vargaston interrupts, asking how they dare destroy his product like that. He tells them not to use it so carelessly until it is complete. He chews food and throws it at his friend's mouth. He says he can't forgive them and suggests they go and argue with them right now, as those foolish mages don't know the value of that product. Sibashal covers his face from food particles and thinks, those stupid Zippel idiots made a mess of things, and thanks to them I'll have to postpone killing this pig. Bavar says, I knew it. Sir Bashal is angry too and feels a murderous intent just now. Sir Bashal says, because of this the leader is extremely angry and wants to reconsider the alliance with the Zippel family, so for now ignore communications with them. On the other hand, Lunar Runcandle uses a magical ball to attack him. She says Andre Zippel died, while Kajun says, he must have left with Faleta and he even took the Devil's Stone. She says, it must have been one of them. Either the Silver Dragon's power was beyond their expectations, or someone else got involved. Kajun replies, what could it be? The Shadow Dragon was the one that killed the graveyard giant in Kilomisha. If it's her strength, then it makes sense, and she wouldn't be scared of the Devil's Stone. She asks, who is Misha? Moroccan's sister, he replies. That's right, on top of that, Quickle is Miran's ex-lover. She is not a complete stranger to Misha. She replies, I see, then they know what he needs to do next. Kajun asks if he wants him to go and find her. He says that's impossible. If the black dragons want to hide, no one can find them. She laughs and says to stop being a baby. Anyway, it's a shame that they lost the Devil's Stone. He replies, she's fine even though her younger brother died. She says of course she's sad. However, she knew this would happen and he was so shocked to hear that he visited Chiron's banquet recently without telling her. Kajun says, she's lying. He should tell the maker of the Devil's Stone to make it again. If they don't have that, they can't take over the Runcandel family before Chiron dies, and it's the same for the Black SE Kings. She says, I don't think he's the only one who is annoyed by this. He replies, she should stop being a baby. If she wants to take over the world, she needs to do that much. Or, if she wants to become the god of this world. Carrick. After a while, Jin Runcandel knocks on the gate of Gilly's house. She says, yes, please wait a moment. She opens the door and asks, who is there? He replies, they are back, Gilly, and asks if she could prepare them a meal. He says they couldn't eat anything while they were flying back and mentions that Lady Lunar Runcandle is also here. Mirakin calls her strawberry pie. Miran uses a hand fan to cool Gilly, while she says, the young master is being expelled. Lady Quinella says, it seems like his nanny is misunderstanding something that means she worries a lot about him. He has a good nanny. Jin Runcandle says, she's too good for him. Sir Kashmir Alphon arrives there and says, he's back, but who are these people? He says, it's a little sudden, but this is his eldest sister Lunar Ran. She says, so he's Sir Kashmir Alphon, the noble sword whom she has heard so much about. Jin Runcandel says, it's embarrassing to call him the noble sword, and it's an honor for him to be able to serve him. The other person is Miss Ania Guardian Dragon, the Silver Dragon, Miss Quick Handle. Sir Kashmir Alphon thinks of another dragon and greets her. He says, he's Kashmir Alphon, the head of the Seven Colors and young master, Jin Runcandle's acquaintance. He thinks he can't make a mistake like last time. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle apologizes, acknowledging that he did something discourteous without informing him in advance. He responds, it's all right. We are already in the same boat. Lady Quinella inquires about Miss Anya's whereabouts, and Sir Kashmir Alphon says he was just about to mention it. 3 hours ago, Latry returned. Jinrun Candle asks if it happened today, and he confirms that Latri is currently with his daughter and Miss Anya. However, there's something unusual. Latri doesn't have any memories of the time she was missing. Latri asks, "Was I kidnapped?" He denies, and she insists she knows for certain, mentioning Vieda's statement about not teaching her dragon language magic and asking what happened after that. Moroccan mentions that Latri appears to be in too perfect a condition to have been threatened by the Zippel family. Maybe she truly wasn't kidnapped. Lunar Runcandle states that's not the case. She personally obtained a confession from those individuals. He responds that they are erasing the evidence. Jin Runcandle inquires about what he means by evidence, and he explains that they are likely erasing everything related to the Devil Stone, including Lat's memories. He mentions that erasing everything is the Zippel family's specialty when things don't go their way. Sir Kashmir Alphen asks about the Devil Stone, and Jen Runcandle explains that it's an artifact in their possession. Moraine tells about the Zippel family's vice head, and the Wind Dragon, adding that it's an artifact that absorbs contractors of the gods. He reflects on the lengths they've gone to and questions their motives behind the Devil Stone. He concludes that there's only one reason why they would create an imitation of an original stone. They want to become gods. He explains that they are attempting to gather all the power of the existing gods and eliminate all those who oppose them, aiming to become the sole god controlling this world. Sir Kashmir Alphen suggests resting for now and promises to investigate the matter thoroughly with the Seven Colors if she agrees. He will accompany her to where Miss Anya is. She agrees and states that she will go. He responds, "All right, this way." Jilly calls out to Jin Runcandle, asking if she is feeling better. Jilly confirms, and then she faints again, prompting Moroccan to mention strawberry pie. Later on, Lunar Runcandle sits down and holds a wine bottle. He mentions that after he destroyed the notorious underground gangs Tessing and Ticking, the independent city became more secure. He notes that the Zippel family's vice head and Veda were also killed, and he achieved all of this within 2 months of becoming a reserve flag bearer. She mentions that he even used magic without official acknowledgement, which could have resulted in his death if caught, and she finds it an incredible feat. Jilly admits that she thought everything was over when she caught them, but she now realizes that she already knew everything. She laughs and unintentionally scares her, reassuring her that she can overlook it once as long as they avoid the patriarch. She explains that their father already knows about everything from the Tessing incident to Andre Zippel's death, and soon he will also know about her involvement. Jilly expresses concern, stating that it could be really bad. Then Jin Runcandle arrives, saying not to worry as he has a plan. He explains that he plans to meet their father together with his eldest sister. Lunar Runcandle asks if he had a plan all along, and he confirms that he did, intending to meet their father. She asks what he will say, and they both become shocked while Jilly asks who he is meeting. He mentions that when that time comes, he trusts that she'll stop him. Noting that even her family is intimidated by her, showing how hard it must have been for Jilly. She agrees to go with him and asks when they are departing. He plans on using the first teleportation gate tomorrow, and she responds that it's best to move as quickly as possible. While Jilly tries to say something, Lunar Runcandle suggests that since their family consists of people who are busy fighting each other, she should at least be a warm family member to him, becoming his shield. She expresses confidence that he would have thought of something. He affirms this, saying, "Of course." After a while, a magician arrives and comments on how she brought him with her instead of persuading him. Rencher Runcandle questions if she expects her to believe that Lunar Runcandle calls Jin Runcandle, who confirms while she mentions that she should treat him well. She agrees, saying she should. One of Runcandle's brothers remarks about the crazy behavior and questions if he cares about anything, wondering why he returned and daringly seeks the Garden of Swords as an upcoming flag bearer. Hona Runcandle attributes this situation to their eldest sister being lenient, while Runar Runcandle accuses him of shirking the responsibility of being a reserve flag bearer, asserting that she knows he also thinks this is excessive. Right, older sister? She reflects on how everyone seems prepared for this situation, wondering if their father knew. She expresses shock, asking if the youngest gave up his right to be a flag bearer. She notes that it seems like he got curious about what happens after death, after reaching puberty, but she insists he can't do that and still needs to have a fight with her when he grows up. Meanwhile, she asks her sister why she brought him there, and Lunar Runcandle says she didn't. He came on his own. She replies that she should have stopped him and not been thoughtless just because he is Lunar Runcandle. She expresses uncertainty about their father's whereabouts, prompting the question of why she's asking about him, leading him to think that at some point Lunar Runkandel found Runar Runkandel difficult to handle. Runar Runkandel asks if he came there to meet with their father. He confirms this, addressing his second eldest sister, while another boy laughs and remarks that he really wants to die, stating that he only survived due to luck. He questions if he thought highly of himself just because he was slightly better than the Tom siblings. Lunar Runkandel takes out her sword and holds it to Lunar Runkandel's neck, blocking her way. She declares that from that moment on, the first flag bearer is to discard her weapon, stating that this is a strict order from the patriarch. She reminds the reserve flag bearer that their father asked for him to come alone, and if Lunar Runkandel doesn't comply, she won't go either. She emphasizes that this is her last chance, citing it as an order from the patriarch, so she must discard her weapon. She warns that resistance will result in her being killed. Jin Runkandel assures his eldest sister not to worry as they all prepare for a confrontation. She then looks back at him. Jin Runkandel, speaking as a member of the Runkandel family and not just as his father's son, mentions that he has come to tell him something and assures him that nothing bad will happen. She responds, telling him to go ahead as he enters the castle. Jin Runkandel reflects on how his other siblings don't know their father very well, acknowledging that, although it's against the rules for a reserve flag bearer to come home, he doesn't think their father cares about the rules. He believes that if he gives him a chance to explain like he did last time, recalling when his father placed a hand on his head and said, "That was a good question," he will keep a close eye on him from now on. Jin Runkandel believes there won't be any problem as he reaches the study room door and knocks. Upon entering, his father remarks that it seems his expectations are too high, reminding him that he had given him 5 years and questioning why he has returned so soon. Jin Runkandel recalls hearing about how his father's sword energy completely obliterates his enemies. He notes that his father also wields a sword made from aura and might be intentionally demonstrating what will happen if he uses his sword, realizing that his father may not be as powerful as he had thought. His father asserts that he won't ask him twice and inquires about the reason for his son's visit. Jin Runkandel reflects that he can't apologize even if it costs him his life, feeling the need to be confident but not arrogant. He states that he came because he missed him. His father ponders over hearing such sentiments from his children before and considers it not to be a bad thing. His father remarks on how immature Jin Runkandel has become, questioning if he softened after experiencing the outside world. Jin Runkandel responds that it's not due to exposure to the outside world, but rather because he has always liked him. He wonders if his father perceives his feelings as murderous intent and questions if he said something wrong. His father almost laughs, surprised by Jin Runkandel's words, and tells him to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. He asks what Jin Runkandel has brought. Jin Runkandel explains that Andre Zippel, the vice head of the Zippel family who insulted him during the banquet, has died. His father asks if Jin Runkandel killed him, to which he replies that it was Lunar Runkandel, his eldest sister, who did so, but he contributed to the situation. Jin Runkandel then asks if he can report the events that transpired, adding that there are a few more things he wants to discuss if it's acceptable to his father. His father agrees and invites him to take a seat as he descends the stairs. Jin Runkandel's father sits with him and mentions that Jin has done a lot of things from Aaron to Bement in a short time. He asks if that's why Jin came to inform him about potential internal movements within the Zippel family. Due to the death of their second-in-command, Jin responds that Andre Zippel wasn't the true second-in-command, acknowledging his eldest sister's strength, but pointing out that Andre, as the vice head of the only family capable of overpowering Runkandel, was lacking. His father agrees, noting that Andre Zippel was indeed just the vice head, not the second-in-command. He mentions that there's someone else in power after Kel, but he can't disclose further information about it to him. Meanwhile, Jin Runkandel expresses gratitude for confirming his suspicion, mentioning that his father hasn't been informed of the most crucial fact yet. His father inquires about this fact, and Jin responds that they utilized a peculiar artifact. His father seeks clarification on what he means by an artifact, and Jin confirms that it's the Devil Stone, as referred to by Andre Zippel. Jin explains that based on the information he gathered, it's a replica of the Origin Stone, an object crafted by the gods long ago. His father then asks about the Origin Stone and whether Moroccan has explained it. Jin confirms that he knows about it and also knows that his father can use mana. His father asks if Jin thinks he can conceal this information. Jin acknowledges that he assumed his father would know, but didn't realize his father also knew about Moroccan. His father chuckles and mentions that what he said about Moroccan was an educated guess, which he later confirmed independently. He then asks who Butterful Run Candle is and laughs, remarking on how they've reduced the Great Black Dragon to a mere cat finding amusement in the situation. Continuing, his father acknowledges the significance of the information about the imitation of the origin stone that Jin has acquired, and suggests that he should also discuss this with Lunar Runkandel. Jin considers the dangerous potential of that power, unsure how far the Zippel family has developed it, and wonders if the rulers of the Black Sea are aware of this. He thinks about visiting the Black Sea to find out more. His father indicates that while he will overlook Jin's violation of the rules this time, he expects something in return and asks him to share one thing he desires. Jin Runcandle requests that no other member of the Runcandle family be allowed to enter the independent city. Tikken for a while. His father inquires about the place he has secretly settled in, and Jin Runcandle confirms it's Tikken. He agrees to the condition but mentions that he must pass a test given by the hidden master of Tikken, the noble sword Kashmir Alphen, to prove his allegiance. Jin adds that if he succeeds, he won't permit any other Runkandel family member to enter Tikken without his permission. His father sets a 1-year time limit to see if he can prove his worth and acquire the trust of Kashmir, who had previously declined the position of a Runkandel teacher. Kashmir Alphen arrives and concurs with the decision, and his father confirms that's how it will be done. After a while, Kashmir Alphen contemplates that this person is the world's strongest knight, Kiran Runkandel, and wonders if he can be called the most dignified person of mankind. He feels indigestion just by looking at him. He acknowledges that Kiran Runkandel is a guest in Runkandel's mansion and sees no need to fear him. Kiran Runkandel acknowledges Kashmir Alphen as the noble sword and bows in respect. Kashmir Alphen requests him to drop the noble sword title and just call him Kashmir Alphen. Feeling embarrassed by such formalities in front of Chiron, Jin Runkandel calls his father, who encourages him to speak. Jin Runkandel explains that his relationship with Sir Kashmir Alphen is akin to a shared destiny, as he has proven his connection with Sir Kashmir Alphen, and it's time to fulfill his promise. Kashmir Alphen privately questions young master Jin Runkandel's choice of words regarding shared destiny. Chiron Runkandel questions the concept of shared destiny with his son, suggesting that it implies Tikken belongs to the Runkandel family, and that Tikken and Runkandel can become unified in such a manner. Kashmir Alphen ponders about this interpretation, acknowledging that Tikken's independence is at stake. Now Chiron Runkandel confidently asserts his position, even after being accused of deceiving his father. Jin Runkandel interrupts, refuting the accusation, insisting that he was merely fortunate. Chiron Runkandel acknowledges this and declares that henceforth, no Runkandel member can enter Tikken without his explicit permission. He expresses gratitude to his father and exits. Kashmir Alphen reflects that they will now share a common destiny forever. Chiron Runkandel instructs Jin Runkandel to leave if he has nothing further to discuss, as he has private matters to address with Kashmir Alphen. Jin Runkandel agrees to wait outside the mansion. Kashmir Alphen requests a moment to address Sir Jin Runkandel, and Chiron Runkandel invites Kashmir Alphen to have a brief conversation. Kashmir Alphen acknowledges the honor of speaking with him. On the other side, Daytona and Hona Runkandel run towards Jin Runkandel and ask if he is all right. He looks at them and asks why the Daytona brothers are here. Daytona Runkandel asks why he would do something like that, and asks if father said he'd let him live. Jin Runkandel thinks it seems like they were hiding in some corner since the mood was sour, and asks if they could please do him a favor. They ask what favor he needs, and he replies, "It's nothing serious." The cadets in his faction, they know to take care of them until he gets back. Daytona Runkandel asks, "Wait, what does he mean by his faction?" He says, "Wait, never mind. Is he all right?" He walks away and asks when the brothers ever get worried for him. Anyway, he's counting on them. Tona Runs Candle says the same as always, that he's carefree after meeting father and Daytoner. Runkandel agrees with him, saying as always, he's a bit scary. While they both look at him, Runkandel leaves the palace where he calls another brother. He says he thinks he needs to head over to father because he has a few questions about that day. Mayu Runkandel calls out to him, questioning if he's disregarding the current situation and accusing him of ignoring them. He apologizes, stating that the issue is important. Making it challenging for him to discuss, Mayu Runkandel demands to know how he can act in such a way. Kashmir Alphen states that this is where he was, and Jin Runkandel asks if his talk went well. Kashmir Alphen confirms that yes, it went well. Much to his relief, Mayu Runkandel questions what he's doing. Noting that he entered a while ago and asking how he dares to stand in Runkandel's garden, Runia Runkendel intervenes, instructing them to stop as it seems like the head has finished what he needs to do. She then puts her sword back, indicating that they no longer need to take things further. Jin Runkendel expresses gratitude, thanking his eldest sister for her hard work, and stating that he's always indebted to her. Luna Runkendel reassures him that it's fine, and that he just needs to thank her. He replies by thanking her for helping him. Luna Runkendel inquires if he is leaving now, to which he affirms that yes, he's planning on putting his all into training for a while. She bids him to take care, and he responds by saying that he'll see her again, along with his eldest sister and older brothers, 1 month later. The scene shifts to the underground training hall in Kashmir Allen's mansion, where Kashmir Alphen reflects that in the 30th spar between Jin Runkandel and Alicia Badger, Jin Runkandel suffered his 30th defeat. Jin Runkandel requests one more chance, expressing his desire for a 31st attempt. In the year 1795, at the beginning of August, the Zippel family officially announces the deaths of Anor and Veda. However, since they didn't disclose the cause of their deaths, numerous rumors began to circulate. There were rumors suggesting they were killed due to internal political strife, while others claimed they died in a conflict with a cold group. Another rumor mentioned their murder as a result of upsetting the Emperor of Bement. However, the most credible rumor was their demise in a confrontation with the Runkandel family. People began to speculate about an impending war between the Zippel family and the Runkandel family, debating whether sword or magic would prevail. The answer to this speculation could be found in which existing neutral powers chose sides and when they did so. Meanwhile, an individual with yellow hair reports that today, the prince from the CH Kingdom and 5 second-grade mercenary groups have requested support and sent gifts. Kashmir Alphen instructs to return the gifts and accept the requests, also providing a decent sword to the Churn Kingdom and ensuring the prince ascends to the throne. Later, the person with yellow hair confirms they will send an 8-star guardian knight. Chiron Runkendel remarks that all of this stems from the youngest causing trouble on one of the men's deserted islands. He criticizes the youngest for already exerting control over the family. He summons Knight KH, directing him to leave for the Black Sea again. After Knight Conan leaves, if Kashmir Alphen sends a letter, he is to bring it to Chiron Runkendel. Without delay, Knight Conan acknowledges his understanding of the instructions. On the other side, Jin Runkandel practices with his sword, and thinks that when he swings it for the 1000th time, it needs to feel like the first, but he still feels lacking. He acknowledges that if it weren't for Sister Luna Runkendel, he would have died there. Reflecting on the 15 years after his regression, he notes that he has reached the 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic, and he's close to reaching that level in shadow energy as well. However, he believes that thinking about future events, he still needs to become stronger. He believes that within the 5 years his father has given him, he needs to become so strong that he can surpass his other siblings. Kashmir Alphen intervenes, asking the young master to stop, and advising that if he continues like this every day, even with the gifted physique of the Runkendel family, he'll be left with nothing. Jin Runkendel asks why Missia and Sir Kashmir Alphen are here. Missia notices that his hands are all ripped and asks what she should do as his blood is dripping. Then she grabs his hand. He acknowledges that he must be impatient. Kashmir Alphen comments that although there will be no one at his age who can match him, his future opponents won't be normal either. Jin Runkandel being impatient is the biggest poison. He explains that, in the end, it'll make him backtrack on the path he's walking. Jin Runkandel admits that he's ashamed and knows that too, but it's not easy. Missa uses her healing magic to heal his hands. Kashmir Alphen reassures him that it's not something to be ashamed of, since he's completing an amount of training that no one can do in a day. Rather, it's amazing. He suggests changing his training to something that will calm him down. Jin Runkendel asks for training that'll calm him down, and Kashmir Alphen replies that it's sparring with someone much stronger than him. Jin Runkendel asks if Kashmir Alphen is talking about himself. Kashmir Alphen responds by asking what Jin Runkendel thinks. Even though he has recently been showing his lacking side, he takes out his sword, breaks a wall, and introduces himself as the noble sword, Kashmir Alphen. He suggests sparring when Jin Runkandel is able to deflect that, and for now he should be satisfied with sparring with Tick's strongest guard, Alicia Badger. Alicia Badger arrives and mentions that it's been a while since she has seen her husband's sword. Kashmir Alphen sets a goal of defeating her within 6 months, using all of his skills in swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy. Julia asks her mother if she is going to fight with brother Jin Runkendel, to which her mother responds that they are not fighting but solidifying their friendship. Julia inquires about what that means and expresses her dislike for fighting. Her mother then asks Julia whom she would cheer for if she and brother Jin Runkindel really needed to fight, and Julia replies that she would cheer for brother Jin Runkindel. Of course, her mother questions what's going on and tells Julia that she needs to be on mommy's side at times like this. Meanwhile, Jin Runkindel reflects that excluding her physical ability, Alicia Badger doesn't appear that strong. Julia states that her brother Jin Runkindel is weak, and mommy said that she always has to be on the side that's weaker and try harder. Alicia Badger laughs and assures them not to mind noting that her daughter can't lie. Jin Runkindel responds that it's fine. Alicia Badger then suggests setting their sparring time after she finishes work and dinner every day for 6 months. Jin Runkindel questions what she means by every day and expresses concern that he's taking up too much of her time. Alicia Badger laughs again and reassures him not to worry since it'll go by quickly. 2 days later, the scene shifts to Jin Runkindel and Alicia Badger preparing for their fight. He considers whether she is a skilled fighter. She begins by stating that she has something to say before they start. She used to work for B's Special Affairs Division, and in this fight she won't hold back, so he shouldn't be discouraged, even if he loses. Jin Runkindel reflects on the 6-month training period, realizing there was a purpose behind it, and resolves not to be careless. As Alicia Badger rushes to punch him, Jin Runkindel almost smashes into a wall but manages to block her attack. He then transforms into his monstrous form, drawing his sword and launching an attack. But Alicia Badger evades it skillfully. He asks if she needs to call a medic and she confirms, then punches him, sending him flying through the air. Alicia Badger expresses surprise that she managed to attack twice on the first day, noting that she didn't exert much force in her initial attack. She asks if Jin Runkindel was attempting to weaken the ground before their spar. Jin Runkindel confirms this, saying she realized his tactic toward the end. She inquires about the light during their fight, identifying it as the magic she had never seen before. Jin Runkindel explains it as an ancient spell called Flash Veil, which he coated his sword with before they began. However, he acknowledges that such tricks may not be effective. Alicia Badger questions his use of the term tricks, suggesting they are more accurately termed strategies. She reflects that Jin Runkindel's ability to defeat stronger opponents is likely not solely due to luck. He reflects that the opportunity and change were created through detailed calculations and predictions, and he could appreciate it because he used it during a spar. However, if it had been an actual fight, he could vividly imagine the faces of his opponents. This is the first time he has suffered a complete loss in this life. Despite using every tactic possible, he wonders if it's because she's from B-Men, Special Affairs Division. To defeat her in 6 months, he'll have to go up against her consistently during that time. He finds this prospect exciting while Kashmir Alphen writes down a letter. 1 month later, on the 22nd of September 1795, in an unprotected area on the continent's east known as the Black Sea, Knight Khan defeats a monster. He bows down in front of Kiran Runkindel and introduces himself as Guardian Knight Khan. He presents Kashmir Alen's letter, which arrived 10 days ago. Kiran Runkindel takes the letter, opens it, and begins reading it aloud. The letter expresses regret for not being able to adequately convey the writer's deep appreciation and gratitude. It mentions that it's currently night in Tikkun, describing the stars shining brightly in the dark velvet sky as if they are singing praises of Sir Chiron's greatness. The letter is signed by Kashmir Alphen. A humble swordsman, Kiran Runkindel, comments that he had instructed Kashmir Alphen to report about the youngest, indicating that he seems to be a very sensitive person. He decides to advise Kashmir Alphen to be more concise when reporting about the youngest in the future. He mentions that he has been keeping track of the youngest's progress on the isolated island, and notes that the youngest has been consistently defeated by Kashmir Alphen's wife recently. He describes how the number of hits increased from 3 in the first spar to 40 in the 30th. The letter details the 40th spar, where the youngest withstood over 120 hits, showing a significant improvement. Knighton comments on the losses the youngest has faced, and wonders if there's amusement in the youngest's master's defeat. Kiran Runkindel explains that Kashmir Alphen's wife is from B-Men Special Affairs 2nd Division, suggesting that it's not an opponent the young master can handle with mere good fortune. He congratulates Knighton and adds that in the 40th spar, the youngest withstood over 120 hits, indicating that the youngest has surpassed his limits. Kiran Runkindel expresses regret, stating that if the youngest were the firstborn, he would have handed over the family without hesitation. But it's unfortunate. Knighton asks why there was no mention of the heir and notes that this is the first time Kiran Runkindel has spoken personally about the heir. He reflects on the times he has observed but never heard specifics about someone emphasizing that Joshua Randall's position is due to Lunar Runkendel stepping down. Not a direct appointment by the Patriarch Knighton believes Joshua is still too young and inexperienced for such a role. Chiron Runkendel acknowledges Joshua's exceptional growth, but points out that suitability alone doesn't guarantee confirmation. Knighton questions why Chiron says this, and Chiron responds that he isn't being callous. Rather, he's noting Joshua's gentle nature. Chiron acknowledges that Joshua's past is different from his own, and emphasizes the importance of being able to sever family ties when necessary. Chiron Runkendel says, "Yes, that's who a Randall is, and he understands. He agrees to return for now." Knighton agrees, and Chiron Runkendel asks why a letter that arrived 10 days ago arrived so late. He replies with his apologies, stating he tried his best to hurry, but due to the extreme number of monsters he was delayed. Chiron Runkendel says he guesses this will do, and reminds him to arrive a day earlier next time, to which he agrees. On the other side, Alicia Badger remarks that today is the 93rd day, and he's an amazing young master considering how much he has already accomplished. Jin Runkendel laughs and says he needs to work hard in order to finish this. Within 6 months, Alicia Badger asks about having dessert upstairs and mentions hearing that Latry made ice cream. He declines, stating he still has something he needs to do, and Alicia Badger inquires if he will be doing it today too. He replies, "Of course, I still have a long way to go," and grabs his sword. Alicia Badger thinks she feels this every time they spar, but young Master Jin Runkendel's growth is abnormal. She thinks it's probably because his aura and magic power are growing simultaneously, and the thing that makes that possible is the black power that connects his aura and magic power. She thinks she heard it was a power obtained by making a contract with a god. How amazing, she thinks. Well, even if that power is amazing, it is only meaningful because of his endurance. Alicia Badger says, "A genius who works hard and at this rate forget about 6 months." She thinks she'll defeat him tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next day when Alicia Badger and Jin Runkendel practice again. Alicia Badger says that's an obvious screening while she runs to attack Jin Runkendel, who blocks her attack. Jin Runkendel counters an attack from Alicia Badger and she gets hurt. He asks if she is okay, and Alicia Badger says she's all right. However, it's been a while since he has gotten such an injury. Jin Runkendel says he will go get Mia and thinks that was a stab she could have dodged, and he was lucky in this match. Alicia Badger thinks she was careless when her sight was blocked by the shadow energy. She thought he would make the same movements, so she didn't consider her next move. She thinks she has gotten sloppy after retiring and again runs to attack him, saying things had gotten troublesome and thinking that she would lose before the time. He promised her. Jin Runkendel says no. It's fine, and he thinks it's better to call this fight a draw. It's a victory he can't accept. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger acknowledges that she knew he would say that. She apologizes because she was careless and discourteous towards him. Miss Inia uses her healing energy to heal him, but they can't turn a blind eye to this. He says, if it had been him from 3 months ago, even if she had been careless, would it have turned out like this? Alicia Badger acknowledges that he has grown, citing his endless ambition, fighting spirit, and talent to make that growth possible. She believes he will soon become a 6-star in both aura and magic. She thinks that when he does, it will become clear. The scene shifts to the 1st of December 1795, where Jin Runkendel asks Moroccan why he bought so many popsicles on such cold days. Moroccan replies that cold things usually taste best when it's cold outside, and Strawberry Pie said she wanted to eat it. Jin Runkendel asks if he's planning on making Jilly's stomach explode. Kashmir Alphen arrives and calls Jin Runkendel, asking if it would be okay to talk about work for a moment. Jin Runkendel mentions Bishal Ibano, who was the interim head of the Ibano family, the only talent in a family that was falling due to a lack of talented people. He says he requested information about him. Before he starts his explanation, he asks if Jin Runkendel knows about the group called Yahello. Jin Runkendel says he came across them during a mission when he was a cadet, so the conversation will be shorter. He states that he's not certain, but it is possible that Bishal Ibano is a part of the Yahello group. He mentions that Ibano visits the Kurano Principality once a week, and every time he does, he looks for a workshop that goes by the strange name Explosion is Art. He adds that the owner of the workshop is Buar Gaston, and from what he found out, Gaston is an executive of Kilo, suggesting they have a close relationship. Kashmir Alfan interjects, mentioning that at this point there is a possibility, especially since they know that Bishali Bano brings bread and food every time he goes there. He suggests that Gaston is in a higher position, which is why he personally stepped forward during the banquet. He reflects on Yahello, noting that he thought it was just an extreme political group, but for an 8-star fighter to rely on such a place raises questions. He thinks about what those idiots did in his past life, and he can understand why they couldn't recklessly touch the Runkandel family, the Zippel family, or Beement Mean Murin tells the kid to stop because Jin Runkandel is busy, so he should wait a while. However, Julia grabs his hair and calls Jin Runkandel. Julia performs a magic spell, and Murin creates an ice ball, throwing it at Kashmir Alfan, who looks behind and asks why she is doing that to Daddy. Jin Runkandel calls Kashmir Alfan and asks if he still doesn't have information about Spider Hands, Alu. Kashmir Alfan replies that Alu has more secrets than he originally thought. Although the elite troops of the 7 colors are trying, there are no traces from before he became the head of Tessing, as if someone purposely erased information about him. Jin Runkandel thinks maybe he should have killed him, and acknowledges that he understands, thanking him for his hard work. Kashmir Alfan mentions that the informants worked hard, and that he will dig further into Kilo. He added that he would inform him if he gets any further information about it. Jin Runkandel expresses his perpetual gratitude and indebtedness to him. Kashmir Alfan replies that it's nothing, but if he's truly grateful, he should play with Julia. Jin Runkandel acknowledges the suggestion but mentions that it's a little difficult to do that today, as it's almost time for his sparring session, and asks if Kashmir Alfan will join. Kashmir Alfan responds that it sounds great. He is curious about young Master Jin Runkandel's growth as well. Jin Runkandel assures him that he can look forward to it, and mentions that he has recently started to realize something. Alicia Badger asks what he's talking about and questions why he is there. Kashmir Alfan asks if he is not allowed to come, and explains that young Master Jin Runkandel told him to come, so he did. Alicia Badger responds that he's allowed, but she doesn't want him to see her lose Kashmir. Alfan asks what he said, and mentions that young Master Jin Runkandel thinks today will be the last day. Alicia Badger comments that it would be great if he could remember her as a good opponent in the far future. Jin Runkandel asks what she means by a good opponent, and states that he will remember her as a good teacher and friend. Kashmir Alfan ponders what he is saying and thinks it has only been a little over 3 months, but Alicia Badger is already going to lose. Alicia Badger asks if they will then start, while Jin Runkandel summons a Phoenix Kashmir. Alfan considers that 6-star mages obtain the authority to make contracts with anyone. However, no one knows which Phoenix they will end up contracting with, as mages can only open the dimensional gate to the world of fire. He reflects that, because mages can only open the dimensional gate to the world of fire, the choice lies with the Phoenix. Because of that, mages desperately want a special Phoenix to choose them. He thinks about the rarest Phoenix among the special Phoenixes, which is the Phoenix that uses blue fire. Kashmir Alfan expresses that it's impossible, and asks if he made a contract with Tess. He thinks about Tess, the mages who have been able to summon Tess and were the best mages of their times. Jin Runkandel asks Alicia Badger if they will start, and she replies that she's coming. They both get ready to fight. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger considers the 5-star level fire magic, but that's not all. The flames carry a strange power. If she touches it, his body will become heavier. She thinks it's pressure, a power that pushes him down. If she gets hit by that, the amount of stamina she uses will increase sharply. She needs to finish this quickly, and thinks she can maintain Tess for another 3 minutes. She plans to finish it by that time, but Jin Runkandel attacks her. Alicia Badger gets hurt and thinks it's a sword attack, but then realizes it's wind magic. Jin Runkandel thinks that although Alicia Badger uses a variety of movement patterns, they all have one thing in common: dominance. He thinks she wants to dominate her opponent no matter the situation, and speculates that she's probably trying to regain dominance right now as he looks at her. He decides to use that strike and attacks her, but she escapes from his attack. He uses fire magic on her, but she quickly sidesteps and escapes from that attack. He then holds his sword and runs to attack her. She considers if she should dodge, but then realizes that if she does, she will have to keep defending against young Master Jin Runkandel's attacks, so she decides there's no helping it. Alicia Badger asks if he's trying to show her that he's a magic swordsman, while Jin Runkandel uses his blue mana and attacks him. Alicia Badger exclaims that she finally got him, and asks if he's not here, stating that there's no way he could escape her weapon pressure. She realizes he's behind her again as he punches her so hard that she vomits blood. She concedes the match, acknowledging young master Jin Runcandle's win. Jin Runcandle tells Kashmir Alphen to call for Missia and asks him to repeat what he said about a microbe. Morin confirms that yes, young master Jin Runcandle has defeated Alicia Badger in a match. He remarks that he knew Jin Runcandle would be surprised to defeat Alicia Badger, who was from B's Special Affairs Division, in just 3 months. Then he corrects himself, saying no, not that Jin Runcandle summoned what he grabs Kashmir Alphen, who replies, "Pardon?" A phoenix. He summoned Tess. They all become shocked to hear this. Alicia Badger admits that she went overboard and used an aura shield to win, but it instead became his downfall. She expresses surprise that he would be defeated by an attack from behind twice, and asks when he planned that. Jin Runcandle responds that he planned it from the first match, admitting that saying so might make him seem very arrogant as he pours some water over his head. Alicia Badger laughs and agrees that if it's young master Jin Runcandle, then yes. Jin Runcandle thanks her so much for what she has done. She replies that it was fun for her too and asks if he realizes how proud she is. She then questions how he feels about defeating someone from the special division. Before turning 16, Moroccan arrives there and calls for Jin Runcandle, who acknowledges that he heard his voice. Marine instructs him to call Passest. Right now, quickly. Jin Runcandle summons Phoenix Miss. Quick Candle bows down and greets the Master of the Flame. Miran acknowledges that it has been a while. Phoenix unexpectedly hits him with his beak at his face, and Morin interrupts, asking why he did that, and reminding Phoenix that he can speak casually as he's a free entity. Phoenix apologizes, saying he's sorry. Jin Runcandle experiences a refreshing feeling, while Morin interrupts, saying he has something to say, and that he'll pass on the message word for word, so Jin Runcandle should please stop. Meanwhile, Phoenix hits him and Quickle remains bowing down. Moroccan insists seriously that Jin Runcandle should recall this elder quickly. Jin Runcandle agrees, saying, "Okay, sure," and recalls Phoenix back. Miran questions why he is hitting him seriously. Jin Runcandle calls Phoenix, and Phoenix responds, saying that he would want to know why the Great Marin is sucking up to a bluebird. He explains that's not the real form of Tess. Its real form can only be seen in the Fire Realm. Jin Runcandle asks what the Fire Realm is, and wonders if that is the name of the world where the phoenixes are. He confirms that there is another world, and although this is the first time Jin Runcandle has heard about the Fire Realm, it's not surprising, as it's a term that only the gods and dragons use. He explains that it's a term they use to call it comfortably, and not even the highest-ranking gods know the real name of that place. Jin Runcandle asks if the gods don't know. If that means that place is beyond the authority of the gods, he confirms that it's correct, which is why even the flame god Shinu can't use the flames of the Fire Realm. What he's about to say next is the important part. He continues stating that in the past, there was a time when several gods left the Fire Realm, including dragons like Quickle and him, but a few gods started to get on Tess's nerves. He explains that was the day when they saw Tess's true power, and the enraged Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin Runcandle asks, "Wait, is Tess that incredible? Then how strong does one have to be in order to bring out that power?" He asserts that it's impossible no matter how strong he is, and explains that he can't bring out all of his strength. He emphasizes that it doesn't matter who he is. He can't perfectly wield someone else's power from another world. He compares it to a penalty, explaining that's why the gods who came to this world couldn't do anything. It's the same reason why Tess is unable to use his full power in this world. However, he adds that in saying that someone like him would be burnt alive, Jin Runcandle questions how such a dangerous old man can fight as soon as he is summoned, and asks if he knows how surprised they are, fearing that if Tess gets angry, he will burn him alive. The elder clarifies that if he was going to do that, he wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. He relays a message from the elder saying that he likes Jin Runcandle very much and congratulates him. He contemplates that Tess is someone greater than he thought, even greater than Shinu, the fire god who controls all the fire in the world. He considers Tess's power against Shinu's contractor Kel and the guardian dragon Kajina. He concludes that fire of any type will not work against Tess. However, having Tess during the Runcandle and Zippel families fight will be of big help due to his blue flames. The scene shifts to the 2nd of January in 1796, where Chiron Runcandle mentions that he got chosen by Tess, finding it quite interesting. But he's not interested in phoenixes. He notes that this is all he wrote about Jin Runcandle's swordsmanship. He explains that he allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, but he's a Runcandle. He then calls Night Conan, who confirms that Ron Heron has a grandson. Knight Conan acknowledges that he did receive some information about the Heron family's grandson a couple of days ago. Kieran Runcandle expresses his luck, and Knight Conan agrees, stating that it's about the Cosmos competition request, which is to assassinate a pirate participating in the competition. He notes that on the list of participants, Dante Heron registered with an alias. He recalls that the Cosmos competition is a fighting competition hosted by pirates, and he remembers that 10 years ago Mary was the runner-up. He mentions that it was young Miss's first defeat, and 2 months later she had a rematch and sent the youngest there too. He acknowledges that there are lots of eyes watching, so he won't be able to use magic and shadow energy. He will have to use his sword to win. He predicts that in a match with a genius who is polishing his swordsmanship, the youngest will realize something, that as a Runcandle, he needs to prove himself with his sword. After a while, Morrison arrives and politely asks Jin Runcandle if he may take a look at a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires about the paper's content, and Myron explains that it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jin Runcandle expresses surprise, questioning why he suddenly wants to enter a pirate playground. Mirakin responds that it's something he prepared for Jin Runcandle considering how hard he has been working recently. According to the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Heron from the Heron family is participating in the competition. Mirakin further explains that Dante Heron's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Heron family, Ron Heron, used to be on equal footing with Sir Chiron Runcandle before becoming the head. He adds that Dante Heron is Ron Heron's most treasured grandson, and asks if Jin Runcandle isn't curious to find out how strong he is. Jin Runcandle takes a moment to think, and then asks if he really needs to participate. Mirakin responds by saying, "No, young Master Jin, please think about it carefully, as he is the next head of the Heron family, and Jin Runcandle won't get another chance to clash swords with him." Jin Runcandle acknowledges that since Kashmir Alphen is going so far as to say this, he has no choice but to participate. Kashmir Alphen responds with thanks, stating that Jin Runcandle made the right decision. Jin Runcandle realizes that he gets it now and requests to speak to Kashmir Alphen separately. As he walks away, he wonders if Kashmir Alphen asked him to do this behind his back. He thinks that for him to make him fight against the grandson of the Heron family on purpose means that swordsmanship is the top priority. Jin Runcandle also notes that Kashmir Alphen seems like she has her hands full. Kashmir Alphen mentions that he must leave tomorrow and that the timing is a little tight. Jin Runcandle asks for pardon, and Kashmir Alphen replies by saying, "Then please have a safe trip," and walks away. Jin Runcandle stops him, saying, "Wait, sir." The scene shifts to Bato Empire, an island in the south, where a person reflects that this is the first time he has done something on his own since he traveled to Mammoth, and it's a place even more sickening than Mammoth. He considers the Cosmos competition a fighting competition in a place like this. It's a competition where he can kill his opponent, and there are no restrictions on weapons. He can even assassinate or poison his opponent before the match. He wonders if the patriarch there is crazy for allowing a grandchild of the great Heron family to participate in such a competition in such a place. He concludes that regardless of the reason, getting to compete against him once is a good thing, and he thinks it will be a valuable experience. He remarks that this place reeks as usual and declares, "All right, let's have some fun." Pirate King Cosmos asks who this person is, and Jin Runcandle responds that he has come to enter the competition. Pirate King Cosmos states that applications are closed and tells Jin Runcandle to get lost, even suggesting it would be better if he died on the way back. Jin Runcandle counters, saying he's sure he heard that applications were open until sunset today. Pirate King Cosmos dismisses this, saying he's not in the mood to take out applications right now, and asks if Jin Runcandle does not understand. He tells Jin Runcandle that he's incredibly busy and to stop annoying him and get lost. He then questions what Jin Runcandle is doing and throws some coins at his face before punching him. He asks if this is enough and tells Jin Runcandle to put his name down. Pirate King Cosmos gets angry and shouts loudly, acknowledging that Jin Runcandle is intense, but he likes it. He agrees to put Jin Runcandle's name down and writes it on paper. Pirate King Cosmos then shows Jin Runcandle a paper, informing him that he's in Group 13. He tells Jin Runcandle to take it, as the people inside will kindly guide him and welcome him to the competition with romance and love. After a while, a person wearing a head cover takes the paper from Jin Runcandle and announces Group 13. Jin Grey confidently suggests that they pair him with someone decent. If there isn't anyone suitable, then he doesn't care if they feed Jin Grey to the sharks. He comments that this year is full of young guys and mentions another individual, a rascal who beat up the captain. He expresses regret that they are not in the same group, as he wants them to fight each other. However, he wishes Jin Gray good luck and suggests that they might meet in the finals, although he acknowledges that Jin Gray will need a lot of luck. He then points out the area for Group 13, indicating that Jin Gray should head there. He adds that he'll see Jin Gray later if he survives. Jin Runkindel asks about his room, and the person responds by telling him to figure it out himself. Jin Runkindel wonders if there weren't enough rooms to begin with, and notes that there are 2 or 3 people per room. He speculates that the organizers want participants to fight each other in the cramped rooms, making it more like a survival game than a fighting competition. Another person asks who Jin Runkindel is and questions why he doesn't see that there are already 3 people in the room. The person tells another to get lost, while Jin Runkindel declares that he's going to count to 3, and by the count of 3 everyone should leave. He begins counting 1, 2, 3, while another person abuses him. Jin Runkindel fights back, and then a person enters the room. Jin Runkindel grabs his sword and asks who wants to stay with him. Some punks rush to attack him, telling him to die, but Jin Runkindel counterattacks. He remarks that even though this place is a lawless zone, it doesn't compare to Mammoth, and for the time being he won't be sleeping. The person with the head cover arrives again and expresses annoyance, asking if Jin Runkindel plans on killing everyone before the match starts. Jin Runkindel responds by saying that this was just the event before the main course. The person with the head cover replies that he thought Jin Runkindel was just an arrogant idiot, but as the captain said, he's an intense guy. He explains that there was a reason why he said to put him with the decent guys. He mentions that groups 1 and 2 will start their match soon, and he will be fighting some of those guys later, so Jin Runkindel can go and watch the matches if he wants. He invites Jin Runkindel to come with him, offering to personally escort him. He adds that wielding a sword around in the spectator's stand is forbidden, so Jin Runkindel should just sit and watch comfortably. Jin Runkindel thinks this is great and observes that many people have come to watch. He doesn't think there will be anyone here who will recognize his face, but he realizes he should have paid more attention to his disguise. He asks if the person heard the rumors about half the guys in Group 13 getting knocked out, and questions if he put a bet on one of them. He then asks who did that. The person clarifies that, besides that incident among the participants in the competition, he heard that there was a reserve flag bearer from the Runkindel family. A person in a green dress asks what a Runkindel reserve flag bearer is, and questions why a Runkindel would come here. His friend responds that he heard this information from the Cosmos pirate executives when he was drinking with them yesterday. He mentions that there is a strong boy among the participants, and if the rumor is true, he is from the Runkindel family. The friend laughs and speculates that if it's true, the boy could be Daytona Hona or Jin Runkindel. He adds that it would be great if it were Jin Runkindel, considering how things were crazy when that young guy became a 5-star. He considers the possibility of it really being someone from the Runkindel family, and thinks it's normal for them to know Jin Runkindel's name, but it surprises him that they know about the Tona twins too. He reflects that it's about time the Tona twins' name got around. If they really are participating, he decides that he'll find them and make them sit the night watch while the fireworks start. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos arrives there and addresses all the ladies and gentlemen who have come to the arena. He asks if they haven't dropped dead from waiting and introduces himself as the Pirate King Cosmos. With a laugh, he remarks on the number of people who have come to fill up his pockets and comments that they don't know how to look after themselves. He suggests stopping the small talk and getting started. He mentions that there are 14 participants per group, and there are 13 groups totaling 182 martial artists on standby. He announces that the main character of the first match was in the Octa Finals, and introduces the cute fighter from the Shark Pirates Mez as his opponent, someone participating for the first time this year. He questions what's behind his pretty face, and introduces the boy swordsman Paul Mick Jin. Ran remarks that Paul Mick is quite young, noting the presence of many young participants this time. But considering his age, he finds it a bit too young. He wonders if the boy is 13 or 14 years old and thinks it's crazy to involve such a young boy. Suddenly, a person with a face scar mentions another participant. Not the boy, but an idiot who beat up the captain. As a person arrives, they announce that the battle will start. Paul Mick swiftly attacks another person and cuts his neck. Pirate King Cosmos questions what just happened, and if anyone saw it, clearly expressing annoyance at the shark idiots. Another person remarks that the head just fell off, finding it nonsensical. Meanwhile, Jin Runkindel observes that Dante Heron was beheaded in an instant with sword energy. Veridon Zippel declares that the match ended abruptly, announcing Paul Mick as the winner. He expresses excitement, calling it a real fight and placing all his bets on Paul Mick. He cheers for Paul Mick, emphasizing his support for Dante Heron. Jin Runkendel wonders why Veridon Zippel is present. Hearing people shout for Paul Mick, one person expresses their intent to bet as well, while another encourages betting on Paul Mick. Veridon Zippel asks if they can't see that Paul Mick is the future, urging everyone to bet everything, even their life savings, on him. Jin Runkendel considers whether Veridon Zippel is also on a mission, but decides he's too engrossed at the moment to be on official business. If he were caught, it would lead to significant trouble, so he decides to pretend as well. Veridon Zippel notices Jin Runkendel and greets him, mentioning that it's been a long time. Paul Mick looks at them and recognizes Veridon Zippel, recalling their encounter at the Zippel family's banquet. He's surprised to see such an open greeting in an unfamiliar place. Paul Mick also extends his hand and expresses his pleasure in seeing Veridon Zippel. Pirate King Cosmos approaches him and suggests listening to the winner before starting the next match. He asks Paul Mick how he feels about the victory. Paul Mick responds that he's glad to have eliminated one of the world's evils and jokes that he hopes the defeated opponent doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos chuckles and places a hand on Paul Mick's shoulder, remarking that becoming a pirate isn't advisable for children. However, he jokes that saying such things might upset the pirates present. He laughs and adds that all the pirates would be pleased to hear Paul Mick's words. Pirate King Cosmos then announces the start of the next match and calls for the participants to come forward. Jin Runkendel observes the matches that occur afterward, but no one catches his eye except for Paul Mick. He is convinced that Paul Mick is Dante Heron. He acknowledges that Paul Mick appears young, but his swordsmanship suggests otherwise. The most plausible explanation is that he's a Heron Jin. Runkendel believes that winning will require using magic and shadow energy, as relying solely on swordsmanship won't suffice. He concludes that it's premature to make a judgment and looks at a magical stone. He notes that starting from tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, meaning he has 4 days until his turn. Until then, he must survive the nights here. Sir Elder sits in his room and remarks that he didn't give it to him for him to play around with like that. It's an item that the SE young patriarch will use when he absolutely needs to. He asks to please keep it in a safe place. On the other side, Veridon Zippel stands near him waving his chain and apologizes, saying he feels much lighter with it in his hands. He then asks if that is why he was called over. Sir Elder explains that every year around this time, a martial arts competition opens on one of the northern islands of the Bahue archipelago, known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena. He asks if perhaps Veridon Zippel knows about the Cosmos Competitive Arena. Veridon Zippel replies that it's his first time hearing about it, and questions how he would know about such a martial arts competition held by a pirate. He laughs, feigning ignorance, and wonders where Sir Elder disappears every year. Around this time, Sir Elder mentions Dante Heron, the future patriarch of the Heron family, who attended last year's banquet, and is participating again this time. He encourages them to take advantage of the opportunity to witness it firsthand. He emphasizes the level of the man he must overcome one day. On the other hand, Veridon Zippel arrives because he has heard something like that. He comments that it's great that he can make some side money as well, but wonders why there wasn't a single fun match for 2 whole days. He acknowledges it was great seeing Dante Heron's skills, but finds the rest to be so-so. He expresses his disappointment in this year's competition, wondering where all the pretty good ones went. He looks at a list of candidates' names and sees Jin Gray's name. He asks who Jin Gray is and ponders if this is actually Jin himself, realizing he didn't come just to watch. He finds this situation already so exciting. After a while, Jin Runkendel observes that the surviving participants number 147, with 35 already dead. As he sits down exhausted from the fight, he notes that only 5 died during their matches, with the rest dying outside of the arena. He anticipates competitors from other groups bursting in, soon making it impossible to let his guard down even a little. He contemplates the consequences of falling asleep, recalling his NOS sleep training during his cadet years. However, holding out for 3 days in this barren place without hiding their presence is a new challenge. He surmises that they must be quite confident in their skills. Meanwhile, Paul Mick interrupts, acknowledging that it's rude to say this in their first meeting, but asking for a moment to speak. Jin Runkendel thinks about Paul Mick, or rather Dante Heron. While Paul Mick requests a moment to sleep and promises to stand guard the next day, so Jin Runkendel can rest. Jin Run asks what all this is about suddenly coming out of nowhere. The person replies that he had been watching since yesterday. and it seemed like Jin Run was at least a true martial artist. So please let him sleep. Jin Run Candle says he can't even do the Heron no-sleep training as he falls to the floor and falls asleep. Jin Run Candle thinks about the overwhelming smell of blood and how he's been pestered by quite a number of people. Meanwhile, an old man arrives outside and whispers to wait. He'll signal, so he's arrived, but Jin Runkandel catches him and attacks him with his sword. Jin Runkandel asks if he didn't hear the rumors and says anyone who comes to this room ends up dead. A masked man says to wait. He knows Jin Gray has killed each and every one of the group's 13 guys, but they didn't come here to strike him. They came here for a different reason. He states that if Jin Runkandel hands over Paul Mick, who just went inside, he will throw an arrow at him. But Jin Runkandel blocks his attack, grabs the arrow, looks at it, and asks if it is poison. Regardless of the situation, doing all this to a child is unacceptable. He doesn't know who's behind all this, but wonders if he can handle it. Jin Runkandel mentions the scoundrels chasing after him, stating they were underlings of the pirate One-Eyed Joe. He explains that the last guy spilled it before dying. They were planning to swindle some cash by kidnapping a Runkandel. Paul Mick thanks him for protecting him, someone without any relation to him, and expresses surprise at Jin Runkandel's situation, wondering how he got mistaken for those uncaring and ignorant individuals. He asks where Jin Runkandel was during all this. Jin Runkandel says he should explain since he's indebted to him. He clarifies that he's nobility, like they were targeting, although not a Runkandel. They should think of him as a be-meant nobility. He apologizes for not being able to provide detailed information. Paul Mick expresses his gratitude, stating that he owes Jin Runkandel his life, and asks how he can repay this debt. He suggests an eye for an eye, a life for a life. He promises that from this point on, whenever Jin Runkandel is in danger, he will also protect him with his life, regardless of the situation, and vows. This in his honor. Jin Runkandel responds by saying that Paul Mick should figure that out on his own. He needs to sleep first, so please wake him up before the Group 13 matches. Jin Runkandel notes that Paul Mick's current protection is unrelated to the vow he made, so there's no need to worry. He thinks that although Paul Mick seems cold on the outside, he's a man who fought for him, someone he just met, but who already seems like a good friend. Another person arrives to attack Jin Runkandel, but Paul Mick counterattacks and knocks him out. He declares Paul Mick the winner as he finishes his opponent in one strike again, leading to cheers of Paul Mick's name from the crowd. They claim him as the victor and also mention Jin Gray as another strong contender, with people shouting Jin's name as well. A person comments that Jin Gray is quite impressive and might even be stronger than Paul Mick. However, his friend disagrees, stating that Jin Gray is still no match for a reserve flag bearer of the Runkandel family, and asserts that Jin Gray is not a Runkandel. Another person mentions that this year's finalists seem to be those two kids, indicating that because of these young contenders, this year's competition is effectively decided. They question whether their friend will continue to remain inactive. Another warrior arrives and suggests that although they may be decent, it's just two guys, and they should gather their group before the winner's group starts. However, a person with a head cover intervenes, advising them to quit their plan as their group can't handle Jin Gray, whose nickname is the God of Death, for a reason. He mentioned that they shared the same room and asked if their plan would work. They explained that they're stopping the others because Jin Gray is quite popular, and it would be troublesome if they all die before the matches start. They walk away, concluding that there's no helping it, and that they should stop there. The warrior questions their decision, suggesting they leave, to which another person agrees. Noting that according to the program, they won't face Jin Gray's group. They agree that they don't want to die there and affirm that they are the only ones aware of this plan, emphasizing that Cosmos must never find out. Pirate King Cosmos places his hand on the table and asks who's manipulating the winner, mentioning that plans were made behind his back. A person with a head cover asks what he plans to do, pointing out that the competition will become boring, and the spectators will notice. Pirate King Cosmos responds that it's better to scrap the whole program since Jin Gray and Paul Mick are heading to the finals. He explains that aside from those two, all the remaining participants will become sacrificial lambs, and he plans to increase the dividend rate as high as possible, so high that people won't sleep if they don't bet. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there will be lightning speed from the winner's match to the finals, emphasizing the goal of making money. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to cheer Paul Mick's name repeatedly. Veridon Zippel arrives and remarks on one participant being a shocking supernova from the start, while the other is a god of death steeped in blood since the beginning. He asks who his companion thinks will win when a masked man calls for Paul Mick, and his friend agrees, mentioning that Paul Mick's swordsmanship seems more refined. He asks if he also bet on Paul Mick Veridon. Zippel mentions that he bet 100,000 gold on Jin Gray. His friend points out that Jin Gray's dividend is 3 times that amount, and even if Jin Gray wins, he questions whether the pirates will actually pay 300,000 gold. Veridon Zippel explains that Cosmos is a well-known pirate with several islands, so he can make a profit by selling them. Pirate King Cosmos. Impatient announces himself as the Pirate King and urges them to hurry up and start calling for Paul Mick. Someone in the crowd shouts for Jin Gray, referring to him as the Grim Reaper of Group 13, and they start throwing wine mugs and rotten vegetables at him. Pirate King Cosmos thinks he's going to double the entrance fee next year and suggests skipping the lengthy talks and calling out for them. Loudly, Paul Mick enters the battlefield in response to the call. He further announces that Paul Mick's opponent is the unknown young swordsman from Group 13. Jin Gray, who also joins the battlefield, Veridon Zippel, expresses his belief in Jin Gray and puts all his faith in him, while Jin Gray wonders why he keeps telling him to do so. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there's no need to wait any longer, and starts the match. Paul Mick pledges to fight properly, and Jin Gray also draws his magical sword, inviting Paul Mick to attack as much as he wants. They both start fighting and rush to attack each other. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are attacking each other, trying to defeat their opponent. Jin Gray believes he made his initial attack swiftly, but is now conserving his energy, only increasing his speed when necessary, which means he must match Paul Mick's pace. A person comments that witnessing such a fight in a place like this is incredible. Another person urges them on, questioning how this can be considered a mere children's fight. Paul Mick notes that Jin Gray is holding up well, but if he's concealing something, it would be wise to use it now. Jin Gray decides to increase his speed and launches an attack, but Paul Mick manages to evade it. A person shouts, "Yeah, Paul Mick, that's it, get him. Send that scoundrel into the abyss." Paul Mick looks at him and thinks, that's right, that's his strength, destructible swordsmanship and a blessed physique that can make that possible. He considers his superior stamina as the foundation for that physique, purposely dragging out the fight using it. He acknowledges that Jin Gray is also using an alias Jin Runkindel, but if that's all he has, he's made a mistake. Paul Mick then attacks Jin Gray, who counterattacks and pushes him away. Veridon Zippel observes them, and Jin Gray asks why he's suddenly calling him by his real name. Paul Mick wonders what just happened. If he had slashed Jin Gray, he would have been attacked by something else. Jin Gray realizes he has almost used his shadow energy and braces himself for a tough battle, asking, "Is it my turn now?" He launches another attack which Paul Mick blocks. He thinks, that's not a simple cut. All his sword attacks have the same force as his first swing. Paul Mick considers that he has no faults and maybe he should have gone all out from the beginning. However, he thinks, no, if this continues I might end up killing him. Jin Runkindel says to stop messing around and asks why Paul Mick thinks he's standing in front of him to be hesitating. He declares, "I'm Runkindel," and tells Dante Haran not to make this fight shameful. Dante Haran replies, "Okay," acknowledging the challenge. He showed a shameful side of himself and asks if he will fight him again as they resume their battle. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are fighting each other, trying to defeat one another. Jin Gray attacks him and pushes him away. Paul Mick shouts and runs to counterattack, but Jin Gray quickly attacks him again. Paul Mick just looks at his face and gets scared a little bit. Trying to counterattack, Jin Gray thinks Paul Mick must be at his limit by now and asks how he is still enduring. He considers Paul Mick a genius who appears once every few centuries, judged to be a talent blessed by the gods. However, Jin Gray notes that Paul Mick was born with a fragile and weak body, proving to be a lacking vessel for his talents. Jin Gray recalls how he has swum through hell because of the damned curse, which is how he knows Paul Mick or Dante Haran. He remembers his lonely suffering through the seemingly eternal darkness and his despair when he glanced at his thin, bony body. Meanwhile, Jin Gray attacks him again, and Paul Mick blocks the attack. He thinks about how he pushed himself to the brink of death to get to where he is now and pushes Jin Gray back. Paul Mick runs at him again in anger, thinking about Jin Runkindel. Runkindel's 13th child born with everything, he attacks him, and Jin Runkindel blocks the attack. Paul Mick thinks Jin Runkindel has a blessed body talent and everything, but he feels desperation from him. He wonders why he is this pitiful and desperate, and considers if it is perhaps rage, because he is the youngest and not in the line of succession. He dismisses this idea, thinking it is not because of some foolish reason, but that he just aims to become the strongest. He thinks about how long he has endured to get to where he is right now. They attack each other again, and Paul Mick thinks he can't even recall anymore, pondering how many times he has fallen into despair and how many times he has given in to despondency. While Jin Gray throws him away, Paul Mick regains all his powers and reflects on how many times he has picked himself back up, unable to recall any of those moments. He charges back to attack again. Jin Gray blocks his attack and counters Paul. Mick starts coughing blood, wondering what's happening. He notices Dante Heron's body breaking but refrains from withdrawing his sword despite seeing cracks in Paul Mick's body. He considers it to be an insult to him and pushes him back, apologizing and asking for understanding as he attacks, bringing his sword near Paul Mick's neck. Paul Mick starts laughing, causing him to stop and look, finding the situation enjoyable. Paul Mick falls down and Jinrun Candle looks at him shouting for the medic. Veridon Zippel approaches. Paul Mick checks him and remarks that this situation is worse than he anticipated. He assures Jinrun Candle not to worry, saying he'll ensure Paul Mick survives and begins his healing magic. Jinrun Candle summons Veridon Zippel, who reassures him to just watch. However, Jinrun Candle realizes it's too late. Paul Mick's condition is already beyond the point where magic can heal him. Not only are his bones affected, but nothing in his body, including his organs, is healthy, and his aura is running rampant. Jinrun Candle understands that using healing magic in this state would only intensify Paul Mick's pain. Veridon Zippel instructs him to listen carefully and reveals his chain, saying it will be their secret. Another warrior arrives and advises against using it, saying it's not something that should be employed. Veridon Zippel dismisses this, telling the warrior to cover them with his cape, which he does as instructed. Veridon Zippel remarks on the warrior's lack of tact. Noting how he fails to read the room, Jinrun Candle inquires about the object, to which Veridon Zippel responds affirmatively. He explains that it's something gifted to him by his clan relatively recently, and asks if Jinrun Candle happens to know about the blood of Numerous. Jinrun Candle recalls that Numerous was the god of hope just before the founding of the holy state Vanilla, and was believed to have been wiped out in a particular event. He reflects on how Numerous left behind teardrops and 100 drops of blood as they were annihilated. The tears allegedly revived the dead, and the blood instantly healed any diseases or injuries. He notes that at the time it became of great interest to the public and was an object that no one even dared to price. He reflects on how major factions like Zippel once desperately searched for these artifacts, which now had become the legacies of a god passed down only through legends. He mentions that he's going to use one of these artifacts now on Dante Heron, wondering about the reasons behind it, and questioning if Zippel and Heron don't have a good relationship. He ponders why Zippel would go to such lengths for him. Meanwhile, Veridon Zippel retrieves a pill, asking if Dante Heron would understand him, and places the pill in Dante Heron's mouth. He comments that losing an equal is as sorrowful as losing a friend. As Dante Heron swallows the pill, his body begins to heal, emitting a bright light. He regains consciousness, coughs, and opens his eyes. Veridon Zippel expresses happiness at seeing him, while Dante Heron inquires about the situation, asking Veridon Zippel what he's doing there. Jinrun Candle reflects on how the blood of Numerous instantly revived Dante Heron, who was nearly dead, and considers that Veridon Zippel is using such a powerful tool for that purpose alone. Veridon Zippel mentions that the cost of using the blood of Numerous is immense, which he is aware of. Tapping his head, Dante Heron asks about Numerous and how he could repay such a favor. Jinrun Candle thinks this is more in line with what Veridon Zippel might demand. Veridon Zippel then states that first of all, Jinrun Candle will buy a hearty round of drinks after they finish everything. He insists that he will stick around this time and won't take no for an answer. Veridon Zippel adds that when Jinrun Candle sees him elsewhere, he shouldn't act as if he doesn't know him. Did he get it? Jinrun Candle reflects that Veridon Zippel, whom he initially thought was just an idiot, turns out to be rather cool. He says he'll consider Veridon Zippel's proposal. They gather in a hotel, and Veridon Zippel praises Jinrun Candle for his remarkable actions when he is asked to choose one of the victory prizes. He comments on how spirited Jinrun Candle is for wanting both prizes. Jinrun Candle thinks back to when he nearly died in this place and wishes Veridon Zippel had only asked for one prize, as there is a limit to mismatch levels. He chuckles and acknowledges that both of them almost died. Veridon Zippel responds by saying that while he doesn't particularly need both prizes since the situation arose, he decides to give the bag of coins to Dante Heron. He mentions that it's as if Heron doesn't have money, but this gesture will be commemorative, and he plans to keep the coin framed. Veridon Zippel suggests giving something in return, catching Jin Runkendel's attention as he examines a paper. Jin Runkendel inquires if it's the treasure map he's only heard about in stories and questions whether Veridon Zippel intends to gift him something so valuable. Jin Runkendel clarifies that the map is his, and Veridon Zippel raises the bag asking if it's an empty chest. Jin Runkendel expresses gratitude. Jin Runkendel then asks Dante Heron a question, wondering why he didn't use his secret technique as instructed, emphasizing the need to do things properly. Dante Heron replies that he doesn't know what Jin Runkendel is hiding, but feels it's unfair to hide things and then mention them only afterward. From the listener's perspective, he acknowledges that he has good intuition as expected and denies understanding what he's being told. In response, Dante Heron offers to fight again without hiding anything from each other should it be necessary. Veridon Zippel agrees, expressing his anticipation for the day they lead their own clans and face each other in battle. He jokes about repeating himself, but suggests that it might be better for them to settle down and maintain a friendly relationship. Jin Runkendel remarks on the softness of Veridon Zippel's words, to which Veridon Zippel explains that he's merely stating that if anything goes wrong, it could lead to trouble. They should be cautious and mindful of their actions. Dante Heron contemplates that even if they're sitting in a circle clinking glasses together, it's inevitable that they'll face each other in battle when the time comes. He considers the paradox of being both an enemy and a friend, and they toast their drinks in a moment of camaraderie. Veridon Zippel wonders how the contradictory relationship will end, and mentions the Veridon impersonator, asking if the others have heard about it. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos heads to his storage room and finds all his treasure missing, expressing frustration at the noble scoundrels who took everything. Dante Heron questions how an impersonator could impersonate him in Zippel family territory, expressing surprise at their audacity. He admits he doesn't know who it was, but acknowledges their boldness. Veridon Zippel explains that recently, due to what happened to Uncle Andre Zippel, their family's honor has been tarnished. He clarifies that he's not mentioning this for Dante Heron's sake, and adds that the rumor about Jin Runkendel being involved isn't confirmed either. Jin Runkendel inquires about Veridon Zippel's plan regarding the impersonator. Veridon Zippel responds that while he does need to catch them, he's considering hiring a high-ranking mage to search for them. Jin Runkendel disagrees with this approach, suggesting that if it were him, he would use the rumor to improve his public image. He explains that publicly announcing the search for an impersonator in Zippel territory could make him appear weak and foolish, causing others to look down on him. Meanwhile, he mentions that he can catch the impersonator. Later, Veridon Zippel agrees, saying that now that he thinks about it, he's right, and they should discuss it upon his return. Jin Runkendel asks if they will end the conversation here. Then Dante Heron questions what's already settled, and Jin Runkendel explains that if he stays any longer, he might start to like Veridon Zippel. Unlike the two of them, he has many other tasks to attend to. Veridon Zippel asks if this is related to the reserve flag-bearer matter, and Jin Runkendel confirms, saying, "Yes, let's say it's because of that." Veridon Zippel replies, "All right," and he'll see him next time, calling him a friend. As Jin Runkendel walks away, he questions whose decision it is. After some time, Kiran Run Nadal receives a letter from Kashmir Alphen. He mentions that he had advised Alphen to keep his letters concise, so receiving this brief note makes him feel like he's being toyed with. Knighton asks if something happened to the young master Kiran. Run Nadal clarifies that nothing has happened. Rather, Jin Runkendel has defeated Heron's grandson, a 6-star accomplishment indicating Jin's diligence. He instructs Knighton to inform Kashmir Alphen that they will meet for a drink soon. Chiron Run Nadal then performs a magic spell to disappear, indicating his urgency to meet Alphen. Knighton acknowledges his understanding. Meanwhile, Jin Runkendel is sitting with Kashmir Alphen, who asks if Jin feels a cold breeze despite sitting near the fire. Julia is playing nearby with a kitten. Jin Runkendel remarks that he does feel a cold breeze, even though the fire is burning, and wonders if he might have a cold. Kashmir Alphen suggests taking some medicine and apologizes for interrupting, asking if he can see the map. Jin Runkendel takes out the map and explains that it's a bit rough. Perhaps Kashmir Alphen might recognize it. He places the map on the table. Kashmir Alphen responds that it's the first time he's seen a map like this, and isn't sure if he can locate the destination with just this map. He holds it in his hand and examines it. Julia approaches and asks about the map, expressing excitement at the idea of it being a treasure map and wanting to join in the search for treasure. Kashmir Alphen is startled by her sudden presence and looks at her in surprise. He points to a location on the map and says there's something important here. Then points to another location and says there's something very precious being guarded carefully. She starts crying, and Kashmir Alphen is shocked to see her tears asking her to stop crying. Murin grabs her and says her authority is going out of control and they need to call the guardian dragon to calm her down. He tells Kashmir to quickly call Lurie. Kashmir replies that he's got it and calls Letter, who arrives within a minute. Muran explains that she suddenly lost control after seeing something, and now Lurie should be able to calm her down. Lurie takes her in his arms and says to leave it to him. He tells her to take a deep breath, assures her that it's okay now, and that he's right there with her. He comforts her, saying she doesn't need to be afraid and that everything will be all right. Alicia Badger arrives and asks what's going on. Questioning her husband about why she's crying, Lurie assures her that everything is all right. She falls asleep while being hugged by Lurie. Alicia Badger takes the child into her lap and Lurie mentions that she has calmed down. Miran praises Lurie, to which Lurie replies that he couldn't greet him earlier, due to being preoccupied. Miran dismisses the greetings and asks what the child saw. Was it the future? Lurie clarifies that she saw the past. Moran inquires further, asking what he means by the past, questioning if it's a grudge. Lurie explains that when a mills contractor delves into the past, they often see a deep-seated grudge or attachment. This occurred because the child saw an object or location associated with such emotions. If they had arrived a little later, something very bad would have happened, and it was quite terrifying. Moran requests more details, asking Lurie to describe what she saw in a scene from a primeval land. Lurie covers one eye and recalls past incidents. He describes how the natives of that land believed in their own god and isolated themselves from external civilizations. This isolation allowed them to live peacefully and maintain the present peace until outsiders arrived. He explains that the people who arrived suddenly were mages. They initially approached the natives under the guise of wanting to learn their culture. However, they began digging up the ground in search of something and started making increasingly difficult demands. Eventually, they resorted to violence, killing a native child and eliminating any obstacles threatening the natives to retrieve something. The item they sought was a divine relic that the natives worshipped. Jin Runkandel reflects on the concept of natives worshipping a divine relic. He asks Sir Latry if they can see what this divine relic looks like while he attempts to write something down. Latry confirms and asks for a moment, describing that it appears as an ordinary silver mirror but emits light. He proceeds to draw something on paper. Jin Runkandel examines the drawing and concludes that without a doubt it's the artifact mirror. He recalls the mirror once famous for its magical properties before it became known to the world, due to a brave reporter who exposed the Zippel family's brutality. He reflects on how the Zippel family exploited the citizens of the Cologne ruins in their quest to locate the artifact. During one of his cadet missions, he personally confirmed the nefarious actions of these individuals, linking the primeval landscape of the Cologne ruins with the mages affiliated with the Zippel family. Jin Runkandel realizes that this map is indicating the mirror's location. Sometime later, a person in a purple dress sits at the edge of a building sipping wine and laughing. They remark on the temptation to become attached to those scoundrels if one stays too long, noting the loneliness. They express appreciation for the taste of the alcohol. Meanwhile, Lady Lisa sits in her room expressing relief that the time has finally come. She prepares herself to welcome a guest, praying and shedding tears in anticipation. Jin Runkandel examines the mirror pattern and contemplates the incredible significance of a map. He obtained it from a mere pirate, which turns out to be the key to something so significant. Muin notices his expression and inquires about what's on his mind. Jin Runkandel realizes he can't reveal his knowledge in this situation and simply says that something feels off. Moroccan accepts this and moves on. Jin Runkandel then contacts Kashmir Alphen, who apologizes for Uria's experience with the territory. Jin Runkandel reassures him, saying it's part of the experience that all contractors of a god must face eventually, and he was expecting it. Latry assures Kashmir Alphen that they will always be there for Uria and will protect her. No matter what happens, Kashmir Alphen expresses gratitude and acknowledges that now they understand the map is no ordinary one. They must take action. He plans to inquire about someone who can decipher the ancient language on the map. Entrusting this task to the seven-colored fowl, Jin Runkandel agrees to leave it to him, but privately doubts the task's difficulty. He reflects on how the residents of the Cologne were slaughtered by Zippel centuries ago. nearly wiping them out entirely. Those who survived are currently imprisoned in Colon, leading Jin Runkandel to speculate that they might find the mirror before Zippel does. The scene shifts to 2 weeks later in the year 1796 on February 17th. Pan is seen dancing on the road commenting on how everything is spiraling, his life the world, and he even twists his foot and falls down, remarking that it's all spiraling out of control. Jin Runkandel notices that Pan looks very worn out and suggests that since they are both in similar situations, they could talk as friends. Pan asks who Jin Runkandel is, and Jin Runkandel responds that it's not important, mentioning that he has plenty of drinks left. Pan appreciates the gesture, calling Jin Runkandel a good man, and requests a drink and some food. He jokingly asks if Jin Runkandel is an angel. Jin Runkandel assists Pan, offering to help, and mentioning that his younger sister at home will appreciate his kindness. Jin Runkandel then remarks on Pan's distinct skin color. Pan responds that he has heard a lot about that, and mentions that his tribe is like Zat. Jin Runkandel asks about his tribe, and Pan explains that his homeland is actually very far from their current location. Taking a sip of his drink, he decides to stop there, as continuing the topic will only make him sad. Jin Runkandel mentions that his homeland is far away as well, showing him something from a distant place, but he can't decipher what's written on it. He asks if the man recognizes it, showing him a paper. The man becomes angry, breaks his bottle, and states that he doesn't know. Noticing Latri and Moroccan nearby commenting on their presence, he asks who they are, questioning why they approached him. Knowing he's from Cologne, Jin Runkandel explains that he is the freeloader of Tan's defense, Captain Elisa, and indicates that the black-haired guy and the green-haired boy next to him are dragons. This revelation shocks the boy. He questions why Jin Runkandel is sharing all that information, while Jin Runkandel responds that he will eventually have to disclose these details anyway. He clarifies that he understands the implied meaning and advises Jin Runkandel to be more cautious. Jin Runkandel assures him that everything is fine and there is no issue. He points out that they are not part of the Zippel family and asks how Jin Runkandel managed to find him. Jin Runkandel explains that they came across the map by chance, mentioning that the green-haired boy is the dragon of Asmil. The boy is surprised and confirms if Jin Runkandel means Asmil. Jin Runkandel confirms this and explains that they gained access to the map's contents with the authority of Asmil, revealing the grudge contained within it. He adds that they have been searching for people who knew about the map, but couldn't find anyone until now purely by coincidence. He mentions that they managed to find him, even though he wonders how they did it. It must have been a coincidence, though. He muses that perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. He suggests they follow him and proposes that it would be best for them to meet his sister. After a while, they arrive at the tribe where Lady Elisa welcomes them, expressing that she has been anticipating their arrival along with the esteemed individuals from Tanpan. Apologizes for bringing guests without her permission, but she reassures him that he did well. Mirakeen inquires about the reason for her anticipation, to which she responds that it's different. Jin Runkandel agrees, and she further explains that it's not just a feeling of holiness, rather it's a presence that shouldn't be felt in a dilapidated place like theirs. She attributes this presence solely to the individual present, likening them to the noblest bloodline of Colon, or a person chosen by their faith. She elaborates that this person is born from the head temple of swords, chosen by the Shadow and the last dragon of the Shadow tribe, and serves as the guardian dragon of the child treasured by the great Azel. She dismisses any surprise, attributing everything to mere tricks, while Jin Runkandel ponders the transcendental aura, feeling he has encountered it before. He directly asks Lady Leosa if she is a god. She denies this, stating she's merely a vessel, and adds that if she were a god, she wouldn't need to live in hiding after losing her homeland. Moroccan speculates that she might be the physical embodiment of an old god, and acknowledges her remarkable insight, wondering if that's all there is to it, and noting that even her presence will fade eventually. She acknowledges the discomfort when Sir Black Dragon hits where it hurts, and he disregards it. Expressing surprise at hearing about an old god residing in Cologne, Jin Runkandel notes that even if she told him, he wouldn't necessarily know. She then asks him to show her the map again. He complies and asks if she can decipher what it says. As she examines the map, she carefully reads aloud its message. To the one who reads these letters after winning over the hearts of Colon, please do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply want to live on. She expresses a sense of resentment toward the heavy task given by God without the strength to fulfill it. She reveals that her grandfather, now deceased, created this map, originally destined for catastrophe, under the name Zippel. It now holds hope under Jin Runkendel's name. She reflects on the worthiness of her daily prayers. Morrison interjects with humor, suggesting a deal. Jin Runkendel inquires about the nature of the deal, prompting Morrison to clarify that it's about helping Lady Leosa, who is about to lose all her strength. He encourages honesty about the help needed. Jin Runkendel acknowledges that they were already planning to go to Cologne and suggests that Lady Leosa should be upfront about her desire for assistance. She chuckles and advises against trusting help rooted in sympathy or compassion. Lady Leosa informs Jin Runkendel that it has been a while since he last heard Surit's voice. She presents him with a pendant as the only reward she can offer in this situation, explaining that by using all of his remaining god power, he can call out to Sulit. Moroccan describes him as the astral body of an ancient god and as Mill's contractor. He notes the presence of many people lurking in the neighborhood and asks Jin Runkendel about his plans. Jin Runkendel acknowledges this and agrees to prepare for their journey to Colon. However, he expresses uncertainty about being able to save everyone and guarantee their safety. Lady Leosa intervenes, promising to provide information about the internal situation in Colon, which could be official. Jin Runkendel expresses his gratitude towards her. After a while, they arrive at the closure of Colon's historical site, where they see a no-entry board. Kashmir Alphen expresses concern, suggesting that he should have sent the 7 colors to scout ahead. Moroccan remarks that even if they send their subordinates, it won't change the fact that it's a restricted area. Jin Runkendel agrees, acknowledging that this area used to be open before he regressed, but it appears that the time he spent here during his cadet days had an impact. He reflects on how normally the horrors of this place would have been discovered by a reporter 11 years later, but it seems that won't happen now. He concludes that there's no helping it. Kashmir Alphen inquires about Jin Runkendel's plans, asking what he will do, and suggests that they could have entered if this place was being used as a magic testing area, as Jin Runkendel previously mentioned. Kashmir Alphen then calls Jin Runkendel, and Moroccan Jin Runkendel questions the strangeness of having only one sign in a restricted area without any guards or precautionary magic, despite it being common practice. He wonders if the Zippel family would be so careless with such an important place. Kashmir Alphen reflects on this and asks if they found the artifact. Jin Runkendel speculates that they might have given up since they haven't found anything for hundreds of years. Morrison suggests that they are likely using it as their vacation spot, and interrupts, pointing out some people working there. Jin Runkendel notices them and identifies someone with silver hair, asking if he is a pureblood Zippel. The person confirms this, stating that he's Moran Zippel. Given his behavior of drinking in the middle of the day, Jin Runkendel recalls Moran Zippel as also being known as the lunatic of the Mag's Tower. He reflects that rather than being recognized as Karch's 6th son, Moran is more famously known as the lunatic mage, due to his numerous eccentricities. Jin Runkendel observes that Moran is a pure-blood Zippel, but lacks any escort guards. Kashmir Alphen notes that Moran is the master of the 7th Mag's Tower in Zippel, an 8-star mage with a wealth of possessions, hence his confidence. Moroccan suggests eliminating Moran and evacuating everyone from the area, which is facilitated by the microbe they brought along. However, Jin Runkendel disagrees, cautioning that their adversary being a pureblood Zippel due to the killing of Andre Zippel could lead to significant repercussions. He emphasizes the need for a justifiable reason if they were to eliminate Moran Zippel, preventing any retaliation from the Zippel family. Dino Jaloon arrives, discreetly catching Jin Runkendel's attention. Jin Runkendel approaches him and demands to know his identity, firmly stating that he won't repeat himself. He responds that he's Dino Jagan, a reporter. Jin Runkendel recalls that Dino Jagan is the reporter who covered events about Colon in his past life. He wonders if Dino Jaglin managed all of that reporting by himself, since the report was published 10 years later. Jin Runkendel instructs Dino Jaglin to turn around, noting his young age and frail body. He admires how this young person dared to challenge the Zippel family. He asks if Dino Jaglin is here to uncover the next big story and what the content might be. Dino Jaglin in turn asks Jin Runkendel where he came from. Jin Runkendel reassures him not to be nervous, explaining that they are just passing through. He mentions that a friend from the area asked for a favor, and since Dino Jaglin mentioned being a reporter, their paths seem to align. Dino Jaglin confirms that they are aware of the situation concerning the citizens of Colon Miran. Jaglin interjects, questioning whether they should disclose everything to him. Kashmir Alphen responds that this is part of their strategy to achieve their objective Moroccan, then asks what his goal is exactly. Kashmir Alphen explains that the newcomer is likely here to uncover the truth about this place, and that young master Jinrun Kandel will collaborate with him to find a pretext for attacking the Zippel family. He adds that Dino Jaglin probably has already gathered information about that as well. Dino Jaglin retrieves a book from his bag and invites them to examine it. Noting that it contains detailed notes about the natives, Jinrun Kandel examines the book and remarks on Dino Jaglin's boldness, mentioning the potential consequences. If the Zippel family were to discover such a notebook, Dino Jaglin reassures them, stating that it's fine as he has already engaged with Myron Zippel. He explains that Myron Zippel has been drinking for the past few days and is not on high alert. He concludes that there's no need to exhaust all resources to extract information from him since interrogation or elimination would be simpler. Jinrun Kandel acknowledges that he understands, then turns to Dino Jaglin and asks for a favor. He comments on how the old elders tend to send people to unpleasant places for trivial reasons and berates them. Glancing at Myron Zippel, who is still drinking, and questions if Myron Zippel shares his sentiment. Jinrun Kandel then refers to Myron Zippel as an insect. While looking at someone seated nearby, Dino Jaglin arrives and questions Myron Zippel about drinking alone. Myron Zippel greets him warmly, waving his hand and joking about waiting for him until he thought he might die. He expresses frustration at not being able to communicate effectively with others. Dino Jaglin introduces himself and explains that they are travelers and storytellers, bringing them along because Myron Zippel might find them interesting. He apologizes for bringing them without permission. Myron Zippel reassures Dino Jaglin that it's all right and asks where they met. Dino Jaglin explains that they met in the Phelan Kingdom while gathering medics, prompting everyone to introduce themselves. Jinrun Kandel expresses his honor at meeting Sir Myron Zippel, who smiles in response. Veridon Zippel comments that Brother Moran Zippel is a despicable person and that his deceased Uncle Andre is evil, but Myron Zippel surpasses them both. He mentions that thinking about Myron's actions makes him feel nauseous even in his sleep, and he questions the elders' decision to make Myron the master of the Mag's Tower. Dante Heron interjects, expressing surprise at Veridon's harsh words about his own brother, and asks what Myron Zippel is like for Veridon Zippel to speak so negatively about him. Veridon explains that Myron is a monstrous being from the abyss, something too horrifying for someone as innocent as Dante to comprehend. He advises Jinrun Kandel to avoid any potential confrontation with Myron Zippel in the future, as encountering Myron would lead to dreadful consequences. Meanwhile, Veridon Zippel inquires if Jinrun Kandel tells stories as he travels, to which Jinrun Kandel affirms, mentioning their exciting experiences, as mentioned by Mr. Dino Jaglin. Veridon Zippel acknowledges that Jinrun Kandel must have been through a lot, but he comments that it's nothing compared to a high-ranking member of the Zippel family, on a mission on the other side. Myron Zippel calls Dino Jaglin and recalls their meeting 2 weeks ago, expressing curiosity about Dino Jaglin's identity. He wonders if Dino Jaglin is also curious, and remarks on the audacity of a mere reporter venturing into a restricted area of Zippel. Myron Zippel asks about Dino Jaglin's interactions with the natives, expressing concern about potential repercussions and the additional work involved in singling out those who spoke to Dino Jaglin when he was not around. He questions his pseudo-intelligence, asking if Dino Jaglin comprehends that all those who conversed with him have vanished, and he wonders why Dino Jaglin didn't realize this until now. Laughing, he mentions that if Dino Jaglin tries to match his level, he'll continue to rise with confidence. Myron Zippel wonders how Dino Jaglin can be so fearless, expressing his inability to understand and laughing about it, noting that he's getting goosebumps. He remarks on Dino Jaglin's audacity. Dino Jaglin asks for clarification, to which Myron Zippel replies about the Garden of Swords and the scoundrels supporting him. As Myron Zippel moves to attack Dino Jaglin, Myrine intervenes and pulls him aside, saving him. Jinrun Kandel wonders about the shield, and questions why he couldn't detect any magic power that would have been used to create such a shield, considering the power of the magic was concealed within the campfire. He finds it puzzling that he couldn't perceive the flow of the magic and contemplates what exactly occurred. Myrine warns to be cautious, mentioning that while it's possible to conceal the presence of magical power, it cannot be completely erased, indicating that the person in question is hiding something. Myron Zippel inquires if Jinrun Kandel is present, noting that the girl had made a request to run Kandel. But even if he asks how Myrine recognizes his face, he receives no answer. Jinrun Kandel draws his sword and mentions that he will have to gradually coax information out of Myron Zippel. In response, Myron Zippel recalls that Jin Run Candle is still a reserve flag bearer and inquires how he obtained the request, wondering if it's something personal. Jin Run Candle remarks that Myron Zippel's tone is irritatingly superficial and laughs, expressing his growing weariness. Myron Zippel acknowledges his rudeness and suggests they pre-create a shield around himself as Jin Run Candle attacks him with magical projection. Proes Moraine intervenes to protect Dino Jaglin and others from the magical projectiles, while some individuals position themselves in front of the projectiles, shielding Myron Zippel from harm. Myron commands everyone to get out of the way and take them away, while Dino Jaglin issues the instructions amidst tears and curses. Dino Jaglin questions why Myron Zippel would act in such a manner, referring to him as a piece of human trash. He asks what these people have done to deserve this treatment. Myron acknowledges Dino Jaglin's reaction, expressing his curiosity about the expression on his face. He enjoys seeing Dino Jaglin's reaction, calling him foolish Myron. Zippel questions those who don't know their place, labeling Dino Jaglin as a useless person who only engages in flattery and spying. He rhetorically asks if Dino Jaglin believes he'll find solace in saving things more pathetic than himself. Myron Zippel blames Dino Jaglin for the plight of the people, stating that he can't stop his actions, and proceeds to attack them again. He tells Dino Jaglin to stop talking as he plans to eliminate them soon. Kamir Alphen contemplates the extent of the destruction caused, even though he attacked when Myron Zippel lowered his guard, noting the power of shadow energy. Myron Zippel finds it annoying that this non-magical force is depleting his magic, as if the shadow itself is in motion. He realizes it's shadow energy, concluding that Jin Run Candle is indeed cunning. Laughing, Myron Zippel suggests that Solderit is once again supporting Ron Candle, breaking his earlier pledge. Jin Ronad calls upon his shadow energy and positions Murin and Kashmir Alphen above them, launching an attack on Myron Zippel. Murin remarks that he can't sense anything again, while Jin Runkandel notes that Myron Zippel is concealing his mana flow, making it easier to fight under the assumption that he's continuously using magic. Meanwhile, Myron Zippel acknowledges Jin Runkandle's quick response, noting that he had secretly prepared for this moment. However, he expresses doubt about saving all those involved and rushes to attack Jin Runkandle, who also charges towards him. Murin joins in the attack as well. Myron Zippel retrieves his magical stick and launches an attack which Jin Runkandle blocks. Jin Runkandle vows to use all of his abilities and warns Myron Zippel not to approach him. He realizes that regardless of the magic he uses, Myron Zippel's shadow energy negates it all. Jin Runkandle performs a magic spell to retaliate, feeling relieved when he hits his target. Myron Zippel laughs, finding the situation thrilling and anticipating the satisfaction of defeating Jin Runkandle. He thanks Jin Runkandle, believing that his efforts will make the place he cultivated shine, continues. Meanwhile, Jin Runkandle recognizes the trap-like nature of Myron Zippel's magic and decides to focus on dodging rather than directly countering the attacks to conserve his stamina. He signals to Moran and Kashmir Alphon, and Moroccan acknowledges the plan and joins him in the attack. Makan urges them to move quickly and take everyone outside the magic circle, which Dino Jaglin also agrees with. Myron Zippel dismisses their efforts, stating that the magic square covers everywhere he can see without any gaps due to its sincere construction. He then challenges Jin Runkandel to enjoy the confrontation, launching an attack. Jin Runkandel manages to evade the attack but falls to the floor. He notices that the ground is eroding where the attack lands, causing the group to split into two. He realizes he has no choice but to move forward and uses his sword to block the energy. Jin Runkandle finds it odd that Zippel, despite being an 8-star mage, can control such a vast amount of magic power, and wonders if he's concealing an artifact. Myron Zippel considers that Jin Runkandel comprehends magic, noting his evasion of the fire pillar and avoidance of the eroding earth. He observes that Jin Runkandel advanced and nullified his fire pillar, a decision indicating a deep understanding of magic. Myron Zippel expresses disbelief, acknowledging Jin Runkandle as a magic swordsman and chuckling. Jin Runkandle reminds him to conceal his expression, to which Myron Zippel agrees, attributing Jin Runkandel's actions to his expertise as a magic swordsman. He acknowledges that the situation may have become more troublesome due to Jin Runkandel's abilities and prepares to counter with stronger magic power, launching an attack. Myron Zippel contemplates mana counterflow, considering it the most fatal symptom for those with mana. It's an event where mana erupts within the body, causing organs to rupture and break down during mage battles. He notes that individuals with less mana would experience mana counterflow first, which was an efficient way to rank mages until now. Unlike martial artists, he acknowledges that Runkandel lacked mana, making counterflow impossible. Yet they still used magic on those less powerful Myron Zippel states that as someone with mana, there's no need to waste time and suggests they fight. Jin Runkandel confirms his expectation, closing the distance and presenting a magical ball for closer inspection. Meanwhile, Myron Zippel remarks that he can't see in front of him and questions the darkness, wondering if it's the power of shadow. He dismisses this notion, feeling something different, and noting a strong light in front of his eyes. Myron Zippel wonders about the source of that light, speculating that it could be an explosion of light that blinded him, followed by an attack of ancient light magic which he hadn't anticipated. He sarcastically comments on the power of light and shadows, likening the situation to a protagonist in a novel. Jin Runkandel observes that the dark energy in his wound is dissipating and that his senses and reaction speed resemble that of a beast rather than a mage. While he acknowledges that his mana is not as strong as Andre Zippel's in a one-on-one battle, Myron Zippel proves to be a more irritating opponent overall. Myron Zippel ponders his next move, wondering if they will engage in another fight, and he chuckles to himself. He believes that given his extensive combat experience, in addition to mana counterflow, Jin Runkandel must be concealing something else, which amuses him as he walks away. Myron Zippel acknowledges that Jin Runkandel probably thinks he's insane and doesn't want to associate with him, but he sees a similarity between them. Jin Runkandel questions if he's stalling by talking nonsense, noting it's not appreciated if that's his intention. Myron Zippel apologizes, stating it will be challenging for Jin Runkandel to defeat him since the barbaric individuals are still supporting him. Counts the number of times they've used their power so far, estimating 3 times. Jin Runkandel warns him not to go too far and asks for clarity on his intentions. Myron Zippel responds affirmatively, indicating his growing interest and highlighting how people like them will do anything to achieve their objectives. He acknowledges that he noting that Jin Runkandel's magic control surpasses that of an 8-star mage, which surprises him. He performs a magic spell and asserts that there shouldn't be anything under Zippel's blessing, referring to Dino Jaglin and the other individuals. Yet he's utilizing them effectively as his mana amplification weapons. He remarks on their conversation, stating that although they appear lifeless, they are still breathing, indicating that they are alive and capable of replenishing his mana. He emphasizes that since Jin Runkandel expressed the desire to kill him, he must eliminate these obstacles first. He reiterates that they are similar, both being individuals who will go to great lengths to achieve their objectives, and urges Jin Runkandel to dispatch them swiftly and set off the final fireworks. After some time, Laka Mamaka arrives and asserts that Myron Zippel is lying, claiming that everything he's saying is false, especially regarding the item that allegedly amplifies his mana. She reveals that she discovered the truth after torturing the collapsed individuals, learning how to utilize the divine relic. Myron Zippel ponders what a divine relic is and demands an explanation, questioning what Jin Runkandel is currently up to. Laka Mamika points to all the collapsed people and her unfortunate fellow compatriots, indicating their dire state. Myron Zippel orders her to stop insulting her as an insect, but she continues, stating that they are all deceased. He angrily tells her to be quiet, accusing Jin Runkandel of being a demented murderer who deceives and manipulates people for his own gain, using them as experimental subjects and then discarding them. He realizes that Jin Runkandel lied to him earlier to gain control over him. She pleads for someone to end that disaster while tears stream down her face. He calls her a rat that doesn't know its place, telling her to die as he launches an attack. He questions how she dares to ruin his spectacle, mentioning that the scream he will emit after cutting up those corpses is the highlight of the night. He kept her alive because she was useful, but now he wishes for her death. Dino Jaglin emerges from the woods and urges Jin Runkandel to save her, explaining that she is Tika, the acting leader, and the only pillar of support for the natives, so he must rescue her. Jin Runkandel recognizes the Zippel family's secret magic, the evil eye blue flames, recalling hearing about it before. He asks if they've heard of the blue flames. Jin Runkandel remembers his sister telling him about the blue flames, describing them as a secret technique exclusive to the Zippel family, capable of continuously burning without ceasing. She warns that trying to extinguish them would only lead to being consumed by them. He wonders how to combat such a flame, and she suggests using a hotter flame to burn away the fire, casually enjoying her tea. In the present, he returns to the scene where Jin Runkandel employs the hotter flame to rescue Laka. Mamika Zippel remarks that it is indeed a hotter flame. He then questions whether this should suffice and inquires if it's tests, while Jin Runkandel secures her in his arms. Moran Zippel questions how a mere magic swordsman and a rung candle at that could receive the title of the strongest mage of their generation, which Tess had the right to bestow. He challenges how someone could become the best in their generation, a feat he could never have imagined Tika feeling the heat. But without any burns believes the flames are protecting her, expressing her gratitude. Jean Runkandel states that if it weren't for her, he might have been deceived, reassuring her now that she can relax. However, she insists that it's not the time to relax, as Miron is utilizing the power of the divine relic that he does not possess. She explains that he only knows a few activation words acquired through interrogation, but the relic remains hidden in a location known solely to them. She inquires whether he came here at Priestess Laus's request. She adds that after the fight ends, she'll disclose the location of the divine relic, urging him to put an end to their suffering. Jin Runkandel remarks that his expression is now worth observing, indicating that Moran Zippel appears shocked that Tess chose him and utilized trap magic, and the evil eye questioning if he has revealed all his tricks. Jin Runkandel declares that playtime is over. It's time for him to descend into hell. Now Moran Zippel asks what Jin Runkandel means by hell, using his magic to assert that he was once the lover of the witch Hellam and someone who drank with the kings of the Black Sea, challenging Jin Runkandel about his understanding of hell before attacking him with what he describes as a pressurized flame. Tess intervenes, blocking the attack, prompting Jin Runkandel to wonder if Tess is angered by that spell. Moran also arrives on the scene. Jin Runkandel questions why Moroccan is there and inquires about the natives. Moroccan confirms that he has evacuated everyone, so they should concentrate. He explains that the spell just cast was a possession spell targeting the Demon King Orgel. Therefore, when Tess interferes, they need to act quickly to stop it. While he blocks the attack, he advises Jin Runkandel to gather his shadow energy, unleash his sword to its fullest potential, and strike with all his might. Moroccan instructs Jin Runkandel to step on his shadow energy and run, intending to slice open the dimensional door as they both run to attack with their swords. Jin Runkandel gets injured, realizing the overwhelming demonic counterflow. He understands he can't sustain Tess any longer, but manages to do so. Just in time, Jin Runkandel contemplates that he may become a person whose once glorious life will gradually fade due to Hello Arm's dagger, ultimately receiving death's reverence as he walks towards hell. Regaining his strength, he grips his sword tightly and charges forward to attack, realizing that even if he swings 1,000 times, the outcome will remain the same as the beginning. With determination, he puts all his will into his sword, aiming to cut through and successfully stab his opponent. Moran Zippel attempts to counterattack while regaining his energy, but he cannot, and he transforms into a burning figure, screaming. Jin Runkandel gazes at his sword, pondering that the release of shadow energy felt different this time. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. He wonders if it was a fragment of the heart sword. Despite this, he attacks again, only to witness Moran Zippel's body turning to ashes and slowly vanishing. Jin Runkandel then looks at his magical stick, noticing a faint glow still holding it before completely destroying it. He declares, "It's finished," and collapses onto the floor, with Moroccan and La Mamua watching. After a while, Moroccan explains that the wands used by the master of the Zippel family's Mag's Tower have a specific function indicated by a small rune character at the top of the wand. He asks what it does, and when he waves the wand, the character activates and sends an emergency signal to their own Mag's Tower. Moroccan emphasizes that they don't have time to relax and urges Jin Runkandel to wake up. Jin Runkandel opens his eyes and responds to Moroccan, who asks if he's awake and instructs him to swallow something while pouring power into his mouth. Jin Runkandel questions what it is, then stands up, spitting it onto his hand to inspect it. Moroccan explains that Jin Runkandel nearly died due to the Mona counterflow, but he just consumed a unicorn's horn, a potent medicine, effective against counterflow. Jin Runkandel expresses feeling much better with his mana calming down, although his shadow energy and aura are still mixed up. Kashmir Alphen compliments Jin Runkandel on his fighting, and Jin Runkandel thanks him, asking when he prepared this. He responds that he didn't prepare it, they were given it. Gesturing towards Dino Jaglin, Jin Runkandel asks how he acquired it, and Dino Jaglin explains that he heard about it while he was Miran's drinking companion, and that Miran had a unicorn's horn stolen from his family, which she found. La Mamua introduces herself formally as La Mattia, the proxy saintess for Miss Leosa. She inquires about the situation and asserts that even in death she won't forget bowing respectfully before them. She explains that when the Saintess Miss Leosa requested their rescue, it likely meant assisting in restoring their column's divine relic, rather than literal salvation. Jinrun Candle wonders what restore means if it's broken. Moroccan interrupts, expressing surprise as a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years. He's never heard of a divine relic like that before, and initially believed it was merely a bluff. He mentions that the lunatic's magical power was on another level, attributing it to her divine relic. Moroccan inquires about the owner of that divine relic and whispers, asking for the god's name. She reveals that the god's name is Clam, to which Moroccan responds that he has never heard of that name before and asks about the god's era. Kashmir Alphen interjects, suggesting that if this is true, they should quickly escape after locating the divine relic. Even though they are in a remote area, it is still within Zippel territory, and they don't know when they'll be noticed. She explains that there's a slight issue regarding this plan to retrieve the divine relic. They need to restore it first, and to do that they require the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Miran questions this, pointing out that it's the middle of the night. She affirms that they indeed need to wait until noon and perform a ceremony with the tribe members, necessitating gathering everyone there. Miran questions why it has to be so complicated, and emphasizes the urgency of finishing before the Zippel notice, instructing them to stop standing around and move. Jinrun Candle ponders the Zippel, the divine relic, and the midday sun, contemplating what could be missing. Something crucial. He notes that Myron Zippel can no longer move with Tess having put an end to him, and considers this remote location abandoned by the Zippel family as long as no signal is sent to the Mag's Tower. Miran mentions Miran Zippel's status as a master of the Zippel family's Mag's Tower, assuming everyone is aware of that. Kashmir Alphen disagrees, stating there's no time to spare, and Jin Runkendel warns that they'll soon be discovered as he activates his magical stick, coinciding with the appearance of Midor Elner, Vice Master of the 7th Mag's Tower. The staff was given to him for being a Tower Master. It's a huge deal. Kashmir knows little about the Zyphals, but the staff is a special object which helps gather sorcerers in time of need. Murakhan is stumped that Jin somehow knows this information when he doesn't. The Zyphals are continuously evolving at an immense rate. Jin excuses what he heard from Luna, when in reality, he remembered thanks to his teacher's memorable words. Nearly 100 sorcerers exist in every Zyphal tower, and a lot of them are around the 8-star level. Engaged against them in an actual fight when they also have to defend civilians, it's going to be a brutal battle. Jin inquires how long it would take them to arrive, and he learns that it's going to take a minimum of 2 hours. Given that time limit, he requests Kashmir for a favor in the time of need. Kashmir is alarmed as Jin's secretive plan could end up killing everyone involved. He wants Kashmir to relay the message to a person immediately, or else they are all doomed. The man accepts the condition and begs Jin to make it out alive. Murakhan and Tika are in preparations to restore the divine artifact. The locals have gathered, but Jin's condition is stagnating. His body reacts harshly as he's driven himself to his absolute limits. Murakhan is pissed that Muron refused to remain honorable in his defeat and instead called the sorcerers of the Watchtower. Jin requested for Luna's help last time, as she was their only hope. Murakhan is worried about Kashmir failing to reach them in time, because if he really doesn't, then they'll have to struggle and survive for as long as they possibly can. The minor Tower Master and his troops are on their way. They located the Kolan territory where the signal was received. They see no sign of Mayuran, implying his death. Hearing this news, Midor is vehemently enraged, promising to kill those who planned against his brother's demise. Murakhan scouts them from afar, confirming at least 30 powerful sorcerers boarded on 6 dragons. This is a lower-level fleet, which means an even powerful force will be sent after them if they subdue these guys. Murakhan could have annihilated every single one of these chumps in his prime, but because of Tamar's blade, he's still far from recovering his full strength. The Zyphal sorcerers descend with the younger fire dragons. They're actually red dragons, which are even weaker. Midor furiously introduces himself as the minor Tower Master of the Zyphals, demanding for Muron to be shown. Jin plays around, feigning ignorance. He doesn't remember this guy from his past life. Midor questions why they targeted his brother, and if they share association with the Run Candles. Before he can unleash his wrath, he calmly asks if Muron is still alive, ensuring that he will not harm them if they confirm his life. Jin is intrigued by his words, who is worried about his brother yet couldn't show mercy to the people of this land. A provoked Midor barely responds before he realizes that Muron has already been killed. He cannot forgive their sinful acts for mocking the clan. Midor readies his troops to attack their enemies, aiming for their capture. The charge spells are all at the 8-star level, so it's not going to be an easy fight for him. Fortunately, help has arrived in the form of an icy blizzard. Midor is shocked as all 8-star levels were interrupted. The one who is here to protect them is Talaris, the beautiful ruler of the secret palace, as well as her daughter. Her terrifying ice magic easily froze their spells. The Zyphals immediately recognize who they're dealing with. Thankfully, Kashmir sent them help just in time. Murkahan is impressed. Talaris has summoned the legendary snow-toad Mott. She helps create an icy wall to talk to Jin. After all, Sira's mother is intrigued by the boy who gave her daughter a hard time. She's astonished to witness his critical condition. Talaris wants to know if he's the one responsible for killing Alcaro. This is bad news, because it means Cirrus ended up ratting out the information to her mother. Talaris reminds the boy that she bears no ill intent towards him. Instead, she's looking for a different lover, like Murakan, for example. They're out here flirting with each other while Jin is near the brink of death. Talaris tells her daughter to look after Jin while she's wiping out those fools. Also, she's a strong believer in her daughter's love interest for Jin. She teases him endlessly, and leaves Jin with a reminder that if it weren't for her daughter, she would not have arrived to save him. Jin is left speechless, barely able to stand on his own 2 legs. Ceres catches him just before he hits the ground. She expected them to fight each other, but didn't know he was going to be this busy behind her back. Kashmir took the flowers and handed them to Talaris, as if he was desperate. He was clinging for his life to seek help from Talaris. Jin is happy to receive so much support from the kind people who have always helped him in the time of need. Jin coughs out dark blood, adding more concern. Ceres helps him with a medicine, unable to comprehend why anyone would go this far to fight. She almost feels embarrassed for him like this. Back to the fight against Midor, Talaris learns that he isn't a pureblood at all. Midor knows that he's in deep trouble, and the only way he will survive is by stalling for reinforcements. Talaris doesn't take kindly to their words, and has no intentions of backing off from Zyphal territory. With a glimpse of her power, she kills the Elder. The sorcerers deploy a bunch of barriers to help survive her wrath. Talaris takes care of the dragons with her ice magic. She's impressed that they're still keeping up with this farce, thinking that they'll be able to defeat her. Midor is confident that the Zyphals will come after the secret palace after his death. He activates a spell in point-blank range. Midor has been granted divinity to control high-level flame magic. But despite his spatial explosion magic, Talaris is unimpressed, and happily decides to remind Midor what the secret palace is really about. She commands the technique of the Endorma clan, the same sword of sea ice that Cirrus used against Jin. Talaris launches a strong gale storm. It freezes the sorcerers to icy statues, crumbling Midor's resolve. The monster approaching him has just crushed their cute barrier. At the same time, she ripped an arm off of the Zyphal half-blood. That's how easy it was for her to defeat him. Talaris mocks him for being a stupid martial artist who can't even look at their opponent. Midor realizes that this woman is crazy enough to kill every single one of his reinforcements after they arrive. He contemplates the thoughts of death, when suddenly a portal opens from underneath, interrupting their fight. She is confused at first, but then realizes what just happened. More sorcerers from the Zyphals have arrived just in time to save the minor tower master. Talaris's barrier fades, but she's pissed more than ever. The Zyphal clan has brought along a giant battleship for Mayuran and Midor. Jin realizes that this situation has gotten much worse than he intended. Way too many of their important figures have been killed. While the battleship is a problem, the crew boarding the ship is an even bigger threat. The White Knight is an elite unit of the Zyphals sent for missions just like this. Talaris assesses the situation and recommends a retreat. She doesn't want to fuck around with those guys either. She's ready to help the natives leave the land, but Jin emphasizes that it's necessary for them to complete the ritual. Talaris does not take his response lightly. She has issued a strict order for them to follow. Jin tries his best to explain that they'll never have a chance to stop the Zyphals if the ritual is incomplete. He begs for Talaris's help on behalf of all the natives of the Colon. She accepts his offer, assigning him an hour to hold off the White Knights. More importantly, she wishes to speak to Kieran after the fight ends. Whoa, looks like things are getting spicy. The ritual is underway when Jin begs Tika to complete the ritual at a faster rate, since they won't have time to survive the attack for the ship. Tika instructs the young Runcandle to leave the battlefield, especially in his dire state. She knows that they won't be able to subdue them until they discover the artifact. Jin stops Tika and places importance on completing the ritual. He didn't sacrifice this much just to leave things unattended. Tika knows of one way to complete the ritual faster, but it would have only been possible if Rausa was around. Ceres learns that she's in Tikan and tells Jin to board the Great Toad so that they can bring her over. Talaris sees them taking off. She's surprised by her child's guts to act by herself. She's got an even bigger role of delaying the White Knight Battalion until then. Our Dragon Boy Murakan joins the fight, promising to help her out on this mission. The White Knight, an incredibly powerful unit of the Zyphals, announce their one and only order to the ruler of the secret palace. They want her to leave and let them handle the killer of Mayuran. Talaris points her blade, ordering them to bring the patriarch of their clan if they want a chance to negotiate. Since she didn't comply with their whims, the Zyphals unleashed the might of the battleship. A powerful spell descends upon Murakan, who punches through the attack, allowing Talaris to use her powers and send an icicle wave at the ship. The sorcerers defend using a powerful barrier. They know about Talaris, but what they don't know about is the guy who tanked their strong spell with just his fists. They view him as a competent fighter that must not be underestimated. The leader of the White Knight issues an order to link with their headquarters so that they can deploy the full might of their battleship. Meanwhile, Jin desperately arrives in Tikan, begging to see Rausa. She had been anticipating his return and was prepared to go along. Talaris maintains her attack on the battleship, while Murakhan takes care of any damage incoming from the ship, acting as her perfect defense. She even helps him by coating his arms in ice, alleviating his pain. Murakhan feels motivated. This dude chucks an entire boulder at the battleship. I'm telling you, he's the best character in the whole series. Talaris thinks they're good for now, since the White Knight unit shouldn't be able to use their strongest weapon in a place like this. They want their artifact, which means the fight is prolonging in their favor for the meantime. But that's exactly where she is wrong. The commander of the unit is simply waiting to deal the killing blow. And after receiving a direct order of approval from his clan, the battleship goes all quiet. Murakhan wonders if they've decided to give up, but Talaris realizes they're in grave danger. An enormous amount of energy is concentrated into one powerful attack. Kiliak has just given them direct permission to annihilate the Kulin territory using the cannon. The leader of the unit issues a final warning for Talaris to obey their demands. She knows they're trapped with no way out. Ceres arrives at the final moment. Jin and his friends meet eyes with only destruction waiting before them. The cannon is released as an apocalyptic beam destroys everything in its path. Talaris casted a final attack right as the beam struck down. She was able to soften the beam strike with her sword of sea ice. Jin and the others are barely able to hold on. He activates Shadow Force to slash the remnants of the beam with his sword. Ceres notes that he's improved impressively, and despite his condition, he was still holding up with her. But with how they're currently holding, Jin is afraid he won't be able to help Rausa reach the ritual site. The ship isn't an easy opponent. It's just as powerful as Talaris, but the commander of the unit is shocked that she was able to stop the beam with her sword. He issues yet another warning for Talaris to stand down, but all she could afford to respond with is a laugh. Talaris isn't worried. The confident ruler of the secret palace emphasizes that she can't be defeated, even if they brought out the best Zyphal sorcerer. She turns the table on them, reminding the Zyphals how outclassed they really are. In response, the White Knight pitches that they could instead target the ones she is trying to protect. Talaris learns that if they're successfully capable of delivering Ryosa to the ritual site, they will win this battle. She's prepared to hold them down, allowing her daughter to get to the altar. This fight will decide the very existence of the secret palace. The Zyphal commander prepares for another beam strike, preparing to annihilate the Kulin territory from the face of the planet. Jin tasks Ceres the duty of protecting Rausa. He's going to carve a path by clearing the battle ahead. Ceres doesn't approve of his reckless approach, as he could very well risk dying in the process. He's okay with risking his life, as he would never have made it this far without their sacrifices. So now he's ready to risk his life for others. Rausa reminisces a bitter memory of her past. She was forced to flee from the land so that the Zyphals could never do her any harm. After all, their mission would be jeopardized as they would fail their god. The poor locals begged for her survival, prioritizing her life instead of their own. They wanted her to bring someone who could end their suffering. Unfortunately, those people were all incinerated by the Zyphals in the end. She was forced to flee the territory, all on her own. Then, she survived on an island with her flailing powers, waiting long for a savior to finally come to her. It was then Rausa had made her decision. Jin Runkandel is hell-bent on getting her to the ritual site, even if they die in the process. A tear runs down her face. Rausa had been waiting all her life to sacrifice her life for her people. The second destructive beam is about to be launched. Jin and Ceres make their way while Talaris slices the beam to hundreds of pieces. Jin has to protect Rausa and Ceres, trusting in his sword and sword alone to help him survive. Murakhan warns them of the incoming beam. The Zyphals are relentless in their attacks. Murakhan and Jin are fighting for their lives protecting Ceres and Rausa. Just when the Dark Dragon thought they were doing well, Jin suffered a brutal attack from one of the beams, sending him down. Even Ceres cries out in worry. She remembers his words, as he was ready to put down his own life to protect them. In her ferocity, Ceres loses her cool and gets injured in the process. She collapses on the ground, leaving Ryosa to fend for herself. Ceres commands her to keep on going or else their sacrifices would be in vain. With a heavy heart, Rausa prays to her god and keeps on moving. She has long since realized that prayers are not enough to overturn the war. Rausa is firm and has come to a decision. Jin Runkandel is in a space of emptiness. The void calls for his name, commanding that he wake up. When Jin opens his eyes, he bears witness to a future where Ceres has been killed. The Zyphal sorcerers won the war with the help of the blazing fire dragon. Murakhan was also killed by Khadun's hands. The patriarch of the Zyphals unleashed an all-out attack where not even Jin himself survived. Then, the penetrating voice of a god comes to welcome him, reflecting his choices to keep the battle going even after coming this far. He asks the boy if he is filled with regrets after involving so many people all at once. Despite his wavering resolve, Jin claims that he has yet to regret the decisions he made. His anger stems from a feeling of hopelessness, that he could not help influence the future, and that all of his friends fell to ruin because of his helplessness. He thinks of himself as a powerless warrior. The goddess likes what she hears and reminds him to maintain this mindset. She cleanses the future and at last introduces herself as Clam, the god who has waited many years for the boy's arrival. Jin fails to comprehend the meaning behind her words. The benevolent god explains that they don't have time to discuss. The path that lies ahead for the boy is full of pain and suffering. Jin in his anger realizes that the future he fears has yet to come to light. He regains his consciousness and wakes up after another headache. He was scared at first, but then he saw Cirrus all alive and well. Murakon smacks him for giving them a damn jump scare. The boy feared the worst, but it was all for nothing. Talaris is impressed that Jin was able to invoke the presence of a god. He still doesn't get what is happening. Rausa helped call forth a goddess with Jin's powers. It led to the destruction of the battleship. The White Knight sorcerers were defeated the moment she arrived. Now that she's using Rausa's body, she has donned a new appearance with longer hair and milky white eyes. Rausa sacrificed her vessel-like body to bring forth Clam. She offered Jin a glimpse into the terrible future as a lesson. Basically, she pranked our boy. Murakon isn't having any of it and inquires what her true goal is. Clam manifests the Well of Mana in her hand. She is the god of mana, and once nearly destroyed the world when the god of darkness helped her. Solderette sealed her powers into the divine artifact. Murakon is clueless about her divine origins. To prove that her words carry weight, Clam shows them the seal casted by Solderette himself. The seal has since become weaker, so Clam continually helps maintain its power. The Well of Mana is basically access to infinite magic. It's powerful enough to destroy the entire world. The people of Cullen exist to prevent that reality from ever coming true. Murakon is pissed because those poor natives sacrificed so much in their lives just to protect the artifact. Clam reveals that she couldn't help them when she was sealed, until today, when Jin Runkindel helped in her manifestation. Both Ceres and Talaris are shocked to learn that the boy is actually a contractor of the god of darkness. She offers Jin the invaluable object. Now that he has Soldere's powers, paired with this artifact, he has gained an ultimate weapon. Clam entrusts the faith of the colonites within his hands. She clarifies that the Well of Mana was always a weapon Solderet intended for the boy to use. Solderet created the seal at the height of his powers. It's a direct reference to his divine existence. While Jin is happy, he remembers Rausa's reward. She promised to help him speak to his god. Clam knows it's impossible to make it happen, as the god of darkness wouldn't speak to the boy even with Murakon by his side. Jin accepts, as he wasn't looking for a reward. As powerful as she is, not even Clam knows that the boy is reliving his life. With her mission completed, she returns to her spiritual form. Thanks to Jin's actions, Colin is free at last. Clam is indebted to the final contractor of the god of darkness, who helped free them from their chains. Talaris is impressed by what she saw. It's not ordinary for a god to be thanking a human. She recommends they make their escape soon, since the Zyphals could attack at any moment. Ryosa, who is now a part of Clam, realizes that her god couldn't answer her prayers because she was sealed within the divine artifact. Clam apologizes as the woman had to sacrifice her body to save her people. The pain that she endured helped free them. Rausa thanks the deity for answering their call and preventing a dark future. She's the happiest she can ever be. Clam is satisfied to be serving the people of Colin in return. She awaits Jin's strength to help free the world of suffering. After all, if the mirror had fallen into the Zyphals' hands, then all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Tika is immensely happy that it all worked out in their favor. Jin is grateful to the sacrifices made by the colonites, because he's the only one who really knows the destruction the Zyphals ended up unleashing in the future. The Runkindel prodigy is prepared to reward the people of Cullen by offering them a place to stay. Since he's incapable of helping them directly because of his mission as a flag-bearer, he has given the journalist a note to seek Luna's help. There's the possibility that the Zyphals will retaliate and threaten more lives. But Jin is prepared for that. He wants the journalist to publish all his findings to gather many supporters and fend against them. His career as a journalist will illuminate with success. After that, Jin meets an acquaintance of Talaris, properly without all the fighting going around them. She's so chill that she called their mission easy. Jin is worried that the Zyphals might come to hunt her down, but Talaris isn't worried. She believes the Zyphal Patriarch will instead act with caution. After all, he doesn't know about Clam's manifestation, which means he is under the impression that Talaris wiped out the White Knight unit all by herself. Jin is happy to hear that, but Talaris reminds the boy that she didn't just help him out of goodwill. She treated him as a client. And now it's time for a hefty reward, especially from someone who is a legendary spellsword and the contractor of the god of darkness. Jin waits in anticipation, wondering how big her request would be. In a hearty laughter, Talaris lets him off with a freebie. She thinks she has acquired enough information and even teases her daughter for it. Jin is utterly stumped that she's not asking anything. The ruler of the secret palace prepares to make her leave. Cirrus wants to settle her score with Jin next time in a real fight. Her mother thinks she's still stuck being a hard ass. She's making a fool out of her own daughter by messing with her. And now, since we haven't revisited Sierra and Runcandle in a while, it's time to come see him. Talaris and Dorma has personally stepped into the Dark Sea, all for the sake of a marriage proposal for Jin. What a queen this woman is. Over to Luna's place, she learns about Jin's incredible adventures, taking on incredible adventures like Muron and the White Knight Fleet. Like the caring sister she is, Luna asks how her brother is faring. After hearing that he's okay, Luna turns to Tika, wanting to know if she's got some skills. After all, she can't promise a good stay if the people of Colin aren't promising to work. She tasks her maid to help the Colonites settle and find work for themselves, which is much better than receiving a favor. As for Diano the journalist, Luna is interested in supporting him fully so that he could execute Jin's wishes to the best of his ability. 1 month after their epic battle, word of the Colon genocide was published, terrifying the world. They were told that a bunch of travelers ended the conflict and pushed back the Zyphals. Even the Runcandels came to hear of the news. The Zyphal clan pinned the blame on Muron for the incident, since he was no longer alive. But some remnants of the battleship cornered the involvement of the clan. It enraged some kingdoms while others remained unaffected. The Vemonth Emperor broke his silence, and even spoke in favor of the Zyphals. But his announcement did not come lightly, as it was met with public outrage. The Zyphals made sure to reward him properly for taking their side in this political battle. The reputation of the Zyphals took a major hit, and they're incapable of plotting a major attack for now. They have coped with various losses, all thanks to Jin and Luna's help. The journalist receives much support from the people who are taking his side. The people of Cullen will pray for Jin's help, waiting for the day he unveils his name as the traveler who stopped the oppression of the Zyphals. They desperately pray for Jin's success so that he could be the one to annihilate the Zyphals forever. Circling back to Kiran's encounter against Talaris, Khan is shocked when he sees a huge wall of ice emerge from afar. Talaris gave a warning shot to the approaching Kiran, who was upset by her nonsensical words. The ruler of the secret palace admits that she's not here to fight him. She ends up accidentally slashing Khan, who barely blocks the attack, avoiding his death. Ciaran doesn't care about the woman and simply wants to read his next letter from Kashmir. He quickly learns that the boy defeated Muron, and that an unnamed traveler helped free the people of Colin by stopping the oppression of the Zyphals. What shocks Kiran is the mention of the battleship of Kozech, because it's far too powerful of an opponent for Jin to have overcome. That's where Talaris chimes in, because she took it down. She's surprised to learn that Kashmir has been mailing him letters. Kiran is furious that he didn't mention one word of her involvement. Talaris counters that the man deserves praise for taking Jin's side, favoring him over the fate of the Runcandles. The Patriarch accepts this suggestion and realizes that he could have made a mistake just now. Siren wants her to just fuck off with the marriage proposal. Talaris somehow sees the two of them as the perfect couple. Jin feels a sudden chill run down his spine, and for appropriate reasons. Jilly thinks it's probably a side effect of obtaining more mana, but Jin doesn't believe that to be the case. He improved in strength and ability, having reached 6 stars in swordsmanship and 7 in his mana. All he has to do is maintain the object in his hand to achieve a surplus of mana. But Jin doesn't want to risk using it too much because it would risk breaking the seal. Kashmir's assistant informs him about an unexpected visitor who wants to work for him. This mystery man even knows about one of his bases, so it's clear that he's someone important. Jin is curious just as anyone, until he sees a familiar face. It's the same information merchant, the dumbass Jetu. Jetu may have ruined Jin's life in the past, but it wasn't the case anymore. He was spared and came before him. Kashmir is intrigued how he came to discover the location of their bases. Jetu explains his former association with the Akin kingdom. Kashmir realizes that this guy is connected to Jin and helps bring down the auction house. He still wants to know how he came to find their base. Jetu tries to skip around the specifics of how he managed that. Kashmir is enraged, which causes Jetu to blurt out information on Alu. Intrigued, Jin wants to know more. When Jetu turns around, he is stunned to see Jin run Candle, calling him a fraud for betraying him so much. After all, he did impersonate Veradine. Kashmir is infuriated by his accusations and nearly cleaves his head off. Murakhan barges in, extremely annoyed that he didn't receive his ice pops. To the Dark Dragon, his ice pops are more important than any investigation. He's even more pissed when he sees Jetu, remembering how he kicked his ass black and blue. Jetu is stunned that they're closely related to Kashmir, and realizes that Jin supersedes everyone among the group. He apologizes by smashing his head on the ground. Jin is looking for new information on Alu. Jetu reveals his real name, a former Runcandel cadet. Jin is somewhat familiar with the name Marius, but Jilly knows for certain. After all, they share the same surname as Luna's nanny. Jin's face grows pale. Alu belongs to the kingdom of Delki, one of the many kingdoms of Huster. He was a nobody who passed the test and trained as a cadet. That was the last time he used his real name, before dropping it and never using it again. Jilly confirms this. Kashmir put his blade next to the merchant's neck, suspicious of his words as the commoner couldn't have taken a test to become a Runkandal cadet so easily. While he's pestering him, Jilly explains that it's possible someone from within the clan helped Alu serve his cause. Jin suspects that it has to be one of the purebloods, or even the nannies behind their backs. After all, the nannies are more capable than their simple task of caretaking. They've got influence of their own from within. When Luna Runkandel boasted the top rank, she was referred as the leading candidate to lead the clan. At the time, her nanny had a major influence in the clan. So if Alu and Timian are related, then it's actually possible that Luna cursed him in his past life. But such a thought is inconceivable. Jin thinks Timian is on her own without sharing any involvement with Luna. Jetu confirms the validity of the information, prompting Jin to use him as a bait for Delki. He wants to scavenge more information about Alu and Timian. In the kingdom of Delki, a delinquent is bullying a commoner when a woman donning purple hair kills him with an agonizing death. The commoner begs to be spared, thinking that they're heroes of some kind. But these guys are straight-up villains. He kills the man while the woman collects his powers. Kashmir states that only one group in Delki frequently uses the name Marius. It's an orphanage, a facility once used by royalists which, at first, helped the children form bonds with each other before ordering them to kill each other. The only children who survived the harsh treatment of the facility were hired as assassins. The orphanage was shut down eventually. 10 orphans were released, and one of them happened to be Alu. Kashmir hands Jin each of their addresses to investigate in Delki. The Runkandel prodigy is confident that he will be able to locate the culprit who cursed him in his previous life. Jin has arrived in Delik with Jetu. The first person they have to investigate is a man called Gaber Marius. Jin isn't planning to extend their stay and prefers they get the mission finished quickly at first. Jetu knocks on the door, but there's no response. Jin observes a bunch of people hovering over a scene. He discovers the case of murder, a brutal one at that. One man was poisoned to death while the other was slashed clean with a wind spell. One man shouts, believing that Gaber deserved the treatment. Jin uses him as a lead to ask questions. The man states that he and his friends discovered the corpse at night. The guy who owed Gaber some money died in the process. Jin is certain that their real target was Gaber, and in order to leave no traces, they disposed of the witness with a magic spell. He wonders if the criminals were hasty and botched their operation. Jin comes to a sudden realization and asks Jetu for their next target. He senses something dark behind the scenes. Jin's suspicions are confirmed when they arrive to find their second target killed via poisoning. The man was disposed of only a while ago, and the method of poisoning is the same. Jin believes that someone is specifically targeting the survivors of the orphanage to erase evidence. They rush to their next few targets, all of whom are decapitated and killed in brutal ways. Jin notices the remains of an 8-star spell. That means with every target, the assassins are using stronger and stronger spells. Jetu thinks it's bad if they keep pursuing them like this, as even the authorities have grown suspicious of their sudden findings. Jin argues that there isn't much time to waste. He's in a pinch, and despite his rank as a reserve flag-bearer, Jin wants to make sure to exact his revenge. One last target remains on the assassins' list. They're happy to have wiped out the entire list with ease. It turns out that these guys also survived the orphanage. The both of them were selected as the best of the bunch, and they step towards their final target, to erase all evidence. After forcing their way inside, the assassins are surprised to find no one. Clearly they didn't account for this case. Meanwhile, Jin and Jetu have already rescued the last survivor, and they're en route to escape. The reason they were always one step behind the killers is because they were close to the portal. That's how they managed to save the man and his daughter. But there's still a problem. The assassins hunting them down are Varys and Kuzan, the deadly duo and the best of the orphanage. Jin is shocked because there were supposed to be 10 survivors. But in reality, there were actually 12. Varys and Kuzan launch their attack, they've already arrived. Varys is happy to kill her dear brother while Kudan isn't in the mood to play games. But their plans are interrupted thanks to the powers of a sorcerer they weren't anticipating. Jin is glad to take them on in his clan's own territory. They're both young by their appearance. Varys is not a Zyphal, but she's powerful enough to pose a threat. They take Jin for a lightweight. Varys is confident in cutting him down, but Kuzan wants her to be cautious around their opponent. Varys ignores his warnings and launches a powerful wind spell, all for Jin to block it with a defensive barrier. He wonders if Varys is out of energy after depleting her mana the entire day. But the thing is, Kuzan seems to be more of a threat. He's the one deploying poison. Kuzan takes out his poisonous blade, preparing to fight his opponent. Jin orders Jetu to hit the road with their target. The fight starts with Kuzan overwhelming Jin in a show of strength. He's impressed by the existence of a spell sword, and even recommends that Jin prioritize his own life over others. Jin counters his attacks and orders the dumb merchant to just go. Jetu finally listens to his advice and runs off, leaving Jin to fend off Varys and Kuzan all alone. Varys thinks their opponent is arrogant to assume he'll defeat both of them at the same time, but they just don't know who they're dealing with. Jin casts his special light spell, blinding both assassins right when they were most vulnerable. Kuzan is instantly slashed but somehow reacts to Jin's attack. Varys is still blinded and defenseless. She doesn't know that her brother has already been injured. Enraged, Varys swears her powers to kill this guy. Kuzan recommends that she maintain her sanity, as he can still heal his wounds. There's the fact that she used too much mana which could overwhelm her with a mana backflow. Instead, Kuzan takes a poisonous potion and drinks it without hesitation. An astonished Jin reflects that some people can develop resistance against poisons and use it as a healing mechanism. However, it greatly hampers their lifespan in exchange for strength. Now that Kuzan is ready for round 2, he's ready to face the mysterious Spellzord who can cast even light magic. He has his personal questions but takes priority in completing the mission. Kuzan has ceased the intent to capture Jin alive, and instead bursts full speed to blitz him. Jin barely has the time to react to his attack, and at the same time he could hardly dodge the wind magic. Kuzan is stumped. It's inconceivable that a 6-star swordsman is keeping up with someone of much higher rank. Jin is happy to introduce his powers, and sets his target on Varys. He unleashes the flames of Tess, the ultimate fire phoenix, engulfing Varys' entire body to ashes. Next up is Kuzan. Our boy casts Shadow Force to entrap him in a void of darkness, before slashing him to pieces. The assassin had never seen such dark energy before in his life. He just faced a monster who could summon the Blue Phoenix and even command the Shadow Force. However, he does wonder if the effects of his poison will work against someone like Jin. The thing is, Jin received an injury which led to the poison kicking in and driving his body to its limits. With Varys nearly annihilated and Kuzan compromised, Jin is near the brink of death. It seems that all three fighters have come to a stalemate, but our boy isn't planning to die so soon. He takes his stance, preparing to confront Kuzan again. Before he can, the Imperial Guards arrive to seize hold of the assassins. Like Adelki is the third prince of the kingdom, it seems that Jetu called for support. Kuzan takes Varys and reminds Jin Runkandel that they will come for him and make his life a living hell. Saying those words, Kuzan takes, leaving Laika to call a healer for Jin at once. He's exerting every last bit of his strength to maintain his consciousness to remain alive. Jin wakes up in his bed with the third prince by his side. The man had moved him here without knowing about the boy's identity. 3 hours flew by, and he's lucky to survive a poison that could easily kill an 8-star knight. Laika somehow seems to know that he's dealing with Jin Runkandel, because he remembers seeing the boy at the banquet. He inquires information from him, shocked that he was able to corner the 8-star assassins even with his current skill level. Jin thanks Laika for his support, and asks if the man will report the incident to his clan. Laika has no intentions of doing that as he's being observed by Kashmir's forces who are scouting for Jin. Laika wants a favor in return for his help. He wants the boy to help Delki by assigning them more guardian knights. He also wants some of the shares of the run candles from their gold mine. At first, Laika is sweating bullets thinking Jin will be offended, but in an interesting twist, Jin offers him double the reward for his support. In due time, Jin states that he will be able to do anything that he pleases. Laika searches for the meaning behind his words, wondering if the boy has ambitions to become the patriarch of the Runkandel clan. Jin returns to Jilly and Murakan, who are equally frustrated in his stupid attempts to get killed again. The reason Laika didn't bother leaking the information is because of Kashmir and Quiquintel, which would have stirred trouble for the Delki kingdom. Jetu, the lousy information merchant, is happy that Jin returned alive. Kashmir talks about Dan Marius, their target, but he's not saying anything worthwhile. Jin takes the initiative to speak to the man and emphasizes the lengths he had to go to save his life. Hesitantly, the man finally reveals a bone-chilling fact. It was Timian Marius who trained the assassins, as she is their mother. As a matter of fact, they're cowering before her presence for failing the mission and even exposing their identity. Timian is dead serious about their shortcoming and commands them to get lost. She doesn't even want to acknowledge them as her own. Vera begs for her mother's consideration, apologizing for having failed her. She doesn't want to be abandoned, yet that is all the cruel nanny has to offer. She kicks them out and reminds both of her failures to never come back. Kuzan wishes for her health, almost as if he's praying for her downfall. Timian goes outside, reflecting that they definitely fought Jin, who used Shadow Force. Now that the boy has ensured a connection back to her, it's clear that he will come looking for Luna. Shockingly, she believes that not even Luna would be able to kill her. Timian has access to information on the boy. She thinks threatening to expose his powers would be enough to make a toy out of Jin. Anyway, Dan learns from Jin that Elu was killed in battle, but before death, he uttered that his master wished the boy to be assassinated. Jin wants to be concerned if this secret master is Timian herself. Timian secretly shook hands with someone inside the clan. The contents of the deal are confidential. Jin is starting to suspect Timian's association with this mysterious man. He hurries to see Luna at once. Luna is enjoying a meeting with Tika, who has happily settled with the rest of the colonites. She's surprised to see the boy waiting at her door from afar, almost as if he's depressed. Jin comes to reveal everything in front of her face, but Luna can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. She thinks that Jin is for sure wrong about everything, desperately hoping that her baby brother confirms that he's wrong. Luna erupts in rage, slowly accepting the situation for what it is. She even thinks that the people of the orphanage must be framing Timian behind their backs. Luna is ready to accept every reason except the one that causes suspicion on Timian. Frustrated and confused, she wants to speak to her nanny at once. Timian knows that both Varys and Kuzan will be eliminated in secret. She doesn't care for her children, as she could always make new servants. Timian is confused how Jin was able to get this far. In the middle of her contemplation, she hears a knock on the door. They're the Run Candles, both Luna and Jin. Luna does not hesitate for a moment before accusing the nanny's involvement. Without any signs of denial, Timian confirms the fact. Confused, Luna digs deeper to infer her motivation for raising actual assassins to get in Jin's way. She counters that they weren't sent on a mission to dispel Jin, but rather, she was the one who was surprised that they encountered him. Luna grows furious. More than anything, a feeling of betrayal and sorrow overwhelms her. Timian requests to pass a trial to prove her innocence, but this facade, this side of her. Luna was expecting her to deny the ridiculous claims, but she's just avoiding her confrontation. Luna is infuriated, so Timian finally reveals that she was forced to raise assassins to ensure her survival. Because of an enormous number of enemies within the clan, they were under constant threats. Luna doesn't get this excuse as she was powerful enough to fend off any threat on her own, but she doesn't even know that most of the Run Candle servants never make it past the first year. It's the same for the Guardian Knights. Every single one of their lives were taken by the purebloods who plotted against them. This is a lie, and Luna knows it well. She's devastated that her cherished nanny has to come to this. Timian stops her with a simple question. Would she have killed her siblings? It would not have mattered because Luna didn't care about the bloodshed. She loves her siblings and wants to stop the infighting. Back then, she was a weeping mess who stepped away from her obligations. Just when she rejected the throne, the people around her suffered. It all started 35 years in the past. Timian had clung to power for the first time in her life. Living a shitty life in a terrible orphanage, she was just a tool to be discarded by powerful people. The Run Candles sought her potential, and that's how she learned how to become human. They treated her kindly, and looked after little Luna since day one. She was happy to have been comforted by the little child's warmth. After that, many purebloods were born one after another. All of them stood to become a rival and enemy to Luna. Still, the child possessed brilliant talent and outshone her siblings. She had unprecedented talent, but the truth was, Luna didn't want to fight others. She just liked training. She was an innocent child, and Joshua was jealous of her. Luna became a monster that overwhelmed everyone in the clan. She was the definition of bloodlust and terror by the time she reached the age of 14. More time passed, until one day, Luna crumbled under the rain. She couldn't desire a life where her clan dictated everything. She did not want to become the ruler of the clan in her father's footsteps. Timian begged her not to lose her way, but that was the day Luna decided that she would never pursue the path of the throne, as it would require her to face her siblings. She wanted to carve a new path for the clan, to become their protector. That was the decision of a 19-year-old prodigy, but everything faded with her desire. Timian wanted to exact her revenge against the orphanage after being tortured for many years. She wanted her to come to power so that she could carry out her own revenge. But when Luna made her decision to step down, Timian was forced to support her will. She was the only one who stayed by her side. She accepted her happiness by killing her own. Ever since the Run Candle purebloods noticed a shift in their older sister, they began targeting her servants. They killed everyone all around, with Timian barely surviving their wrath. She did not want Luna to find out because it would cause her even greater pain. So for Luna's sake, Timian persevered and came up with the plan to use the orphans of the orphanage as her own. One day, Timian was captured and did not bother speaking a single word. She would accept death long before anyone could make her talk. But the man was no stranger to her fear. He knew all about her weaknesses. He knew that she secretly harbored the desire for revenge. That was the day the lifeless Timian felt truly alive once again. She allied herself with that man, and desperately hoped against a day where Luna would uncover her connection. Her confession has left the White Whale in a complete mess. The fact of the matter is clear. Her assassins nearly killed Jin, and that she did commence treason against her own clan. Timian is courageous enough to confess her crimes to the clan. The execution knights are already here, because she knew this would happen. Jin mocks the nanny for believing she has a way to escape punishment. He reminds her that no one could get her out of this pinch. Timian is happy to accept her fate, but Jin secretly knows. He knows that she was talking way too much for someone who had anticipated this death. He questions Timian, wondering if her master will reliably get her out of this mess. The nanny leaves with a strong impression of the youngest Run Candle. He is not only strong but also sharp. She still thinks she's got the upper hand on him thanks to the information she possesses on his powers. Just then, Timium receives an official message from her leader, who bears no interest in protecting the nanny. Saying as much, the Executioner Knight tries to kill her. The attack didn't make it through. Luna's terrifying rage is at an all-time high. The fact that someone could attack her own nanny before her eyes is unforgivable. She happily reminds them of their place. The knights are operating under the direct orders of their master, but they're still assassins who were sent on a mission. One of them is bold enough to attempt to kill Timian, all for Jin to intervene and stop their attacks. He clears their head clean for treason. The ones left are demolished by Luna's rage. She crushes each knight into the ground before breaking their limbs piece by piece. Seeing such a sight, Timian is left cold. Jin's suspicions proved correct. Her master shared no intention of keeping her alive. Now that it has come to this, Luna squeezes the life out of the knight, only to realize that he poisoned himself to prevent torture. Jin goes on to interrogate Timian for a chance to talk, especially since she just got betrayed. Luna is suspicious of the nanny, as she lied to her about the investigation involving Jin's attempted murder. Timian breaks her silence, but it's already too late. She's affected by the poison and won't make it soon. It's the same poison she gave to Kuzan, only to end up wasting her life by it. Luna becomes a whining mess. She didn't wish for her death. The old nanny reflects on her actions. She simply wanted to stay by her side for as long as she could. It all spiraled out of control when she prioritized vengeance over her obligations. That's why, in her final breath, Timian reveals an important piece of information before her death. She names the man responsible for placing a curse on Jin. Kiddard Hall placed the curse, but the one who commandeered this mission was none other than Joshua Runkindel. He knows everything about Jin's current abilities. Timian, in her dying breath, apologizes for her betrayal. Reminiscing the memories of the very first time she held Luna in her arms, the nanny hopes that she doesn't remember her for too long. Luna grasps the lifeless body of the woman who had stuck with her through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Joshua Runkindel, hopes for an easy death for the nanny. Joshua is greeted by the abandoned assassins. They're prepared to pledge allegiance to their new master to help change their mother's mind. Varys is desperate for her mother's attention, and is prepared to do whatever it takes. Rising from his seat, Joshua approaches the hopeless assassins. He tells them that Timian rejected them for a reason. It was the only way she could save them. Joshua then pins the blame on Jin Runkindel as the man who killed their mother. He makes himself act as a hero who sent his knights, but it was of no use. Enraged, Varys wants to kill the spellsword responsible for bringing down their mother. Joshua confirms Jin's contract with Soldaret. Kuzan is confident to find their mother's killer. He wants to avenge his mother at once, but Joshua knows that their blind outrage will lead to nowhere. It's clear that Jin will try and hunt them someday. He becomes their benefactor in kind, and at the same time recruits them on his team. Joshua makes fun of them underneath, and even feels indebted to Jin for helping take care of the nanny. Joshua instructs Kuzan and Varys to leave, as he's got something to tend to. That something is actually the outrage of Luna Runkindel. Furious as she is, she trashes Joshua's place, demanding his presence. She breaks the rules of her clan, and commands the knights to stand down. While they're hesitant, they still choose to rush into battle to attack her. In response, Luna unleashes a powerful energy wave that drops them dead without even using her weapon. Joshua comes out in the open to meet his sister, clearly provoking her with every word. He knows what he's done. Luna calls him a pathetic man hiding behind the Black Knights, but Joshua is still feigning ignorance to the matter, acting as if he's uninvolved in their affair. It's her intent to kill, and that's exactly what Joshua wants. He wants her to become enraged and act recklessly so that the Runkindel clan takes his side. Instead, Luna chooses to react with patience, claiming no intention of killing Joshua. Instead, she's here for a final warning. Luna tells him that Jin will slaughter him the next time they encounter each other. She recommends that Joshua heed her advice, but he makes light of the situation and even provokes Luna. But he doesn't know, she's the queen of trash talk. She thinks of him as no more than a little boy. Joshua, on the other hand, wants Luna to stay like this. After all, her powers are necessary to stop the Zyphals, but when he's taken over the Runkindels, he will make sure that she bites the dust. After the confrontation, Luna meets up with Jin, who is worried about his sister's health. She only held back because Jin instructed her to. After all, that was Joshua's plan from the beginning. Jin hears about the Black Knights guarding him. They're the finest warriors among the knights of the Runkindel clan. They actually work under Sieran, so it's strange that they're bothering to protect Joshua. Jin is convinced that his mother has played a part in permitting Joshua the usage for such an elite Runkindel unit. Both Luna and Jin stand to commemorate Timian's death. The vulnerable older sister of the family is devastated that someone so close to her could betray her to that extent. Luna takes responsibility for her personal faults. Timian became her loved one while her own brother became her enemy. Luna is feeling a gush of emotions no one could understand. She confesses her hatred for fighting among her siblings. The wretched tradition of her clan disgusted her. Jin commends her for helping safeguard her siblings and protecting them from causing each other harm. But her naive approach didn't last for long. All she did was run away from her responsibilities instead. Luna declares that she no longer cares about protecting the clan. She has sworn her allegiance to her baby brother Jin, and she will be unafraid to cut down his enemies. Instead of serving her father, Luna surrenders her sword to Jin Runkindel. This is the only way to make amends with her actions. She doesn't care what happens to her siblings, as that is the cost of her hypocrisy. In response to her bold declaration, Jin swears the same to her sister. He wants to share the responsibility and the suffering of her sister. This time, Jin is the one who comforts her with his undying support. Embracing his older sister, Jin promises to protect her once he claims his spot as a flag-bearer. He's the only person who understands her, so Luna's final desire is to create a future where Jin seizes the throne. It's been a while, but Murakhan is back to his ranting. He trash-talks Joshua for going to absurd lengths against his own brother. Even Jilly is disgusted. They swear at him, pouring insults until their hearts are satisfied. Jilly analyzes Joshua's desperation to assassinate Jin back at the Storm Castle before stopping. It's unclear as to why, but Jin is almost certain that Joshua is aiming to obtain his contract. The Xiphals have already found a way to steal divine contracts, but even so, Joshua can't possibly be working for them. Jin wonders if there's another way to strip a divine contract. Kashmir has found reports on the man who placed a curse on Jin. He's a sorcerer who is hiding himself under an alias. Since Jin has a personal matter to settle, he requests all of his friends not to pursue him for the upcoming 3 months. The man is enjoying his drink at the bar when Jin Runkindel arrives with his own disguise. He acts like a member of the Xiphal clan and locates his target. Jin introduces himself as a student of magic, drawing attention from everyone around. Amel throws a fit and empties the bar by threatening the people. With no distractions left, Jin's disguise is ripped apart. Amel can see that he's got an immense amount of mana paired with brilliant physical ability. Amel accuses him, but Jin, since he's perfected his disguise, has no reason to fear his new identity. He adopts the name of his teacher's clan as part of his alias. The name Hister rocks the Elder's world. He can't believe that this man is the descendant of the same clan that were once wiped by the Xiphals. To prove his identity, Jin comes up with a concrete excuse of his past. He even shows him the invaluable book written by the Hister clan. Jin refuses to let anyone touch the object. He opens the book before Amel, and with the flip of every page, Amel's nervousness climbs. He expresses the desire to study the scripture and takes Jin right to his laboratory. Now that they're alone, the elder wants to know how someone like him could survive the extermination of the Hister clan. Once again, Jin comes up with an elaborate excuse based on the information he knows about the Hister clan. But in any case, it helps add proof to his powers. Amel emphasizes that if he truly is the last descendant of the clan, then the Xiphals aren't going to let him rest easily. They'll place an incredible bounty upon his life. Sensing the man's despair, Amel makes him a deal. He offers his tutelage and reveals his real name as Kiddard Hall of the Backflow Magic. Jin acts shocked, claiming that he's the sorcerer who climbed to the 9-star level without receiving any outside help. He even helped teach some of the Xiphals. He's a master of the mana backflow technique. Amel emphasizes his offer for the final Hister to become his pupil. The Histers possessed incredible amounts of magic. The man had endlessly spent his life digging up information about them. Until one day, this nobody called Huel Hister popped out of nowhere. He wants to ensure that his legacy lives on in the form of Huel Hister. Having acquired a basic understanding of the backflow technique, Amel is ready to teach him advanced levels of the same magic. Of course, it's not like he's doing it for free. He wants to obtain the scripture from Huel. Amel is furious and states that he could easily adopt the forceful approach, and yet he refuses to do so out of his respect. His words have come out of his impatience, so Amel apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin offers him an exchange. He's okay with handing over the scripture as long as Amel trades it for his book. Amel is tempted by the offer and accepts it. He wants to go and retrieve it at once. Jin is prepared to wait for him until the time comes. Amel thinks he's struck a golden deal. After all, he was going to offer him the book anyway. What's more important to the man is the magic of the Histers, which could help him get ahead of the Xiphals. While he's getting ahead of himself, Jin is happy that everything is going according to plan. Amel does return and comes to find that Jin has already mastered the advanced backflow spell. Amel is happy to have stumbled upon a prodigious pupil. Jin retrieves the backflow scripture and hands over the relic of the Histers. Jin has no intentions of reading the book for now. Amel recommends his disciple to get a taste of the real world, and by that he means the humans living in the village. After all, he's an evil man who exercised his magic on innocent lives to perfect his craft. Jin suggests his master use the backflow magic technique on him because he could learn what it truly feels like before testing on real targets. Amel casts one of his advanced techniques, demonstrating his craft. He attempts to absorb Jin's mana, but strangely the boy is somehow immune to its effects. Amel is terrified when he realizes that the boy's mana exceeds that of a 9-star sorcerer, so as a consequence, he's the one who becomes victim to his own technique. Finally, Jin can help him with some real answers. He shows the man the well of mana with infinite mana surging inside. The existence of this object has made all backflow techniques impossible to work against Jin. As for his getup, he tosses aside his disguise. Jinrun Candle was the boy who suffered a lifetime's worth of abuse by his clan, all because he endured a curse that he was never meant to. The boy that was destined to be doomed has returned from hell to kill his perpetrator. It may have taken Jin a combined total of 44 years, all of it was rewarded in this moment. Jin plans to abuse the same backflow magic technique to forward his mission. After all, the entire world is operating on the magic of the Hister clan. They're the ones who cultivated sorcery for what it was. Jin annihilates Amel's skull, which is nothing compared to the lifetime of abuse that he went through. But for Joshua, he will make sure to inflict copious amounts of pain. Jin leaves, burning everything behind in his wake. Jilly is missing Jin for his 3-month-long mission. Murakhan doesn't comprehend how Jin creates new ideas to stir up trouble. Jilly whines because he keeps making her worried. While they're having this talk, Jin is quietly observing them knock themselves out. He's back in one piece, and he's back with a gift from Kiddard for Murakhan to decipher. The Runcandle family shares dinner as they usually would. Joshua seems the most content. The newspaper is filled with reports of the mysterious Jin Grey killing Kiddard. Both the Tona twins are talking out loud, but they can't possibly believe that Jin would be able to defeat a 9-star sorcerer by himself. The sisters Miu and Anne are even more upset at their stupidity. Mary quiets down everyone for ruining her meal. As expected, the Runcandle family dinner is a mess. Joshua takes charge and addresses them to stop. He forwards his suspicions to Jin killing the 9-star sorcerer, but it's clear that it would have been impossible without outside support. Basically, he's accusing Yona without reason. His siblings rise to contest his baseless claim. Joshua tries to control the situation by emphasizing that he was just guessing. It's possible that the group called Anonymous was involved. They're the most powerful assassins, so Joshua thinks it's possible Jin hired them under his name to clear missions. Mary is still pissed that he's taking his hatred for Yona this far. However, Miu is on his side, because she's arrogant enough to believe that her brother could never complete the missions by herself. In response to her incredulous words, Mary knocks the living crap out of Miu before reaching for another punch in her face. She's barely able to contain her anger, but of course this is exactly what Joshua intended by his provocations. He's playing them for a fiddle. Mary understands her rank in the clan, but she leaves Joshua with a warning to not mess with Luna, or else Kieran will make sure he suffers. He's advised by his siblings to just defeat Yona in a one-on-one fight and make a name for himself. That's how he could prove his strength and make others follow him. But of course, Joshua is a coward who isn't ready to take such an approach. In this tense atmosphere between the siblings, the Tona twins are missing Jin's presence. Talks of the 9-star sorcerer's assassination roam everywhere and reach even the likes of Dante Heron. Veradine wants to go and find Jin with him. Talks of their mission have reached Vymonth. There are speculations that the Zyphals were involved in plotting Amol's death. They've been secretly rewarding clans who are helping them benefit. Lars doesn't care if the information is true or not. He just wants the news to reach the ears of the media. Knowing that the Zyphals aren't impatient, he wonders if they're backed into a corner. As for Jin, he's leaving Tikan again, much to Yulia's annoyance, who doesn't want him to leave. Even Jilly is sad that he has to go on yet another mission without rest. Jin's next destination is Samil, the place of the anonymous cult. He wants to retrieve something from that place and meet up with an important person. Jilly realizes that he's talking about Yona, who is waiting for his arrival as a reserve flag bearer. Kashmir also has to take care of a certain mission away from Tikan. Specifically, this man has to speak to Kiaran directly. Jin knows but chooses to remain ignorant. Murakhan barges in, having decoded the document. Next, he helps Jin learn the incantations by imprinting it on his body. Now he's gained yet another powerful magic spell to his inventory. It should allow him to take care of all 7-star or weaker sorcerers without much of a problem. Jin activates Shadow Force Release and uses the technique. Enya is accidentally drawn to the pull of his powers, having barely survived the backflow. Jin is just shocked, while Quiquentel is here to retrieve her contractor. She's getting annoyed that Enya's simping is progressing worse by the day. She has the hots for our boy, unfortunately. Quiquentel heard about Jin's journey to Samil. She wants to warn him about the training ground where many tourists secretly get assassinated. While Jin is pretty strong, it will be tough if he's up against the best of the best assassins around. Even a capable fighter like Luna struggled surviving against the anonymous assassins. So as a token for his safety, Quiquentel gives him an object that will help him when he's cornered. She just wants to support our boy so that he can bring about the best outcome possible. With Jin prepared for his next mission, he leaves. After a long journey, he arrives at the southern entrance of Samil. Jin shows his entry card and states his purpose of visit. Before entering the city, he asks the city guard if the rules of the assassins apply outside the city. Why? Because the guy who literally brought him here lunges to kill him. Jin beats him with a single elbow, which means that the rules of the city apply even outside. He recommends the coachman to look for another job since he's terrible at assisting people. As for the city guard, at least he's not trying to harm Jin and allows entry. The Runkandel paves his way to find a beautiful city full of people donning the color white. It's a representation of the assassin's skill to kill without leaving a single trace. Instead of being dazzled, he's creeped out. The new visitors are almost always treated as fresh targets for the assassins. So it means Jin is definitely going to die if he stays at a lodging. It's going to be a similar fate to the arena of Cosmos. He looks around for a suitable inn and comes to rent a room. Staying at an inn is dangerous after all. He leads the boy inside and isn't even bothered if Jin doesn't pay any money because he's basically gambling on his life. The man ensures that the boy won't be killed in the room upstairs. Inside, Jin wonders if there are any traps waiting to creep up on him. His composure is shaken when he hears an unexpected clap. Jin prepares to fight, but no one is around. It's impossible to detect their presence. One person is eyeing him down while he's blissfully unaware. Jin knows that he heard someone clap. It's his very own senses that are playing against him now. Yona is impressed by his skills. She was tailing him around to confirm his identity. She's certain that this man is indeed Jin Runkandel. Jin grows restless and eyeballs every speck of his room because he's cautious. Yona is stunned because for a mere few seconds, Jin was able to detect her presence. She excitedly observes his confused reactions. She wants to play a game with her little brother to sharpen his senses and make him stronger. 4 days have passed since the event. The man wants him to leave, and he doesn't seek any payment from the boy. He's tried everything in his playbook to assassinate the boy, but nothing has worked. He knew from the beginning that he belonged to a known clan, but he wasn't expecting the boy to be this capable. Jin isn't worried about this guy. Instead, he's put off guard by a familiar presence who keeps creeping up on him. The man wants him to leave, and he departs Jin with a piece of advice when he fights another assassin. The easiest way to beat an assassin is to treat him like a magician, as they're capable of pulling off the wildest crap. Jin thanks him and hastens to leave. He's getting a bad feeling all of a sudden, because just outside, Jin is met with numerous claw traps. Of course, they're nothing more than a distraction for the assassin to attack him in secret. Jin responds just in time and chases after his opponents. He meets 3 assassins, who deploy their traps from the ground to overwhelm him. The traps latch onto his weapon, which means he won't be capable of using it to attack. Sensing their opportunity, the assassins lunge forward to strike him down. But these idiots were unaware about this man's raw physical strength. He casually slaps them away. Jin goes for a finishing move, destroying the man's place while defeating 3 assassins. He leaves a bunch of gold as payment for the damage. The assassins he beat were advanced trainees, and Jin just took care of them without breaking a sweat. Next, he's prepared to hunt down a veteran. Jin shatters the poisonous arrow, but the first one was just a teaser. There are hundreds of arrows raining down on him, forcing Jin to evade their wrath. He's cornered, not knowing where his enemies are attacking him from. When he takes the high ground, the assassins collectively jump on him. Since this is Jin's best opportunity to strike, he kills them all. Jin is confused because way too many of these guys are attacking him for no reason. Meanwhile, Yona is happily enjoying the sight. She's impressed by his skills in combat, and hopes that he develops his mind's eye fully after this training. She doesn't even care if Jin dies in the process, as it's just a part of training. Jin has survived the onslaught against the trainees. He is really furious against the assassin's leader. He receives a sudden note from this anonymous assassin, and it's confirmed to be Yona. Since she's messing around with him, Jin is ready to use the secret artifact in his arsenal. The Runkandels are quick to become victims of poisoning, which is why Jin carries the cure for 10,000 poisons, a rare elixir that guarantees him a chance to survive the worst assassination attempts. Yona was given the same object when she left, but the girl didn't require a use for it since she was naturally immune to poisons after birth. She ended up giving the object to Anne, who fully supported Joshua in both of his lives. Jin hopes to secure the elixir at all costs, but before he's able to do that, Jin has to somehow survive Yona's deadly games. On the second night, he is viciously hunted again. Jin defeats the assassins using his overwhelming physical strength. He knows someone is hiding behind the door and wonders if it's an outsider of some kind. Lo and behold, the secret travelers are actually Dante and Veridine, much to the annoyance of Jin. They made it his problem that he was so hard to track down. Meanwhile, Jin is out here barely able to contain his rage. Veridine and Dante spent their money to travel to this place, trying to lay low from their clans. Jin offers to help them eat whatever they want, so long as they can guarantee him a helping hand. Dante responds generously as he cuts down on the assassins. Yona observes from afar. She certainly wasn't expecting new visitors to come join their game. Sir Owl, the nameless king, comes to warn Yona because her reckless playground has destroyed many houses. The notices Jin run candle and receives a panic attack when he sees Veradine and Dante. Yona rushes to address the situation, but Owl stops her from trying to kill them. She doesn't want any added interruptions ruining her playtime with her brother. Owl suggests playing a game of survival, intending to send real assassins this time. Winning or losing depends on whether these guys survive or not. Yona is desperately hoping for Jin's survival because she likes him. She's going to choose the killers and runs off without addressing how many houses she's destroyed in the process. The following morning, Veradine and Dante are out cold. Jin has noticed how the both of them have massively improved in their abilities. He just can't fathom how the geniuses of his previous life are buffoons in his current one. Jin thinks of a plan to utilize both of them for his gains in a way that he gets out of the sticky situation. But suddenly the owl pops right in front of him undetected. He's the best assassin in the city. Jin identifies the nameless king immediately, who congratulates him for putting on a brave face in front of death. Jin is unafraid of death, but he's still nervous on the inside. He wonders if Owl came here to talk about Yona. The man exerts his dominating aura, offended by Jin's arrogant tone. Just his aura alone is enough to suffocate Jin right where he's sitting. He calls off the attack in the name of the Run Candle Patriarch. Jin realizes that he's severely outclassed and apologizes for his bold approach. The owl tells him that he'll be facing real killers from now on, and it's going to be a huge problem if both Veradine and Dante end up dying. This is a game that Jin has to survive by staking both their lives. It's almost as if the Nameless King is warning Jin to act ahead of time. It's asked if not even Owl can control Yona. He advises Jin to travel to the central part of the city for safety, and the next day, he recommends sending Veradine and Dante back home. In exchange for his mission, the man is happy to lend him a reward. But when Jin asks for the 10,000 poisons elixir, the request infuriates him. But he accepts it as a valuable trade for his life. His only mission is to protect Veradine and Dante from dying. That said, the Nameless King wonders why Jin Run Candle took the bold approach of mentioning Yona's name. He suddenly realizes that it was a bold attempt to check their connection with each other. Impressed, the Nameless King vanishes before Jin's eyes, who now has to take on the new mission he was assigned. Jin skips no details and immediately tells the other two jokers about the situation of real killers. Dante and Veradine take the matter lightly, but even as they're traversing through the city, they have yet to feel anyone's presence from around. It's almost as if they're being chased by a hunter. Jin knew the difference between trainees and killers, but he wasn't expecting it to be this much. Yona is enjoying the sights. The owl thinks her baby brother is most certainly going to die when the assassins initiate their attack. Yona argues that it would be impossible with Jin's awakening. He's moving on instinct from the outside, but even he is beginning to detect sharp movements thanks to his mind's eye. She's proud of her brother's accomplishments, a side of her that not even the Nameless King has noticed before. Jin protects them from a sudden attack and immediately grabs both Veradine and Dante to brace for the incoming projectiles. But right when he's blindsided, the assassin comes rushing to attack. Jin blocks the attack, shocking him with how good his detection ability is. Veradine's ice spell doesn't last much longer. The assassins are sure to ambush them if they prolong the fight. The only way they can survive is by reaching their destination. Veradine mocks the assassins for being weak, but it's almost as if they're keeping their distance for a reason. Turns out it was a distraction. Jin barely survives getting his head pierced from a downward attack. He turns to Veradine and commands him to use the strongest spell in his arsenal. Apparently it takes 10 minutes of charge, so Veradine gets in preparations for activating the ultimate firestorm. Staring at the spell, Jin finds himself astonished. It's the ultimate magic spell once used by the demonic emperor of the Zippel family. While Veradine is charging the attack, Jin fends off the assassins. He realizes the rest of the killers are concentrated on Dante, who activates his clan's secret technique to wipe them all out. Jin defeats his opponent, and has never seen a technique like what Dante used just now. It's clear that Dante has been honing his skills after their fight. Even Veradine's magic is the height of perfection for his age. Just when Jin was congratulating him, Veradine is unhappy to tell our boy that he fucked it up. The spell failed. Jin emphasizes Dante to run with Veradine, who's out here suffering the backlash of using such a powerful technique. The assassins are hell-bent on cutting them down because they're afraid of what Yona will do to them if they don't. Yona pieces together the clues and grows infuriated. She knows for a fact that the Nameless King secretly helped Jin about the restricted killing zone. No crimes can be committed in the central area, and thankfully Veradine and Dante have reached the location just fine. The assassins can't do anything now. Yona confronts the Nameless King, who tries to feign ignorance and attempts to lie. Since he broke the promise, Yona will personally step down and take all three of them on in their next fight. Yona is like a daughter to the Nameless King. Her talent goes beyond any assassin in the world, often considered the god of murder. Some say she possesses a blade stained with chaos. That's the level of threat Jin and his friends are up against. The owl can't do anything to interfere in this fight since he broke the terms. He's hoping his best that Jin finds a way to get Dante and Veradine out of this place. He is hoping for Yona to pull her punches when dealing with Jin Runkindel, since she happens to develop a liking for him. He thinks that if Jin follows his orders, everything will be fine. Or that's what he thought, because Veridine is knocked out cold in the face of their biggest possible threat. Yona is happy to exploit them when they're most vulnerable. She's most pissed that they had to interfere in her game against her brother. Yona gets frustrated when she sees Jin holding a certain object in his hand. The Silver Dragon's Claw, the same object that Quiquintel gifted him to use when he is outclassed. Jin is surprised no one is reacting to this. But our boy doesn't know both assassins are standing behind, with a presence so light that he can't sense them at all. Yona is barely able to look at her brother. Jin pretends to greet the owl for the first time to conceal their connection. Jin had already fed his friend sleeping pills, so that his conversation with Yona wouldn't be interrupted. The Nameless King questions how he obtained the object. Jin explains that he merely obtained it from a friend. It's an item of reputable importance, and will always protect you if waved in front of a nameless killer. Before he gives them the gift, Jin wants to know why real killers were used instead of trainees. He thinks that Yona must be attacking him just like his other siblings, but that's not the truth. The Nameless King explains the terms of their bet. One argued that he would survive, and the other side figured they would lose. Owl won the bet because of their survival, so there won't be any more killers pursuing Jin or his friends anymore. They're even safe from the best of the best like Yona. This gift will last for a decade's worth of time. Jin has eliminated a major problem with his involvement, and in exchange for the Silver Dragon's Claw, he will receive a reward. The owl leaves the two of them to speak in private. After all, it is their first encounter with each other in Samil. Yona is an Omega-level introvert with how shy she is. Meanwhile, another group is operating in secret, working for Sir Joshua in order to frame Jin and Yona. Since they're not allowed to kill Jin so far, they have to watch and observe. Back to Jin's conversation with Yona. She clarifies that she's not here to kill him but rather help him improve. She asks about his friends, and quickly learns that they're members of the Zyphel and Hiren clans. Jin is scared that Yona will report them to his family, but she genuinely cares for her baby brother, and doesn't want him to get hurt. Unfortunately, the fact that she sent killers after him has shaken his trust in her. Jin confronts her, asking if he's a toy for her to play around with. Yona strongly denies before breaking into tears. She shows a gentle side to herself, proving her innocence that she didn't mean real harm. The best killer was supposed to conceal her emotions, but she's an emotional wreck in front of her brother. Yona had become a killer even before she arrived in the Nameless territory. The girl was only 8 years of age when she killed her own cousin at the Storm Castle. Unfortunately, that led her to be punished, but in reality she was sent here to hone her talent to kill. Siren was afraid that his other children would be at risk from a young age. That's how powerful she was. Yona is happy to speak to Jin without wearing any defenses. Jin thinks it's messed up for their father to treat Yona so carelessly. He expresses the unfairness of how she was treated, how their father considered her nothing more than a killing machine. Yona doesn't bear the conscience to see how messed up it is because killing comes natural to her. Jin wonders if she is a contractor of some kind. She has something, a secret skill, but Yona isn't ready to dive into that yet. After all, she knows about his secret powers too. Yona claims that she feels genuine fear, as the demon inside of her is aching for her to kill her brother. She's fighting against her natural instincts to not kill him right here. Jin is surprised that she treasures him so much, even though they've met for the first time. Yona offers to give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons. After all, that is the only reason her other siblings come to explore the territory. Jin shocks her by denying any such intentions. He won't start liking her just like that. Yona wants to earn his affection. Jin senses the opportunity and suggests that they walk together, as relationships are strengthened through conversation. He takes his sister's hand and contemplates the best way he could treat his pitiful and clueless sister. As they're walking through the city, no one is around. Yona suggests going to a restricted place she likes. Jin thinks he's about to get his ass pushed from the cliff, but Yona thinks he'll survive even if she does. They arrive at the beautiful garden of green roses, shining brightly underneath the moonlight. Yona treasures them with her life, and gives her brother a bunch. It's not the first time Jin has received the same roses. After all, he's found them many times by his bedside. Even in his previous life, someone came to leave them by. When Jin struggled the most against his siblings, they were there. He realizes that Yona has spent many years looking after her baby brother from afar. She has always cared for him even when he had nothing. Jin, genuinely happy, allows her the chance to speak her mind about the things they could never talk about. He learns that she once tried to kill the Nameless King for a harsh scolding she received. Yona was unable to kill him back then, but with her current powers, she could probably pull it off. She's intrigued to learn about the Silver Dragon. Yona wants to collect the Silver Dragon's claws after all. Jin expresses being unafraid in her presence. Normally, everyone she has ever talked to is afraid of the tiny killing machine. Jin recommends that she take a job of becoming a florist, studying flowers and setting up a territory. As long as she doesn't kill her customers, it should be alright. With their conversation coming to a close, Jin has to speak to the nameless king in private. Yona is offended, but suddenly remembers she also has a mission of her own. She takes a dive and leaves, and right when she does, Jin goes away to see the owl. The owl is offended that Jin rebelled against his order, but at least he guaranteed the safety of both heirs of the family. Jin expresses his honest intentions. He wants Yona to live a life away from Samil. Jin will do whatever it is possible to help her. The reason is a simple one. He will tell them she is talented at being a florist. Jin does not wish for Yona's life to be spoiled by becoming a tool of her family. Instead, he wants to bless her with a happy life. The nameless king is hoping Jin has a solid plan for when that happens. Jin will soon leave the territory along with Dante and Veradine. A week after this discussion, Kashmir and Khan are on their way to Kiaran. It's Kashmir's first time in the Dark Sea, where the owl, Talaris, and Ciaran are waiting. The dude realizes just how royally fucked he is being in their presence. Talaris is bothered that she can't discuss the topic of marriage with the others around. Similarly, the owl can't talk about Yona with these guys around. Ciaran breaks the silence, ordering Kashmir to take a seat. He's the only person that was truly invited. Talaris and the owl popped up out of nowhere. They all have the same question regarding Jin. Ciaran wants to share a drink with Kashmir after the others are gone. He checks on Jin's status, while Talaris is stunned that this boy can't stop getting himself in more trouble. The owl also came to talk about Jin. He's wary of Talaris, but Chiron signals him to speak. The patriarch laughs when he hears about the silver dragon's claw. Jin wanted him to erase his presence in Samil, which means he wanted him to kill everyone who knew about him. As anyone could expect, it was a bloodbath. They annihilated their own knights who were chasing Jin down. Kieran wonders if they've come here to ask for a gift. The owl confirms that it's indeed true. He's proud of the boy's accomplishments, but more importantly, he wishes for Kieran to read a note left by Jin Runkindel. Back to Jin and his clueless friends, they're still out cold. He checks his pocket and discovers a note tied to the invaluable elixir, ensuring his survival. Yona wishes her brother a happy birthday and writes a note for Yona. That same note is the one Ciaran is holding. He wants Ciaran to free Yona from the territory of Samil. Everything written in the note is the truth. Ciaran laughs like the overpowered manic that he is. He almost doesn't buy it and suspects the owl to have a secret hand in freeing Yona. Ciaran is prepared to discuss this matter at length at his home. For Kashmir, he has come here to report the death of the 9-star sorcerer who was taken down by Jin Runkindel. Kieran is pumped and requests the others to leave. Talaris wishes to stay, but the patriarch insists that she also leave. While he's pressuring them, Jin is pestering these ridiculous clowns who just don't want to leave Samil. Veradine wants to spend as much time with Jin as possible before he becomes the head of the family. He has his priorities messed up, but Jin is busy and wants to deal with his personal matters. He refuses to address the matter of Kiddard's death. Dante recognizes that they won't be able to speak often once Jin becomes a flag-bearer. It's true that they'll never be able to see each other after being appointed heads of their clans. They suggest they travel together, helping build Jin's reputation on the way. There are many criminal associations they could help take down, but Jin doesn't like the idea of a 3-person adventure. Veradine and Dante want to travel with him as friends. Jin entertains the idea for a moment. He wakes up in his bed, not knowing how he even got there in the first place. What's even more strange is that Enya is next to him. Jin recalls drinking the elixir and fainting right afterwards. She was scared for his life. Quiquintel comes to mention that he's been knocked out for 5 whole days. It usually takes a month, but his Runcandle body is the reason it didn't take too long. Enya reports that Jilly received an urgent summoning from her family. She is headed for the Garden of Swords and will return soon. Right after drinking an abominable elixir, Jin has to drink a really ugly-looking medicine. He drinks it anyway. Turns out it wasn't even medicine, but actual poison. This idiot Murakan really tried to kill him just now right after he woke up too. With this, it is confirmed that Jin's body has become fully resistant to the effects of poisoning, but he has to return Quiquintel's favors by helping train Enya well. Quiquintel emphasizes that they will help support Jin in his battle against his siblings in the future. She wants Enya to become really strong when that time comes. Jin has already decided on his next destination and wants Enya to tag along for the mission. Of course, she's the happiest she can be. In the Garden of Swords, an interesting development occurs. Ciaran confronts Joshua regarding Yona. The patriarch isn't so kind as to treat him with respect and smashes his face with a gauntlet. He commands Joshua to get back on his feet. Finally, the ass-whooping this bitch should have received ages ago. Another smack to his face, more and more without mercy. He orders Joshua to take off his precious armor. Ciaran is pissed that Joshua is being treated like a joke by Jin. But what's more, he gave a precise warning to him and the rest of the siblings regarding Yona. They were reminded not to lay a finger on Yona. Sharon chucks a heavy fist in his stomach, causing Joshua to fall to his knees. The owl is starting to realize that this Ciaran's bold warning for Yona, who requires his daughter's safety at all costs. Sharon calls his son nothing more than a coward, and reminds Joshua that he will soon be taking away his flag-bearer rank. As he's being taken away by the Black Knights, Mary laughs at his pathetic and pitiful condition. Because on the other side, Joshua is raging like a maniac, nearly about to burst in his anger. Sharon speaks to Jilly and learns about Jin's next adventure. The armor he retrieved from Joshua, now Kieran wants Jin to wear and acknowledge what happened. When Jin finally hears this news, he's actually shocked. Jilly is excited to tell him how badly he beat the asshole of the family. He also gifted Jin with the black armor, a legendary equipment. Jin realizes that his father wants him to be different from Joshua, who doesn't fight and relies on cheap tricks. Jin's mission is to fight so many battles that it's incapable of being worn. It was also a way to warn the owl, never to use his daughter for negotiation. Patriarch Sieran is 10 steps ahead of everyone with his every action. But Jin fails to understand what caused him to take such extreme limits. Maybe he also feels sorry for Yona. Jin wonders if there's more than what he sees in Yona. His next destination is the Dark Magic Association. He hopes to eliminate the evil mages with his backflow magic. Enya has tagged along on this journey with him. Jin reminds this dumbass not to use their real name on a deadly mission. The girl is flustered and faints. The Dark Magic Association is a deadly organization worshipping evil magic. The one who annihilated them was Ryul Zippel, using the same spell that Veradine failed to utilize. It killed their leader. Zippel also happened to be Soldere's last contractor, and he wanted the boy to follow in her footsteps in his previous life. The evil mage Ascoation is known for their vile deeds. They've reduced the people to a gloomy expression. Jin explains that it's because of the nobles who specifically turn a blind eye when it comes to the criminals. Jin suspects that the Bement territory wants the academy to eliminate the Dark Mage Association instead. Speaking of which, noble mages arrive at once. The people of the city are happy, thinking that they're the hope needed to put down the evil mages. While everyone is cheering in celebration, Jin declares that all of these mages will come to meet death because of their impossible mission. He shares a meal with Enya, who is still cautious of what he says. Jin explains that the cadets are not powerful enough to bring down the Evil Mage Association, despite their training. It's specifically because they lack the practical experience in combat, while the Dark Mages are full of it. The 30 cadets sent on this mission simply aren't enough to defeat the association as a whole. Speaking of those cadets, they share the same sitting area to eat. They're amateurs, and Jin can see that with one look. Jin wants to leave with Enya, but she is traumatized remembering that these punks are the same ones who mistreated her at the academy. Unfortunately, they happen to catch Jin staring at them. While Enya is shivering to respond, Jin replies, meeting the cadet's offense. He comes to threaten the commoner. The restaurant owner tries to pitch in, but he's attacked for no reason. Agitated, Jin punches the shit out of the guy for failing in his duties. He walks away with an imposing warning for the cadets. Jin pretends to be a higher mage and instantly dismantles them with just a little bit of his magic. He can't believe that these are the weaklings who bullied Enya. Jin turns the tables on them and threatens to interrogate the cadets for their arrogance. He tasks them with a mission, and they have no choice but to comply. With his expert acting skills down, Jin states that it's time for Enya to shine. She roars at the scoundrels to clean up the place. 5 days after the incident, the cadets prepare for an all-out attack against the evil mages. Jin suspects the presence of nearly 50 enemies, and yet the cadets are acting far too relaxed. An unexpected orc comes flying at them, screwing over their defenses. Fortunately, it was taken down almost immediately. Jin orders Chip to obey his command and warn the others of a potential ambush. Scared, the coward forwards this suggestion. Jin fails to comprehend how a low-level orc could be hiding out in the open. What's more is that a 7-star mage has yet to catch on to the details. They have their suspicions on Professor Orton, who was caught eating meat despite being a vegetarian. Jin picks up on this small detail. The cadets are instructed by Orton to form groups of 2 and enter the cave. They're all acting relaxed, believing in the powers of the 7-star sorcerer. Or that's what they thought, because yet another orc comes crashing out of the wall. They await for Orton's desperate orders, but the man happily turns tail. After all, he's the one who conspired their demise. Orton orders the orcs to kill the stupid cadets, but he clearly wasn't expecting a powerful spell hurling at him. Jin prepares to enter this fight while protecting Enya. Jin has commanded use of this amazing spell, wiping away everyone but 2 sorcerers. He thinks they're both at the 8-star level. Still, they're severely injured. Jin is surprised when they recognize the use of his backflow technique. Rolt Joe, a powerful sorcerer, thinks he can deal with a 7-star sorcerer like Jin, but he just doesn't know he's getting outclassed, even if he tries. There are even more powerful sorcerers than Rolty in the association, which spells bad news for Jin even if he survives. Instead, Rolt offers him a spot to join the association for his talents. Jin doesn't really care and uses the backflow technique to shut him down. He whacks Rolt with such ease that it makes it hard to believe he's an 8-star level sorcerer. The orcs are killed by Enya, who is improving better than Jin's expectations of her. The whole cave shakes to its core as a giant werewolf makes its appearance. He's happy to meet a really powerful mage who isn't even terrified of the monster. Excited, Goltef reveals his name and commands the warrior to fight him. Interestingly, this guy offers him to join the Kinzello faction. Jin is surprised to learn that the Dark Magic Association is working in close proximity to the Kinzello faction. Goltef wants Jin to join the ranks, as he will be granted a high position almost immediately for being a talented fighter. Jin would have entertained the idea, if not for the fact that his opponent is weaker than he is. Offended, Goltef fiercely attacks Jin, nearly shattering his barrier. Enya tries to jump in with her wind magic, but he's clearly uninterested in fighting her. While Goltef is distracted, Jin has already sliced him with his sword, surprising the werewolf with his dual fighting abilities. Now, he's even more pumped to fight the spell sword. Jin is having fun exchanging vicious blows against the werewolf. He clearly overwhelms him despite not even revealing a hint of his true abilities. Goltef understands that Jin is way more powerful than he lets out to be. Through combat, he learns that Jin is a Runkindel. To make it a fight of honor, Goltef learns his name and prepares to fight Jin with his tribe's name on the line. Jin prepares his special incantation, the same one he used to take down Mioran. One slash is enough to take him down. The White Wolf does not wish to be spared. He values honor and roars their tribe's pride. Jin responds with politeness. He will treasure Goltef in his memories. Jin slices him down with a definitive strike. The fight has ended. Enya wasn't afraid and became an even bigger fan of Jin's abilities. This werewolf was without a doubt much stronger than the one he fought in his cadet days. Yet Jin didn't struggle even a little bit. He wonders if Enya is okay with seeing so many deaths. She has come to a realization. She doesn't want to hold him down as a burden. Jin reminds her that it's okay if she doesn't fight. As for Chip, he's barely clinging to his life. Enya reveals her true self and emphasizes that she could take him out of his misery right now. She tries to be cool in front of Jin and vows to help her comrades. As for the imposter Orton, they've captured him after turning the tide. The man thinks that Jin is a student of Kittard, but it's not Jin he's talking to. It's someone who has uncovered his disguise and isn't afraid to give him a real beating. Elisa is going to enjoy killing him while retrieving information out of the man. After the interrogation, she found out their secret base is in Oterium. It was once the capital of Vankella, but after a demon invasion, things changed. The demons invaded the place to retrieve a relic. The Runkindels and Zippels joined forces to take down the threat. It's the only war where two clans allied themselves to face off one threat. They succeeded in defeating the demons in the war, but since it was impossible to restore the capital, the kingdom decided to switch their capital. Oterium is just a breeding ground for demons at its current state. Jin has a bad feeling about this, and curiously asks why the demons made it their hideouts. Isa explains that at least 3 9-star mages are known to be found there. It's worrisome that such powerful warriors exist in that area. The Kinzello are a true force to be reckoned with. It's not safe to jump in without a plan. There's also the fact that they possess transformation magic, allowing someone to wear Orton's disguise. Of course, Bubar is the one responsible for these atrocities. Bubare is also linked to the Iveliano clan. Quiquintel has never heard of human transformations since it is a gift of dragons. Elisa explains that not even the culprit knew about the transformation. Bubar's methods are secret. Jin adds that he once encountered imposters when he was young. He thinks it is time they confront the Transfigurator. Jin intends to use someone to get to him, and wants Kashmir's help to investigate the relationship of the White Wolves and the Kinzello. 1 week after this discussion, Dante Heron and his father, the Patriarch, learned that a few of the competent cadets died on their mission to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. However, 2 survivors, namely Jin and Austin Gray, survived and successfully defeated the Dark Magic Association. One of them used magic, while the other used swordsmanship. Of course, Dante already suspects Jin's involvement. What's more, is they uncovered a weapon from the White Wolf. They see a sharp cut that only an expert swordsman could make. Dante laughs, as even someone like him couldn't make a sharp cut like that. It's a skill of a swordsman at the 8-star level. The boy humbly confirms that he has yet to reach that level with his strength, so their investigation proved baseless. He's extremely impressed by Jin's incredible growth, and feels the urge to speak to Veradine. Lots can't see anyone but Dante deploying a precise cut like that, aside from Dante. But he is fooled into believing that Dante is hiding his true powers. A month passed, Jin was waiting at the teleportation portal, concocting his plan. While he's busy contemplating, the woman next to him looks at the swordsman with intrigue. Jin arrives before Bubara's hideout. Bubara is worshipped as the greatest transformation sorcerer of their time. Dudes literally have a statue of this man, tempting Jin to annihilate it to 1 billion pieces. He knocks on the door and finds Bubar shocked. It's been a while since they met each other. The man is pissed, of course. He doesn't want to welcome Jin, who embarrassed him at the banquet. Bubare lunges to attack him, thinking the results will be similar to their previous fight. But Jin isn't playing around. He knocks the shit out of him instantly. Bishkel sees Jin walking. He's astonished to find Jin when he's clearly in the middle of his mission as a reserve flag-bearer. Bubare begs him to kill Jin, but Bishkel is frustrated by his antics. He doesn't want to become an enemy to Jin for pointless reasons. Jin apologizes and states his intentions. He came here to commission a sculpture for his father. Bishkek finds it odd. It's as if Jin has changed, or maybe he's here for something else. Jin wastes no time, claiming that the real purpose of his visit is to meet Bishkel. He wants to fight him, but Bishkel is uninterested in fighting him. Just as he's about to speak, Jin feels a sharp cut, slicing off his hair. It was a test to check Jin's reflexes. Bishkek thinks he's still too weak to challenge him. Jin leaves without causing more trouble, but nearly kills Bubar in the process. He does not condone spewing dirt on the Runkandel family name. Bishkel is forced to fight him, to the point he's even warning Jin that it may be the fight that ends his life. Jin is prepared to suffer the consequences as long as he maintains his family's name. It's Bubari's stupidity that has escalated the situation to such extremes. Bishkel wants the fat idiot to apologize, ordering him with bloodlust. Bubari has to eat dirt as he apologizes to Jin for soiling their family's name. Jin is okay with Bishkel beating him for his rudeness, but both swordsmen acknowledge that it was Bubari's fault in the end. He takes his leave, while an infuriated Bishkel commands the Fatas to shut up as they have a lot to discuss. Bishkel reveals his findings to Bubari. Their connections with the Zippel family have been cut off. Bubar is insistent in finding a divine object called the compass. Bishkel is happy to ensure its retrieval. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone and reacts immediately, but there's no one around them. Meanwhile, Jin Runkandel is secretly attacked by Yona, who came on a mission with him wearing an elaborate disguise. The letter she received from Jin made her very happy. Since the owl was afraid of Charon finding out, he prepared a false identity for Yona on this mission. Her objective was to gather information from Bishkel, which is how she was able to eavesdrop in his discussion with Bubari. Jin now knows their plans, but Yona is somewhat wary of Bubari, deeming him one of equal class. She refuses to speak about her secrets because Jin is hiding his own. So without hesitation, Jin reveals the Shadow Force. Thousands of murderous temptations engulf Yona's body, calling every fiber of her being to kill Jin Runkandel. She resists her own body, begging Jin to never bring out his powers before her. She's confused why he revealed his powers so carelessly. Jin explains that he wanted to keep them a secret at first, but upon receiving the green roses, he felt complete trust in his sister. He doesn't hope to hide any secrets from her. In fact, he promises to become so strong that she's incapable of killing him despite her temptations. However, even our boy is afraid of messing around with Yona too much because of their father's warning. In the Dark Sea, Sieran learns that both Jin and Yona had fun playing around. The patriarch is impressed by his son's spirit. Kashmir's latest letter reports that Jin defeated another werewolf. Sieran remembers fighting the leader of the werewolf tribe, who was powerful, so powerful that he lasted 5 hours against a fight with him. He comes to know about Jin's newest technique, a technique that uses the shadow sword and hasn't been used for 1,000 years. It was Tamar's original skill. Sieran is getting sudden goosebumps and hopes to fight a shadow force user. Back at Tikon, Kashmir learns from Jin that the one responsible for the creation of the Devil Stone is Bubari. He's meticulously using corpses of dead gods with his ability to create dangerous artifacts. Speaking of the dead gods, Murakhan wonders if it has anything to do with Nemoris. It's time to reveal to Jin what Murakhan found years ago in his battle against a giant. It was unclear why it appeared out of nowhere, but the Dark Dragon is almost certain it involved Bubar's involvement. It's possible that he has connections to the god of sculpting, one that disappeared from Histor itself. He made the creation of the Origin Stone possible in the first place. Eventually, the god was stripped of his rank and forced to become human. The dragons were responsible for annihilating the graveyard giants that he created. But still, it's impossible for Bubar to forge a contract with a dead god. Jin adds that there's an item that could even locate divine contractors. That's how they found Yulia. It's an item called the compass. And while it is an imperfect object, it still led to the capture of Latri. Jin thinks it's necessary to obtain the compass from their enemies. He plans to steal the compass when it falls into the hands of the Kinselo faction. Jin plans to locate to a safe location. The Silver Dragon suggests they make their move before getting exposed. They will reunite 1 year from now, guarding them from their enemies. Murakhan knows of a place safer than even the Ice Palace. His suggestion? Going to the underworld. As crazy as that sounds, Murakhan thinks it's a good experience. The people of that place are legendary warriors, but the underworld has already been felled. Jin struggles to accept such a place even exists. Murakhan tells him that he's the only person who can go as a contractor. Solderit once made a contract with the people of the underworld, a preparation for the incoming magic swordsman of the Runkandel clan. In order to perfect his skills, Jin has to venture into the underworld. Jin's objective is to get to the Mitra Desert, but his carelessness could invite unwanted trouble. He has come to ask for help from the watertail species. These little guys are met with an exciting gift from Jin. They take the fish and help him on his way to the desert. Even the little ones are afraid that he'll die reaching his destination. Deeper into the cave, Jin retrieves some water and explores further inside. It's the first time he has seen the golden tongue species. The creatures are irritated that a human is exploring their place, but just 1 gold coin is enough to persuade the greedy little mouse. They lead him to the exit. Beyond the exit lies a market for Jin to explore. Darkspark already knows about Jin Runkindel. He remembers him from way back then on his mission. The cute little guy vows to keep his secrets to heart. Jin hopes to repay them in kind for all their help. He exits the cave and discovers the store. Jin no longer needs a guide and happily comes to the market. He tries to lay low and requests a dark canine to act as his travel guide to the desert. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Desert, Jin is happy to tip the guy for his trouble. He walks on his own, heading to the underworld, a place so dangerous that his dead body could never be retrieved from it. The underworld is filled with legendary tales of riches and resources, but even the native beastmen could never find the underworld, so traveling the desert was considered suicide as it led to nowhere. The desert defeated anyone who dared challenge it, but at last, Jin Runkindel is here. The Shadow Sword was heavily guarded by the Myungwang, a species that disappeared overnight for their arrogance. They ultimately challenged the gods and were annihilated. The Devil Stone is so powerful that despite being a replica, it's powerful enough to cause severe damage. The only god that pitied the race was Soldaret, who ended up saving a few people of the race and made a contract with them. The contract prohibited anyone else from teaching the ways of the Shadow Sword, apart from that race. The first patriarch Tamar learned from them too. Only a handful of records about his existence remain, because the Zippel family was insistent on erasing everything about him. The greatest hero of the world does not even share a resting place in the Garden of Swords. Thanks to Jin's journey to meet the Myungwang, he will be able to hear much about Tamar's adventures. 2 days of constant travel. Stress is starting to overwhelm his body. It's a more difficult quest than fighting against someone stronger than him. Walking through the aimless desert requires courage. It's a test for Jin Runkindel to overcome himself. An entire month passed. Jin has yet to encounter food or water. All he sees is death surrounding him. Even his footsteps disappear in mere seconds. There's no way for him to go back. It's necessary that he endure this hardship. Suddenly, the first sign of life. A voice calls out to him. These fools are none other than the Tona twins. Jin is almost certain he's facing an illusion. The Tona twins hurry to attack him. He's surprised by their heavy attacks, as they were waiting until he was completely exhausted to attack. Jin wonders if this truly is an illusion he's facing. He tries to escape, but they quickly catch on. Jin barely reacts to their sharp movements in his exhausted state, but he knows that neither of them possesses a strong attack to finish him off. Jin is infuriated that he suffered so much in his previous life when these guys were so weak. He pummels them to the ground, standing as the victor. Daytona and Hitona apologize, but it's Jin who has found himself hesitating to deal the final blow. He knows in his heart and soul that it's necessary to cut his brothers down if he has to advance ahead. Jin delivers the final attack, not because of his hatred, but because he's a member of the Runkindel clan. He is begging for the illusion to fade. Jin has waited an entire day, but they've yet to fade into non-existence. Jin no longer believes that they were illusions. As painful as it is, he buries his brothers as a mark to advance further. Jin rests at night, consuming a dangerous scorpion for nutrients. He wonders how the rest of his siblings are doing. The thought of his brothers devastates Jin. He doesn't have any water left either. Nothingness awaits him in the scorching heat of the desert. He has lost track of how long the journey has been, not knowing why he came here. He is caught in desperation, because he has just killed his own brothers. Suddenly, a person offers him water. Jin's senses are as sharp as a knife, and he instantly handles her. Valeria is impressed that his skills have massively improved over time. She's his precious teacher from his previous life, and the real final descendant of the Hister family. She acknowledged the boy's talent and taught him magecraft. Back then, he was banished from the Runkindel family when he met her, but it's impossible that she knows about that, since they never even met each other. The desert he knew has changed into a green scenery. Valeria's appearance is the same as her previous life, so it's not making any sense to him. Jin thinks she's another one of his illusions created out of memory. She offers him a drink, but Jin believes he's going to have to fight her if he consumes the drink. Valeria is confident that she could kill him instantly in his weary state. Valeria strangely knows that he was reborn, and orders him to drink so that she can fight him. She calls him her only student. Valeria's words comfort him, but more than that, she just wants Jin to overcome her using every skill in his arsenal. Jin wants to challenge her on the basis of magecraft. She represented everything to him in his previous life, so he hopes to give her a show. Valeria is unafraid as she rains down an incredibly powerful thunder attack. The spear follows him, which makes him realize that Valeria isn't holding back. They fought many times before, but Jin never won, and now she's fighting him on the basis of killing him. She likes his evasive maneuvers, while Jin plans to wear out her mana. Valeria, of course, knew that it's what he was hoping for. She recommends that he use the sword to fight her, because there's really no other way he could defeat his teacher. Jin activates backflow magic, thanks to the teachings of Kiddard. Valeria is a little upset, and says things that would stir his heart. She knows it will affect him. Jin hopes to meet her expectations. He has to use an advanced technique and plans to endure her wrath. 3 minutes of dodging are required for the move to execute. Jin endured for a while, but he wasn't expecting Valeria to catch him from the ground. She traps him with a giant magic circle, while at the same time maintaining her electric spears. The chains burn through Jin's flesh, and he realizes what's going on. The spears are also an illusion, as only a single one contains mana. Jin summons Tease in his most desperate moment, but with his flailing state, it would be difficult to maintain the phoenix for long. Valeria's magic entraps the phoenix for a long enough time that Jin is able to activate his advanced level technique. Valeria is unafraid. She's out here resisting the effects of his technique while simultaneously commanding so many spells at once. But still, Jin refuses to surrender this battle. Valeria unleashes everything in her arsenal to fend him off. Jin draws nearer. His tide reversal was actually a weapon to identify the real spear from the fake. Jin activates his armor, narrowing the distance between the two. Valeria thrusts the Thunder Dragon with its full wrath. Jin coats his blade with shadow force. He refused to use his sword for a reason. Jin pierces the mage with the best attack he's got, a symbol of his utmost respect for his teacher. Valeria remains defeated on the ground, proud of her student's evolution. She fades into non-existence. After all, this too was just a mirage. Jin refused to hold back in his final attack, because if he didn't, he had no choice of winning. He weeps in sadness and regret that he killed the teacher he loved most. That night, he finds himself in a bundle of swords in the desert. From out of nowhere appears yet another mirage. It's the first patriarch, Tamar. One flicker of his shadow force dominates Jin into throwing up. It's as if he was facing a god who forced him to kneel. But if Jin kneeled now, all his sacrifices would have been for nothing. He resists the sheer pressure, overcoming the pain to move ahead, to go on and cut Tamar down. Seeing the boy's relentless stride, Tamar smiles when he hasn't for 1,000 years. Jin's entire body is commanding him to slice the first patriarch. He possesses willpower to cut his siblings and even kill his own teacher. While he was sad, he did what was required to overcome his shortcomings. The test is coming to an end. Tamar unleashes a shadow wave that nearly kills Jin. But still, he goes on, resisting the hopelessness of his situation. Tamar commands the swords and cuts Jin down, all over his body without stopping. But Jin still hasn't accepted defeat. He killed the ones he loved most to get this far, and he wouldn't have hesitated even if there was someone else in their place. His willpower knows no bounds. Jin commands use of the special technique, cutting down anyone who stands in his way, and finally eviscerating Tamar's image. Unfortunately, before he was able to cut him down, Tamar disappeared. Jin roars that he came to cut down the first patriarch, but a voice reminds him of the real reason he came here. The land of the Manhwa is his destination. Jin wonders if the voice was also a mirage. Murakhan had told him about the 3 mirages. It's Jin who forgot about them after losing his sanity. With the 3rd mirage finished, he releases his shadow force. But nothing happened. It doesn't make sense at first, until Jin cuts down a path revealing the location of the one who tested him. The man is impressed that Solderet's contractor passed the test. Jin, on the other hand, is damn pissed for being played like a fiddle. Tantel has waited for a very long time for Jin. He takes him to La Prarosa, the land of the Myungwang. Jin consumes a drink before spitting it out. It's a special elixir that helps him recover some of his sanity. Tantel wants the boy to rest up before meeting the others. La Prarosa was built 5 millennia ago. It's not a surprise adventurers lost their way just finding it. Luxury of the highest caliber surrounds them. Everything is made out of gold. Jin takes note of the jewel in his chest. Tantel explains that it's nothing more than a heart. There's no one in the city besides this man, which leads Jin to question how many of his race are left. Tantel explains that nearly 80 people live in the city, a small number including the Battle God and Battle Kings. They're the siblings who will pass the Shadow Sword upon Jin, his most anticipated weapon. Tantel takes the boy to the Battle Temple. It was made for a god and has immense pressure. It's only because of Jin's 3rd test that he was able to make it this far. Tantel warns Jin to be cautious of his words, as they're not the type to let him fly easily. Jin meets his siblings, who are curious to meet Solderet's contractor. They've been dying to teach him since Tamar. The woman wants to clean him up. Jin is treated like a rag doll as they fight over who gets to wash him clean. Jin enjoys his bath. He had a rough time dealing with the warrior woman. The humans of this era didn't have good hygiene. The size difference is crazy when he compares himself to the warriors. After cleaning himself, Jin dons traditional outerwear. Tantel explains they're headed for the temple to meet the battle god and the 12 kings he saw from before. Inside the temple, Jin notices the illuminated stone on Tantel's body. He wonders if it has something to do with the battle god. Tantel advises him to respond appropriately, or else he's getting his ass sent back to the desert. The door opens at last. Jin stands before the Golden Kings and their battle god. The pressure he's feeling right now is immense. Belize and the other battle kings are staring him down. The ruler of the place is the battle god, a smaller woman compared to the others, but with such a dominating presence that it eclipses the strength of the other kings. Surprisingly, the battle god comments on the differences between Tamar and Jin's appearance. Yet they boast the same energy. It's unlikely that Jin will become the better of the two, and they don't expect him to rival Tamar. Still, Belize trusts in his strength. After all, he's Solderate's contractor. Most of the other kings have already considered him weaker than Tamar, and for good reason. But Jin didn't come here to be treated like an inferior. He's bold enough to claim his name in the presence of the 12 kings. Van, the battle god, introduces herself properly. She makes it clear that the 12 kings are his enemies before becoming his rivals. Jin is okay with that, because he senses their open hostility. The problem is, he can't get a read on their intentions. Van will conduct his test tomorrow, and until then, she tosses him her own sword to fight. Jin calls it an ordinary sword, but then it immediately absorbs all of his shadow energy. It is drawing out every last bit of his shadow energy. Van tells him that Tamar overcame the Shadow Asbring sword, so she expects the same from our boy. Jin is bold enough to try and back his words. After the meeting is dismissed, Belize argues that it's too soon for Jin to overcome the shadow-absorbing sword. After all, Tamar was much older and stronger when he overcame the sword. Van knows this, but she chooses to act anyway. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar's fall. Their race stands to test the limits of the current Runkendel family, which means Van is confident in their evolution and believes they've grown much stronger since then. The next day, Jin turns up, drained of his strength. He couldn't even sleep because the sword kept exhausting his energy. With no amount of shadow force left in his body, Jin's going to have trouble. Garmund is the first of the 12 kings to test his resolve. He comments on the boy's exhausted condition and emphasizes that he has yet to acknowledge him fully. The first test is to swing his sword 10,000 times. Of course, Jin is confident because he's already done that before. The number goes higher and higher until it reaches 8,000. It impresses Tantel as Jin executes his 9,000th strike. Thanks to Luna's excessive teachings, as well as the steel ball training, Jin's sword technique has been perfected. It is the very technique that forms the Runkendel family's mindset. At last, Jin completes his final swing, maintaining his stance. Garmund is impressed by the boy's powers, as many Runkendels failed to do the same. The people cheer in Jin's name, but Garmund is tight-lipped. Jin doesn't want to hear lame compliments from the man. He commands Garmund to accept that he's worthy of his teachings. Garmund is embarrassed, but he admits as much. Now the real training begins. Of course, Garmund has no intention of fighting against Jin, confident of his victory. He thinks that Jin won't even dent his sword, so the Runkendel decided to prove his strength by pushing him back. Garmund explains that it was a metaphorical figure of speech. The 8 king instructs the boy to take a swing. Jin uses his full strength, but instead he's the one getting pushed back. Jin wants to try again, and Garmund is happy to let him. With only aura left at his disposal, Jin concentrates his strength in a single slash, destroying the landscape with Garmund still pushing him back. Jin can't believe the difference in their skills. He has found himself completely outclassed. The 8th Battle King has taken some level of damage from the boy. He wonders if it's because of his perseverance as a Runkandel who conquered the desert. Even without Jin's shadow force, he's powerful. Garmund gives him 1 week to perfect an attack that will move his sword. The swordsman was expecting him to teach, but Garmund believes the third mirage, and the belief that everything can be cut is all he needs. He asks how long it took Tamar to succeed, and discovers that it took him only 2 days. 4 days have since passed. Jin has yet to move Garmund's sword. He has tried nearly 8,000 times. At last, one of his strikes managed to chip Garmund's weapon. He's still behind Tamar's performance, but the 8th Battle King is impressed by the boy's growth nonetheless. In Tamar's case, he didn't have the shadow-absorbing sword wearing him down, which begs the question if the first patriarch could have succeeded in 4 days like Hin. It's an impressive achievement, and shows that the Runkandel family has been growing in the outside world. Garmund fully acknowledges the boy, and knows that the others will come to see him the same way. But before that, Garmund requests that he be the first to taste the fruits of his achievement. Jin doesn't know the heck he's talking about, but accepts anyway. Garmund takes the chipped piece of the sword and straight up eats it. Jin is struck speechless with what he just saw. His next training is scheduled to begin tomorrow. That night, Jin is observing the beautiful cityscape of La Prarosa. He wonders if he could boast the same qualifications as Tamar and uphold the reputation of being Solderate's contractor. Tantel sees him lost in thought and knows that Jin didn't sleep for 3 days because of his shadow absorption training. He offers him a stone to eat, but Jin is suspicious and doesn't want to consume it right away. It's actually a snack that recovers one's energy. Jin takes a bite out of it and feels rejuvenated. He wants to know which of the Battle Kings is the strongest of them all. Tantel explains that there isn't a ranking system. They're treated as commoners like Tantel. A gloomy, shadowy presence creeps behind Jin, forcing him to react with his sword. It's the 5th Battle King, Boras, who is impressed by Jin's reaction speed. He inspects Jin's teeth and finds it strange that Jin is missing a molar. It happened with his final slash in the third mirage. Jin was so concentrated and angry that he ended up breaking his tooth. It's a considerable achievement. Boris is happy to lend him one. This guy casually chucks out his own tooth and offers Jin. After all, the teeth of battle kings can cut through diamonds. Jin can't believe what he's hearing. Boris disappears, leaving Jin at a loss for words. The following morning, Jin observes how strong the floors are. They're made out of a stone that refuses to be cut. And yet, there are marks of a sword all over them. That means the training was incredibly tough. One sword slash is gigantic compared to the rest. Garmund is shocked that he's only just noticing the details of his training ground. The marks are from Tyr, who used the first form of the shadow sword. Garmund doesn't have high expectations from Jin, and taunts him for it. But our boy doesn't like being compared. He wants to do even better than Tamar. Garmund sheds light on the technique itself. The first form is called Soul Slice, a staple to the shadow sword. He demonstrates the attack by coating his blade with shadow energy. Jin doesn't really want to waste time around the details of shadow force. He just wants to see the technique. Garmund deploys it before his eyes, unleashing a wave of shadow so sharp that it annihilates everything in its path. Jin compares the attack to be similar to Luna's finishing move. While it's less powerful compared to her attack, it's still effective. That means if Jin can master this one technique, he will defeat any swordsman below the 7-star rank with ease. Garmund only executed half of the technique, which is why his attack was smaller than Tamar's. It's a powerful technique that annihilates a person's soul. That means he could easily use it to defeat even stronger opponents and overturn the battle. In order to learn this technique, he has to learn how to unite his shadow energy. It's a feeling that Jin is already familiar with. He might be able to replicate the technique without a shadow absorption sword. Jin felt the same when he fought against Muron. A feeling came over Jin, prompting him to use a swing so powerful that it sliced Muron. The same happened in his battle against the werewolf, and even Tamar. The technique relies on the belief that he can cut anything that stands in his path. Garmund is impressed that he's already familiar with how the technique operates. He wants to show a second demonstration of the technique. Garmund annihilates the training round with an even more powerful swing than last time. Strangely enough, Jin's experience taught the Battle King in bettering his technique instead. Jin knows he's hiding something. He tells the boy that he doesn't like using the shadow sword as it drains his energy. Jin calls him out for being a pussy. He feels like he's wasting his time and requests to see the Manhwa sword. But Garmund strongly declines, stating that it requires a metal heart to use the sword. Jin has a strong reason to see the sword. Only last night he learned from Tantel that he's going to fight warriors every night after his training. He recommended Jin to take a look at the sword. Tantel couldn't show it to him because it would cause him great trouble. Jin is ready to blackmail Garmund's reputation if he refuses to show him the sword. He has no intentions of backing down. Garmund is forced into a corner and accepts his terms. But right before he's about to show the Myungwang sword, Boras chimes in. He's made the perfect tooth for the boy. Jin literally received no say in the matter. Boris just grabs his face and adjusts the tooth in place. It's weird for Jin to be accepting a nasty gift like this. But the moment he receives the tooth, Jin experiences the effects of memory transplantation magic. He learned about it from Valeria in his past life. The Hister clan used a device to exercise the use of such magic. Every bit of information about the Myungwang sword is currently being instilled in his memories. Boris chooses to keep his secrets, but confirms that what he received isn't related to magic. Magic is nothing more than a term of humans. In reality, mages don't exist as a race, and the people who use magic merely become blacksmiths. Boris is one of those blacksmiths, the most skilled one of all. They keep yapping about each other while Jin is contemplating how this civilization could use magic half a millennia ago. It's even more advanced than their current magic. Jin thanks the legendary blacksmith, who didn't just offer him the gift for no reason. Boris wants the boy's second achievement, that not even he himself knows about. A month passed as Jin finally managed to learn Soul Slice. He also honed his abilities thanks to Boris's, allowing his body to be faster and precise. The techniques of the blacksmith helped him unlock amazing levels of power. It took a while, but Jin eventually became capable of forming an aura heart. At last, he could nearly even execute the Myungwang sword. Boris is happy with his development, as he formed an aura heart that not even Tamar did. After all, he didn't receive the memory transplant from Boris. The blacksmith reminds him that training his Myungwang sword is nothing more than a secret. He is yet to be acknowledged by the others after all. The Myungwang race were born with jewel hearts made from aura. Every one of them boasts the strengths of a 9-star warrior. Basically, they're the strongest from birth. For Jin, it should be considered impossible as a human. With Garmund and Boris finished with their training, it's time for the 4th Battle King to help with Jin's development. Jin questions what he will learn from the 4th Battle King. The training will focus on the second form of Shadow Sword, a topic of interest for Jin. The 4th Battle King happens to be mute. Although not entirely, she considers it a form of training which started when time stopped for the city. She's finally here. the only Battle King whose presence is undetectable among others. Garmund and Boras have their peculiarities, but she's different. Jin politely introduces himself, but he wasn't expecting to get attacked right away. Rinfa is even faster than Boras. She annihilates Garmund with a show of her strength. Garmund, now enraged, comes to attack her. Even Boras steps in, launching her sword and kicking her away. Rinfa seems to be really mad. She doesn't want to hold back against Garmund. Boras takes him and leaves Jin in her care. When he sees her, Jin is reminded of his dear sister Yona. He thinks it should be a good idea to treat her the same. Jin's training with Yona began. He's training by himself and has yet to ask anything from her, which is also why she's observing him training on his own. Just like Yona, she observes him quietly. Every time he tries to gather aura, Rinfa appears before him to teach him the second form, but she doesn't like the way he executes the first form. Rinfa sometimes strikes him down, satisfied with dealing him the blow. If it wasn't for Jin's training with Luna, perfecting his mind's eye, he would have been killed. Still, he hasn't addressed Rinfa's weird way of training. He has to make sure Rinfa is the one who approaches him, instead of the other way around. 10 days passed. Confused, Rinfa asks why he's yet to ask about the second form. Jin claims that he's uninterested and instead wants to know why she's not spoken a word. Jin calls her out. He thinks that not communicating with others through speech and instead communicating with writing invalidates the purpose of her training. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't want to train under someone who is hollow on the inside. He wants Rinfa to put her efforts into teaching him, the same way Garmund and Boras did. After his bold words, he offers an apology and returns to training. For the first time in hundreds of years, Rinfa breaks her silence. In order to show her sincerity, she prepares to demonstrate Jin an incredible technique. Rinfa executes a beautiful dance, different from the first form Jin learned from Garmund. Each strike resembles a reflection of itself. It's an attack that cuts both ways with one sword. Jin is astonished to witness the miraculous second form. Rinfa completes the beautiful attack after executing it with elegance, impressing even the likes of Boras and Garmund. She asks for his thoughts. Jin is left amazed, and is really happy to earn her trust as the techniques she showed days before was just a fake. Boras wants to break the news with the others. Jin performed a feat not even Tamar could by making her talk. The second form is called Scissors, which befits its nature to interlock the shadow force. Jin's mission is to copy the technique, but even he knows it's going to take him a while. He also doesn't feel confident with the shadow absorption sword, constantly draining his magic. Rinfa explains that the sword doesn't absorb energy but instead refines the quality of his shadow magic. It's more of a cover, a sheath for his blade. This will further allow Jin to use shadow energy with refined consistency. Rinfa is hoping for our boy to overcome the shadow absorption sword. She loves to over-explain, and Jin likes this side of her. He wonders why she stopped talking. It was actually a punishment she gave to herself, something Rinfa couldn't share with the others. Jin acknowledges her feelings, and understands that she must have struggled so long on her own. He's happy to lend her an ear and hear her out. Rinfa ends up telling him everything. She faults herself for the failings of her people. She unnecessarily blames herself for stopping the arrogance of her race from challenging the gods. Rinfa was able to move past this hurdle after Jin's conversation. She thanks him, and believes Jin possesses a unique quality to transform others. News of the fourth Battle King reaches the ears of the commoners. They're here to celebrate, and Jin is most happy that she can communicate freely with others. Boras confronts him. He not only knew about her story, but he also knew that Jin Runkandel would be the person who could finally make the fourth Battle King break her silence. The fourth Battle King, the mute Rinfa, began talking once again ever since she started training the Runkandel warrior. Under her tutelage and training, Jin Runkandel sharpened his understanding of his sword skills. She helped him overcome the shadow absorption sword, taking away his powers, and taught him how to control its energy. Apart from that, Jin was taught the Shadow Sword's first form as well as the second form, both devastating attacks that he could now release after constantly learning for 2 weeks. Jin's rate of growth was impressive, and he could at this point only use the ability instead of perfecting it. It was an incomplete technique, but he thought about consistently practicing and getting used to both forms first. Perfection comes later after all. The Shadow Sword is a real problem obstructing him from doing so. A month passed. By this point, Jin had conquered the shadow-absorbing sword at will and retrieved his own sword. He's surprised to receive his precious weapon again. After all, at first he was told that his sword won't be used in the temple. Tantel confirms that from this point forward, it's crucial for him to use his weapon as part of his training. Right after he finishes up his training with the fourth Battle King, the real battle begins. Jin will have to face against their kind in actual duels in the form of sparring matches. It's been a while, but it's finally going to happen. Tantel confirms that the first few matches will take place in the afternoon, and people will come to see his strength. Currently, the first Battle King is selecting a suitable opponent for Jin Runkandel's skill level. Jin is excited to finally come face to face with a Myungwang member. Their kind is exceptionally more powerful than average humans, so he has been itching to clash his swords against them ever since he first came here. Tantel worries for him, however. He thinks Jin is taking on a challenge far too difficult for him at his current level. He's right, because the Myungwang are overpowered from birth, and Jin is nothing compared to the strongest of their race. From his words, Jin is able to piece together the fact that he's getting destroyed in the upcoming exhibition match. He was originally thinking that his opponent would be equal to the level of a member of the White Wolves, but this oversimplification and underestimation of the Myungwang makes Tantel laugh, who confirms that only one of their members is strong enough to beat the average warrior from the Red Tiger tribe, which is even tougher than the White Wolves. It's a short way of telling Jin that he's got zero chances of victory in his upcoming battle. There's also the fact that the first Battle King, the one selecting his upcoming fight, really doesn't like Jin at all. It's almost certain that his opponent will have a tough fight. Jin admits that the typical Myungwang member is at least 9-star level when compared to humans, which is just overpowered as hell when you really think about it. Without a doubt, any opponent that gets picked is going to give Jin a tough fight. Tantel is supportive of Jin, however, and is prepared to support him no matter the outcome of his battles. He wonders if Jin followed his advice, the advice to watch the Myungwang sword at least once. Jin remembers going out of his way to do just that, even behind the backs of the Battle Kings. Jin contemplates that he learned about it from the memory chip he received from Boris, and now, he's going to see the real deal in his upcoming duel. Tantel is glad that he followed his advice. The next thing is to wait for the duel to come. So he leaves Jin to rest until the afternoon. Some time passes and the fated time arrives. Boris comes to check on Jin's preparation for the fight. Jin isn't worried about making any special preparations, probably because it won't help him much anyway. His only mission is to focus on defeating his opponent. The other Battle King confirms that his strength is commendable, so much so that it is difficult to call Jin Runkandel a human being. He has faith and confidence in Jin's abilities and thinks he will fare well in the upcoming fight. But Boris is worried, because he thinks failing once can be really demotivating and discouraging for the soul. Rinfa argues the same, but all three of his teachers are hopeful for Jin's learning progress. They want him to use this as a learning experience and hone on his mistakes. Jin really doesn't like their pity party circling around him. He knows from Tantel that he's already going to lose, and yet people are treating him like he's already dead lost before the fight even begins. Boris explains that they're worried for a reason. In fact, they're worried that Jin's reaction will be the same as Tamar's, the first Runkandel. This is an interesting piece of information that catches Jin's reaction. He learns from the Battle Kings about Tamar's undefeated record in the outside world. While Tamar was unstoppable in the outside world, he faced limitations in La Prarosa and lost many times. Curious to assess his strength, Jin questions how strong Tamar was at the same time of their first duels. Rinfa claims that he was still stronger than him at this level, but even he couldn't defeat the average Myungwang for a long time. Right after his first hard defeat, Tamar's soul took a hit. He stopped eating food and felt like a failure. He wallowed in despair, never knowing what defeat felt like. They assumed that Jin had the same trait as the first Runkandel patriarch, but that's actually wrong. Jin's mentality is far stronger and refined than even Tamar's. He doesn't get why it's a big deal for someone to react in this manner after losing once. Jin isn't the type to lose his morale and give up on his mission. He's already lost many times at the hands of capable warriors and knights before. Defeat isn't a new experience for Jin Runkandel, who has previously lost countless times in the name of training and growth. What's more, Jin's situation was even worse. He was defeated in his original life and lost his very life. Throughout both of his lives, he has experienced what it feels like to lose. Hearing them out, Jin assures them that there's nothing to worry about as he's not going to end up like Tamar. This confession shocks the Battle Kings, who assumed he was just like his predecessor. Anyway, it's time for the fated duel to take place. It's a special one as duels didn't take place for 1,000 years until Jin arrived. The Colosseum is filled with people placing bets on the underdog challenging the Myungwang warrior. The audience is cruel as they're open about Tamar's disappointing defeat in the first battle, who apparently couldn't even survive a bunch of hits before being taken down. The warrior he's facing is a man named Shaku, known and adorned for his lightning-fast speed. He's a tall figure with long hair, and apparently he's a favorite of the crowd as they cheer his name. Shaku politely addresses Jin as the successor to the first patriarch. The underdog has only one request. He wants Shaku to give it his absolute best to try and kill him. Initially, even Shaku is shocked to hear this provocation from the boy. Jin doesn't feel fear and certainly doesn't want the fight to end up like any typical duel. He wants a real fight to showcase his endurance and strength. Shaku bursts into a heavy laugh, acknowledging Jin's reckless bravery, before getting serious and reminding him of his place. Shaku emphasizes that he despises those who are unable to wield the sword. Jin materializes a wave of electricity from his mana gem and concentrates all of it on his sword. Shaku is astonished. What Jin has done is impossible for his current level. He has just casted use of the Myungwang sword, right when he wasn't supposed to. Shaku is offended and calls for the traitor responsible for revealing the Myungwang sword to the unprepared Runkandel. Jin is done talking and blitzes his speed to attack him at once. His thunderous speed leaves cracking lightning behind him. Shaku is still in utter disbelief, as even if someone demonstrated the Myungwang sword to the boy, Jin shouldn't be able to cast it at his level. He's actually right. Jin reflects that the Myungwang sword is a fighting art known only to the Myungwang race. That's why he had to create a glowing gem heart using his aura to replicate them. But the heart isn't the only requirement to activate the legendary technique of this race. The answer lies in the memories Boris shared with him. The molar he obtained was the key ingredient. Jin practiced the Myungwang sword in secret, exerting himself every day to gain control of its power. He refused to give up until he could cast it. Now, he concentrates his full strength in an obliterating blast that destroys the arena. Or that's what he thought. Because even as he used Myungwang's sword, Shaku merely blocked his attack effortlessly. The man roars for the fifth Battle King, offended to find Boras as the culprit responsible. Shaku takes a breath and casts an energy wave of his own. Before long, he releases a powerful wave of aura. A wave of power falls upon him. Shaku is pissed that Jin deployed the Myungwang sword in battle. He wants to pay him back dearly for disgracing the technique. Shaku isn't letting this one slide, and Jin can only prepare for what's coming at him. He props up a spell and tries to summon Tess. To his great shock, Jin can't even access or summon Tess into this dimension. He wonders if it's because the La Perosa dimension was created by Soldere, hindering the Phoenix's access to the dimension. Shaku sees him wide open for an attack and blitzes past Jin, who is barely able to respond by dodging his vicious attack. Shaku follows up with a second attack while Jin responds with an attack of his own. The attack slashes Shaku, but doesn't have any effect on the man. He merely releases an energy wave, sending Jin flying back. None of his attacks seem to be working in this battle. Jin lunges forth to try again and attack. Their clashes are almost equal in speed and power, but Jin is slowly getting overwhelmed with every attack. Not only is his opponent extremely fast, the man also boasts an impenetrable defense. There's not a single opening he can exploit for a counterattack. It all seems hopeless for Jin, while Shaku is confidently hammering him down. In this pinch, he decides to make use of a weakness of the body that can never be strengthened, no matter how much training. Jin plays dirty and pierces Shaku's eyeball with his finger. But to his utter shock, he breaks his finger instead. He had massively underestimated Myungwang's strength. Shaku explains that his cheap trick won't work since their eyes are as tough as their hearts. He only had one chance and he blew that up too. Jin is really in a tough situation right now. He's starting to realize why these guys are called the strongest species on Earth. The fact that there are hundreds of people like Shaku who are all similar in strength is terrifying. Jin wonders how a powerful race such as this face collapse. Shaku is enjoying himself. So far, he was merely toying around with Jin. But now, he's going to use a special technique. Jin's present condition is one of fear and shock. His body can't even bear the confidence to wield his sword properly. Shaku chimes in with a confident punch, explaining how he just used an ability called weapon oppression. Just like its name, the Myungwangs have the ability to imbue power into other weapons, forcing it to stop moving even in their opponent's grasp. Jin's face is wide open to eat a powerful punch coming full speed right at him. In this critical moment, he takes the initiative to dodge the attack, which causes a shockwave on impact. Jin can't afford to use his sword anymore either, since weapon oppression will kick into effect and work against him. He optimizes to gain distance and leverage a long-ranged battle, but Shaku doesn't seem to be worried at all. He sees Jin running off like a bird and merely catches up without any problems. Jin needs some time to execute the Shadow Sword's first form attack, as it's the only move that could prove effective against Shaku. He exhausts his body's limits to run as fast as he possibly can. Having gained the distance he needs to execute the attack, Jin charges the Shadow Sword's first form, engulfing his weapon in a column of shadows. But as he's chanting the slash, Shaku catches up and stops him from executing it. He catches Jin's sword with his own, preventing him from using the slash at all. Shaku then tosses his weapon away completely, before grabbing Jin's clothes and dishing a really strong jab to his face. So powerful in fact that it launches Jin away. But the torture doesn't end here. Shaku catches him and decides to give the Runkandel a taste of the real Myungwang sword. He stops Jin's foot into the ground, preventing him from moving. Now that Jin is completely wide open, he eats hundreds of punches from Shaku, one after the other, in endless punishment. Shaku releases a final attack with a frontal kick, stomping Jin's entire body into the ground. Then he lunges forth for another charged kick, sending Jin flying into the air. Jin's lifeless body plummets into the ground, all battered and bloodied from impact. At this point he's incapable of battle, but Shaku isn't quite done. He grabs him again, before catching his blade and preparing to deal the final blow. As punishment for Jin using the sword before his time, Shaku intends to slice off his limbs, hoping that he isn't as arrogant in their next match. Jin's pitiful state renders him unable to respond. And just like that, Jin Runkandel loses his legs in painful punishment. After his disgraceful defeat, Jin ended up knocked completely unconscious. Vaughn wanted to use his blood to cure Jin's condition, even though the risks involved were high, as humans cannot handle the blood of the battle god usually. Jin could regain his consciousness in this fickle moment. He couldn't figure out what they were talking about. The battle god was fine with the treatment, recognizing Jin to be different from the average human. The blood transfusion process begins with Jin receiving whatever blood he can get from the battle god. After coming in contact with his body, Jin's nerves electrify from the sudden changes. Since he's a human and not a Myungwang, his body reacts abnormally and grows tense under the pressure. A voice calls out for him, confirming that the run candle can no longer hear the voice of the god of the darkness. There's a clear error, because if Jin cannot survive the blood and eventually dies, then that spells utter doom. The battle god has previously confirmed that Jin's death implies the complete annihilation of their race. His survival is critical. The battle god Vaughn speaks to the boy in his memory's consciousness, confirming that his death would mean the death of everyone. Jin at this moment is reminded of his miserable past life, and how he faded during that time too. His senses become sharper and more pronounced. The elixir of 10,000 poisons that he acquired from his sister is working itself to maintain Jin's survival. The elixir is so powerful that it will make it impossible for any assassin to kill Jin easily. Jin fights against his body's negative energy, refusing to give up right here and now. He has many objectives under his belt to accomplish. Failing here would be the end of it all. Most importantly, Jin has many people to protect and has to endure this suffering for their sake. Instead of the Myungwangs deciding his fate, Jin takes it upon himself to be the one who decides what happens to him. His mana heart strengthens, and after 1 month of remaining unconscious, Jin finally wakes up again. The very fact that he was able to wake up means that he survived the blood of one of the battle kings. He gets up, acknowledging that a month passed. Still, Jin believes that he's wasted too much time like this. He has to be done here by May, and it is March already. In his contemplation, Jin confirms that the only reason he survived is via the effects of the elixir of the 10,000 poisons. For some strange reason, he feels an immense energy and light coming from inside his body. Jin glances at the mana crystal in his chest, which is beaming in a flash of light. He can't believe that he has actually acquired the real deal. Jin had no idea that he could obtain the Myungwang heart after receiving a blood transfusion. Since he's now awake, Vaughn comes to visit him on her own, wanting to know if he's alright. Jin can't fathom what to believe or expect. He acquired the molar from Boras, and then he formed a Myungwang heart thanks to her blood. She acted without even asking for his opinion. It's a surprising objection from Jin, who literally could have lost his life anyway if Vaughn didn't offer her blood. Jin is annoyed that he didn't have any right to decide his fate. He also didn't know he would end up developing a Myungwang heart as a consequence. Vaughn apologizes for acting without permission, but Jin isn't worried about it. All he's concerned about is his new heart. He's trying to understand what's been going on. After all, he received blood from a literal god. Vaughn is surprised that he isn't complaining instead. Jin would have things to say if she was an enemy of some kind. He's worried that having acquired the Myungwang heart means that he has now become a part of their race. He's also unsure about the reaction of the Myungwang people, because people like Shaku might as well kill him for that. Vaughn doesn't deny his words and thinks that's exactly what will happen. Faced with this situation, Jin asks a curious question. He wonders if he would have gained any acknowledgement from the Myungwang people and the Battle Kings without Vaughn's help. Vaughn observes his reaction. She can see Jin's fist tensed up in frustration. She counters and asks if he will destroy the heart if her answer is yes, because it is a power that Jin didn't obtain on his own. The Runkindel confirms that he's frustrated, but in the end, he also helped create his new heart. It wasn't something he wished for, but at the same time, if Jin failed to meet Vaughn's personal standards, then she wouldn't have decided to offer her blood. Vaughn believes that is required for Jin's succession to become complete. She questions why he wishes to oppose what she has done for him. Jin explains that if it's a heart that he created, then he can always create it again when necessary. He doesn't share any intention of eliminating his new powers if they can be used for good, since they would serve a greater purpose. Vaughn confirms that even if he didn't take her blood, Jin's performance would have gained acknowledgement of her people. Happy with her response, Jin intends to use his new heart to his advantage. He tells Vaughn about his departure in the month of May, as he's also got things to take care of. But he will return to La Perosa after that, so he wants the battle god to adjust and tune the rate of his training with this trip in mind. Since there are only 2 months of training for Jin to use, she alters his training schedule, commanding the warrior to train with the 7th Battle King in the morning and in the afternoon. He will train with the man who put him in critical position, Shaku. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye in Jin's training. The Myungwang clearly opposed him, and grew even more hostile than before, ever since Jin obtained his new heart. But after a while, when they learned that it was against Jin's personal choice in the matter, they came to stop hating him. The Myungwang race is unquestionably fierce and dominant. While normally, Jin would have wished to become just as strong as them without having to utilize his new heart. But it's impossible, and he knows that after facing Shaku in 49 matches. The outcome? He lost every single match decisively, but every time he faced defeat, Jin Runkindel mustered his spirit to train again. Instead of fixating and turning inside his loss, Jin felt the need to climb higher and stronger than before. He could feel his mind opening to new perspectives and strength. After facing Shaku in 10 whole battles, Jin was starting to believe that he might be nearly as strong as Luna, his older sister whom he deems the strongest among his siblings. Shaku's overwhelming strength and aura blew apart Jin's chances of victory. Every fight was a fight to survive. After 20 harsh and strong battles, the Runkandel realized that Shaku wasn't an equal to Luna at all. After facing him 30 times, Jin began to grow stronger on his own, and was able to match the warrior's blows. By this point, he thought Shaku clearly doesn't hold a candle to Luna's dominating strength. After 40 long battles, Jin had the confidence to believe that he could slice off one of Shaku's arms. Their strength and speed matched each other, and the gap was narrowing with every fight. Jin's physical skills were increasing at a godly rate, and the spars of suffering soon became battles of joy for him. He began to enjoy those fights with Shaku as a rival instead of an underdog. Despite his struggles, Jin still had to seek outside help from the 5th Battle King Boras. Why, you might ask? It's because after every fight, Jin's body would be mutilated and sliced apart. After a while, Myungwang stopped talking about Tamar, his predecessor. In fact, they were starting to cheer the underdog on more than ever. Now came the day for the 50th duel, where Jin was cheerfully supported by the people. He observes Shaku's stern and annoyed face and mocks him for fearing an incoming loss. Shaku explains that he's actually grown attached since they trained together every day. With every battle, it's gotten harder and harder for him to slice Jin's body. But that's not the kind of man Jin wants to face. He wants someone dead serious and strong coming right at him like they've got a grudge to settle. Jin recommends the man to fight him seriously without any brotherly feelings. Vaughn is eagerly watching this fight take place. She comes to hear from Tantel about Jin's scheduled departure from the land of La Prorosa. Tantel makes a quick suggestion. He wants the rest of the people to also have the chance to fight Jin, as Shaku has had enough chances of his own, and fought Jin for too long in their training. The other battle gods also confirm that Jin has gained a positive audience of supporters who spectate him eagerly, waiting for the chance to fight the successor. Vaughn draws to a pause before requesting the permission of the people. Before their fight begins, Vaughn announces Jin's departure in 2 weeks. She thinks it's time they all accepted him as one of their own, allowing them the chance to spar with him without any problems. Vaughn asks if anyone has a problem with what has just been discussed. Some of the Myungwang are still on the fence about accepting Jin Runchandel as one of their own, but seeing Garmund, Boras, and even Rinfa support Jin in his journey of growth has influenced their hearts. He has impacted the lives of the Battle Kings in his short stay, and he didn't even have an arrogant attitude despite receiving the Battle God's blessings. Even though his limbs were severed each day, Jin had the tenacity to return the next day and fight again. His undying persistence earned him the praise and recognition from the Myungwang. Instead of despairing like Tamar, he didn't fret about his losses either. In a moment of silence, the first Battle King Valtirok stomps the ground and accepts Jin Runkandel as his brother. He leads the pathway for others to accept Jin as well. Boris and Garmund are the happiest homies they can be. They also stomp in acknowledgement of Jin Runkandel. The gatekeeper Tantel follows, and even Shaku confirms they also believe in Jin Runkandel as one of their own. Soon, Jin receives a wave of acknowledgement from every single person at the arena. At last, the Myungwang people have agreed to accept him. Vaughn makes the announcement and declares Jin Runkandel as one of their own. After gaining acceptance from the Myungwang people, they decided who would come to fight him using the age-old game of rock, papers, and scissors. The sequence of fighters was soon finalized, and Jin became the victim of many fighters throughout the day. 2 days passed, and even Tantel was there to obliterate Jin's body with fierce slashes. Every morning he endured, every noon he suffered, and every evening he suffered even more. Jin endlessly fought the Myungwang people without taking any form of rest. He was physically strained all up until he had to face Shaku in their 50th rematch. Jin was pissed after getting the living crap beat out of him in every match, so he wanted to return the favor. But surprisingly, the moment he landed a small scratch on Shaku's face, the man accepted his defeat and surrendered. Jin was furious like hell that he couldn't dish out the same treatment that he got in return. He was really mad, but at the same time, came to accept the fact. After all, his new goal was to beat the Myungwang people instead of Shaku. When the fight finished, Jin regained his composure and helped Shaku get up from the ground. 9 days remained until he departed from the realm. He has a duel with each of the Battle Kings scheduled right after he returns from the human realm. So for now, he's simply training with the other Myungwang members for the meantime. In conclusion, that's how he fought a total of 64 endless matches against the Myungwang people. After his battles, Tantel decided to throw a celebratory treat in Jin's name, who has been consistently putting in the effort and surviving the brunt of every battle. He offers Jin the same mineral drink from day one, but he's just not interested in remembering his previous experience, which was filled with disgust and bitter taste. Tantel emphasizes that this time, it will taste much different, so he should go ahead and drink up. Jin is surprised and suspicious, but he decides to trust the man anyway. He chugs the drink down, and this time, Tantel wasn't kidding around. The drink does taste different. It packs a powerful, rich flavor now. The fifth Battle King explains that the change in taste occurred ever since Jin acquired the Myungwang heart. Jin is pleasantly surprised it's possible to influence his taste. Shaku has become best buddies with him and offers his drink too. Jin has no choice but to accept his drink in kind. They both chug it all down like old rivals. The rest of the party shares a drink with Jin too, pouring him a damn tub of alcohol to drink. This man Jin actually gulps down all of it, impressing his fellow brothers. They even toss him in joy and happiness, celebrating the moment to its fullest. After the party, a drunk and defeated Jin returns to the roof. There, he finds one of the Battle Kings waiting for him. Belize's surprise appearance made him wonder why she came here. She draws a wide smile, realizing how happy Jin is while enjoying the company of her people. She came here to enjoy the beautiful night sky. The dimension was once reproduced by Soldere, but it's actually the same as the original place they belong to. Belize can't help but admire the purple hues of the sky. Jin curiously asks if she's interested in the outside world ever at all. Belize explains that since time has forever stopped for the Myungwang people, they merely accepted their fate and no longer possess the desire to return to the outside world. While it sparks her curiosity, Belize drops a wise thought. She thinks it is pointless to dwell on something they could never have in the first place. The memories of the people they loved are no longer there after all. Jin apologizes for his rude remark. Belize admits that she heard something from the battle god Van herself. It's been 5 millennia in the outside world, so maybe there is something that could free the Myungwang people from this dimension too. Jin hears her out, but even he knows that in the modern age, nothing like that has been developed. No amount of magic or advanced technology could free them from this dimension. The reason for that is simple. They've yet to connect to the fire dimension, the home of the phoenixes itself. Magic from the outer dimensions is forbidden and prohibited by every association too. The kind of magic that could potentially free the Myungwang people will likely never be developed according to Jin. He still asks if there is any possible way to explore the outside world. Jin remembers Tantel contacting him from the outside world, so he thinks there may be some other way. Belize confirms that it's because Jin was lingering in the desert, and Tantel was the gatekeeper of the dimension to receive him. Belize makes a hopeless and pure request to Jin, asking him to explore a method to free the Myungwang people and help them escape this dimension. Jin confirms that he's going to find a way for them to get to the outside world. The following day, Jin contemplates and prepares for his plan to obtain the special compass. If he fails to obtain it now, it's going to be impossible later. Yona's help in extracting information from Bubar's meeting was critical. Something like that won't happen again, so Jin doesn't want to waste this opportunity. His only goal is to succeed in his mission no matter what. Vaughn comes to find him in a distressed state and asks what's keeping him busy. Jin tells her that he was just on his way to talk to her regarding an alarming matter. Vaughn inquires if it has something to do with his departure. Jin confirms that he wants to leave and execute a plan with his friends, but he's still unsure if his current strength will be enough to take on the mission ahead. Vaughn finds it rather hilarious that he's still uncertain in his strength. After all, he's fought one of the toughest people on the planet who are even stronger than humans. They've all reached divinity in their own ways. Jin confirms that he wouldn't have anything to worry about if he actually defeated any of the Myungwangs. The problem is, he's still falling short in every fight. He's unafraid of receiving injuries in battle. What Jin is really worried about are his friends, who aren't as strong as him and won't be able to survive tough blows. Vaughn senses his shaking confidence and encourages Jin, reminding him that he's the only human on the planet that can become their salvation. That means, if the current Jin is finding himself uncertain, then the very fate of the Myungwang tribe will flicker in his uncertainty. She hands him a brand new weapon as a gift. This sword is the Phoenix Thunder Sword, slightly adjusted by Boras for Jin to use. With whatever time he has left, Vaughn wants Jin to fight against her and improve his strength. The battle god has extended her challenge to the swordsman. Jin is initially stunned to hear this, and his reaction is understandable. He talks about how his training with the Battle Kings hasn't even concluded, indicating that he's not nearly strong enough to face the one that sits at the top. However, Vaughn points out that Jin is facing a shortage of time. He doesn't exactly have forever to live here, which is why she's ready to inform the Battle Kings that their training with him will be cut short. For the rest of the period, he's going to be personally trained by her. Vaughn's intention from day one is crystal clear. She wants to make sure that Jin Runkendel's burdens are alleviated, and by the time their training is finished, that he's much stronger than he was before. She tells Jin that she'll make sure he's capable of facing himself properly. Surprised as he may be, the only instruction he is given is to take out his blade every time he is prepared to survive. In other words, he internalizes that Vaughn is instructing him to take out his Sigmund blade. Initially, he had no idea what was the meaning of her ambiguous message, but it all began becoming clear the second he stepped in the battle arena with the battle god in her glory. Vaughn's mere presence alone commanded an authority from the world itself. Her light blinded everything in her path, a titanic and towering mountain for the Runkendel to chase. At that moment, a single thought clung to his mind. Despite his fear and discomfort, Jin Runkandel realized that he was going to rip to 1,000 shreds the second he unsheathed his blade. He could see himself getting annihilated just being in her presence alone. Despite thinking of numerous different strategies to face her wrath, to perhaps in some way outsmart her, or maybe closing the gap between the two. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You just can't gulf a power gap that massive, even if you've got the brains of Light Yagami. Jin Runkandel simulated many different outcomes in his mind, poking around solutions to his most prominent problem yet, but there wasn't any way of surviving the ultimate outcome. Everything would result in his decapitation. Everything. Hundreds of simulations later, Jin Runkandel is faced with a nightmarish understanding that despite him taking out his blade countless times, the end result is all the same. The reality is so grim that he wants to reject it, defy it, deny it, but deep down he's seen it. He knows that death is inevitable, that he will perish in the attempt of even challenging Vaughn. The imaginative aspect alone puts him on edge, despite his training and experiences so far. He can't find an opening, not a single penetrative opening, to exploit even the smallest of advantages. This is more of a battle of mental fortitude at this point for him. 5 full days passed. Jin Runkandel couldn't do anything until the 5th day. Mustering all of his will and determination, he burst forth to try and unsheath his weapon for the first time in this hellish training period. Sigmund was unleashed, despite Jin Runkandel having nearly 100,000 deaths in the span of a few days that went by. That's a testament to how powerful Vaughn is. But today is a bit different. He unleashes Sigmund's wrath. The thunder itself cuts through the heavens and crackles down to the ground. Here, at last, he's made an opening. A single opening from which he managed to unleash one attack. When the dust settles, it is revealed that Vaughn is standing there, unfazed, unflinching, and unharmed. All she had to do was catch his blade with a single finger. Despite the minimal effort it took for her to catch his weapon, the battle god still commends the Runkandel prodigy for his valiant effort. It was better than all the attempts he made in the past. The only question that leaves her confused is why didn't he do something like this sooner? His hesitation became his own undoing. To that, the exhausted Jin replies that the only reason he even managed to get his blade out of his sheath is because he saw a slight chance that he wouldn't die in this instance. At the same time, despite his attempt, he still failed to land a strike on her. The wise battle god encourages him not to lose heart, as there are countless people in this world, although they may have been powerful, were never even able to lift a finger against Vaughn out of fear. This woman is the literal embodiment of aura. You just can't do shit in her presence. The intriguing part is pointed out and emphasized by Vaughn. Jin could have done what he did just now, 5 days ago too. It's merely that he lacked faith in his own abilities and strength, which is why he hesitated in the fear of death. She furthers this explanation by enlightening Jin about his wavering faith. He had all the strength. Nothing changed there. The only difference was his attitude about his own abilities. Letting out a relieving smile, the Runkandel finally realizes the point of the lesson. It wasn't to hone his physical abilities or to defeat his opponent. No, it was something much greater than that. The purpose of this training was to remind him to entrust his own abilities, to believe in himself. By his own admission, Jin recalls believing in himself with godlike determination when facing the mirage of his predecessor. But during this time in the sacred realm, he forgot about it. Vaughn confirms this notion, that pain and agony are responsible for shaking one's belief in oneself. She also goes on to state that if he hadn't learned this lesson, and that if he still wavered in his confidence, she would have retrieved the blade from him as he would be unready for it. On a side note, I think this is an important learning moment for us all. Sometimes believing in ourselves and being optimistic is the only thing necessary to achieve our goals, and I hope you guys can apply this lesson to your life. Jin Runkandel's belief in himself has been regained, and he has the confidence to think that he can at least strike the battle god once. Vaughn seconds his thoughts, agreeing that he proved it with his previous attack. So for the 4 days from then on, the Swordmaster was able to learn a technique from the battle god herself. A technique that revolves around the Sigmund blade, and a skill only the wielder of the godly sword could hope to obtain. With the training period finally finished, Jin Runkandel sheathes his weapon, stating that he can finally relax for a while. The mesmerizing battle god agrees and hopes to face him again the next time their fates cross each other. The rest of her tribe is waiting in the hall, and she allows him a chance to say goodbye to them before returning. Feeling endlessly grateful, Jin bows his head, thanking her. But she stops him, grabbing his face as she shares that kindness isn't something to be given, but an ordinary custom to their tribe. If anything, she's best pleased after his achievements in his short training period in her land. She'll wait for Jin, and actually treats him as one of her own kind by calling him her brother, wishing the best for his travels. The scene is actually heartwarming and makes the Runkandel really happy as the scene comes to a close. And so, on May 17th of the year 1797, Jin Runkandel bid his farewells to the Myungwang tribe, and finally left La Prarosa, recalling his goal of what to do next. The good thing about his departure is that they even allowed him the opportunity to take some objects alongside him. Of course, he couldn't do anything for the freedom of the tribe itself, however. Jin ended up taking some teeth, a few blotches, and a robe personally handcrafted by the Battle King Boris. He also took a jewel drink and some cacto for his travels. After a long journey, he was able to return to the original realm and exited the Great Mitra Desert. The difference in his training could be felt while returning home. He wasn't so sure if it was the training itself or the fact that he obtained a heart of the tribe, but for some reason, Jin didn't feel an iota of exhaustion on his way back. His travels continued for 4 days, and he reached the waypoint where he broke off from his guide at the start of the journey. The night of May 25, Jin Runcandle reached the part of the forest where he saw the little ones. They're shocked to see him returning from the desert. Jin is pumped to see Dark Flame and even wonders why they're out here of all places. Turns out that they were here for a job and only just returned to Yuka Yuka. Dark Flame is really happy that the human didn't die, as everyone from his little gang was worried about him. They're curious to know if he overcame the desert and his trials at last. Jin answers by painting the experience as something he'd never experienced before, an unforgettable time spent. He also recommends talking stuff out since they're both headed in the same direction. For the same reason, Dark Flame is cautious and warns him not to return to their home territory. This surprises him for a moment, until he learns that only a few days ago, a Red Tiger tribe came and they posed great trouble. So instead of taking the direct route, the little one suggests that he use the market and go around the place. Jin asks how long it will take him to return using that route, and learns that it'll be another journey of 4 days. But he can't wait that long because of something urgent, so he asks for a secret passage that could help him. Dark Flame states that there isn't, which gives our boy enough of a reason to just go and confront the Red Tiger tribe. The adorable one warns him of the danger, but let's be honest, after that whole ass training arc, bro is way too confident and promises to take care of the threat for them. It leaves the little one perplexed, but yeah, in the end they end up returning to Yuka Yuka. Spying on the tribe, Dark Flame recommends that Jin aim for his own safety and not get tangled up in their troubles. I'm starting to really like these little considerate fellows. The Swordmaster instructs them to go on ahead, while he'll take care of the rest. Poor Dark Flame is really sad and worried about him. Meanwhile, the brooding Tiger Tribe warriors welcome the Watertails and the gifts they've brought. They even bully the little guy by slapping him on his head. Jin decides to reveal his presence right after witnessing the scene, questioning why the bastards had to hit them even after stealing their money. Seeing a human walking up to them from a distance, the Tiger Tribe warriors laugh in arrogance, believing that this guy can't do shit against them. They're just happy to steal all his belongings. That's until Jin unleashes a golden aura, showing him his menacing presence as he commands that, on the contrary, it is what they'll be doing instead. With a frightening order, he commands them to give back everything they stole from the tribes while his patience is allowing them to live. A clear and resounding message to take back what was lost from the Beastmen tribes. And yet, the energy and power behind that message causes the instincts of the Tiger Tribe to run crazy, frightening them to question the kind of power this human possessed. Foolishly rushing in to strike, the Tiger Warrior thought that perhaps it stood a chance if it landed a preemptive strike before the human could do anything. Jin Runcandle easily tracked him with his eyes, and a mere command of his caused the creature to fall down, restricting its airflow as it struggled to make every breath. The creature kneeled before him, revering him as some kind of god and pleading to be saved. The Runcandle then landed another declaration. He was going to kill the Tiger Warrior if his friend didn't run away alongside him to the count of 3. The countdown began with Jin preparing both of his awesome blades and exuding thrilling energy. Before he could even finish the countdown, the tigers chickened out and ran the hell away from him. The situation is diffused and Jin has successfully helped the little ones return the fish they bought with their money. It really makes them happy to claim what's their own. Dark Flame tells him to rest up now and also hopes to throw the human companion a party at his tribe someday. Unfortunately, our boy has to hurry up because he's got to deal with some stuff. As for the treasure stolen here by the tigers, Jin leaves the responsibility up to Dark Flame to return them. As he's leaving, the rest of the Watertails celebrate in pure joy, hoping that he will savor a meal with them. Seeing the open invitation, Jin realizes that he's actually hungry from his travels, so he decides to stick around for dinner. They sit by the fireplace, enjoying the delicious fish, while Jin inquires if hair dye is sold in the tribe. Dark Flame is pretty shocked that he's asking for a dye out of nowhere. The Runcandle tells them that he's got to run a disguise and enter a territory. That's why he wants it. For that, the little one offers him an even better solution, recommending the usage of the Golden Tongue tribe, known for their specialty in disguise spells. It's way better than anything a dye could pull off. In fact, the little one even offers to travel along with him to the tribe. Fast forwarding ahead, we get to see yet another cute one who celebrates Jin's return and learns that he's in need of a disguise. Immediately, the member of the Golden Tongue tribe puts out his pricing board, startling Jin and asking if he's interested in only hair color. The little businessman understands that maybe the prices listed here are premium, but then again, it's a job that they excel at compared to other species. They utilize a natural essence from the extracts of herbs, and a bonus of that is that the user has a nice scent to them. It's actually high in demand too. Hearing the opportunistic little one trying to hustle the human, Dark Flame steps in furious, reminding him that this one saved them all by defeating the Red Tiger tribe. They even showcase the many treasures they received as a consequence of recovering goods from the Tiger tribe. Hera is surprised to hear this, and realizes that he may have said too much if the human is owed a favor. It makes it seem like he's conning our boy, which is just hilarious to me. Hera is offended because he thinks he nearly became a terrible seller who was about to cash grab from their savior. As for Dark Flame, the poor boy can't bear the yap session and nearly fades away. Anyway, the merchant holds Jin in high regard for defeating the Red Tiger tribe, and his perception of him has changed. They're very happy because of him, as the merchants in the territory can now resume business without any issues. So just this once, he's more than happy to do a custom order for free for their beloved savior using the special spell of their tribe. Man, I just can't get enough of these adorable guys. It was the last day of May when Jin Runkindel arrived on the southern island of the Bellido Empire. The place looks grim and harbors an edgy atmosphere, resembling the same as its appearance from the original timeline. Here, the blonde warrior clad in a badass black outfit has arrived, recalling how this place is still swarmed with trash merchants and the poor, miserable people. Some of them are those who bet their entire savings on the arena tournament and lost it all. Aside from that, the northern region of the same island is lavish, and distinguishably different from the misery of this hellscape. That place is enjoyed by the aristocrats and the nobles who love gambling, and it's also the same exact location where the compass trade will happen. Meet young Master Bommerl, in other words, Jin Runkindel, under the special disguise spell. I have to say, that merchant wasn't kidding around. He did a better job than any hair dye would. Spotting a man in the distance, Jin wonders if this snickering man went psycho after going to the arena. But as he's walking past the guy, he is stopped by the clown, who hands him a small paper. The resemblance is familiar until you realize this idiot is actually the idiot Jet from before. Extending his kindness, the swordsman leaves him with a bunch of coins, receiving blessings from him. Also, what Jin has noticed in this brief interaction is just how convincing Jet's disguise actually is. His ability to execute well is the reason he recruited this guy, even though he was conned by him in his previous life. Inspecting the piece of paper, Jin learns a bunch of important information that's going to help him in his mission. The coordinate is the Birdbeak Inn, so he follows that and asks for a room. Well, he's quickly told to fudge off because they have no more rooms here. But then, Jin reveals the secret password, catching the receptionist by surprise as he allows them the keys to go to room 203. And so 203 it is. Jin is pretty impressed by Jet's attention to detail and finds a letter in a secret spot. He takes a moment to comprehend the situation. The letter reads that Jin's friends have already arrived and set up spots in different inns. As for the problematic Kinzello clan and the Zippel clan, they've yet to catch on. As for the events that transpired, here is what Jet has to say. Firstly, the shadow organization Kinzello is being led by Archmage Chukon Tolderer and 5 8-star magicians under him. They also have access to 3 white tigers on par with the level of assault commanders. That tells you all you need to know about how powerful this team is. Apart from that, they've made sure to place plenty of assassins and archers all over the place. Though Jet is confident of Kinzello's side, he has no idea who the Zippel family sent from their side. It is as if they're intentionally hiding themselves until the day of the trade. Finally, Jet warns him of his suspicion, believing that both sides must have people scattered around in disguises to blend in with the surroundings. The mission timing is still the same. The exact location is the gambling house in the Grand Estate. Normally, access would be restricted, but it's thanks to the special ticket Jet has left behind in the red box for Jin that he can safely enter the estate without any trouble. Lastly, by the end of the mission, he wants him to escape using the departure location they've already talked about. Jet also decided to write down important information at the back of the letter, including the locations of the inns where our boy's friends are staying. Based on the agreement between the Dark Dragon and Sir Kashmir, they've decided to allow Ceres to take part with them on this mission. The reason is simply because of her vast experience in covert assassinations and guerrilla warfare, making her an excellent tool in the plan. With the content of the letter settled, the merchant intends to return to Tikan and hopes that they succeed in their plans. Assessing the information he just received, the Swordmaster understands that he's up against a 9-star mage as well as 5 8-star magicians, not to mention the powerful white tigers. The fact that the Kinzello family sent such a powerhouse of a team means that the Zippel family would have to send people of equal caliber. Jin predicts that the same despised playground of the pirates will end up as a pure battle of the stars in just 1 day's time. Funnily enough, right in the next scene, Bro is out here trying to gamble for his life, only to get his ass beat consistently by a confident young woman. The rest of the players are worried for the young man, who has already spent and lost 1,000 gold in amount. You can just see Bro's devastated expression. Clearly, he wasn't ready for this kind of loss. June broke dawn's morning in the gambling house of the Grand Estate. Our boy had just made his fresh entrance inside, and immediately he was being eyed up by noble young women. Bro is a straight-up chick magnet with the way these women are horny for him. The curiosity of his identity makes them want to approach this heroic young man, and they all wish to stay with him for the rest of the night. As he walks past everyone, a fashionable black-haired woman calls him out for being a new guy, and yet his mere presence uplifts the mood of the people around him. The funniest part? This is actually Ceres in secret, but she introduces herself as Zelaya here. As for the stupid cat in her arms, that's our boy Murakami, and honestly, he's the only reason our boy even recognized her disguise. Showing respect, the nobleman greets her. Even though Ceres' disguise isn't as commendable as the Transfigurator Bubare, it still holds impressive weight for being produced straight out of the Ice Palace. Well, Ceres thinks it's about having a fun time playing roulette. It's his first time here after all. Murakami eggs him on to join along too. Our boy, being wise, rejects the offer as he plans to look around first. Because in his mind, he knows for a damn fact that he'll get ripped off by the greedy bastards. Ceres shows a hint of her personality, and agrees to help him scout around some games before playing. They communicate using code language. On the surface, it looks like they're talking about the dice game, when in reality, she's telling him that the Zippel and the Kinzello family are sitting at the table in front. She offers him a chance to sit at the roulette table, which in reality means that he should see for himself. Jin agrees to her suggestion, and Ceres emphasizes that he should make haste so that they can set their plan into action quickly. Our boy nervously agrees to the idea, but you can tell he can catch a bad feeling from her implication. In the next scene, Jin is parsing through the information he received by Jet, recalling how the Kinzello people could be hiding in plain sight. But that's not the part that worries him right now. What worries him is actually the mage family of the Zippels, who definitely put in a lot more effort into their side. Apart from the fact that they're proud of their work, they've also done a splendid job at disguising themselves as gambling addicts. It makes him wonder if they're all in the caliber of the special class as they predicted. Suddenly, something provokes one of the White Tiger warriors, as he smacks his drink on the table and harkens Jin for his attention. Realizing that they're calling him out of the blue, it makes him wonder if they somehow sense the energy of the Myungwang from him, even though he did such a good job concealing it. Immediately switching personalities, the Run Candle acts like a young noble who is amused to see a white tiger for the first time in his life. He admires and cradles the muscular body of the beast, revering the white tiger and respecting its beautiful hair. But apparently kissing their ass doesn't work because the beast only gets pissed and demands that he take his hands off him. It makes the beastman question his own senses. At first he thought that this blonde bastard was dangerous from his scent, but now he just seems like a damn fool. Jin apologizes for not keeping his hands to himself and inquires why he was being called. Instead of bothering him with any questions, the disappointed white tiger turns tail and tells him it was just a false alarm. Though Jin successfully deviated the threat, things could have taken a really bad turn here if he got caught. Right here and now, he establishes one of his primary mission objectives, which is to eliminate all three of the beastmen from the Kinzello side. Deciding to head right back, Jin ends up finding Lady Zelaya, or in this case, Ceres again. The girl is out here destroying people at the roulette wheel and finds herself delighted to see the young man here. Caressing his face, she apologizes for not knowing his name any sooner. When asked for an introduction, Jin notices that Murakami is spitting out the secret message for this exchange, which reveals that the compass will be exchanged at the central poker table on the second floor. Deciding to fuck around with Murakami while he's still in his cat form, Bro squishes his face with the note inside his mouth, and he extends his pleasantries by giving a peck on the lady's hand, introducing himself as Ba Merrill. Ceres then tells the young noble to sit alongside the table so they can enjoy playing all night. As he's making himself comfortable, our boy glances at the three people in front of him. They're all of his friends disguised excellently thanks to the help of the Ice Palace. The dude dressed like a nervous pirate is Kashmir. Then there's Enya, who is writing down math equations on her notepad. And finally there's Alicia, who looks embarrassed having to take on the disguise of a man. And I would be too. Ceres looks the most stellar of them all, and starts off the game by rolling the marble. The roulette wheel swings its wonders, and then we come to the exact scene from last time. Ceres is out here kicking the young noble's ass by winning every game, while Kashmir remarks that our boy has already downed 1,000 gold. Jin is struck with despair, but refuses to back out, believing his pride will be tarnished. But in reality, this is actually a clever saying. Let's switch positions and move to a different game. Ceres is glad to hear that and allows him the opportunity to choose the game of his choosing. The young noble confidently suggests a game of poker, believing that in that game, she won't be able to best him. Once again, if you guys remember from the scene earlier, the trade will take place at the poker table, so Jin is smartly alluding to that. Ceres catches on and tells him that the table is on the second floor, once again going closer to their destination. Inspired by their epic clash, A few people want to follow them and see the conclusion of their duel. As for the 3 hooligans, they're gonna stay here and observe any suspicious activities taking place on the first floor while they're gone. Ceres is glad and emphasizes that they should wrap up their preparations by 10 for their plan. The clock is approximately 6 minutes away from striking 10, while the crowd is anticipating the conclusion of the match between the two. The shocking part for them is how the majestic young master keeps on losing, even in a game of his own choosing. Bro's hand is out here quivering, and he puts on the perfect act of despairing in a loss. Everyone in the crowd pities him for losing, but then again, they all think he made a big mistake by challenging Lady Zelaya of all people, who's the best here. I can just tell Ceres is enjoying tormenting our boy here, even if it's for the plan. She pities the young master and believes it's time to go, but before leaving, she drops a message for him while meeting his gaze. The message is that he'll be all good by tomorrow's time, which probably implies something in the success of their plan. The clock is seconds away from striking 10, and our boy is fully aware that an opportunity like this won't present itself again. He has to succeed no matter what happens. Secret communications between the people of the trade have already begun. A man reaches for his bag, and Jin immediately suspects that it has to be the golden compass no matter what. Unleashing the weight of shadow force, he initiates his plan to recover the compass by blowing up the damn place. Let's go back 5 minutes before the clock struck 10. A group of individuals made their way past the young master who kept on losing his little games. While he was busy losing, they were busy meeting with a prominent figure who greeted them upon arrival. This man is none other than the Zippel family's representative, Karl Zippel, who was sent here for negotiations. Now, the Kinzello organization doesn't really give a damn about having introductions of any kind. The 9-star magician on their end is peeved by the senseless commotion in the crowd around them. This guy, who looks like he never had a happy day in his life, is actually the representative of the Kinzello clan, Chukon Tolderer. Karl Zippel tells him that they can't exactly stop the commotion in a gambling house, and urges them not to pay attention to the crowd's chatter. Seated in place, the man from the Kinzello's side talks about how he's chronically pissed off because of his advancing age. Yup, that about sums up the boomers of the generation. Anyway, he suspects the Zippel family right away, accusing them of planting thieves among the crowd. Karl basically tells Chukon not to get his panties in a twist because the idiots around them are nothing more than gamblers who can't help themselves. Then there's the fact that the Zippel family wouldn't go to such lengths just to keep the item after the trade. Knowing that the arrogant Zippel representative is taunting him, Sir Chukon already knows that this guy is trying to put on an act so that the rest of his underlings can execute his plans in motion. The thing is, if an important item such as the compass was returned to the Kinzello clan officially, then the Runkendel family would be suspicious. And in the off chance they didn't, then the Kinzello clan could easily share the information with both the Bement family as well as the Runkandels. Karl is disgusted to hear the 9-star magician's humiliating words. However, Chukon is just being cautious, reminding the Zippel family that they're the clowns who broke the alliance in the first place. And yet, even after disrespecting the conditions, they still have the gall to put on a proud face as if nothing even happened. At this point, not even Chukon has any understanding of the intentions of the clan leader. Karl snickers and tells the man that he can go talk to his father if he's so interested about that, but he also provokes him by saying that Chukon doesn't have the balls to go up to the Zippel family's leader. These petty affairs aside, Chukon is done with small talk and wants to get to the seriousness of their business. The compass is destined to fall into the hands of the Kinzello. Now, while this is happening, our boy is sharply alert. He's watching those two men bicker around, and as soon as he sees them reaching for the golden compass, Jin fully moves forward with his plans to retrieve the compass using the shadow force. A bright shimmer of light blinds the magicians from both sides as the scene cuts off. And now it's time to go way back, before this whole thing even began. Jin's strategy from the get-go was that he'll use his light magic spell the second the compass is brought to his vision. The Dark Dragon, however, was strongly opposed to this stupid plan, believing that it had too many issues with its approach. Kashmir, on the other hand, realized that they were up against mages from both families, so perhaps the goal is to blind them. To that, Jin agreed, stating that most likely mages of 9-star caliber will show up to the event, which meant that they'll be able to react to any and all offensive magic. This kind of natural defense system is difficult to penetrate by any fighter lower than the 8th rank. The second they attack them, their defensive spells will automatically kick into motion, and before these guys can even snatch the compass, they'll have to deal with a bundle of spells from their enemies. That's why the smarter approach is to blind them. The ancient light magic conveniently lasts for a full 10-second duration of its blindness, and in that moment, Jin Runkendel is tasked with the goal of snatching the compass no matter what happens. He blitzes past the people with godlike speed as the countdown begins. The 7th second is when he dashes ahead and reaches to catch Sir Chukon's group, who is still blinded by the light and unable to comprehend what's going on. On the 4th second, the Kinzello representative starts accusing Karl Zippel and his family for pulling off an elaborate scheme just like he suspected. The compass is visible in sight as Jin determinedly lunges forth to snatch it. Jin is 1 second away when he casts a final spell, unleashing an explosive effect right at the end of the flashbang duration. The explosion on the second floor is noticed by people of the gambling house. Ceres and Murakhan are put on red alert as they sense his signal from afar. It's go time as they both dash to find him. I think the final part where the explosion went off was unplanned, which is why they're both surprised. The good thing is that they spot the glimmer of the golden compass as Jin tosses it to Ceres. She's glad that he's able to safely execute the strategy and actually catches the artifact, securing it in her grasp. Then she spots her 3 allies, the ones who are ready to act. She uses a silver coin and tosses it right inside the first floor. The coin behaves like a contact bomb, unleashing a smokescreen effect and causing more chaos on the first floor. The compass is then safely handed to Enya, who is then instructed to get going. The people inside the gambling house are cautious and realize that they're being ambushed. They're attempting to block the entrance and kill anyone suspicious. While Enya is on the run, our girl Ceres reflects that this last part wasn't actually part of their plan at all. It was supposed to be a safe execution, but now she has to create chaos. The funniest part is how she acts like she's on the side of the Zippel family and unleashes her ice magic. The same goes for Alicia, who is enjoying this far too much by bashing the skulls of those around her. Even Kashmir is in on it, so I guess their strategy is to make it seem like the attack was perpetrated by the Zippel family. As for Jin's side of the story, dude is out here realizing that he nearly flunked that plan. The only reason he succeeded is thanks to Sigmund's sword ability, the secret technique he learned from the Myungwang family. Sir Chukon at present is roaring his frustrations about the item's disappearance, ordering his men to focus on securing it at once. Knowing that this guy's vision will return soon enough, our boy prepares his blade, grasping it with immense power as he understands he should end this battle before it even begins. The Kinzello representative is out here shouting insults at the Zippel family for backstabbing them once again, while the blinded Karl is trying his best to reason with him, pointing towards the crackling yellow lightning in his rear. The 9-star magician sees the same. Meanwhile, his beastly warriors urgently rush to check on their leader's condition, questioning if he's doing all right. To the White Tiger's shock, it's the same dangerous energy exuded from the noble from before, only this time, it has manifested in all its glory. Unleashing the Phoenix Thundersword. Sigmund's wrath, Jin Runkendel releases relentless crackles of lightning. He invokes the Myungwang sword technique, which is simply called lightning, and as the name implies, it's exactly what it does, sending wrathful lightning from the heavens to crash down onto Earth. With the activation of the technique, the ceiling of the estate collapses and leaves debris all over the place. Faced with so much chaos, the leader of the Wolf Warrior tribe tells his men to stop pissing around as they're supposed to take on just one opponent. A primal instinct is activated inside of the beast, desiring an epic battle with the human, to the point that it wants to know his name. But the second our boy takes another step, those same instincts of honor and pride turn into damn straight fear. The kitty cat is afraid as Jin Runkandel believes that his instincts would be wise to tell him to run away from this fight. All 3 of the battle beasts are shuddering in pure terror and realization. They're forced to be made familiar with such a terrifying feeling, a feeling they've never experienced before. To make the scene even more badass, the warrior beast admits that this kind of fear has been imprinted in its blood as a sign to flee from sight. And seeing this human's blade, the White Tiger tribe trembles in awe and fear of the warrior before their eyes. At long last, Jin Runkendel activates the battle god's technique, the third sword, the very embodiment of the fear of death. Roaring condemnation, the shrouded swordsman releases a thunderous slash that makes its way to the 3 beasts. Even the warrior tribe knows that they can't block an attack of this magnitude, so the leader tells them to dodge at once. But he's far too late, as the moment he turns his attention back to his comrades, they've literally been vaporized out of fucking existence. Bro, literally Thanos snapped them out of here. The despairing sight makes the White Tiger leader sulk in shock and horror. At first he tries to deny the situation, but then he remembers Sir Chukon and checks to see if he's okay. Realizing that Jin is about to slash the 9-star mage down while he's still blinded, the White Tiger warrior faces his fears, adopting the responsibility as a warrior. And so he rushes in blindly from behind, shocking Jin on his way. He has to counter the beast warrior's attack, so he lets out the authority of the Myungwang tribe and stuns the monster with a zapping effect, tossing him further away from the field. Luckily for the White Tiger, it is able to regain its footing, but to his horror, his prized weapon has been heavily chipped from the blow. It's impossible to think that a weapon made to last has been reduced to such a state. Unfortunately, during that small window, Sir Chukon managed to regain his sight and wondered what's going on. His eyes widened at the sight of the shrouded swordsman clad in black, who was aiming his blade right at him. The White Tiger roared a warning to the 9-star mage, alerting the leader to escape. In that pivotal moment, Jin's forward advance is met by the automatic activation of the Zippel defensive spell, protecting him via a barrier. At the same time, the White Tiger bursts with incredible speed to counteract our boy's thunderous dash. But nothing is stopping this man as the entire hall is filled with golden light. The loyal white tiger gives away its own life to block half of Jin's attack in order to protect its leader. You know what? He deserves true respect because he's even more loyal than any human so far. Anyway, Jin's monstrous sword strike does a number in its clash against the Zipple barrier. The 9-star mage can't believe his eyes. The defensive barrier is actually crumbling, making him question if his opponent is on par with the level of a 9-star combatant. Knowing that this battle practically threatens his own life, the mage goes on the double to activate even more defensive barriers while gathering his thoughts. Sir Chukan takes a second to collect his thoughts, narrowing down on his suspicions of the attacker's identity. He thinks that an easy giveaway for any form of glaciers would be Talaris of the Ice Palace. As for swordsmanship itself, from the technique alone, he could deduce if it's Luna or another run candle. But the fact that his opponent strictly used lighting abilities in this battle, knowing that neither family wields the element of lightning, confuses Chukan. In fact, the only family capable of wielding the element is the long-lost Hister family, who has not only lost the ability, but has also gone mostly extinct. So then it makes him wonder if the Bement family is behind this, and if their horrific experiments actually ended up creating a monster of some kind. Right now, the situation is too blurry for him. He genuinely can't tell. Chukan pleads with the assailant to inquire about his intentions and what family he represents. Of course, anyone would be the stupidest man on the planet to reveal that to his enemies. The Shrouded Knight questions if they're so curious of his identity. The 9-star mage of the Conzello clan finds himself pissed off, especially since he hasn't been humiliated like this in a long while. Not only that, he has zero knowledge of his attacker. It makes him question if his opponent is some kind of magic swordsman. To that, Jin Run Candle argues that it would barely make a difference whether he was or wasn't. After all, by the end of this battle, not a single one of them will be left alive. Hearing that only provokes the Conzello magician even more as he casts a spell and threatens to kill the knight if he doesn't surrender quickly. But before he can do anything, Carl Zippel shows up, applauding Jin for his bravery against a threat of this caliber. The fact that he invoked light magic, used lightning, and that he turns out to be a magic swordsman on top of it all. This guy is a powerhouse who took on both sides and was ready to take them down. Hearing the guy applaud their enemy, Chukan questions whose side he's on. Deciding to introduce himself properly, Carl Zippel makes himself known as the master of the 4th magic tower and quickly gets to the point. He's extremely fond of the magic swordsman and promises to hand over anything that the shrouded swordsman desires, so long as he becomes an ally to their family. Introducing himself as the tower master of the 4th magic tower, Carl Zippel has made our protagonist an interesting offer considering the fact that Jin nearly annihilated all of them into the ground. The audacity of the Zippel family's magician betraying them and extending an offer with good reward to their enemy makes Sir Chukan furious and gets on every fiber of his being. Bro screams so loud that even the mage is like, "Shut the fudge up, you're making me go deaf." In any case, Carl Zippel expresses that though their enemy may have possession of the compass, the better way of handling this problem isn't to kill someone that could be used as an asset. Pointing to vaporized beastly corpses that are laid out fresh in blood, Carl believes that there's hardly a chance that they pose a challenge to this swordsman. Instead, the best they can do is clear the misunderstanding and resolve the conflict by making their enemy a generous offer. For the first time ever, a villain has decided that fighting their way out isn't a smart choice, and I actually commend that. Let's go over to Sir Chukan's reaction, who is still out here raging like hell, calling out the magician for his nonsensical claims. But Carl stands resolute, stating that if his words are offensive or against the Conzello family's interests, then he could simply make a similar offer to the swordsman. Breaking his silence and letting out a small laugh, Jin finds the offer entertaining on behalf of the Zippels. After all, these guys are prideful as fuck, and yet they're offering to recruiting the same man who brought upon their downfall here. Reading the room, Jin smartly assesses that the flying ship and the Zippels' ultimate weapon, the Kozak, is probably far away from this area, which lowers their chances of survival even more. Hearing the shrouded swordsman talk of the flying ship's existence stuns Carl Zippel, as he realizes that this man knows way too much about their family. Not only that, the confidence in his words makes him recall the same incident that nearly left the flying ship destroyed. More on Zippel's crippling death is a quick reminder as memories flash in his mind. Carl quickly theorizes that this shrouded warrior must be the same man responsible for both of those incidents, the same man that the Midor Elner and the White Knight spotted. Instead of using that as a reference not to fuck with the guy, Bro goes ballistic instead of remaining diplomatic. Carl unleashes his wand and questions why Jin went to the Kalin territory. With his magic staff, he conjures an icicle spell, unleashing his fury as he questions the wealth of knowledge that this warrior possesses upon his family. Within seconds, hundreds of ice spikes are aimed at the shrouded swordsman from the sky. The situation has clearly escalated further, but Jin doesn't give a damn and doesn't even share any information with his enemies. He simply prepares his neon blue sword, ready to fight. Before jumping into battle, he does the Kinzello commander a favor by offering a choice. First, Jin tells him that the compass isn't in his possession, not to mention the fact that the most competent bodyguards, those being the white beasts that he just downed, have all been reduced to waste. This puts the 9-star magician in a pinch. In other words, it's actually an offer that he's making to Chukan, a way for him to vent out his frustrations against the Zippel family. Karl hears this and becomes overwhelmingly angry, releasing the fury of his spell in an effort to prevent any kind of alliance from forming in his presence. Those same ice spikes rain down like a meteor shower, but our boy stands there fearless as he commands use of the Myungwang sword's thunderbolt technique again. Ripples of electricity bluntly destroy the ice spikes as if they never even posed a threat. Then, Jin Runcandle swoops right in, declaring how even the master of a magic tower is pathetic and doesn't meet his expectations. It makes him wonder if Karl is acting recklessly without thought. Also, while this is happening, Bro has already sliced the mage's arm and shattered his wand, releasing a pang of pain and a spurt of blood. The wand hits the ground, while the weakened Karl pathetically glances at the swordsman of his undoing. Jin playfully taunts him, stating that if he even attempted to activate the rune script here to call for help, it's them who will get in trouble by their own families. Jin then asks for Chukan's opinions on the matter. Despite being a boiling potato when it comes to his temperament, the 9-star mage actually reflects on how intelligent Jin's strategy is. He's slowly taking care of each of his worries. After all, the second the rune script is activated, reinforcements would come bursting directly from the magic tower. But if that happens, their whole idea of keeping the negotiation a secret from the Runkendel and the Bement family would end up in flames. It's as if their enemy is reading their minds and countering them before things even stride into motion. However, despite that knowledge, Chukan thinks that the swordsman has underestimated the experience of the mages. The one thing about Karl Zippel is that he's capable of commanding magic even without his staff, something that Jin Runcandle probably doesn't even know. To add an additional worry, he's only just beginning to show a hint of his powers. Karl hasn't been going out, but now he's going ballistic and he's pissed at his humiliation. He kind of reminds me of Alexander Anderson from Helsing. Do you guys see the resemblance like I do? Anyway, Karl is out here yapping every insult known in the English dictionary, stating the many ways he'll incinerate the swordsman's body. But suddenly he sees a wing of blue flames. Feathers of a phoenix, the brightest creature in the dimension of fire, a creature that leaves both Karl and Chukan at a loss for words with its very appearance. The wielder of the blue flames and the overseer of the flame dimension, Tess, and it's right there aiding the magic swordsman. The creature's presence puts fear in Chukan. At first, their enemy had possession of an unforeseen lightning sword, and now he has the literal ability to summon Tess at will? Be honest, anyone would be crapping their pants in their position because no one gets paid enough to deal with all of that in one day. Karl Zippel, funnily enough, went from hurling every insult to now quivering in his boots and begging Chukan's help. While he's whining like a baby though, the 9-star magician makes good use of the opportunity to betray Karl Zippel. Bro really said if you can't beat them, join them at this point. With his impaled body resting on the ground, Karl Cn8 believed that his ally betrayed him. Meanwhile, the traitorous Kinzello commander states that it's only fair business. After all, the Zippel family is arrogant enough to claim the end of the alliance, and then Karl also doubled down by extending an offer to the swordsman right before his eyes. So in his point of view, Chukan is basically dealing karma back to the arrogant four-eyed bitch. Miserable as he is, Karl finds himself screaming the guy's name before Jin shuts him up by literally kicking his ass and knocking him out cold. The 4th Tower Master is subdued without much difficulty. Jin is glad that the commander of the Kinzello Great Plains region is a smart cookie for not fudging this up for himself. Chukan grabs Karl's body, stating that he's making the best use of the situation. As for Jin, he is of the opinion that the Kinzello family will benefit a lot more from the capture of Karl Zippel rather than the retrieval of the compass. The fact that he intentionally brought their leader into this makes Sir Chukan realize that Jin's information network really runs deep. It's true that the compass can never be retrieved, and then there's the fact that he lost 8-star magicians under his belt, as well as the amazing white wolves under his command. The only way Sir Chukan can get out of this situation in one piece, and yes, the one piece is real, is if he surrenders Karl Zippel back to the Kinzello clan. The commander has already prepared himself a boat full of products handmade by the Transfigurator Bubar. From the events that unfolded today, no one could have predicted any of it, so he's hoping that his leader will understand some of his explanation. From then on, it's their leader's job to do the rest. Chukan is fully aware that the second he brings up the Shrouded Warrior's abilities to his master, he will definitely send his men out to find more about the guy. The good thing is that Chukan has acquired a good lead and a lot of information on the warrior based on his abilities to narrow down his search. With those thoughts in mind, Chukan disappears into the mist, stating that their meeting is concluded until next time. Right after the dude disappears with Karl's body, the dark dragon, or should I say the tiny dark cat, comes rushing to find our boy. Murakhan is incredibly shocked and happy for the kid's growth after his training period. He saw everything unfold before his eyes, and he's genuinely proud, like an older brother figure for him. He even thinks the kid's nanny will be impressed. While he's ruining Jin's hair, our boy taunts him for practically doing nothing but waiting around like a damn cat. He quickly asks about the state of the compass. Murakami is more than happy to report that Jin's #1 fan, Enya, took the compass and safely evacuated the island. At long last, the tireless training period of 6 months resulted in a success. As for Ceres, Kashmir, and Alicia, Jin wants to know what's up with them since their original plan was to reunite after the showdown. For that, Murakami has some stuff to delve into, which gives Jin the impression that maybe they fucked up somewhere. He wants to know if anyone's hurt, but Murakami denies that. It's the fact that all 3 of his comrades are currently on the run to take care of the rest of the groups in the gambling house. Jin is still at a loss and doesn't get what's happening, so the Dark Dragon gestures to him to take a look for himself outside. The second he glances out the window, Jin's eyes widen with utter shock. Arriving on a ship is the Bement family's Special Affairs Division, a completely unexpected turn of events for them. Not to mention that there's a warship sent directly from the Balado Empire too. The appearance of both unexpected factors has Jin in a nervous and confused state. Evening comes along and the snoozing captain is out cold. Reminds me of when my ass had to wake up for school every morning after the late night homework. Anyway, the old dude doesn't get what his men are screaming about. That's until he hears the mention of the Imperial warship from the Balado family suddenly popping up out of nowhere. What's concerning is that more are coming from where that one came from. The captain is at first surprised, but then he goes into a state of entertaining laughter. Dude is ecstatic that they can finally execute their plan with this opportunity. The ships owned by the noble families have already begun fleeing from the island because of the dangers imposed. The special force warriors of the Bement family are insisted that no one else is allowed to take off from the island. After all, they've only just heard that some foreign parties are planning to group up here for a meetup. Before the Balado family comes around fully, they want to gather some evidence and arrest the people involved. Witnessing the scene from afar, Jin realizes that his family is also involved with the way they've sent their knights. The Run Candles probably caught on to the information from somewhere, and it's possible that some of their own spies were here waiting all along among the chaos in the gambling house. The good thing is that Enya was able to evacuate the island long before this shit went down, because this way, they've practically erased all proof of any important meetings. The one thing that's left for them to do is escape undetected from this damn place. The pirate people are out here ganging up on the 3 Run Candle Knights, believing that this fight will be a piece of cake. Their sole purpose is to protect the ship and to prevent the knights from seizing it. It represents everything to them, so to lose this ship would pose a greater loss to their dignity and pride. As the men are charging with bold confidence, Jin is out here questioning where the hell these guys are getting their confidence from, because they're up against the guardian knights of his family. Crashing into his party, Ceres and the others successfully manage to sneak their way in. They're so glad that Jin is secure, and he's happy to see them too. He alerts them about the current situation, concerning how their planned escape route has been blocked. But Kashmir has one way out, suggesting that they move to the opposite port of the warships before they can even begin to surround the island fully. It's a smart approach, the only viable strategy in fact, and something that Jin himself agrees with. Right as they're about to put their plan into motion, a loud explosion is heard outside. The boats docked around the island are being annihilated one by one, sending people flying like birds from the impact alone. Murakami and Jin are terrified, because these guys are genuinely serious about blocking every exit way off the island, preventing people from leaving until the investigation is concluded. From the way things are going, Alicia thinks it's too dangerous to rely on the strategy to get to the opposite port, because even at their fastest, it's going to take them a minimum of 30 minutes, and by the time they've arrived at the port, the ships will probably already be destroyed. Knowing that any methods of normal escape is impossible, Murakami quickly suggests that they ride on his back and escape as they're cornered for options. At the same time, Jin points out the obvious that the Dark Dragon revealing his true form here could become risky, as the people will begin to target him right after. The Dark Dragon chooses to act defiantly anyway, unleashing his shadowy powers and concluding that there's just no other way. But right as he's initiating his transformation, Kashmir stops him from doing so, which gets on Murakami's nerves funny enough. Kashmir then points to the cage in the sky. Yes, the literal damn island has been fully caged by the Bement family's Great Link Barrier, a hexagonal trap initiated by the warships to prevent anyone from escaping via aerial flight. Murakami has no idea what the barrier represents, until Kashmir enlightens him, stating that it's a tool of the Royal Guards, and a technique specifically developed to counteract any and all flying-type monsters. Even Alicia backs up this claim, agreeing that if the barrier is breached, or if it detects a flying presence, it literally shoots down the target with precise laser beams. Talk about turning a dragon into a medium rare steak in the air. Ceres understands that Murakami is tough and will probably beast mode the fudge out of the barrier, but the rest of them aren't as durable, so it's a risky plan. Kashmir argues that their last resort isn't viable anymore either, which puts immense pressure on Jin as everything they're trying is ending up in flames. That's until he notices the pirates and remembers their valiant determination to protect their treasured boat no matter what. This makes him search and navigate for the so-called boat they're trying to protect. Things aren't adding up, so Jin requests his group to follow him as he's got a hunch for something. Shortly afterwards, they arrive at the location of the well, where Kashmir suspects that the pirates probably used the same path. Both of them descend down. It's kind of like an underground sewer thing. A tunnel that neither of them knew of until now. Even though Jin doesn't comprehend its purpose fully, he knows for certain that the pirates are hiding something in here, and that is their purpose to search. The scene switches to the pirate group. They're all murmuring and whispering to each other when the room goes quiet, upon hearing two warriors emerge from the entryway. Both of them are immediately deemed as the enemies of the pirates, and they want to kill the invading intruders. However, their captain has other ideas. He knows that the voice of the warrior is actually familiar to someone he's met. Jin smiles and asks if he's really speaking to the captain. Instantly realizing that it's Jin Grey the bastard, the captain roars at him in fury and happiness. Pretending like the diva that he is, Jin acts like he has no idea who that guy is. But the enraged captain isn't so much of a fool to forget about his voice so easily, especially not when he's the reason bro went into debt. Jin won the battle against his opponent and won a crap ton of money, leaving the pirate king over here in shambles and loss. The fucker Veridine ruined them with his bet placement, causing the captain a world of pain. Seeing the dude crash out like this even has our boy laughing, because he knows that Veridine is definitely the type to do that type of stuff. Anyway, he comes clear about his identity and doesn't keep up the act anymore, making his existence known. Anyway, Jin has an issue to confront Cosmos with. Both of them are aware of the situation taking place outside. The warships are destroying every single boat there is, making their escape difficult if not impossible. To that, Captain Cosmos frustratingly reminds Jin that he isn't going to help his ass no matter what. He then commands his men to kill the guy so they can escape. But before this fight even begins, a thunderous punch is hurled in the guy's face, knocking Cosmos and his ego down and sending his men quivering in their boots. Grabbing Humpty Dumpty's head, Jin emphasizes that he'll pay the guy handsomely for the escape, so it's less of a request and more of a deal. Jin whispers that he's even willing to get rid of all the debt accrued on Cosmos and even add money on top, which honestly is the best deal ever. It's too good to be true, making Cosmos question Jin's loyalty, suspecting that he'll kill the pirates after escaping. Realizing that he's got to convince Cosmos, Jin drops a bombshell. He's not Jin Grey, but rather Jin Runcandinal, and the family of Swordmasters always keeps its word. Cosmos can't believe that he's been fooled to this degree. Jin even goes as far as to express how Paul Mick's identity is Dante Heron, and that their meeting in the tournament wasn't just any coincidence. The captain finally understands why the mage of the Zippel family went as far as to help out the two of them in their final match. It just wouldn't make any sense otherwise. But with the knowledge of Jin's ties to the Runcandel family, the pirate captain now trusts him. Accepting our boy's offer, he instructs them to follow his command. A little bit of walking later, they were shown the beloved treasure of the pirates, a majestic ship that no one knows about, the secret ship of their escape. Cosmos is happy because with this, they'll be able to make their escape. But Jin is still in wonder of their super secret plan to escape. He's questioning their methods, especially since the pirates don't seem like a coherent team. The funny thing is, in the very next scene, bro is out here scared for his life because the ship is going so damn fast. Jin is genuinely sweating with the way Cosmos is commanding the ship. Kashmir and Alicia are screaming while Ceres is the most horrified I've ever seen her be. Perhaps the funniest reaction comes from the cat. Bro can't even hurl his insults because they're getting drowned out by the chaotic rumbling of the ship. Let's go back a few moments and see what really went down. Cosmos instructed our boy to get on the ship because that's the only way to make him understand how they're gonna escape. The ship is also docked and loaded with important cargo, consisting of barrels and crates. Now Kashmir has his own troubles regarding these pirates, believing that it may be a bit unwise to trust the pirates. The fact that there's barely enough water to make the ship float is one problem already. And then there's the issue that they have to navigate a massive ship into a deep underground pathway, which could be dangerous for them. Now Jin argues that maybe they should entrust the situation to the pirates. After all, they're obviously going to try and do their best for their own survival, so it's not like they're going to botch this up. For now, he instructs Kashmir to board the ship with the rest of the squad. Shortly afterwards, the preparations to sail are completed. Cosmos is given the green signal and assures our boy that there's nothing to worry about, because from this point on, it's his job to take care of everything. Telling his men to fire it up, one of the pirates lights up a thread to an explosive and, well, kaboom. It's a Michael Bay film, because the explosion gives the ship the necessary propulsion to take off. These pirates really are crazy and funny. Ceres and the others can't believe what the heck just happened. Because of the explosives, the water is crashing down and rapidly advancing towards them. Even Jin is horrified when he sees the water making its way down the path to meet the ship. The tide is literally about to hit them strong when Cosmos has the consideration to remind them to buckle up. Jin's reaction is basically, "Oh shit," and the ship is then carried away by the water, driving it forth as it cuts into the wave. Jin's face is the same as the one you guys saw earlier. Dude is scared for his life, and this is the same guy who got used to flying on dragons. The ship is going down like a roller coaster on steroids with a hell of a speed. It's the point that our boy is starting to question the pirate captain's methods, but the crazy Cosmos is enjoying the ride all the way through, while Jin's friends are screaming for their life. Curses shouted all over by the cat are contrasted by the pirates who are having the time of their lives. The ships are guided by the water and make their way to an exit way from the opposite side. Seeing the glimmer of light, Cosmos laughs his ass off like a maniac and celebrates creating the order. The ship ejects out of the giant stream and literally stuns their enemies. The men on the warships can't believe what they're seeing. They're all left with the same Saitama Ak expression as Cosmos is out here having the happiest day of his life. The ship is literally flying by this point, mind you. Or well, it's not exactly flying, but rather it's a really long jump, which means it won't be affected by the link barrier by a way of technicality. Cosmos emphasizes this point as the ship manages to cut its way past the aerial barrier. But this is the part that gets troublesome for them. They're about to have a landing, a really mean and abusive one. The kind of landing you only get after your dad's belt becomes your demise for an F on your report card. As the ship is descending, the people of the Beament family are furious and on red alert. They want to move their ships back, but it's going to take them so much time to catch up that the Pirate King over here is confident that they're clear of trouble. The sails are released as the Pirate King's endless laughter echoes into the sea as all of them successfully escape the surrounded island. Bro is genuinely living the life with the way they are casting fireworks of him after the escape. Anyway, with Mission Impossible over here executed, we now move forward to June 18th and back to the independent city of Tikan. The ship has made its way here successfully. And right after Jin sets foot on land, Jilly and Enya come rushing for him. The nanny is so happy to see him alive and well. She's always worrying for him like a true mother, and I love that. He's also glad to see Enya executing her side of the mission brilliantly. Receiving a compliment from her idol, the girl literally crashes down like a K-pop stan. She's happy to report that the compass is safe and secure, but his radiant smile isn't. In the next scene, we're back to the meeting room, where the group is discussing the usage and the function of the compass. Enya expresses that it operates just like ordinary magic artifacts by infusing magic. And so Jin pours some of his magic inside, causing the artifact to merge with his energy and light up an epic hologram in the ceiling. It shows the globe in its entirety, as well as red dots as its markers. Kashmir refuses to believe his eyes, questioning if the red dots are supposed to signify actual contractors. Unfortunately, Jin confirms that it must be the case, because they're all detected in the Zippel and Beament family regions. The surprising part? There aren't any signs of contractors in the Tikan region, as pointed out by the Dark Dragon, even though there's literally 3 contractors sitting in the room. To that, Enya expresses her theory. She's done a few experiments and comes to the realization that for some reason, the contractors of the Tikan region are seemingly hidden even on the compass. But especially for Jin's case, it's even weirder, as his location was ambiguous and undetected even before his arrival in the city. Murakami thinks it's nothing to be surprised about as her idol is literally a contractor of the God of Shadows. Enya is fangirling over him so hard after hearing that it's just another one of his great abilities. Still, Quiquintel has issues to raise, as other than Jin, they've still got Julia and Enya's issue to take care of. This means it's less to do with them and more to do with the region of Tikan itself. Suddenly, the run candle brings out his leading suspicion, the magic mirror. Murakami and Quiquintel also wonder if it's the reason. After all, it's the only object that holds the properties of the God of Magic as well as the seal of the God of Shadows. This only makes Enya even more of a fangirl because it's thanks to Jin's contributions that their city is blessed. Apart from that, Kashmir is just happy that they're doing good for the time being. The compass is with them too, so it's not like they'll have any immediate threats to worry about. Jet the sleazy merchant also shows up reporting his explorations. Apparently Jin has become extremely famous again. He hands them the papers, and well, Enya is the first to get dazzled by the report. The news reads the appearance of an unknown, yet extremely powerful warrior, who used his magical weapons and escaped with the pirates. The people deem this person to be the young master and noble Balmoral, someone with a beautiful face and is suspected to have contracted with the god of storms for his lightning powers. The strange thing is that it's been nearly 300 years since Fatal contracted with someone, so it's an astonishing discovery to the people. The news also summarizes how the actions of this young master have led the people of the continent to grow curious of him and to observe his next moves. Murakami is pissed off reading the report and mentions the god of storms, but it's only good for them, as Kashmir thinks that the more chaos the media circulates, the better it will be for them to remain mysterious. Murakami jokes around how Jin is a supernova according to the news, and in return our boy only thinks how embarrassing it is to say something like that. His biggest fan, however, is eating up the news in enjoyment, humming and singing to delight. Suddenly Jin notices something on the map. He spots a contractor in the Hufester region. Though the location is imprecise, it's certainly clear that they're confined in that region. In the next scene, the same news is being read by a certain someone, and that someone is none other than the dude who got bitch-slapped by his father not long ago. Anyway, Joshua is curious about his assassin's thoughts, who are all suspicious that this might be the same contractor of the God of Shadows that they were looking for. His other half argues that maybe they're wrong and this is someone else. By the end, we see Killua jumping into this universe and showing a hint of lightning, which may turn out to be a plot twist, that the real contractor of the God of Storms is this dude. Undercut Killua is kinda pissed at the remark shared by the crazy lady, until Joshua puts him to a dead stop. He regards him as Julian, and questions if someone like him would be capable of taking on and defeating 3 white beast commanders in a single battle. Despite his abilities, even Killua is humble enough to admit that he wouldn't be capable of something like that. This then confirms to the psychotic Joshua that it's finally time for them to help Julian enhance his powers. But Julian's reaction tells me that this enhancement is one that involves suffering and dread. It's been a while since we visited the awesome and yet terrifying Black Sea. The Patriarch is busy slaughtering dragons and reading reports of the so-called Bommeral person who is making a lot of noise in the outside world. His trusted knight tells him that the name was actually brought up in the main estate of the family, where they talked about his ability to beat 3 white tiger commanders on the island. They all suspect the same thing, believing that he might have a contract with the lightning god. The Patriarch then casually admitted that the rest of the family would be stunned to believe that it was actually the youngest son of the Run Candles. The mere mention of Jin like this has the knight at a loss for words. He's told to keep this information a secret, and not just that, Kieran wants him to personally ensure that word doesn't get out to the flag bearers and that the information is suppressed. Now, Kashmir's letter failed to mention one thing: the intent of going to the island in the first place. This makes the Patriarch question if Kashmir's loyalty is stronger against Jin than Kieran himself. It's actually a flex in my opinion. When Kieran reads something specific in the letter, he can't help but burst out in a roaring laughter for the Black Sea to hear. Even the knight can tell that the Patriarch is enjoying himself greatly. Handing the knight the same letter, Kieran urges him to read the contents, as they do appear to be quite amusing. The letter addresses the Patriarch and Jin's admittance at a drinking party. That night, Jin casually admitted that maybe he can rival his father now in terms of judging one's ability based on a single attack. Indeed, now you guys know why Chiron laughed in ridicule. But the reaction only causes the knight to become furious, as it's quite insulting to say such a thing. Before the knight can say anything more, Chiron cuts him off and name-drops the mention of the Myungwang tribe. Khan is alerted by the sudden mention and points out that it's supposed to be this unknown race of people that were dubbed the losers of the world, and that they were sealed away 5,000 years ago. Chiron actually confirms that this is exactly how it is, and yet, the Patriarch has a keen suspicion that his youngest son must have encountered the people of the tribe. It's likely that it was a task doled out by the god of darkness Soldaret. Here's the most badass fact comparison you'll hear in this story. By Chiron's own admission, the battle god Vaughn is powerful enough to rival his strength. This lady is freaking powerful. Now the reason Jin appears to be so confident is because in his trials against the battle god Vaughn, he finally overcame his hesitation and fear and succeeded in unleashing one powerful strike against the battle god. That's one of the reasons Jin explicitly mentions that he can use that against his father. It's not that he's more powerful or even comparable to either one of them, but it's still something to consider. Khan still defends his Patriarch's reputation and points out that the youngest must be overconfident in his ability when it comes to actual combat. To punish him, he is even ready to bring the Runkandel to the Black Sea for punishment. However, Kiran denies any such thing, disagreeing with the idea as a subject of his own curiosity. He's curious if the boy has it in him to take responsibility for the bold words he chose in his statement. That's also why he wants a letter to be prepared and sent to the Anti-Mountains, and something tells me it's going to be really exciting. The juicy parts aside, in the next scene, we get to see that July is nearing its end now in the city of Tikan. In his estate, Kashmir is sought out by the merchant Jet, who has come to report something strange. An unknown old lady came to express her approval and support for the Seven Colors organization. She appears strange in behavior, so he wants Kashmir to check on her personally. Now, Kashmir is confused up until the point that it is revealed that the very same woman brought a goddamn ship filled with treasures and gold. Yeah, that's definitely someone big. Sensing the urgency to speak to her immediately, Kashmir seeks a meeting. As for the beautiful dragon Quikentel, she's alarmed by the sudden stench of uncomfortable energy, comparable to the kind of energy she sensed in the Anti-Mountains. Jin arrives on the scene, expressing his unawareness for the mountains. Quikentel decides to drop him a lore of what happened exactly 40 years ago. There was a shocking discovery that all the dragons who decided to take shelter in the mountains ended up slaughtered in cold blood. And it wasn't an army of people that took them all down. No, just one person. It is because of that rumor alone that no dragon ever dared to venture into the anti-mountains ever again. This old lady is badass, to the point even Murakami is terrified and can't believe someone like that existed. Quintel reveals the existence of Vanessa Olsen, a woman of high competence that the dragons feared as the terror of the anti-mountains. Now that is pura aura for this old lady. Speaking of which, Vanessa has stepped into the city of Tikan, looking all dripped out with her outfit, sensing the presence of dragons from the estate. Kashmir personally goes out to greet her with respect, addressing himself as the leader of the organization. He even points to his beloved wife Alicia, who extends her greetings the same. Just being in the woman's presence, one can feel her controlled and yet radiant aura. She extends her greetings and praises Kashmir's wife for her beauty. But the pressure she exerts is surely noticed by Alicia, and even seconded by Quintel. She points out that this energy is undoubtedly of the one that is known as the terror of the anti-mountains. All this time they thought she died, but apparently the MILF is alive and kicking. Murakami is curious if she personally came all the way here to hunt them down, and he's happy to kill her and keep all the gold she brought. Because, dragons love their gold and all. The silver dragon argues otherwise, countering that if that was the case, she would be going batshit crazy and hunting them down already. Even in her prime condition, she didn't really actively go on the hunt down dragons. But the woman is so badass that Murakami is thrilled and wants to face her off, unable to believe that a human out there exists that can beat down dragons, with the exception of the first patriarch Tamar. Quintel does her best to alert him that he's no longer in his prime, and it's best he forgot about those times because in his present condition, he's literally going to get demolished even if he had a second life on him. Murakami is still arrogant and states that one can only learn from a proper battle, seeking the approval of Jin Runkandel. Our boy actually disagrees with the Dark Dragon too, supporting the Silver Dragon's wise words not to provoke the one woman that can fuck him up for life. While Murakami is out here ranting a response to Jin, our boy on the other hand internalizes that Vanessa is probably the person that his father personally handpicked to inspect his new skills. This also makes him suspicious of Kashmir and whether or not he ended up sharing the same little party fact in the letter when reporting to his father. Things get even more spicy when the merchant Jet reports that Vanessa is exclusively waiting for Jin in the garden. And if what the Runkandel suspects is the case, then this could get really ugly for our boy. In the next scene, we find the three important people sharing a meeting with one another in the mesmerizing garden. Kashmir passionately talks about the exquisite dessert that's been a favorite of the people lately. He's hoping it appeals to the madam's palate. Vanessa sarcastically notes that she doesn't have to worry about paying for anything anymore, considering she dropped a massive donation on them. Even Kashmir laughs and agrees that he's grateful for the support. She's hoping that it will be helpful to the organization. Finally getting to the seriousness of the matter, she requests Kashmir to give the two of them some space and privacy for a conversation. Of course, he quickly leaves while hoping they both enjoy their stay here. Now that both are alone, she gets to the bottom of her true purpose. She was approached personally by Chiron, who requested to check on the youngest. Jin forwards that he understands his father must have sent her, and despite the elderly women suppressing most of her power, he can feel her intense aura seeping through. It makes him question why, after all this time, he had yet to hear someone so powerful as her. To that, Vanessa simply thinks it's a matter of coincidence and chance. The world is full of powerful people, including Jin Runkandel himself, having been blessed with sword ability, magic ability, and even uniquely shadow energy. Jin is rather surprised but also convinced that his father must place a lot of trust in Vanessa for him to reveal such important information like that easily. To Jin's utter shock, Madame Vanessa goes as far as to admit that the patriarch trusts her so much in fact that he relies on her when needed. Based on her words and declaration of strength, Jin states that her name as the terror of the anti-mountains must be true then. Though that name is fearsome for the dragons, to her it holds little meaning. Instead, she prefers the name Black Knight as much more appealing. And you best know it. At the time she looked like a goddamn amazing knight. Her appearance in her prime reminds me of how Igris from Solo Leveling looks. Knights will never be not cool. Time to flesh out the concept of Black Knights. You see, a Black Knight is actually a category from the Runkandel clan. After becoming a knight of this caliber, they are known to erase their existence entirely in an effort to serve the family fully. Their contributions are so damn noteworthy to the main family that their names are etched in the Runkandel Mausoleum for remembrance and honor. In the entire history of Runkandels, the Black Knight previously was known as the strongest. This one Black Knight actually teamed up with the Patriarch, alongside the strongest humans in the entire world, in order to face off against the Black Sea. And you know it, Madame Vanessa is that Black Knight. She's mega overpowered. Realizing that he's meeting someone of such high stature, Jin bows down in proper respect, deeming himself as a mere reserve flag bearer who greets the great sword of the family. She's glad that the kid is groomed to have good manners, but let's be honest, that's not what she's here for. Vanessa orders him to get his weapons quickly. On her way coming here, she saw an island, and that island will be the place of his punishment. Oh boy, as strong as our boy has gotten up to this period, I think he might get his ass kicked by this auntie. The scene cuts to the beautiful sunset as the two warriors set foot on the island. Jin Runkandel has strapped himself with both of his blades, questioning if this punishment is supposed to be a matchup between the two. Vanessa agrees with his thoughts, but she is curious about one thing, the same as us. She wants to know if the boy is aware of his sin that caused her to come all the way here. When Jin says he has no clue, she admires the child's honesty, but because of the child's honesty, she is going to punish him. Now for the good part. Remember when he said he could strike his father at least once? Yeah, well, that's exactly what she asks him directly as a question. To her, and probably everyone in the family, it's the height of insult and ridicule, even though Jin is just stating a fact from his point of view. Back to the actual scene, he internalizes his correct assumption. It's all because of Kashmir that this is happening now. Unsheathing her blade, Vanessa offers the boy a way out, a way to prove his innocence. And that way is simple. She points the blade at the Runkandel and demands that he unleash the fullest of his power. That is the only way he can redeem himself for his arrogance. Jin fully understands that this duel isn't one to the death, but a confirmation to assess his current level of strength. First off, he asks her clearly if the condition of this fight is to actually defeat Vanessa in a straight matchup. The fact that he even amused the possibility of winning over her makes her laugh out immensely, so much so that she believes it will be a victory for him if his weapon makes contact with her body. Of course, Jin is one fast bitch because the dude literally pulls up with immense speed to make her eat her own words. Using the neon blue blade of lightning, he aims to cut her down. Vanessa finishes up her words, and without even moving from her spot, she waves her blade and deflects Jin's attack, causing him to go back and reclaim his ground. But he's not just done yet. He bolts with super speed and this time attempts to go for a swing from behind. The slash is clearly aimed for her neck, and it makes sense that holding back against a powerful opponent would be a death wish for him, so he's going all out. Vanessa is really impressed that he's using the Myungwang blade to his advantage. Her inhuman speed allows her to counter his attempt with another deflecting slash. What's more, she's really curious to see how powerful his shadow energy and magic abilities have become. The Runkandel is really astonished that she shares extensive knowledge about his Myungwang sword, which only proves that his father didn't hold back on leaking his secrets. By the way, Jin is actually visibly struggling. His opponent is using an ordinary sword, and yet her slashes are so intense and fierce that he's having a hard time keeping up with her. Vanessa reminds the boy that the patriarch trusts her fully, and her words are complemented by the truth of her raw strength, as she deflects the lightning sword like it's no big deal. An explosive clash of numerous sword hits takes place back to back. Vanessa finds herself entertained witnessing the Myungwang blade of lightning, especially since it's being used by a Runkandel now, who specialize in sword ability already. She's also impressed by the boy's usage of deceptive magic. Why? Because in that moment where she was focused on clashing her blade against his, Jin casted magical spells to deter her from behind. Jin has been secretly casting magic with his free hand. From these factors alone, Vanessa has acknowledged one part of the Runkandel, that he knows how to actually fight someone, that too to an impressive amount. She evades one of the spells and blocks the other. So far, it's like Jin is her toy because she's really hoping for him to show her new things with each instance. Vanessa goes for a retreating motion, and Jin Runkandel isn't giving her a break, quickly dashing after her. Just like he fools everyone else with his ancient light magic ability, Jin tries to get the best of her by blinding her with the spell. Even the Black Knight admits that she hasn't seen such an ability in a while. By the way, the spell actually connects. She's blinded to her sight but unafraid. Jin plunges his sword to strike her down, and a smile carves up on her face. It's the realization that Jin would easily destroy most 9-star knights in a battle. But here's the thing. This woman is the definition of aura. Jin's expression is of absolute shock. It's the most surprised I've ever seen him in the story. Vanessa, despite being blinded, has evaded his stab. Not just that, she returned it with double the force with a hook punch to his side. Yes, this lady can throw hands, literally too. She got our boy flying to the stratosphere, but Vanessa understands why Chiron is so intrigued in the boy's development. Jin catches himself with his blade as blood pours from his body from the previous hit. As he's regaining his breath, the mature elderly woman recalls that Jin is only 17 years old. And even at this age, he's shown to be unbelievably skilled, to the fact that it reminds her of Luna's talent at the same age. Recovering from the heavy hit, Jin boldly asks if his sister Luna was capable of striking his father at least once at the same age. Vanessa denies this, but points out that Luna gained that ability right after becoming an 18-year-old. Now Jin has gained a secondary understanding of the test. It's a way for them to compare the sprouting talent between his strength and Luna's past records. The only problem is, if he fails to prove his power in this matchup against the Black Knight, he's going to lose an arm at the very least for his arrogant words. Recalling the agonizing training period he went through on the land of the Myungwang tribe, Jin has always gotten used to the feeling of losing his limbs. For now, he wants to concentrate his might on proving his ability to his opponent. and so he gathers clumps of energy into his jewel heart, inviting a smile from Madame Vanessa, who wonders if this is the boy's trump card of all things. Just now he's casted energy spears, dozens of them in fact. Vanessa reminds the boy to be cautious while using such a thing, signifying that it's pretty damn dangerous that he has such a power. Jin smiles back, hoping that he may have impressed her with this technique. Invoking the technique of the battle god Four Swords, he plunges his lightning blade into the ground and declares the erosion spell. With this, a bunch of magical portals with projectiles appear vertical from the ground. The whole thing reminds of Gilgamesh and Enkidu again, especially when it comes to their main abilities. Ready to impress Vanessa's standards, Jin declares that he's got a lot in store for her. Erosion unleashes a wave of thunderous currents from the very spot he's standing on. Even Vanessa is taking note of the fact that Jin is focusing on merging thunder with the earth as tiny spears pop out from the ground. She also highlights how this particular ability shares a resemblance to magic, rather than true swordsmanship. In a way, she's disappointed because she was expecting the technique to be something more than what it is, especially coming from a tribe of people who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. And yet, the technique appears underwhelming in its image. But just as she's admitting her disappointment, a gigantic bolt of thunder descends upon her from the skies. She managed to step aside just enough to avoid getting hit, but you see, this is exactly the point. All of a sudden, Vanessa finds herself intrigued by the special use of his technique. My guess is that the little spears or blade-like energy points are supposed to attract and focus lightning. Anyway, Jin wastes no time and rushes with full force, recalling how his technique is far, far inferior to the one the battle god personally showed him. However, that's not what it's for. Jin ignites the presence of the blue god of flames Tess. I think he's trying to go all out with this one forward lunge, especially with how many variables are at play here. There are lightning points himself, and then even Tess. The same tiny spears actually begin to conduct electricity, which means a ton of thunderbolts are on their way to strike his opponent down. But that's not all. Even if the Black Knight is capable of evading all of them as they're coming down, he can still find an opening against her in that vulnerable moment. Tess concentrates its descent alongside the barrage of thunderbolts. But here's the thing. Jin greatly misunderstood his opponent's next move. Vanessa calmly questions if he was hoping for her to dodge, blowing his expectations out of the water. The Black Knight concentrates her power in her blade, showing a hint of her true strength while impressively remarking the emergence of Tess here. Jin's eyes widened in sheer shock. This woman is really about to deflect everything he's about to send her way. And that's exactly what happens. Sharp, precise ripples of sword slashes cut through the air with an intensity so powerful that they destroy the lightning strikes all at once. Finally, there's the direct attack from our favorite Blue Phoenix itself. Tess unleashed a wave of fire to hit her directly. But even as powerful as this attack is, the Black Knight is capable of slicing through the flames and even going as far as to destroy the manifestation of Tess in that moment. Using this as the opening he needed, that's exactly where Jin Runkandle sweeps right in, emerging from the Phoenix's withering body, powering his sword with shadow force and surprising Vanessa to an amazing extent. So far, she's really happy with his battle IQ, and she also greatly regrets being unable to bring a more competent blade with her for a better fight. Warping his blade in the darkness, Jin Runkandle releases the Shadow Sword's first form, the Soul Slice technique that he perfected just like the first Patriarch Tamar. In response to his slash, Vanessa responds with a powerful strike of her own. The clash releases considerable amounts of energy from both sides, but the outcome is clear. Vanessa's blade fails to withstand the overwhelming force that was generated from the Soul Slice attack, and so it crumbles to hundreds of pieces. By the end of that last strike, Jin Runkandle is once again on the ground, recovering his breath from the sheer energy he exerted in that moment. Vanessa is considerably impressed with the boy's talents, recalling her objective to punish him, but something incredible has happened. Jin Runkandle successfully left a scratch on her face, which invites a reward from Madame Vanessa for his incredible accomplishment. Our boy is looking seriously glad because he had to basically pull out everything from his arsenal just to get one tiny little scratch in. By the end of their confrontation, both warriors drink like champions. And I really mean that. These guys are downing liquor from giant-ass barrels. Vanessa also learns that Jin ended up drinking the elixir of 10,000 poisons, practically making him immune to every single toxin. Despite his strength, he argues that he's a long shot away from reaching someone like Vanessa in terms of strength. Curious for her thoughts, he decides to ask her a question. The question is indeed surprising. It's not about learning a technique or some kind of battle advice. Jin simply wants to know how his father and the elderly woman met each other. To that, she reveals that it happened a long time ago. She also takes a serious posture while admitting that this is going to be a long story. Madame Vanessa talks about her early childhood days. She was an orphan with a younger sibling to look after. Tragedy struck one day as a gigantic fire-breathing dragon descended upon their village, blazing the village down in its fury and unleashing destruction everywhere. In that instance, she lost her precious sibling. Fueled with unfathomable revenge, she went on an extensive journey, traveling the Anti-Mountains, knowing that the dragons lived there. Because she was on a quest for revenge, this mad lad destroyed every single dragon in the mountain range on her own. And yet, even after all of that, she still couldn't discover the beast that destroyed her village and took from her precious sibling. Eventually, she decided to set up a base in the mountains. The moment she confronted a dragon, she demolished it without remorse. But it didn't stop there. She did the same when it came to people. Basically, she killed everyone in her way. Vanessa admits that she had gone fully insane, mad in the pursuit of revenge. Her kill count for dragons reached over 100, which is freaking insane considering their caliber of strength in this story. And yet, even after all these years, she's been unable to track down the one that destroyed her village. 15 years passed after her mad pursuit until one day, the patriarch Chiron decided to personally find her. From the second she laid her eyes on him, she could sense immeasurable power. The only man on the planet who managed to defeat Vanessa in a duel, even after she had gone crazy for 15 long years. After taking her first L, Chiron then personally escorted her to the location where the wild beast that killed her village resided. It turns out that this bastard was actually a guardian dragon that descended from the family of mages, the Zippels. To make it even more interesting, the dragon descended from Kadun's own bloodline. Of course, the creature wanted to protect its bloodline, so Kadun stood by him. What ended up happening was that Jin's father decided to face off with Kadun while she decided to take on the bastard dragon who slaughtered everyone she knew. Having suffered a really powerful slash from Chiron, Kadun flew away like a little bitch. It's only because of that, she managed to kill the fire dragon and completed her cycle of revenge. Shortly after the incident, she loyally swore to become Chiron's personal Black Knight. This woman gets more amazing with every panel. Such a refreshing character. Jin is amazed and yet at a loss for words. Madame Vanessa emphasizes that there's no point focusing on the past anymore. Since she's been yapping for quite a bit, the elderly woman decides it's time for him to receive his reward. It's a special map that was entrusted to her from Chiron. Long ago, he instructed her to give the map away to any one of his children who became competent enough in her eyes. The Runkandel is honored to receive such an impressive gift and has no idea what the map represents. Here's the kicker. It's the map charting out the location of the Black Sea. Here's the deal on why this map is so goddamn special. Jin points out that the Black Sea is teeming with high-level monsters, to the point not a single nation ever bothered to carve a map of it. Yes, that even includes the prideful Zippel mages. And yet, the Runkandel family has already accomplished this feat. It was once a confidential mission on behalf of Chiron, who led his forces alongside his knight. Having obtained this map, she tells him that he'll have to endure a new test after using the map. It makes the Runkandel question what this is going to be like. The only remarkable place on the map is highlighted with red. That's the spot where Jin is tasked to kill the monsters. These monsters aren't your average high-level beasts either. Rumors have it that they were raised by a powerful witch called Hellerum a long time ago. Okay, side note, I find it really hilarious that this reward just ends up being yet another test for the guy. Poor Jin. The very next day, it can be seen that Vanessa is returning home to the mountains. You can even see a skeleton of a dragon being used as a decoration piece, which is honestly so in character for a monster like her. Interestingly, the Black Knight notices that her door is unlocked, and when she makes her way inside, there's a clear intruder drinking something. She actually talks highly of the person, stating that he's become more and more surprised with his tricks. Not only did Chiron send her a letter, but he also decided to whip up out of nowhere and showed up to her place. The man is chillin' like a Zen warrior, enjoying his tea, and he only cares about hearing about the progress of his youngest son. To that, Vanessa points out that Chiron's patience is starting to run thin with his growing age. But even according to someone as strict as her, Vanessa argues that Jin Runkandel is showing impressive progress. Of course, Chiron smiles, pointing out that he could read her expression the second she entered the room. It meant that she was proud of what she saw in Jin. Casually confirming her own reaction, Vanessa pours down some water and even shares that she's gifted the boy a map as a reward too. Now that is something that shocks even the likes of the patriarch, and the reason being is that she never once sent it to any of the other children. It makes him wonder if Vanessa had a gut feeling that Jin would end up impressing her in the end. Though Chiron is curious about her thoughts, another matter clings to him. He has realized that the moment Vanessa handed over the map to Jin symbolized that she has grown out of her attachment for Luna's talent. Vanessa goes silent all of a sudden, before stating that every single Black Knight was fond of Luna's godlike talent. She was the pride of the family, and they all wanted to make sure she rose to the top. Unfortunately, Vanessa thinks that it's because of their carelessness that the eldest sister abandoned her interests in rising to the top, showing no interest in pursuing the rank of matriarch of the clan. Vanessa also reasons that the family's troubles could easily be handed over to Luna, and from then on they wouldn't worry about focusing on their own duties. Throughout her speech, Chiron is silently observing her words. She tells him that it's necessary for them to ensure that Jin Runkandel doesn't become another Luna, which is why she will take extra care for the boy. Also, she has a gut feeling that Joshua is also looming over behind the scenes and observing everything go down. The patriarch counters that Jin isn't the type of person that requires care or consideration like Luna did because of her past, especially because Joshua appears to be troubled and watching Jin's every move. Chiron strongly believes that if his youngest son is unable to control his family's troubles on his own, then he will be worthless against his enemies. To that, Vanessa entertains the possibility of Jin Runkindel becoming yet another Luna, questioning what would happen in that case. But interestingly, Chiron terrifyingly puts that it's the reason she handed the boy the map in the first place, signaling that the boy's upcoming test will be a test of his integrity to the mission. Speaking of which, Jin Runkindel is already speeding his way to the location thanks to Murakan's flight speed. August 15th is when they finally reach the devastating Black Sea, the only location on Earth that no one dares to enter. Following the coordinates given on the map, they successfully find the pillar they were looking for. However, the Dark Dragon corrects the boy's false observation, pointing out that it's actually the nest of Kolkia, a structure that is formed by a species of flying monsters. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds epic with the way it's shown. Anyway, these ugly flying creatures clearly don't take a liking to any invaders, so they're strong on the offensive. But really, what can they do against the might of the Dark Dragon himself? Murakan considers it a bold move on their part to even try and unleash a powerful column of breath that nukes the flying creatures, eviscerating their very molecules as they're caught up in the full range of the blast. The creatures are purely decimated. This show of strength astonishes Jin, as he even comments how Murakan has regained more of his power from the looks of it. The Dark Dragon laughs, countering that it's still nothing to the meteoric rate of improvement Jin has experienced in the past few months. Jin tells him that it's still a ton of improvement, taking into consideration that originally, Murakan lost his power because his heart was shattered in a fight. The Dark Dragon is still unimpressed with his current display of power, believing that he is a long way from becoming whole. He's also desperate to find another means to replenish his lost powers. They make their landing as the Dark Dragon reveals how flight won't help them anymore, so it's best to step down. At first you guys must be thinking that it's just an excuse, but here's the issue. The atmosphere up ahead is coated with clouds of poison, so deadly that they can easily tear through and melt a dragon's scales. However, it adds to Jin's confusion, and the reason is simple. How the hell were those freaky flying monsters flying without any problems? Murakan transforms to his human state and points out an interesting fact. Every single creature that is the inhabitant of the Black Sea has poison running through their veins. It's safe to say that everything here is poisonous, so they have to tread carefully. In the next scene, they're walking their way through a path when Murakan talks highly of the current patriarch's strength. It's insane that someone actually came here and carved a map of this location. The Black Sea is so hellish that not even powerful dragons come here. While reading the map, Jin agrees with Murakan, questioning what the hell his father has been doing in a place like this of all things. Changing topics, the Dark Dragon points out that they've got to annihilate the monsters that the witch Hellerum created. Everything to do with the witch invites trouble, according to him. Murakan's knowledge of Hellerum surprises the Runkindel as he pries for more information. The Dark Dragon reveals her background. Apparently the witch was known for one thing. She had a love for all diseases that troubled both gods and demons alike. The most Jin has heard of her is from the history books, and there it is said that Hellerum literally raised all kinds of calamities. Even Murakan confirms this fact, pointing out her human appearance, even though she was a half-demon, adding on to her lifespan thanks to her demonic self. It can be said that her very existence is a curse, so much so that every time she was awakened, the gods preferred to avoid their contractors out of fear. The impressive part? A demon king called Orgel actually once decided to take the toll of her curse entirely when they were together. It is something so impressive that even Murakan holds it in high regard. He even warns Jin that though he has a resistance to curses, the best course of action would be to avoid Hellerum as much as they can. After all, she might hold a grudge and exact her revenge. Jin interestingly points out how odd the behavior of the Dark Dragon is. Never before did Murakan fear the idea of going up against an opponent exacting revenge on them. Of course, the Dark Dragon suppresses the humiliation session and emphasizes just how bad things can really get if they end up pissing her off. While they're bantering, a bunch of creatures of hell are making their way up to them. This wolf has brought dozens of his friends along too. Here's the part that worries Jin the most. Even though his dad and Vanessa clearly knew about the location of Hellerum and all the trouble that comes along with her, they still didn't decide to kill her, or kill the creatures for that matter. The Dark Dragon is baffled all the same, almost offended that Jin is asking the question. The hungry wolves that were eyeing them down realize that it's the perfect time to strike down a distracted prey, so a bunch of them quickly make the jump in an effort to strike down the Runkindel. But Jin responds beautifully with a barrage of electric slashes that cut the creatures all down and leave their nasty poisonous blood trailing on the rocks too. This is clear-cut evidence of what Murakan said earlier. These monsters really do have poison running in their veins, and it's so dangerous that it's grilling a rock. Sometime later, they actually reach the part of the map that was marked. From here on out, Jin doesn't want the Dark Dragon to follow or intervene with the test, because it was a task specifically entrusted to him. The Dark Dragon understands that, but still worries for the boy, questioning if he'll be okay to navigate all on his own inside the thorny cage. The Swordmaster strides courageously ahead, displaying no signs of fear as he steps into the domain of the thorns. As he's made his way inside, Jin notices Murakhan from afar and turns his attention to a beautiful butterfly. Its color is a distinct purple that is foreign to the outside world, and for some reason, Jin assesses that the place feels different inside compared to the outer world. Among the thorny structures inside, Jin notices a tangled mess of thorny vines, questioning why it's so large in size. As he's trying to comprehend the situation, a little furball pops out of the vines. It's a cute kitty cat that appears alarming to the Run Candle's eyes, because this cute kitty is numerous times larger than even the human. If dangerous, then why is a friend shaped? Seeing the creature, Jin begins questioning his senses. He has no idea if he's supposed to take down this monster or not, and it's the first time he's laid his eyes on a mythical creature such as this one. From its adorable and harmless appearance, Jin quickly grows fond of the creature's innocence and even shows kindness by saying hello. Instead of responding to him, it pounces away using the vines as a means to escape, much to the Runkendel's surprise. It's surprising to him how a creature of such size can run away like that, when ordinary monsters would be quick to attack. Since it's the only thing keeping its interest, the Runkendel decides to chase after the giant pillow to find where it went. But he's a bit lost himself as he can't tell where it went. Suddenly, Jin hears a rumbling noise and becomes terrified when he sees a giant ball of thorny vines bolting down with rapid speed. The ball actually leaps over his head, and before things can get any more predictable, the Runkendel decides to slice it down 3 times, cutting the structure down. From inside launches the giant cat, which actually hits him at full impact. Not just that, it smashes him against the vine cage. Yeah, I know we were all thinking that he's found a friend, but apparently not. This cat is a straight-up menace. It launches away again while Jin Runkendel is in tatters. He's never been reduced to this condition before, not after his training arc. He now understands the purpose of the creature that tried to lure him. Its mission was to take advantage of its territory to strike down the Swordmaster. Despite the tricky battle, the Swordmaster can't call it quits so early, especially when Vanessa tasked him with the mission. At first, he was figuring out a way to capture the cute thing, but he's done playing around. His next approach is to force the creature to reveal itself. In order to do that, the Runkendel unleashes a flame spell. The spell is called the Fire Wave Gale, and as the name implies, it burns everything in its surroundings. It's the perfect attack against a creature that utilizes the thorns as its environmental advantage. Faced against the towering flames, the cat shows an expression of annoyance. The flames are burning down everything around. I think this will really piss the cat off even more, but Jin thinks it's a good way to lure it out, stating that he's going to burn the whole place down otherwise. In the end, the furball decides to reveal itself from the shadows. Here, Jin whips out his thunderous blade, declaring a real battle between them. The funny thing is how Bro is challenging a goddamn cat to a fight. The even funnier thing is how this cat pretends to be the most adorable thing ever and plays cute in front of him to get pity points. But Jin ain't falling for the same trick twice and calls out its bullshit, causing the creature to wince. Deciding to go fully serious, the cat stretches and becomes really fucking huge. Like this thing is the size of a small whale. The cat stops holding back and uses some kind of hypnosis ability, stunning him with the memories of his first life. The same life where he was humiliated and beat down by his brothers, bullied relentlessly back to back, and even when he was clinging to the edge of his life. While Jin is hypnotized inside his own cage of traumatic thoughts, the mythical creature takes advantage of the situation and uses its sharp paw to cut him down. But to its shock, Jin responds by slicing the creature's paw, even though he was supposed to be hypnotized. The Runkendel reveals that he's grown used to mind control magic, and he despises illusions, so it's going to be tough to get the best of him. Dark energy exudes out of the severed limb, regenerating the mythical creature's body. Jin internalizes his shock. He always knew that a certain type of high-level monsters boasted the ability to regenerate parts of their bodies. To counteract the attempt, the Swordmaster wastes no time and plans to finish off the creature before it can properly regenerate. Using the Myungwang sword, he throws down lightning bolts to finish off the creature. And then the funniest thing happens again. This goddamn uses its razor-sharp paws to punch down on thunderbolts. I think the author is trying to tell us something here. Cats are secretly overpowered gods. Unfortunately, one thunderbolt ends up coming in contact with the stupid cat, causing the giant fluff ball to let out a painful meow as it receives a full shock. While the creature is staggered, the Runkendel uses his second sword, the Shadow Blade, covering it with shadow energy and releasing the first form of his sword technique, the Soul Slice. He unleashes it with so much magnitude that it severs the creature in half, commencing the end of the beast. or so he thought. Because even an attack as ruthless as this isn't enough to stop the mythical creature from regenerating. Tendrils of flesh and magic begin reconnecting, causing Jin to express his shock. He points out that even the best regeneration magic can't stitch something that was severed in half like that. All of a sudden, Bro is feeling the sheer weight of terror behind his father's request. Chiron sent him on his mission for a reason. The impossible goal of this mission is to kill an immortal being, showing just how helpless Jin feels in this moment. The Run Candle faces an immortal opponent, not knowing why his father has tasked him with a mission of this caliber. From his little knowledge of the creatures of the Black Sea, Jin Runkindel is confident that not even the best of the creatures of the Abyss can regenerate to a scary effect like that. Even when it comes to dragons like Queek and Tael, their regeneration ability is limited to how much time the dragons can reverse. This means that what he's seeing may not be an effective display of talent or skill, but something entirely else. While his confusion grows, the surrounding flames wither away as Jin grips his blade, factoring that what he's seeing isn't a regeneration ability, but a hyperactive curse. And to that effect, Jin asks if the witch Haluram has placed the curse of immortality upon the creature, and if that is the reason it cannot die. The fluffy creature weeps in agreement, making Jin sense its great pain. It shows how the creature must have been alive all this time for many years, and it has lost the will to even fight anymore. Now that Jin has already burnt down the entire forest, there's no place for the immortal creature to be anymore. The sad little thing appears speechless. Its devastating look even invites an apology from the Runkindel. Jin feels guilty for having brought so much pain to the creature, and justifies that it was behalf of a test. The boy emphasizes that the children of the Runkindel family have to follow the patriarch orders to a strict degree. Hearing the word Runkandel actually elicits a surprising reaction from the creature as it stands back up in intrigue. It leaves Jin completely confused because the cat is going on, meowing its way, but Jin simply doesn't understand its language and explains that he's lost on what it's trying to say. The creature meows again and turns around as if to say, "Follow me." Jin senses this and decides to tag along. After a while, they end up arriving at the mythical creature's house. But strangely enough, there's a mystical alcohol bottle in here that snaps the warrior's attention. This is actually the sign of royal liquor, and it's basically the reward for Jin after he successfully completed the test he's been assigned. Grabbing the bottle and popping the lid, the Runkindel sits next to the curious fluffball. To entertain his new friend, he talks about how the royal liquor is actually brewed by fairies. The interesting thing about this liquor is that once consumed, the owner of the bottle will tell a story that will be played inside the person's head. And so following his knowledge, Jin puts the liquor in his mouth, wondering if his father is trying to tell him something. His mind plays the story. A mental imagery forms vividly inside his mind, revealing that the liquor was actually for Luna's sake, who was long destined to come here. In the end, Luna didn't end up taking the mission, which left the immortal cat all alone to herself. It waited many years for Luna to show up while guarding the liquor. Jin's fascination for the cat grows even more, causing him to help the cat out by making it enjoy some of the liquor. The cat's story is just as remarkable. It is told to follow the Runkindel who discovered the bottle. And well, that's how the trial ended. Meanwhile, the catified dark dragon is out here sleeping like a log. Jin calls out to him and scares the life out of the guy when he sees a huge cat right next to the guy. Murakkan reveals that the creature's name is Shuri, and even Jin is surprised that they know each other. The dark dragon talks about how Haluram's personal pet Shuri is actually quite famous. Speaking of which, Shuri takes a liking to the dark dragon right away and cuddles the crap out of him. He struggles to talk about how Shuri is supposed to be a mythical creature known as the Red Jade. It is originally supposed to be a gift from the Demon King to the witch because of her inability to ride horses. Jin is intrigued and questions how it ended up becoming a familiarity. The hilarious bit is how Murakkan is practically begging to be freed from its grasp and simultaneously shouting at Jin for not noticing how familiar it's currently being. The fact that Shuri followed Jin all the way here implies that it has discovered its new owner. Jin is still a bit surprised until the cat suddenly remembers something and spits out the red jade. The dark dragon expresses that after infusing this item with his mana, the Swordmaster will become the official owner of it. Jinrun Candle does exactly that, pouring an essence of his own mana into the jade, igniting a connection with the mythical creature. It even takes its giant manifested body and stores it inside the red jade itself. This marks the completion of the possession process, allowing him to summon Shuri at will at any time he pleases after infusing his mana. Jin pours his mana to test it out, and it summons Shuri right away from the jade. I can't help but point out that this looks like a reference to Pokemon and Pokeballs. Surprisingly, when he summoned it this time, Shuri shrunk in size and became smaller. Murakkan fills in the gaps for all of us again and reveals that its real size is only seen when it doesn't have an owner around. The rest of its body is dependent on the contractor. Typically, it gets smaller upon forming a contract. But yeah, Jin is the owner now. And the owner loves his new friend as he cuddles the cutie with love, preferring its current size. Jin officially gives it the name Shuri Runkindel, to make it a part of his family, allowing the mythical creature to have a place to call home at last. Now that the test is concluded, it's time for us to go back and see what Joshua is pulling with his new scheme to evolve Julian. Experimenting on Island 32, the Bluebird Archipelago, Julian appears chained to a mausoleum of some sort. His body hangs like a puppet as he writhes in agony. The bastard Joshua is literally torturing him to evolve by shoving lightning bolts at him, all the while smiling at the results. I think he's in need of another bitch slap by the patriarch like last time. Returning from his travels and to the city of Tikan, Jin decides to gather around his group of friends to show them what he found in the Black Sea. Enya is most excited among the group, wondering what kind of rare weapon he brought along. Pouring his mana into the red jade, he brings forth a creature of magnificent size. It astonishes Jilly and leaves Enya terrified. Even the silver dragon can't believe that he's actually summoned Shuri so casually. Seeing the cat's fluffiness, both Enya and Jilly are in awe and admiration. Jin confirms that he's brought Helleram's familiar home after discovering that it isn't a monster, but a mythical creature. The silver dragon enlightens him with a bundle of more facts. Shur is actually a well-known mythical creature that spans over 2,000 of years. She also interestingly reveals that Murakan once had a red jade familiar of his own at a certain point. Jin inquires more information from him for it, and realizes that it's the reason why he knew about the specifics of their contract. Murakan reveals that his familiar unfortunately expired its lifespan, so it basically kicked the bucket already. Quikentel tortures him even more by saying how much he loved the familiar, so much so that he made his transfiguration state a cat, inspired from his familiar. With so many embarrassing facts revealed about him, Jin is starting to think this guy is actually a softie underneath. Poor Murakan is dying from cringe on the other hand. Apart from that, the silver dragon is rather shocked that a red jade familiar survived, especially when the demons went extinct. To that, Jin reveals that it's actually because Shuri is cursed by immortality, so it doesn't even have a choice in the matter of life and death. Hearing the horrific curse, even the silver dragon thinks it's such a pity for having a shitty curse like that. She suspects that Helleram's experience with certain disasters must have driven her to such lengths. The Runkandel fails to comprehend what he just heard and asks for more. The silver dragon reveals a bone-chilling fact. The curse of immortality requires a heavy cost, starting at the price of 1 million human lives. Now that is straight up psychotic to think about, and it leaves Jin at a loss for words. Murakan also adds to the tragedy by pointing out how the curse is still ongoing, which alludes to the existence of the witch being alive somewhere as well. But Jin doesn't get why she would choose to abandon Shuri at a dangerous location at the Black Sea. Murakan makes the kitty's day worse by revealing how Helleram broke the contract between the two, which makes the poor thing sad, and causes Jin to shout at the dark dragon to read the room. Jin touches upon the royal liquor that he received as a gift from his father, which was apparently guarded in her nest. Though he's unsure, Jin has a suspicion that maybe his father one day thought to send his daughter Luna to recover Shuri from the Black Sea one day. But in the end, Luna never took the test, and the one who did it was Jin Runkandel, who brought the mythical creature to his family. The dark dragon also thinks that it gives the implication that Jin is being acknowledged by his father as an heir, though that's something he's still unsure about. It's too unclear. The thing is, Chiron had a goddamn soft spot for Luna and gave her the most love of all. But the moment she resigned herself from the path of pursuing matriarchy, he stopped caring about her. This means the very same could happen in Jin's situation. It's a terrifying truth, but it's something he has to be cautious about. After all, remembering what happened to him in his previous life, it becomes clear that his father isn't going to spare him when the moment comes. The boy was discarded and told that he wouldn't die all on his own. It makes Jin's heart break when he relives those memories of being outcast again. His nanny helps him snap out of the memory lane by correcting the boy's view of his father. Even though Jilly is a nanny, she has seen Chiron's consideration for Luna's gentle and loving nature. This fact actually changes Jin's entire perspective as his face illuminates brightly. Jilly continues her thoughts. She understands that the poor creature has been cursed with immortality. But to that effect, she also knows that if Luna was tasked to take this test on her own, then because of her dominating nature, she would have put out an endless fury of attempts just to kill the creature. She's not cruel, but fierceless and obedient. Now, following this train of thought, the nanny thinks that Chiron must have sensed this, and so the person he really wanted to send was someone who could take on the role of being a patriarch, someone who could look after the creature with consideration and care instead of trying to kill it. It's the exact thing that Jin Runkandel is doing so right now by showing concern for the fluffball. Believe it or not, Jin ends up conceding and agrees to his nanny's perspective, squishing the face of the kitty as it makes cute sounds. In the next scene, we can see Kashmir talking about the unusual behavior of the compass as of late. It's come to his attention, and that's why he wants Jin to stay updated on the matter. The Runkandel asks for more information and ends up learning that a strange contractor's whereabouts have been spotted in the Hufester region of Bluebird Archipelago. Thanks to the intelligence organization's investigation, they've actually specified the exact location of the contractor that has been spotted there. Jin asks about the location details and learns that everything is going down on Island 32, and reports of the investigation conclude that at least one of the Runkandel family members have been spotted. Not just that, the report also lays out the confirmation of having spotted Joshua Runkandel as the flag bearer and guardian knight. And from the looks of it, they're under the assumption that Joshua actually owns the entire island. The very mention of Joshua's name has Jin going serious and asking about the details of the contractor on the island. If his brother really is hiding a contractor there, then it means it's a place that needs to be checked out properly. Fast forward to Jin and Murakhan journeying to the island. The only problem is, the weather is going ballistic with literal thunderbolts raining down into the turbulent waves. Jin learns that the seas surrounding this specific island are always like this for some reason. The place is completely uninhabitable for humans because of the raging storms as well as frequent lightning strikes. The fact that the island is known to be dangerous makes it a more alarming matter for Jin, because he thinks that Joshua's intention of hiding a contractor here must be serious then. The funny thing is how Murakhan is having an even worse time than him. Jin checks up on the guy's motion sickness and questions how the hell dragons can be so damn weak to sailing. The dark dragon fires back a snappy response, stating that his condition could be related to his sudden increase in power or something else. But we all know this is probably an excuse to cover up the real reason. Anyway, he asks Jin what his goal is concerning the secret contractor that Joshua is keeping on the island. To that, our boy expresses that everything hinges on the contractor's reaction for that matter. At last, they've finally spotted Island 32 of the Bluebird Archipelago. Unfortunately, this is as far as they can go, as not even the ships can course through the rough currents beyond a certain distance. Realizing that they're cornered, Murakhan thinks it's a good idea to use the cute furball to their advantage as a means of travel. The Runkandel is shocked. He had no idea that Shuri possessed the capability to swim. The dark dragon smiles and shares that it's actually easy for the creature to swim through such waves without any trouble. Summoning the mythical furball, he makes a request to take him to the island. The cat meows in happiness, and Murakhan is the first to mount on its head. Jin also grips some of its fur, and the group takes off by diving right into the waters. To Jin's shock, this thing truly does behave like a Pokemon. It's casually floating on top of the waters with immense speed even against such currents. It leaves the Swordmaster astonished. Shuri is going faster than a speedboat with the way it is leaving giant ripples. It doesn't take them much longer than that to step foot on the island. Shuri dries itself off while Jin begins his search for the mysterious contractor. He also retracts the mythical creature back into the red jade to make sure the cute thing doesn't get into an unnecessary fight. While he's doing this, the dark dragon notices something. His lightning Myungwang blade is actually fidgeting and behaving strangely. Jin decides to inspect the blade by pulling it out of its sheath. And when he does that, the beautiful sword is glowing more than before, and reveals a set of unknown characters that are foreign to the Runkandel's eyes. Inspecting the characters, Murakhan puts his brain and memory to work and senses the familiarity of these characters. He wonders if the language is Fatal at first, but then thinks it might be something else. The lightning blade Sigmung is reacting strangely like a compass, pointing to a specific direction. When Jin looks down in that direction, he sees a lightning bolt crashing down at that exact spot. Immediately, he senses that something is happening where the lightning strikes, which means they gotta hurry. The legendary Myungwang blade's reaction implored Jin to head out and check the location. Upon arriving there, his eyes widen in shock, while Murakhan proclaims his surprise and disbelief upon seeing the Grave of God. The phrase Grave of God is unfamiliar with the Runkandel, until the dark dragon explains that this place is supposed to be the grave of the god of thunder, Graham. This makes the Runkandel recall his conversation against the battle god Vaughn when he was still training. He wanted to know why his blade was known to be called the lightning sword Sigmund. Vaughn revealed that it contained the power of the thunder god itself, but here's the surprising bit. This blade actually wasn't conceived from the thunder god at all. In fact, the weapon is responsible for killing the thunder god and then sealing the god's power within itself. Talk about one cold-ass sword. It killed a literal god. Once again confronting a piece of Myungwang history, Jin clearly wasn't expecting to run into a situation like this. Murakhan mentions that Grom is confirmed to be dead, and their grave is supposed to be in this place. But that only begs the more serious question. Just why on earth is his scheming older brother Joshua keeping a contractor hidden in this location? While they're contemplating the situation, someone is preparing a blue lightning arrow aiming at them from a distance. The light is blindingly sharp until the warrior releases the arrow with utmost ferocity. The arrow is tracked by Murakhan and Jin's perceptive eyes, and the Runkandel faces little to no trouble in blocking it with his blade. But here's the thing. The attack was actually executed from both directions, meaning Murakhan was also targeted by another assailant, and he fended off the blow. While the smoke clears, Jin assesses that they were just struck by a lightning arrow and then a sword full of wind and poisonous magic. As the smoke cleared, the two familiar assassins made themselves known. They're hungry for battle, to take revenge against the Run Candle after losing track of him last time. Jin, on the other hand, is unsurprised. He was able to guess their identities based off of their attacks alone. These two bastards are the bloodhounds of Luna's nanny, and they're working for Joshua now that she's no longer alive. But they've also brought some company. Jin spots the contractor, the one paired with the lightning god's ability, and the same person who shot the arrow. Remember when they mentioned that the thunder god Grom died? Yeah. Well, Julian has actually made a contract with the wind god, Fatal, who is supposed to be the sibling of the deceased thunder god, hence their shared abilities. Immediately, the assassins instruct Julian to target Jin Runkindel primarily, and then take care of the guardian dragon. From that instruction, Julian bursts forth with incredible speed, but instead of following orders, he changes his target to Murakan and charges up a lightning arrow towards him. Now this sight is a pleasant one for the dark dragon. He wanted to be underestimated, knowing that people would aim for him thinking he was no longer in his prime. But since Murakan is so pissed, he's ready to throw hands and prove his strength, so he tells our boy to take care of the other two assassins while he's busy facing off Julian. Gojo's off-brand cousin with a short height releases an arrow from his lightning bow, but Murakan easily dodges the blast with ease, swirling past the projectile using his shadow energy, enraged that a contractor has the balls to target a guardian dragon like him. Murakan gleefully grabs the rascal's skull, happy to have given the opportunity to teach the kid a memorable lesson, and then he shoves Julian's face straight into the ground with such a heavy impact that it releases lightning. The funniest part? Bro is knocked out cold after that single blow. Went to sleep in seconds. Murakan talks down on the ordinary contractor who thought he was special and overestimated his powers. Normally, you'd expect no one to get back up after that diabolical ass-kicking. But Julian's body starts reacting strangely and releases bouts of lighting energy. Let's cut to Jin Runkindel's side of things, as he's currently facing off against the two assassins bloodthirsty for his head, thinking he was the one who caused the downfall of their mother. Of course, it's their mistake thinking that this is the same guy they met back then, because Jin casually deflects their sword blow calmly, and points out how Joshua must have manipulated the assassins into thinking that he was the one to kill Taimoon. Jin points out the ridiculousness of the notion that he killed the nanny, but the enraged twins are not having it, and are full of bloodlust. As he's clashing his blade against them, Jin tells them the reality of the situation. Taimoon was killed by assassins disguised in the armor of the executioner knights of their family. What's most interesting is that their very own poison was spotted on the murder weapon. Jin overpowers the assassin with his blade and reveals how Joshua Runkindel is actually supposed to be his eldest sibling. Kujan is at a loss for words. All this time, he had no idea that he was facing Jin Runkindel, even accounting for their previous battles. Jin confirms his identity, while the other assassin goes ballistic on him. Her attempts to surprise him from an aerial strike are no good as Jin casually moves away using his Ultra Instinct that he learned from Goku in the other realm. He basically calls both of them as Joshua's puppets, who don't even see that they're being manipulated with such ease. The female assassin thinks that this guy is actually just saying all of these things as an excuse because Jin is afraid of them. Jin dishes out a heavy punch against the bitch's side to prove that he's stronger and explains Joshua's scheme. First, his older brother wanted Taimoon to place a curse on him, but because he feared being caught so much, he decided to kill her off to prevent being caught. Also, his punch just now really did a number on the girl. I mean, look at her face. That looks painful. Jin continues by emphasizing that Joshua has full knowledge of the fact that he's a magic swordsman on top of being the contractor of the God of Shadows. The very fact that his brother concealed such crucial information from the both of them implies that he's deceiving them from the beginning. The punch sends her rocking right back, while Kujan finds himself being overwhelmed with the information. He doesn't want to believe it, but Jin also isn't the type to beg them to stop. He's done explaining with words, and emphasizes how the both of them simply can't move on from the fact that he wasn't their mother's killer. After all, the guilt of being unable to protect Taimoon lingers on and traumatizes them. Jin doubles down and really destroys them by declaring them as cowards who can't even stand up to the might of the real villain, Joshua, who is simultaneously responsible for killing their beloved mother. His haunting words cause the purple-haired freak to go batshit crazy. She releases an outburst so powerful that a tornado surrounds her body. But before Varys can do anything, she is struck by a bolt of thunder so bad that she screams at the top of her lungs. Even Kujan is worried for Varys in her fragile state, while Jin is astonished to discover that the three of them appear to be fighting each other. He wasn't the one who used that lightning attack, it's actually Fatel's power. As for Murakan, bro is out here sweating all of a sudden, expressing that they've got one big fish to fry. When Jin asks about what went wrong, the Dark Dragon explains that after beating the ever-living crap out of Julian, he caused him to become the incarnation of Fatal. This means that the god of wind itself has descended inside Julian's body. It's a phenomenon that they witnessed once before when the mana god descended into the body of the saint, unleashed her power and destroyed the Zippel ship of Kozak. Right now, it's the exact same thing. Fatal is now in control of the human's body, and their situation just got a hell of a lot more complicated. Jin shows the look of concern on his face. As he's witnessing the descent of Fatal from the thunderstorms, Jin Runkindel is hammered with a wave of memories that are foreign to his own. They're the thoughts of the thunder god Grom, who is furious at Fatal for making a descent upon his very own grave. Not just that, it appears that Grom always lingered with a determination to kill Fatal. Though Jin is unaware of the situation that went down between both of the gods, he can't explain what's causing his Thunderblade Sigmund to react so uncontrollably. His sword is furious, and he fears that they'll all be in danger if this goes on. Being opportunistic about the situation, Jin Runkandel calls out Kujan and roars at him to make a choice. He will either die here in vain, or escape with the rest of them. If the assassins truly seek the path of vengeance, then they must focus on surviving firsthand. Kujan is in a vulnerable state, clenching his teeth in frustration as he makes his choice to flee the site and protect Varus. As he's running away, Jin's blade becomes freakishly uncontrollable as the letters inscribed on the sword become even more prominent. The yellow lightning of the Myungwang sword unleashes its fury in response to Fatal's descent, causing Murakhan an air of worry. He can't tell what Jin's intentions are. Even our boy is confused, expressing that the blade is reacting on behalf of Graham's anger towards the wind god Fatal. He's ready to follow Murakhan's orders as long as they can get out of this situation without blowing themselves up. The Dark Dragon considers his options and reveals that there is one thing. Since this isn't a full descent of the wind god, they can try a method involving shadow energy. But for that, Murakhan will need some time. Jin volunteers to buy him as much time needed, aiming to take on the avatar of a god with his overcharged lightning blade. The Dark Dragon gathers giant lumps of shadow energy and concentrates it inside his body. Next up is for the Runkandel to act as a barricade. Murakhan warns the kid that the dimensional door is about to open, and right as he says that, a wave of blue thunder engulfs the figure of Julian fully. From within that storm unleashes a body that no longer appears human, but mystical in form. It's Fatal, and he's descended at last. Fatal declares that he can already sense the power of his brother Grom, and it's coming from none other than the body of a human, or rather the blade wielded by him. In his glory, he points towards Jin Runkadnel, who is genuinely nervous facing a literal god. Even if it hasn't descended at full power, just watching Fatal is putting pressure on him. At the same time, compared to the likes of his father, Chiron, and the presence of the battle god, Vaughn, this much is nothing. He's faced both of them, so he musters the courage to face this trial as well. Showing movement in the presence of the wind god causes Fatal to become angry. He can't believe that Jin is even bothering to try as a weak human. The wind god unleashes a piercing blast that annihilates the very ground Jin was standing on. Luckily, our boy courageously came forward without any fear, but Fatal's got a lot in store for him. You see, the wind god already has immense portals of energy ready to shoot down our boy, and that's exactly what he does. The laser-like energy blasts flatten the very ground Jin is running from, causing rumbles of lightning as he navigates past each lightning bolt with finesse. While he's dodging, however, the Runkandel is struck dead on by one of the blasts aimed for his head. Unfortunately, the attack fully connects with his body, knocking him down with a whirlwind of pain as the beam puts him to the ground. In response, Fatal calls the Runkandel as nothing more than a mere insect for him to squash. While he's unaware of how Jin was able to obtain the lightning sword, he's annoyed that the human is trying to pretend like he's a Myungwang warrior just because of the weapon he possessed alone. He also talks down on Gram, the lightning god, calling him insignificant in comparison. But to Fatal's shock, when the smoke settles, our boy is standing upright with his ever-flowing lightning blade in hand. His jewel heart is erupting with energy, shocking even Fatal to see something like this in possession of a human. Also, can we talk about that ripped body? I need Jin's ab routine, man. Anyway, the Swordmaster points his surging blade right at the god, stating that he obtained the blade Sigmund from someone who killed Grom. He wonders if the deity is familiar with the name of the battle god, Vaughn. Her domineering name and authority are more than enough to give Fatal a shock of fear and absurdity. While he's processing his shock, Jin leaps away with super speed, clinging both his hands to his lightning blade, declaring that even a god must know of the power of this weapon. Jin unleashes a lightning storm of his own, calling the god to be a coward for hiding in the skies. The Swordmaster's blade cuts through the skies with thunderous ferocity as he forces Fatal to descend down to the earth. The attack is a clean hit, and it's one so powerful that it causes the currents to become even more chaotic than before. Even from this distance, Kujan can't believe that Jin has become monstrously powerful. It's a difference of night and day from when they first met. Recalling his words regarding Joshua's scheme, his plan to shut Tai Moon up and eventually assassinating her, Kujan is starting to find himself convinced, and he questions what he and Varus must do from now on, now that the truth has come to the light. Back to Jin's situation. Remember how he was trying to contain Sigmund's power from spiraling out of control? Well, here's the issue. Now that he released the extent of his slash, the power exploded beyond control. It's because Grom's anger for Fatal is in another league, and he doesn't want to stop until Fatal is killed. It's spiraled so much out of control that Jin is starting to believe that not even Fatal should be able to survive this attack, and that he'll probably win without Murakan's intervention. As for the Wind God, he's out here getting destroyed by a human. The fact that Jin is looking down on him so much causes him to erupt with more of his strength, calling out the human's foolishness for thinking he's won the fight just because one attack connected. Fatal decides to whip out his bow and arrow, calling the human an insect once again and personally ensuring that he'll punish Jin for his arrogance. But then his eyes widened in shock again. It's the god of flames, Tess, who has personally come here rearing its body before the Wind God. Fatal, just like any other opponent Jin has faced, is struck with shock when he sees the phoenix in all of its glory. The phoenix of blue flames calls him a cowardly god and mocks Fatal, before unleashing a spiral of flames to finish him off. Fatal is engulfed in the blue flames beyond what he can take, and his body is at the cusp of withering away. While he's engulfed those flames, Jin Runkandel sweeps right in, giving a clean horizontal cut across Fatal's abdomen using his overcharged lightning blade. It's the end of the Wind God, as Jin confidently declares that the blue flame phoenix is a creature with so much power that it can annihilate a god with a single attack. That's why Fatal was struck with so much fear when it came to the appearance of the phoenix. Jin looks towards the end of the battle, believing that there's nothing Fatal can do anymore, especially since he descended using a human's body as an incarnation. If the human's body is gone, then there's little he can do, or so he thought, because Jin experiences pure shock when he hears Fatal's voice. The Wind God properly acknowledges the Runkandel for his strength, despite being an insect in comparison. Despite everything that Jin has done, Fatal declares himself as a god that can't be extinguished by such means. Even if his entire body as an incarnation is ripped apart, it's not possible for him to die so easily. A fact that Jin Runkandel failed to consider. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting that one. Bro hit him with so many attacks. Jin expresses his frustration, realizing that he's facing someone like Shuri with an immortal body. Fatal questions why the human is so disappointed, and even mocks him for attempting to strike someone down against their immortal body. The Wind God prepares an all-power final attack, which honestly looks like the one thing that's going to be the end of Jin. It's a gigantic spear from the heavens, and Jin gloriously looks upon it. But it's finally time for Murakan to play his part. He calls Fatal a bitch for using the lame immortality approach. Remember the shadow force that the Dark Dragon was charging for so long? Yeah, it's become so overwhelmingly powerful that not even Fatal can contest it for long. Murakan looks down on the god for speaking about immortality right in front of his brother's grave. It's the height of foolishness to the Dark Dragon. The majestic Dark Dragon unveils his true form, stating that it's time for him to play with the incarnation of Fatal. From the moment it went off, Jin could sense Murakan's shadow energy release and stood in shock. Let's actually go back to his younger years, when the boy first experienced the Dark Dragon's shadow release technique for the first time. Murakan released a bit of his shadow energy, explaining how it is rooted in one's own shadow. Every single shadow to ever exist in this world is formed by Soldaret's powers, such is its divine power. Because of the fact that they're formed due to the God of Darkness's powers, the shadows also serve him completely, which means that as the sole contractor of Soldaret, Jin Runkandel can access this energy, harvesting it for himself in a form of one giant release. It was at that time that Murakan laid out a vision for Jin Runkandel. He could one day become the master of all the shadows in the world after conquering his power. That in turn is the essence of shadow energy release. The young Swordmaster points out that the Dark Dragon has only received half of his original power, and yet he's still so absurdly strong. It makes him shiver to imagine a world where Murakan was at his physical prime. The Dark Dragon has emerged in his true form, engulfing Fatal's knight. The beast's declaration of battle pisses off Fatal. He extends his hand to annihilate the creation of Soldaret, dubbing him as nothing more than a mere servant. But suddenly something happens. Fatal can't do anything, his powers don't work much to his own confusion, and the Dark Dragon reigns supreme, still engulfing him whole. Fatal's troubles began to worsen as the giant beast dwarfed him in size, while he could do nothing but complain about why his powers weren't working anymore. Giving him a demonic glare, Murakan mocks the god for appearing flustered and helpless in the face of losing their power. He thinks Fatal is making a clown out of himself here. Recalling the Wind God's previous declaration of being unable to die even if his body was sliced to pieces, Murakan happily takes up the challenge, emphasizing that Fatal has yet to experience the despair of the shadows. He promises to teach God a lesson on humility, on what it truly means to be helpless against the shadows. While this is happening, the Wind God is actively losing his sanity, appearing afraid and telling the Dark Beast to go away. From the dark, Murakan unleashes 2 slashing attacks that pierce the Wind God's body through his shadows. This annihilates the Incarnation's body to pieces, severing Julian from limb to limb. Fatal is caught off guard and experiences pain, but then again, he's arrogant in his ability to regenerate from such an injury. But as he's attempting to do that, it doesn't work anymore. Murakun severs him again, this time horizontally with a deep cut across his body. The torture continues as the dark dragon continues to sever Fatal's body, piece by painful piece. The wind god is writhing in pain and begging to stop the torture, but it's pointless as his body gets annihilated back to back. By this point, even the dark dragon is impressed by the show of persistence by his opponent. He calls the wind god a cockroach who refuses to die, but even then, his body has been slashed dozens of times by now. The dark dragon understands that Fatal must be feeling pretty helpless in his current state, not being able to know what is attacking him. In his torn apart and pitiful state, Fatal tries to crawl his way out like a helpless creature, appearing nothing like a god. He wants Murakun to stop, as even though he's inhabited a human's body as an incarnation, Fatal still holds the rank of a god. Murakun fully understands that gods are supposed to be immortal, but that's exactly why he's enjoying this so much. The wind god curses the dark dragon and promises to spare him if he lets him go. But Murakun is at the most to fudge around with the wind god's ego, questioning where the hell his previous determination went. And where is the same Fatal who was calling the dark dragon a mere creation just a moment ago? Because right now, he's just embarrassing himself in front of the dark dragon. Fatal's sanity is shattered and he eventually uses the N-word. Oh, you don't know what it is? It's called no. And that's the only word that comes out of his mouth after the dark dragon rips his body to shreds hundreds of times more. By the end of that process, Murakun is left with a relief from the annoyance. Jin is proud that he was finally able to subdue the threat successfully, killing the incarnation at last. To that, the dark dragon emphasizes that Fatal is still alive. It's just that his descent into Earth has been prevented, and the process will no longer continue. After all, the dark dragon made sure to put the wind god into a never-ending cycle of pain. God or not, Fatal's consciousness eventually broke its spirit, unable to take the pain as it left the body of Julian. At long last, Julian's body is let go of as the wind god escapes through the dimensional door. The skies are cleared from the grasp of the dark clouds, and the shadow energy disperses into nothingness. By the end of it all, Julian is sitting there with his family jewels out, his body frying from the energy release. Murakun also returns to his normal state, commenting how it had been a long while since he had to use his abilities to such an extent. I mean, I genuinely wonder what kind of opponent can withstand an attack that involves an endless cycle of pain. The dark dragon is glad that the incarnation process is halted, and because of that, Julian won't be able to wake up for at least a week's worth of time. Damn, that's a coma. Jin inspects the unconscious Julian's body and realizes that he's still breathing, which is a good sign. With this threat cleared, all they gotta do now is check on the two assassins that fled, Kujan and Varys. As the Runkendel is mentioning this, Murakun's body suddenly flops to the ground. Jin shows obvious concern for his friend, but the dragon assures him that there's nothing wrong. He's just taking a small break after releasing so much of his power at the same time. Instead of believing his words, Jin makes fun of him on the contrary, pointing out how the dark dragon looks completely gassed out and doesn't even look remotely fine. That gets the tough guy personality inside Murakun firing off as he roars at the kid. He's just gonna rest for a bit, but he wants Shuri to be placed in guard instead. Jin summons the fluffball, and instead of giving him time to rest, it snuggles the crap out of Murakun instead. Jin is such a devil. He leaves Murakun all alone as Shuri's plaything, while the poor guy is begging him to take her with him. Sometime later, we get to see the Swordmaster searching around for both Kujan and Varys, but it appears that both of them must have left the island already. Suddenly, Jin's eyes glance towards a boat just nearby. However, even he thinks it's a little too small to accompany two people at once. Then he hears a loud hissing noise coming from Shuri way back. Sensing trouble, Jin switches direction to head right back. Let's see what's going on. Shuri is out here going ballistic because of a certain someone. It's Joshua, and he's rather surprised to discover Julian's situation, as well as Murakun laying flat behind. He wonders if Jin is also here. The older Runkendel tells the overgrown cat that he's not in the mood to kill an irrelevant familiar. All he cares about is their owner. To that, Shuri hisses even more. But before it can do anything, Jin makes his superhero landing, confronting his brother with a serious glare and questioning what brought him here. Joshua has the same question for Jin, inquiring why a reserve flag bearer of all people has come to this island. While this is happening, Jin is trying to internalize the situation. He wonders if Joshua took a boat to his way here, and based on that information, he concludes that Joshua must be alone. The arrogant older Runkendel is actually quite glad that they're getting to meet each other. After all, he's got lots to discuss with the youngest. Jin straight up tells him to drop the bullshit because there's no point pretending anymore. Joshua is baffled to hear such a response at first, but then our boy clarifies his answer. Just like how Joshua has been keeping tabs on his little brother's adventures and powers, Jin also knows and has been following everything connected to Joshua. Based on his reaction, the arrogant older Runkandel assesses that his little brother is quite angry. Joshua is basically saying that Jin's reaction is inappropriate, meaning he's still trying to act innocent as if he's committed no sin. Jin decides to drop proof, recalling the message he read when he was in the Keydart research facility. There, it read that the man known as Jin Gray won't be receiving an easy death. Joshua appears smug, impressed that his little message left a number on his baby brother. After all, despite the incident being reported by every news source in the world, no one in the entire world could figure out Jin's identity as a Runkandel. And now for the most pivotal reveal. Jin Runkandel declares that it was his brother Joshua who placed the special curse on his body while he was an infant. It's important because it's the very reason Jin suffered so much scrutiny from his family in his first life. Now he thinks Joshua made a major mistake by letting him live. The same confident, calm, and determined Jin now released shadow energy that is chaotic, dangerous, and threatening. He believes that what comes next will be a result of Joshua's own mistake, as he failed to kill Jin Runkandel instead of placing a shitty curse on him. And with that declaration, the descendant of the first patriarch and the contractor of the god of shadows, Jin Runkandel points his blade at his one true nemesis. In response, Joshua lets out an evil smile, as if he's entertained by all that's happened because of him. It appears that this confrontation is full of surprises as Joshua finally greets shadow energy in its truest form. He proclaims that the shadow energy was supposed to be his, but to that, Jin Runkandel calls him delusional for ever even thinking that. Not just that, he challenges his older brother to come try and steal the power for himself. Jin rushes with chaotic speeds, roaring why his cowardly brother refused to bring knights alongside him this time like he did against Luna. The contractor of the god of shadows releases a shadow slice, pointing out that his older brother isn't the type to take on a fight all on his own. To that, Joshua leaps upwards, taking his blade out and questioning if his little brother is so arrogant to assume that he can take him on merely because of Soldaret's authority alone. In his hand, he's wielding the silver sword Sran. The reason Jin is so shocked to see the blade is actually because Joshua doesn't use this weapon every day. It's not his favorite sword to say the least, and yet his opponent hurls the blade right at him. The ground crumbles as Jin evades the heavy blow, but his older brother isn't done executing his attack just yet. He follows through with incredible speeds, descending right into the same spot where he launched his blade in a heavy crash. From that spot, Joshua emerges with the silver sword again, his eyes determined like a snake to laser down his brother. Joshua is starting to enjoy the fight, realizing that Jin actually underestimated his powers, thinking that he was weak all this time without any physical dominance. He thinks that Jin must have taken a look around Joshua. The knights are always guarding him, and he's always using cowardly and petty tactics to overwhelm his enemies. As Joshua swings his silver blade, he thinks that Jin must have thought that the skill difference between him and Luna was far too vast, that Joshua was incomparable and insignificant. The arrogant Runkandel emphasizes that Jin's theories and thoughts are all useless. According to him, he has the ability to match Luna's power anytime he desires. By the way, I have to tell you guys that Jin, despite receiving all of his training, is actually struggling against Joshua here. He's on the back foot and receiving massive cuts all throughout his body, finally understanding that a flag bearer of the Runkandel family is capable of carrying his own weight. Joshua prepares another heavy attack, questioning if his youngest brother knows about the way of their world. He is unfamiliar with the ugliness, a path that Jin has yet to walk. Saying so, Joshua hammers a really strong downward slash, which Jin has to block with the full weight of his body. Despite having blocked the attack, the backlash is so heavy that he's coughing out blood in severe pain. Joshua then compares the ever-growing realization of the Zippel family surpassing the Runkandel family. Even though Chiron's there, the strongest knight is alive and well, and yet their families are experiencing a disparity. Joshua blows Jin away with an explosive kick that looks straight out of Dragon Ball. Then he follows up with Jin's flailing body, stating the truth of why Chiron has yet to cast Joshua aside, even though he understands that Joshua doesn't even meet his standards. According to the eldest brother himself, the reason is simple. Even though the patriarch is unsatisfied by Joshua in every manner imaginable, there is one thing that separates him from the rest. By the way, while he's giving this speech, Jin is genuinely helpless in the air. He knows that he can't dodge this attack, so his next best approach is to take the blow head-on. Joshua prepares his attack and continues his speech, concluding that their father Chiron understands that the person most wary of all their enemies in the clan is none other than Joshua himself. In that moment, Jin invokes what little shadow force energy he can to match the blow of his brother's attack. Their swords collide in equal might, both sending ripples of energy throughout the battlefield. Both opposing energies form a twister of slashes until nothing is left but a crater in that space. The crumbled arena is just a home ground to the Runkandels. Jin stands breathless and exhausted, internalizing that he never even dared to expect less from Joshua. The only thing he always thought was that his brother lacked the qualities of an acting patriarch in his father's place. But it's only thanks to Luna's rejection of the throne that Joshua can flex so much right now. I mean, this guy is styling in the middle of the fight. He's seriously confident in his victory. At the same time, he's actually impressed by the might of the Shadow Sword, as Jin was able to endure the previous blow. From the smoke emerges the youngest Runkendel's familiar. It's the giant furball who wants to protect its master. But Jin knows that this fight is his alone, so he instructs Shuri to focus on protecting Murakhan only for now. Funnily enough, Joshua offers fake sympathy to them. He also thinks that Jin probably overestimates himself if he thinks that Joshua ever needed to hold Murakhan in a hostage situation just to face him head-on. But to our boy, he knows the kind of tricks that this guy has pulled in the past. That's why he's afraid and conscious of Murakhan's condition even while he's fighting. The older brother becomes hypocritical in his statement, calling Jin out for being arrogant enough to assume that he won't be able to end Jin's life in a real battle. Because if that happened, the contract that Joshua desires so much would no longer be available for him to steal. From this revelation alone, Jin has discovered one thing. His brother knows how to transfer a contract from one body to another. It's just like the Zippel and the Canzello clan. At first, Joshua commends his little brother for having the foresight to think far ahead. But that fact still doesn't change the outcome of this battle. Joshua roars a declaration. He'll make sure Jin Runkendel is made a cripple who can't even use his sword after the fight is over. And that is an even worse punishment than death in their family. At last, Jin speaks from his side, certain his position that Joshua will be unable to kill him no matter what happens. Jin raises his shadow sword, engulfing it with shadow energy, understanding that even if Joshua states that he won't kill his brother, that still doesn't change the fact that the rest of his allies are currently headed this way. They'll be the ones to execute Jin. But our boy's not going down that easy. At the edge of his raised sword, he focuses on a point of shadow energy. It gathers from the surroundings, while Joshua appears troubled for the first time ever in this fight. Channeling the silver sword's might, Joshua rushes to prevent whatever the hell Jin is about to pull off. He throws his blade at full force, hurling it towards the focused energy sphere of darkness. The light energy from the silver blade is actually absorbed by the shadow energy. Its aura fades into the color black, giving Joshua yet another scare. Jin Runkendel emphasizes his words. He really did warn Joshua back there for good. He could have killed his baby brother way back then, but now it's too late. Invoking the unrevealed special form of the Shadow Sword, Jin Runkendel's Blade of Darkness summons a warrior from Black Lightning itself. Jin cuts through reality, and from within pops a beam of yellow light. At first, you guys probably think that he's about to hit Joshua with a blast. But get this, a giant figure emerges from the dimensional portal. Joshua's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe that the Sword of Tamar, the first patriarch, can actually be used to cast a summoning. Guess who it is? It's Garmund, one of the battle kings from the Forbidden Land. The only problem with this technique is that Jin is incapable of controlling who can be summoned via the summoning technique. At first, he was genuinely afraid that anyone would show up, but it's a good thing that one of the battle kings is a necessity for the technique. Garmund puts down his blade, thrilled to see his brother again. Jin apologizes in his exhausted state, stating that he called Garmund out of nowhere because he needed help. The Battle King thinks it's nothing, and is releasing incredible amounts of energy, hoping to help a brother in pain. Both of their jewel hearts shine, symbolic of the Myungwang tribe, as Jin Runkendel declares his one and only command, to kill Joshua Runkendel, the man standing in front of him as his enemy. Garmund smiles, gleeful that he's been tasked with such a mission. He readies his blade, announcing himself as the 8th Battle King of the Myungwang tribe, and the one who has accepted his brother's request. He offers his victim a chance to say their final words, because before long, they'll be dead. He also releases a wave of shadow energy to show his might. But Joshua may not be as much of a fraud as I thought he was. This man is out here channeling red aura, like he's the devil himself, surprised to see a living spirit from a dead tribe that was banished from the earth. As for their fight, he's more than happy to cut the musclehead down so that he can move on to punishing his little brother next. Garmund laughs, shit-talking Joshua for pretending to be a warrior of justice even though he's not. His comment clearly agitates that older Runkendel, who curses at him and points out that it's shameful to pretend to be brothers with Jin when they don't even share the same blood. But I guess that was the straw, and the one thing that he shouldn't have said. Because the moment he says this, Joshua experiences fear, true fear. His opponent has such monstrous speed that he blitzes past Joshua, who couldn't even lunge from his spot yet. Garmund is ready to end this fight already, seeing as his opponent doesn't really have any significant words left. He then chillingly remarks Joshua, telling him to fall into the depths of despair. The oldest brother is sweating as he turns back to face the wrath of the giant. Garmund unleashes his slicing attack to finish this battle in a single hit. Garmund's confident slash is hardly anything you can call a sword strike. It's more like an explosive bomb that detonated on impact and released a column of shadow energy. By the way, Joshua is coughing blood while barely being able to hold his blade against the overwhelming might of the Battle King. The dude is literally pinned to the ground while Garmund laughs his ass off. He would have been really disappointed if his opponent over here died in a single attack. But from his experience with Jin and his predecessor, it's clear that the run cardinals come out of the womb being built differently. He presses his blade just a bit more, adding so much pressure on Joshua that his gums are bleeding from the sheer weight of being able to block the sword. In his anger, he finally manages to deflect the giant blade and gain some space. Joshua is pissed that a damn spirit is making a mockery out of him here. To pay back Garmund for what he's done, he dashes full speed ahead and crosses the behemoth's body. It makes it seem like Joshua's landed some pretty decisive cuts throughout the Battle King's body. But here's the catch. Garmund speaks of his sheer disappointment. Coming into this family, he had the impression that the Runkendel clan held its merit, especially after the achievements of Jin. But from this match, it's clear that the Runkandel family doesn't hold a candle to the Battle Kings. Garmund feels so disappointed that he thinks it is pointless to show Joshua any respect from his sword. Oh, and here's a little cool fact. That attack that Joshua did earlier? Yeah, that ended up in his silver sword being shattered. Look at his expression. Bro is at a loss for words while staring down at his blade. He's shook as hell. But the battle's not over. Garmund goes on the offensive, knocking the wind right out of the older Runkandel as he smacks away Joshua's body with yet another overwhelming brute force strike. The arrogant Joshua is getting his ass kicked while also starting to believe that Garmund is truly unkillable. It's just the kind of despair one falls into while fighting a spirit of the Forbidden Land. Joshua is afraid of what will emerge from the mist. The behemoth pops right out with a wide grin. His thunderous punch is loaded to shove right down to Runkendel's body. Oh, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Like a human's foot stomping down a cockroach, Garmund releases his punch in Joshua's abdomen, causing a vomit of blood to spew right out of his body. The Battle King doesn't look the least impressed after having downed the lifeless Joshua to the ground. He then picks up his body and chucks it right into the air. The brother is already knocked out, and this man is still not stopping. Invoking the Myungwang sword technique in his sword, Garmund activates his oppression ability, which attracts the weapon of his opponent. And so Joshua's blade is flung right to the Battle King's sword like a magnet's pull, attracting his body alongside it. Joshua's body plummets on the hard-ass ground. Fight's not over as the Battle King pulls his blade, following it up with a heavy smash of his punch bitch slapping Joshua's face and giving it plastic surgery for life. That one punch literally sends this guy miles away from the impact, all the while rupturing the ground from the impact. Supercharging his Myungwang sword, Garmund covers his blade in an aura of lighting. From the looks of it, this fight is over. Even Jin knows it, there's just nothing his brother can do anymore. The smoke clears, but instead of Joshua sinking into despair, he sinks into pure madness. A villainous laugh creeps up, psychopathic in its nature as he releases energy like never before. Jin blocks the excess aura being released from his brother's body, and realizes that the real showdown is about to begin. Joshua Runkandel is going to use his strongest ability, but even according to our boy, it's already too late for him. Garmund senses the same raging aura from the older Runkandel, believing that it's a mere waste for someone like him. He dubs the Runkendel's abilities as purely human in nature, meaning he's not a threat to someone like the Myungwang people. While this overflow of aura is happening, it shreds Joshua's body, revealing something completely unexpected. Something that leaves Jin speechless the second he lays his eyes on it. The overflow of red energy reaches the skies, as an explosive tornado of red erupts on the land. Here's the really worrying part. Jin is warning Garmund to get the hell away from the place as much as possible because Joshua is using his one final attack. It's a self-destruction technique of the Runkandel family, and if it's coming from his older brother, then that means not even this island will be left in its place. Jin hurries towards their escape, stating that they can use Shuri's help to get away as far as possible. But the Battle King has a different opinion. He thinks it's dangerous to leave someone like Joshua here unattended, so Garmund will do his best to contain the energy with his body, or else none of the others will survive. The Battle King also explains that he was summoned here without his true soul, formed by the shadows of this world. This means that when he fades from the battlefield, he's going to lose the memories of what happened here. But he plans to explain everything to Jin when they next meet each other. Even if Garmund dies here, there isn't going to be any issue because his body will be fully intact in the land of La Prorosa. That much he reassures to the youngest Runkandel. Jin understands the situation and accepts it, escaping using Shuri's speed to get as far away as humanly possible from being blown to a billion pieces. Joshua's body has reached the point of no return. His aura is extending out of control, and in this impossible moment, all he has for his little brother is a spiteful challenge. He's damn near certain that Jin won't be able to survive the vicinity of the blast, no matter what he does. With that said, he casts the detonation of the ultimate technique of the Runkandel family, the unstoppable volcano. The explosion starts off like a blinding light of heaven, reminding me of the scene from Dragon Ball Z, where Vegeta used Final Explosion to defeat Majin Buu. The radius of the blast is huge, it's swallowing everything in its path, so much so that its penetrating light reaches Jin already, who is supposed to be a considerable distance away from the impact using Shuri's speed. The grave of Grom is demolished, and caught in between is the 8th Battle King. Garmin stands fearless as he blocks the pulsating chain of explosions with his sword. Using the might of the Shadow Force, he prevents the explosion from making its way to Jin Runkindel, becoming a final barricade, a shield for his friend and brother. The warping tornado of flames unleashes destruction like any other. Using his might of the Shadow Force, Garmin is able to successfully swing the explosion upwards in the sky, hurting its vicinity, which would have surely demolished Jin along the way. Having done his part, Garmin grins, knowing that he's saved our boy, the main character, and simultaneously won our hearts with this feat of bravery and sacrifice. He wants to wait for his brother in the Forbidden Lands. After fleeing a considerable distance from the island, Jin and Shuri finally see the blast erupting fully, destroying everything on the island. This means that it also took out the 8th Battle King Algon-sided after he swung his blade. In the aftermath of the explosion, Jin Runkandel gazes at the sea. What was once a piece of floating land is now nothing. None of it remains. But his thoughts are more concerned about Garmund, the one who valiantly took the fall for his survival. And that concludes the end of Joshua Runkandel, our protagonist's greatest hurdle. But something about the situation upsets our protagonist. It's almost as if it's unfair for Joshua to die this way, or rather, it's unlike him to end without a cause. And then the impossible happens. I bet what I'm about to tell you guys next is going to shock you. Jin reads the latest news of the Runkandel Knight appointing ceremony. Lo and behold, Joshua Runkandel is photographed there, alive in the flesh, smirking like the cockroach he is. Not even Jin can believe his damn eyes, as his expression turns to anger with him crumpling the newspaper. I mean, going through all of that, just to find out that your evil brother is still alive must hurt like crap. Not to mention that everyone and their mother hates Joshua. Seeing Joshua alive in the flesh may have ticked our boy off. What about Joshua himself? Just where is he? To find that out, we have to head over to the hideout of a certain witch's lair. Here, the interim patriarch of the Runkandel family, the supposed man to succeed Chiron, is currently strapped to a chair. He's struggling and writhing in pain from his very spot. Then a voice reminds him that even though he's supposed to be the child of prophecy and become the next leader of the Runkandel family, currently he's trembling in fear in the witch's basement. Manifesting from the shadows, the witch mocks him shamefully, calling him pitiful beyond comparison. In Joshua's sorry-ass state, he questions the witch strongly, asking if she's only come here to make fun of his demise. The witch isn't afraid of him, so she confirms such a fact and agrees that it's exactly the case. Halura makes her descent, and I think I just had a neuron activation moment after seeing her. The damned Witch of Calamities is furious that this man destroyed the clone she had spent so much time creating, and because of the clone's destruction, Joshua is currently suffering the after effects of what happened, trembling in agony. Haluram thinks it's only fair to laugh at him while he's like this. Tensed up in both pain and anger, the older Runkandel emphasizes that it's the only way he had to successfully kill off the Myungwang spirit that his little brother summoned to the battlefield. Hearing that makes the witch laugh uproariously in amusement. She calls it a foolish person's strategy. After all, the people of the Myungwang tribe are already imprisoned in a world separate from their own. Right from the beginning, Joshua basically had nothing to worry about. What the witch really cares about is that he carelessly killed off, discarded the clone that she handcrafted after putting in so much work. Haluram toys with Joshua, and turns back questioning why the prophecy just had to have chosen this guy of all people. Piercing her gaze towards him, she talks about how everything could have flowed much smoother if only the prophecy revolved around Luna, or even Jin Runkandel for that matter. While she's saying these things, of course Joshua is getting pissed as hell like a jealous little prick. The witch even concludes that his father, the patriarch Chiron, was supposed to be the original person destined for the prophecy. But a major shift occurred when that man's power exploded beyond comparison, and reached the level of Genesis, forever altering his fate. But if he ended up tangled with Haluram instead, she would have been living the life without any troubles. Because then she wouldn't have to be wrapped up with a clown like Joshua. I just love how she's verbally abusing the crap out of him, and it's actually affecting Joshua with the way he's getting aggressive every moment. Though the witch does point out that the older Runkandel did manage to succeed in one thing, because with the knowledge of Jin's abilities, they fully understand that he's capable of summoning a spirit from the Myungwang tribe. Apart from that, they also know the exact location of Shuri because of him. Haluram is disappointed that someone else took her familiar from her. The crazy witch is out here trying to convince Joshua that everything will go his way eventually, but all I'm seeing is how she's expertly manipulating him. Haluram promises to create yet another clone for the child of prophecy. The older Runkadnel is peeved and asks how long it will take her to create another one. The witch laughs at him, stating that it won't be that difficult with the materials he's brought her this time. The scene ends with the notion that Joshua will receive a new clone, and that this annoying insect won't be dying anytime soon. Back to Jin, he's pissed as hell after reading the news report. He's back to Tikan, and he's confident that Joshua didn't survive the battle on the island. It's easier for him to assume that there was a mistake in the writing of the article. However, Kashmir verifies that the ceremony indeed took place, and forging a fake image of such an important ceremony would be unthinkable in every way. Jilly brings up a really interesting point. Maybe the transfiguration Bubar transformed someone to take the appearance of his brother. But Jin shoots down that possibility too, pointing out that the ultimate technique of the Run Candle family that Joshua used in his final moments was in fact real. That thing literally annihilated multiple islands, and it's only possible with a Run Candle's body. The Silver Dragon brings up the theory that perhaps the Joshua that attended the ceremony is the fake one, instead of the one that Jin killed. To that, not even our boy knows with a conclusive answer. Right now, his best shot is to confirm the situation with Julian, the contractor of Fatel, who is currently constrained to prevent any issues. He's certain they'll find something valuable once the kid awakens. There's also Murakan's ranting going on. He's seriously annoyed he couldn't see crap because of his unconscious state. Quikentel funnily remarks that the guardian dragon failed to guard as part of his job. If Jin didn't end up summoning someone from the Myungwang tribe, things would have ended very differently. I just love how the Silver Dragon keeps calling him a useless patient who can never reach the heights of his power again. The Dark Dragon waves off the fuss, understanding her point as she keeps on hammering it to him. Quikentel wants him to check up with Misha, who might be a possible lead to help him retrieve his powers back. That suggestion causes Murakan to drop in silence. Jin asks the important question for all of us. Who the hell is Misha? Quikentel reveals that she's actually his older sister, who is also a dark dragon. Murakan has had enough of getting steamrolled and rants away, stating that he doesn't accept Misha as his sister. Saying so, he slams the door shut, proving that there's some tension between him and his sister. Even Jin comments on it, until he learns the truth of the situation from Quikentel. It turns out that when the Dark Dragons were young, Misha picked on him a lot and bullied him around. Eventually, Murakan became powerful, and the first thing that came to his mind was to exact his revenge against his sister for everything she did to him. That makes Jin wonder if the two can really have a successful reunion, considering everything that went down. Quikentel confirms that although Misha is also a dark dragon, she's not going to kill her brother, who is supposed to act as a guardian beast for the Run Candle family, as well as the protector of Solderet's contractor. It's just not going to happen. The Silver Dragon intends to tag along for the journey, preventing anything ridiculous like that from happening, because in reality, Mishan and Quikentel share an amicable relationship with each other. That night, they come to learn of the Dark Dragon's sudden disappearance. Quikentel is mad that he stupidly left by himself, while Jilly retrieves a letter from her room. I think everyone knows who it's from. Jin retrieves the letter. Get ready, folks. This is gonna be good. First off, Bro's look of sheer cringe and regret is enough to give you guys an idea of the contents. It starts off by Murakan addressing Jilly as his beloved strawberry pie, and the only concern that Murakan shares in his letter is for Jilly alone, not his contractor Jin, the man he's supposed to protect. Bro is out here acting like the nanny is his wife and he's going to war. This man even talks about their first encounter and how it felt magical for him. Upon returning, he promises to take Jilly on a trip they planned together. Well, Jin is out here legit ripping the damn letter in half because Bro can't bear the cringe. He also can't believe that Jilly decided on a trip with Murakan without even saying a word. The nanny tries to deny anything like that, but her reaction is obvious. Meanwhile, Quikentel doesn't care and shows concern for his well-being while he's away. The scene cuts to another town, where a cloaked figure is making his way to a hideout. He opens the door and sees Kujan waiting there for him. Apparently, there's supposed to be a trade between the two parties. The assassin asks for his payment up front. The bag of coins is tossed to his side, while the man questions the effects of the poison. Kujan emphasizes that this poison is unique, and it's so strong that it's practically untraceable. The unknown man is intrigued looking at the container, and asks where Kujan retrieved the poison from. Showing hostility and refusing to answer any more questions, Kujan practically tells him to fudge off because the deal's finished. Afraid of him, the man agrees to leave. The assassin then goes to the other room, where his sister's body is quivering in pain from the electrical shock she received the other day. The lightning is causing immense pain in her body, while Kujan is begging her to just wait a little while longer. Even a ruthless assassin like him breaks down in tears, because he doesn't want to experience the loss of the only family he's got left. The following day, Kashmir arrives with some good news on him. He discovered the location of Kujan Marius. He appears to be hiding in the Delki Kingdom. Jin receives a note pertaining to all the information from Kashmir's organization. They confirmed that a rampant surge of blood poisoning has started circulating lately among mercenaries. A member that he personally sent confirmed that it was poison, a lethal one that isn't even registered among academia. These clues are more than enough to confirm Kujan's presence in the kingdom, and Jin is certain of it. Even Kashmir reaches the same conclusion, since the Delki kingdom is home to the Marius family and the safest place for them to be. Just like last time, Jin Runkadnel has to task himself to go to Delki kingdom immediately. And so that very same day, he tags alongside Alicia and Kashmir to explore the same location where the mercenaries have been arriving to purchase the poison. Upon opening the door, they discover Kujan Marius sitting all alone in a shabby spot. The broken down and defeated assassin can barely recognize Jin Runkadnel, but from this, our boy understands that the assassin was actually anticipating his arrival. After all, this is the same assassin duo that made it impossible for themselves to be tracked the first time Jin confronted them. And yet, Kujan revealed himself without any troubles here. Jin thinks that the assassin feared Joshua would catch him after his failure at the island. That's why he signaled Jin to come using this strategy. Kujan begs our boy for help and takes him to the room where Varys is choking blood. Seeing her in such a critical state, Jin understands that the assassin is desperately trying to save his sister's life. Unfortunately, they can barely do anything at this level. Remember that final moment of Varys where she unleashed a questionable amount of mana? That actually resulted in a mana counterflow or mana backlash, and in her current state, her body's in a state of complete decay, meaning her chances of survival are really slim in this condition. To Jin's surprise, the 8-star assassin kneels in front of him, begging and pleading the young master to save his sister's life as she's his one and only family left. He's prepared to do anything for Jin as long as he guarantees her survival, even promising to atone for his sins by serving the Runkadnel young master forever. Jin shows his ruthless side, but not to the point of cruelty. He wants Kujan to get up and prove his worth. It's only after both of them prove their worth that he'll consider taking them under him. The problem with Varys is that she's choking out blood like crazy. At her current state, our boy thinks that the only person who can save her life is a Vankella saint. But even before they can get to that part, they firstly need to get her immediate treatment from a healer. Here's the big issue though. In the entire region of Huefester, there are hardly any healers who are knowledgeable about treating the symptoms of mana counterflow. Then there's the added concern. Even if they do find a healer like that, it's likely going to expose their location to Joshua because of his network. Hearing all of this, Kujan sinks into helplessness and despair. Then, the leader of the city of Tikan offers a way out. He suggests retrieving Varys to the city of Tikan, then using a healer for an emergency treatment. After that, they'll go look for a Vankella saint. The matter requires immediate precedence, so they're gonna have to pull this off right away. Alicia promises to stabilize her body until then and covers her up in her cloak. Even she knows that Varys' condition is near fatal right now and that they'll have to hurry before things get worse. Jin agrees with the suggestion and hastens to leave. Kujan is surprised that they're still giving his sister a shot, but the youngest Runkadnel does leave with a message. Even though their intention is to make sure Varys lives, if a fight breaks out between him and Joshua's servants again, chances are they'll have to forget about his sister. It's just something Kujan has to mentally prepare himself. Tears streaming down his body, he accepts the condition. The four of them rush their way through the Delki kingdom, while Jin points out just how fragile Varys' condition appears to be. If they don't rush at full speed, she'll soon die of organ failure. Kashmir luckily spots the teleportation gate from this distance. Unfortunately, they'll have to come across a whole bunch of people from this point onwards, so it might get troublesome. Even Jin knows that this task won't be easy, especially since he senses someone trailing behind. Not just that, he's also tracked down at least 3 targets. For these guys, our boy recommends Kujan to show his merit and contribution by assassinating all 3 of them. The assassin agrees to the job, and Jin makes it clear that there shouldn't be any attention drawn to him, no matter what happens. The assassin leaves to take care of the targets. Kashmir is a bit skeptical because it's difficult to leave no traces behind while killing someone in broad daylight. The only people capable of doing something like that are high-ranking assassins without any identities. Jin doesn't care. All he cares about is for Kujan to prioritize staying alive by clearing this mission. Speaking of the minion that was trailing them from behind, he's shocked that Jin's group disappeared in an instant. Just when he plans on retreating, a sudden crippling sensation hits him as he falls to the ground in agony. The assassin appears from the dark, revealing that the neurotoxin he used just now is from a desert spider, and within a few moments, the man's heart will stop. The cause of death will be declared as a sudden cardiac arrest. Kujan also reflects that this poison is useless against any opponent beyond the 6-star level, but it's a good thing he's having to deal with trash-level targets rather than a knight from the Runkadnel family. The Runkadnel group keeps navigating without any interruptions. A man is trailing them while disguised as someone carrying groceries. The pigeons on the ground are already setting their sights on his bead. Suddenly, one of the pigeons is struck sharply with a tiny projectile. It causes the entire group of pigeons to react in chaos, pestering the people around and causing enough of a distraction for the assassin to slip in from behind and do his job. A smile is carved on Jin's face with him realizing that the assassination is already under motion. The dude with the grocery bag is swatting away the pigeons in anger, until Kujan releases a small poisonous chip on top of the bread. He then grabs it and gestures it inside the guy's mouth. It's the perfect trap. As the man swallows the chip through the bread, the poison touches his mucous membrane and prevents any airway from going out. Here, the cause of death will be deduced as a blockage of airway via food. Yet another masterclass of an assassination by the finest around. Finally, Kujan reaches for his third target using poisonous water. He spills it on top of the guy with the red cap, something the dude clearly didn't expect. Some of it gets in his mouth, causing him to feel hallucinations and dizziness, blocking his senses as he falls into the pond. The man reaches his hand out, and the same bottle drops down on top of him. For this assassination, Kujan states that it will be deduced as an accident. Thanks to the man's alcoholic state, all evidence will be wiped. They'll think it was a drunkard's demise. Walking away as if nothing even happened, the assassin leaves the sounds of terror as the people discover the dead man's body. The group successfully returns to Kashmir's fancy estate. They've already got Varys a healer to sort her out in an emergency. The good thing is that she's no longer in imminent danger, but even the healer suggests that she take a good amount of rest for a while. Still, the most he was able to prevent was her critical status. Failure to get help from the Vankela Saints will result in a permanent mana failure for Varys. Hearing this report, the assassin Kujan is eternally grateful for the help that the young Runkandel showed him. Now that Jin has upheld his side of the promise, it's time for Kujan to show his loyalty. In the other room, we get to see Julian in captivity. Symbols of the wind. God appear throughout his body as he's bound in chains, restrained so he doesn't last out. Julian's experience changes to one of anger when he hears Jin's voice. The young master apologizes for treating him this way, but it's the safest method for them to make sure he doesn't go batshit crazy again. Fatal's contractor is at a loss for words. His eyes widened in shock when he spots Kujan siding along with Jin, because this implies that the assassin betrayed Joshua's orders. However, the truth is even bleaker than that. Kujan reveals that it's actually them who were betrayed and manipulated by the older Runkandel. There's no point swearing a loyalty to that man when it's clear he left them at the island to suffer and die. The assassin strongly believes that it's less about loyalty and more about the fact that they're so afraid of Joshua's might. Hearing such offensive words, Julian lashes out and tells him to shut up. The assassin offers him a chance to cooperate and side with young Master Jin, who saved all their lives and ensured their survival by treating them. Julian is surprised to hear the words "young master" attached to Jin's name. After all, he and the other assassins had no clue up until now that their target wasn't Jin Grey, but actually his real identity, Jin Runkandel. Our boy confirms the fact that he's the youngest brother of the same scumbag that is their master. This revelation comes as a surprise to Julian, who finally realizes that this is the same dude his master couldn't shut up about. Jin recalls their fight and reminds the contractor of his powers. He even showcases by unveiling a hint of shadow energy from his blade, confirming that he is indeed Solderet's contractor. Julian is once more struck with shock. He's afraid that this power is about to hurt him, but instead of hurting him, Jin actually tears through his restraints and frees him from the shackles as he flops to the ground. The young master hopes to have an honest discussion with Julian without getting any complications in the way. By the way, he blitzes right in front of Julian to make a proper threat, emphasizing that if the contractor refused to cooperate, then there's no point keeping him around. In the next scene, we're in the middle of the interrogation. So apparently the whole plan on the island was just a mere coincidence from Joshua's side of things. He didn't plan or expect for Jin to come. Julian reveals that he was taken there by Joshua to become stronger. Still, our boy is skeptical about the way he obtained so much power using Fatel's authority against Graham's grave. He wants to know what happened. Julian's dreadful eyes turn to sorrow as he reveals that he's actually just a mere replacement, catching Jin off guard. He continues by stating that Joshua has always wanted to steal the contract of the God of Darkness. But in the off chance that things ended for the worse, if he couldn't obtain Solderet's contract from Jin, he prepared Julian's body to steal his contract instead. A tactic like that is the height of disgust even in the eyes of Jin. Then there's the problem that he was actually there when Joshua died. His detonation was real at the Bluebird Archipelago, and that kind of power simply can't be faked. Yet it's shocking that the same bastard older brother is alive and well, appearing in the ceremony without any problems. Jin doesn't know how or why, but he's curious if Julian is willing to help him out with an answer here. The helpless contractor of Fatel is prepared to give out every last bit of information he knows, but all he wants in return is proper protection. Jin promises to offer him protection as long as the information is worth his time, and so he starts off by mentioning the role of a special woman with prophetic powers. Of course, he's referencing Hellerim here, but neither Jin nor Julian know that yet. That same woman is responsible for influencing every single move that the older Runkandel has made so far. She's also the same woman who referenced him to visit Graham's grave in the islands, so that Julian could evolve his powers up a notch. Julian reveals the most important bit of all. The man they fought at the island is nothing more than a carbon copy of his previous master. Jin is surprised by this and asks about the method of clone creation. Unfortunately, not even Fatel's contractor knows about the exact details of what goes down. The only thing he's sure of is the requirement. The creation of one clone requires a sacrifice of an extremely large number of humans, and Julian strongly suspects that the humans that are being used as sacrificial pawns are the death row inmates of the Hufester region. Once more, Jin Runkandel is alarmed by the shocking news. He has one question for Fatel's contractor, though. Even though Julian possessed the information that Joshua would steal his contract one day, he still didn't escape even when he had every reason to. Why is that? Jin guesses that maybe he's using the kid's family as a threat. The truth is similar to that. Julian reveals that Joshua is actually keeping his beloved guardian dragon hostage. The kid has no family, and the only people he knew from his village were eradicated. Every single one of them were killed by the scumbag Runkandel. Julian's pathetic state of being controlled by the same man who destroyed his family is the reason why Varys mocked him. Because the kid didn't even have the heart to go against his own enemy. The poor kid is driven to the corner because his guardian dragon is the only thing he cherishes in his life, the only creature he loves. It's a situation similar to Kujan's, who is worried sick for Varys' state. Tears stream down the boy's eyes as he pleads with Jin to help his guardian dragon. The young master gets up from his seat and maintains his neutrality. Unfortunately, since Julian is a prisoner, he can't really help the boy out. At the same time, Jin promises to help Julian if the boy swears his loyalty to him. He allows Julian a chance to go and rescue his beloved guardian dragon on his own by proving his worth. This level of kindness astonishes the young contractor. Jin is hoping that Julian won't end up disappointing him after their conversation, and saying so, he leaves the room with the assassin. The next thing he does is hold a meeting with Queequentel and Kashmir, discussing the information he received from Fatel's contractor. The Silver Dragon is surprised by the mention of a prophet pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not to mention, this same person boasts the ability to create human clones and steal the contracts of others. Jin is curious if she's got any clue on the prophet's identity. To that, the Silver Dragon persists that all clues point towards the fact that they're dealing with a demon, or even the Demon King here. Lastly, it could also possibly be the witch Hellerum, who fits the picture for using both methods as a tool. Cloning humans isn't out of the question for her, neither is the idea of stealing contracts. Jin finds himself in deep contemplation, figuring that perhaps she is a being with connections to their family from within, apart from Joshua. Even the city leader Kashmir seconds this opinion. If a person of that importance is helping out a dude like Joshua, it's clear that most of the important figures within the family are already aware of the truth of her involvement. The only question that remains is to figure out if these people are siding with Joshua or if they're spectating the scene from the side. The Silver Dragon thinks that if the people are actively supporting the older Runkandel despite the truth of a demon's involvement, then Tamar would probably be disappointed in his lineage. From the looks of things, Jin understands that it's a very sensitive matter even within his family. It's not something for him to easily tackle, at least until he becomes a proper flag bearer, because in that position, a slight mistake causing some scrutiny can be handled by him. Jin Runkandel understands that he can no longer wait 5 whole years to become a flag bearer. He has to act faster, and so he marks down his official declaration to return to his family immediately. Or at least he would have wanted that, until Jet's howling voice came rushing to warn his master of something. Apparently, he has received news about a raging fight breaking out between a dragon and a monster. The merchant strongly believes that Murakan is involved in the scene. All 3 of them express their shock as the scene fades to the battle taking place between a red dragon and a black dragon. The entire battlefield is engulfed in flames as the gigantic red beast prepares a dragon's breath and unleashes a fiery column of flames. The attack is far too strong for Murakan to take head-on, as it incinerates everything in its path. While the people are crying out in fear, a woman with green hair observes the fight, questioning what the hell is going on. From the red flames emerges the Shadow Dragon, proving that he's not finished yet. Bursting at full speed, Shuri has her master and Queequentel mounted on top while they're headed towards Murakan's suspected location. The Silver Dragon feels guilty for leaving him unattended all by himself, but Jin assures her that it's not her fault, and that she has nothing to worry about because Jin would have felt his connection severed from the Dark Dragon if something happened to him. The Silver Dragon is at least confident that Misha won't have Murakan killed, especially if he's facing off against Kaduna. After all, not even Misha would be able to predict what would happen to Solderet's contract if that happened. At the same time, Queequentel suspects that maybe the Dark Dragon's sister drugged him, or perhaps plans to torture him so that she can eventually get to Jin Runkandel, his contractor's location. Our boy is hearing her out, when eventually Shuri meows, signifying that they've arrived at their location. At the edge of the cliff, they can see the destroyed town catching flames. Just from this distance, she can confirm Kaduni's dragon breath, as he's the only creature capable of releasing such tortuous flames. Not to mention, Kujan reports that the same fire has been going rampant for several days now, and yet not a single media outlet has reported it, strongly suggesting that the Zippel family is behind the scenes, controlling the media outlets and suppressing any involvement. The young Master Jin suggests that they enter the city immediately. In the next scene, they've already invaded the city. Jin reports his strange observation. This place is actually called the State of Shul Kingdom, and yet, instead of the kingdom's soldiers protecting it, the Holy Vankela Knights are here to protect it instead. Not just that, they're actively blocking any entrance inside the quarters. This means that the Knights are making sure there aren't any witnesses in the fight. The Vankela Kingdom is supposed to be helping out its people, saving the citizens and protecting the land. And yet, the Knights stand here opposing anyone from going inside. It's truly a strange sight. The same Holy Kingdom that maintained its neutrality in his past life has now appeared to be siding with the Zippel family. Quiquintel urges precedence on invading the lands to check on the Dark Dragon's location first. Jin alerts her and tells her that they'll take the lead without causing any problems. However, the Silver Dragon wants to take care of the two knights guarding the gate all by herself, believing that she can flawlessly execute the task. The cloaked figure walks up to the Holy Knights, who are both alerted and warn her to stay back from the restricted area. Before they're able to finish their sentence, Quiquintel dashes with super speed and smashes a punch so strong that it knocks the Holy Knight flying. The other knight is so dense that he still has the gall to question her intentions. The Silver Dragon effortlessly kicks him down and sends this guy flying too. Lastly, she uses her magical powers to destroy the gate, shattering it to pieces. But here's the neat trick about her magic. Right after they entered inside the gate, Quiquintel used a reversal of time to restore the gate's condition back to how it was. She did it without even producing the slightest of sound, impressing the likes of Kujan. It's no joke that she's called the Dragon of Time. Inside the restricted area, the group's first impression is just how abysmal and horrifying the place is. After making their way inside, the group's attention is brought towards a sudden announcement, addressing the citizens of Santel. The announcer stands on top of gallows, telling everyone that a dragon is currently facing off against a monster just ahead of the city. But this crazy fanatic doesn't want the citizens to escape, rather perish in the pursuit of heaven and to fall into total despair. As this is happening, the crowd is listening without panicking at all, which appears to be an unusual reaction from the people. The announcer reveals that the same monster is responsible for killing their families and loved ones, but the creature will soon turn to dust, as the dragon will defeat it fully. He prays for the defeat of the monster and the victory of the dragon. Jin instantly notices the use of a spell called Persuasion. Kujin is unaware of it, so Jin elaborates that it's clear from observing the eyes of the spectators that they're possessed by a divine power. It's known as mind control magic. Normally the spell is pointless against powerful people, but when it comes to ordinary citizens who are already rushing in a state of panic, it's executed perfectly. At the same time, the problem is, the Holy King of the city Michaelin clearly outlined the use of this spell as forbidden among the saints. Also, it appears that the people are pinning the blame on the Dark Dragon for the actions of Kadun, the beast who slaughtered the city. It also reveals that Murakhan is still out there fighting if this information is true. Jin agrees with Quiquintel's thoughts, believing that the Zippels wouldn't have gone as far to pull such a move if Murakhan had already been captured. Right now, our boy wants to find out what's going on, why the saints are acting against the Holy King's orders, and why they're helping the Zippels. The announcer shifts his subject to reveal the invasion of a sinister group of people who have come to harm their city. He wants the public to be wary of their surroundings and report anyone who appears suspicious. With this announcement in motion, the best course of action is for them to hide. But as they're about to leave, one of the people spots them and roars his attention towards the suspicious group. The mind-controlled people rush to capture the group. In an effort to escape, Kujan whips out a trusty grenade that detonates a gust of smoke, allowing them a window to escape. When the smoke settles, the group is nowhere to be found, causing the announcer to furiously issue an order to hunt the wicked group down. Our heroes are running straight towards the scene of the battle, but as they're running, a bunch of holy knights prepare themselves for battle and denounce the invaders to drop their weapons at once. But you know how Jin operates. He loves cutting down his enemies, so he whips out his blade of lightning and sends down Zeus's wrath with 4 lightning bolts, annihilating the entire group. When the smoke clears, only one knight remains, protected by a magical barrier they casted. The assassin Kujan is happy to kill the remaining one, until the Holy Knight strangely announces that she's not their enemy. Jin is perplexed and points his blade, asking for clarification in the heat of the battlefield. The Holy Knight raises her hands in surrender, emphasizing that she wouldn't harm innocent people. She also appears to have knowledge of Jin's group siding with the Dark Dragon, who is currently busy trying to stop the rampage of Kadune. The young Runkandel is surprised by her information, because if she was mind-controlled, she wouldn't know such information to begin with. He inquires about the location of the Dark Dragon as well as her identity. The woman unveils her headpiece, stating that she had been waiting for his arrival. Murakhan actually asked her for a favor, which was to protect him until a man known as Jin Runkandel arrived. Lani Salome is introduced as a Class 2 Knight of the Dawn Order of Doctrine Protection, swearing herself as an ally of Jin Runkandel. Jin's group learns about the sudden uproar caused by the arrival of the knights, and they are instructed by Lani to quickly hide behind the building while they can. A few moments later, we see that Jin and his friends have already escaped her sight, while Lani's commander and his men come over to check her status. Inquiring her on what's going on, the commander learns that Lani was attacked by the invaders, and she points them down a false path to waste their time. Meanwhile, Jin is quietly observing the scene from nearby. Before leaving, the commander scolds Lani for being so hesitant in her duty, that despite the fall of her own allies, she didn't prepare her sword to strike. The commander thinks that it's her stupidity, and because of her beliefs, she can barely be classed as a knight of protection. Hearing those heavy words, Lani confesses that she's prepared to face punishment for her actions. But the commander doesn't care about that right now. He just thinks that she's placing far too much trust in a stranger's kindness. His words provoke Lani to the point she roars at him, questioning how anyone could call the invaders as pagans to begin with, when they can barely even tell if the invading group is infiltrating in the first place. The fifth commander is starting to have troubled thoughts about her beliefs, and commands her to be put under immediate probation. As for the rest of them, he tells Squad 3 to ensure the safety of the injured, and takes the others alongside him to look for the invaders. After the commander has left, the other knights talk down on Lani's audacity to speak back to her commander like that, especially when she's the one who disobeyed orders in the first place. They detest her to the point that they can't stand her being in the Order of Protection and spoiling its reputation. Though their words are full of provocation, Lani controls herself the best she can. Looking at her from a safe distance, Jin realizes her familiar face. This woman is actually the king's adopted daughter, and in his original life, he'd read up on her personal experiences. Apparently, Lani scored a vile reputation for being drunk all of the time and living a carefree life. Despite being the adopted daughter of the king, the people humiliated and made fun of her. But that's the shocking difference, because the woman he sees before his eyes right now is like night and day to what he read in those letters. This version of Lani is laser-focused and serious about her goals. After her comrades are gone, she breaks her facade and goes up to Jin, emphasizing that it's their best shot to move while they still can. Of course, she's also ready to navigate an easy path for them until they can reach Murakan's location. A little while passes as the city goes to hell. The Class 2 Knight opens up a secret underground passage. She leads them down to the staircase, while also pointing out that they're using a forbidden path, so no one will follow them. But that begs the question that's bothering Jin the most, so he directly asks her why she's helping them out to begin with. The knight talks about her pride in being a citizen of the Holy Kingdom and a daughter of their goddess Ayula. Basically, she doesn't care about honor or her duties of being a knight because of the horrors she's witnessing before her eyes. She vividly recalls the terrifying sight of the enormous fire dragon, Kadun, who is responsible for all of the violence that is causing the city to burn down. Opposing him is Murakan, who did his absolute best to stop Kadune's wrath from obliterating the city completely. Worried for his sake, the Silver Dragon asks about his condition. Unfortunately, even Lani understands that the Dark Dragon is in a very fragile state right now. Even though she's tried her best treating his wounds with divine magic, it still isn't enough to make him recover fully. The knight leads them down to a secret room, where Murakan appears to be resting in his cat form. He's beat up and currently trying to recover, and before entering a state of slumber, his last orders were for Jin to find him. Quicantel sees his miserable state and points out that he didn't force himself to become like this of his own volition. Rather, it's the only way his body knew how to survive after a brutal battle. It was a response based on instinct, something only the top dragons can do. The Silver Dragon weeps for him, calling him a reckless idiot, but she's glad that even after losing most of his powers from his prime, Murakan still has the ability to use this secret technique. As for Jin, he's equally worried about him. However, Quicantel places strong emphasis on their immediate departure, highlighting that if Murakan is left unattended in this state for far too long, he'll never be able to transform into a dragon again. Luckily, Lani is already there to lead a path for an exit, allowing the group to escape the city quickly. She urges them to leave so they waste no time. Jin stops by to thank her for her incredible act of delaying Murakan's doom, because if she hadn't done that, things would have been horrible for them. That's why, on his name as a Runkandel, he swears that he'll repay her debts. The honest knight feels pride in knowing that she acted on her beliefs and wishes the best for the Dark Dragon's recovery. Let's change perspective to the reaction of the Fire Dragon. This guy is pissed off because he was so close to killing Murakan at last, only for the chance to slip right before him. Even the leader of the Zippel clan is shocked to see him appear so displeased with the situation. Kadun roars at his own anger towards himself, knowing that he made a critical error. The Zippel Patriarch highlights how strange it was for them to run into Murakan, when in fact they were trying to look for his sister Misha in the first place. The thing is, if Murakan had been captured, they could have easily lured Jin as his contractor, and that way they'd finally be able to restore the might of the Devil Stone. Things went south for the Zippels, but at least now they're certain about the meeting between the Shadow Dragon and the Earth Dragons of Bement. The Zipple mastermind intends to patiently look for the next opportunity to strike, highlighting that Murakhan has already lost his previous powers. However, Kadune points out that it's uncertain to conclude that, because it's more like Murakhan is slowly recovering his abilities instead. Amusingly, Kelliak wonders if there's a way for them to resurrect a dragon's heart without the presence of the Devil Stone. The Fire Dragon is unsure of whether it's possible or not, but he understands that the Shadow Dragons are different from normal ones. He senses that Murakhan wouldn't be moving recklessly if his contractor wasn't nearby. But Kelliak doesn't care much about what he's worried about is the reaction of the Holy King, who appears to have been acting on his own for sending out the Dawn Order of Protection without informing the Zipples at all. Kelliak finds the Holy King exhausting to talk to and understands that there will be a meeting soon. Like the sadistic mastermind he is, he even wonders if it's a good idea to just kill the king, because a noble and good man like him is going to end up in heaven anyway. Kaduni calls his own master completely insane, which is hilarious to me, because this is the same dragon that was obliterating an entire city a while ago. The Zipple Patriarch must be completely nuts if he's insane by even Kadune's standards. Anyway, let's go back to Kashmir's place. Remember Kujan's sister? Luckily she's awake, though she's sad after reading her brother's letter, which probably contained a history of events that occurred while she was unconscious. It makes her quest for vengeance meaningless now that they're under Jin's care. Speaking of which, Jilly comes around like the nanny of the year and brings her some soup to drink. She treats the girl with kindness, highlighting that she needs rest to hasten the recovery process. Varys's body has yet to replenish itself with mana, but it's progress already that she's experiencing recovery. She also apologizes for everything she and her brother put them through, and asks if there's any way to help. The notion of help intrigues Jilly, because in the very next scene, she tosses the bloodthirsty assassin right into maid attire. The poor girl is struggling to contain her embarrassment, while Jilly thinks the dress looks lovely on her. She's also really happy to teach Varys how to clean and get started on her duties. The attire reminds Varys of her mother, because she used to be the head nanny of the Run Candles and wore the same outfit. While she's reflecting on her memories of her, a veil of shadow creeps up into a vortex of black, and a spiraling voice comes out. Misha is pissed off that her brother made her come all the way here, and goddamn does she look like a dessert to the eye. In the next scene, our boy makes his return and is welcomed by his nanny. But for Kujan, this man turns into a marshmallow the moment he spots his sister. The beloved siblings reunite at last, as Kujan embraces her in a loving manner. He'd started to lose hope in her, but thankfully she's here. It's also uncommon for him to cry, which shows his love for his sister. As for Jin, our boy is also very happy to see her return full speed to recovery. Varys bows down in respect, and explains that she read her brother's letter, which talked about Jin's kindness to the two of them. Kujan pays his respect to Jin, and quickly glances at the bruise across her face. He asks her about it, and learns that apparently some guest attacked her. Jilly then reveals the shocking arrival of Murakhan's sister, which led one thing to another with Varys. Misha is hosted in the sitting room, while Kujan wastes absolutely no time blitzing with full speed. Bro is pissed off like hell that someone even dared to hurt his sister, and he's so mad in his pursuit that the assassin is ready to nail Misha in the nail for it. Unlucky for his ass though, Misha punches the shit out of the guy and sends him flying to Jupiter. Hilariously, Jin and Quiquintel quietly observe the scene, while the Shadow Dragon officially introduces herself to Solderate's contractor after their previous encounter in the desert. In the next scene, the same brooding dragon is out here enjoying a sweet snack made by Latrie, the dragon who's supposed to act as Julia's guardian. Misha senses Julia's powers and realizes that she's a contractor of the God of Sight. Jin's perspective is pretty interesting to notice. He clearly remembers encountering a strange shadow in the desert, but had no idea that it was actually Misha all along. It makes him flushed, knowing that she saw his agonizing journey in the desert. But the part that really bugs him is how she was able to trace his location all the way here. The Dark Dragon's sister quickly explains that Murakhan is her puppet if anything, and she's always had a tracking spell on him from a young age. It functionally works differently from ordinary tracking magic, because Misha has full knowledge of her brother's actions, even though Murakhan is completely unaware. The Silver Dragon thinks that it's a loaded and confusing explanation, to which Misha amusingly laughs at. She thinks it is easier to describe such an ability as an authority, rather than a specific tracking magic spell. To demonstrate her ability, she plunges her arm into a pool of shadows, promising to entertain Jin. Here's the reason why Misha is the superior Shadow Dragon. It's because Murakhan only knows how to use his powers to fight, while she can manipulate her shadows to basically do anything. She slips out a small tendril of shadow and demonstrates the effectiveness of even a single trail. With just a single attached shadow, she can instantly discover people's locations. But that's not all. She could also manipulate her shadows to manifest and make complete copies of a person. For example, our boy is fucking terrified when he hears Misha talking in his face and form. This girl is basically a skinwalker. Jin looks at her in terror, while she gives him a cheeky smile in his own face. It only makes him realize the sheer possibility that comes with complete command over the shadows. Even Misha highlights that it must feel strange experiencing oneself like this without a mirror. Without fucking with his mind anymore, she releases the form back to her shadows. She wonders how he feels experiencing himself, while Jin sings praises of her excellent command over her powers. He can't even fathom the fact that another one of him can easily exist out there without his knowledge. It goes to show that if humans came to control this power, they would destroy each other. Interestingly, Misha reflects that she's never going to let Jin fall into the same fate as Tamar's, and she is hoping that he steps down from the pursuit of power if anything. The Shadow Dragon continues her watch on him with great intrigue. To Misha's absolute horror, Julia answers her mind, arguing in favor of Jin, and stating that he'll never fall in the pursuit of madness. It really stuns the Shadow Dragon for a second, the realization that she has been outplayed by the little girl. Thanks to her abilities granted by the God of Sight, Julia sees something in the run candle that nobody else does. It makes Misha wonder if Julia is witnessing the first patriarch's reincarnation in him. It completely terrifies her to believe that Tamar reincarnated, but an even more shocking thought is the realization that Julia sees Soldere himself in his contractor's presence. The Shadow Dragon holds herself down from jumping straight into conclusions, even though she can fully grasp that the God of Darkness no longer communicates with her. She thinks that it's entirely possible that something must have happened for Soldere to radio silence on her. Unsurprisingly, Julia's comment about Jin is so vague that her father asks her about what she means. The loving and cuddly girl once again emphasizes her point regarding Jin's pursuits. Our boy actually didn't know what she meant either, until he remembered that she's always called him Mister from the first time they met each other. The Shadow Dragon gets up to check on Murakan's condition. She grabs his silly little cat-like body and almost doesn't want to heal him back to full health because she finds him endlessly adorable as a cat. Of course, Jin doesn't like that and understands that Murakan wouldn't be thrilled about it either, so he begs her to do her best. She confesses that she's messing around and fully intends to help her brother recover. Misha demands them to leave the room and casually admits that there will be a lot of screaming involved. Her comment is so terrifying that even the unconscious cat is shivering in fear, and it's safe to say, the cat's screams reach the moon that night. Jin is patiently waiting outside. The screams are starting to get to him because it's been 3 days since Murakan's recovery, or perhaps torture began. The Silver Dragon quells his worries, reminding our boy that Misha is going to have to go through an incredibly taxing job of helping Murakan regain his lost powers. If the process is unsuccessful, he'll still be fine, so there's nothing to worry about. Except, Quikentel hides the fact that if the process fails, the Dark Dragon won't ever be able to use his powers again, even if he recovered. A contemplative Jin stares at the little leaf in his hand, questioning the chances of the success rate. Quikentel reveals that it's an ambiguous 50% for both success and failure, so their odds aren't that bad. At the same time, she's terrified of what will happen if the process results in a failure, which is also why she wants Jin to be mentally prepared for the worst to come. Her words, coupled with Murakan's agonizing screams, isn't a pleasant moment for our boy. It reminds him of his first ever encounter with the Dark Dragon, while he was just a helpless little child. A flood of memories comes crashing down in his mind regarding all the sweet memories they spent together on their journey. At last, the day arrives where Misha opens the window, appearing gassed out from the procedure and devastated. Then she confesses the ugly truth. She has failed. Her words terrify Quikentel and infuriate Jin enough to roar his name. But suddenly, a fast shadow blitzes out of the window as our beloved Murakan sticks his superhero landing, aura farming in all of his glory. The maniacal dragon laughs like an evil villain. His mere laugh is able to send ripples and shatter structures nearby. At long last, Murakan revels in the glory of his prime, a fresh body and absurd levels of strength. But even while he's out here posing like he's turned Super Saiyan or something, his sister quickly humbles him by kicking his ass. Literally. Misha is pissed off that he's happy about only gaining 40% of his original power, stating that his body is far too weak to handle its full strength. I have to point out that she's also bitch-slapping the shit out of him while this is happening, so F's for this man in the comments. The Dark Dragon thinks that his sister messed up the procedure on purpose, because if she'd fully restored him to full strength, he'd end up stronger than her. Misha launches this man flying for thinking of something so incredibly stupid, and she follows through with a full beatdown, all the while expressing how much pain she felt just trying to save his ass. As they're bantering against each other, Jin and his group are at a loss for words. Funnily enough, Misha wants to kill his ass right after reviving him only moments ago. The Shadow Dragon concedes his defeat, while Jin is happy as he can ever be seeing his friend nourish back to health. He thanks Misha, who understands how frustrated they must have felt when it took her days to complete the procedure. She also doesn't want to waste time anymore and plans to leave, highlighting how busy she is compared to her absolute moron of a brother. I just love how she humbles him every chance she gets. Anyway, the Run Candle apologizes for not being able to make it up to her for all her help. To that, Misha assures him that it's her duty to act on behalf of Solderette in case anything goes wrong. And now that she's connected her shadow with him, they can meet at any time. Finally, she advises Jin with a mission to head to the old Otarium. Confused, he asks why, and learns that there's supposed to be a special grimoire, a piece of legendary treasure left behind by Ryul Zippel. This grimoire is no joke either, to the point Jin already has previous knowledge of it. He expresses his concerns, bringing up the fact that the Otarium is going to be difficult for him to get to with his current level of strength. To that, the Shadow Dragon agrees and explains that though she intended for him to go there after becoming a flag bearer, it will be too late then. That's why she recommends taking Murakhan alongside, who can certainly hold his own with his current level of restored strength. Her fixation on being late makes Jin wonder if there's another person actively on the hunt for the grimoire. Misha confirms that it's a dangerous mage, someone who Jin already knows about. When he asks for clarification on who it is, Misha utters the words, Arya Owlheart, the same child who was born with a similar destiny like Jin Runkindel himself. Let's break down what Arya Owlheart even is. It's actually a false identity of Valeria, one of many fake names she used in his previous life. She had a unique fascination for this name, and it really astonishes him to learn that his previous mentor is currently looking for the special grimoire. Jin stops to question what Misha implies when she says that Valeria shares a special destiny along with him. In her response, the Shadow Dragon expresses that Jin is chosen by the shadows, while the mage is chosen by history itself. Misha thinks it's a wise choice to support her in her ventures, because she could prove to be an irreplaceable ally to him. This turns Jin inward, reflecting on Valeria's ultimate goal in his previous life. She'd always wanted to discover her family's lost mages, and if history has chosen her for this mission, it begs the question if she is close to attaining her goal. Anyway, Misha switches topics and bullies Murakhan, reminding his ass to look after his contractor properly while she's away. He ends up calling her a granny for it, and well, you can tell that she's beating him up because of it in the background. Jilly turns up with a delicious strawberry pie, which turns the dark dragon into a sweet girl with eyes full of wonder and joy. It really adds to the fact that both Murakhan and Misha are the same when it comes to their tastes. In fact, the older sister is even ready to reward the nanny with a small piece of advice. Hilariously, she reveals that Murakhan actually has a type for women like Jilly, so it's completely fine if she kills him if he tries to be forceful in his ways. The silver dragon is amused by her jokes and thinks that Misha should take it easy and return home. The dark dragon thanks her, says her farewells, and turns to open up her portal. Waving goodbye, Misha leaves, causing Murakhan to turn into a beaming prince charming in front of his beloved strawberry pie. Meanwhile, Jin is just happy that Murakhan's back, even if he couldn't return with his full strength. Though everyone played a part, the dark dragon remembers the contributions of Lonnie the most. That night is the sole reason he's alive right now, because Kaduni would have tossed him in front of his master. Jin reveals Lonnie's name, and explains her role as the adoptive daughter of the Holy Kingdom. The dark dragon cuddles with Shuri, and understands that he has a debt to repay for Lonnie's kindness. The Runkindel also reveals about certain intel he received from Kashmir during the time Murakhan was recovered. Apparently, the Class 2 knights ended up getting drunk at a ceremony and caused problems at the temple. This was taken as a direct offense to the king, causing her to get tossed into a cell. Jin's words infuriate Murakhan to the core. The same valiant knight who helped her is now rotting in jail and awaiting her trial, and her life is in grave danger. The perspective cuts to Lonnie herself, who is completely shattered and robbed of her will. The girl covers her face in shame, still being unable to contain her drinking habit. The timeline skips to December 14th in the Holy Kingdom. A crowd of people has gathered for the special event called Advent, where Ayula descended upon their kingdom. It's a celebratory festival that lasts 1 week in praise of the god, and Murakhan understands it because Ayula is supposed to be their savior and maker of peace. The people think that every time Ayula is enraged, it destroys everything. It's the reason they symbolically represent it as a dormant volcano that can explode at any moment. King Mycalen is received well by his people, roaring and chanting the Holy King's name. This man is Lonnie's adoptive father, but for some reason, Murakhan doesn't appear pleased knowing that this guy is the Holy King, to the point Jin probes him for it. The Dark Dragon expresses his annoyance, because for each Holy King that he met in the past, they all possessed incredible aura. Even though they're not particularly strong, their very own divinity is enough to make them unapproachable. Strangely though, in Mycalen's case, that doesn't appear to be the case. This man is a mystery on whether or not he possesses aura, but they plan to get all of their answers from his daughter Lonnie soon enough. Guarding the capital's eastern church, the 2 knights standing by are talking shit about Lonnie being an alcoholic wench who can't stop herself. It's actually a pretty easy duty for them since she poses no risk, and can't attend the ceremony in her state. The sneaky little Murakhan tries to sneak his way past but eventually gets noticed by the clowns, who enjoy a good time playing with the little guy. Unfortunately for these idiots, Murakhan has brought a poisonous tube along with him, while giving these bastards a murderous look of death. Within a few moments, they both collapse and meet a state of slumber. The Dark Dragon returns to his human form, while Jin finds Kujan's sleeping poison to be quite effective. Hilariously, Murakami is pissed off that even though he's strong as hell right now, his contractor is still messing around by making him do stupid shit like this. Luckily, one of the guards appears to have dropped their money. Jin doesn't blame them, and thinks that the dragon secretly ensured the coins would fall. Anyway, both of them make their way into Lonnie's room, who is reeking of alcohol. The girl is drunk as hell, and can barely hold herself together. The drunk knight spots Jin's face, shocked to find the run candle here of all places. It immediately lightens her up, as he begins to question what he's doing here. The young master reminds her of the promised debt he was going to pay. Even Murakami is thrilled to pay his gratitude to the knight. Lonnie is happy to see that he's doing all fine, but it appears that their roles have been switched, because now she's the one in trouble. The shadow dragon assures her that he's going to help her get out of this mess. Such words of consideration completely devastate the poor girl, as tears begin to stream down her eyes. She could only stare at her miserable state in the reflection of the bottle that caused her own demise. She starts crying, like seriously crying, causing Jin and Murakami to give each other an awkward and confused look. After a while, they decide to sit down and talk about things. Lonnie starts off by saying how she is being threatened, and has recently learned that the Holy King is actually a fake man deliberately put on display by the Zippel family for their own deeds. In fact, her real father is locked up in a place not even she knows about, which is the reason for her miserable state. The young master wonders if this is the work of the transfigurator Bubar, who could have potentially created a placeholder Holy King to fool everyone. Then again, it doesn't make any sense for Bubar to be siding with the Zippels, especially not after what happened last time. Suddenly, Murakami senses someone's presence approaching nearby. He takes off to deal with the threat and tells Jin to continue on without him. Our boy emphasizes that Murakami handles the matter discreetly, but well, before that could even happen, the damn wall shatters as two giant behemoths arrive. The dark dragon looks at the undead creatures in confusion, while Jin is shocked to see the golems. They're the same two men that they dismantled outside, and apparently they've fallen victim to becoming a golem, a state so miserable that death is the only escape. Jin's blood boils in anger, as the young master realizes that it's the Zippel family's scheme again. Meanwhile, the shadow dragon simply stares at the golems without a worry. The two creatures prepare to attack him, but this man is way too clean with it, and with just a few swipes of his hand, he slices them up like a steak, dismantling their first attack. Murakami is enraged to find golems inside the Holy Kingdom, and manipulates the shadows to impale one of the creature's bodies. Clenching his fist, the dark dragon unleashes tremendous force, zapping the life force out of them. Unfortunately, he never wanted to kill these people, which is why they went through the tedious process of using a sleeping poison. But now, there's no helping it anymore. A piece of rock suddenly falls near them, as Lonnie gets up from her spot and quickly kneels down to command the blessing of Ayula. Using her divine magic, she sends off the rotting corpses with a blessing, hoping that her god can comfort their pain after death. After the ritual, the knight breaks down again, shedding tears at the realization that the Holy Kingdom is no longer just. It has been fully corrupted. The situation makes Jin offer her a dilemma. Either she can give up here and live in a peaceful region elsewhere, or she can allow him to help her get better. His words are shocking. Lonnie can't comprehend why anyone would fight for her sake and kingdom. The young master expresses that he still owes her a favor, and he is a Runkindel who naturally depisses the Zippels. So if anything, it's a deal on their part, between the heir of the Runkindel family, as well as the heir of the Holy Kingdom. His encouraging words allow her to muster enough courage to take a stand, apologizing for having shown a weak and pathetic side of her. Armed with courage and tenacity, Lonnie accepts the deal and agrees to help. Let's go back a few steps and learn about the fall of the Holy Kingdom at the hands of the Zippels. The mages slowly bought the higher officials of the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, offering them big handouts for their loyalty. Unfortunately, even the Dawn Order of Protection fell victim to this same corruption. Lonnie talks about her mission that was assigned by her father in order to investigate the truth about the Order, but unfortunately she couldn't find anyone to trust here other than herself. Jean understands that the current Holy King probably felt threatened because of the knight's report regarding the invaders. She actually confirms his words, doubling down by saying that the Zippel family is responsible for kidnapping her real father shortly after she expressed her report. The man that is currently serving as the Holy King is just a duplicate, someone who behaves and talks exactly like her father would. Though most of the people are fooled by him, Lonnie saw through him after all. The imposter was unable to recreate the same divinity possessed by her father. Basically, Murakami's thoughts ended up being true about the strange absence of aura from the Holy King in the ceremony. One thing about the original king is the fact that Mikhailin is incapable of moving his left thumb. However, the moment she saw this imposter actively moving his thumb and confronted him for it, Lonnie was horrifically sent a severed thumb of her father as a response from the Zippels. The mages are psychotic, and even Murakami thinks the same of them. But Jin is intrigued and asks for the location of the thumb. Unfortunately, the moment she saw it and confirmed it belonged to him, it actually withered away on its own. From this, The young master assumes that there was a fire seal placed on it, an ability that is only capable of being casted if one is the contractor of the god of fire. That implies the involvement of the patriarch Keliak, or the works of the fire dragon Kadun. The situation is much more serious than it seems, so Jin asks about any other people who seem to know about the king's secret regarding his thumb. Lonnie starts off with a bunch of names and finishes up by revealing the name of their commander, Sir Vatura. The young master then asks if any of these people appear trustworthy, but unfortunately they're all a lost cause, as Lonnie shakes her head in disappointment. Montiano and Konu govern the administrative and regulatory factions, and despite being her father's most trusted friends from childhood, the moment she brought up the matter of his thumb, a sinister smile came over their faces. It's as if they enjoyed her confusion, the look of terror on her face. Lonnie had no chance, she was being played from the start. It was that moment that made her realize that her father's most trusted allies ended up becoming the puppets for the Zippel family, making her crash and burn in a drunken state. The Dark Dragon brings up the mention of Sir Vatura, who could perhaps be trusted. The good thing is, Lonnie hasn't spoken to the man in person. However, many suspected that he had been plotting a scheme to dethrone her father for a long time. This man has also openly vouched for a good association with the Zippel family, so that's not good either. Jin wonders if it's specifically because of those reasons that Lonnie tends to avoid the man. She responds by revealing her father's hatred for Sir Vatura, who always seemed like an enemy. He couldn't stand the thought of seeing his face. Going back to the king's childhood friends Montiano and Konu, Jin asks about her father's reaction to the both of them. Lonnie shares that they always sat next to him, and they were the only people whom he discussed his personal plans with. Often he would go on walks with them to relieve his stress. Overall, her words grind the gears in our boy's head. Forming his conclusion, he gets up and requests being taken to Sir Vatura at once. It's a shocking declaration coming from the Run Candle, especially when Lonnie has already revealed him as an enemy to the throne. However, the young master doesn't really find it pleasing either to hear her father's stupidity. The man kept traitors close to him and allowed his kingdom to get taken over by the Zippels without his knowledge. The scene cuts to Lonnie, who takes her two friends to have a meeting with Sir Vatura. The holy guards give them a pass, but the gatekeepers aren't so kind. They demand them to surrender their weapons. Lonnie turns to our boy, who agrees with the idea. Having granted entry, Lonnie discusses the possibility of Vatura being a pawn of the Zippels. She has reason to believe that he would plot against her and even kill her father. Murakhan assures her that nothing of the sort is going to happen with him around, because a bunch of puny knights aren't going to stop him. Unfortunately, the part she worries about the most is what they'll do to her father. To that, the young master comforts her with a bittersweet truth bomb. She doesn't have to worry about her father being tortured or not, because it's almost certain that he's already been killed. Though it's harsh to hear, Jin tells her that the kingdom has slipped away into the hands of the Zippels, and if they're following that logic, then her father serves no purpose anymore, and has already been executed. It's a cold truth, but it's something for the girl to accept. Even Lonnie understands that the possibility is real, but she wants to rely on her resolve and make it known for herself after speaking with Sir Vatura. Speaking of their meeting, they get to his room shortly afterwards. Adopting a cocky smile on his face, he welcomes Lonnie as the Holy King's beloved daughter, and then doubles down by calling her a drunk troublemaker. Having dropped a verbal jab, he asks about the people behind her. Lonnie reveals that they're just friends, but the cunning and perceptive man already knows the truth. They're the invaders who attacked and killed the men in the Eastern Church. It appears that Vatura is already one step ahead in terms of his knowledge about the situation. He was actually trying to hunt the invaders down, but finds it glad that they've come to surrender on their own. Furthermore, he even threatens to kill the Holy King if Jin's group continues to pose trouble for them. This little fact implies to Lonnie that her father's still alive. Anyway, Vatura orders one of his guards, Kane, to inform the Zippels that they've captured the king's daughter. As for her friends, he plans to capture them for an interrogation later. Murakhan is about to explode his anger, but Jin stops him from doing anything reckless. The Dark Dragon doesn't get it, because if they stall for long, these clowns will report everything for the Zippels. Instead of backing down, the arrogant guards continue to trash talk against the invaders who ran away last time. They threaten to use force against them if Jin and Murakhan don't back down, especially when the Holy King's life will also be at risk. Meanwhile, Lonnie is reduced to a puddle of tears. Her body shivers as tears pour out uncontrollably down her face. She regrets ever having to come here, realizing that her kingdom fell to ruin because she was too late to notice anything. If that wasn't enough, her father didn't do much to prevent their demise either. While she's bursting in anger, Jin comforts her by asking her to lift her head. The moment she opens her eyes, the two guards have already been killed. As for Vatura, turns out that he isn't a bad guy at all, and instead he's eternally grateful that the young master saved the king's daughter. Vatura apologizes for everything that happened and assures Lonnie that she did the right thing by coming here because it will be fine from now on. Murakhan is left completely speechless and doesn't get what the heck is happening. It's revealed that Jin didn't do a thing to kill those guards. It was done so by Vatura's own blade, and he's proud of Lonnie for having done so much on her part. Lonnie's brain is having a meltdown, realizing that she doubted Vatura all along, not realizing that he was on her side. He doesn't mind, and actually finds it relieving that she's doing okay. Remember when Jin was brainstorming the possibilities earlier? He actually pieced together the information that Vatura is secretly an ally of the king, but he's also surprised to see the Holy Commander recognizing him immediately. Vatura explains that he first saw the boy at the Lone Tree Bridge party that Kieran hosted upon his return. Back then, he noticed Jin and left without a word. But now, it's time for him to reveal the truth about his true association with Lonnie's father. You see, the whole public enemy thing was actually a false persona. Vatura and King Michaelan deliberately acted like enemies conspiring against each other, when in reality, they were allies trying to keep the balance of the world. Jin adds on by stating that the Zippels had no clue, and because they suspected Vatura to despise the king, they approached him and began thinking he was an ally. In reality, that was never the case. The Holy Kingdom is a mess right now, divided into two factions, one supporting the Kinzello faction and the other supporting the crazy mages. It's here that Vatura confesses that the fake king is actually placed by the Kinzello family, who can command the use of shapeshifters to do their bidding. This means Bubar and Kinzello are involved in this mess. Vatura explains that initially, both groups tried to take over the Holy Kingdom together, but for some strange reason, they no longer appear to be cooperating with each other. Of course, this is once again because of Jin's involvement, but no one knows about that. Vatura continues by stating that the kingdom is now split between the moderates faction, who are sworn to the Zippels, and the hardliners, who follow the Kinzello. In reality, a third and very tiny proportion cares about the Holy Kingdom. Moving on, Jin hands him the fragment of the golem he took earlier and asks about the human experimentations that have been going on. He also expresses how the soldiers in the Eastern Church became golems shortly after they handled them. Fueled with rage, Sir Vatura frustratingly reveals that the Kinzello have been leading their horrific experiments for 6 months now, and they've even taken innocent citizens as lab rats. This is a shocking revelation for Jin, who always assumed that the Zippels were behind the cause of experimentation, but it turns out to be the opposite. Over 100 people are taken as lab rats just to end up sacrificed as experiments in their name. The fact that Lonnie couldn't even catch wind of this is heartbreaking for her. However, the commander assures her that it's not her fault. It's the shortcoming of him and her father who failed to stop all of this. Murakun chimes in with his objections, questioning why Vatura has yet to come in contact with the Runkandel or any other family for help. Unfortunately, the commander fears that if the Runcandles truly end up supporting them, there won't be a Holy Kingdom left. Even Jin understands that his family could easily swing that as a motivation to start a proper war, because in reality, their house doesn't require the use of the Holy Kingdom, but rather its saints as well as its treasures. The commander emphasizes that the Zippel family has full knowledge of the experimentation process of the Kinzello, but it seems like they're not showing any active involvement. This makes Jin realize that it's a cunning strategy to expose the Kinzello to the public when the Zippels find it convenient. This way, they'll become the heroes in the eyes of the world. Not just that, from what the golems he encountered today, the young master vividly remembers their appearance to be different from last time. That's because these golems aren't created by the Zippels like they were before. At the same time, it bothers him about the motive of the Kinzello faction to focus on creating golems in the first place. While he's deep in thought, the Dark Dragon probes his mind. Jin has figured out a way to take down both factions at once, while at the same time sustaining little damage. His words surprise both Lonnie and Vatura, who wonder if something of the sort is even possible. The Runcandle reveals that he intends to go to the Old Oterium first, and right after dealing with the Kinzello, he'll help the citizens be freed. With the citizens out, they'll come forward with the truth. However, the commander still thinks it's a reckless plan if it's being left up to just 2 people. In the chance that Jin pulls this plan off successfully, there's still the issue that the idiots who supported the Kinzello would probably end up joining the Zippels. To that, the young master expresses that he will remain firm on his stance. He'll bring the Kinzello to their knees and then target the Zippel family through the people. All he demands is for the commander to trust in their plan. Vatura eventually gives in and agrees, while Lonnie backs up her friends, believing that they're not the type to say stuff for no reason. Seeing Lonnie act so freely, the commander feels a hint of relief. All this time, he was banking on his chances that the king's daughter would be the reason to help gather the rest of the loyal servants. And with that tiny group, they'd do something about the 2 factions. But that ineffective plan means nothing anymore, when Jin Runkandel has been sent as a blessing to their kingdom to save them all. Though he's frustrated, the commander of the Holy Knights places his complete trust in the young master and asks for anything of his service. Jin orders him to keep on maintaining his disguise as a servant of the Zippels and to make sure Lonnie's fine until their return. With that promise made, our boy turns his back, promising that he'll be back. He earns the gratitude of the commander, while Murakun is excited for what's to come. The Dark Dragon advises Vatura to act like he's been injured after a fight against his invaders. But here's the shocking part. This man literally chops his own damn arm off, just to keep up with the act. Even Lani screams in worry, preparing to heal him at once. But the commander stops her, explaining that it's the only way to make the Zippel family believe about what went down, especially when his own guards are dead. In his final act, Vatura hands his sword to the young master and tells him the exact room where all of their weapons have been stored. Jin clasps the blade and declares that he'll return before the ceremony closes. Let's go ahead and head to the old Oterium, a place that is currently being used to experiment all kinds of ugly things. One of the researchers expressed sadness for being unable to save another test subject, when suddenly, the room goes red as a warning signal startles everyone. The men have no idea what's going on. The barriers they placed have been tampered with and removed. The evil mages have no idea because the barriers weren't even destroyed, just completely nullified. While they're piecing the situation together, they realize that an intruder is making his way. Both men take a step towards the window to see what's going on, only to witness an ever-blazing shadow dragon making his godly descent. The winged beast of black has completely dissolved the barriers and has taken control. Terrified, the men roar out a signal to attack the dragon at once. But Murakhan simply enjoys himself, imbuing himself with dark magic, before sending out his tendrils and engulfing the entire Oterium in a coat of black. Content with what he's done, he smiles at their amusing yet helpless attempts. The mages can no longer control their magic, allowing the dark dragon to make his move. To summarize just how powerful Murakhan has gotten, let's talk about what he just did. With a single swipe of his hand, he slices the Oterium like butter, cleaving it clean. But not just that, he quickly makes a devastating descent to deepen the blow. Having marked his descent, Murakhan shares that any remaining survivors will quickly meet their doom. Because the dark dragon hasn't just come to invade, it has come for their death. At that moment, Murakhan and Jin had reached Kinzelo's research base, just as the intelligence they had received had indicated. While Murakhan was creating a distraction above ground, Jin remained hidden below, preparing to find a way inside. As he glanced upward, Jin couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder Murakhan was always boasting about his glory days. If what he was displaying now was only 40% of his true power, then it was truly beyond comprehension. Still, Jin didn't allow himself to be distracted. He reminded himself that while Murakhan stirred chaos, he needed to use the secret passage that Lady Katmiya had told him about and locate the imprisoned civilians. At the same time, several members of Kinzelo were rushing out in panic, having heard the news that a dragon was rampaging nearby. Among them were Susan Lilista, the clan leader of the Lilista family, and Chukon Tolderer, the Grand Mage of Ans. Both appeared shaken, unable to comprehend how the barrier they had erected could be destroyed so easily. While they were on their way to restore the barrier, a massive fist came hurtling toward them from out of nowhere, so swiftly that neither had any time to react. As the strike neared, expressions of pure terror overtook their faces. It seemed they were both questioning whether such seasoned mages as themselves were about to perish in such a meaningless way. A deafening explosion rang out the next instant. The black dragon's fist had crashed into a protective barrier made from the Grand Mage's mana. Yet resisting such overwhelming force was no simple feat. Chukon suffered a serious injury despite the support of several subordinate mages. Susan, recognizing the danger, knew she had to distract the black dragon while Chukon remained on defense. She had to buy time somehow, at least until their master arrived, and elsewhere, inside a dark secret chamber, strange sounds echoed continuously. At the center of the room stood a man with tattoos covering his bald head, murmuring in an ancient tongue. It was he who had been chanting those arcane words. He raised a staff and struck it into the ground, releasing a surge of immense magical energy. A ceiling formation quickly took shape, enveloping the entire chamber. From that formation, countless strands of mana burst outward, surging through the chamber, which was lined with containment cylinders filled with a greenish liquid. A twisted smile curled across the man's face, suggesting that everything was proceeding according to plan. The liquid inside the containers began to bubble violently and shift in color, from green to a deep, blood-like red. As anticipated, the contents of those containers turned out to be none other than biomachines, cyborgs, created from humans through Kinzelo's research. Back on the outside, beneath Mount Zin, Jin had followed the secret path exactly as Katmiya had instructed. After a brief search, he finally found the chamber where Kinzelo had been conducting their experiments. But it appeared he had arrived too late. The place was now completely empty. He wondered grimly if he had missed them. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, asking whether he was an ally of the Black Dragon and if he had come from the Holy Nation. Jin didn't hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and held his sword to the stranger's throat, demanding to know who they were. The woman raised her hands in surrender. She introduced herself as Mutuasila, a saintess of the Dawn Association who protected sacred doctrines under the order of His Holiness the Holy King. She had infiltrated the Dark Magic Association 3 years ago and had been working covertly as a research assistant ever since. Upon hearing this, Jin asked if she knew where the captured civilians had been taken, but Scylla told him it was already too late. They had been turned into biomachines and taken away by her superior. Jin then pressed further, asking how many people from the Holy Nation had been held there. At first, Scylla lowered her head in silence. After a moment, she replied that it had likely been around 800 individuals. The battle outside showed no sign of calming down. Under the fierce attacks of the Black Dragon, the defenders were barely holding on. One of them couldn't help but wonder how on earth their lord hadn't arrived yet. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed. It seemed unbelievable that the Black Dragon had dared to charge this deep into enemy territory. Muraken sensed that a new figure had entered the scene. Meanwhile, in the underground facility, the Archmage Chukon Tolderer and Susan visibly brightened with relief. Realizing that their lord had finally arrived, they both acknowledged how fortunate they were. Had he been even slightly later, they might not have held out any longer. The newcomer remarked that this was quite the unexpected gift. He had just been looking for new material. He was none other than the president of the Dark Magic Association. Not only had a perfect specimen delivered itself to him, but he now had the chance to test his weapons. To him, nothing could be more thrilling. Even if the opponent was a mighty black dragon, there was no way it could handle such a vast army of biomechanical soldiers. He declared that it was time to see just how powerful this famed black dragon truly was. As soon as he finished speaking, the biomechanical soldiers below began accumulating energy simultaneously, aiming straight at Murakan. The man warned the dragon that it would be best to regret ever setting foot in this place. At once, a torrent of energy beams shot from the mouths of the mechanical soldiers, hurtling toward the black dragon in a coordinated assault. Deep inside a hidden chamber, another conversation continued undisturbed. Jin asked if the biomechanical soldiers had been modeled after the race of the Shadow Lords. Silently wondering how such a feat had even been possible, Scylla opened the door herself and revealed that Do had successfully restored and cultivated the bloodline of the ancient Shadow Lord race. Long thought to have vanished thousands of years ago, he had managed to recreate and even replicate it. Jin, furious, questioned aloud whether Do had truly dared to tamper with the sacred bloodline of the Shadow Lords. As he followed Scylla, she went on to explain that those who had been turned into mechanical soldiers could no longer be saved. Then she pointed toward a room ahead, saying there was something she wanted him to see. Inside were many unmoving bodies, victims of failed experiments, disfigured and barely clinging to life. Scylla confessed that Do had ordered their disposal, but she had secretly hidden them instead. Without a mana-supplying device, they wouldn't even be able to survive. She admitted her own inability to restore them to their original forms, but believed that a high-ranking healer from the Holy Nation might still have a chance. She assured Jane that this was the very reason she had come. Their exchange, however, was suddenly interrupted by a violent tremor, likely an aftershock from the battle above. The biomechanical soldiers on the surface began coughing up blood. Scylla panicked, realizing the mana supply had been severed. Although the devices still appeared functional, she couldn't understand why this was happening. It seemed that the entire mana reserve of the facility was being drained. The battle had truly begun. After explaining this, Jane quickly turned to leave, telling Scylla to take care of the survivors until he returned, promising that this wouldn't take long. Outside, the first wave of attack by nearly 1,000 biomechanical giants had been completed. Do stood at the forefront, laughing maniacally, praying that the divine gaze of Adula would shine upon the black dragon. To him, it was a spectacular sight. 800 giants created from the bloodline of the Shadow Lords, and yet the black dragon couldn't even resist. But the dragon, in turn, merely smiled with a cryptic expression. He declared that it was time to begin, having finally run out of patience. A mighty roar erupted from his throat, radiating immense power across the battlefield. Do immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he turned, he saw the energy cores of all the biogiants had shut down. In a flash, the mechanical army had lost all its strength. At that moment, another figure entered the fray. Accusingly, he denounced Do for turning innocent civilians into monsters. He questioned if this was the man who had dared to defile his bloodline, calling them all scum. He claimed they deserved to be torn to pieces. Chukon's mouth fell open in disbelief. He couldn't believe that wretched man had appeared here. Do too was stunned when his comrade referred to the new figure as Bo. Regardless of their expressions, Zin stood above with the azure lightning sword of the sealed gate in his hand, surrounded by thunder and lightning lighting up the sky. He coldly declared that this would be the day they were wiped off the face of the world. The expressions on the enemies below turned grim, especially Do, who sensed something unusual about the young man confronting him. According to the direction of the wind and thunder sword's slash, bolts of lightning rained down upon the ground where they stood. The earth was easily torn apart by the overwhelming power, and the low-ranking soldiers were effortlessly annihilated. Panic spread among the ranks in the face of the sudden devastation. Only one remained fixated. Joe, who stood wide-eyed, staring intently at the young man before him. He recognized that immense power. It was the very thing he had always pursued. The heart of a dark sovereign. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from sorrow, but from sheer ecstasy. It was beautiful. Everything he had spent his life chasing now appeared before him, so close he could almost grasp it. Thoughts began racing through his mind. I want it. That heart must be mine. As his desire intensified, his expression twisted into madness, like that of a beast who had finally laid eyes on its most desired prey. Without hesitation, he ordered his biomechanical soldiers to attack and rip out the heart of his opponent. Jin didn't back down. Without fear, he charged forward. His first wave of enemies were hundreds of towering giants stampeding toward him. Sparks exploded from their mouths and bombardments erupted across the land. In moments, the ground was engulfed in flames, but behind the thick curtain of smoke, something began to emerge. It was Jin, completely unharmed, not a single scratch on his body despite the fierce onslaught. It was now his turn to retaliate. With a single slash, a sword strike powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth tore through the advancing army of biomechanical giants, effortlessly cleaving them into pieces. Joe screamed in rage, demanding to know what his forces were doing and ordering them to restrain Jin immediately. Only now did he begin to realize that this opponent was far more formidable than he had initially believed. From above, Jin calmly instructed Murakhan to kill all the lackeys, everyone except the one in command. Murakhan casually responded that it was a trivial task, likening it to child's play. Then, the black dragon let out a roar and swung his claw toward the horde of giants. A surge of dark energy erupted, prompting astonishment even from Joe, whose eyes widened once again. Was this the power of darkness? Soon, darkness consumed the entire battlefield. This was Murakhan's domain. With a mere snap of his fingers, hundreds of biogiants were obliterated. The waves of dark aura pierced through their bodies with ease. Even Chukan and Suze, powerful grand mages in their own right, barely escaped death. Joe looked around in panic. His once proud army had been reduced to nothing. He found himself asking internally what on earth was happening. The proud legion he had built was gone, crushed in moments. From above, Jin coldly told him to surrender, declaring that he had already lost. Yet Joe, defiant as ever, retorted that he hadn't wanted to use that, but now it seemed he had no other choice. He began chanting in an ancient tongue, holding tightly to his staff as dark energy surged around him. A powerful seal formed, one that made it clear just how dangerous the spell was. Jin remained calm, standing firmly on the scorched ground. Nothing had happened yet. Then suddenly, the earth around him shook violently, as if something massive were about to rise. And it did. In the next instant, a colossal monster erupted from the ground. Fortunately, Jin managed to leap away just in time to avoid its gaping maw. He soon realized that this creature was nearly the same size as Murakhan in his black dragon form. Yet something felt off. Jin sensed multiple energy sources emanating from the creature, and a growing unease settled over him. Jin landed nearby, eyes locked onto the monstrous being. Meanwhile, Joe was grinning maniacally. He mocked Jin, asking if the boy was stunned into silence by his greatest masterpiece. With exaggerated reverence, he introduced it as the pinnacle of all his life's experiments. The creature's body was crafted from the flesh and skin of monsters, taking the form of a massive white elephant. Most terrifying of all was its core, a fusion of 5 phoenix hearts crystallized into one. According to Joe, it was created specifically to overpower even the greatest mage of their age. Kia Zippo. This, he declared proudly, was his ultimate creation. Pollock, the frost golem that had devoured fire. While Joe grinned like a madman beneath him, Murakhan looked on with a surprising calm. That monstrous thing did indeed carry enough power to bring catastrophe, he admitted to himself. But then he questioned Joe aloud, wondering how the fool could dare present a golem imbued with phoenix essence right in front of the ruler of the fire realm. Joe, of course, had no idea what the dragon was talking about. Murakhan then shifted back into his human form and approached Jin. He warned the boy that the old man had completely lost his sanity. From this moment forward, Murakhan declared, he would ignore the contract between them and forcibly draw upon Jin's power. Jin was taken aback. Forcibly use my power? He thought. But before he could make sense of it, Murakhan had already begun to act. Following the stream of mana flowing from Murakhan into the summoning sigil, a gate to the fire realm was opened. Watching the process, Cho assumed they were summoning a phoenix. He noted that the creature's size was fairly large, but ultimately dismissed it as an ordinary phoenix. In his mind, he thought that if they truly wanted to face someone like Paul, the summoned beast would need to be at least on par with Belot from the CIA. However, just as he finished that thought, his eyes widened in disbelief, forming perfect circles. He was struck silent, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stared at what was emerging. It wasn't something that any mage would fail to recognize. What stood before him was the pride and aspiration of every mage across the continent. Murakhan, drenched in sweat and visibly uneasy, seemed to be reassuring himself, hoping that the creature wouldn't go so far as to kill its own contractor, because the entity that had just been summoned from the fire realm was none other than the Blue Flame Phoenix, Test, the king of all phoenixes. At that moment, after Murakhan had lent Jin his power to summon Test, the great creature descended from the skies engulfed in blazing blue fire. Witnessing the terrifying sight, Poo's face twisted with fear as he screamed, unable to believe that such a mere novice could possibly summon Test. Yet disbelief changed nothing. The image of the azure phoenix spreading its wings in the heavens shattered all of his perceptions. The magical force within Jin poured out in resonance with the beat of Test's wings. Blue flames filled the sky as the phoenix spewed a torrent of azure fire toward the ground. The sight left the enemy even more horrified, his mouth wide open in ceaseless cries. At his command, the monstrous beast, Pook, desperately attempted to swallow the flames. The massive creature opened its maw, grotesquely formed from the remnants of countless beings, and devoured the torrents of fire rushing toward it, but Test's blaze grew only fiercer, rapidly covering the entire battlefield in blue light. No matter how much Pook tried to consume, it was never enough. Nearby, Denjo, who was maintaining a defensive spell, grew increasingly anxious. He cursed under his breath, urging Pook to endure, fearing that his prized creation would soon collapse under the phoenix's overwhelming might. His fears were realized in the next instant. Test unleashed a thunderous cry, its azure flames surging violently until they formed a blazing whirlwind. The devastating power overwhelmed everything. Jin collapsed into unconsciousness from the strain, his body falling into Murakhan's arms, while Pook convulsed, coughing blood as the defensive array cracked apart. He was struck with despair as he realized that the protective formation was breaking, and a heartbeat later, the eternal fire of the phoenix swallowed him whole. Near him, Pook's monstrous pet met the same fate. The flames tore its body apart with ease, and the colossal carcass crashed into the earth with a terrible roar. Horrified, Murakhan shouted desperately, demanding that it stop. He pleaded with Test not to drain Jin's life away merely out of wrath, for Jin was already unconscious and on the verge of collapse in his arms. He begged the phoenix to calm itself and withdraw before a disaster truly unfolded. At last, with Murakhan's earnest plea, Test relented. The blue phoenix dissolved into pure flame and vanished into the gateway beneath the earth, returning to the fire realm. Pook's smoldering remains fell beside its master, marking the final destruction of the Black Society. Kneeling on the ground with the last of his strength, Du realized that everything had ended in futility. In his final moments, he lamented and whispered an apology to the general director. Yet, just as despair consumed him, a sudden voice echoed from above, followed by a brilliant light shining across the sky. The voice urged him not to give up, proclaiming that as long as he still remained, they could begin anew. Shocked, Du lifted his gaze with a glimmer of hope as the radiant light grew brighter, addressing him directly from the heavens. Murakhan and Jin, now regaining consciousness, also heard the words and understood that the battle was not truly over. Du immediately knelt, declaring with reverence that it was his honor to behold the general director. His words left Murakhan and Jin astonished. Could that truly be the general director of Kenzalo? As the brilliance above them grew clearer, a faint yet radiant figure gradually revealed itself. The hazy figure spoke, remarking that so this was how he finally encountered the one Ghibli and Ben had been desperately searching for. He claimed it was a pleasure to meet Boro and added that he had already heard of Murakhan's awakening. With Murakhan becoming his guardian dragon, he concluded that Boro must surely be one of the dark contractors, which explained why such an extraordinary figure had suddenly appeared on the continent. Murakhan then shouted furiously, demanding to know what the figure was and how it dared to call his name as though they were familiar. He wanted to know who the figure truly was. In response to Murakhan's barrage of questions, the figure replied calmly that it was truly disappointing that Murakhan had forgotten the one who had once saved his life. The figure insisted that it had been the one who stopped him when he went berserk, right before being killed by Tema. Murakami froze in shock and angrily asked how the figure dared mention that name, asserting with rage that the intruder could only be some demon who had overheard fragments of the past. He insisted that the one who had gone mad that day was not him but Tama, but before Murakami could finish, the figure cut him off, asking if that was really what he wished to claim. It said that not only had Murakami failed to recognize him, but he also dared to suggest that the incident had been Tama's fault. At this, Murakami roared in anger, shouting that the wretch should shut his mouth for daring to mention Tama again. His aura surged violently throughout his body as he swore he would kill the figure immediately, along with his subordinate Kinzilo, and send them all to hell. Jin, standing beside him, realized that the stranger was only trying to provoke Murakami and urged him not to fall for the bait, but it seemed too late. The figure sneered that sending him to hell was something Murakami had not been able to achieve even at his peak. Pointing with his hand, the figure created a small sphere of light, which suddenly burst open, unleashing a white mist that blanketed the entire sky. Murakami's eyes remained fixed on the sight without blinking, but before he realized it, the world around him had vanished as if nothing existed anymore. He wondered in disbelief if this was some form of illusion magic affecting him, questioning who this wretch really was. Then the voice echoed again, asking Murakami whether he truly had lost his memory or if he had merely rearranged it to benefit himself. It questioned whether Murakami truly believed the one who had gone berserk that day was Tama and not himself. At those words, Murakami's expression twisted strangely as fragments of memory resurfaced, images drenched in crimson, and himself standing over a corpse. The voice continued, saying that it had witnessed everything that day, but it was understandable since everyone had at least one truth they could not bear to admit. It said it understood him, because the pain of losing that dear friend was surely real. Though the words were spoken gently, they tore open Murakami's wound. His face turned pale with horror as if he could not accept it. His aura spun out of control and his eyes drowned in anger. His entire body became enveloped in energy as he roared with burning fury, on the verge of completely losing himself. Just as it seemed a villain might be born in that moment, a sudden fist of affection struck Murakami's face out of nowhere. Even the radiant figure above was stunned into silence. Jin's punch landed hard, distorting the dragon's handsome face. Murakami angrily cursed, demanding what the brat had just done, rubbing his bruised face while insulting him. But soon he realized something. Standing beside him, Jin asked if he had finally regained his senses. Murakami cursed bitterly, struggling to his feet, and admitted that the snake-like wretch had bewitched him for a moment. He apologized to Jin, calling it his disgrace. The figure above stroked his chin with hidden meaning, remarking that if Murakami had been able to restrain that madness so easily back then, perhaps Tama would never have died. Jin stopped Murakami from advancing and instead turned toward their opponent, questioning him. He remarked that it was surprising how much the supposed leader of Kinzello talked. If the man were truly strong enough to oppose the first patriarch of the Run Candle, then a single strike should have been more than enough to annihilate them all. Jin wondered why such a person would waste time on cheap healing tricks. Since the man remained silent, Jin concluded that he must not have such strength at all. He reflected that he should have realized it earlier, the moment the enemy relied on illusions to provoke them. To Jin, a true powerhouse worthy of being a leader would have already crushed them before uttering a single word, as had been the case with all the strong figures he had ever known. At that moment, the figure moved his lips slightly, admitting that Jin was right. He addressed Jin as the son of the Run Candle, and as his light flared once more, he explained that he was not currently in a condition to truly fight them, so the battle would end there. As he spoke, he conjured something resembling a miniature black hole. When it detonated, fragments scattered like shards of space itself, leaving a crack running across the sky directly in front of him. Jin realized with a start that this time it was no illusion. The man was attempting something real. The enemy continued, saying that he needed to clean up a few matters first. The fragments shot toward the central laboratory of Kinzello, and his target turned out to be one of his own subordinates. The subordinate only managed to whisper faintly, addressing him as Commander. Before the shards pierced through his body, blood sprayed across the ground as the great mage Chukon collapsed, nearly killed instantly. Looking down from above, the figure spread his fingers and coldly remarked that he was sorry, but he did not have the luxury to save Chukon as well. He dismissed him as nothing more than a man whose only talent was boasting a little more than the average person. With those words, shards of fragmented space swirled around his body, and beside him was Joe, already enveloped in a special spatial barrier. A massive pillar of light descended, engulfing both of them and erasing their images completely from Jin's sight. The man left only a parting message, expressing that he hoped they would meet again under less unpleasant circumstances. Watching the light fade, Jin silently questioned what exactly the leader of Kinzello was. It seemed clear that, for some reason, the man was unable to wield his full power. Yet the fact that even Murakun was captivated proved that he was immensely strong. Murakun himself wondered the same. What kind of monster could warp space in such a way? He had never heard of any demon capable of such a feat. Could that man even be a demon at all? Since he knew both Murakun and Sir Tamar, he must have lived for over 1,000 years, and he even seemed to know about the Spectre clan and their attempted resurrection. Jin speculated that the figure was likely a being from the era when they once ruled the world. The fact that he had chosen to rescue only Joe strongly suggested that Joe was of critical importance to Kinzello. Afterward, Jin approached Chukon, who lay unconscious from blood loss. Hearing the footsteps, Chukon forced his eyes open. Jin asked him if he was still breathing, remarking bitterly that it must be agonizing to fall by the very blade of his own master. He asked if Chukon had any last words. Chukon's lips trembled, unable to form complete sentences, but he raised a piece of paper and whispered weakly that it contained the location of his spellbook. Jin quickly took it from him, and in that moment, Chukon released his final breath. He exhaled as though relieved of a great burden, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he passed away. Jin examined the paper carefully and found that it contained the coordinates of Chukon's grimoire. Regardless of whether the man had been a friend or foe, no wizard would want the lifelong culmination of his work to disappear without a trace, and Jin intended to honor that wish. Later, Jin and Murakun returned to the cavern where the others were receiving treatment. Jin informed the old dragon that he had encountered a saint here. She had been sent by the Holy King on a mission and had stayed in the region for a long time, so she likely knew the location of the spellbook. However, the moment they entered, they found everyone kneeling on the ground in tears before the saintly woman known as Miushila. Stunned, Jin asked what had happened. One of the villagers explained that she had exhausted her life force to save them and had now returned to the embrace of the divine. The man held up a book, explaining that before her final breath, she had entrusted it to him to deliver to Jin. It was a notebook, her diary. Holding the diary in his hands, Jin silently vowed that he would never forget her sacrifice. He swore that he would reveal the truth to the world so that there would be no more victims like her. To him, Miushula was the purest and most virtuous saint he had ever known. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the footsteps of a wandering sorceress came to a halt. She gazed upon a distant castle shrouded in rising smoke. Her striking red hair marked her presence. She was none other than Valeria Hyrer, Jin Runkandle's master from his previous life. Whether Jin and his former master would soon cross paths remained an unanswered question. At that moment, within the grand hall of Kinzello's headquarters, many of the organization's key members had already gathered. Bisco Ibriano remarked that the commander was far too late and admitted he had truly begun to worry that something might have happened. Among those present was B. Sidrixer, a great warrior of the White Wolf clan and the supreme commander of Kinzello's revolutionary army. He stated frankly that aside from the two brothers, he had yet to find any human who pleased him. The thought that the commander had to personally step in to rescue someone filled him with anger. Another voice agreed, saying that in moments like this it was frustrating that only the commander could wield spatial powers. Bisco, however, reflected to himself that the commander was indispensable for the great cause ahead, while others such as Booba or Ju were nothing but constant headaches. Just then, a sudden violet light appeared before them, startling both men. A gate began to form, and from within emerged the Supreme Commander alongside another figure. The two had returned exactly as expected. Yet, the moment the commander appeared, he began coughing up mouthfuls of blood, leaving Bisco and Sidrixer deeply alarmed. They understood that his body was in an exhausted state. The commander reassured them that he was fine and only needed some rest. As he walked to the center of the hall, his steps unsteady, Bisco quickly ran forward to support him and insisted on leading him to rest. Meanwhile, the other figure who had come through the gate was drenched in cold sweat. Barak growled menacingly, as though ready to devour the man alive, and demanded to know how he dared to let the commander risk his precious life for his own. The commander tapped lightly on the arm of the chair and told Barak not to be so harsh, insisting that this was not a complete failure. He added that the most intriguing revelation from the recent journey was the true identity of Bameo. It turned out that the man had come from Runkandel, and judging from his age, he seemed to be the youngest son of the clan. The commander admitted he was genuinely curious whether Zippo and Ben were aware of this truth. These words left Bisco completely shocked. He turned toward the respected commander and asked in disbelief whether Bameo was in fact Jin Runkandel. The commander confirmed it, saying that if the youngest son of Runkandel was indeed named Jin, then that must be the case, but he wondered why Bisco seemed so concerned with the boy. Bisco hastily explained that he was simply surprised, as it was startling to think that the reserve flag-bearer Jin Runkindel was actually Bameo. The commander recalled that he had borrowed Ju's sight at the time and had personally witnessed everything. He explained that Jin did not merely possess the magic and strength of the Ghost King clan, but had also formed pacts with the Fire God Tess and the Lord of Darkness Sidek. This meant that he had broken the long-standing covenant with Zippel. There was no way, the commander reasoned, that Ken would be unaware of what his son intended. It seemed to him that Runkindel was preparing for a direct confrontation with Zippel, and he insisted that they too must prepare for this outcome. Hearing the commander's detailed explanation, Bisco sank into his own thoughts. If it was true that Bameo was none other than young Master Jin, then Jin's connection with Booba at the banquet and his sudden visit to the sculpture workshop were all explained. It meant Jin had already known who Booba and he were, and had deliberately approached them. That had to be the case. Clearly, on the day when Booba and he had been discussing the matter of retrieving the compass, he had felt the faint presence of someone else nearby. They had carried out countless investigations trying to uncover the source of the information leak, yet it turned out the culprit was himself all along. As the deputy commander, Bisco, after a flood of thoughts ran through his mind, understood clearly that he had to take responsibility for everything that had happened. He slowly spoke up, intending to tell the commander that he had something to say. Yet, at that very moment, the commander interrupted, stating that something terrible had occurred. He remarked that it seemed they had forgotten something crucial. Ryan Zippel's magic tome, which was also the final form of the Hell of Annihilation from the Black Heaven. He admitted that in the haste of their escape, it had been left behind. Turning his gaze toward Du, he asked if Du was the one holding it. However, what greeted him was merely Du's bewildered expression, showing he had no idea what was going on. Du confessed that he had been overwhelmed to the point of losing all awareness. This provoked the commander into furious insults, calling him a useless, pathetic fool and demanding to know who was to be held accountable for that damned book. He scolded him further, saying that as the leader of the Black Sorcerers Guild, it was unacceptable to forget something so critical. Du, close to tears, pleaded for Barrick to reconsider, reminding him that the entire council had already been destroyed and that he was the last survivor of that catastrophic event. Yet to BK, all of Do's words sounded like nothing more than feeble excuses. He nearly struck Do down on the spot until Bisco intervened to stop the escalation. Bisco ordered him to stand down, reminding him that the commander had gone to great lengths just to bring Do's life back here. Cornered against the wall, Do was then threatened, being told to get lost like the parasite he was, and that if he were ever seen again, he would be killed without hesitation. The chaos unfolding before his eyes left the Supreme Commander of Kinzello with an even greater headache. They had first lost the compass, and now the magic tome of Ron Zippel was also gone. He lamented that they had lost their most vital trump card to stand against Zippel. Then, recalling that his deputy had wanted to speak, he urged Bisco to continue. Bisco admitted that he had intended to mention the magic tome. He explained that although it had indeed been left behind, no one but Zippel could possibly find it, and that even Runkindel was unaware of its existence, so there was no need to worry too much. Inwardly, Bisco knew that acknowledging mistakes at this point would solve nothing. The priority was to find a way to deal with the situation at hand. Hearing this, the commander nodded in reluctant agreement, conceding that Bisco was right. He concluded that perhaps their enemies truly did not know of its existence and therefore would never be able to locate it. Yet, at that very moment, right before Murakhan and Jin lay the very tome those men had been speaking of, the final form of the Hell of Annihilation from the Black Heaven. It was a masterpiece created by not only the strongest figure of the entire era, but also the greatest sorcerer in history. Just as the journals of Matsala had recorded, the legacy of Ron Zippel had indeed been hidden here, and with it, the supreme magic had now fallen into Jin's hands. Jin remembered and silently gave thanks to her, realizing that without her, he would never have been able to save the remaining survivors or discover this tome. He vowed to himself that he would save the Holy Kingdom and ensure that everyone would remember her as a hero. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, the people were rejoicing in the final day of the Advent Festival. It was known that the last day had always been the central point of the ceremonies. Just then, the sound of proclamation rang out from within the castle, echoing across the entire city. The announcer declared to the children of Saint Adula and the honored guests gathered from all corners of the world that the consecration ritual was about to begin, where His Majesty the Holy King would perform a miracle. That year, the king's daughter, Lani Salome, would be the one to recite the blessings. Following this, Lani read aloud the sacred blessings from the Holy Scripture, calling upon the chosen children of Adula to step forward and receive the miraculous benediction. A man, under the Holy King's touch, rejoiced as he was once again able to see the light. But in truth, it was nothing but a staged deception. The consecration ritual, along with the actors assigned to their roles, was a grand facade. What the Holy Kingdom was carrying out at that very moment was something utterly vile. Suddenly, a group of people wearing black cloaks erupted at the front. They bowed their heads before the Holy King, pleading with him to listen to their story. The false Holy King did not yet understand what was happening, but Lan quickly leaned in to whisper to him, urging him to consecrate them. She reminded him that the previous year he had also failed to drive away the intruders. Amused, he laughed and remarked that it was very good, then questioned how much pain the children of Adula must have suffered to seek him out. At his words, they hastily pulled down their cloaks, revealing strange and distorted bodies beneath. Shocked exclamations echoed across the square as the crowd beheld the sight. People shouted in horror, asking whether they were monsters. One of the grotesque figures cried out in agony, declaring that they had been dragged into a laboratory and forcibly transformed into their current forms. They demanded to know who was responsible for all of it. The voice of the false Holy King rang out, though his face betrayed his unease. Then a hand pointed straight at Vitura, accusing him as the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights. They claimed he had sold them to Dio's laboratory. They insisted that on the night before the consecration ceremony, there had already been a scheme in motion. Kinzello would seize control by force, while Zippel would publicly claim the mantle of justice. Jin then explained that they would rescue the survivors from Kinzello's laboratory and announced that these people had been discovered inside Zippel's fourth magic tower. Someone objected that such a lie would be exposed immediately, but Jin assured them that the plan would succeed. The master of the fourth magic tower was, for some reason, currently being held as a prisoner by Kinzello. That was why Vitura's role was crucial, as he was known to side with Zippel and directly oppose the Holy King. After rescuing the survivors, Jin instructed him only to stir chaos and ensure that Zippel's name was revealed. At that point, Kiak Zippel would be forced into a dilemma: either admit that his third son had been kidnapped by a third-rate terrorist group like Kinzello, or take responsibility for the biosynthetic human experiments in place of Kinzello. Back in the present, Vitura quickly grabbed the sword at his waist and shouted for silence. He declared that the vile heretics should say one more word and he would kill them all. Everything up to that moment was unfolding exactly as planned. Yet Lan knew that this also meant Vitura would ultimately have to sacrifice his life to see it through. A voice told her not to cry, and she steadied herself before fixing her gaze firmly on Vitura. She asked how he could so easily brand them as heretics, and even draw his sword in the middle of such a sacred consecration ceremony. Vitura immediately retorted, urging everyone to open their eyes and look at the monstrous forms before them, insisting it was obvious they had allied with demons. He said that such judgment should be left to the Holy King, but Lan swiftly countered his words, which left him completely enraged. He declared that, as the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights, he possessed full authority in the judgment of heresy. He warned her that if she uttered even one more word, he would consider her a heretic as well. With fury etched on his face, Vitura glared at the holy guards blocking his path. One of them spoke up, ordering him to return his sword to its scabbard immediately, warning that unsheathing a weapon without the king's command was treason. Enraged, Vitura shouted back that they were his direct subordinates, yet they dared to obstruct him. He declared that he would punish them right there, just as he would the corrupted creatures before him. Those words made the holy priests tremble, not out of fear of their commander, but because they understood that he would no longer be able to stand there much longer. He declared that it was time for him to fulfill his duty and apologized to everyone before shouting for all the holy knights to stop Commander Vitura. Immediately, a tense battle erupted. Both sides clashed, turning the square into a chaotic melee. Smoke and dust filled the air as civilians fled in terror, trying to stay as far away from the fighting as possible, which only made the scene more tumultuous. Meanwhile, the experimented citizens drew closer to the Holy King on his throne, imploring him to witness their devotion and grant them consecration. Accusations were hurled that the heretics dared to approach the Holy King so recklessly, while oaths were made that Commander Vitura would save His Majesty at once. At that very moment, a whispering voice reached him, apologizing to Vitura. Lan immediately restrained the commander's movements, while the other man screamed that all those who stood in his way were heretics, insisting that every heretic deserved to be annihilated. Lan was struck by a sword and hurled aside, struggling desperately to keep hold of her blade. Her body was forced back until she found herself before the false Holy King. Vitura charged once again, his sword raised, crying out that the heretics should perish. The night before, he had said something that Lani had never thought she would hear. He had asked her to cut him down. He had explained that even if young Lord Jane's plan succeeded, the enemies would merely discard a few stand-ins and then continue to find a way to devour the Holy Nation. He had asked her what she truly thought the people needed at that moment. Lani had not replied, nor had she wanted to hear anything further, yet he had insisted that a true leader must accept such a reality. He reminded her that even those who were unrelated to their cause had fought with earth-shaking resolve for the Holy Nation. He told her to stop behaving like a child and think rationally, emphasizing that becoming the Holy King was not only her father's intention, but also Adula's. He had said that Mishalan had already received a sacred decree from Allah, but he admitted that even if God had chosen him, that did not make it right. He had asked whether she would sacrifice him, even turn him into a traitor cursed by history. He swore that, even at the cost of his life, he could never allow such a thing. Yet after all this, Lani had received neither objection nor further response from him. Vatura had simply remained there, gripping the chair of the Holy Knight's command, gazing into Lani's tearful eyes, and telling her that his role was to slay the false Holy King with his own hands. He confessed that he had lived as a villain and sided with evil only to await this day. He explained that when she executed him publicly for killing the Holy King, the people would believe that Adula's divine will still endured. He apologized for placing such a burden on her shoulders and assured her that both he and Mishalan would be watching over her. He urged her to become a true Holy King for the sake of the nation and its people. As Vatura's blade came down, Lani's hand shot out with sudden swiftness, seizing the garment of the man behind her and throwing him directly in front of the commander. Vatura shouted that such petty tricks could not possibly stop him, yet his sword continued to fall, cleaving through the body of the false Holy King and ending his life in bitter agony. In that instant, horrified cries erupted from the crowd, denouncing Vatura as the Hound of Zippel who had brought ruin upon the holy nation and demanding that he pay for the suffering he had inflicted. Stunned eyes watched the false king's body collapse, while Lan herself screamed in anguish, crying out that the man was her father. She rushed forward, swinging her mighty sword at the traitor before her, while inside she silently wept for Vatura, for he had now become the eternal name of rebellion. Vatura urged her to strike him down, while at the same time assuring her that everything would be fine. Those faint words whispered into her ear as she gazed at his tear-soaked face. It was the final stretch of the general's journey, and so, after only a brief exchange of blows, Lani's blade finally slashed across Vatura's body. She sank down where she stood as blood began to drip onto the floor. Beneath her, one of Vatura's subordinates stepped forward, dragging the civilians aside while shouting that they must serve their sovereign. Yet his eyes quickly froze in disbelief. Upon the stone dais, both the Holy Sovereign and the commander had collapsed, their bodies drenched in blood. Struggling to regain composure, he ordered all Holy Knights to arrest Lani Salome along with the entire rebel force. Murakan then asked Jin whether they should intervene, but Jin replied that it would not be necessary. Indeed, as soon as the Holy Knights advanced, their steps were halted. Voices cried out in fury, accusing the Knights of not only bringing harm upon the Sovereign but now seeking to target Lady Lani as well. They denounced them as vile lackeys of Zippel, demanding whether they felt no shame before Adula. Lani understood that this was the moment when she herself had to act. Slowly, she raised her hand and beams of light began to radiate. Before the astonished eyes of the people of Vanka, everyone realized what it meant. Strange sounds, like divine utterances, spilled from her lips, and the light grew ever brighter, forcing all to turn toward her. The crowd no longer cared for their previous fears or doubts. The Holy Knights instantly dropped their weapons, while the citizens folded their hands in prayer before Adula. A new Holy Sovereign had appeared in Vankella, one blessed by the Supreme God. And within that blinding brilliance, a silent hero smiled in deep contentment, though he knew well that his own name would one day be recorded in history with a stigma far more disgraceful than any other. With the death of the rebel Vatura and the previous Holy King, a new beacon had been lit. The hero who had saved the Holy Kingdom of Vankella from Zippel became the nation's new symbol of hope. When Lani Salome ascended to the throne as the new Holy King, order was quickly restored. Among the lists Vatura had prepared for Kinzello and Zippel, only the one concerning Zippel was made public. Naturally, this led to Zippel's agents being the first to be captured. The new Holy King Lani governed with a fiercely anti-Zippel policy. She declared that although the name of the hero who had saved the survivors would remain unspoken, that figure had revealed that biomechanical experiments were being carried out at Zippel's fourth magic tower. She stated that the Holy Kingdom officially demanded an explanation from Zippel, and until that explanation was given, her father's funeral would not be held. Because of these proclamations, the attention of the entire world turned toward Zippel and Vankella. News spread that a traitor, in collusion with Zippel, had assassinated the Holy King and that his daughter, Lani Salome, would now inherit the throne. Reports circulated that human experiments had indeed been conducted in Vankella, inside Zippel's tower, and the new Holy King demanded that Zippel provide a proper explanation. Thus, the whole continent became engulfed in heated news, and after centuries of calm, it seemed that a great fire was about to ignite once more. At the same time, Runkendel, who previously had no legitimate reason to interfere in the affairs of the Holy Kingdom, finally gained one. The distant matriarch vowed to report the matter to the clan leader herself and to dispatch emissaries as mourners to Vankella. Meanwhile, in a remote northern sea, Lady Luna remained sunk in grief after the passing of her nursemaid. It was then that footsteps approached. Luna's instincts alerted her to the presence of Katnia and Thon's two adopted children. To prevent any misunderstanding, Katnia quickly explained their identities to the young lady. As the two others trembled with unease, Luna stepped forward, telling them she had already expected that they would appear sooner or later, and urged them to pay their respects to the deceased. At that, Varys's face, already quivering, broke into tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed toward her mother the instant Luna finished speaking. Luna understood that feeling well, the pain of being suddenly abandoned by the one dearest to her. While Varys sobbed at the grave, Luna turned to Kujan and asked if he had anything he wished to say to her. His gaze seemed vacant, as though nothing else mattered anymore. As he looked at the young lady, it turned out that she was the only person his mother had truly cherished, as though she were her own child, Luna Runkindel. Finally, he bowed his head before her and expressed his thanks. Chan then spoke up. Luna was unsure whether his gratitude was for her presence at the nursemaid's side all this time or for something else, but she told him to go on, remarking that surely the nursemaid would also wish to see him again. At the tombstone of Thon Marius, Katnia expressed surprise, saying he had never imagined Kujan capable of smiling, since all the time they had traveled together he had never once seen it. Katnia then drew a letter from his coat and explained that there was another reason he had come so far. He said it was a letter from young Master Jin. Luna took the letter and read it with astonishment. Within it, Dino wrote that he was preparing an article to expose the truth about the Holy Kingdom. Once the article was complete, he asked her to depart with them, promising to explain the details along the way. At that very same time, within the castle of the Zippel clan, the clan leader remarked that perhaps this was something they could no longer avoid. A voice rose, directed toward Kiak Zippel, questioning whether the hero who had saved the survivors from the experiments at the fourth magic tower was truly present. It was pointed out that if Zippel admitted his son had been captured by Kinzello, it would damage his prestige, yet if he took the blame on behalf of Kinzello for the biohumanoid experiments, his honor would be destroyed. He reflected that he liked neither option, but it seemed there was no other way. He then ordered that Commander Finzoro be contacted and told that Hippo was needed. At the gates of the holy nation of Von Kella, envoys from across the world gathered to mourn the late Holy King. Meanwhile, the people cried out in protest, demanding a proper explanation from Zippel for such barbarity. They shouted accusations that Zippel had murdered the Holy King and turned their brothers into experimental subjects, asking whether the family truly felt no fear of the gods, and demanding that the truth be revealed. Yet in the midst of their uproar, their voices suddenly fell silent. From behind the mountains, a warship appeared in the sky, stunning all who witnessed it. A voice from the ship declared that House Zippel would make a statement. Murakhan muttered irritably that it was sheer arrogance to speak so haughtily while supposedly explaining themselves. Jin shared the same thought, remarking inwardly that he had not expected them to arrive riding a CJ vessel. Then someone aboard the ship began to speak. The envoy first declared that the Holy King's death had been an accident and offered their deepest condolences. He admitted, as the public already knew, that the main house of Zippel had indeed intervened in the politics of Van Kila and, with the help of colluding officials, had allowed terrible biological experiments to be conducted on the populace. However, he stressed that all experiments and political interference were merely the wrongful actions of Hippo, the master of the fourth magic tower. According to him, the Zippel clan had never received any report of such activities, and Hippo, blinded by ambition, had brought shame upon them. Hearing this, Jin quickly realized that they had likely struck some deal with Kinzello. The envoy then added that such crimes were treasonous, and that according to Zippel law, Hippo was henceforth expelled from the clan and would face severe punishment. This declaration effectively marked a pure-blooded Zippel as the chosen scapegoat. By inciting the public's fury, they intended for Hippo to be executed on the spot. With the statement made, the crowd now knew exactly who to target. Cries for Hippo's death rose, and people began hurling whatever they could at the man standing trial upon the platform. For Zippel, once Hippo was slain in Von Kella by any means, the clan could twist the situation and pressure the holy nation. They would no longer be blamed for the experiments, and as for the political interference, time and wealth would eventually blur the criticism. In the end, their prestige and public image would remain intact, but Jin would never allow matters to unfold as they wished. At that moment, Lon raised his voice, begging the citizens to stop. He acknowledged their fury and grief but reminded them that they were descendants of Adula. If even they could not show mercy, then who would? He insisted that Hippo must be compelled to explain and apologize himself. With that, Lon approached, cast a spell of grace upon Hippo, and stood ready to listen as one of Adula's children. He urged Hippo to confess and atone personally. With a chilling smile and gaze, Hippo declared that he, the master of the fourth magic tower, had indeed brought disgrace upon his clan through his greed and desire. He admitted that he had carried out those horrific biological experiments upon the citizens of the Holy Nation, and that all of them had been conducted within his own tower. Just then, hurried footsteps rang out as Dino rushed forward. He cried out to Hippo, insisting that Hippo had not been the one behind those evil experiments and questioning why he would lie and bear the crime in another's place. Dino then turned to the crowd and apologized for the breach of decorum, introducing himself as Dino Jack Lan and asking forgiveness. He declared that he stood there that day to reveal the truth to all. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket and flung numerous records into the air, proclaiming boldly that while many other officials were guilty, Hippo had nothing to do with it. The people soon recognized him, realizing that this was the journalist who had once exposed the truth about Miron Zippel's experiments. Everything was falling into place. Zippel would not escape their crimes even if they sacrificed a pure-blooded member. The crowd began reading the records, which revealed that the Black Magic Society under Kinzello had been responsible. The survivors had not been rescued from the Fourth Tower, but from the Orium Fortress, and Hippo himself had been abducted and imprisoned. Even so, a few voices mocked Dino, accusing him of making a mockery of journalism. They questioned how a core-blooded Zippel could possibly be taken captive by terrorists like Kinzello. Dino replied firmly that Kinzello was not a mere third-rate terrorist group as the news portrayed, but one of the greatest allies of the JPO clan, to the point that even journalists like him had not known the extent. He reminded them of the explosion on Velado Island 6 months earlier, saying it had been caused by a mysterious supernova. The crowd murmured in surprise, some recalling that the supernova must have been none other than Ba Meo, wondering if he had also been involved. Dino continued, explaining that Ba Meo had been present at the site of the explosion and had personally witnessed Zippel and Kinzello plotting a secret transaction in the shadows. When the deal collapsed, Kinzello had refused to leave empty-handed and had kidnapped Hippo as a hostage. Dino also referred to the Colon massacre of the native people, the very event that had made him a leading journalist. At the time, he had written that the hero who saved the natives had merely been a passerby, but now he revealed that it had been Ba Meo himself. He added that from that event onward, a bond had formed between them, and he had continued reporting on Bao's heroic feats as a journalist. Murakami, overhearing this, felt delighted and proud, certain that the hero being described was none other than himself. Dino pressed on, stating that this latest incident was no different. Ba Meo had witnessed with his own eyes the barbaric crimes of enslaving the Holy Nation and conducting experiments. He was convinced that not only Zippel, but also Kinzello had been deeply entangled. At that moment, the hand of the person aboard the ship moved slightly, and he said that he had heard enough. A beam of magic shot straight toward the orator Dino under the eyes of all the people and the envoys from the empires and clans. It seemed the leader of White Knight was a little overexcited, and Zippel would not care whether that journalist lived or died. But because of that, we now had a reason to intervene, someone thought, and if Runkendel intervened, then Zippel would be cast as the villain and public opinion would tilt entirely in our favor. With that in mind, Rotjua quickly drew the sword from his hand and rushed forward. However, at that very instant another figure appeared. Moving like a flash of lightning, that person cut through the crowd and charged toward the execution ground, scolding that reckless Runkendel. She could have left him alone. He had not even been attacked directly. So why would he draw his sword so carelessly? The woman was none other than Miss Luna of the Runkendel family. She hurried to Dino's position and placed herself in front of him. Then she looked at the incoming magical beam and easily halted it with a single hand. When the beam collided and fragmented into shards that scattered in all directions, it marked the return of one of the strongest members of the great sword family of the continent. She said that it was good that he had stepped up to defend the journalist, but she could not simply stand by if a representative of Runkendel acted so recklessly. She told him to sheathe his sword in the second sheath. Rotshua's expression at that moment looked sour, and he wondered why the eldest sister had come here. She never involved herself in family matters, so why attend such a public event? Then he thought that perhaps, if the youngest had indeed done something that drew her attention, it would explain her presence. If Ba Meo had intervened, and she knew the perpetrator was the youngest, everything would be explained, and that would make seizing his contract even harder. Of course, Hua understood that this was not the time to disparage Runkendel, so he quickly put his sword away as with the first turn. Zippel above was surprised when he heard the reference to the first turn. He repeated the name Runkendel to himself. The crowd below was whispering that the person who had appeared must be Luna. The white sword lady was standing beside second young master Rosua. The heir apparent of the great sword family Runkendel had officially stood up to confront Zippel. Luna whispered that everything Jin had said was true. A few hours earlier, Jin had explained to his sister the plan to expose Zippel. He had also thought Joshua might step forward to claim the credit, but since he could not appear in any official capacity, he had asked their eldest sister to prevent that. Whether or not Zin had requested it, Luna would act. She would never allow him to steal the masterpiece she had painstakingly created. She asked Dino Jacqueline if he was okay with the situation and reminded him that he had made an interesting statement earlier. If he had the chance, he should go to Runkendel's delegation to tell the whole story in detail. At that moment, lights appeared behind them as Zippel's White Knight forces arrived. Their leader introduced himself as Ma-un Hensok, deputy commander of White Knight, and apologized, saying he had not expected the guest to charge in like that. Someone retorted sharply that indeed, Mon of White Knight attempting to kill a journalist in front of so many witnesses would be a sensitive subject for him, and of course he would never accept such an accusation. Ma-un insisted that the man had twisted the truth and insulted their clan. He declared that the man deserved to die and told the other party to step back. The other asked who Ma-un thought he was to pass such judgment and reminded him that he had personally invited the journalist to the envoy of Don Runkendel, so the man was their guest now. Ma-un replied that this was not a personal matter. If they did not yield, they would have no choice but to act. Before words could go further, someone interrupted that calling for a fight was wrong. As soon as that person finished speaking, a whirlwind erupted across the execution ground. The speaker said that the guest was valuable, especially the floating iron mass above them, which was likely worth more than Ma-un's life. He suggested that Ma-un would not want it harmed upon leaving. At that point, Ma-un realized the overwhelming pressure was not mere rumor. Could the entire expose by the journalist have been a Runkendel plot? Just as a clash between the two great clans seemed about to break out, the new king spoke up and asked both sides to calm down. The king reminded them that whether Runkendel or Zippel, everyone knew the two clans possessed strength far beyond that of their holy nation, but they had not yet held the funeral for his majesty and therefore should restrain aggressive actions on this soil. Each word from the king felt like a lifeline for Ma-un, who silently thanked heaven that he now had an excuse to withdraw. But before he could inwardly celebrate, the king's next sentence hit like a slap. He said that they should thank the journalist, for they had almost punished the wrong person. He then looked down at the crowd with a satisfied expression, saying that now the truth had been revealed and there was no way for Zippel to escape. Yet Jane suddenly noticed a stranger waving at him. The face was both unfamiliar and somehow familiar in his memory. He thought he recognized her. He realized she was Magica Ibriano, sister of Bisco Ibriano, and also another deputy commander of Kinzello. She smiled faintly and indicated that Bameo and Kinzello would help him, so he should go easy on them. If both sides made small concessions, there would be no real harm. Dien clearly saw the hints exchanged, though whether he understood them fully was another matter. He wondered aloud whether she was speaking to him. Judging by the look on that fellow's face, it was obvious he did not catch what she had said. He mentally warned that it would be embarrassing if no one in Runkendel's household could read lip movements. Amid the uproar above, the situation below the square was equally tense. Magica Ibriano tried to signal Jin with her lips, but he only stood there blankly, failing to catch her meaning. It became clear to her then that no one from the Runkendel household had ever been taught how to communicate in such a way. She had intended to tell him that she was speaking to him and expected him to understand her gestures, yet Jin's vacant expression made it obvious he did not. Frustrated, she decided to emphasize once more that Kinzello was willing to cooperate and that they should do the same. After some silent gesturing and invisible shouting, Murakhan finally guessed what she was trying to convey. He remarked to Jin that the woman in the wheelchair seemed to be trying to talk to him. Jin, of course, already knew that much. He simply hadn't yet understood what she wanted to say. Both of them agreed that once the crowd dispersed, they would quietly capture her for questioning. They exchanged faint smiles while observing her shouting amidst the restless mob. At that moment, the commotion below reached its peak. The crowd grew more frenzied, surging toward the execution platform, demanding that the people above reveal the truth. They shouted that Zippel was a liar and that they had all been deceived. They proclaimed that Van Runkendel stood for truth and justice. Even Jin himself had not anticipated that his plan would lead to such a dramatic turning point. Zippel, long regarded as the symbol of righteousness and justice, was now being condemned, while Runkendel, the name synonymous with brutality and darkness, was slowly gaining public support. Though the movement had begun only within the Holy Kingdom, the events following the Kolin incident were now shifting global perception entirely. The mob continued to roar, directing their outrage toward the Zippel family. Jin knew the mages of Zippel could not possibly engage Dana Runkendel here without slaughtering civilians. Their only choice was retreat. Sharing that same realization, the leader of the White Knight division raised his hand, signaling for his forces to return to Zippel's main castle. Beams of light flared once more as the mages retreated to the CEC warships, leaving behind those now abandoned by their own clan. Luna, satisfied to see everything unfold as expected, turned away, reminding her younger brother that it was time to withdraw. Meanwhile, the second flag-bearer and the female journalist Dino stood aside as Hyosa glared furiously at the older woman who had stolen the spotlight. Dino was now being praised as the radiant star who had turned Runkandel into a symbol of justice across the continent. At the same time, the new King Lon approached Hippo's position. Lowering his head, Hippo admitted in a trembling voice that he had nothing left to say in his own defense and asked to be executed. Lon replied that if Hippo was later proven to be the true culprit, that would indeed be his fate. But if his confession turned out to be false, he would instead rot in the Holy Kingdom's underground prison for the rest of his life. The events of that day gave journalists in the square the scoop of a lifetime. News of the Holy Kingdom spread across the world almost instantly. Hippo's confession, Dino's exposé, and the confrontation between the White Knight division and the Runkandel family dominated every headline. Not once in the past decade had a single national event traveled the world with such speed. Everyone knew who stood behind it all. Jin Runkandel, the Three Mio, once again the center of global attention. That night, at the harbor of the Holy Kingdom, Murakhan and Jin were deep in conversation. The ancient dragon was fuming, demanding to know who that woman really was. He complained that he had been following her perfectly until she turned into an alley and vanished like smoke. Jin, however, remained calm, telling him not to blame himself since he had already suspected something was off. He explained that it was strange how a man like Lord Bisco, who cherished his sister as if she were a precious jewel, would ever let her wander alone without guards. Jin reasoned that Magica Ibriano must possess some special ability, perhaps something similar to Yona's or the gluttonous Bubar Gaston's, or even akin to the mysterious power of Kinzello's leader. Hearing that, Murakhan found it odd that mortals seemed to wield such bizarre powers, as if they were divine beings themselves. Jin, however, said that Kinzello had promised to help, so they would surely make contact again soon, though he had no idea how they planned to do it. Their discussion was cut short when Murakhan suddenly pointed toward the sea, where the horizon glowed with a brilliant light. Something was approaching. Jin wondered aloud whether it could be Kinzello, arriving as promised, though such a grand entrance seemed far too excessive. He speculated that perhaps they had brought all their warships not just to pay respects, but to make a statement, that they were not some petty terrorist group as rumors claimed. He thought it possible that Kinzello had been preparing this ever since Hippo's confession. Neither of them had expected that Kinzello's power would prove to be this formidable. They realized that the organization was now making a truly serious move. It was soon revealed that Kinzello had arrived with 500 warships solely to pay homage to the late King Milan. Only one of those ships was permitted to dock. The commander of that vessel, a White Wolf warrior who served as Kinzello's representative, entered the Grand Hall with a few subordinates as instructed. Introducing himself as Barak Sidricker, Supreme Commander of the Kinzello Revolutionary Army and Great Warrior of the White Wolf Tribe, he expressed his sorrow for the passing of King Milan. In response, Great Warrior Barani thanked him for his words, though he could not hide his unease, for this meeting had never been part of the original plan. Above the commotion in the square, Jin's group continued to observe the unfolding events. They quickly realized that the situation was far more serious than they had initially thought. Even the White Wolf clan, those who normally regarded humans as little more than weeds, were showing an unusual degree of respect. Moreover, Murakhan noticed that the man named Barak was no ordinary figure. He could probably hold his own even against Jin's sister in battle. Down below, B.K., his expression heavy with sorrow, placed a hand on the remains of the late king. He said that perhaps the Holy King was unaware, but around 30 years earlier he had owed the late King Milan a great debt. The deceased had been, in his words, the greatest man he had ever known. He went on to offer his deepest condolences. Then, turning toward the crowd, he revealed that the prisoners they were holding were members of the Dipple faction. According to him, when the alliance still existed, these same people had conducted illegal human experiments on their land under the direct orders of Chief Zippel. Every word left Lon utterly astonished, while the White Wolf continued his speech, declaring that the prisoners would soon confess everything themselves. He expressed his hope that the Holy Kingdom would overcome this pain quickly. The crowd erupted into confusion, questioning among themselves what the real truth was. Were those experiments truly carried out by Kinzello, or had Zippel been the true mastermind behind it all? The entire sequence of events seemed orchestrated, first a display of strength, then subtle gestures of respect toward Lonnie as though she were the rightful Holy King, and finally the damning accusation that pinned all responsibility for the human experiments on Zippel. Jin thought that if this truly was Bisco's plan, it was shameless, but undeniably brilliant. It struck Zipple right where it hurt most. As Jin was lost in thought, Barrick finished his statement and prepared to leave. He announced that there was no reason for him to stay any longer and cause discomfort, since they had once been allies of Zipple and therefore shared part of the blame. Before departing, he added one final remark. There was a Zipple laboratory located within the Holy Kingdom itself, and it ought to be investigated. That last comment landed like a thunderclap. The people of the Holy Kingdom could hardly believe their ears. Jin reflected silently that if Barrick's words were true, then Zipple was as good as finished, and that Kinzello, intentionally or not, was helping them tremendously. Everyone now knew that Kinzello was a power strong enough to abduct even a Tower Master, but Jin was resolved not to stop there. He would expose Kinzello for what they truly were, no different from Zipple. At that moment, Dino came rushing up in alarm, reporting to Jin that something terrible had happened. When Jin demanded details, Dino explained that Ippo had been murdered, and worse, the name Ba Meo had been left scrawled at the scene, accompanied by a chilling message written in blood. With your blood, I shall cleanse the souls of the Holy Kingdom's people. Jin was furious at the audacity of anyone daring to sully his second identity's name in such a way, though he kept his outrage unspoken. Within minutes, they were both escorted to the prison where Hippo had been held. The cell was drenched in blood. Hippo's death meant the complete collapse of the scheme designed to destroy Lord Kali's honor by exploiting his son. Around the same time, Kaltmia arrived unexpectedly, surprising Jin. He explained that he had come to the Holy Kingdom as a representative of the delegation attending the funeral. The shocking news had apparently come from the Seven Colors, and he questioned how such a thing could happen in the midst of a royal funeral. What Kaltmia referred to was, of course, Hippo's murder, occurring while the ceremony for the late king was still underway. He immediately demanded to know why the underground prison's security barriers had failed. When he questioned one of the guards, the soldier replied that 2 intruders had breached the defenses using magic. Even reporters had arrived at the site mere moments after the incident. Kaltmia concluded that it could only have been Zipple, noting bitterly that they had even come prepared with pens in hand, ready to publish. Murakun, in contrast, appeared unconcerned, but Kaltmia insisted that the matter was extremely grave. He explained that Zipple would soon spread sensational news articles claiming that the Holy Kingdom had demanded excessive atonement despite the Holy King's death, and that Ba Meo's name had been written on the wall to frame him. They would argue that the Holy King had perished under brutal torture, coerced into false confessions, while Ba Meo's supposed act of vengeance would cast him as a cold-blooded murderer. Everything was now clear. If the truth behind Hippo's assassination was not brought to light, the Holy Kingdom would have no grounds to accuse Zipple. But if Ba Meo tried to publicly refute the story, they would brand him as a demon and hunt him to the ends of the earth. At that moment, a member of the Seven Colors entered and quietly reported something to Katmia. She then swiftly turned to the others, explaining that they needed to head to the harbor first. At the harbor of the Holy Kingdom of Vankia, something dazzling had been placed at its center. A massive pile of gold marked with the crest of the Zipple clan. Someone remarked that the bastards were truly throwing money around as if it were straw. Even in the lairs of gold-obsessed dragons, one would rarely see such an abundance of pure gold. The enormous block shimmering under the sunlight was entirely made of solid gold, a gift, or perhaps a weapon, from Zipple. It was clear that not only Kinzello, but also Zipple had anticipated this situation long ago. They were likely hoping that the Holy Kingdom would accept the gold and quietly bury the entire incident. The amount was staggering, enough to sustain the kingdom's economy for 50 years. Yet if the offer was refused, Zipple would undoubtedly cut off all aid, plunging the nation into economic crisis. Of course, with the gold placed openly at the harbor, if the Holy Kingdom ignored it or rejected it, Zipple would not retrieve it. But should anyone attempt to take it, they would immediately accuse the Holy Kingdom of theft. Over time, under sanctions, the people's lives would grow harder, and resentment would inevitably turn toward the royal leadership rather than the true perpetrators. Political factions would once again divide, unrest would rise, and uprisings could follow. In the end, Lonnie and her allies would be remembered as tyrants or incompetent rulers. Amidst all this, Jin decided that he had to reveal the truth, that Ba Meo was not the one who had killed Hippo. The declaration startled Katmia, as it was a clear violation of Runcandel's code. She reminded him that revealing his identity would gain him no help and that a provisional flag-bearer was strictly forbidden from exposing their name. Jin calmly replied that if he survived, he would become a full flag-bearer within a year anyway, so remaining hidden until then would no longer matter. But Katmia argued that with the extent of Zipple's preparations, it was evident the entire Holy Kingdom was already surrounded. If Jin broke the rules, no one would help him, and he would lose any chance of escaping and lying low. Jin, however, told her not to worry, assuring her with quiet confidence that someone would help him. On December 24, 1797, the Holy Kingdom held its final official ceremony, a memorial for the souls who had perished in the biological experiments. Divine light poured over the square like a flowing galaxy. The new Holy King was praying, and this radiance, known as the Prayer of the Galaxy, was a sacred ritual performed whenever tragedy struck the kingdom. As the prayer continued, streams of light began to gather in Lonnie's palms, forming a radiant sphere of holy energy that expanded and floated above the square under the eyes of countless believers. In that moment, the entire capital of the Holy Kingdom was bathed in miraculous brilliance. A beam of light rose sharply into the night sky, piercing the darkness. As the divine power gradually faded, Lonnie felt as though familiar hands were gently touching her. She believed the lost souls had finally returned to the embrace of the Holy Spirit, Adula. The vision within the light slowly dissolved, signaling the end of the ritual. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she folded her hands in prayer, gazing at the faithful kneeling below. The children of Adula, who had been sacrificed so unjustly, had now safely returned to the arms of their God. Then she began to address the people. She reminded them that ever since the Holy Kingdom of Vankea had been re-established, they had endured the hardest of times. Now, she said, all were drowning in grief and despair, but this sorrow would one day end. However, before that peace could come, she regretted to deliver a grave announcement. The night before, Hippo, the prime suspect currently under arrest, had been murdered. Near his body, someone had carved the name Ba Meo into the wall, along with the message, "With your blood, I shall cleanse the wrath of the Holy Kingdom's people." Lonnie then declared that the Ba Meo she knew would never have done such a thing. He had been a hero who risked his life to protect the kingdom, and her dear friend. At that moment, the man who had been waiting nearby stepped forward. Introducing himself to the people, he said that he was Jin Runkendel, a provisional flag-bearer of the Runkendel clan. The moment the hood was removed and the voice rose, every journalist in the hall lost their composure. They thought it was madness. Who could be more upset than Rot Shua at that moment? He wondered whether his youngest son had finally dared to step forward with this mess and whether the boy truly believed he could survive after breaking the family rules. Yet Rot Shua knew the reason Zin had acted was because of that contract. He declared that, yes, he was Rot Shua, and that because their mother would do anything to protect him, the punishment he had planned would be withdrawn. He added that he was Ba Meo Jane and told everyone to reveal everything they could recognize, to expose those who believed he was the culprit. He insisted, with all his honor, that he had not killed Hippo, the man imprisoned in the dungeon. He claimed that the head of Jipo had killed his own son to force him into the open, and that, because of him, the alliance between Kinzello and Jipo had been broken. He also announced that both Kinzello and Zippel had carried out human biological experiments and ordered that Bao should appear and eliminate them. At that same instant, numerous Zippel mages suddenly materialized across the square and began casting offensive spells in unison. Jin, however, did not show the slightest worry. Rot Shua, though he did not want to rescue that damned youngest son, had no other choice. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all Runkendel guards to protect the contingency relic. In response to that voice, countless bodyguards swarmed forward. The moment the heir acted provided the pretext for the eldest daughter Luna to intervene. She commanded them to stop and told the Runkendel guards to protect the citizens, warning that if any civilian died that day, she would punish them. She repeated that the Runkendel sentries must protect the family's contingency relic. When Yua waved, the hidden bodyguards appeared en masse, but that very declaration gave Luna cause to step in. She suddenly emerged from behind the crowd and issued a completely opposite order. She told them to stop immediately and announced that, from that point on, the Runkendel guards would protect the people. If any innocent died there today, she would be the first to execute them. The Runkendel guards began to tremble, unsure whom to obey. Meanwhile, the Zippel side acted in total contrast. A commander shouted for the whole force to attack. Immediately, a barrage of fire element magic was unleashed toward the figure who had appeared on the dais. Jin quickly seized the sword at his hip and delivered a series of cuts that shattered the enemy spells. Thus, the chaotic skirmish erupted in the bustling square. Each collision produced explosions that sent the citizens into a panicked flight. There were also many stray projectiles from the Zippel mages. In that situation, a powerful hand intervened. Luna. With extraordinary speed, she appeared wherever stray shots flew and easily intercepted them to keep bystanders safe. Luna landed through the thick dust to the astonished gazes of those present. They watched the eldest daughter with boundless reverence. She instructed everyone to lower themselves and move slowly toward the square. On Jin's side, he was simultaneously fending off a dozen Zippel mages, moving and quickly assessing their formation. He noticed 4 mages on the left, 6 in the center, and 5 on the right. Indeed, they had surrounded the kingdom exactly as Lord Katmia had warned. They did not know how many or when the reinforcements would arrive. Over there, an old mage suddenly snarled that even if they had to die, Jain Runkendel must not be allowed to escape. That remark made the future head, Rot Shua, anxious. Damn it, he thought. Now besides himself, they also had to protect the people in this situation. If the youngest was injured, all their efforts would be wasted. So he lunged forward, resolving silently that they should at least keep the youngest alive first and worry about everything else later. He hadn't gone far when a familiar figure appeared, forcing him to stop. It was the second flag bearer, who demanded sharply whether he hadn't understood her previous words. In response to her questioning tone, Jort Jua immediately explained that he was only concerned because the reserve flag bearer had already broken the covenant, and if that boy were to die at the hands of Zippel, the family's honor would be tarnished. But the second flag bearer coldly dismissed the notion that the death of a reserve successor had anything to do with the Runkendel's honor. That, she stated, was a matter the reserves themselves had to handle. She reminded him that their relationship with the Holy Kingdom was far more important than the safety of the youngest child. And before turning away, she warned that if he continued to defy orders, she would be forced to strike him down herself. Bitter as he was at her words, Jort Shua had no other choice. He understood that if the youngest died, the Runkendel name would be ridiculed, a direct humiliation to him, the family's future patriarch. Yet he consoled himself with the thought that the boy, being a bearer of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline, would hardly die so easily. With that reassurance, Jort Shua turned away and left to carry out his elder sister's command. She ordered the unit to move in that direction, and the troops immediately began to advance. At the same time, on another side of the battlefield, the Holy Kingdom's guards and Lani were busy leading civilians to safety. Luna stood at a distance, quietly observing and thinking that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Most of the townspeople had already been evacuated to the central square, just as planned. Meanwhile, the noise from the opposite side grew louder. In the center stood Jin, whose excitement was obvious as he received the signal from his comrades. The enemy began to realize that the civilians had been fully evacuated. A mage, sensing the shift, shouted a command for everyone to surround the target. Following the order, the Zippel mages quickly formed a circle with Jin at its center. In that instant, Jin raised his sword, Thunderbolt of the Windfang, high into the air, and bolts of lightning began to descend around him. The mages, in turn, activated their magic formations, and the battlefield was swallowed in chaos, a tempest of destructive mana and thunderous power. Amid the thick dust, occasional screams rang out as confusion overtook them. Some shouted in panic, asking what was happening and what that thing was that suddenly appeared before them, a massive cat towering over the battlefield. Their disbelief only grew when they realized that Jin was riding it. Yet, rather than wonder for long, they focused on the order that was once again given, to reform and deploy their next wave of magic circles. From where Jin stood, he could see that the entire perimeter had been fortified by Zippel's ambush. He was surrounded, reinforcements had arrived, and escape should have been impossible. But instead of despair, Jin smiled faintly, as if everything had unfolded just as he expected. He gently stroked Suri's fur and whispered something in an ancient tongue. The cat responded with a low, eager meow, and both man and beast tensed in shared anticipation of the oncoming assault. Then came the command for every mage to direct their spells at Jin Runkendel. The air blazed with magical light. Jin raised his thunderblade once more, cleaving through the first barrage with ease. A deafening explosion followed, shrouding everything in a cloud of dust. One of the Zippel captains shouted for his men to confirm whether Runkendel was still alive, but the words barely left his mouth before he felt a chilling presence rush past his back. Suri darted ahead, and Jin's voice echoed through the storm of dust, mingled with the sound of the cat's growls. The next moment, a dark blur flashed across the dueling ground, followed by a chorus of terrified screams. Someone yelled for the others to chase him, but panic had already set in. They couldn't even see where he was. His speed was monstrous, too fast for their eyes, let alone their spells to follow. Wherever that black silhouette went, blood spilled in its wake and terror spread among the Zippel ranks. Many began to mutter in disbelief, questioning whether that terrifying figure could truly be only a reserve flag-bearer of Runkendel. As the last of his enemies fell, Jin patted Suri's head with satisfaction. He murmured that thanks to her, their pincer maneuver had succeeded perfectly. It was time to move on to the next phase. With that, Jin and Suri soared away into the distance, leaving behind a trail of chaos and countless voices shouting in despair for their men to give chase. The Runkendel boy had escaped the square. The plush cat carried Jin lightly as it trotted across the rooftops of the city. Their destination, it turned out, was the harbor. Jin noted that all they had to do now was deal with the pile of precious metal at the port. But right in front of Zin, a large blaze suddenly lit the area. something that had not been part of their plan, and it seemed the harbor was on fire. From that burning scene, a bright, mocking laugh rang out. A savage-looking mage was behind the spectacle. He laughed and declared that it was good, and that everything should be burned to ashes. It soon became clear that the trick had been pulled by Varadin Zippel, a man they had not seen in a long time. Dante Hyron rushed up, urging everyone to flee because the flames were already spreading behind them. Suri finally flew over, followed by Jin, who asked in puzzlement why they were there. Dante then recognized Varadin and, bewildered, blurted out to him, asking where Jin was. Dante's tone showed he had mistaken their relationship. He had thought them close, only to realize that the friendship was not even as strong as that between a man and his cat. Someone introduced the plush cat as Hong Ngok Myo and said they wanted one like it. After some more chatter, Dante scolded them, and Jin quickly climbed down to demand who had dared to set the place on fire. Laughter answered, and it was claimed that Lord Varadin had done it. Jin muttered that having teammates like these was truly something else. Varadin, however, did not rest on his reputation. He pointed at Jane and insisted that Jane had been the one to start the blaze. One of them appealed to Lord Varadin that Jin had only just arrived, so the fire must surely have been set by him. Varadin, intent on flipping the blame, told them to shut their mouths and kept insisting that Jin had done it. After all, Jin was a reserve competitor for the Runkendell family, and they could treat the incident as his contribution. The others protested, asking why he persisted in such nonsense when it was obvious that Varadin himself had lit the fire. Speaking with the naive boy was exhausting, they said. Varadin looked furious to the point that Van begged him to drop it, warning that if they continued to accuse Jin, they would all find themselves in serious trouble. Jin stood to the side, helpless, realizing that his actions had probably spiraled beyond his control. This scandal was far more serious than he had intended. Jin then told the others to be quiet, saying there was no time for squabbling and that the Zippel mages who wanted him dead would arrive soon. When asked what he meant, Jin briefly explained that he had already revealed the whole story about the Holy Kingdom's incident. Dante and Varadin were shocked to hear him admit it, and Jane nodded again in confirmation. Jin summarized the situation bluntly. He asked Varadin if he wanted Jin to admit burning the medals. It would be fine to say that Jin had done it, because Jin had intended to do so anyway. More importantly, Jin pointed out, he had already exposed himself in the square, even declaring that he was a reserve competitor for the Runkendell house. He asked them to consider what would happen if an heir behaved like that right now. On hearing this, Varadin's joking expression vanished, and the other two immediately sensed that something was wrong. Someone told Varadin not to make that strained face and warned him not to do anything rash, but no words reached him. Varadin raged, calling them shameless bastards and vowing to kill them all, as if family prestige mattered more than innocent lives. He raised his magic staff and demanded of Jin whether he knew the significance of the gold ingots. Jin urged him to calm down, saying that he understood. That was why he had revealed his identity and come forward to deal with the metal himself. Jin added that his stance was different from theirs because he was a neutral third party. He could give the Holy Kingdom a reason to refuse the gold and walk away. But if Varadin personally killed the Zippel mages now, Jin warned, what would come next? Varadin insisted that Chan would understand his intentions, even pointing out that the assassin who had acted earlier, Hippo, had been sent by Jin's own father. Their argument had barely begun when a distant shout interrupted them. The Zippel mages had arrived. The shout only inflamed Varadin further. He ordered the others to run and vowed to kill the mages himself. Jin realized that Varadin was casting a spell called Heavenly Prison Exterminating Fire. The spell had stabilized, and the mana behind it was far stronger than when Jin had first seen it at Samil. Varadin's level had clearly risen since then. Without hesitation, Jin followed Varadin's earlier instruction and prepared to move out. He told them they would go on ahead. At that moment, Dan asked what Jin meant and protested that if they fled, then Varadin would. But before Dan could finish, Jin had already acted. He charged at Varadin, shouting, and delivered a solid punch to Varadin's mouth. Whether Jin intended to save Varadin or not was unclear, but the blow certainly hurt. Varadin rolled several times before landing. Varadin lay there, foam bubbling from his mouth as Dante's face turned deathly pale. One of the mages shouted in panic that Dante's mana was beginning to flow in reverse, warning that it could be dangerous if left unchecked. Another, however, reminded them sharply that this was not the time to worry about such things. Ignoring their panic, Jin quickly wrapped Dante's body tightly in a blanket, confident that the mages of Zippel would know how to handle the situation themselves. Without hesitation, he climbed onto Suri's back and signaled the creature to act. At his command, Suri opened its mouth and the stuffed cat's sharp fangs sank into Dante's flesh with a sting so sharp it nearly made him cry out in pain. One of the mages exclaimed in alarm that Jin was trying to escape. Immediately, the others drew upon their strength, determined to stop him at all costs. Following their leader's signal, they began chanting in unison, casting the wind prison. Countless emerald magic circles formed in the air, from which roaring cyclones burst forth, surrounding the area where Jin and Suri stood. The winds twisted violently, sealing off all movement within the enclosed space. Seeing this, Jin smirked faintly and commented that a spell of the 8th circle was indeed impressive. Yet, as his hands moved swiftly, he remarked that he had already prepared a small surprise of his own. Between his palms, a glowing sphere of blue mana began to form, floating gently above his hand. As he infused more power into it, the orb swelled, its pull growing stronger until it started drawing in the surrounding whirlwinds themselves. One of the Zippel mages gasped in horror as he realized what was happening. The orb was absorbing mana from its surroundings. It could only be what they feared most, a mana reversal sphere. Down below, Jin watched calmly as the enormous cyclones were devoured by his creation, while the mages of Zippel could do nothing but grit their teeth in pain and disbelief. They shouted furiously that the Runkendel clan had violated the treaty by using magic, and worse, that Jin, merely a provisional flag-bearer, dared to wield such forbidden power. Jin replied coolly that he bore no personal grudge against them. It was simply unfortunate that they belonged to the Zippel family. With a final flick of his wrist, the massive reversal sphere detonated. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the entire harbor and obliterating everything in its path. In the aftermath, the enormous golden constructs of Zippel were swallowed by the vast, merciless sea below. After the blazing fire had erupted, it dragged the entire Zippel warship down with it, and the piles of treasure met the same fate as they sank to the bottom of the sea. A few hours later, on the waters off the coast of Van Ka, the plush cat Suri drifted across the waves, carrying Jin and the young leopard named Dante. Dante had just regained consciousness. Still groggy, he rubbed his eyes and asked Jin what had happened earlier. Jin explained that they had only just escaped from the Holy Kingdom by sea. While speaking, Jin suddenly noticed the wound on Dante's shoulder and realized that Suri's fangs must have pierced through it. Dante insisted that it was nothing serious, saying the cat hadn't meant any harm, so everything was fine. But Jin refused to simply stand by. He took out a bottle of healing sap and told Dante to apply it, assuring him that it was highly effective. As he spoke, Jin immediately reached forward, tugging at Dante's clothes as if to help him undress so he could treat the wound. For some reason, Dante kept hesitating. It soon became clear why. The boy had managed to steal an absurdly large gold bar. Naturally, it vanished in the struggle. In that moment, Dante lamented the loss of what he considered the fleeting love of his impoverished life. Jin realized what the boy had done and questioned whether Dante had really taken advantage of the chaos to pocket the gold. Dante scrambled to clear up the misunderstanding and asked Jin to let him explain. After a brief exchange, Jin finally grasped the general situation. It turned out that Veridin had promised Dante a reward if he helped him. Even so, Jin expressed confusion. After all, Dante was the heir of the Han clan, so why would he need money? Dante answered with a gloomy tone. He admitted that he had accidentally broken one of his grandfather's treasured ceramic vases recently. Because the old man cherished it as dearly as himself, Dante had been forced to spend a large sum to restore it. He pleaded with Jin not to look at him with that kind of expression. Jin, on the other hand, had never imagined the boy was this broke. In the end, he offered to lend Dante some money. Only after settling the matter of the gold did Dante finally ask about Veridin, explaining that he felt worried for him. Jin reassured him that Veridin would not die, and that he had even held back during his attack. But Dante said that was not what he meant. Jin immediately guessed that Dante was wondering whether Veridin would return home and plunge everything into chaos, but Dante explained that this wasn't the point either. Instead, Dante felt that Veridin was similar to himself. He believed Veridin truly had no idea about the atrocities his family had committed over the years. Jin fell silent for a moment before agreeing. He said that no clan in the world was free of hidden filth, but Zippel had gone far beyond what could be tolerated. He had suspected that the family's successor would be involved to some degree, but things now seemed different from what they had imagined. If Veridin had known the truth, he would never have burned the gold, attempted to kill his own subordinates, or used that forbidden technique. Dante agreed with Jin's reasoning, but confessed that he was afraid of what would happen next. Jin thought that Veridin had only two possible futures left. Whether Veridin opposed the clan and was exiled or surrendered himself to their will, he would ultimately meet the same end as Hippo. He would be killed by his own family. Hearing that, Dante insisted that it was all the more reason they needed to find a way to help him. Upon hearing that, Dante reportedly shouted in panic, though Zin continued walking ahead with the same calm composure as before. He slowly recalled every moment of the past. He remembered how, unlike himself, someone who had been expelled from his family in his previous life, Veridin Zippel had been a magically gifted prodigy who was highly valued by his clan. Veridin had even reached 9 stars before the age of 30 and, with his personality, had earned the admiration of everyone around him. More precisely, all young mages had looked up to him. Zin reflected that if Veridin had never crossed paths with him, the man's life would likely have unfolded peacefully. He also told himself that he would never allow someone like Veridin to face trouble because of him. Naturally, he insisted that they would find a way to save Veridin. That unexpected statement left Dan wide-eyed in disbelief, and even Jin felt puzzled by it. Jin wondered aloud why the others looked so shocked, and they explained that hearing him declare that they would save Veridin was simply something they were not accustomed to. In truth, Jin himself had never imagined he would say such a thing. Without realizing when it had happened, the three had somehow grown closer, becoming friends by virtue of being the youngest children of their respective families. Yet Jin had never consciously acknowledged that bond. From their time together at the training grounds to the incidents in Somel, everything had gradually led to this moment, when he now stated that he would personally go and rescue Veridin. While Jin was still reminiscing about old memories, Dante ahead of them was already crying with tears and snot all over his face. He muttered that emotional words like these were rare but shockingly powerful when they did appear. He added that, in any case, they should listen to Veridin's thoughts as well, so they should head to the place they had agreed upon in case something happened. When Jin asked whether he meant the location they had previously chosen for emergencies, Dante confirmed it. Jin looked down at the calm sea, watching a pod of dolphins glide past. Beneath the three of them, a gigantic shadow moved in the same direction. A massive whale rose from the ocean surface, its enormous body sending countless droplets scattering, shimmering under the moonlit sky. In the days that followed, even though the truth had been revealed and the incidents in the Holy Nation seemed to be settling, the world once again surged with unrest due to the growing interest in the Canaan clan's temporary selection event. Under the name Jin Runkandel, the clan had offered a reward of 100 million gold coins along with lifelong protection. Someone commented that such a reward was fitting if he was being regarded as a potential successor, and a woman proudly remarked, though claiming it was her opinion, not the Ice Palace Master's, that her son had excellent judgment when it came to people. Elsewhere, as a cup of hot tea was set down, another woman sighed that she had never expected the trouble to grow large enough to risk a full-scale confrontation with Danon, and that the boy truly reminded her of Kirin. Meanwhile, in Samil, the headquarters of the Assassin Guild, the Owl King delivered the latest newspaper to Yona. The moment she heard Jin's name mentioned, she snatched the paper without waiting for any explanation. She read each line eagerly, full of excitement, remarking that it seemed he was doing extremely well. She said she did not even need to understand the article's contents. Just looking at the picture was enough to know how impressive he had become. She even compared it to a wanted poster of the Straw Hat Pirates, noting how their dead-all bounty of 100 million berries had a similar sense of grandeur. Over in the Black Sea, Khan had just finished briefing his clan head about the current situation. Ken read through the newspaper without saying a single word, causing Khan to grow increasingly anxious. Khan wondered whether the young master had gone too far this time and whether he might have angered the clan head. Suddenly, the head of the Kirin household crushed the newspaper in his hand, and Khan spoke up immediately afterward. He reported that the distant matriarch had urgently summoned the key authorities, stating that they would wait for the patriarch's decision, even though, from their actions, it seemed clear they were already prepared to dispatch knights to capture the young master. Contrary to Khan's growing concern, Kirin smiled with satisfaction, calling the situation an achievement. He explained that he had sent his youngest child out into the world to build a reputation, and the child had succeeded in elevating not only his own name, but also the prestige of the entire Runkandel clan. Kirin remarked that dragging Zippel's honor through the mud was more than enough reason to consider it a true accomplishment. However, his expression soon hardened, cutting short Khan's brief moment of relief. Kirin stated that the youngest also needed to learn how to take responsibility. He ordered an immediate emergency manhunt, declaring that finding the child was now the duty of every knight, guardian, protector, and trainee. He announced that whoever succeeded in bringing the child back would be rewarded with 300 million gold coins and absolute protection from Canaan. He added that the condition of the child was irrelevant. Alive or dead, the corpse should be retrieved if possible. Runkendel and Zippel, the heads of the two great clans, had both personally intervened, offering 300 million gold coins and 100 million in additional rewards respectively. The enormous sums were said to be capable of stimulating the economy of an entire nation, becoming the highest bounty ever issued since civilization first rose on the continent. Because of this, even regular armies and organizations from smaller kingdoms desperately searched for Jin. World-class mercenary groups, such as the Black King Battalion and the Demon Corps, launched independent hunts, while many smaller mercenary bands began forming alliances. Yet, Runkendel and Zippel remained the most relentless in their pursuit. Their search extended from cities to rural villages, from desolate forests to barren deserts, mountains, hidden caves, and even the seas. No place escaped the footsteps of these two mighty clans. They tracked Jin by analyzing teleportation records from gateways across the world. Several sources suggested that the closest location Jin had recently visited was the region of Tan, and Katmia, the commander of that area, had been overwhelmed by search requests from every faction. Within the castle, a voice eventually rose after the chaos, asking whether everyone had finally left. Katmia replied that, at the very least, Zippel seemed to have completed their operations in Tan. He recalled with disgust how Zippel's people had thoroughly rummaged through every room, and he noted that they had no choice but to leave after exhausting all possibilities. He reflected that even the greatest magical clan had no right to manipulate teleportation gates or interfere freely with neutral forces outside the Lutero Magic Federation without legitimate cause or evidence. Even Enia had been astonished to see the Ben task force arrive, as it confirmed that the remnants of the Black Magic Guild and Jin Grey were in fact the same person, Lord Jin. She noted that even his former alias, Austin Grey, had been brought up again in their investigations. Ania continued her story, explaining that back when she was there, she had once revealed her identity to someone who used to bully her. However, judging from the commander's attitude when he arrived, it seemed that he still had not reported her identity to his superiors. She wondered if perhaps he had realized something after feeling indebted to her. Pushing all of that aside, Z silently felt relieved that the Black Can clan had not come searching for him. Regarding the matter, he recalled that Lord Ken had issued an order forbidding anyone from the Black Can clan to step foot into Tan without young Master Jin's permission. Otherwise, they would have already destroyed the entire place and caused absolute chaos. After everything that happened, the one who worried the most was his caretaker. Jilly had no idea why the clan head had issued such an order, and she trembled as she admitted that she was terrified something terrible might happen to the young master, especially now that the whole world was chasing after him. Another person agreed, saying they wouldn't be able to live without the young master. Seeing the rising panic, Quinn Cantel had no choice but to intervene. She urged everyone to calm down, insisting that if it were Jin, he would handle things well. He was the type who always had a plan, so all they could do now was stay quiet and wait. Meanwhile, every major city was plunging into chaos. Even during the night, searchlights swept endlessly across the streets, trying to locate the person being hunted by the two great clans. Yet none of them realized that he was right beneath a bridge, carrying Dante, whose shoulder was still bleeding. Dante remarked that Jin clearly wasn't in a place like this just for sightseeing. Jin told him he wanted to gather information. After all, to save Veridon, he first needed to understand the sides involved. As they continued talking, a sheet of paper was carried by the wind and landed directly in Dante's line of sight. When he picked it up, his jaw dropped as he pointed at the familiar face printed on it. He exclaimed that it was the Black Can clan's wanted notice, putting a bounty of 300 million on Jin's head. No wonder so many people were searching for him. One could probably start a small nation with that amount. Elsewhere, an identical newspaper was being read with deep concern. The woman holding it murmured that the situation had become truly chaotic and wondered what Lord Ken was really planning. At the same time, a small house nestled in the mountains welcomed unexpected visitors for the first time. A loud voice boomed from the ship outside as Zippel announced that the area was under search and demanded cooperation. The entire world was erupting into turmoil, and someone remarked that this time, the young master would also have to pass this trial. Back at the ice castle of Ice Palace, Master Inoma, young Master Zin, hurried down the halls. Ceres was storming through the corridors, seething with frustration as she muttered that she couldn't believe someone would be insane enough to cause all this chaos. Just then, her mother appeared. Before Ceres could say anything, her mother spoke first, saying she already knew everything. She instructed Ceres to guard the palace for a while, because there was a place she had to go immediately. Far away, the North Sea looked the same as always, filled with the screams of monsters and the clash of blades echoing throughout the frozen region. Below, the man who effortlessly killed a purple worm was none other than Ken, head of the Canaan family. He noticed a familiar visitor arriving. The figure who stepped through the gate spoke with fury, demanding to know why Ken intended to kill his own son when Jin had not harmed the Canaan clan at all. Ken responded immediately, his answer only fueling Laris's anger. Laris released a surge of power that froze the land around them. He declared that Ken should never have done such a thing unless he had gone mad. As the wielder of the ice sword and as a friend, he said he could not simply stand by and watch. Pressing his blade against Ken's throat, he filled the air with the biting cold of the northern winds. He demanded that Ken prove he was still sane before he counted to 3, or else he would kill him on the spot. The frozen land echoed with the tension between the two, as the name Ken of the Black Can clan hung heavily in the frigid air. Right after the questioning, the first and second counts echoed through the air as the ice fragments gathering around Laris's sword grew denser, ready to pierce through anything. But standing before her, Ken merely smiled faintly, as if reminding her that he expected her not to forget the promise between them and that she should sheathe her sword. He also calmly remarked that her assumptions were wrong. With that voice, the continent's sole sword saint effortlessly shattered all the icy barriers before him, leaving the Ice Palace Master momentarily stunned. He then added, with a touch of mockery, that she was far too good at scaring others. He confessed he had almost thought she had been swallowed entirely by chaos, and now that she had come out, it seemed she could stand before him once again. Following Laris's voice, an icy toad hopped onto her shoulder as it emerged from the portal. She commented that if Ken had truly lost his sanity, that creature would have immediately tried to kill the Sword Saint. She demanded that he explain why he had been the only one left behind and what his true intentions in this matter were. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a hotel at the heart of Zippel's capital, Jin recalled Veridin's instructions, that this location was the transfer coordinate for his private villa, and if anything happened, Jin should come here, where Veridin would inform the butler to arrive at any time. He also remembered Veridin assuring him that the clan would neither monitor nor interfere with anything that happened here. Indeed, Jin and Dante were now inside what was known as Veridin's private manor. While Dante fidgeted anxiously, Jin stated that his father had given him another opportunity, something Dante couldn't fully comprehend. Jin then reflected on the 300 million gold bounty issued personally by clan leader Runkendel. He acknowledged that if he were captured, he would certainly die, but he wondered what would happen if he managed to avoid capture until the end of the provisional cadet term. If he returned to the manor after more than a year on the run, his reputation would pierce the heavens. He would become known as the one who toyed with both Zippel and the Black Sea. Dan poked at the fire with a stick and exclaimed that in such a scenario, Sir Ken would surely remove the bounty from Jin. He added that things might be different for a provisional cadet, but no official cadet could ever have a bounty on them. He insisted that Jin might succeed, though he admitted honestly that he wasn't certain. He questioned whether Jin truly believed he could evade both Zippel and the Black Sea and survive for over a year. Although Dante's concern was not unfounded, Jin was thinking in another direction. He knew that surviving a year would be no issue in the territory of the Underworld clan, and he believed his father had considered this possibility, which was likely why the bounty had been issued. At that precise moment, Dante noticed the lights of the manor finally turning on, signaling that someone had arrived. Moments later, footsteps echoed across the floor. It was not Veridin. Both young men realized this immediately when they glanced toward the window, wondering if it might be the butler Veridin had mentioned, though the stranger's aura was far too strong for an ordinary servant. Suddenly, the figure outside lifted his cloak, revealing a jet-black sword hidden beneath it. Jin muttered that the stranger had clearly noticed them as well. He then told Dante that they should prepare for combat, adding that the stranger likely wasn't affiliated with Veridin and that they needed to defeat him first. Dante nodded repeatedly, as though trying to convince himself he was ready. The footsteps of the unknown man grew heavier as he strode toward their door, still gripping his sword. Just as he was about to enter, a silver blade was pressed against his neck. Jin instructed him to remain silent and answer every question if he wished to live. The first question came from Dante, who demanded to know who he was and why he had come here. Yet the stranger gave no reply behind his mask. Dante continued to threaten him, but the silence remained unbroken. Then, without warning, the mask and the stranger's entire body began to melt. Within moments, the figure dissolved into a puddle of water that seeped into the floor, leaving the two young swordsmen stunned. It was a water dragon. Zin let out a shout, and both of them moved at once, deciding to attack from opposite sides in order to subdue the creature. Their figures shot forward like flashes of lightning, following the trail of water left behind by the water dragon. The moment they caught up to it, Dante was already prepared to deliver a decisive blow. His sweeping slash forced the unfamiliar man to transform and leap out of the water to evade it, something that surprised Dante, who hadn't expected him to react in time to his speed. Meanwhile, Jin was also closing in with rapid steps. Their blades clashed, producing sharp, piercing sounds. Within just a few seconds, countless exchanges erupted between the three of them, filling the courtyard with sparks. As the clash continued, Dante eventually closed in from the opponent's right flank, yet the man showed no sign of being shaken. Instead, he laughed loudly and asked mockingly whether they were Veridin's friends, adding that he had never seen such shameless youngsters before. Following his taunt, the entire room became submerged in water after his strike, and a swirling vortex rapidly formed with the water dragon at its center. Jin and Dante managed to escape the vortex, drenched in sweat, as they stared at the opponent in puzzlement. The man then remarked that no wonder Veridin had taken an interest in them. He removed his mask and explained that he had mistaken them for intruders and had been trying to kill them. He introduced himself as Tuyan, the dragon serving the sea god Italan, and added, while glancing at Jin, that the one who had been trying to attack him earlier must have been Jin Kanon. Jin quickly questioned him in return, asking whether Veridin had sent him there. Tuyan replied that it could indeed be considered so, and as he spoke, he removed his cloak, revealing a muscular body beneath. He stated that he was the butler of the estate and had been instructed to treat Jin and Dante kindly if they ever arrived. But before the introduction could finish, an unexpected mishap occurred. One of the buttons on Tuyan's outfit failed to withstand the bulk of his well-built, six-pack physique and flew straight into Dante's face. Tuyan protested that they should not look at him that way, insisting that there was no rule forbidding a dragon from serving as a butler. A rough, raspy voice then commented from outside, saying that intruders seemed to have entered. Another dragon peeked through the door crack but quickly recognized that the two were the individuals Veridin had mentioned. Tuyan confirmed it, which only made the newcomer, Phi, even more confused. Phi asked whether they were the ones who had destroyed the mansion's gate. The two admitted, awkwardly and unsure how to explain, that it was indeed the case. Everything, they reflected, had begun 3 days after they departed from the Holy Nation. At that time, they had reached the teleportation gate Veridin had told them about. Dante pointed behind the waterfall, noting that it must be the place. Behind the cascading water, something shimmering appeared, a gate. Although it wasn't very large, the massive body of Suri could still fit through it perfectly. When they passed through the other side of the gate, an entirely different scene unfolded before them. There was no trace of seawater anymore. In its place stood a magnificent and resplendent castle, which they assumed to be Veridin's private estate. Following that thought, the three quickly approached the mansion's gate. Their calls echoed through the grounds, but no response ever came. They realized that Veridin did not seem to be present. Someone in the group remarked that they had likely arrived before Veridin and added that they could not sense a single servant anywhere nearby. Yet before that observation was even finished, little Suri had already smashed the estate gate with a punch. One of them internally lamented how they were ever going to explain this to the mansion's owner. They later explained that when they arrived, no one had been there and the door had been locked. The caretaker eventually reassured them, saying they understood, and instructed that the key was kept under a large stone near the entrance, so the next time no one was around, they should simply use it. The caretaker added that the young felines had not said such things, as if trying to clarify the situation. A few moments later, the two official stewards of the estate finally made a formal appearance. They explained that aside from themselves, whom the group already knew, this was Phi, the earth dragon of the god Rick. They revealed that they served as Veridin's guardian dragons as well as the estate's butlers. Jin was stunned when he heard for the first time that one person could have two guardian dragons. The stewards continued by greeting the two boys with energetic enthusiasm, saying they had heard Veridin mention them often. One identified Jin as Jin Kanon and guessed that the other was Dante Han, though admitted they were not entirely sure. Their initially friendly smiles gradually twisted until the two dragons revealed their true intimidating nature. They instructed everyone to relax until Veridin arrived, explaining that they had some matters to handle. The doors slammed shut, signaling the arrival of an impending nightmare. Loud hammering noises filled the hall, accompanied by the screeching of metal fittings. The two dragon stewards tirelessly repaired and redecorated the living room as though no accident had ever occurred. They even prepared high-grade tea, an outcome Jin and Dante had never expected to be the important matter the dragons needed to resolve. It seemed the two dragons were obsessed with cleaning and maintenance. Dante asked whether they could help with anything, but Phinia told them to simply sit back and relax. Dante insisted that it was still their fault, but the dragon criticized him for being stubborn and pointed out that helping would only reduce their workload, which they did not appreciate. The dragon insisted that guests should remain seated. Dante reluctantly agreed, while the dragon teased him for being so fragile and easy to fluster. Meanwhile, Jin calmly enjoyed his hot tea like an honored guest. One of the dragons commented that since Jin was Veridin's guardian dragon's contractor, it was natural that his mind was a little strange as well. Yet they found it unbelievable that Veridin had formed pacts with two gods. They wondered if that was even possible, considering that no human in history had ever achieved such a feat. However, they reasoned that if this involved the Jipal clan, known across the continent for having the most forged contracts, then perhaps there was some kind of method behind it. While lost in thought, Jin suddenly heard a faint sound outside that drew his attention. Tui-an remarked that Veridin seemed to have arrived, and right after that, the door burst open. Veridin entered with a dramatic flair, expressing exaggerated emotion about being reunited with his friends. Dante casually asked if Veridin was unharmed, and Veridin responded as if the question was unnecessary, claiming his safety was only natural. He then asked whether his guardian dragons had behaved improperly, and the boys quickly insisted that they certainly had not. Putting aside their small talk, everyone began focusing on the main matter. Veridin was the first to speak, expressing his gratitude to Jin and explaining that he had managed to regain his composure only because of him. He admitted that he had briefly lost control earlier and believed that, without Jin's intervention, his father might have killed him on the spot. He confessed that, at the time, he truly thought he might die. While he spoke, Tui Alpha prepared a fresh pot of tea and refilled the cups for all three of them. Veridin then continued, explaining that he had suffered mana backlash and that it still left him with a lingering headache. He remarked that it was fortunate the incident had ended there. Just as Jin was about to respond, Veridin asked him, almost as a reminder, whether it was true that Jin was currently being hunted and whether that meant he already had a plan in place. The question caused the atmosphere in the room to grow noticeably tense. After a brief moment, Jin replied that the two of them looked unusually serious, which did not suit them at all. He said he was not the impulsive type like Veridin and naturally had already prepared a path for his own survival. He added, however, that he had a matter far more important to propose to Veridin at that very moment. The unexpected statement left Veridin momentarily stunned, prompting him to ask what Jin meant. With absolute seriousness, Jin stated his proposal. He urged Veridin to abandon the Zippel clan. The moment Jin made what seemed like a completely unreasonable suggestion, Veridin's expression lost its usual liveliness. He quietly asked Jin if they could go outside to get some fresh air, an unexpected remark that Jin himself had never imagined would come at such a time. Outside the villa, the happiest one was Suri. With the panthers going out to relax, the little fluffy cat was free to wander elsewhere with Dante. Naturally, they were under the watchful protection of the two dragon caretakers, while Jin and Veridin watched the four figures from behind with thoughtful sighs. Veridin commented that Jin's ruby cat seemed blissful, and Jin explained that he and the creature had only met recently. Not long ago, it had been living alone in the forest and felt quite lonely. Veridin repeated the word lonely, admitting that he had always felt the same way before meeting the others. That confession momentarily surprised Jin, since it did not sound like something a mischievous panther would normally say. Jin noted that Veridin always seemed cheerful, but Veridin abruptly shifted the topic and asked whether Jin had ever experienced reading a diary he himself had written in the past while remembering nothing about it. As he spoke, Veridin reached into his coat and pulled out a thick notebook, explaining that it was the diary he had written on the day his mana reflux treatment ended, December 25th, 1797. He added that if it had not been for a certain person the previous day, he might have died. He said he had grown tired of the family's decisions, although he had never imagined he would lose control to such an extent. Even now, his jaw still hurt from that person's punch. He considered himself fortunate to be alive and admitted that the other person had been right. Had he killed the family's mages, his father might have killed him as well. He added that he had nearly lost both of them too, and he sincerely hoped they were safe. That seemingly ordinary diary entry had left Veridin constantly conflicted. Only now, after Jin confirmed it, did Veridin finally dare believe it was real. Before Jin could finish warning him not to jump to conclusions, Veridin admitted that he remembered nothing about the events in the Holy Kingdom described in the diary. It seemed clear to him that his memories had been tampered with. Meanwhile, the remaining four were still playing enthusiastically at the bottom of the lake. A few minutes later, Dante returned and joined the three foolish soldiers, as he affectionately called them. He was told about Veridin's memory loss, and he began explaining the matter. He clarified that the correct term for what had happened was memory manipulation. Ever since the supplementary treatment session, the memories of that day had vanished. As for his warm and energetic greeting when he arrived here, he confessed that he had merely been trying to act according to what was written in the diary. If everything he was saying was true, then memory manipulation must have taken place during the supplementary treatment. Jin offered his interpretation of the situation, and Veridin agreed with his reasoning. Veridin explained that his clan had rummaged through his memories for a very long time. At first, he had assumed that it was his uncle's doing, but after the man died and the interference happened again, he began to suspect the elders. He admitted that this was only his speculation, yet he believed it was possible they had been trying to erase certain memories and had unintentionally touched upon the incident in the Holy Kingdom, which suggested that their manipulation was far from perfect. Jin remarked that Veridon's theory sounded reasonable, and that it might even provide them with their first clue. While Veridon seemed cheerful, Jin looked as if he were struggling to recall something. He remembered how, upon Rachi's return, Kat and Gia had reported that the child remembered nothing about the period of his disappearance, not even the fact that he had been kidnapped. The last memory the boy retained was that Sir Volet had promised to teach him dragon tongue magic. This brought something else to Jin's mind. He realized that the events back then must have been connected in one way or another to the so-called Demon Stone. Back in the present, Dante finally felt a tug on his fishing line, the rippling chaos on the lake mirroring Jin's troubled thoughts. Jin wondered whether the manipulation of Veridon's memories was also linked to the Demon Stone. If that were true, then the reason Veridon had risked his life to burn those gold ingots might not have been solely because of the Holy Kingdom incident. Jin considered the possibility that Veridon had already known about the Demon Stone before that event even occurred, or that he might have witnessed other brutal atrocities committed by the Zippel clan. In that moment of confusion, when Veridon discovered the Holy Kingdom incident as well, he might have acted impulsively and rebelled against the madness he had just learned. Jin admitted to himself that he wanted to ask whether Veridon truly knew about the Demon Stone, but the fact that the clan could tamper with memories made him worry that even this conversation might be compromised. While he was lost in thought, the spotted leopard suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. Veridon, standing beside him, rolled his eyes upward to look ahead. The group realized the leopard had been dragged straight to the bottom of the lake by the enormous fish they had seen earlier. The same creature they had encountered already, the four-legged beast that could send both man and fish flying from the water with a single kick. For Jin, the chaos of the moment mixed with his own tangled thoughts felt like more than enough excitement for the day. Then someone in the group scolded the others for laughing while someone was about to fall and land on his backside. That night, beside the fire, the occasional sneeze of a leopard echoed around them, accompanied by the hearty laughter of another. Even Veridon confessed that he hadn't expected them to be able to enjoy themselves in circumstances as serious as these. He noted that perhaps they were the only people in the world capable of doing so. Dante agreed, adding that they had always been like this whenever they met. He recalled the moment he first encountered Jin and Veridon during the battle on Pirate Island, and then the time when the three of them caused a massive uproar in Samel. No matter how dangerous or severe the situation had been, things somehow always ended well. Jin simply smiled as he held his glass of wine, while Veridon downed one cup after another as though he had not tasted alcohol in ages. Veridon said with relief that he was genuinely glad his memories of Jin and Dante had not disappeared. Then he added that, now that he thought about it, there might have been only one reason why the clan had chosen to manipulate his memories at all. Before Veridon could say anything further, Jin interjected, seemingly wanting to point out that the family likely intended to mold him into the heir who best fit their ambitions. According to Jin, the heart of the matter might not lie with the elders, but with Veridon's father, Kia Zippel. Jin remarked that if this were true, it made perfect sense. Veridon then opened up, explaining that he had once thought himself a qualified heir, but in his father's eyes, that still was not enough. He revealed that despite having made a pact with two gods and reaching a 9-star level in magic, he had been living according to someone else's will rather than his own, a life full of schemes and wrongdoings, like a puppet. He asked whether they had considered this, and upon realizing that they had completely guessed correctly, he admitted that it was hardly surprising. Even he saw himself that way, so it was natural for others to think the same. Jin then asked what Veridon planned to do next, whether he intended to leave the Zippel family. Veridon immediately replied that it was impossible and that he still had his own responsibilities. He believed that if the family went astray, he was the one who must correct it. He said that when he became head of the family, he would change everything and restore Zippel to the proud status he had once known. Of course, Jin was not as optimistic as Veridon. He reminded Veridon that his memories were being manipulated and that this would continue to the point where he would no longer be the person he was now. Veridon responded that he was well aware of this, and that was precisely why he hoped they would help him. His plea for assistance surprised Jin briefly. Veridon went on to say that he knew this was impossible, that he understood there would come a day when he would inevitably change, yet he still hoped they would not abandon him. He expressed his desire for their support. The gentle tone of his voice echoed beneath the tree canopy, blending with the red-orange glow of the fire, leaving both Jin and Dante unprepared for such vulnerability from someone usually so lively. At that moment, a blinding light shot from behind them, striking Veridon in the face. For an instant, they wondered whether it was the light of something extraordinary, but they quickly realized it was not. Phinia and Tui were the first to sense the anomaly. They immediately rushed toward the three of them, shouting for everyone to get down. From beyond the trees, the light grew fiercer, as if it were about to explode. Everyone understood what was about to happen. As the two guardian dragons swiftly moved to stand in front of the young master of the Zippel clan, their own contractor, a beam of green energy shot forward from that very position. It tore toward them with such force that the dragons had to exert all their strength to withstand it. Even so, the overwhelming power produced a destructive whirlwind that wiped out everything nearby and carved long trenches through the forest. When the dust finally began to clear, it revealed that Veridin was, for the moment, unharmed. Jin, however, still had no idea what had just happened. He recognized that the blast had been light magic, yet he recalled that he had never heard of anyone capable of using light magic, not even in his previous life. Moreover, the firepower displayed just moments ago was anything but ordinary. As the haze dissipated, Veridin stared forward in shock before stammering out a desperate warning, urging Jin to run immediately. Jin wondered what on earth could terrify someone who was about to reach the 9-star level. He questioned whether the figure ahead could be someone sent by the Zippel clan. With magic like that, he reasoned, it could hardly be anyone else. But Veridin was unable to say more. He was trembling, sweating, and visibly shaken. Veridin finally explained that he had never met the newcomers personally, only heard of them. Only a handful of high-ranking members of the clan even knew they existed. They were described as the most elite and secretive unit within the family, an organization known as the Ghost Corps, and the one leading this unit was Veridin's aunt, or more precisely, his father's elder sister, the woman known as Octavia Zippel, Supreme Commander of the Ghost Corps. At that moment, her voice carried out, remarking that her precious nephew truly was here, and noting that the brat from the Black Sword clan was also present. Jin realized that this woman must indeed be Octavia Zippel. He recalled a conversation with his father in which he had learned that Andre Zippel was not actually the second most powerful figure in the magical clan. Although Andre was undeniably strong, he was not suited to be the vice clan leader, someone who could exert real pressure on Kaner. Jin's father had neither confirmed nor denied Jin's guesses at the time. He had only hinted that there was someone else who held authority second only to Kiak. That was information he could not yet share with his son. Now, Jin understood the answer clearly. The person his father had referred to was Octavia. While Jin remained composed, Veridin was growing frantic. He desperately insisted to his two companions that he had not summoned her. Jin, of course, did not misunderstand him, but urged Veridin to order the guardian dragons to protect Dante as well. On the opposite side, Lady Octavia seemed eager to see what kind of spectacle the troublemaking boy who had stirred up chaos in recent days could possibly produce. Jin immediately decided to show her. He gathered mana into his hand and struck the ground with force. A swirling storm of green energy erupted around him, lifting soil and stones into a dark cloud of dust. With a faint smile, Jin implied that she must not have expected him to be so easily captured. Before anyone could respond, he bid them farewell and promised they would meet again. Then, from within the cloud, a black silhouette shot out like lightning, cutting through the air. Behind him came the calm yet commanding voice of the Zippel clan's second-in-command, ordering that Jin be captured alive and brought before her. Blades of light streaked past Lady Octavia, tearing through the wind in pursuit of the fleeing boy. Meanwhile, Veridin shouted, demanding to know why his aunt had appeared here of all times. Octavia told him that it had been a long time since she last saw him and the guardian dragons, but that once she finished her task, she would return. Until then, she instructed them all to sit quietly and observe. She said nothing more and immediately darted off in the same direction as the others. On Jin's side, he was still exerting every ounce of strength he had to escape. Each step propelled him swiftly across the treetops, yet the members of the Spectre Corps clung to him like starving leeches. In fact, the distance between them seemed to be shrinking by the moment. Even as he moved, mana streamed through his palms, and in an instant, a chain of pure magic took shape. He manipulated the magical chains effortlessly with his will, directing them toward the pursuers who were determined to kill him. By then, 5 mages of the Spectre Corps had closed in to within less than 10 meters behind him. At a unified signal, they all hurled their spells toward the space right in front of him, forcing Jin into a desperate struggle to dodge while still in motion. He twisted his body mid-air and narrowly avoided the barrage, but doing so meant interrupting his escape for a brief second. Without hesitating, the moment he regained balance, Jin resumed his dash forward, leaving the swirling haze of mana behind him. But just then, something surged toward him from the side at terrifying speed. It passed him in a flash and cut him off from the front. One of the Spectre Corps had caught up. The man hovered in mid-air, surrounded by orbs of condensed mana. With every flick of his hand, the orbs rained down relentlessly, obliterating anything that obstructed his line of sight and aiming directly at Jin. Jin could still evade, but he understood that danger remained behind him as well. The pursuers seemed to be testing him. They were withholding their full power, yet revealing no openings. He realized he could not block all of their attacks combined with 9-star mana, leaving him with no choice but to divert their trajectories instead. As he formed this thought, his hands moved, guiding the chains as they shot outward. Each clash was redirected with precise control, as though he had countless invisible arms fending off all incoming assaults. Even so, he knew this was not a viable long-term plan. He reminded himself that he needed to create an opening somehow. Yet before he could formulate one, a chain suddenly shot up from the ground and wrapped around his leg. Jin had not even sensed its presence until the moment it touched him. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had let his guard down. The instant he lost the freedom to move was also the moment countless light chains began rushing toward him. The question now was whether Jin would be forced into submission, or whether his overwhelming power would once again leave Zippel in sheer astonishment. The chains intertwined and crossed one another as Jin stood resolutely at their center. The iron links writhed as if attempting to devour their prey, coiling and closing in. Jin suddenly dashed forward, catching the monsters off guard, and a violent surge of power came crashing down. Turning his head slightly, Jin called out to Shuri. Shuri responded with a soft cry. Jin accepted the item from him and told Shuri to rest and recover until his wounds healed. At the same time, Jin blamed himself inwardly, reflecting that even when they first met, Shuri had avoided him to escape pain, yet now Jin had caused him pain once again, for which he felt deeply apologetic. Swinging his arm, Jin declared that they would redo everything properly and addressed the crow-like enemies with open hostility. Veridin watched the horrifying scene unfold before his eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. Anxiously, he called out Jin's name. Beside him, the long-haired man observed that Jin appeared to be holding his ground against the Spectre Company and ordered the dragons to take Veridin and the child and retreat immediately. In his heart, Veridin prayed desperately, hoping that Jin would remain safe. Jin gripped his scythe as sharp iron edges rushed toward him, and both sides confronted one another head-on. Alone, Jin faced them all. He reasoned to himself that a mage was inevitably at a disadvantage in close-range combat against a swordsman, yet the Spectre Company possessed strength and speed that rivaled his own. If this power truly originated from Zippel's unique magic, then the hunchback who had not taken a single step until now had to be the source. At that moment, a shadow spoke, identifying itself as Runkendel's preliminary flag-bearer and mocking Jin, stating that compared to his bravado, his skills were hopeless. It ridiculed him further, questioning how he could dare face the Spectre Company with such ability while still having the luxury to focus on other matters. The shadow summoned a fireball and charged at Jin. A terrifying wave of power erupted, producing a thunderous explosion, yet Jin's position did not waver in the slightest. Steeling his resolve, Jin thought that holding his ground was all he could do, and questioned whether the gap in class between himself and Zippel's most elite was truly that vast. Looking upward, Jin noticed the specter wielding its scythe as it attacked from above. He detected it in time and rose to defend himself, silently assessing that each of them was comparable to, or slightly weaker than, a Black Knight, though that alone did not make the situation easy. The specter pressed on, its scythe sweeping through the forest in a single slash, severing trees in its path. Jin narrowly evaded the attack as the specter fixed its gaze upon him. Jin reflected that in the land of the brothers, which had been filled with countless warriors as strong as Black Knights, he had endured far harsher trials. If he was lacking in mana and raw power now, then speed would be his answer, and with that speed, he would deliver a decisive strike. In an instant, Jin appeared behind the specter without it realizing. By the time the specter sensed him and attempted to counterattack, Jin had already vanished. Startled, the specter lunged toward Jin's last position and struck, snapping tree branches apart. A massive explosion followed, and the battlefield descended into unprecedented chaos. Jin's sword collided with the specter's scythe. Remaining calm, the specter taunted Jin, remarking that while Jin was impressive for his age, he still could not land a hit on it, even as a Runkendel. Strange rays of light began to gather around Jin. He activated the God of War technique, Third Sword, Retribution. An overwhelming surge of power burst forth from his blade, and under that force, the specter's scythe shattered into pieces. At the very moment Jin nearly reached the specter, it instantly formed a small sphere, from which an overwhelming surge of power erupted, shattering the earth and stone alike. The devastation left behind was chillingly desolate. A shadowy figure then stepped forward, remarking that it was remarkable Jin had managed to endure for so long against the Spectre Company. The dangerous mage added that, although they had not gone all out due to his order to capture Jin alive, there was no requirement for Jin to remain completely intact. A massive dragon's foot slammed onto the ground. The dragon Murakan complained that things were taking too long and questioned how much longer it would last. Misha immediately stopped him, telling him to be quiet and insisting that those pursuing Jin were not ordinary people, warning that the situation was far worse than she had initially thought. Murakami circled lazily in the air and asked whether it was truly that serious. Standing upright, Misha answered that the enemies were almost there and urged Murakami to prepare himself. Murakami then charged forward, telling Jin to wait and assuring him they would handle it. With that, they both readied themselves for battle. Outside the battlefield, the mage repeated in a sinister tone that Jin did not need to remain wholly intact. Jin, remaining calm despite everything, responded that the mage sent chills down his spine and noted that if the attack had come any later, it would have been truly dangerous. Suddenly, space itself seemed to lie apart as a spiraling force burst forth and rushed forward. The mage widened his eyes in shock, realizing that the barrier had been breached. The overwhelming power pierced through the entire area, drawing the attention of Cirrus. She silently wondered whether that was the secret palace and questioned what was happening. At the same time, she sensed a familiar energy and asked herself what it could be. Back in the forest, the dragon's power tore open a massive hole in the terrain. The mage silently questioned whether the beings before him were the guardian dragons of the Runkendel child. Misha then asked Jin if he had managed to hold out. Jin, his body covered in injuries, struggled to respond as he acknowledged both Lady Misha and Murakami. Murakami, lowering his voice, asked Jin what he thought of the experience and whether it had been thrilling, adding that moments like this were the only way one could truly understand how terrifying the world could be. He then threatened Jin with another attack. Exhausted, Jin leaned back and silently wondered whether they had truly been delayed intentionally. Landing heavily, Murakami spoke in a menacing tone, accusing Jin of having prepared this situation behind his back after requesting that Murakami bring his sister immediately following the Holy Kingdom incident. He demanded to know who these enemies were, noting that they did not seem like ordinary people. Jin narrowed his eyes and explained that they were Zippel's ultimate combat force, admitting that he himself had never encountered them before. Misha descended and transformed back into human form, confirming that they were indeed the Spectre Company, a secret combat unit established after Themar's death. Jin expressed mild surprise that Misha knew about them. She replied that she did, but had not expected them to take action, explaining that she had fought them several times while Murakami slept for 1,000 years. She added that they had once been among her strongest opponents, though these current members did not seem as powerful as the unit she remembered from the past. Mage curled her lips into a cold smirk as she summoned a crimson aura that swirled tightly around her body. She remarked that she had not expected to encounter the legendary black dragons in that place, adding that she had heard Khadun had severely injured one of them, and noting with faint mockery that it seemed he had recovered a little since then. Murakami responded with open disdain, accusing Mage of speaking so much because she was afraid. He declared that if she managed to leave alive, she should deliver a message to Khadun, stating that the King of the Skies had returned and that the King of the Land would soon change as well. Remaining calm and defiant, Mage countered that anyone could boast with words. She questioned whether Murakami truly believed that Runkendel could defeat Zippel and seize the throne, and coldly reminded him that he seemed to have forgotten the lesson his former contractor had taught him 1,000 years ago. Murakami clenched his teeth in rage as he repeated the names Zippel and Runkendel in disbelief. He roared that Mage was completely wrong, asserting that the one destined to defeat Zippel and ascend as king would be Jin Runkendel. Lowering his voice with grim certainty, he warned that one day she would look back on that moment and regret missing her final chance to change the future. Brimming with murderous intent, Mage replied that she would see whether he was truly capable of carrying out his words. She stated that since the warning came from a great black dragon, she would accept it. Her voice then turned icy as she ordered the Spectre Company not to bother taking him alive and commanded them to kill Jin Runkendel, instructing everyone to unleash the Crimson Abyss. The Spectres immediately assumed their attack stances as chains erupted from the magic formation, and an entire forest was swallowed by blazing crimson flames. Murakami growled for them to kill the boy, declaring with grim confidence that he had already warned them it was too late, and sneering that they seemed slow to understand. Mage calmly removed her cloak and provoked him further, daring him to try and stop her. Her power gradually revealed itself as a blinding radiance manifested before her eyes. She let out a sinister laugh just as Murakami, on the opposite side, summoned a massive sphere of power to strike back. The two overwhelming forces collided head-on, creating a blinding zone of light that seemed on the verge of exploding apart. Jin grew anxious as he realized that Murakan's shadow was being steadily pushed back, and he understood that the opponents before them were on a completely different level from any enemies he had faced in the past. He judged that if the battle continued any longer, their chances of victory would rapidly diminish. Turning toward Misha, he urgently suggested that since they were within Ice Castle territory, creating as much noise as possible if the situation turned unfavorable would surely draw the Ice Castle master to their aid. Misha calmly summoned an orb and responded with faint amusement, remarking that Jin seemed to believe they were already destined to lose before she had even properly begun fighting. She acknowledged that she would consider such a possibility after Murakan managed to take Jin and escape from the battlefield, since there was always a very slim chance of that happening. However, she reassured him not to worry, stating that the old Spectre Company had been far stronger than their current enemies, and even they had been unable to do anything against her. Jin stared in shock as he reflected that he had always known Lady Misha was monstrously powerful even when she held back, yet he had assumed that once she fought seriously at a restrained level, she would be roughly comparable to Murakan after some of his power had returned. Now, however, he realized that she had far exceeded all of his expectations. The shadow ki he was sensing at that very moment felt impossibly immense, deep, and overwhelmingly dark, so profound that it defied description. Misha surged forward into battle together with the weapon she had just summoned, declaring that she would open the path ahead. As she launched herself upward, she shouted for Jin to escape with Murakan. An overwhelming force rushed forth, piercing through the spatial barrier as if it did not exist, and a massive hole was torn open in its wake. The mage looked on in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing, as fear slowly crept into her eyes when she realized that the shadow ki was actively devouring the defensive formation itself. The Spectre tensely reported that 20% of the defense had been lost, that 30% had already been depleted, and that the structure was steadily disintegrating from the point of damage. It warned that at that rate, the barrier would be completely destroyed by the next attack. Misha, wearing a triumphant expression, declared that the mage's level of magic would not work against her. She mockingly urged the mage to go ahead and try to stop her. Panicking, the mage hastily ordered the defensive formation to be cancelled and commanded the chain formation restraint to activate. However, the mage's forces were utterly overwhelmed. Chains continuously spread and engulfed the area, while the surrounding defensive layer was gradually being eroded away. Pointing forward as she launched her attack, Misha scoffed that such cheap tricks would never work on her. The chains shattered into countless fragments. Grinding her teeth, the mage admitted in frustration that it still was not working, even after she had concentrated all of her mana. At that moment, the Spectre issued an urgent warning to Lady Octavia, alerting her to the danger above. The mage looked up just as the surrounding earth and rock began to warp and distort. From within it, Murakan emerged and swiftly took to the air, circling at high speed. Jin abruptly rose to his feet. The mage, seething with rage, shouted Jin Runkendel's name and realized that they had fallen for the enemy's disruption operation. She berated herself for being so pathetic. She then issued a furious command to the Spectre Company, ordering them to target the escaping Black Dragon and insisting that they must not allow any of them to survive. The Spectres bowed in obedience and immediately formed magical arrays aimed toward the exit. Misha landed on the ground and remarked that it seemed the mage's seniors from the old Spectre Company had never warned her to watch out for Misha. From the arrays, chains were fired forth. Misha surged forward, her fighting spirit blazing. Seeing everything with her own eyes, the mage trembled in terror and confessed that she finally understood. She realized that this was the spear of death spoken of by their ancestors, the skill that left not even the faintest shadow behind, the shadowless spear. Clenching her teeth, the mage lowered her voice and ordered the Spectre Company to focus all their mana on her, vowing that she would at least make sure to kill Misha here. The Spectres immediately complied, forming multiple magic circles. More chains gradually took shape, encircling the mage. From within them, a monstrous creature was created. The mage extended her hand forward and commanded the creature to peck, rip apart, and swallow everything with the beak of the abyss. The monster shot upward, opening its massive jaws to devour Misha whole. Misha calmly raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, pushing the monster to the brink of collapse. Below, the mage clenched her teeth in mounting tension and screamed Misha's name. Misha, filled with confidence, remarked that only now was it becoming a little interesting and suggested that they play a bit longer, addressing Zippel directly. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed the decisive blow. Misha spoke smugly, saying that things were finally becoming fun, and she gathered her power as she declared that she wanted to play a little more with Zippel. Her dragon power surged forward violently. At the same time, Murakan was flying high in the sky. Jin thought to himself that he did not need to worry about Miss Misha, but that those opponents were clearly not normal. Murakan asked Jin whether he was feeling unwell and whether they could head straight to their destination. Jin replied that although he wanted to hurry, he could not proceed in his current condition, and suggested that they go to the Jin Kingdom first, where he would disguise himself. Murakhan optimistically commented that although they were traveling above the clouds, flying with Jin on his back would attract warnings from several others. Jin agreed and asked Murakhan to let him down near the Jin Kingdom so as not to draw attention, then to go to Tikhon immediately with a message saying that Jin would see them again in a year. Murakhan smiled, revealing his sharp teeth, and proudly told Jin that he would be waiting for him. Deep within a snow-covered forest, a humming song echoed. It was the sound made by the small residents who lived there as they fished, ate, and played together. Upon spotting a familiar figure approaching from afar, one of the residents said that Dark Flame was coming. The others waved in greeting. At a steep and dangerous cliff, Jin took shelter inside a hollow tree. He thought to himself that this must be the Watertail village Dark Flame had told him about, and marveled at how unexpected it was that they had built a village beneath the tree roots, noting how adorable the houses were. He then wondered where everyone was. Suddenly, Jin widened his eyes in surprise. He walked over and gently nudged a capybara, remarking that it had been a long time, and that it seemed the owners had gone somewhere, at least until Dark Flame returned. Jin sat down heavily on the ground and began circulating his internal energy. Sweat quickly covered his face. He thought that he needed to circulate the mana that had flowed backward. Reflecting on the Spectre unit, Octavia Zippel, he admitted that he had not realized how strong they were and that they had been unexpected opponents, though he would have had to face them sooner or later anyway. Thanks to that encounter, he had been able to see just how powerful the Spectre unit truly was. More importantly, his concern lay with Veridon. He wondered why Veridon had lost his memories and why the gods bound by contracts with Veridon were doing nothing. He also questioned whether Celiac was involved in those contracts and just how much influence he actually wielded. Jin slowly opened his eyes to find the small residents standing before him. The leader among them told the others that since Jin was already in trouble, they should not tease him again. When they realized Jin had awakened, they were visibly surprised. The green blob greeted him, saying that Jin was awake and that it had treated him because he had been hurt. It added that it had been a long time since they last met, apologized for coming without Dark Flame's permission, and explained that it had done so because Jin had been in trouble. Jin replied in surprise that he had not realized he was being treated because he had been lost deep in thought. He thanked them, but then asked why everyone was laughing. A tiny blob that had been sleeping soundly on Jin's head slipped down, and the green blob held up a mirror in front of him. Jin was stunned when he saw his own face covered in scribbles. Unable to hold back, he burst out laughing and asked what those drawings were, joking that it must have been them, and admitted that it was not bad at all. The green blob asked worriedly whether Jin was okay, mentioning that it had seen a wanted poster with a bounty of 400 million gold, and asked if Jin had been hurt because of that. It added that everyone was worried about him. While wiping the messy drawings off his face, Jin honestly said that he had actually come to ask for their help and asked whether he could speak with the Golden Tongue tribe. At that moment, a voice rang out, shouting that they could not do that. Taka rubbed his face in visible distress, complaining that not only did they have to disguise Jin, but they also had to create a business and escort him across the desert, which he said was far too much to ask. He emphasized that Jin was the most wanted criminal pursued by both the Runkendel and Zippel families. Jin then stated that he was willing to offer them a deal they would find very appealing. Taka's tone hardened as he asked what the deal was. In response, Jin slowly drew the sword at his side. Seeing this, Taka panicked and screamed in fear, pleading that they were powerless beastmen and begging Jin to spare them and give them a chance. Jin immediately softened his tone, apologized for frightening them, and explained that he intended to give them the sword if they agreed to help him. Trembling, Taka replied that he had thought Jin was about to threaten them, and asked in disbelief whether Jin truly meant to give the sword to them. Jin clarified that the sword was not for them to keep immediately. He explained that after they crossed the desert and after rumors of his death had spread throughout the world, they were to go to the Runkendel family and deliver the sword. In return, he promised, they would receive an unimaginable reward. Taka's eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, yet he still voiced his concern about whether the Runkendel family would believe him. Jin answered that this was precisely why he wanted them to establish a business and travel through the desert. He instructed them to claim that they had discovered the sword in remote ruins while crossing the Mitra Great Desert, adding that merchants who traveled through the Mitra Desert would become interested in the beastmen, which would further enhance their credibility. He also assured them that his family would be grateful for the recovery of the sword, meaning there would be no risk involved. Jin explained that the sword was one of the most valuable legendary swords in his family, and that in addition to a large reward, the Runkendel family would be obligated to protect them, as their reputation would suffer if they did not. He concluded by saying that if he could leave with them while completely disguised, there would be no problems, and asked for Taka's thoughts. Taka's expression darkened completely. He firmly refused, saying that although they were deeply indebted to Jin and loved money, if word ever spread that they had helped him, all of them would perish. He insisted that they truly wanted to help, but begged Jin to understand their position. Jin reached for the sword again, then paused in thought. After a moment, he apologized, admitting that he had only been thinking about himself. He said that he understood their decision and added that he had planned to go to the desert anyway, telling them not to worry if they chose to decline. Overcome with guilt, Taka bowed deeply and apologized. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something strange. An unfamiliar magic manifested around him, and his legs transformed into those of a cat. Stunned, he wondered what he was witnessing and realized that the being was actually here. He thought that the beastmen were now greeting the felines, the true owners of this land. The other beastmen respectfully voiced their greetings to the felines. Meanwhile, Jin searched through his memories, wondering if these were the felines who had excavated the jungle and whether that was the reason they were called the owners. The ground around them began to glow with an eerie light until only the lynx and Jin were left standing face to face. The lynx raised its cat-like paw, leaving Jin astonished. Despite the situation, the lynx appeared strangely adorable, narrowing its eyes and smiling with a gentle, almost affectionate expression. Jin wondered silently whether it wanted him to bend down. He leaned closer, thinking that it might be asking him to come nearer. The lynx placed its paw on his body, and a tremendous surge of light spread outward, transforming the surrounding space into something breathtakingly beautiful. Penji let out a cry of surprise, its eyes shining brightly as it declared that Jin had received the blessing of the felines. Jin reacted with suspicion, questioning what the blessing of the felines was. As he thought about it further, he realized he had not seen the felines anywhere and wondered where they had gone. When he looked around, Pengi had already disappeared. Taka explained that the felines had returned, adding that seeing such a scene had been unexpected. No, it had been a first. He stated that among the small beastmen, anyone who received the blessing of the felines had to be welcomed with open arms, regardless of their intentions or race. Because of that, he announced that he would accept Jin's previous request. Jin asked who the felines were to them. Taka responded enthusiastically that it was an excellent question and revealed that the felines were their masters. He explained that in order to protect weak and small beastmen like themselves, the felines had created those complicated and elaborate maze-like caves. Thanks to those caves, humans and other beastmen could neither find them nor take interest in them. He added that countless caves like those were hidden all around the world. Jin widened his eyes in astonishment, wondering whether there were truly so many caves like that. He reflected that he had never heard of the felines, not even in his previous life, and concluded that they must not be ordinary beings. He admitted that he had had no idea about them and said that he would have gotten lost if he had not come there with Dark Flame. He guessed that the felines were like guardian gods to the beastmen. Taka replied calmly that Jin was right and said that they were all indebted to the felines. Jin then expressed his gratitude that they had accepted his offer because of the felines, but he also warned that they would still be in danger and asked whether that was acceptable. Dark Flame interjected in a disjointed manner, insisting that acceptance was fine and muttering about blessings and felines. Jin, confused, asked what that meant. Taka then explained that there were two reasons why the felines took interest in someone. One was when a human had a contract with the god of cats, and the other was when they judged that a human had taken care of small beastmen. He concluded that the fact Jin had received the feline's blessing meant that he was amicable towards small beastmen. Jin frowned slightly as he pondered the unconditional faith the beastmen placed in the blessing. He thought that the beastmen there were truly special and questioned whether they really trusted the feline's blessing to that extent. Taka then turned to Dark Flame and whispered that they should divide the reward 9-1, explaining that they were 9 while Dark Flame was 1, and asked whether there were any complaints. Jin glared at them with killing intent and stated that if the Watertail tribe was not greedy, a 9-1 split was unacceptable and that the reward should be shared evenly. He proposed an 8-2 split instead. Taka accused Jin of being greedy and countered with a 7-3 split. Jin gestured again, insisting on half. Taka's face turned pale as he reluctantly suggested 6-1/2. He then burst out in anger, shouting that it was far too little and begging Sir Jin to reconsider. He argued that they would be creating a business, crossing the Mitra Desert, disguising Jin so he would be unrecognizable, and even visiting the Runkendel family while carrying Jin's sword. He claimed that an even split was insufficient and insisted that they were not the Golden Tongue tribe, explaining that they did not recklessly chase money but believed in calculation and proper division. He emphasized that those who worked would be paid, while those who worked less would lose pay, declaring that they took pride in their work above all else. Since they would be doing 90% of the work, he claimed he was being truly generous by offering a 6-4 split. He then urged Jin to trust Pengi and move out immediately. With that, Taka hurriedly ran off, leaving Jin standing there in a daze. Jin turned to Dark Flame and remarked that disguises and business people were truly different, noting that Taka was always like that. Dark Flame nodded and lazily agreed, saying that he wanted to sleep. At that moment, another voice spoke up and asked Jin to take a look, explaining that the outfit presented was the disguise used when traveling east for trade. The speaker claimed it was perfect with makeup sorcery and added that people there called such figures Grim Reapers. Jin put on the outfit and commented that it felt strange. Dark Flame then offered another option, suggesting a different set of clothing from a small eastern nation called a hanbok, explaining that very noble families wore it. Jin expressed confusion and asked what was different about that outfit compared to the previous one, pointing out that only the colors seemed different. He also wondered whether Eastern clothing would not attract even more attention. Taka let out a hearty laugh and remarked that this was the place he had been obsessed with lately, before excitedly asking what Jin thought about it and claiming that the look embodied a strong leader. As he spoke, he lifted a mirror and held it in front of Jin. Jin examined his unfamiliar appearance in the reflection and complained that it was a bit too much, wondering whether Taka was trying to get him killed. Taka immediately proposed another option, suggesting a youthful girl's appearance instead. Jin flatly rejected the idea, making it clear that cross-dressing was out of the question. The two continued arguing back and forth until Taka suggested settling on a rough bandit-style disguise. Jin commented that it felt awkward. Taka then tried again, proposing the look of a young noble master, which Jin dismissed as being far too flashy. Growing helpless, Taka finally suggested portraying a useless, retired old mercenary and added that he had even prepared an old sword for the role. Jin pondered for a moment before concluding that this option would be fine. Taka's hands trembled as he praised Jin's choice enthusiastically. Jin expressed his satisfaction and stated that he would look around some shops to ensure the disguise was perfect, instructing Pengi and Dark Flame to pack up the shop so they could depart the next day. Dark Flame acknowledged the order curtly. Taka bowed deeply and assured Jin that everything would be taken care of. Once the door opened, the bustling noise of the market flooded in, with vendors loudly urging customers to choose freely and take a look at their many fine goods. As Jin wandered through the area, he noted to himself that the shops were far more crowded at night, making it the perfect opportunity to test his disguise. Glancing around cautiously, he realized that his wanted posters had become so widespread they were practically wallpaper. As Jin approached one of the stalls, he noticed a man behaving similarly and narrowed his eyes to take a closer look. To his surprise, he recognized him as Zippel. The man returned his gaze with clear hostility and called out for Jin to wait, addressing him directly. At the same time, Jin wrestled internally with the fear that he might have been caught. Zippel then raised an original portrait of Jin and asked whether he had ever seen the person depicted. Jin contemplated the question for a while before replying that he was also searching for that man, pointing at the very same face plastered all over the wanted posters. Zippel nodded in understanding and remarked that he saw what was going on. As they parted ways, Zippel commented that he had not expected even a retired mercenary to join the hunt, adding that it was understandable given how large the cash reward was. Left alone, Jin reflected that if even someone like Zippel had failed to recognize him, then the disguise must be flawless, unless it was the blessing of the felines at work. He hoped that nothing would happen before his siblings arrived. Suddenly, a massive tiger burst out from nowhere, loudly complaining about how many useless humans were wandering around that day. The beasts eyed Jin menacingly and shouted at the old man to stop wandering there and get lost unless he wanted to die. Jin sighed inwardly, thinking that it was those guys again, and concluding that the feline's blessing clearly was not almighty. He forced himself to stay calm and responded that he understood. As the tigers left, they muttered that whenever they saw a human, they were reminded of the humiliation inflicted on them by a certain bastard, which made them want to tear everyone apart. They mentioned that it was the man on the wanted poster, Jin Runkandel, and claimed they had recognized him the moment they saw it. One of them angrily declared that he would catch and kill him. Jin noticed a small creature being dragged along and wondered if it was a canine. His expression darkened as he reflected that he had actually been looking for a canine, so perhaps he should do a good deed that day. He also decided that it was time to fix the red tiger's bad habits. The scene shifted as a black canine burst through a door, crying out for his mother. She lay collapsed on the floor, trembling as she weakly called out to her child and blamed the red tigers. Horrified, the black canine shouted their name and sprinted down the road, filled with anguish as he realized they had come to collect the money while he was gone. He cursed the situation, knowing that no one had ever returned alive after being captured and taken away by the red tigers, and feared what awaited him beyond the mountain. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from behind the mountain. The black canine screamed in despair, refusing to believe it. At that moment, Jin's voice spoke up, remarking that it seemed the canine was related to them. The black canine turned to see Jin holding his youngest sibling, whose body was covered in wounds. Panicking, he called out to his youngest. Jin calmly reassured him, explaining that he had already dealt with the red tigers and that the family was safe. The black canine asked who Jin was, realizing that he was the same person from back then. He bowed deeply and acknowledged that Jin was the one he had guided across the Mitra Desert before, expressing profound gratitude for saving his sibling and admitting that he did not know how he could ever repay him. Jin calculated to himself that canines probably could not lower their noses when they bowed. He then reassured them that it was fine and suggested that they treat the sibling first. When they arrived at the family's home, the mother and the younger brother, having been treated by Jin, joyfully exclaimed that the pain was disappearing and that even the swelling was going down. Jin observed approvingly that the child was young, so his recovery was quick, but noted that the mother had been quite severely injured. The black canine responded softly in disbelief, unable to believe the improvement. Jin went on to explain that what they had just eaten was a mysterious earthen snack called kakto, which was extremely effective for recovery, and that they would become healthier than ever before. Deeply moved, the mother hugged her child tightly and expressed her gratitude for being given something so precious, repeatedly thanking Jin. Jin smiled gently and thought to himself that although Myungguang usually ate such things, they were extremely effective on ordinary beastmen as well, and he felt relieved that he still had one left. The black canine then vowed that he would never forget Jin's kindness and declared that he would do whatever Jin asked, urging him to give the order. Satisfied, Jin reflected that he had been planning to ask them for a favor anyway, and that the timing was perfect. He recalled that while wandering around the market, he had been looking for a canine guide, but by coincidentally saving the family member, everything had become much easier. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Jin stated that he actually needed a guide and asked whether the black canine would guide him. The black canine immediately agreed, declaring that if it was with Jin, he would gladly cross the Mitra Desert. The entire family then burst into cheerful laughter. The next morning, after the Golden Tongue tribe finished their preparations, they departed for the Mitra Desert while countless beastmen watched them leave. Other residents, observing the scene, felt puzzled and whispered among themselves that there was no way they were truly going to cross the Mitra Desert. They remarked that the group was taking along a human mercenary and a canine guide, but insisted that no one had ever returned alive after entering the Mitra Desert, concluding that they were all going to die. Jin, however, thought back to something he had learned from conversations with his master before his regression. He recalled that canines never forgot a scent they had encountered, and that they used this trait to act as guides. He found it fascinating that they could tell which direction a scent was coming from, and realized that without canines, he would never have been able to ask Penji and Dark Flame to cross the Mitra Desert. Half a day after the Golden Tongue merchants entered the desert, they began their journey under the scorching sun. 1 day, 2 days, and then 4 days passed, all within a cruel environment that dried everything up. Despite such harsh conditions, Dark Flame and Taka remained relaxed, and even hummed leisurely. Jin observed that they seemed to be having fun, and reasoned that it was fine, since there were no risks and they still had plenty of food and water. However, he suddenly noticed that there was only 1 bottle left. Alarmed, he asked Penji why he had brought so little water and questioned whether it would be enough for the return journey. Taka smiled confidently and replied that it was fine because they had Dark Flame, implying that Jin should already know this. Jin, confused, asked what he was supposed to know. Taka then turned to Dark Flame and asked whether he had not shown Sir Jin his skill yet. Dark Flame blankly responded that he had not been asked. Excited, Taka urged him to show it. Dark Flame hesitated, questioning whether he should really demonstrate it now, but eventually agreed, stating that everyone needed to see to believe and implying that Jin did not yet understand the basics of trust. Finally agreeing, Dark Flame announced that he would show his skill. He began moving his limbs and first raised his tail, from which a sonic wave spread out to vibrate the underground water sources. His eyes sharpened as he paced back and forth, eventually locking onto a target. Dark Flame then thrust his tail into the ground and commanded the water to rise, causing a cool stream to burst forth. Jin was astonished and exclaimed internally that Dark Flame could find underground water, praising him as incredible. Taka excitedly told Jin that now he understood and no longer needed to worry about water in the desert. The black canine, drooling at the sight, remarked that they could drink as much as they wanted. When night fell, they made camp. Taka, brimming with excitement, announced that tonight's dinner would be an Eastern specialty made using a secret Eastern recipe. A lavish spread of food was laid out, and everyone stared at it with shining eyes. Jin commented that, come to think of it, there really was nothing Penji could not do. Taka laughed it off modestly. Suddenly, a surge of white sand swept toward them. Shocked, they cried out in alarm, and the black canine identified it as a sandstorm. The food was swept away by the wind, and Taka screamed in despair over his precious meal. At that moment, a voice from above commanded the beastmen to allow a search, warning that if they did not comply, they would not survive. Jin looked up in shock and saw a red dragon observing them from the sky. Stunned, he thought in disbelief that those Zipple bastards were even searching the desert. The red dragon's voice thundered across the area, declaring that it would conduct a search on the beastmen and warning that they would not survive if they refused. Jin froze in shock as he realized it was a red dragon. He was stunned by Zipple's sudden appearance and cursed inwardly, thinking that those Zipple bastards were even searching the desert now. The red dragon landed on the ground, and Zipple stood directly in front of Jin. Zipple remarked that it was rare to find beastmen in a place like this. Penji, flustered by the interrogation, hurriedly explained that they were merely searching for ruins. Zipple did not let it slide and commented that if they were searching for ruins everyone else had already given up on, then they must be going through difficult times, as risking their lives implied desperation. He added that businesses had completely dried up and that people no longer searched for ordinary goods at the Yuka Yuka market. Zipple then turned his gaze toward Jin and observed that since they had hired a human mercenary, they must be serious before asking where Jin came from. Jin calmly introduced himself as a retired mercenary who wandered without a destination and explained that he was currently spending his days protecting these small beastmen. Zipple probed further, asking whether Jin knew about the Runkendel Reserve flag-bearer who was being chased by everyone. Jin answered immediately that he did, noting that the wanted posters were everywhere. At that point, Zipple no longer hid his true intentions. He stated that there was no longer any need for explanations, that all humans, including Jin, were to be searched, that no detail could be overlooked, and demanded their cooperation. Jin narrowed his eyes slightly as he calculated the situation, thinking that he did not know how many pursuers were in the area and did not want to cause a commotion. As Zipple's hand came close to his neck, Jin resolved inwardly that he might have to kill him if something went wrong. Suddenly, an urgent alert rang out, causing Zipple to halt as the voice announced that they were under attack. Zipple could only turn and leave quickly, shouting that reinforcements were needed. Once Zipple and the dragon had gone, Pengi let out a sigh of relief, admitting that he did not know what was happening, but that it was a huge relief. Jin silently agreed, thinking that they had been lucky, but wondered who could possibly attack the Zipple family in the desert. Out of nowhere, a clear voice sounded behind Jin, startling him as it greeted him casually and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. Jin immediately turned around upon hearing the familiar voice. The moment he did, he saw Yona tightly hugging Dark Flame. Jin was shocked, realizing it was Sister Yona, and questioned internally whether it had really been her all along and how she had managed to get here. Yona continued holding Dark Flame tightly and called out its name. Jin was further surprised to realize that she even knew Dark Flame. Yona happily squeezed it in her arms and cheerfully remarked that it had been a long time. Dark Flame, looking confused, responded by asking if it was hungry and whether it was eating today. Witnessing the scene, Penji asked in confusion whether Dark Flame knew her and questioned who she was. Before Dark Flame could respond, Jin answered simply that she was his sister. After playing with Dark Flame for a while, Yona finally noticed Jin. She immediately ran over and examined him closely, as if sensing something familiar. Suddenly she stopped right in front of him, causing Jin to freeze as well. Yona then broke into a bright smile upon realizing it was truly Jin. Seeing that she had recognized him, Jin no longer tried to hide it and confirmed her realization, then asked what had brought her here and whether she had come to capture him. Jin asked the question, but Yona did not answer at first. She stared at him silently for a long time, until her eyes suddenly lit up. Jin immediately sensed danger and thought that this was not good. Yona gave him a sinister smile and replied half-jokingly that she had indeed come to catch him. She looked genuinely excited to see him, unable to suppress her smile. Yona drew her dagger, her eyes turning pitch black, and suggested that they play all night long, warning that she had learned something new and that he might truly die. Jin panicked and quickly tried to stop her, calling her sister and saying that it had been a long time, so they should catch up instead. It was then explained that Sister Yona had predicted Jin would come here. She had seen him heading toward the site of inheritance and believed it was the only place a wanted man like him would go. By coincidence, she had encountered the Waterale tribe and grown close to them. She said she came to see Jin because she did not know when they would be able to meet again if he entered the site of inheritance. Finally, it was stated that Sister Yona had decided to remain with the Golden Tongue and Waterale tribes until the end. She would protect the beastmen even if she and Jin went their separate ways, and that, at least, was a good thing. After a night had passed, Jin looked visibly worn out. He silently reflected that although she had drained him along the way, the journey still felt meaningful. Jack glanced at him and remarked that Jin seemed close to someone, but Jin did not respond and merely let out a quiet sigh. As they continued walking, Jin thought to himself that it was good to see her and that he felt as though he was being healed during this journey toward the site of inheritance. Penji suddenly discovered a large cactus and pointed at it, signaling the group to stop. Without hesitation, Penji demonstrated his cooking skills right in the middle of the desert by slicing the cactus into thin pieces. Everyone except Jin lay down on the sand, using the cactus slices as facial masks to relax. After a while, Jack's skin became firm and glossy from the cactus essence, and not only Jack, but also Dark Flame and Penji appeared noticeably smoother after the brief treatment. While Dark Flame was enjoying massaging its face, Yona slowly approached from behind and placed a cactus-made hat on its head before it could react. Dark Flame could only stand still helplessly, allowing her to play around. Seeing Dark Flame's appearance, everyone burst into laughter. Although Dark Flame tried to resist, its efforts were insignificant. Before they realized it, another day in the desert was already nearing its end. As the journey continued, Jin suddenly stopped. In front of the group lay a gigantic creature motionless on the sand, and Jin wondered what it was. Penji recognized the creature and explained that it was a desert fish. Jin questioned this in surprise, repeating the name, and commented that it was astonishing to see a dead fish in the desert, especially one of such enormous size. Penji immediately interrupted him, clarifying that it was not dead. Jin turned back in disbelief, repeating that it was not dead, and Penji explained that the creature would come back to life if it touched water at that moment. Penji tried to continue, warning that it would become troublesome if it woke up, but before he could finish, Dark Flame had already stabbed its tail into the sand to search for water. Dark Flame stood still, sensing the water surging upward, and signaled that it was coming up. A powerful stream of water shot straight into the sky, and Yona excitedly urged the creature to wake up. Seeing their reckless actions, Penji panicked and desperately tried to stop them, shouting that they should listen until the end and warning them not to wake it up yet. The moment the desert fish came into contact with the water, it began to move. Its eyes widened instantly, as if it had been reborn. It violently swung its tail, scattering sand to both sides and burying itself deeper into the ground. Its massive body slowly sank into the sand, and Penji realized in alarm that it was going underground. Terrified, Penji clutched his head and urgently told everyone to get away immediately. The sand where the desert fish had burrowed suddenly collapsed inward, and the creature began to attack. Penji explained in fear that a desert fish that had just awakened would attack anything because it was starving. Before he could even finish speaking, the desert fish burst out of the sand, charging straight toward Yona and Dark Flame, its gaping mouth looming right above Yona's head. Despite the danger, Yona showed no sign of panic while Dark Flame revealed a hungry gleam in its eyes, noting with satisfaction that the creature had truly awakened. Later, the bones of the desert fish were discarded to the side, while its meat was skillfully prepared into food. Penji finished cooking a pot of fragrant soup and proudly introduced it as spicy fish soup, explaining that it was a fish-based soup that stimulated the appetite, helped with fatigue, and warmed the body. Jin took a bowl and marveled at how delicious it was, saying that he had never tasted anything like it before. He noted that the meat was soft, the flavor deep yet not fishy, and found it incredible that something like this could be made from a desert fish. Penji explained that he had used a special sauce he had obtained in a country he had recently visited, adding that people unfamiliar with the taste would need some time to adjust. While eating, Jin looked around and remarked on how unbelievable it was that there were creatures like that beneath the oasis. Penji recalled the earlier attack and admitted that he had been shocked as well, noting that Miss Yona had killed it in a single strike. He added that when the ground collapsed, he had thought they were going to fall straight into hell and expressed relief that everyone had escaped unharmed. Jin then turned his gaze toward the ruins ahead and wondered aloud why they looked so familiar. Penji explained that the ruins had been made by the felines, stating with certainty that both the symbols and architecture belonged to them, and adding that the felines were blessing them there as well. Jin continued staring at the ruins, acknowledging that they were made by the felines, but questioning why ruins like these existed in such a place and what that species actually did. In his thoughts, he questioned whether they even built ruins and wondered what kind of beings they truly were. Suddenly, his eyes froze on a specific spot. Jin noticed strange characters carved into the structure and wondered what was written there, questioning whether they were trying to point toward La Perosa. As realization dawned on him, he concluded that the structure could not have been built without purpose, and surmised that it was likely the entrance leading to the site of inheritance. Penji responded cheerfully that if the assumption was correct, they could avoid both the sun and their pursuers at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. He added that Jin could use that road on the way back after dropping him off and suggested that they set out after offloading some baggage. A few people voiced their agreement. Soon the entire group stood before the entrance leading into the ancient ruins. Yona wondered aloud how they were supposed to open it. Suddenly, the cat head embedded in front of the door emitted a beam of light. That light shone directly onto Jin's forehead, carving the mark of a cat's paw there. Immediately afterward, the door slowly began to open. While everyone was still staring in confusion, Pengi exclaimed in realization that this was how it worked and declared that it was the feline's blessing. The others reacted in surprise, questioning whether it was truly a blessing. They soon understood that this was how they were able to enter the ruins created by the felines with only the bare minimum of luggage. As they continued onward, the group kept chanting about the blessing, remarking that, as expected of the felines, the place was like a maze. The journey could still continue, but strangely, they kept encountering dead ends. Jin was unable to find an exit no matter how far they went, and there were only more dead ends. Eventually, the group wandered into a place with 3 branching paths and endless forks. Since Pengi and Dark Flame had never been there before, they ended up getting lost. Pengi spoke up to reassure everyone, saying that he would find the way this time, because he had a secret technique. Dark Flame also calmly declared that he would find it. Pengi mocked him, asking how someone with no sense of direction like him could possibly find the right path. Dark Flame snapped back angrily, demanding to know what secret technique Pengi was talking about and accusing him of being a scammer. Both of them quickly tried to show off their abilities, insisting that everyone would soon see. A small handful of sand appeared in Pengi's hand, while a faint energy radiated from Dark Flame's tail. Pengi tossed the sand aside and pointed toward one door, insisting that it was the correct way. Dark Flame pointed to the opposite door, asserting that his choice was the right one. The group stared at them in confusion, wondering if that was truly their so-called secret technique. Pengi went alone through his chosen door, while Yona followed Dark Flame toward the opposite one. Suddenly, a massive amount of sand poured down, sealing off Pengi's path, and at the same time, a loud torrent appeared and blocked the door Dark Flame had chosen as well. The 3 of them quickly fled from the paths they had selected. In the end, Pengi and Dark Flame chose the remaining door together, each insisting that it was the right way. However, no matter which way they went, things did not go smoothly. With every step, they risked triggering hidden traps. When Jack accidentally stepped on a tile, a trap system activated, firing numerous cat paw-shaped balls. A few minutes later, Dark Flame also stepped on a tile, and a pit immediately opened beneath him, revealing sharp cat claws below. Elsewhere, a hidden blade was unintentionally triggered, and Pengi, unaware of it, casually walked right past. Jin, who was behind him, did not have time to warn him. Pengi turned back to look at Jin, unaware of what had just grazed his head, and only when he realized that a patch of fur had been shaved off did he collapse in despair. After passing through countless trials, the group left behind a few drawings within the ruins. When they reached a long, winding corridor, a gigantic, round stone appeared before them. The stone bore the face of a cat and stared fixedly at the group. While Dark Flame was still clueless about what was happening, Pengi had already turned pale with fear. The stone began rolling forward rapidly, forcing everyone to run as fast as they could. The stone continued to roll, and the group continued to run without stopping. At times, it came dangerously close, forcing Yona to carry Dark Flame while Jin grabbed Pengi and ran. After struggling for a long time against the severe challenges inside the ruins, they finally reached an area illuminated by warm yellow lights. At last, they arrived at their destination. Standing before them was a gigantic lion-cat statue. The statue spoke, praising them for making it all the way there and declaring that this was the final gate. It stated that it would open the door if they answered 3 questions correctly. As the statue announced the first question, Jin, already furious, muttered sarcastically that perhaps he should just destroy it. The first question was then asked, inquiring about what wakes up first when it rains in the desert. Pengi answered quickly that it was the desert fish. The statue confirmed that the answer was correct and moved on to the second question. The next riddle described something that was both 1 and 2, absent and present, and asked what it was. Yona responded that it was a shadow, and the statue again confirmed that the answer was correct. Dark Flame listened nervously as the statue announced the final question. He froze when he heard it explain that this question did not have a straightforward answer and that they simply needed to share their thoughts. The statue then posed the question, asking that in a world where things were unintentionally forgotten due to noble sacrifices or other reasons, if there was a reason why those things must be found again, what that reason would be. At that moment, Jin reflected on the reason people should search for things that had been lost. He concluded that forgotten things came back to life once someone remembered them. He believed that even if something was forgotten or disappeared, it still undeniably existed, and that as long as there was even a single person who worked tirelessly to remember and seek what was lost, it would return to the world and stand once more in the light. The statue expressed its satisfaction with his answer, stating that it liked what Jin had said. Soon after, the gate of the ruins opened, granting passage to everyone and expressing a wish that their futures would be filled with starlight and hope. Outside, night had already fallen, yet the sky shone with an eerie brilliance. Jin noted that as soon as they passed through the ruins, they arrived at the entrance to the site of inheritance, a place overflowing with the energy of his brothers. Upon finally reaching the destination he had been seeking, Jin smiled and indicated that they had arrived. He then looked at his companions, recalling that he bid farewell to everyone who had crossed the desert with him and promised that they would meet again. Jin slowly drew his sword, remarking that this was how it had to be done. He raised the brightly glowing blade toward the sky and swung it, tearing through the silent night as a crack split open in space itself. Jin then stepped calmly into the rift he had created. Having arrived at his destination, Jin stated that he had returned to the land of his brothers. He acknowledged that everyone would be searching tirelessly for him, turning over every stone to find him. However, he believed that when the time came, Penji would hand the sword over to the family, and once that happened, the world would fall silent. During that period, Jin intended to complete the training he had been unable to finish alongside his brothers. Jin was now sitting atop the shoulder of a powerfully built man, appearing somewhat awkward as he re-emerged. One of the men announced with amusement that their brother Jin had returned and asked who would be bathing him this time. Everyone present immediately clamored to volunteer, each insisting that it should be them, until someone suggested settling it with rock, paper, scissors. The atmosphere grew lively as they prepared for the game. In the end, Jin was finally able to smile with deep satisfaction, feeling that he had truly returned home. In a distant frozen land stood a castle known as the Ice Palace. Wine was poured as a familiar voice remarked that they were more than capable on their own, and questioned why others were trying to interfere. The speaker emphasized that this was the Ice Palace's territory, and stated that there was no way they could stand aside when there was a chance that all the surrounding islands might disappear. Misha sat in her chair, listening attentively, as the other person continued, mentioning that 3 members of the Spectre unit had already been killed and questioning whether that was still not enough. The speaker added that such losses must have dealt a heavy blow to the Zippels. Misha then asked Talaris why the announcement claimed that the Ice Palace had lost to the Zippel family. Talaris closed the fan in her hand and explained that it was for political reasons. She stated that if it had been announced that a black dragon had interfered and wiped out the Spectre unit, a war between the Runkendel and Zippel families would have been inevitable. As Misha took a sip of her drink, she continued listening while Talaris explained that, instead, it had been declared that the Ice Palace was involved and had lost, allowing the situation to be quietly settled. Talaris spoke with great enthusiasm, adding that the Zippels' fallen reputation would recover, even if only slightly, and that they would no longer be able to hold the Ice Palace responsible for minor matters, despite their internal chaos. At that point, Misha finally showed a faint smile and remarked that Talaris clearly did not sit on the throne for nothing. She then set her glass down and said that she had nothing more to say and would take her leave. Talaris smiled as she watched Misha depart and reminded her that, since she now understood the situation, she should send good liquor, noting that the damage they had suffered was quite significant due to their efforts to maintain neutrality. Before leaving, Misha mockingly replied that Talaris should get the liquor from Jin. She also reminded Cirrus about the child of the Ice Palace. Cirrus froze for a moment upon hearing Misha's words, after which Misha assured her that Jin was safe and that there was no need to worry. Misha then laughed lightly when she saw Cirrus's flustered expression. As she stepped through the gate, she left behind her final words, expressing her thanks for the drink. After Misha had left, Cirrus narrowed her gaze like a blade and looked toward Talaris, addressing her as mother. Talaris calmly explained that she had not said anything inappropriate and had merely asked whether her son-in-law was safe, adding that she was relieved to hear that he was indeed safe. Syria could not argue back and could only bite her lip in silence. By then, Cirrus's face had turned red as she stammered an explanation, insisting that she had told her many times that he was only a friend. The scene then shifted to a vast residence known as Kashmir's estate. Morikun was leisurely stuffing pieces of cake into his mouth, eating with abandon. Kashmir spoke up, asking whether young Master Jin was truly going to train in La Perosa for an entire year. Murakami replied while chewing that it was true and added that high expectations were reasonable since Jin had said he would return stronger. Kashmir quickly responded that she was no longer worried. Quick and Tell then interjected, cautioning that it was still too early to let their guard down. He pointed out that even Chiron, who surpassed the laws of the world, would collapse under overwhelming forces if he stood alone, and emphasized that they also needed to prepare themselves properly. Hearing this, Murakami recalled certain memories and commented that this was likely how Tamar had fallen. He set down the now empty tray of pastries and agreed with Quick and Tell. Scratching his head in frustration, Murakami admitted that he did not want to experience the same thing again and asked what they should do next. Quick and Tell seriously proposed that they should find a way for Murakami to recover his power, stating that they could not simply wait for Jin to grow stronger. Kashmir then suggested that Kujan and Julia would accompany her, and that she would investigate the clue regarding Julia's guardian dragon of the 7 colors. While Kashmir continued speaking, he remarked that, upon further thought, Ms. Quick and Tell should know that outside the courtyard, Enya had been rather openly tailing Varys. He mentioned that Enya had recently been learning magic from Varys and asked whether that was acceptable. Naturally, Varys had already noticed that someone had been following her for quite some time. Unable to do anything else, she could only express her irritation at the persistent presence behind her. Kashmir appeared embarrassed and commented that it seemed Enya was chasing after Varys in a completely one-sided manner. At that moment, Varys suddenly turned around and walked straight toward Enya. Enya had not expected to be discovered so easily. Meanwhile, Quick and Tell responded that although Enya could not use magic, she possessed sufficient knowledge and the ability to sense magic, so it would not be a problem. Kashmir also agreed, stating that he could not continue protecting Enya forever. In the end, after so many efforts to follow her, Enya finally gained Varys' consent to be taught. Everyone present agreed that it would be beneficial for Enya to have a teacher. Enya hurriedly chased after Varys' retreating figure. At the same time, the conversation among the 3 people in the office came to an end, with the reminder that until Jin returned, they should all do their best. Gradually, everything began to fall into place. Feltel and Kuzan remained ready to receive orders, and a specific location on the map had already been identified. Enya also began her magical training under Varys, and her abilities improved noticeably with time. As time slowly passed, after 6 months had gone by, rumors began circulating that the youngest member of the Runkendel family had died, within a massive mansion shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The Runkendel family estate, a sword was presented by a small figure trembling with fear. A frightened member of the Golden Tongue tribe reported that the sword had been found in the desert ruins, and that, having seen it on the wanted posters, he had brought it there. The cold gaze of the head of the Runkendel family swept downward in silence. After the vice head confirmed the report, the Golden Tongue tribe received a large reward and were sent back under escort. Meanwhile, Pengi's abacus clicked incessantly as the calculated figures continued to rise. Before him, Dark Flame and Yona stood facing mountains of gold stacked like an enormous wall. Pengi's eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed that the amount he had calculated was enough to support several generations. Hearing this, Yona and Dark Flame also became excited, calling out joyfully. The 3 of them happily gazed at the towering piles of gold, declaring that they were rich. 6 months after Jin had disappeared, it was officially announced that the reserve flag-bearer of the Runkendel family had died. Those who saw the countless posters could not hide their shock. Dante Hyron, who knew nothing of the truth, was consumed by rage. He panted heavily after his frenzied destruction, then stood exhausted with his sword in hand, his ashen face lifted toward the sky. His hand, still wrapped in bandages, tightened around the hilt until blood seeped through. Elsewhere, Veridon Zippel's memories were completely taken under control, and his eyes grew wild and unrestrained. The scene then shifted to a tranquil mountainous forest where waterfalls cascaded endlessly from the highlands. A shadowy figure could be seen faintly behind the rushing water. Meanwhile, in La Perosa, Jin, the man rumored to be dead, continued to train relentlessly day and night, preparing himself for the future. While the outside world was in chaos, the narration explained that Jin was in La Ferosa, where he continued to train relentlessly for what lay ahead. It was described that he immersed himself beneath a raging waterfall day after day, to the point where he no longer kept track of time. He later reflected that for 2 months after arriving at the inheritance ground, he had spent his time with the Battle Kings, focusing on building up his basic physical strength. It was said that Jin carried a massive boulder weighing more than 10 times his own body, while the Battle Kings remained constantly by his side to train his physique. The harsh training sessions continued endlessly. After that period, Jin stated that he had trained non-stop with the 5 Battle Kings for another 4 months. During that time, he continued engaging in real combat, yet the Battle Kings did not use aura, nor did they employ any techniques of the Nether King sword. Even though they attacked without hesitation, Jin admitted that despite his intense effort, he had still gained no tangible results. When Dalfir launched an attack, Jin failed to evade it in time and suffered several direct slashes across his body. In pain, he blamed himself, acknowledging that even so, he was still unable to avoid his brother's attacks. He further admitted that even when fighting Linfar, he was completely powerless and that none of his own attacks worked at all. Refusing to give up easily, Jin continued to attack and tried to gather all his strength to unleash his most powerful strike. However, Linfar effortlessly caught it with just one hand. Although Jin's face was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, his eyes remained resolute. He questioned himself, noting that he had definitely obtained the Nether King race, and that through the Fang Boris engraving, his brother's techniques were already in his head, yet that was all he had achieved. In the end, Linfar struck him back, sending him flying. Jin lay on the ground helplessly, his gaze growing vacant as a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him. In his mind, the faces of those he wished to defeat appeared, and he realized that the world was still overflowing with powerful individuals. He concluded that in order to achieve his goals, he needed to push himself even further, yet all he could currently do was survive by receiving help. He recalled the expectant looks of others and the responsibility of protecting someone's life. His eyes lowered slightly as countless thoughts filled his mind. It was described that Jin sat once more beneath the waterfall, standing still against the cold. He resolved himself again, even though his goal felt endlessly far away. He stood up and grasped his sword, telling himself that he could not stop here. As he slowly rose, he reminded himself of what he had to protect. Thinking of his comrades renewed his motivation, which he believed would only continue to grow. He took up a fighting stance once again, even though his body was already fatigued, and acknowledged that he needed to understand his brother's intentions. With force, his blade cut through the waterfall as he slashed downward, determined to make use of the remaining time. Outside, 3 Battle Kings silently observed him. Garmund expressed concern, wondering whether it was truly acceptable to continue like this, noting that there was not much time left and that he could not see any improvement, not even a hint. Boras responded that it was the battle god's decision and that regardless, this was a necessary process, reminding him that he knew it as well. Boris explained that the tyrannical swordsmanship engraved in Runkandel blood could not be overcome unless Jin restrained it and realized it himself, and that without doing so, he could not move forward. He added that depending on the trainee's ability, the process could take months or even years. Belize turned away and remarked that most people never realized this truth even after a lifetime of training. Boris then glanced back and agreed that they should return, stating that Jin needed sufficient time. Garmund appeared deep in thought. Elsewhere, Jin continued to train diligently. After finishing his session, he prepared to leave but suddenly stopped when he noticed someone in front of him. He addressed Garmund respectfully as his brother, observing that Garmund was smiling brightly and asking whether he was coming now, even suggesting they share a glass of jewel liquor. Soon the two of them found a place to sit and rest. As Garmund raised his drink, he asked openly whether that incident had truly happened, mentioning that Jin had gone out on a blacklight call and that he was only hearing about it now. Jin smiled faintly and nodded, confirming that it had indeed been incredible. He explained that he had gone straight into training as soon as he arrived, which was why he was only telling him now, and added that the experience had helped him greatly. Upon hearing this, Garmund reacted in surprise and asked how life there was and whether Jin was having trouble with his training. Jin replied that not knowing his brother's intentions made everything feel hopeless. He explained that everyone only sparred and trained without using aura swords or the Nether King sword, and while he was sure there was a reason for it, he strongly felt his own shortcomings. Garmund admitted that he had expected as much and hesitantly agreed, stating that the situation was complicated. Jin then made a more shocking statement by bringing up the existence of the 8th Battle King. Hearing this, Garmund was startled and frowned deeply. At that moment, Belize suddenly appeared from a tree branch and asked whether Jin had been unable to hold back and had done this. Jin looked up at her and addressed her as the 7th Battle King, calling her sister. Belize jumped down and stated that the 8th Battle King was too soft-hearted and was interfering with Jin's training. Jin, confused, asked whether that was how she saw him. Belize admitted that the 8th Battle King should know that very well too. Garmund, who was sitting to one side, was sweating profusely and nervously protested that he had no idea what she was talking about, insisting that he had only been talking about life. She then reached for the liquor bottle and mockingly remarked that he called that talking about life, adding that he had even stolen 600-year-old jewel liquor just to do so. Jin commented that it was no wonder the aroma smelled deeper than before. She burst out laughing and said that it was amazing. Jin looked at the cup in his hand and said that it was really good. Belize then stated that since it was that good, the 8th Battle King would have to work at her brewery for a while. This statement shocked Garmond so much that he stood there with his mouth wide open. Jin asked in confusion whether she meant a brewery and wondered if the 7th Battle King brewed jewel liquor himself. Speaking proudly, Belize replied that she did, explaining that she brewed it very carefully every day, and then asked Jin if he wanted to come along. Jin, extremely intrigued, suggested that they should go, saying that it would be good to clear his head. After the scene changed, the two of them arrived at the location, and Belize gestured forward as she introduced the place as La Feroce's Pride, the Jewel Liquor Brewery. Jin looked around and remarked that it was different from what he had imagined a brewery would be like, adding that he had not expected it to be such a large facility and that it was impressive. Belize then announced loudly that, for now, the 8th Battle King would be in charge of an entire batch of jewel liquor, while Garmond, standing below, let out a weary sigh. Belize excitedly introduced the facility to Jin, explaining that it was La Feroce's Pride and Joy, the Jewel Liquor Brewery. Jin looked down at the workshop in surprise and remarked that it was different from the brewery he had imagined. As he observed the enormous energy core operating below, he admitted that he had not known it was such a large-scale facility. Belize proudly asked if it was incredible. At that moment, Garmond was working tirelessly for Belize and explained that, for the time being, the 8th Battle King would brew a year's worth of jewel liquor for him. Belize then asked Jin whether he wanted to make special jewel liquor with her. Jin curiously asked what jewel liquor was. The brewery, which had 5 massive floors with different functions, namely the jewel mine, fermentation plant, refinery, winery, and aging room, impressed Jin as he entered the gemstone cave. He stated that the first step to creating jewel liquor was mining gemstones and admitted that he had not thought jewel liquor was made from actual jewels, though he reasoned that since they ate swords, it somehow made sense. He added that, according to the 7th Battle King, mining a gemstone required achieving resonance between one's core and the gemstone. Jin reflected on Belize's explanation about resonance, recalling that everything in the world had its own unique sound and vibration. He noted that if one could identify an object's sound and match the Myungwang heart to it, one could break anything with a light touch, which was the principle behind the Myungwang's power. He realized with surprise that he had not understood this before and continued to ponder the concept of resonance. Belize enthusiastically explained that the 7th Battle King had explained it to her again because she had not understood it at first. Jin placed his hand on a gemstone and stated that he first needed to feel either the object's sound or the sound within himself. As he tried to sense the resonance inside the stone, he reasoned that if he could feel either of them even once, it would become clearer and spread throughout his body, allowing him to feel all the sounds and vibrations he focused on. As he closed his eyes, he sensed the resonance fluctuating within him, and realized that resonance meant matching different sounds into one. Suddenly, Jin opened his eyes, seemingly discovering the key to the problem. He withdrew his hand from the gemstone and touched it again with 2 fingers. The moment he made contact, he delivered a powerful punch, instantly shattering the gemstone into many fragments. Seeing Jin succeed, Belize stood outside feeling extremely satisfied. She then demonstrated her own method of breaking a gemstone, shattering it with a gentle, feather-like touch and effortlessly collapsing a massive gemstone. Overwhelmed by Belize's power, Jin admitted that he still had a long way to go. After collecting numerous gemstones, Jin noted that the mined gemstones were gathered. Belize and Jin then collected additional ingredients, explaining that they were fermented with grains and other materials that had been nurtured with utmost care. She stated that once everything was mixed together, fermentation began, which concluded the basic work for jewel liquor. When they reached the final step, Belize explained that the most important process was refinement. She sat down and concentrated her full power, activating the machinery through her strength. A complex system started operating to boil water, while Jin curiously observed the mysterious blue lights emanating from below. The water glowed with a mystical blue color, resembling a crystal-clear lake. Belize explained that what she had shown him was the refinement process and stated that, as the name suggested, it determined the quality of the jewel liquor. She explained that a refined jewel was broken into small, shining pieces, and depending on the color and brightness of the light, its smell would change. She further explained that the liquor was sent to the winery through vacuum tubes, where the jewel fragments gathered and became large jewels again, and that the depth of flavor changed depending on hardness. She added that the brighter the jewel shone, the more fragrant its smell would be, and the harder the jewel, the deeper the flavor. In other words, she concluded that jewel liquor could be completely different depending on how refined it was. Belize then walked over to Jin and said that she would replenish the refining stone before asking if he wanted to try refining it himself. Jin agreed and asked how he should do it. Belize instructed him to sit as if he were meditating and to follow her instructions. Jin obediently complied, and Belize explained that it was similar to mining gems. She reminded him that, previously, he had focused on one thing and resonated with it, but during refinement, he needed to resonate with the echoes coming from countless jewels. She told him to focus on the scattered echoes, to try feeling the largest one, to resonate using that, and at the moment he believed he had successfully resonated, to release the lightning energy in his heart. Jin patiently followed each step, and in the end, he managed to reach the state that Belize had described. The energy emanating from Jin successfully operated the machine. Standing outside, Belize praised him, saying that it was nice. After succeeding, Jin curiously asked whether he had done it. Belize replied that it had been perfect and explained that the refined gemstones passed through the spinning wheel, which was powered by the 8th Battle King. While working, Garmund complained that he was working hard that day and added that, drop by drop, the glowing liquor fell into the moon jars in the underground aging room, noting that depending on the creator, the jewel liquor would be completed after being fermented for decades or even centuries. Belize then asked Jin what he thought about the light of the jewel liquor he had created. Jin cheerfully expressed that it had been an eye-opening experience, explaining that the process had been fascinating, but resonating with the Myeongwang heart had been truly extraordinary, making him feel as though his worries had been lifted and that he had received a great deal of help from it. Belize excitedly responded that she was glad it had helped and added that resonance was also possible with shadow energy, although the process was slightly more complicated. Garmund, who had appeared beside Jin at some point, asked who cared whether it was doable or not and questioned whether he could go get a drink. Jin marveled that it was his first time seeing the 8th Battle King so exhausted. Garmund scowled and replied that it was not the case, explaining that although it looked like he had just been turning the machine, squeezing the essence out of the jewel liquor was not an easy task and warned Jin not to comment if he had never done it before. He then stood up and stretched, stating that no one could compare to how difficult the 7th Battle King's refining process was, but remarked that Jin's task had not been easy either, wondering whether successors were truly different. As the three of them left the brewery together, Jin remarked that he understood and said that he would try turning it next time, suggesting that they go and offering to buy the drinks for the day. Garmund regained his spirits and excitedly asked whether Jin really meant it, adding that the jewel liquor would go down smoothly that day. Unbeknownst to the three of them, a jar inside the brewery emitted a strange light. Something had occurred inside the workshop without anyone noticing, as a tremendous amount of energy escaped from within the jar, which had changed from its original white color into a mysterious deep blue. The jar emitted a strange, mystical light, yet the three of them remained unaware and walked away, leaving it alone in the room with its radiance. A shadowy figure then appeared before it, and Vaughn stood staring at the jar as the colors it produced reflected in his eyes. Inside, a shimmering, multicolored liquid had formed. As Vaughn slowly closed his eyes, he heard a voice asking Belize what that moon jar was and remarking that the pattern was pretty. He recalled that in the past someone had replied that it was not a pattern, but the mark where it had once been broken and put back together, and had questioned why, if he was brewing jewel liquor, he did not choose a perfect jar. He remembered insisting that he wanted that one, explaining that since it had been broken once, it felt as though it would age even stronger. Back then, Elaine had smiled and called out to Vaughn in surprise. He had promised that he would store the jewel liquor in that jar and that when it had aged, they would share a drink together. Smiling at the memory, Vaughn agreed in his heart that they would do so. The liquor inside the jar was slowly ladled out, each spoonful carefully poured into a small bottle. Holding the bottle in his hand, Vaughn wondered if that had been their last conversation and reflected that time truly flew, addressing his absent friend in his thoughts. The scene shifted to a morning that began with the cheerful songs of birds. Flocks flew across the island, and dewdrops still clung to the leaves. Jin's reflection appeared upon the water as Vaughn sat opposite him and asked whether his training was going well. Jin replied that it was not, admitting that the more he trained, the more obstacles he faced, and that in fact, the short time he had recently spent brewing jewel liquor had helped him far more. Vaughn advised him that the more impatient he became, the easier it was to fall into traps, and that forcing himself was not always helpful. She explained that true training, in her view, was about controlling one's mind from within, and that because Jin had found peace while brewing jewel liquor, he had been able to think more deeply. She told him that he already understood the concept of resonance but had not truly seen it until now, and that he would face many things in the future. Whenever that happened, she urged him not to forget this time. She then told him to raise his cup and have a drink. Vaughn introduced the liquor as one brewed long ago by the previous successor. Jin asked if she meant the previous one, Lord Timar, and Vaughn confirmed that she did. Without hesitation, Jin lifted the cup and tasted it, expressing his amazement that the aroma was incredibly deep. Vaughn replied that it should be, since it was about 1,000 years old. After saying that, she briefly closed her eyes, then opened them again, her golden gaze shining. She announced to the successor who had inherited her blood that she was ready to give him everything, but that only he could fully awaken and accept it. She said she believed he would succeed this time as well and urged him to believe in himself. Jin, still confused, asked what she was suddenly talking about, but before he could understand, a surge of pain struck him. His chest convulsed violently, veins bulging as he collapsed onto the table. The cup fell and shattered into pieces. Vaughn rushed to his side as he writhed in agony. Jin seemed to fall into an out-of-body state, his eyes devoid of pupils. Looking at him, Vaughn whispered that she would kill him and that he must survive. Elsewhere, where Garmund and Belize were sitting, a shout rang out announcing that the war god brother had summoned Jin to the Sky Garden. Belize asked if it was true, and Linfa replied that it was and that the ritual must have already begun. Boris wiped his mouth and complained that when Jin had previously tried to transfuse the war god's blood, they had stopped him, saying their fate was at stake, yet now he had not even discussed it with them. He added that if something happened to Jin during this ritual training, then truly it would be disastrous. Linfa interrupted, reminding him that both then and now the war god brother believed in Jin, and that they must believe as well. Garmund whispered to Belize, asking if he had told the war god about brewing jewel liquor and what exactly he had said. Belize coldly replied that he had simply told him honestly that judging by the strength of the jewel liquor Jin had brewed, the ritual should be possible. He urged him to accept that Jin was their light and that fate must walk with him. Meanwhile, in a distant and unfamiliar realm, Jin slowly opened his eyes after the terrible pain. Looking around in shock, he wondered where he was and reflected that he had just been with the war god brother a moment ago. He realized that a sword was already in his hand and questioned why Sigmund was there with him. Vaughn appeared and whispered that he must escape her death. Before Jin could react, something slashed across his arm and a wound suddenly appeared. A voice told him that even as he died, he must think. Regaining his senses, Jin looked at his arm and wondered whether it was an illusion. The voice continued, urging him to listen even to the abyss within himself. Recognizing that the voice was behind him, he tried to turn, but another slash struck him, causing him to cough up blood. He wondered whether she had truly been serious about killing him. Blow after blow fell mercilessly. Jin felt the pain vividly and thought that even if he tried to convince himself it was an illusion, the pain felt real. He died and revived countless times, struggling for breath and thinking that he could not breathe. The ground beneath him was stained red, and even the falling rain could not wash away the dark crimson color. In reality, Vaughn was supporting Jin's motionless body, her eyes fixed intently on him. From within Jin's eye, a single drop of blood flowed down, as though he were falling into a deep pit of despair from which he could not escape. The ground had turned dark red with death, and Jin was lying motionless in Vaughn's arms. In reality, Vaughn was supporting Jin's unmoving body while she stared fixedly at him. From within Jin's eyes, a drop of blood flowed as he reflected that he had kept wondering why he, who had once died, had regressed. He felt as though he were falling into a pit of despair. Jin began recalling the contract with Solderay and the regression. Memories surfaced in his mind, meeting Murakhan and the 1,000 years of waiting, and it felt to him as though everything had been connected as one, as if it had all been written in a script. He questioned whether his fate would become the fate of others, whether he truly had much value, and what the value of his existence was. He asked himself what he had wanted, what he had been looking toward, and why he had wanted to become strong. The questions continued to arise within him as he wondered how he could become strong and who had predicted and designed everything. Holding a branch of flowers in his hand, he asked what he could protect and what he should do if someone's fate was decided because of him. Lost in countless doubts awaiting answers, he questioned why he could not hear Solderay's voice, how he could save the Demon King tribe, why he had obtained the Demon King tribe's heart, and, among the endless questions inside him, what he had to find. Suddenly, something lingered in his mind. Resonance, and he wondered what resonance was. He then realized that it was vibration. He reflected that vibration could not be seen, yet it existed. It was a force one could feel in the body without listening, a force that flowed naturally like breathing and the circulation of blood, just as life flowed and fate flowed. Something gradually took shape within him as he understood that everything flowed and formed one shape. He recalled Vaughn's instruction to think even as he died. As he opened his eyes to feel it, he realized that he now understood what Brother Bon had said and what had been seen in endless death. At that moment, he perceived the flow and saw Vaughn, recognizing the flow of death. Another attack was aimed at him, and he understood it. This time, however, Jin saw the strike and avoided it. He continuously twisted his body to evade Vaughn's attacks, and he realized that he now had the ability to resist, and that understanding was the way to avoid death. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the incoming blow before forcefully swinging his sword to counter Vaughn. Outside of that reality, an enormous surge of energy burst forth from Jin, and he understood that it was the only path. Vaughn spoke with satisfaction, affirming that he was right and that it meant resonating with the flow of all vibrations. Jin awoke, and Vaughn praised him, explaining that it was both the beginning and the end. In February 1799, while Jin was finishing his training, his close allies were also training in their respective places. Kuzan and Yulian became official members of the Seven-Colored Bird and began carrying out missions. Zed continued to gather information as always. Enya, who had devoted herself to magic, was improving day by day with Varys's help. The Beastfolk, using the huge reward they had received from the Runkendel family, were planning a special business. It seemed that the people of the world had all forgotten the youngest son of the Runkendel family. Meanwhile, in a room within the Hyron family, a figure sat looking out the window. Dante asked whether there had been any message from Veridin, and the butler reported that no news had arrived. Hearing this, Dante fell silent for a moment and wondered whether Veridin was safe. Elsewhere, a maid delivered a letter to Veridin and informed him that it was from Dante. Veridin turned his head indifferently and asked who Dante was. Showing no interest, he ordered the letter to be burned, saying that it was from someone he did not even know. The maid tightened her grip on the letter and looked at him with a complicated expression. In another scene, Murakhan was devouring a sweet pie while Gilly and Quicantel smiled as they watched him eat with relish. After finishing, Murakhan hugged his stomach in satisfaction and declared that, as expected, strawberry pie was the best. He stood up and, with a confident expression, suggested that since he was now full, they should get going. Though Quicantel and Gilly did not respond verbally, they silently agreed. Under a clear blue sky with seagulls circling overhead, a hearty voice rang out. Cosmos declared that he did not think that man was dead, and insisted that someone he acknowledged would not go down so easily, claiming that everyone was being fooled. He excitedly told them to wait and see, saying that the man would suddenly appear from somewhere and shake the world. Raising his bottle toward the sea, he addressed Jin Runkendel and invited him to have a drink. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted in the distance. Cosmos widened his eyes and remarked that it felt as though something huge was about to happen. In high spirits, he announced that today would be the test day for Order Number 8. Meanwhile, in another place, explosions continued to occur. The residential district was thrown into chaos by the successive blasts. Haytona and Daytona, who had become knights while Jin was gone, were carrying out a mission to eliminate radical Zipful followers committing terror in Runkendel territory. A fanatic blocked their path and shouted that it was for Zipful. Nevertheless, Haytona and Daytona charged forward together, calling out in unison before swiftly killing the fanatic. Haytona cast a sideways glance and claimed that she had caught him first, but Daytona disagreed, arguing that it had been his 245th one first. Through their actions, the explosions grew larger and more destructive, and their blades were stained red with blood. Haytona exclaimed with satisfaction that Zipful's mana bombs were insanely fun, while Daytona smugly remarked that it was no wonder they kept blowing things up. Haytona then observed that everything seemed to be cleaned up and suggested that they head back quickly. Daytona suddenly remembered and asked whether that day was when their father would return. Haytona confirmed it and warned that if they were late, Mew and Anne would throw a huge fit again, urging him to hurry. Daytona sighed and muttered that just thinking about it was extremely annoying. Finally, in a snow-covered landscape, a flag was raised as an armored foot stepped firmly onto the white ground. An elite army had assembled in full formation. Luna, acting as commander, ordered all units to line up and announced that the Patriarch had arrived. Everything was exceedingly quiet in the thick, snow-laden winter, and two tiny birds suddenly flapped their wings and flew away as a massive silhouette emerged from behind the white curtain of snow. A figure wrapped in a large cloak was walking past the area, and the animals in the forest stared intently in that direction, their eyes reflecting the image of a majestic flag fluttering even more powerfully amid the snow. It was said that the one who could put an end to the anxiety permeating the Runkendel family and Hewfester was none other than the Genesis Knight. All the soldiers had already assembled in the harsh weather, each of them holding a solemn flag in hand as the figure gradually appeared and advanced deep through the city gates. Rosa, with an indifferent expression, had been standing there from the beginning, and she suddenly raised her hand to give a signal while dignified footsteps approached from afar, each step gliding lightly across the thick snow. Luna planted her sword into the ground and shouted that the Patriarch was entering, and firm feet pressed steadily into the white snow as a series of footsteps behind moved forward in unison. Luna then stood silently behind, her gaze fixed on Rosa, who abruptly opened her mouth and shouted an order for everyone to line up, prompting the drums to resound repeatedly at once while the warhorses immediately assumed battle stances, raising their sharp hooves high. The Patriarch continued riding his warhorse through the sheets of snow as numerous soldiers took their combat positions and formed ranks, advancing step by step despite the relentless weather. Clad in imposing uniforms, they stood proudly with swords pointed straight down toward the green grass, while some blades were raised high through the dense snowfall and strong hands gripped long swords firmly and brandished them upward, as though everything had already been meticulously prepared. The patriarch wore a hat that revealed only half of his cold, stern face, and with his robust physique he rode straight ahead while Rosa, her expression unchanged and distant, voiced her welcome. The patriarch gave no reply, and suddenly a curious voice called out, asking if it was the patriarch, causing him to prick up his ears to listen without showing the slightest concern, merely curling his lips into a faint, sinister smile. Another male figure clad in a long robe that concealed most of his body then appeared, revealing only a confident portion of his face as he slowly removed his hat and descended to the ground, where a flag lay stretched across the lush green grass and iron-clad boots stepped down firmly. Rosa began to say that the patriarch should head inside, but he sternly reproached her, saying that her senses had grown dull, which made her widen her eyes in surprise. Turning away, he remarked that it seemed there was one more person there to welcome him home, and Luna watched intently as a strange object fell from above, her eyes widening in shock as she thought that something was heading their way and sensed a vast and dense energy approaching, eventually realizing in alarm that it was a black dragon. Rosa, however, remained calm even as the dragon hovered directly above her, walking forward with pride and merely casting a languid glance aside while the enormous black dragon advanced through the city gate and suddenly landed with tremendous force, shattering the ground into fragments and plunging everything into chaos, leaving behind only scattered debris. The silhouette of a black dragon emerged through the dense snowfall. Keel stared in shock and wondered what that dragon was. Valen also questioned whether, if it was truly a black dragon, it could possibly belong to the first patriarch. Joshua, watching the scene, thought to himself that the youngest one and his guardian dragon were spreading such overwhelming energy upon arrival that even if it was the symbol of Runkindel, it was going too far. Still, he admitted inwardly that a black dragon was a black dragon, and even without having recovered all its power, the overwhelming pressure could clearly be felt. Suddenly, Joshua widened his eyes as he realized that this was not the black dragon's aura, noting that it felt sharper and far more ferocious. The ground began to tremble violently. Startled, Joshua exclaimed in disbelief and asked if it could really be Jin, accusing him of having truly gone insane. The blizzard roared loudly as Jin stood atop the dragon's head before quickly leaping down. He landed lightly on the ground, then slowly stood and began walking forward. Each breath from his mouth formed clouds of mist in the freezing air. Soon after, he drew his sword. The blade shone brightly, surrounded by crackling lightning. Jin remarked calmly that it had been a long time and greeted his father with a faint smile. He spun the sword once and introduced himself formally, stating that he was Reserve Knight Jin Runkindel and that he had returned after completing his training. Jin stood face to face with the patriarch. The patriarch looked at him sternly, while Jin simply smiled back at him. On that day, the patriarch slowly moved his hand toward the sword at his waist. It was said that all of Shiren's children except Luna had witnessed Shiren swinging his sword for the first time. Gripping the hilt tightly, the patriarch revealed a power known as Genesis, a supreme realm beyond the limits of a 10-star transcendent and beyond comparison. When the patriarch drew his sword, it was described as the silent swing of the only Genesis knight of that era. The blade traced a dazzling arc of light that was enough to make everyone present tremble. With a single strike, he split a mountain in half, demonstrating what could only be called the realm of a demigod. Daytona stared with wide eyes and wondered if something like that was even possible with just a single swing of a sword. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left speechless in shock. The patriarch then declared that from that moment onward he would cut Jin down with that sword and ordered him to block it, warning that if he could not block the strike, that would be the end. Jin thought to himself that this was the sword of a demigod, a blade capable of even cutting through the laws of the world. He told himself to come forward, thinking about the 28 years of his previous life and the 19 years of his current life, 47 years in total. Taking his stance, he declared inwardly that finally he, the youngest son of his father, would receive that sword. The patriarch swung down with tremendous force, leaving a blazing trail of light. Jin received the attack head-on, planting his feet firmly into the ground as the sheer power cracked the earth beneath him. Streams of light coursed through Jin's body and his eyes began to shine. He exerted all his strength to withstand the strike. Because of the immense strain, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hand gripped the sword's hilt so tightly that blood poured from it, while his feet sank deeper and deeper into the shattered ground. In his mind, he urged himself to focus, reminding himself that even in the face of death, he must find a way to escape it, to concentrate and sense the countless scattered vibrations around him. Jin remembered the relentless training he had endured and thought that all of his experience and all of his effort were being poured into that single sword. His eyes gradually began to shine brighter. With a determined shout, Jin swung his sword with all his strength toward the patriarch. The clash produced a violent burst of smoke and force, yet the patriarch easily blocked Jin's strike. Jin's gaze remained sharp as a blade while he held his battle stance. The patriarch stared at him intently for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. He slowly lowered his sword and then addressed everyone present, announcing that from that moment onward all crimes committed by Reserve Knight Jin Runkendel were pardoned. He declared that by receiving his sword, Jin had already paid for his sins. When the patriarch spoke those words, the crowd reacted with many different expressions. Some were furious, some were delighted, while others stood in stunned confusion. The patriarch continued by stating that Jin had proven his worth before all of Runkendel. From that moment on, Jin Runkendel would no longer be a reserved knight, but would instead be appointed as an official knight. When the patriarch called out to reserve knight Jin Runkendel, Jin raised his sword and responded that he accepted the patriarch's command. Thus, in the winter of February 1799, the youngest son of Runkendel, Jin Runkendel, after blocking the sword of the strongest man of that era with his own body, was appointed as an official knight and became the 12th knight of Runkendel. Jin Runkendel, 3 months after his appointment as a flag-bearer. Ventica, a conflict zone near the Milla Kingdom. Powerful streams of energy filled the battlefield, and the atmosphere was saturated with deadly killing intent. Facing one another, both Jin and Jinmin released overwhelming auras, with Jinmin's body shrouded in the familiar darkness of shadow energy. A cold smile formed on Jinmin's lips as he declared that Shadow Kai liberation had begun. Moments later, Jinmin's figure stood opposite the light itself. His pupils narrowed instinctively, while Jin calmly observed him without the slightest trace of fear. Jin then conjured a terrifying sphere of magic, gradually raising it into the sky before it suddenly erupted into flames. The surrounding battlefield was instantly swallowed by an endless sea of fire. Despite the overwhelming spectacle, Jinmin remained perfectly composed. He calmly drew his staff and raised it overhead before mounting a ferocious beast, causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. He greeted Jin by remarking that it had been a long time since they had last met and that he was pleased to see his old friend again. A fierce clash between light and darkness immediately followed. Shadow energy collided violently with brilliant rays of light until an enormous explosion engulfed the battlefield. As the blinding light spread, Jin earnestly hoped that his opponent would not be hurt too badly. Meanwhile, Jinmin's expression finally wavered. A terrifying sphere of energy gathered within his palm as panic gradually appeared in his eyes. And before long, everything within his field of vision was consumed by blinding light. 3 months earlier. The atmosphere had been peaceful as Jilly respectfully knelt before Jin and greeted him, saying that it had been a long time since she had last seen the young master. Jin sighed helplessly before extending his hand and asking why she looked so down on such a beautiful day. He gently told her that there was no need to be so formal and asked her to stand up. Jilly apologized, but Jin immediately asked what she was apologizing for, before warmly inquiring whether she had been doing well. While wiping away tears of joy, Jilly replied that she had indeed been well, and then asked whether Jin himself had also been doing well. Jin assured her that he had been perfectly fine, adding that his current appearance spoke for itself. Deeply moved, Jilly confessed that seeing him dressed in a flag-bearer's uniform filled her with emotion. She remarked that everyone else would undoubtedly be overjoyed to witness how majestic he had become. Jin laughed heartily and explained that although he could not visit everyone immediately, he intended to see them all once his current responsibilities had settled down. Jilly reassured him that everyone would understand even if his visit came a little later and encouraged him not to worry. Suddenly recalling something, Jin observed that Jilly's energy had changed noticeably. Jilly replied that she had expected him to notice and explained that she had had the iron needles removed as soon as she had arrived that day. Holding a small box tightly in her hands, she stood calmly while Jin remarked that she had finally regained her strength. He sympathetically commented that she had endured tremendous suffering and that the ordeal must have been extremely painful. Smiling gently, Jilly insisted that it had been nothing unusual, explaining that every Runkendel nanny eventually experienced the same hardship. Murakhan interrupted the reunion with an exaggerated cough before complaining that everyone was fussing over Jin while acting as though he did not even exist. He jokingly protested that despite caring for them so much, all of their concern was directed toward the young master instead of him. Jilly smiled awkwardly and reminded him that they had only recently been together in Tikan. Murakhan grumbled that being apart for only a short while apparently meant no one needed to worry about him, lamenting that he always looked after everyone while receiving no concern in return. Growing irritated, Jilly punched him and scolded him for complaining during the young master's first visit home in an entire year, insisting that she was the one who should have been disappointed. Murakami immediately became flustered and awkwardly clarified that what he had really meant was that he had missed her, even during their brief separation. Watching the exchange, Jin quietly reflected that the two of them had clearly grown much closer while he had been away. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The head butler entered respectfully, introduced himself as Petro, and greeted Jin by saying that it was an honor to serve the young master once again. Jin happily greeted Petro, asked whether he had been well, noticed his promotion to head butler, and congratulated him on the achievement. Petro modestly replied that the promotion had only been possible because of Jin. He added that he was grateful to see Jin return safely and promised to provide whatever assistance he could from then onward. Jin answered that he had never doubted Petro's abilities and said that he would be relying on him in the future. Petro thanked him before apologetically explaining that although he wished they could speak longer, he had an urgent message to deliver. Jin encouraged him to continue. Petro informed him that the Patriarch had summoned a Knights meeting and that Jin was expected to report there immediately. Before that, however, Petro explained that he had to relay the Elders' Council's decision. According to the Council, all of the Run-Kandel ultimate techniques and secret arts that Jin should have received as an officially recognized knight had been denied. Petro explained that the Council had given two reasons for the decision. First, they refused to acknowledge a wanted criminal. Second, they objected to Jin becoming a magic swordsman after breaking the pact with the Zipfel family. Closing his eyes, Jin calmly replied that the decision had been exactly what he had expected. He remarked that the head elder supported his mother and would inevitably find excuses to obstruct him. Petro then revealed that not every elder had agreed with the decision. Jin immediately asked who had opposed it. Petro answered that Elder Zed Runkendel had stood against the council's decision. Surprised, Jin repeated his uncle's name in disbelief. Petro explained that although Elder Zed could not openly teach Jin many of the clan's techniques because of the council's opposition, he had personally declared that he would instruct Jin himself. Jin regarded the news as encouraging. He wondered whether Elder Zed's decision stemmed from their days together as cadets, and admitted that the unexpected support was reassuring. He concluded that this was not a bad beginning after all. Before their conversation could continue, someone announced that the Patriarch had arrived. Slack entered the meeting hall, instantly filling the room with overwhelming pressure. His sharp gaze swept across everyone present as the assembled knights immediately formed two orderly lines. After taking his seat, he declared that he would keep his speech brief. He announced that he would return to the Black Sea the following day. He explained that he had repeatedly been forced to leave because the knights had failed to meet his expectations. He further declared that once he departed, he had no intention of returning until tangible results had been achieved. The crushing pressure emanating from him left no one daring to speak as sweat poured down their faces. Slack continued by announcing that the mission would receive additional reinforcements. He ordered the first knight to step forward and declared that, beginning with the Black Sea campaign, the first knight would accompany him. The first knight immediately accepted the order without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jin suddenly realized why his elder sister had seemed so gloomy earlier. He silently concluded that she had probably been worried about him and inwardly reassured her that there was no reason for concern. Laqian explained that since the first knight would be absent for an extended period, everyone else's workload would naturally increase. However, he added that the newly appointed 12th knight would assume those responsibilities. He then asked the third knight how many Zipfel spies had been identified within the Garden of Swords. Sachi reported that they had confirmed 97 servant spies, 20 junior guardian knights, 12 intermediate guardian knights, 5 senior guardian knights, 15 butlers and scholars of second rank or above, 5 execution knights, 7 elders, and, most alarmingly, 1 black knight. Shocked, Jin wondered whether it was truly possible for a black knight, the very pinnacle of Runkendel's military strength, to have been working as a spy. Lachin admitted before the Patriarch that the situation had occurred because of his own shortcomings. Ashamed, he confessed that Runkendel had unknowingly been manipulated within the palm of the enemy's hand. Slack rejected the self-blame, insisting that the responsibility belonged to him for failing to protect the family. Nevertheless, he emphasized that the Black Knight infiltrator had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Rosa agreed with that assessment and proposed assigning the investigation as the 12th Knight's very first official mission before requesting the Patriarch's judgment. The patriarch entrusted the matter to Rosa, who accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Jin respectfully lowered his head while inwardly remarking that his mother's decision to assign him his sister's mission suggested that she fully intended to work him to the limit. Even so, he silently resolved to accept her decision, believing that the challenge would only allow him to spread his wings even further. Jin declared that the meeting was concluded and ordered the first, second, third, and fourth knights to remain while dismissing everyone else. Just then, the Tona brothers ran toward him. Jin recognized them and asked whether they were the Tona brothers. Luch hesitantly asked whether Jin was all right, pointing out that his very first mission had been to kill a Black Knight. Lin added that, more importantly, he had known Jin would survive and said he was truly relieved. Luch agreed wholeheartedly before complaining that Jin had no idea how much Sister Mew and Sister Anne had tormented them during his absence. Hearing their words, Jin smiled before bursting into laughter, genuinely happy to realize that the two of them had been worried about him. Luch asked why he was laughing, while Lin insisted that they had truly been worried about him. Jin replied that it felt strange to see the two of them worrying about him and reflected that one really did see everything differently after living a second life. He sincerely thanked them. At that moment, a powerful voice shouted that she was thankful as well. Heavy footsteps echoed across the floor as Mary Runcandle, the seventh knight, approached. Jin greeted her respectfully as Sister Mary, but she immediately grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know how long she had been waiting for him. She excitedly declared that she was extremely satisfied, explaining that the moment she had seen him the previous day, her blood had begun to boil so intensely that she had been unable to sleep. Jin laughed and remarked that it was good to hear. Mary became even more excited and urged him to hurry so they could fight. She insisted that she needed to collect payment for the phoenix heart she had given him, and even urged him to take it right away. Jin silently realized that the reason she had given him such a precious treasure when he was young had been obvious all along. Mary pointed at him and instructed him to cook the phoenix heart properly, chew it thoroughly, and become stronger as quickly as possible. Jin concluded inwardly that she had wanted him to grow up quickly so that he could become her opponent, and that she seemed willing to do absolutely anything just to fight him. After considering the situation, he decided against accepting immediately. Mary shouted in disbelief. Jin gently restrained her and explained that he had only just become a knight and had no reason to fight her before completing his important first mission. Mary angrily accused him of talking nonsense and demanded to know whether he thought she had waited all that time just to hear such an excuse. She even ordered him to spit out the phoenix heart immediately. Jin interrupted her and proposed a condition instead. He told her that if she brought him something useful, he would fight her any time. Mary demanded to know what he meant. Jin calmly adjusted his collar and replied that it was up to her to figure that out, before casually saying that he would be waiting. Furious, Mary shouted after him and demanded that he tell her exactly what he wanted. After Jin left, Mary screamed in frustration, complaining that she had waited for so long only to be rejected immediately. She furiously repeated Jin's words about bringing him something useful before calling him a damned little bastard. Her furious punch released an overwhelming pressure that shattered the surrounding ground. As the dust settled, Diffus Runcandel, the fourth knight, appeared before her. He remarked that Jin had completely played her and questioned whether it was really worth becoming that angry. Mary instantly moved and insisted that she had every right to be furious regardless of whether Jin had fooled her. She admitted that she felt as though she had just been rejected by the person she loved and reminded Diffus that Jin had withstood their father's sword, proving that her judgment of him had never been wrong. Diffus replied that she had gone too far and bluntly stated that she was obsessed. Grinding her teeth, Mary broke free and complained that her brother simply did not understand how she felt. One of her kicks sliced past Diffus's face, leaving a small cut on his cheek while severing the ribbon holding back his hair. As his hair fell across his face, Diffus calmly stepped forward, covered part of his face with one hand, and asked whether he himself was not enough to satisfy her. Mary charged toward him and angrily denied it, insisting that he had never fought her seriously and had always held back. She complained that sparring with him was always boring, and admitted that no one made her blood boil as much as the youngest brother did now. Diffus suddenly rushed forward and remarked that someone who truly made her blood boil deserved a proper comparison. He admitted that he had indeed been taking it easy on her recently, before suggesting that they settle the matter by seeing which of them excited her more. He struck her arm with a powerful kick, sending her flying backward, then instantly appeared before her again and challenged her to find out which of them truly made her blood boil. Watching the exchange, Jin reflected that this was Mary's true nature. He thought that she sincerely believed fighting powerful opponents was the most valuable thing in life, and unlike the rest of their siblings who harbored darker ambitions, she was straightforward and simply loved battle. He concluded that this was why she was the only sibling whom he genuinely liked and trusted. Mary crashed into the ground, shattering the surrounding earth. As the dust gradually cleared, she admitted that Diffus's sudden seriousness had surprised her before revealing that the weights she wore were specially made. She removed the heavy wrist weights and declared that if her brother intended to become serious, then she would do the same. The tremendous weight of the bracelets caused the ground within 10 meters to tremble when they landed. Smiling excitedly, she declared that things were finally becoming interesting and confessed that she had never been more excited. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin suddenly shivered. Quickentel asked what was wrong. Jin assured her that it was nothing before remarking that the place was truly beautiful. Quickentel agreed and explained that ever since childhood, she had visited that hill with her nanny whenever she felt troubled, describing it as the place where her heart found peace. Jin realized that this was why she had moved her nanny's grave there. Quickentel confirmed that she had wanted her nanny to remain together with her memories before suggesting that they sit together for a while. Jin agreed, saying that he had always wanted to spend some quiet time alone with her and that the moment felt wonderful. Quickentel admitted that she felt the same, but confessed that she had never expected circumstances to turn out this way. She explained that she had planned to do many things after his return, but lamented that their mother openly opposed him. The Elders' Council refused to pass down the family's ultimate techniques, and she herself had to leave despite the situation. She confessed that it felt as though her heart were rotting, and admitted that she could not even imagine the overwhelming difficulties he would face while she was away. Jin bowed respectfully and replied that he was also saddened that they could not remain together, but he believed the situation was not entirely unfavorable. Surprised, Quickentel asked whether he truly believed that. Jin explained that it would not have been surprising if he had been restrained and imprisoned immediately after returning. Yet their father had given him an opportunity while their mother had begun lowering her guard. Curious, Quickentel asked what he meant by that. Jin calmly answered that their mother was trying to fight him far too fairly. He argued that if he had been in her position, he would have attempted to kill himself the moment he returned to the family, even if doing so meant openly opposing their father's decision. Quickentel observed that undermining the patriarch's authority in front of his followers would have seriously damaged the family. Jin opened one eye and asked which would truly have been more dangerous to the second knight, their father's authority being shaken once, or Jin being allowed to act freely within the family from that point onward. After a brief silence, Quickentel admitted that the latter would have been far more dangerous. Jin agreed and concluded that, just like the second knight, their mother had missed her greatest opportunity. He added that he had also expected the Elders' Council's decision. Although the head elder remained loyal to their mother, she had controlled the Garden of Swords throughout the decades their father had spent in the Black Sea, making such a decision unavoidable. Nevertheless, Uncle Zed had promised to teach him the secret arts that he was personally authorized to pass down. Jin then asked Quickentel to simply watch him, confidently declaring that, in time, both the elders and the entire family would acknowledge him, and that everything would eventually become his. Quickentel smiled warmly and admitted that his words could not have been more reassuring. She confessed that she no longer believed she was the one who needed to protect him. Jin reminded her that he had already promised that, on the day he returned as a knight, he would become the one protecting her. His words triggered one of Quickentel's memories, in which he had made that very same promise. Looking at him now, she heard him reassure her not to worry about him, and instead focus on her own journey, promising that while she was away, he would completely fill the place she left behind. Quickentel reflected inwardly that her youngest brother remained just as arrogant as ever, yet he had grown enough that she could finally entrust her back to him. She silently resolved that when she returned, she would tell him everything about the mission she had carried out alongside their father. As the setting sun illuminated Jin's face and both siblings gazed toward the distant horizon, Jin quietly replied that he would be waiting for her return,